Upon crossing into another realm, I found myself transformed into a prince, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet, the entire continent does not require my salvation thus. I shall merely bide my time. Whether it be slaying monsters for experience, charming maidens, or indulging in ostentatious displays, my life seems devoid of peril. 1. The transition. In the illustrious land of Ethereal, within an elegantly appointed chamber, a 15-year-old boy lay upon his bed. Beside him sat a resplendent lady adorned in opulent attire. This woman was none other than the Queen of the Frost Kingdom, one of the most esteemed figures across the continent, cherished deeply by the king, and, notably, the sole consort in his harem. On this day, however, she was devoid of her customary grace and composure, sitting at the bedside in tears, occasionally reaching out to gently prod the handsome youth lying there, checking for any sign of consciousness. "My son, do not frighten your mother. It has been an entire day, and you remain unresponsive. This is all my fault. I should not have allowed you to venture out, falling prey to the scheming of villains and suffering such grievous harm," the queen lamented, her voice choked with sorrow as she caressed the young man's face, her touch almost desperate. Your Majesty," a lively maid rushed into the room, her skirts lifted as she hurried, glancing back as if someone were following her. "What is it?" "No need for such commotion," the queen rebuked, her demeanor icy, causing the maid to lower her gaze in submission, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sensing her reprimand was too harsh, the queen softened her tone. "Very well, my dear, do not feign ignorance. Speak your mind." Clearly, the queen was well acquainted with her maid, having raised her from a child, their bond surpassing even that of mother and daughter. Thus, upon hearing the maid's voice, the queen anticipated her words, fully aware that such displays were not uncommon. Upon hearing the queen's encouragement, the maid's demeanor transformed, leaning affectionately against the queen. The juxtaposition of the regal queen and the innocent maid drew the attention of the guards outside, who swallowed hard, captivated by the scene. "Enough of your antics, quickly tell me if there is news to share," the queen urged, releasing her maid from her embrace. "Your Majesty, you are astute, for I have indeed brought good tidings from you," the maid replied, her admiration evident as she gazed at the queen, who felt a sense of relief at the compliment. Pausing for effect, the maid continued, "This news concerns His Highness, the Prince." With a mischievous glance towards the bed, her eyes sparkled with youthful enthusiasm, eliciting a bittersweet smile from the queen, who was well aware of the budding affection between the young maid and her son. The queen interjected, amused, bringing the maid back from her daydream. "The archbishop has been summoned by the king to attend to the prince," the maid announced, her eyes wide with anticipation. The queen's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her spirits lifting instantly. "Is it true? The archbishop has agreed to come personally?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. Her excitement was justified, for the archbishop held a distinguished position as the highest authority within the kingdom's church, commanding a significant following. Among those esteemed by the queen, the only archbishop she respected was the healer, Calus. Calus was no ordinary man, a chosen of the goddess of healing. He possessed divine attributes and was known for his formidable powers, often referred to as a human incarnation of a nurturing force, capable of reclaiming souls from the clutches of death. The church dedicated to the goddess of healing had flourished for 2 millennia, with branches throughout the continent, amassing wealth that rivaled even the goddess of fortune Herselfan's astonishing feat. Nevertheless, regardless of the cost, the church's medical prowess was unparalleled, and their efficiency in treatment was unwavering. Summoning the archbishop would undoubtedly deplete the royal treasury. This was evident from the king's grim expression as he entered the room, the pain of parting with his wealth etched upon his face, while Calus maintained an air of serenity, seemingly unperturbed by the financial burden. The queen, however, was unconcerned about monetary matters. Her heart was solely devoted to her ailing son. For her, the worth of material possessions paled in comparison to the life of her child. "Your Majesty," Calus addressed the queen with a courteous bow, then turned his attention to the innocent maid. "My dear, have you considered joining our church? I am certain the goddess of healing would favor a maiden of such beauty and purity." "No, I believe I shall remain a maid," she stammered. "What a pity," Calus replied, a hint of regret in his voice, before redirecting his focus to the prince, resuming his sacred demeanor. "Archbishop, may I inquire about my son's condition? Why does he remain in slumber?" the queen asked, her heart laden with anxiety. The king, filled with concern, held her close, offering comfort. "The prince appears to be in good health. His recovery is progressing well," Calus stated thoughtfully. "In my estimation, he is merely in a state of unconsciousness and should awaken by tomorrow afternoon." So my son is safe? The queen and king's faces lit up with hope, and the maid's eyes sparkled with joy as they eagerly awaited Kaelus's confirmation. Indeed, Kaelus affirmed with a nod. Then, does that mean you will not need to intervene? In that case, I would like my sword returned, the king declared, excitement palpable in his voice, eager to reclaim his weapon. What sword? I am unaware. Perhaps it resides with the goddess of healing, who can say? Kaelus shrugged nonchalantly, showing no intention of returning it. 2. Julian and the system. As night fell, the palace grew silent, save for the solitary figure of the prince lying in bed. Ugh, my head feels dizzy, Julian groaned, clutching his temples, disoriented and bewildered. Where am I? How did I come to be here? Upon awakening, Julian found himself surrounded by unfamiliar objects, exquisite carvings of goddesses on the bed's edge, a delicate glass lamp on the table, an ebony box, and a variety of elegantly crafted teacups, not to mention delectable pastries that were irresistibly appetizing at a mere glance. Did I not just finish a design project at the office and was on my way home? How did I suddenly end up here? Julian scratched his head. Could it be that a lady from a wealthy family, enchanted by my looks, rendered me unconscious and abducted me to become her consort? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he was not lacking in appeal, standing at 6 feet tall with fair skin and a hint of charm. Though often playful in demeanor, he undoubtedly had many admirers. Isn't there a simpler way to go about this? Why resort to kidnapping? If you simply stated your family's wealth, how could I refuse? Julian mused. However, he soon felt a dissonance as another memory began to merge within his mind. After some time, he finally understood the truth. He had not been abducted, rather, he had encountered something far more extraordinary, had traversed into another realm. And it was not a dismal kind of journey. He had arrived as a noble prince, a figure of considerable power from a renowned kingdom on the continent. After organizing his memories, Julian comprehended the nature of this new world. Here, royal and divine powers coexisted, ruling the realm together. The kingdom he found himself in was the Frost Kingdom, a formidable nation from the north, where various churches vied for followers. Yet, due to the continent's stability, their methods remained relatively gentle, devoid of brutal warfare. Moreover, Julian noticed that many of the names of deities in this world bore resemblance to those he had known before, albeit not entirely the same. However, this was of little concern at present. He had yet to encounter these transcendent beings who roamed the skies. Fortunately, I share the same name Julian, otherwise I would have to change it and adapt once more. He patted his chest, quickly acclimatizing to his new identity. Though he held a slight nostalgia for his previous life, he found himself yearning for this fresh existence. Furthermore, Julian had little attachment to Earth. His parents had been older when they had him and passed away when he was around 25 or 26. He had little contact with relatives and had always lived alone, so this transition to another life was not a significant concern. I am now a prince, with a different status. I must take good care of my health, for it will serve a greater purpose in the future. Time for some rest. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he pulled the blankets closer, ready to drift into slumber. Yet, suddenly, a familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Beep. Energy detected in the vicinity of the host. Initiating cultivation system. Initialization complete. This voice jolted Julian awake, dispelling any remnants of sleep, leaving him practically ready to leap from the bed in exuberance. A system. A system. How could Julian not be thrilled? His success in this world hinged upon this very mechanism. It felt as if a fortuitous opportunity had fallen into his lap. Though he was uncertain of the system's capabilities, he believed it would undoubtedly aid him in reaching the pinnacle of this realm. Just imagine goddesses, saints, and princesses would be lining up at his door. Wait, what am I thinking? I am a person of integrity, selflessness, and noble ideals. How can I be swayed by mere attraction? My true goal is to rescue the world from peril. Julian shook his head vigorously, striving to maintain the image of a virtuous young man in this new society. Once he regained his composure, Julian began to ponder the function of this system. System, what is your purpose? He inquired mentally, knowing that the system would respond to his thoughts. As anticipated, a moment later, the system began to reply. This system is a cultivation system designed to assist the host in growth. During the cultivation process, there will be no bottlenecks, and the cultivation speed will be double that of others. Each level gained will further double this speed. Is there a marketplace? Are there main quests? Any recruitment features? Julian continued to question. Apologies, but these functions are not available in this system. In an instant, the excitement on Julian's face faltered. If this system were merely limited to such capabilities, it would hold little value after all. His body was already gifted, having reached level 5 by the age of 15. To put it into perspective, reaching level 20 signifies entering the legendary realm, while level 30 denotes the divine realm. Achieving level 5 at 15 was impressive, especially considering that his elder brother, now 20, had barely reached that same level. Thus, for Julian, this system appeared to offer little advantage. Moreover, from his memories, he recalled that the world was quite stable, showing no signs of turmoil. The relationships between deities, demons, and mortals were amicable even in the capital of the Frost Kingdom. There were succubi from the abyss who performed but did not sell their bodies. Where was the chaos, the upheaval, the rise of heroes? Even if he were to achieve godhood at 20, it would hold little merit. He had no ambitions to conquer the world. On the contrary, he relished the peace that enveloped his surroundings. Growing up in a tranquil environment, he naturally adapted to such a serene lifestyle. Well, a little is better than none. After all, it is a golden opportunity, is it not? Julian began to reassure himself. Besides, a cultivation system is not without merit. Though this world is stable, there are always those who seek to usurp power. Perhaps I will find this system invaluable in the future. Time to rest. I shall assess the situation tomorrow. If it seems straightforward, I might as well level up a few times. Julian tucked himself under the covers, curling up, disregarding the system in his mind, and began to snore gently. He was utterly fatigued, having taken over this body prematurely. He lacked sufficient energy. Thus, he lay down and fell asleep almost instantly, without hesitation. Julian was already contemplating the delightful life awaiting him as a prince come morning, a truly blissful thought. Upgrading the system, poor Julian, despite feeling robust and lively, buoyed by the tender care of his gentle mother, was confined to his bed for recuperation, awaiting the day when he could rise and walk again. However, these past few days have been rather pleasant. Each meal was served with the utmost attention by a dedicated maid, requiring little effort on his part. He merely had to open his mouth. When it came to dressing, he was similarly pampered. Even his undergarments were handled for him, bestowing upon him a regal experience. Whenever fatigue struck, he could simply call out, and a charming young maid would appear, gently massaging his shoulders and back, her warm, soft hands eliciting a shameful thrill within him, igniting a gaze that seemed to crave her entirely. Yet, as a newcomer, Julian's boldness was tempered by timidity. At first, he would only dare to steal a touch of her delicate hand. Gradually, he progressed to the point of stealing a kiss, but in the end his courage grew, nearly leading him to take her upon the bed. Remarkably, this maid was exceptionally compliant, enduring his playful advances without retaliation, allowing him to indulge his whims. With Julian's considerable experience, there were moments when the maid seemed on the verge of pleading for more. However, Julian's practical experience remained almost non-existent, leaving their interactions somewhat awkward and unrefined. Ironically, Julian began to feel as though he were the one being teased, a sensation that left him feeling rather uncomfortable. Today, however, he was elated to finally leave his bed, having refrained from playful antics during his stay. Having been in this place for 2 days, he had yet to behold the city's wonders, uncertain if it rivaled the splendor of Earth. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had gleaned much from his predecessor's memories, that individual had been a dullard, preoccupied solely with studies and martial training, seemingly oblivious to any form of entertainment beyond academics. This realization left Julian somewhat embarrassed, and he resolved to experience all that his predecessor had missed. "Your Highness, you seem to be lost in thoughts of that maid again," remarked Ur, pouting with jealousy as she gazed at Julian. Her delicate hand grasped his, shaking it playfully, and as she moved, Julian, taking advantage of his height, could catch glimpses of her fair neck. This made him swallow hard, his throat dry. On the other hand, Ur noticed his reaction and secretly delighted in it, feigning indifference as she nestled against him, her head nuzzling against his shoulder, greatly satisfying his vanity. "Where shall we venture today?" Julian asked, casting a lingering glance at her graceful figure before reluctantly pulling his gaze away. Though Ur sensed his admiration, she innocently replied, "I do not know, Your Highness. Wherever you wish to go, I shall follow." "Very well, let us stroll through the streets and perhaps purchase some jewelry for our beautiful Ur." Julian, upon hearing Ur's words, felt his vanity greatly satisfied and his masculine pride surged. With a wave of his hand, several guards followed suit. Although Julian preferred to enjoy a world of intimacy with Ur alone, he harbored concerns about potential ambushes from adversaries, rendering his solitary venture perilous. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to the presence of his entourage. "By the way, Ur, Please refrain from addressing me as Prince. It feels distant. Simply call me Lien from now on, a name I favor. How can I do that? The queen would scold me. Yuera replied, her nose wrinkling slightly, betraying a hint of apprehension regarding the queen. Julian nodded, understanding her trepidation. He was indifferent to the rigid hierarchies of nobility, having come from a place devoid of such ostentatious protocols. Yet, here, the aristocratic system was the bedrock of governance. Though he had no inclination toward democratization, as a member of the elite, he had no desire to incite rebellion either. However, he could not permit the enchanting young maiden to constantly refer to him as Prince, for it would hinder the development of their bond. How about this? When we are in the presence of others, you may call me young master, but when we are alone, refer to me as brother-in, Julian declared, puffing out his chest and placing his hands on her shoulders, exuding an air of irresistible authority. Come on, there's no one around. Call me brother-in, let me hear it. But there are people here, Yuera murmured, glancing shyly behind her. The guards, sensing the moment's intimacy, discreetly stepped back, choosing not to interrupt the private exchange between their prince and his maid, although their curiosity lingered. Look, they're behind us. It's fine, just say it once for me. Julian coaxed, winking at Yuera. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, eliciting an almost irresistible urge to take a bite. And gee, she called, her voice soft and cat-like, sending delightful shivers through Julian. I heard you. Come along, brother will take you shopping. As they walked, Yuera's ears remained flushed, and despite Julian's playful teasing, she refused to lift her gaze, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. In his boredom, he decided to engage with his system. System, come forth. Beep. What are your commands, host? Nothing much. Just feeling bored and wanted to check on you. By the way, system, you mentioned an upgrade the other day. How does that work? Is it through completing tasks? Will failing to complete them result in a downgrade? And are there any punitive measures? Beep. This system is designed to assist in cultivation. It possesses no authority to issue tasks. All activities are at the host's discretion. This system merely provides enhanced cultivation services. That's a relief, Julian nodded, feeling reassured by the system's reliability. The absence of punitive measures eased his worries, as he had always found the concept of penalties distasteful, particularly as someone who often worried about failure, akin to protagonists in novels. Though my current system may appear rudimentary, its simplicity is indeed its charm, devoid of convoluted rules or ostentatious regulations. Otherwise, I would feel as though I were being manipulated by the system rather than being the one in control. By the way, system, given this context, how do you upgrade? Is it based on my capabilities? Julie inquired once more. According to the principle of equivalence, the more one invests, the greater the returns, the system replied. Speak plainly, Julian urged. The upgrade of the system necessitates substantial energy. A first-level upgrade requires 100 energy points. A second-level upgrade demands 1,000, and so forth, the system elucidated. So, you're implying that each successive upgrade consumes 10 times the energy of the previous one? Julian calculated. He was not particularly zealous about cultivation and felt that achieving 4 or 5 times the power of others would suffice. After all, Julian believed he was already quite exceptional and saw no need to deny others a chance in their pursuit of cultivation. How does one acquire these energy points? Must I vanquish magical beasts or engage in some other activity? Julian asked. The system offers user-friendly services. Energy points can be purchased with gold coins. With each coin yielding 1 energy point, the system responded. Is it really that inexpensive? Julian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. For him, the notion of 1 energy point per gold coin seemed trivial, but this did not diminish the value of the coins themselves. In the continent of Israel, every gold coin was issued by the golden church of the goddess of wealth, imbued with her divine power, and only such coins held the privilege of universal acceptance across the land. Naturally, each kingdom possessed its own minting rights, yet they could only produce silver and copper coins. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins. Therefore, 1 gold coin equated to 10,000 copper coins, which was approximately the monthly income of an average family. In Julian's understanding, 1 gold coin was akin to 10,000 of Earth's currency. Previously, as a penniless soul, he would have deemed this system exorbitantly expensive. However, his circumstances had changed. He was now the youngest prince of the formidable Frost Kingdom. And although he had yet to reach the age of 18 and lacked the qualifications for independent rule. His mother's favoritism had afforded him a substantial savings of 50,000 gold coins, an amount equivalent to 500 million copper coins, a figure beyond the wildest dreams of an ordinary person. How many levels can 50,000 energy points elevate me? He pondered. 101,000, 110,000, it's all gone. Julian was taken aback. 50,000 gold coins could only elevate him 3 levels. And just moments ago, he had reveled in the notion of being a wealthy magnate without concern for expenditure. Yet, after a moment's reflection and a simple calculation, he realized his funds had dwindled. Such exorbitance! Perhaps I shall forego the upgrade. 50,000 gold coins would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. Why would I squander my time upgrading a system? Enough of this. The likes of us cannot afford such luxuries. Julian clutched his chest, lamenting the abrupt shift from the euphoria of newfound wealth to the dread of poverty. He had barely begun to relish his status as a billionaire, and he was loath to revert to being destitute. Regardless, I am inherently a prodigy in cultivation. It matters not. I require not this trivial enhancement. Julian was lost in self-hypnosis. From the memories of his predecessor, he had learned that he was the kingdom's foremost genius, with an unparalleled speed of cultivation that rendered any doubling of efforts unnecessary. After some contemplation, Julian calculated that at his current pace and relying solely on the system's unrestrained capabilities, he would undoubtedly attain the esteemed rank of level 20 legendary within 50 years, with no obstacles in sight. Moreover, upon achieving legendary status, he would be fundamentally different from mere mortals, possessing at least a millennium to squander. Thus, he decided against leveling up, embracing a preference for modesty, a form of self-comfort from Julian, a pauper at heart, just as Julian resolved to become a proud miser. A voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! A gentle reminder. Host, your cultivation talent is currently at the level of an ordinary commoner, approximately 5 times slower than the original cultivation speed of this body. Julian's pupils dilated in shock. How is this possible? Why has my cultivation talent diminished so drastically upon my arrival? Is this a deliberate act of the system? Julian could hardly believe it. He was a prodigy, yet here he was, faced with the system's notification declaring him a fool. To comprehend the implications of a commoner's cultivation speed was daunting. While others with a modicum of talent could easily surpass him, Julian had previously mastered spells or combat techniques in mere days, achieving high proficiency. In stark contrast, a commoner would require 6 months or even longer to grasp the same skills. This disparity was monumental, although the system's notification indicated merely a 5-fold difference. Every incremental improvement in talent carried significant weight. This knowledge was inherited from his predecessor's memories, and Julian was acutely aware of his current predicament. How ironic that the narrative of his transmigration was initially that of a genius prince destined for greatness, now abruptly transformed into a tale of a fallen prodigy and an underdog's resurgence. Julian let out a small huff, feeling quite displeased, yet despair was not his companion. After all, he was still a prince, albeit lacking in funds, while his father, the king, must possess some wealth. In moments of need, he could always muster the courage to ask for a little support. By the way, system, you are merciless. But you must explain why my talent plummeted so drastically upon my arrival. Julian inquired, curiosity piqued. Ding! A gentle reminder. Cultivation talent is innate and directly linked to the soul. What does that mean? Even if I was lacking before, I shouldn't be this inept. Julian lamented, feeling disheartened. This system was quite demoralizing. The notion of a direct connection to the soul implied that he was, in essence, foolish. Ding! After assessment, the host's original cultivation talent was 1/10 of that of an ordinary commoner in this world. Following the system's enhancement, it now stands at 1/5, achieving an average standard upon merging with the original host. Julian was left speechless. He had initially thought that being on par with an ordinary person was acceptable. It became apparent that he had greatly overestimated himself. He was, in fact, a complete fool. After experiencing 2 enhancements from the system and the soul of his former self, Julian could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited him as an ordinary citizen. His life would likely be one of mediocrity. After all, the cost of upgrading the system reached over 10,000 gold coins, even for a mere 3rd level. And the tripling of his training speed was still inferior to that of a commoner, rendering it utterly useless. Furthermore, even if fortune were to smile upon him, What could a commoner do with such wealth without courting disaster? Indeed, it was evident to him that all reincarnations were mere conspiracies. He had believed he could navigate the system with ease, only to find himself ensnared by it in the end. Julian wept like a hefty child, his heart heavy at the thought of those golden little beings being devoured by the malevolent system, a surge of anger coursing through him. Upgrade, why not? A prompt chimed. Host, would you like to upgrade? Of course, he wanted to upgrade. Why would he not? With a resolute bite of his teeth and a determined stamp of his foot, he decided to elevate his level. Not only did he intend to upgrade, but he aimed to ascend 3 levels. In his mind, he addressed the system. As for the funds, simply deduct from my vault. Do not tell me that a system of your stature lacks such capability, or I shall lose all respect for you. The thought of losing such a significant sum of money left Julian seething, glaring at the system. Albeit this was merely a personification within his mind. The system, however, paid no heed to his indignation and proceeded with the transaction. Ding! The host has purchased 100 energy points for 100 gold coins. Gold coins have been deducted, and energy points have been replenished. The upgrade to the divine system is complete. The system has advanced to level 2, and the host training talent has doubled. A series of dazzling system notifications overwhelmed Julian, leaving him dizzy, yet the information was mostly inconsequential. He understood that after the deduction of 100 gold coins, his system had finally advanced to level 2, and his training talent had indeed been amplified. Just as he pondered the lack of any earth-shattering changes, a burst of golden light surged from a corner of his mind, transforming into a downpour that cascaded upon his consciousness, leaving him agape. Before he could fully grasp the marvel, a wave of euphoria emanating from the depths of his soul washed over him. Julian felt as though he were basking in the bliss of a sage's moment, a sensation even more exquisite than he had ever experienced in secret indulgences. This feeling was utterly addictive, and after just one encounter, Julian sensed he could never relinquish it. Damn the system, he thought, realizing its insidious nature in crafting such a pleasurable experience to ensnare him, compelling him to upgrade incessantly. I shall not be deceived, Julian vehemently swore, though this resolve lasted but a fleeting second. In the next moment, he implored, System, hasten to upgrade again. I crave that delightful sensation. Do not dally. Following closely, a scene reminiscent of the beginning unfolded. However, this time, the sensation of pleasure for Julian intensified and prolonged as the golden clouds grew larger. By the time he ascended to the 4th level, Julian reluctantly wiped his lips, his heart heavy with disappointment. He had not anticipated that such exquisite feelings would vanish in an instant. It seemed that to continue indulging in this bliss, he must strive earnestly to amass wealth. Tears streamed down Julian's face as he lamented his predicament. Here he was, a prince of noble lineage, the most eligible bachelor in the Frost Kingdom, the object of countless girls' affections. Now fretting over finances, he resolved to cease his sorrow. Although his funds had dwindled, he had acquired approximately 80% of the original talent, and with over 30,000 gold coins remaining, he could still indulge for a while. For the time being, he would maintain a low profile until he devised a means to earn more money. Julian had no intention of perpetually relying on the support of his royal parents. Not only would his older brother, who held him in disdain, likely disagree, but Julian himself was unwilling to do so. The Frost Kingdom's annual revenue barely reached several tens of millions of gold coins, and after expenses, little remained. Although Julian was confident that his royal family had numerous lucrative avenues, those were realms far beyond the grasp of a prince unworthy of the throne. He could at most rely on the wealth afforded to him through royal favor. As Julian stepped beyond the palace gates, his companion, Flirt, transformed into a chatterbox, her voice a melodic stream of excitement. With one arm linked through Julian's, she pointed eagerly at various sights, resembling a liberated canary. Young master, look at the candy figures. They are delicious. I had one when I secretly slipped out before. They are so sweet. Should we buy one a taste? She gazed at Julian with anticipation. Though she could afford one herself, she pondered shyly whether her own purchase would compare to one gifted by him. A rosy hue crept to her cheeks as she stole a glance at Julian before lowering her gaze. At that moment, Julian had just emerged from the bittersweet experience of leveling up. The astronomical sum of gold coins required for future endeavors filled him with a sense of despair. Yet the thrill of advancement brought him an embarrassing joy. Suddenly hearing Yuere's suggestion to buy something, Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Buy, as long as Yuera likes it. We shall purchase anything." Though he was uncertain of what to buy, he understood that such a response would surely please her. After all, what girl did not delight in shopping? Having never been oblivious to the antics of romantic dramas from the land of the morning calm, Julian felt equipped with some experience. Indeed, as Julian spoke, he noticed Yuera's eyes sparkle with adoration, which greatly inflated his sense of vanity and satisfaction. It was merely a candy figure, not particularly valuable. Yet he resolved to buy it. Acknowledging Yuera's desire for the candy, he confidently patted his chest and reached into his pocket. As he emerged, he deliberately retrieved 10 gold coins from his private stash to indulge in extravagance. However, much to Julian's dismay, his hand rummaged through his pocket, only to encounter emptiness. The anticipated coins were nowhere to be found, and the cool breeze swept through the hollow space. As Julian's expression froze in disbelief, the elderly gentleman, who had eagerly anticipated sealing the deal, also wiped the smile from his face. "Ah, noble sir, if you find yourself lacking funds, consider this candy as my treat. It is of little value, after all." Although the old man was courteous, the disdain reflected in his gaze pierced Julian's fragile heart, igniting a fierce response within him. He turned to the others behind him, gesturing impatiently. "Hurry up, you lot. Why are you dawdling? Come and settle the bill." Ultimately, what should have cost merely 2 copper coins turned into a generous payment of a silver coin from Julian, leaving the old man profusely apologizing. Yet, as he departed, Julian discerned the old man's smug murmurs, realizing he had fallen prey to the cunning trickery of that old rogue. How insidious it was for him to feign disdain, knowing full well Julian's need for dignity, and Julian, foolishly oblivious, had walked right into the trap. Such tricks are known to the discerning, yet Julian, still reeling from the system's recent stimulation, had lost his wits upon hearing the implication of his poverty, thus allowing the old man to revel in his triumph. However, understanding the ruse was of little consequence. How could Julian demand his money back? He could not afford to lose face. After traversing a considerable distance with a long face, Julian finally exhaled softly, though his expression remained grim. "System," he growled, "are you the one behind this mischief?" He pondered deeply. Aside from the system, no one could have siphoned his funds so effortlessly. The humiliation, especially in front of the girl he admired, incited a desire to trample the system beneath his feet in frustration. Beep. The system operates on the principle of proximity, first depleting the host's immediate wealth before considering distant resources. Of course, he had suspected as much. Yet, knowing this provided Julian with no recourse. He could only mutter a few curses in his mind, utterly powerless to change the situation. However, as the saying goes, one learns from their misfortunes. Julian realized he must always be prepared with funds before leveling up. Otherwise, stepping out with empty pockets after a promotion would be painfully awkward. Though he had conceded internally, he could not let it slide verbally. "System, I shall generously forgive you this time, but there must be no repeat of this." Upon uttering this phrase, Julian's darkened expression began to lighten. Meanwhile, who had been attentively observing him, noticed the shift in her prince's demeanor. With candy in her mouth, she took a hearty bite before raising her hand to Julian, exclaiming, "Young master, you should try some too." Although the sight of it reminded Julian of his earlier folly, the innocence in Yuera's face and the hopeful gleam in her eyes made it impossible for him to refuse. He slightly parted his lips and took a bite, savoring the remaining portion of the candy, mumbling, "Delicious indeed." Upon hearing Julian's praise, Yuera's south eyes curved into crescent moons. "I knew it. This is truly delectable. Young master, if you find it to your liking, do indulge more. If it is insufficient, I shall procure more." "That is quite enough," he replied. "Let us move on." For the better part of the day, Julian accompanied Yuera as they strolled through the bustling streets of the capital. Having spent her days as a handmaiden in the queen's presence, Yuera reveled in her newfound freedom. She was like a wild stallion, darting here and there with unrestrained joy. Surprisingly, despite her seemingly delicate frame, she remained invigorated after an entire afternoon of exploration, while Julian, a level 5 practitioner, along with several elite royal guards, found themselves utterly fatigued, yearning for Yuera, their little deity, to return home. At the palace gates, Yuera exhibited signs of lingering desire, her eyes glistening with nostalgia. "Young master, shall we venture out again tomorrow? It has been so long since I felt this happy, and there are so many delightful things to see and taste. I have only explored half of what is available, and I have yet to experience the splendid garments my elder sister often speaks of. Urad gazed longingly at Julian, aware that as a mere handmaiden, she could not leave the palace without permission. Only by accompanying Prince Julian could she roam freely. Thus she turned to him for assistance. However, Julian was already weary from Ura's boundless energy and hesitated to agree. Yet, upon seeing her innocent and eager eyes, he found it impossible to refuse, despite his inner reluctance. Therefore, although his heart whispered a refusal, his lips yielded a candid affirmation. With Julian's consent, Ura leapt with joy and, seizing a moment of distraction, pressed her soft, cool lips against his cheek, an ephemeral sensation, before she scampered away. Julian, without needing to ponder, could easily envision the rosy flush that adorned her cheeks at that moment. Upon returning to the palace, Julian did not immediately retreat to his chambers. Instead, he made his way to the Queen's quarters, not for any other purpose but to feign vulnerability. Eager to ascend quickly in rank, he sought the benevolence of his mother. Julian contemplated upgrading his system to level 5, akin to his predecessor's talents, after which he intended to rely solely on his own capabilities. After all, he could not afford to reveal any weaknesses. The inhabitants of this realm would not believe that a mere brick could diminish one's innate abilities. Given his current aptitude, he could manage for a day or two, perhaps even a month or two, but anything beyond that would be untenable. Lacking confidence in amassing 70 or 80,000 gold coins within that time frame, he had no choice but to rely on his mother for now. The attendants in the Queen's chambers, well acquainted with the prince favored by the Queen, offered no hindrance as they escorted him directly to her quarters. To his surprise, the king was also present, a revelation that caught Julian off guard. For from the memories of his predecessor, he had anticipated the king would be preoccupied with matters of state, which was precisely why he had chosen this moment to visit. Yet, fate had other plans, and he found himself face to face with the monarch. "Come in, my son. Let your mother have a look at you." The queen's previously expressionless face instantly transformed into a visage of joy upon catching sight of Julian from afar. As Julian entered, she eagerly grasped his hands, inspecting him closely, which left the king feeling somewhat neglected, prompting a resigned sigh and a wistful glance towards Julian. "Good evening, mother, father," Julian greeted, mindful not to overlook his father as his mother had. "My son is quite considerate," the queen remarked, her smile unwavering since she had seen the joy on Julian's face. "You went out with Ura today. I wonder if any progress was made." She cast a teasing look at Julian, who consequently flushed with embarrassment. Enough of the jesting. The queen waved her hand dismissively, but continued. "Though you cannot be your official wife, she has grown up under my watchful eye, and I implore you not to mistreat her." Indeed, I hold you in high regard," Julian replied, feeling he should not have come, as he was immediately subjected to the pressure of marital expectations, leaving him quite flustered. "You must have come for a reason today. Speak up. Your mother will surely assist you," the queen said, casting a glance at the king beside her. The king cleared his throat twice and quickly added, "Yes, my son, whatever it is, your mother and I will support you." This was precisely the encouragement Julian needed, and he cast aside his hesitation. "Father, mother, I find myself in need of funds lately, so I was hoping—" "Oh, is that all?" The queen interjected, relief washing over her. "I thought it was something serious. I shall have someone bring you several thousand gold coins shortly." She waved her hand, signaling for assistance. "Actually, I was hoping for 70,000, Julian confessed, his face burning with shame as he became increasingly embarrassed. The situation had become crystal clear. The miserly king, upon hearing Julian's stammered request devoid of substantial reasoning, resolutely refused his unreasonable demand and firmly instructed the queen not to provide any funds to Julian. "I knew it would end this way." Julian huffed, kicking a stone in frustration as he walked back, feeling discontented. However, being in his 20s, he possessed a degree of emotional resilience, and thus did not exhibit any extreme reactions, though the loss of such a convenient option left him rather displeased. "Oh, look who it is, my third brother." As Julian made his way home, a voice filled with schadenfreude broke through the air. He looked up to see his elder brother. "Julian, what troubles you, third brother? You seem rather downcast. Did you face a setback with mother?" Julian approached with exaggerated concern, affectionately embracing Julian. "Fear not. If mother won't assist you, your big brother shall certainly lend a hand. Come, Speak your heart. After a moment, Zhu Yuan regarded Julian with a teasing expression. This was not the first time they found themselves in such a situation, and the previous version of Julian would have shied away from such ridicule. His pride too fragile to bear it. However, the situation has changed now. Julian may not possess many remarkable qualities, but his audacity is indeed striking. He exhibits an astonishing lack of shame. Even though he is fully aware that Zhu Yuan harbors ill intentions, Julian still enthusiastically grasps Zhu Yuan's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, you are indeed a brother. Knowing that the third brother is in distress, you rush to my aid. My heart is deeply touched." As he speaks, Julian even manages to squeeze out a few tears. "Brother, you must help me with this matter today." Zhu Yuan, feeling a chill from Julian's demeanor, perceives his brother as having transformed entirely. A sense of unease creeps into his heart, prompting him to wish to distance himself from Julian without delay. All right. Just tell me what you need. I will certainly assist you." "Really?" Julian's face instantly brightens, shedding the earlier tragic countenance, and he sheepishly continues, "Well, brother, I find myself in need of some funds. Not much, just 70,000 gold coins, you see." Before Julian could finish, Zhu Yuan abruptly wrenched his sleeve free and, without a backward glance, hastily departed with several of his guards. "Hey, brother, don't go. It's just 70,000, not much at all," Julian called out, waving his hand. But Zhu Yuan's hurried figure faltered for a moment before he quickened his pace, as if fleeing from a plague. At that moment, Zhu Yuan was seething with anger, cursing Julian in his mind. He had merely intended to tease his brother. No sensible person would take such a jest seriously. Yet Julian had taken it to heart and even voiced it aloud. Moreover, to demand a staggering sum of 70,000 gold coins, no less. Not copper coins, nor silver coins. This colossal amount was beyond the reach of even a prince of his stature, let alone lending it to Julian. If he had 70,000 gold coins, he would rather use them to win people's favor or procure resources for cultivation. Even simply distributing it would seem more worthwhile than lending it to Julian. Thus, his heart shattered with disdain for Julian's shamelessness, while simultaneously questioning the sudden transformation of his brother, as though he were a different person altogether. Could it be that the power of a single brick was so formidable? Or was that brick some sort of extraordinary artifact? Julian, oblivious to his brother's thoughts, would not have cared even if he had known. He had fully merged with the soul of his predecessor. If anyone were to examine him, they would find no flaws. Not even a divine incarnation could uncover the truth. Upon his arrival in this world, Julian had specifically inquired with the system to ensure that no issues would arise. His current state was merely an addition of memories and personality to the predecessor's soul, replacing the original, while the essence of the soul remained unchanged. Although he did not manage to borrow the funds this time, he realized that the royal family had no surplus either. Each one seemed poorer than the last. Sitting alone in the back garden of the palace, Julian mused over this revelation. From the expressions of his mother and father earlier that day, he could discern that procuring 70,000 gold coins would indeed constitute a significant expenditure, even for their royal treasury. As for his elder brother, he was undoubtedly a miser. Julian suspected he might not even have as much wealth as himself. As for his sister and second brother, Julian did not even consider them. His sister, Juliet, a woman of noble stature, was also a princess, not to mention her extravagant collection of garments and cosmetics, which could easily deplete her finances. In the past, she would often rely on Julian for support. As for the second prince, Zhu Yuwu, saving was an unattainable luxury. All his resources were squandered on forming alliances. Although their predecessor seldom ventured out, he was well aware that this younger brother frequently spent hundreds or even thousands of gold coins on a single meal. Alas, it seemed he had no choice but to become self-sufficient. Julian spat out an unknown root, abruptly rose, and brushed off the debris clinging to his robes. As he began to devise a plan for his entrepreneurial aspirations, logically, as a prince, embarking on a business venture should be straightforward. For instance, he could persuade his father, the king, to establish a commercial district and develop real estate, securing land in advance for a significant profit. However, this was far from realistic, as the expansive road was not solely under the kingdom's influence. Various temple organizations and freelance collectives also wielded considerable power. Undertaking a monumental initiative, such as constructing a city, required public announcements, and a waiting period of at least a month or two before any actions could commence. Even the mere expansion of a commercial district was a tedious process. Naturally, the elite engaged in business through various channels, but none were feasible due to the long-standing peace across the continent, which had established comprehensive commercial regulations. The monopolies Julian envisioned simply did not exist. Of course, if one possessed exceptional skills, monopolization could be achieved. As previously mentioned, the continent's commercial landscape was well-structured, and the competitive nature of the commercial districts within the royal city was fierce. For Julian to make his mark would require at least 3 to 5 years, and that was only due to the goodwill extended to him. To stand out, he would need to pioneer a new industry. A new industry? A spark ignited in Julian's mind as he slapped his thigh. Indeed, I was once a designer, a specialized lingerie designer at that. This was no boast. During his time on Earth, his professional acumen garnered admiration from all, as he engaged solely with the physical while remaining detached from the emotional. With a discerning eye and a touch of divine inspiration, he had become a rising star in his field. Thus it was settled. Nevertheless, as Julian fervently aspired to become a lingerie magnate, one matter compelled him to postpone his financial ambitions: his coming-of-age ceremony. In the continent of Israel, the age of 16 marked the transition into adulthood, and during this year, every youth approaching maturity was required to partake in a local coming-of-age ceremony. This ceremony was not merely a simple blessing, but a ritual. In the predominant form of coming-of-age ceremonies across the continent, most individuals would receive baptism at their local church. Generally, commoners would choose a church aligned with their faith, where the baptism for believers was free of charge. However, in certain remote regions lacking a church of their own faith, those unwilling to change their principal beliefs had no choice but to accept the coming-of-age ceremony at another church, incurring substantial costs. Certainly, in addition, there exists an unconventional rite of passage, one that entices both demons and devils, who can likewise assist commoners in their coming of age. And not only do they demand no payment, but they even offer monetary incentives. However, this is not an act of benevolence. The investments made by these infernal beings ensure that while you are alive, they may seem benign, yet upon your demise, your soul is bound to them, destined to serve as their thrall. Nobles such as Julian, particularly those of royal lineage, enjoy a plethora of choices. They may seek blessings from temples or opt to pay a significant sum to enlist the aid of demons and the church. Ultimately, the most frequented option among the aristocracy is the annual royal selection, a grand event marking the coming-of-age ceremony. This gathering is exclusive to nobles and their descendants, while commoners are expressly forbidden. Julian is set to participate in this forthcoming assembly, scheduled to take place in 3 days, funded by the royal treasury. The event typically comprises 4 main agendas. The first involves the highest patron of the assembly, Julian's father, delivering an address to inaugurate the proceedings. Following this, bishops representing various deities will present themselves, advocating their doctrines and seeking to recruit promising noble youths into their ranks, thereby expanding their influence. The third and most significant aspect of the gathering is the competition involving the noble youths undergoing their coming of age. Participants will engage in duels, pairing off in twos, with victors advancing to subsequent rounds until a final champion emerges. The rules of the competition strictly prohibit any loss of life. Violators, even if they triumph in battle, will face punishment. "Mother, do you mean that I must emerge victorious in the final contest?" Julian inquired cautiously, observing the serene demeanor of the queen before him. "Certainly not," she retorted with a dismissive curl of her lip. "Your assumption of victory is rather implausible. While I cherish you dearly, I am acutely aware of your limitations. Although you possess a level 5 vocational rank, marking you as one of the kingdom's prodigies, there are many gifted individuals each year, and this time, besides yourself, 3 others at level 5 and 1 at level 6 will compete. Do you truly believe you can seize the crown?" With that, the queen shook her head, leaving Julian feeling somewhat sheepish. Unaware of such intricate details, Julian had previously believed himself to be the pinnacle of genius across the continent. "I have come to remind you primarily to prepare diligently for the competition," she stated. "Are we not discarding the notion of winning? Why prepare at all?" Julian murmured softly, but upon catching the queen's disapproving glare, he wisely chose to remain silent. What do you know?" the queen retorted, her tone laced with irritation. "Winning is inconsequential. What I desire is for you to teach someone a lesson during the competition. Who is that? Julian inquired, intrigued. The grandson of the Minister of Finance. Who is your age? Just turned 15, and will be 16 upon completing his coming of age. Mother, has he offended you? Julian eagerly rubbed his fists together and chuckled. Mother, rest assured, just for your words, during the competition, I may refrain from any action, but I shall ensure he remains bedridden. The Queen responded, It is good that you have this intention, but do not be too harsh. A mere light injury will suffice. I simply cannot abide the finance minister's incessant suggestions to your father. As she mentioned the finance minister, her eyes twitched slightly, and her hand clenched ever so slightly. Julian observed these subtle gestures, silently mourning for the finance minister. Being in the thoughts of such a powerful woman could spell disaster for him. The Queen continued, That old fool, day in and day out, only knows how to suggest that your father takes a new consort, adding a stepmother to your lives. Were it not for his advanced age, I would have already sent someone to drag him out and give him a thorough beating. Julian grasped the situation. This finance minister was clearly lacking in wisdom. Knowing full well the affection shared between his parents, he still dared to meddle. Was he courting death? Moreover, even if his father had such inclinations, as a man with bronchitis, he would not dare bring anyone into the palace, especially with the Queen's children all around. Introducing a new stepmother would only invite chaos. Surely, his elder brother, Julian Ewan, will be the first to protest vehemently against such a notion. Mother, I understand. When the time comes, you need not say a word. I shall teach that grandson a lesson for daring to upset you. He shall learn what it means to respect the royal family's dignity. As Julian spoke, he clenched his fist and swung it dramatically, his voice resonating with fervor. Very well. My dear, you have not disappointed me, the Queen replied, clearly pleased with Julian's display. By the way, Mother, I have another question for you. What is it? Why must everyone undergo a coming-of-age ceremony? And why must it adhere to a fixed format? Julian posed a question that had long puzzled him. Upon hearing this, the Queen pondered for a moment and replied, The coming-of-age ceremony is not merely a simple ritual. It signifies a person's growth. It symbolizes that each youth, having endured the trials of time, is now fit to become an independent individual. They no longer need to rely on their family for survival, nor accept the various constraints of adolescence. They can traverse the vast continent, explore infinite landscapes, marry, bear children, and formally pursue a career of their choosing. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, during the coming-of-age ceremony, the divine powers of the gods will bless each youth on the brink of adulthood, allowing their souls to transform and grow under this divine grace. Then why does our royal family not require such a ceremony? Julian inquired. We do require it. We simply do not need to attend a church, the Queen explained. This world, after all, is ultimately governed by the divine. Julian may not fully grasp the cultural nuances here, yet did not hinder his integration into this realm. Over the past 3 days, under the rigorous training of a level 7 warrior appointed by the Queen, Julian barely had time to contemplate his own affairs. However, these 3 days were not without merit. The once clumsy Julian had made remarkable progress. From the very beginning, wielding the great sword was an arduous task. Yet now I can swing it with ease and perform an elegant flourish. Beyond Julian's innate talent, much of this progress is attributed to the foundation laid by his predecessor. Indeed, Your Highness, over the past 3 days, you have shown me the true essence of genius. With a sigh, Weiss observed the young lad in the arena. Every movement was executed with such perfection. Having witnessed Julian's entire metamorphosis, Weiss was utterly captivated. To transition from complete inexperience just 3 days prior to becoming a seasoned swordsman is a tale that few would believe. Your Highness, given your caliber, achieving an outstanding result in the grand tournament should not pose a challenge, and there exists even a glimmer of hope for the championship. Weiss was not jesting. The youthful aspirants were unable to change vocations. Thus, everyone began with a foundational class, devoid of professional enhancements. While there is a discernible difference between levels 5 and 6, is not insurmountable. Uncle Weiss, you jest. I am well aware of my abilities. While they are commendable, claiming victory is beyond my reach. Setting down the long sword, Julian wiped the sweat from his brow, having completed his training for the day. Exhaustion enveloped him, and even his hands trembled involuntarily from fatigue, a testament to his profound weariness. Your Highness, look at you. You've tanned considerably. As Julian settled down, Yor, who had been eagerly awaiting his return, hurried over with refreshments to attend to the prince. Her gaze upon Julian radiated the essence of a devoted confidant. In truth, your highness as a prince, there is no need for you to compete with them. Winning offers little advantage. After all the prizes ultimately come from the royal coffers, and you could simply request them. Should you lose, it may bring embarrassment. Thus, Yuera believed that the prince need only perform moderately. Her concern for him was palpable, her voice dwindling to a barely audible whisper as Julian could sense her cheeks likely ablaze with a rosy hue. Julian chuckled softly, grasping her delicate hand that was massaging his shoulders. He felt a momentary stiffness, but it quickly returned to its previous state, continuing to knead his shoulders. At this moment, Wise had discreetly departed. His duty was to assist Julian in honing his swordsmanship, not to witness the prince's romantic endeavors. Thus, he wisely left as Yuera approached, leaving the two alone, a circumstance that allowed Yuera to endure the teasing from Julian, for she would have fled in embarrassment had there been an outsider present. Her modesty being exceedingly delicate. Yuera, in just a few days, your massages have become increasingly delightful. I might just drift off to sleep. Julian closed his eyes, one hand playfully caressing Yuera's soft, boneless hand while relishing the sensations of her other hand's ministrations. Master, please release my hand. This is quite inconvenient. And someone might see us, Yuera implored, suppressing her shyness. Julian was acutely aware that if he did not release his hold soon, Yuera would likely flee in fright. With a chuckle to himself, he let go. Yuera, you've worked hard these past few days, but tomorrow will bring relief. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the coming-of-age ceremony. Once it concludes, I shall no longer endure such toil, and I will have the leisure to accompany you to the royal city, where I shall purchase you some splendid new garments to adorn you beautifully. Turning to gaze directly at Yuera, Julian spoke with utmost seriousness, causing her to blush deeply, feeling utterly flustered as if she wished to hide her face within her attire. Ah, it appears my timing is less than ideal, came a teasing voice, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps swiftly approaching, followed by the clatter of metal. Startled, Yuera, who had been on the brink of succumbing to Julian's charms, reacted like a frightened fawn, glancing nervously at the newcomer before bolting away in haste. Julian cursed under his breath, prepared to express his irritation, but upon recognizing the visitor, his demeanor transformed instantly. With a broad smile, he exclaimed, "Sister, no wonder I sensed a joyous occasion in the air today. It seems you have come to see me." Julian, with a playful grin, approached, disregarding the indifference displayed by Julie, and continued unabashedly, "Sister, you look absolutely radiant today. Even the celestial maidens would find it hard to rival your beauty. If there were a ranking of loveliness across the continent, you would surely place in the top 3. Top 3? Julie's tone shifted abruptly, her gaze fixed on Julian with a hint of mischief. Women are particularly sensitive to such rankings. After all, in the realm of beauty, they hold the utmost significance. Julian, well aware of this, had already devised a clever retort to avoid any misstep. He earnestly elaborated, "In my eyes, the most beautiful in the world is undoubtedly the goddess of love, followed closely by our revered mother, and third, of course, would be you, dear sister." Humph. You certainly know how to flatter, Julie responded, playfully poking Julian with a finger. Though her tone remained somewhat stern, her face was alight with amusement. Clearly pleased with his answer, Julian's words were impeccably crafted. The goddess of love, Shuni, was universally recognized as the most beautiful woman, and even the most jealous of princesses could not dispute her allure. Thus, placing her first was indisputable. As for ranking their mother second, that too was without question, given that Julie and Julian were siblings, sharing the same mother. Third brother, I never imagined that a brief absence would render you so transformed, Julie remarked, scrutinizing Julian with curiosity, her hands playfully pinching him here and there, as if testing to see if he were indeed the same person. You haven't been replaced, yet you seem so remarkably different. You were never one to wield such charming words before. However, I must confess that I find your current demeanor most agreeable. You have finally come into your own. In the past, I, as your elder sister, often fretted over your prospects of finding a partner. Now I can rest easy, for with your charm, even the most enchanting noble maidens outside cannot escape your grasp. In her excitement, Julia embraced Julian, exuding an air of sisterly authority. Moreover, with the recent festivities surrounding the coming-of-age ceremonies in the royal city, Countless young maidens with dreams of romance have arrived. Should you choose to step outside, I dare say the palace would be inundated with admirers. He he he. Julia, chattering incessantly, had transitioned from discussing Julian's matrimonial prospects to the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony for his son. Julian genuinely feared that Julia could continue her soliloquy until dawn, narrating every detail of his life. Fortunately, Julia seemed to recall that she had matters to attend to, which prompted her to pause momentarily. It had been far too long since I enjoyed such a jovial conversation with you. I remember how attached you were to me as a child, and now, in the blink of an eye, you have grown so much. Julia wore an expression of nostalgia, as if lamenting the swift passage of time, making her appear much older. On the other hand, Julian silently scoffed, thinking you are but 18, merely a couple of years my senior. Your remarks make it seem as though you are ancient. Have you considered my feelings in this? Julian's melancholic gaze had its effect, prompting Julia to clear her throat and regain her composure. Dear brother, I am here on serious business, she stated earnestly. Indeed, Julia nodded. Could you not inquire about the nature of my visit? Julia remained silent for a considerable time, waiting for Julian to speak, until she finally uttered. What is it then? Julian, feeling exasperated, replied. Since you have asked so sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you, Julia said, puffing out her chest proudly. This time, your elder brothers and I have decided that your coming-of-age ceremony deserves acknowledgement. Furthermore, that old curmudgeon's grandson, Luther, will also be attending his own ceremony. Thus, we have conspired to pool our resources and procure a gift for you. When she mentioned Luther, Julia's demeanor shifted, revealing her distaste. Though Julian had no knowledge of who Luther was, what he looked like, or his rank, he felt inclined to harbor resentment, as the entire royal family seemed to share this sentiment. To maintain appearances, he adopted a posture of righteous indignation, which pleased Julia immensely. Not wanting to dampen his sister's spirits, Julian curiously inquired, Sister, what gift have you and my brothers prepared for me? The gift, of course, is quite remarkable, Julia teased, elongating her words to heighten his anticipation. Knowing Julian could hardly contain himself, she finally revealed with a grin, it is a grand sword. One that was purchased at the recent auction in the capital. My brothers and I attended together, and while this sword may not have been the finest at the auction, it is indeed a high-quality weapon. Furthermore, it is perfectly suited for someone of your non-classified status, capable of harmonizing with the elemental forces within you. Although it may not be the most exceptional great sword, it is undoubtedly the most fitting for you. Julia nodded, aware that such a weapon belonging to a non-professional was exceedingly rare. Typically, individuals would opt to become mages, warriors, or clerics following their coming-of-age ceremony, as these professions offer well-defined advancement paths. In contrast, non-professionals can only level up without any occupational bonuses, making it challenging to thrive. Moreover, reaching the apex of a high-ranking profession at merely a dozen levels marks the end of their progression. As a result, non-professionals are scarce, rendering such weapons even more uncommon, especially one that has been worn for an extended period and has developed a spirit of its own. With this sword, Julian was confident that not only could he easily surpass the likes of Luther, but he would also deliver a decisive blow. Rest assured, sister, when the time comes, I shall make that Luther regret crossing paths with me. Ah, that puts my mind at ease. Now let us proceed. As Juliana's words resonated, a serene yet sharp blue light illuminated the night training grounds, embodying a spirit that was both tranquil and resolute. Julian beheld the radiant glow emanating from the great sword, a distinctive brilliance characteristic of high-tier weapons, symbolizing a certain caliber. This ethereal quality was particularly rare, and, if nurtured, it could even evolve into a legendary weapon. This is extraordinarily precious, Julian mused, caressing the cool blade with a sense of obsession. It was akin to a work of art, though originating from Earth and surrounded by numerous exquisite technological marvels. This great sword exuded a beauty unmatched by any of those lifeless creations. Sister, this must be quite expensive, he conjectured, estimating its worth to be around 10,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins, and that is still a favor from our royal lineage, Juliana replied, raising two fingers with a hint of sorrow. 20,000 coins. Julian gasped in astonishment, incredulous that his brothers would contribute such a sum for something so valuable. As you said, I cannot believe my brothers would be so generous. Perhaps if it were around 10,000, the three of us could manage. But 20,000 is simply excessive. Even with a shared enemy, such an investment seems unwarranted just to spare one person embarrassment. Hee, I knew you would understand. The three of us pooled together 1,000, while the remainder was funded by our mother, Juliana cheerfully explained. That makes sense, Julian thought, realizing the truth of the matter. However, even though our mother contributed significantly, I work hard to secure this sword for you. Had I not stepped forward, it likely would have ended up in Luther's possession, turned against you. So, you ought to express your gratitude. Thank you, sister. Julian sincerely expressed that, regardless of the initial intentions. He could not help but appreciate this heartfelt gesture. Although the situation seemed straightforward, he was acutely aware that the process was far from the breezy portrayal offered by Julia, inevitably fraught with intrigue and competition. Thus, his gratitude was genuine. There's no need for thanks. Just perform admirably at the coming rite of passage. Even if you cannot best Luther, it is of no consequence. That fellow, while lacking in character, possesses considerable skill and has garnered a reputation as one of the 4 young masters in the royal city, lauded by a throng of infatuated admirers. Rest assured, sister. As long as you find him displeasing, I shall ensure that he is reduced to the status of a mere dead young master by the time of the match. As he spoke, he twirled the newly acquired great sword in a dazzling display. Very well, dear brother. Seeing your confidence puts me at ease, Julia exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Julian on the shoulder. I must now attend to my shopping with the ladies. Do not let my goodwill go to waste. Is shopping more important than me? Julian pondered, engulfed in self-doubt. My ambition is to achieve greatness. The following day, the royal city buzzed with activity due to the festivities of the coming-of-age ceremony. Crowds thronged the streets, accompanied by the sounds of drums and firecrackers, as nobles from all corners of the kingdom gathered for the annual event. Have you heard? His Highness, the third prince, will also be participating in the ceremony. I wager he will undoubtedly claim victory. Who said that? I do not believe it. You see, a friend of my uncle's sister works as a servant in the Chancellor's household, and I have heard that this year, the Chancellor's grandson, young Master Luther, is also taking part in the ceremony. I have been informed that he has already attained the rank of a level 5 practitioner. Level 5, mind you. And furthermore, I have heard that the Chancellor has procured numerous powerful weapons specifically for his precious grandson, all in hopes of clinching the championship. Therefore, I believe young Master Luther will be the one to watch. You cannot be serious. I have a sister working in the palace who knows far more than you do. While both the prince and young Master Luther are indeed formidable level 5 practitioners, I still contend that neither will emerge victorious. How so? A wave of curiosity swept through the onlookers. Meanwhile, a self-satisfied informant, basking in the envy of the crowd, tossed her head back and declared nonchalantly, "This year's champion will undoubtedly be the illustrious Baron Minkai from the southern region." I thought you were going to say something significant. How could a mere baron possibly win the championship? Youist. Indeed, with so many prominent heirs from the capital participating, how could a baron stand a chance? Do not dismiss him so readily. The informant, sensing the skepticism of the crowd, grew anxious and hastened to divulge every detail she knew. This baron is no ordinary fellow. He inherited his title 5 years ago. Although he is merely 15 now, having just turned 16 after the ceremony. Do you know his current professional rank? Could it be that this baron is indeed a level 6? Indeed, you are correct. This baron is indeed a level 6 practitioner. The gasps of surprise echoed. Level 6. Achieving a level 6 status signifies a threshold, while level 5 is merely an apprenticeship. Level 6 indicates the emergence of a junior professional. Upon successful advancement, one could experience a surge in strength, and if favored by a prominent figure from a certain church, ascending 2 levels might not be beyond the realm of possibility. Is this truly feasible? Having resided in the royal city for many years, I have never heard of a level 6 practitioner participating in a coming-of-age ceremony. Even level 5s are exceedingly rare. Indeed, we are natives of the royal city, where historically a level 5 could confidently claim victory. How is it possible this year to have such an anomaly, a level 6 Baron Minkai alongside 2 level 5s? If this continues, Baron Minkai may indeed secure the championship, leaving our royal city's reputation in tatters. The common folk are particularly intrigued by such sensational news upon hearing this explosive gossip. They are eager to share it far and wide. Thus, small groups began to disperse, spreading the momentous news. Not far away, in an inn, a man clad in black sat drinking with an air of indifference, accompanied by a starry-eyed succubus. "My Lord Baron, look, the entire royal city is abuzz with talk of you. I never imagined my master could possess such renown. If you truly emerge victorious, I dare say the noble ladies of the duchies will be quite enamored. Perhaps even the Grand Princess of the Frost Kingdom might offer herself to you. Imagine the glory, wealth, and status that would follow. Just the thought is thrilling." The succubus's tail flicked with excitement, and as her musings deepened, a soft, pleasurable sound escaped her lips, causing the patrons of the tavern to shudder, with many bowing their heads in response. I care not for such fleeting fame. All I desire is strength." The indifferent man, Baron Minkai, remained unmoved by the enchanting voice of his succubus maid. He raised his glass, drained it, and then cast a cold glance around the room, finally resting his gaze on his maid, a blend of familiarity, repulsion, sorrow, and an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. "You are my maid, and I am your master. Remember, my sole ambition in this life is to ascend to divinity." The succubus, having heard this proclamation before, merely shook her head in disinterest, her alluring red lips pouting as if on the verge of tears. Though she had long been by Minkai's side, she remained unaware of her master's past. When she was summoned and contracted, he was the only one left in the entire baronial domain. "Well then, since my master harbors such grand ambitions, I shall serve him diligently. My skills are quite adept, with a voice that entices and a body that captivates," gently brushing against Minkai's form. Minkai nodded indiferently. "Let's begin now." At this moment, the unsuspecting onlookers cautiously opened their eyes, only to find that the original spot was now deserted, leaving only dishes emitting faint warmth. A chorus of disappointment arose. Not far away, in a nearby residence, Minkai and his succubus maid had already engaged in combat. The succubus displayed remarkable skill, and Minkai found himself unable to withstand her onslaught, soon covered in wounds, yet his movements grew increasingly agile. "Truly deserving of being my master, you are simply splendid." The playful voice of the succubus chimed in Minkai's ear, followed by a cascade of melodious laughter. Once more, Minkai shouted coldly, and swiftly unleashed a tempest of attacks, which only subsided an hour later. "Indeed, my master is quite impressive. No wonder the seniors always favor earnest men." "It certainly adds a delightful flavor to the experience," the succubus remarked, playfully sticking out her tongue as she gently wiped Minkai's face. Her liquid contained a healing energy, allowing them to practice so recklessly. Moments later, Minkai felt rejuvenated. Although still fatigued, the injuries he once bore had vanished. "Thank you for your efforts," Minkai said with a strained voice, and then retrieved a stamina potion from his possession to replenish his lost vigor. "For this coming-of-age ceremony, I shall undoubtedly shine the brightest." Minkai gazed coldly into the distance. "This will be my first step in showcasing my elegance. Henceforth, the entire continent shall look up to me." Meanwhile, 3 hours remained until the grand opening of the tournament. As today was merely the opening ceremony, with the official competition commencing the following day, most individuals were either at home or in inns, conserving their energy in anticipation of the morrow's events. Likewise, such gatherings were a festive occasion for various intelligence organizations, with information regarding the participants selling exceptionally well. Not only the competitors purchased this information, but also the curious onlookers, with the latter group constituting the majority, as the information was quite affordable, costing merely 2 copper coins. Your Highness, you are breathlessly rushed to Julian, who was engrossed in bonding with his newly acquired sword. "What is the matter, dear Uair? Why the haste?" Julian set down his great sword, and, as Uair stumbled slightly, he swiftly scooped her into his arms, leaving her momentarily stunned before she let out a sharp gasp. "Your Highness, this is the information I specifically had someone procure. It details all the noble participants of this year's coming-of-age ceremony. It includes not only their birth dates, but also their power levels and strength assessments, along with detailed accounts of their life experiences." Uair's flushed cheeks beamed with excitement as she presented the information to Julian. Though Julian was indifferent, as his sole focus was on Luther, he felt compelled to acknowledge Uair's gesture, ignoring it would surely disappoint the young girl. Gently taking it over, while subtly benefiting from the moment. Yuer continued to excitedly introduce without paying heed to the details. Your Highness, look, the first one up there is you. Yuer pointed, and indeed, the very first image was a clear portrait of Julian, evidently supplied by someone. The accompanying biography, detailing Julian's life, was thorough. It was apparent that it was embellished, likely fabricated to uphold the dignity of the royal family. Julian softly turned the page. Baron Minkai, age 15, currently at level 6 in his profession, one of the favorites to win. His past is shrouded in mystery. He inherited the baronial title 5 years ago, and since then, his talent has flourished as if by divine intervention, escalating from level 1 to level 5 in just 4 short years, and achieving level 6 this year. Your Highness, you're also looking at this Baron Minkai. I have heard he is even more formidable than you. Having reached level 6 this year, Yuer pouted, clearly disapproving of Minkai. If it weren't for this suddenly emerging greenhorn, you would surely have claimed victory this year. Your name would resonate throughout the continent. Julian shook his head, smiling slightly, refraining from agreeing with Yuer's words. Although the information he had acquired was comprehensive, it still bore its flaws. At the very least, Julian was aware from royal records that Minkai was no ordinary figure. Before the age of 10, he was merely the son of a baron, possessing some talent. Yet he was undeniably on a different plane from Julian in the heavens, and Minkai beneath. However, 5 years ago, after the death of his father, Minkai seemed to transform into a different being, inexplicably surging in power. Were Julian merely a native of the continent, he might have attributed this to mere fortune, thinking that Minkai would be nothing more than a fleeting trend. But he was not. Having been shaped by the narratives of Earth's online literature, he understood that Minkai must possess some extraordinary treasure, one of significant caliber. Julian even briefly entertained the notion that Minkai might be the legendary protagonist from another world. Yet upon thorough examination of the materials, he realized this was a false alarm. While indeed exceptional, Minkai's perspective was undeniably within the realm of normalcy, confirming he was not a transcendent being. Thus, Julian came to believe that this individual was undoubtedly a child of destiny. After perusing countless histories and apocryphal texts from both turbulent and peaceful eras, Julian harbored an inkling of speculation. This person, named Minkai, must have acquired a relic from a fallen deity or even a fragment of divinity, with the latter being more plausible. For while relics can enhance external abilities, a divine essence can transform the very body, especially the core essence of a fallen deity, granted by the laws of heaven and earth during the age of divinity, is fundamentally distinct from that which is acquired postnatally. It possesses myriad incredible capabilities and serves as the essence of a deity, the very foundation of all. How fortunate indeed! If only I could possess such luck to a fraction of that extent. Julian felt an overwhelming surge of envy. Since the onset of the era of peace across the continent, it has been several millennia since a deity has fallen, and no new deities have emerged. To find a fortunate soul like Minkai is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Upon witnessing the fact that this Baron Minkai, for the very first time, managed to forge a pact with the Abyss and summoned an 8th-level succubus, Julian was utterly astounded. Succubi are renowned as high-ranking demons of the Abyss, celebrated throughout the material realm and lower planes for their exquisite allure. Every man yearns for them. There are even rumors that some succubi possess extraordinary abilities, and it is said that one individual who summoned a succubus ascended from a high rank to legendary status after claiming his first night with her, surpassing even elves in their prowess. While Julian could not ascertain whether this particular succubus possessed similar qualities, it did not hinder his envy. Although he had Yuer, he still longed for a succubus. At this moment, it was not only Julian who was consumed by envy in the nearby residence of the Minister of Finance. Luther was also glaring at the information regarding Minkai. His eyes resembled the fabled hellhounds, burning with jealousy, while the maidens and guards around him dared not meet his gaze, retreating in fright. Damn it! I am Luther, the grandson of the Minister of Finance, and the son of the Chief Constable of the Royal City. I have been a baron since birth, destined to become a duke, yet I have never encountered such fortune. How can this lowly baron surpass me, and even forge a contract with a top-tier succubus? Luther seethed. I must show him at the upcoming adulthood competition. Even if he is a level 6 practitioner, what can a poor wretch like him know of the power and pleasures of the wealthy? Luther's deep growl echoed his astonishment and envy towards Minkai's fortune, contrasting with Julian's composure. Unlike Julian, Luther had also entered into an abyssal contract. But the creature he summoned was merely a lowly imp. The adage comparison breeds discontent resonated profoundly within Luther at that moment. Damn it, once I officially transition, I will forge another abyssal contract. I refuse to believe that a penniless baron can possess a succubus while I am merely left with an imp. Oomph. A strange laughter emanated from him, chilling the courtyard. The competition officially commenced the following day. The entire royal city transformed into a bustling sea of activity, adorned with the banners of various noble houses. The previous day had merely served as a prelude. The opening ceremony of the adulthood celebration had lacked significant attendees. However, today was different, as thousands of nobles from across the kingdom, led by the king, gathered for the grand assembly. In truth, it was not only the Frost Kingdom that participated. Wandering merchants, vagabond nobles, and freelancers from distant lands also constituted a substantial portion of the crowd. Some demons and devils mingled among them, seeking to choose their representatives. Yuer, look, that person resembles a dog. Called by name, Yuer cast a weary glance, letting out a heavy sigh, embodying a sense of exasperation. Young master, that is a canine from the orc tribe. They're naturally like this. Ah, in truth, I have long been aware of it. I was merely teasing you. Julian chuckled, having ventured out alone from the royal palace today to explore the vibrant streets, only to find himself utterly bewildered upon arrival. The scene was vastly different from his previous experiences. The entire royal city, from its grand thoroughfares to its narrow alleys, was teeming with numerous foreigners. Even the elusive elves and beastmen, typically a rare sight, were present in abundance, mingling amidst a palpable aura of energy fluctuations. Julian could even sense the presence of a legendary professional passing by him. My goodness, the royal city is rather overwhelming today. I should make my way to the venue post-haste. Julian headed towards the open space in the eastern part of the city, home to the largest royal training ground where the annual coming-of-age ceremony is traditionally held. Each participant draws their number the day prior to the event, and Julian, of course, did not have to contend with the crowd. He had already received his number, 402, while Luther had drawn 401. It was evident that some favoritism was at play, but who could blame the royal family for exercising their privileges? Yuer, I plan to check out that area over there. Would you care to join me? Julian suggested, pointing eastward and gently patting Yuer's small head. She promptly nodded and replied, wherever the young master goes, I shall follow. Just as Julian departed, a cold, indifferent figure materialized in the very spot he had occupied, casting a frosty gaze towards Julian's retreating form. That must be our third prince, indeed, as the rumor suggested. Already a pinnacle of the 5th professional level. What a pity it coincided with my day. Of course, my master is undoubtedly the finest, remarked the succubus maid proudly, her tail curling with delight, though she quickly subdued it. Nevertheless, the fleeting glimpse of her skirt had already stirred the hearts of those nearby. In any realm, a succubus is a captivating enchantress, particularly in the opulent material world of the main continent. Let us proceed. I am keen to observe who else may be worthy of being my rival. Minkai disregarded his succubus maid's comments, snorting softly as he strode forward without a backward glance. How tiresome. How could I be blessed with such a aloof master? Upon Julian's arrival, the competition had yet to commence, as his father, the king, was delivering an extensive oration. Yet, none of the attendees seemed particularly engaged with his tedious discourse. I hereby declare the competition officially commenced. Oh, with the conclusion of the speech, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. The elation among the crowd was palpable. The first and second participants were not particularly formidable, merely two professionals of around the second level, considered average within the assembly. Their backgrounds were respectable, both being descendants of earls, and it appeared they were acquainted with one another. Well, the opening bout features two second-level professionals. It seems this competition will indeed be intriguing. Julian mused, shaking his head in contemplation. As Julian analyzed the situation, the two combatants on stage had already assumed their stances. Both were unclassed. Thus their skills manifested predominantly in technique and unarmed combat. The match drew a substantial crowd, prompting various churches to take on the broadcasting responsibility. dispatching 3 adept mages to employ the water mirror technique, magnifying the event and projecting it above the throng, ensuring that every spectator could witness the unfolding drama with clarity. Young master, what profession do you aspire to pursue? Flirt. A mage, perhaps, Julian mused thoughtfully before continuing. The mage vocation aligns quite well with my inclinations. You are aware of my aversion to violence, which renders me uninterested in melee classes such as rogues, warriors, or rangers. Thus, my options are limited to mages and priests. I find myself drawn more to the mage, as it offers the potential for advancement into an archmage, liberating me from the constraints of the mana network. At this juncture, Julian's excitement was palpable. As an inhabitant of Earth, he yearned for such extraordinary abilities, particularly the esteemed and glamorous role of a mage. The notion of conjuring cataclysmic spells with mere words or casting vibrant and intricate magic with a flick of his wrist was sheer ecstasy. Moreover, as a prince, the idea of adopting a laborious warrior class was simply beneath his dignity. Upon concluding his thoughts, Julian redirected his gaze to the match. By this point, both fighters were utterly exhausted, their once spirited swordplay and noble etiquette having long since dissipated, leaving only a primal exchange of blows. Typically, at such a juncture, a victor would emerge. However, perhaps due to some underlying grudge, neither was willing to exhibit the courtesy befitting their noble status, instead glaring at one another in mutual defiance. The audience below erupted into raucous cheers, reveling in the spectacle. The citizens of the royal city, accustomed to the oppressive might of the aristocracy, took delight in witnessing such a scene and whistled with abandon. That should suffice, Julian suddenly remarked. You're taken aback, turned to him, but before she could respond, the spell overhead abruptly vanished, and the two combatants were escorted away from the arena. The outcome was evidently clear. Both had been eliminated. I knew it. How could those highborn nobles allow these two fools to embarrass themselves before a throng of commoners? It was inevitable they would be cleared from the stage, and, undoubtedly, upon their return, they would face a stern reprimand. He chuckled. As it turned out, the initial two fools were but an anomaly. Henceforth, the majority would exhibit the grace befitting their station, and in instances where both sides were evenly matched, those of lesser lineage would honorably concede defeat. Apart from the occasional presence of a man and a woman, most encounters concluded in this manner. To Julian, it was utterly tedious, lacking the grandeur and spectacular visual spectacle characteristic of court sorcerers. Such childlike skirmishes failed to ignite any semblance of interest in him. However, others were quite different. They were not aristocrats like Julian, accustomed to witnessing the dazzling displays of the sorcerers. For them, this level of competition was indeed quite thrilling, particularly the interludes featuring the ecclesiastical exhibition matches. These contests showcased the infernal fire demons against the divine sorcerers of the magical realm. Fire demons were formidable beings from the abyss, with nearly every adult member being an advanced practitioner, inherently skilled as magic knights. They possessed not only formidable physiques, but also a natural affinity for fire elements, thus earning a reputation for unparalleled strength among their peers. This time, it was evident that the denizens of the abyss had deliberately sought confrontation by dispatching such a powerful demon, as previous matches typically featured only mid-tier demons, with the raging warriors being the pinnacle. Consequently, the divine side had evidently miscalculated. They prepared a level 15 sorcerer, specializing in fire elements. Given that this was merely an exhibition match, the primary objective was visual impact, making fire spells particularly suitable, especially those that, while grand in scale, wielded lesser potency, thus garnering greater applause from the audience. Regrettably, this high-ranking sorcerer met a spectacular demise, as if colliding with an iron wall, being mercilessly toyed with by the fire demon from start to finish. The entire exhibition became a one-sided battlefield dominated by the fire demon. While the sorcerer could only sporadically cast an ice or water spell to provide some minor respite, beyond that, he was rendered utterly ineffective. Following half an hour of the performance, he slinked away in disgrace, and it was apparent that someone would face consequences upon his return. Julian, observing the scene, noted the remarkable prowess of the abyssal fire demon, estimating it to be nearly on par with the combat capabilities of an ordinary legendary sorcerer. Beside him, a figure wielding a great sword expressed his frustration, clearly struck by the overwhelming display that bewildered the uninitiated spectators. That may not be the case, he replied. Do you possess any profound insights? Profound insights might be an overstatement, but I do have a perspective, Julian responded. While the fire demon before us is undeniably formidable, one must not overlook his level. He is likely approaching that of a fire demon chief, estimated to be at least level 17 or 18. His adversary, however, is merely a level 15 advanced sorcerer, and one who is at a disadvantage. This, of course, results in a slaughter. A similarly ranked cleric would easily dominate him. Not to mention, a legendary sorcerer represents the pinnacle of combat prowess across all human and material realms. How could an ordinary fire demon, who isn't even a chief, possibly rival such might? If it were so, the entire continent would have succumbed to the dominion of demons during the tumultuous eras of yore. Indeed, well said. It is no wonder you are the third prince of the Frost Kingdom. Your insights are truly remarkable. As Julian's words faded, a powerful wave of energy swept across the entire venue, causing the boastful flame demon to change its expression and retreat in disarray. Julian turned towards the source of the sound, where an elderly man with a gray beard smiled warmly at him. May I inquire who you are? Julian dared not breathe too heavily. It was evident that this individual was a legendary practitioner. Given the earlier display of mental authority, it was highly probable that he was either a mage or a priest. However, considering that the recent embarrassment was caused by the Divine Faction's church, it was more likely that this legendary figure was indeed a priest. It has been a long time since anyone has been unaware of my name. The gray-bearded elder sighed dramatically, his face adorned with a mocking expression as he regarded Julian. The latter appeared bewildered, noticing the surrounding individuals staring at him with blank looks. Realizing he might have overlooked something significant. Ahem, I was merely jesting. Who in the Frost Kingdom does not know the illustrious name of legendary priest Nyes? You are indeed the pride of our Frost Kingdom. After racking his brain, Julian finally recognized the individual before him. This man was a figure from 2 centuries ago, a chosen of the moon goddess Surin, a former archbishop of the Silver Moon Church, and now a legendary priest, boasting a professional level of 28, nearly transcending the realm of divinity. Even when the gods descend upon the mortal realm, they would grant him due respect. Otherwise, a careless affront could lead to one's demise, leaving no place to lament. Well, consider yourself fortunate, young one. However, I must warn you to exercise caution when encountering that young man Ming-Kai during the competition. He is not someone you can easily contend with. With that, Nyes departed. For a legendary being to offer advice to a mere 5th-level youth was indeed a rare occurrence, and he would not present himself in a particularly affable manner, regardless of Julian's princely status. Once he left, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, and Julian felt a trickle of cold sweat on his brow. The pressure of facing a legendary figure was immense, especially one of such caliber, comparable to a terrestrial deity. He had not anticipated the presence of such a distinguished individual at this coming-of-age ceremony. He pondered whether it was mere coincidence or conspiracy. Julian dared not dwell on the thought. Although the continent had enjoyed relative peace for quite some time, with even demons and devils roaming freely, the undercurrents of competition were ever present. Julian felt this tension acutely, fearing that his recent arrival might inadvertently place him in the midst of an unprecedented conflict between gods and demons, or some impending twilight of the deities. Such a dreadful scenario was best left unimagined. Should it materialize, the consequences would be dire. Young master, you are already over 300 in line. It will be your turn shortly, Ewer exclaimed, her rosy cheeks brimming with excitement. So soon? Julian was slightly taken aback, but soon his lips curled into a sinister grin. That is splendid. I have yet to meet Lord Luther. This time, I shall remember his visage well. Why, you ask? He is hardly handsome. Ewer, with a naive curiosity, inquired, because after this match, he shall become a pig's head. Ha. Julian's demeanor shifted as his number was called from below. He leaped forward, leaving Ewer still pondering why Luther would transform into a pig's head. 16. A clash of fledglings following Julian's descent. Luther took the stage. Both were renowned figures, celebrated throughout the royal city, though few had actually laid eyes upon them. Upon their names being called, nearly everyone gathered to witness the sparks that would fly between these two noble titans. Come, place your bets. Lord Luther at 2 to 1. His Highness the Prince at 1.5 to 1. Step right up, secure your wagers. I shall bet 1 silver coin on His Highness the Prince. He is bound to win. I wager 10 silver coins on Lord Luther. The cacophony outside did not sway the two contenders, who stood poised on the platform, gazing intently at one another. In the distance, Julian's parents, the king and queen, along with the chancellor's family, observed the unfolding drama. These two little rascals are about to commence. I wonder who our esteemed chancellor thinks will emerge victorious, the queen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the elder gentleman, her tone laced with curiosity. The chancellor, with a knowing smile, responded respectfully, "Of course, it must be His Highness the Third Prince. His reputation is universally acknowledged throughout the royal city, so in my estimation, he holds the greater advantage." The queen scoffed, falling silent as her attention shifted back to the stage. At this moment, Julian regarded Luther with a beaming smile. "Why do you gaze at me so? Do you believe that a mere smile will spare you?" Luther, though the favored grandson of the chancellor, lacked the depth of cunning, and his limited exposure to the world had left him with an air of youthful arrogance, contrasting starkly with Julian's composed demeanor. "Luther, was it? My mother instructed me just days ago to teach you a lesson. I was uncertain of the reasoning then, but now I see you are indeed deserving of a thrashing." Julian's words ignited a spark of fury within Luther, causing him to seethe, yet he soon cast a frosty glance at Julian and erupted into laughter. "Do you seek to provoke me? Do you think I will fall into your trap? Come now, your highness. Let us settle this through skill rather than the tricks of politicians. Show me what means you possess to teach me a lesson. If your prowess is limited to mere words, I regret to inform you that you may find yourself carried away." A cruel smile crept upon Luther's lips, revealing his determination. As the words fell, Luther unsheathed his long sword, pointing it menacingly at Julian. Julian could distinctly sense a subtle mental force locking onto him. It was evident that Luther himself lacked such capability. Thus the sword must possess an innate skill, a rare enchantment for targeting. Although this sword was merely of intermediate quality, the additional effect rendered it formidable, perhaps even surpassing Julian's great sword, as intermediate weapons consume significantly less energy than their advanced counterparts. "It seems you have come prepared," Julian remarked. "Indeed, I am well aware of your acquisition of that sword. How naive of you to think otherwise. I am fully acquainted with all your trump cards, while your understanding of my prowess remains woefully inadequate." Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as the two engaged in battle, their swords clashing fiercely, sparks flying. Neither employed their full strength, relying solely on brute force for their initial encounter, resulting in a stalemate. "Impressive. Your quick reflexes and ability to adapt in such a brief moment place you among the better adversaries I have encountered. Even the 6th-tier warriors in my household would hardly manage such a feat. You are the first." Julian, wearing an expression of incredulity, regarded Luther. Although those warriors were indeed 6th-tier, they could never unleash their full power against Luther. They would only dare to exert 70 to 80% of their strength, for risking the life of this young master would spell disaster for their families. Yet here was Luther, exuding an air of unwarranted pride, truly a spoiled child. Noticing Julian's silence, Luther felt a twinge of boredom. He preferred opponents who would scream in desperation, much like the female warriors in his household, whose cries invigorated his potential. "How dull. Since you choose not to speak, I find no interest in continuing the charade. Allow me to demonstrate my new weapon," he cackled. A ghostly sound resonated as Luther's long sword emanated an entrancing glow, clearly indicating that the sword's accompanying technique had been activated. It was impossible for Luther to unleash such a powerful move without it. This was the realm of a transcendent. Julian focused intently and quickly recognized the technique. The abyssal sword technique, adorned with the distinctive luminescence of abyssal gemstones. As the technique unfolded, its special effects would manifest, casting a daze upon those beneath its blade, rendering them vulnerable to the wielder's strikes. Powerful, yet somewhat impractical. Such was the nature of sword techniques from the abyss. They thrived on the bizarre, lacking in true skill, for demons and devils relied on brute strength to conquer all, paying little heed to technique. With this knowledge in hand, Julian felt reassured, as a brilliant blue light radiated from the gemstone in his grasp. A cerulean shell enveloped him. Luther, being well versed in Julian's background as a prince, could hardly be unaware of his capabilities. Nature had long been aware of the existence of this sword, and had similarly procured the heart of the guardian from the royal treasury. This precious gem could, within a certain radius, activate a protective shield, rendering one immune to any mental harm. While it might not counteract swordplay, it was certainly more than sufficient. Julian gripped the great sword firmly, standing ready. Outside, the crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement escalating with every moment. The clash between these two affluent individuals promised to be far more thrilling than the trifling skirmishes of yore, particularly as both hailed from noble lineages. Their duel sent waves of exhilaration through the throngs of young ladies, who could not contain their admiration, casting flirtatious glances even from the more reserved among them. Luther shouted as he swung his long sword with a fierce strike, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. In his eyes, Julian had already signaled his defeat. Whoosh! The blade flashed by, and Luther turned, gently wiping his sword, which bore remnants of torn fabric. So now you recognize my prowess. Had you conceded earlier? I might have granted you some semblance of dignity, but alas, it is too late now. Observing Luther's nonchalant demeanor, Julian felt a surge of disbelief. Did he not think to glance back? Julian mused silently, raising his great sword, preparing for an offensive. However, just as Julian was stealthily advancing, Luther, having just finished his dramatic pose, turned to behold the dismal state of his opponent. His face collided with Julian's longsword, the icy touch sending a shiver down his spine. Luther instinctively recoiled a few steps, astonished, pointing at Julian. Why you? How are you unharmed? This cannot be. I distinctly sliced a large piece of your clothing just moments ago. How can you be unscathed? This defies reason. Seeing Luther's swift realization, Julian reluctantly lowered his sword, casting a helpless glance towards the stage, indicating his predicament. His intention had been to launch a surprise attack, yet he had been discovered, thus nullifying the element of surprise. Did you not even consider the fabric's material? Julian kindly suggested, prompting Luther to retrieve the torn piece from the ground, still imbued with the fragrance of perfume. Intricately woven with various floral designs, unmistakably the handkerchief of a distinguished young lady. It seems you were so impressive that one of the noble maidens could not contain herself and tossed her handkerchief, only to have it fortuitously caught by your blade. TSK. 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 Indeed, Luther, your accuracy is commendable. To slice such a delicate piece of fabric is truly admirable. Julian seized this opportunity to taunt Luther, his voice dripping with sarcasm, as laughter erupted from the stands, where the spectators had witnessed the entire affair unfold from a divine perspective. Luther was certainly not foolish. Upon hearing Julian's words, he immediately grasped the situation, his face flushed with a hue that betrayed either urgency or anger. Stealing a glance at the chancellor, he was met with a fierce glare, clearly indicating that the latter was also embarrassed by the antics of his own grandson. Luther recoiled slightly, but soon realized the match was far from over. Pausing momentarily, he began to issue threats. Do not think that by narrowly escaping this predicament, you have secured victory. Allow me to enlighten you. My earlier display was merely a test. The true extent of my abilities is beyond your imagination. I shall remind you once more. It is still not too late to concede. Do not wait until I unleash my ultimate technique, for by then it may be too late. That technique is one I struggle to control myself, and any misfire could lead to dire consequences. No matter, I currently feel quite confident, so please commence your performance. Julian replied with a subtle smile, dismissing Luther's words with nonchalance. Enraged and humiliated, Luther bellowed, "Gale slash." Though Julian feigned indifference, he remained acutely aware of Luther's actions. Upon hearing the latter's battle cry, he could not suppress a chuckle. He had always found such pre-battle proclamations rather foolish. This technique was highly agile. Unlike magic, which carried significant elemental fluctuations that could be easily discerned, the use of sword techniques did not necessitate a battle cry, as it only revealed one's trump card and granted the opponent precious time to prepare. Julian's laughter evidently provoked Luther's sensitive temperament, causing him to grip his weapon with renewed ferocity. Do not presume that your princely status intimidates me. To dare to laugh at me while I unleash this technique is a grave mistake. You shall soon learn of its might. Gale Slash is reputed to be one of the most formidable techniques in the novice stage. I have only just mastered it, and this shall be its inaugural use. Prepare to face the judgment of Master Luther. With a cruel smile, envisioning a glorious outcome, Luther dashed forth like the wind. As he approached Julian, the spectators outside instinctively covered their mouths, unable to bear witness, while even Ewer closed her eyes in trepidation. However, the protagonist, Julian, remained unfazed. He calmly raised his great sword and lightly tapped its blade, releasing a shockwave from his being. Before Luther could react, he was sent flying, akin to a human cannonball. This was a skill of Julian's great sword, thoroughly investigated yet still capable of enhancement. Just the day after acquiring it, he had commissioned someone to imbue it with a protective skill that was particularly effective against opponents like Luther, who relied on aggressive techniques. In this instance, due to the nature of Luther's balance was easily compromised mid-charge. Combined with Julian's nearly full exertion of the protective ability, Luther was propelled away like a gust of wind, vanishing in an instant. Had it not been for the magical barrier surrounding the arena, he would likely have been launched directly into the crowd. Despite the magical barrier's attenuation of force, Luther still sustained significant injuries, while Julian emerged unscathed. His inner strength had been entirely depleted. The calm demeanor he projected was merely a facade, compounded by the prohibition of potions during the match, leaving him unable to recuperate his stamina. Luther fared little better. That recent maneuver had drained the majority of his energy, and with his injuries, even standing was a struggle. His face, having met the ground first, rendered him resembling an unfortunate swine. Ah, the prince is formidable. That previous strike truly humbled Luther. It is indeed a testament to royal prowess. I suspect the conclusion of this bout is imminent. Observe how Luther trembles while attempting to rise, in stark contrast to the prince, who remains composed and evidently retains some vigor. His reluctance to advance is merely a concession to the finance minister's dignity. Otherwise, how amusing it would be. Oh dear, how careless of the prince. Does he not realize he ought to show some leniency toward young Luther? The boy is still so young and his strength so feeble. A bit of restraint would have sufficed. Now, alas, Luther is gravely injured, and my heart aches for him. Perhaps I should procure a restorative potion from the royal treasury for Luther. It would be a gesture of goodwill from me as queen. The queen's display concluded, and the finance minister's embarrassment was palpable. Thank you for your kind offer, your majesty, but it is unnecessary. While our ducal estate may not possess the rare potions of the royal family, we can certainly manage to heal these minor wounds. Very well, then. I suppose it is for the best, as a single potion carries considerable expense, the queen murmured, turning her attention back to the match. Though her voice was barely audible, the surrounding nobility, each a mid to high-level practitioner, understood fully, exchanging knowing smirks while feigning indifference. Come now, let's watch the contest. Indeed, let us. Regardless of external opinions, the two combatants remained undisturbed, with Julian lacking the strength for further action, resorting instead to a quiet display of confidence. Luther, heavily wounded, struggled to rise, let alone retaliate, and could only watch as Julian maintained his facade. The two exchanged silent glances for what felt like an eternity, neither willing to speak. Will you not concede? Julian inquired coolly, sheathing his great sword into his spatial ring with an air of nonchalance, as if victory were assured. A fervent chorus of admiration emanated from the captivated audience. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Julian could barely muster the energy required to wield the sword. Prolonging the charade would only culminate in embarrassment should the weapon cease to shine. You are devoid of hope. Look at yourself now. You resemble a victimized maiden, utterly devoid of the regal bearing expected of one of the 4 young lords of the royal city. Rather than endure such humiliation, it would be wiser to concede early. After Julian spoke, Luther displayed no immediate reaction, but after a moment, he let out a cold chuckle. You think you're intimidating me? Luther replied icily. Don't assume. I'm unaware of your dwindling strength. We are all like salted fish on the same chopping board. Whoever manages to turn over first will take charge. You think I would willingly concede? Let me tell you, that is utterly impossible. The more Luther spoke, the more fervent he became, his gaze fixed on Julian with the hostility reserved for a nemesis. In my dictionary, the word surrender does not exist. The Wallace family has no cowards who yield without a fight. Luther's full name was Luther Wallace, a member of a long-established noble family in the Frost Kingdom, descendants of dukes for millennia. The Wallace family originally rose to prominence through military prowess, but they had not seen battle in 2,000 years, having shifted to governance. Nevertheless, Luther was not wrong to assert that his family had never produced someone who would capitulate without a fight. Very well, I hope you can maintain such composure later on. If so, you will truly embody the essence of nobility. Julian was momentarily taken aback by Luther's bravado, but as he caught a glimpse of the latter's flickering eyes, he quickly realized that Luther was merely engaging in a psychological duel, an interplay of wills to determine who could withstand the pressure longer. At the age of 28 or 29, Julian was more than capable of overpowering the 15-year-old boy. Even though children of nobility often matured early, they still paled in comparison to someone as seasoned as Julian. Thus, Julian prepared to advance, retrieving a dull iron rod from his spatial ring, clearly indicating his intention to escalate the confrontation. Although this was a desperate act born of Julian's depleted energy to the onlookers, it appeared as a blatant act of retribution, a deliberate attempt to humiliate Luther and the Wallace family. Many discreetly glanced at the queen, noticing her narrowed eyes and smug expression, which only fueled their speculation. Have you thought this through? This is your final opportunity. Julian brandished the iron rod, resembling a street tough. Impossible. I, Luther, am one of the 4 young masters of the royal city. I would rather face death than lose face, Luther thought, his gaze darting to the finance minister in the stands, who subtly nodded in encouragement. Luther understood this gesture. It signified that he could choose to surrender. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had no desire to stubbornly hold on, as the pressure was overwhelming. He was merely a talented scion, not a martyr. In the face of danger, self-preservation was paramount. Despite his infrequent appearances in the royal city, Luther was still regarded as one of the 4 young masters, a figure of some renown. To utter not a single harsh word and concede outright would be a significant blow to his dignity. There loomed the possibility of expulsion from the ranks of the 4 young masters, a title he did not particularly cherish yet sought to abandon with dignity. Not by retreating in disgrace, but with his head held high, disdainful of such hollow accolades. Bring it on if you dare. I, Luther, shall never concede defeat. With a slight sway, he managed to rise, his form barely maintaining its composure, let alone mounting a counterattack. Yet, with a resolute visage and a fierce demeanor, he struggled to uphold the most fundamental stance of a noble duel. At that moment, the entire assembly was captivated by the scene. Even those who had previously loathed, despised, and looked down upon Luther could not help but cheer for him, recognizing him as a true noble. Shen Bujiao, undeterred by defeat, was worthy of the illustrious legacy of the Wallace family, a noble line spanning millennia. Even the Minister of Finance regarded Luther with approval, and the once smiling queen offered a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Regardless of the circumstances, Luther's demeanor reflected the most commendable qualities of an exceptional nobleman, justifying his noble status. Who would have thought that Master Luther possessed such fortitude? From this day forth, I shall become an ardent admirer of him. He shall be my idol. Indeed, the nobility of the Frost Kingdom is truly remarkable, standing as the foremost power of the northern icy expanse for a reason. A certain long-eared little girl gazed at the spectacle with shimmering eyes. It is only citizens and nobles nurtured by such a kingdom who can withstand our assaults during these tumultuous times, safeguarding the territories of humankind. Though we may still belong to different races, I cannot disguise my admiration for him. Ha, what a fine specimen. The abyss requires such talents. A shadow cloaked in a gray robe emanated an aura that warned others to keep their distance, accompanied by similarly robed figures. These were demons from the abyss. Although the continent had granted them freedom of passage, centuries of concealed habits kept them from revealing themselves openly. Moreover, it was not solely the demons that observed this event. The Holy Temple was also watching, particularly the inhuman paladins, with some declaring their intention to recruit Luther into their esteemed ranks. Come forth, I am ready. Luther provocatively glanced at Julian, a blatant challenge rather than a death wish. His performance had concluded, and regardless of what ensued, it no longer pertained to him, for he had devised a strategy. At this juncture, it was Julian who found himself in a predicament. To engage in combat would undoubtedly elevate Luther as a fearless champion of nobility, proclaiming his name across the continent as a new idol of the aristocracy. Conversely, to refrain from fighting would imply Julian's impotence, unable to best even one devoid of combat prowess, tarnishing his own reputation. Julian cursed inwardly, damn it. I've fallen into his trap. The game was over. To claim he was not vexed would be disingenuous, despite being the true victor. The situation had been turned on its head in that fleeting moment. He not only lost the moral high ground, but risked becoming a reviled butcher. But who was Julian? A master of cunning, who truly believed in the game. Although Luther had displayed commendable excellence, Julian was no slouch either. In but a fleeting moment, Julian devised a strategy. Since Luther displayed such audacity, believing that he would undoubtedly embrace his own sacrifice, Julian resolved to thwart his expectations and employ an unexpected approach. You think you will surely be defeated by me? Very well. I shall refrain from striking you and observe how you maintain your facade. You believe you are destined to lose? Then I shall allow you to triumph and witness your composure. After all, I've already bested you once. A second encounter holds little significance and would merely entail a few days of recuperation. Thus, I shall forego the confrontation entirely, as the outcome matters little to me. The entire kingdom belongs to my family, and the prizes are merely the discarded remnants of the royal treasury, of which I am indifferent, treating them as mere offerings for the hounds. With this thought, the matter becomes remarkably simple. Julian set down his weapon and, with a sudden exclamation of approval, began to clap his hands enthusiastically, his expression radiating admiration as he regarded Luther, akin to a leader observing the commendable performance of a subordinate. Truly, the Wallace family exemplifies the finest of nobility within the Frost Kingdom. I had long heard of the Wallace family's commendable conduct and traditional noble etiquette. Initially, I was skeptical. Yet witnessing Master Luther's performance today has confirmed that the tales were not only accurate, but perhaps understated. How natural it is, although I am uncertain of Julian's true intentions. One cannot refute praise for his lineage, for is it not the reputation that nobles vie for? In this moment, when such accolades are offered, Luther had no reason to reject them. As the Prince of the Frost Kingdom, I find great solace in having a subject like Master Luther. Though mere moments ago we were adversaries, I now extend my hand in friendship, for as a ruler, how could I allow such a remarkable talent to languish in obscurity? Julian inclined his head slightly before raising it to address the presiding mage above. Now, I, Julian, the third prince of the Frost Kingdom, moved by the courage and resilience of Luther Wallace, voluntarily concede. The victor of this contest belongs to you. Upon his declaration, the hall fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a chorus of cheers. This was the delightful conclusion that the onlookers and admirers cherished, where all were pleased, celebrating Luther's victory and revering the prince's humility and grace. For them, it was akin to the classic denouement of an ancient fairy tale. Luther was taken aback, as were the Minister of Finance, the Queen, and the nobles. Even the mage officiating the contest between Luther and Julian stood in astonishment. Esteemed mage, according to the rules of the competition, my voluntary concession is in accordance with the regulations. Please declare the results. Julian winked at Luther, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with a deeper significance. While Luther perceived it as a blatant provocation, a revelation of his innermost thoughts, the onlookers interpreted it as a symbol of camaraderie, embodying the harmonious relationship between sovereign and subject. As Luther stood in a daze, Julian, with a smile playing on his lips, gracefully departed the arena, effortlessly passing through the magical barrier without a hint of obstruction. Moments later, the venerable mage presiding over the contest inhaled deeply, casting a lingering glance at Julian's retreating figure, and proclaimed, "I declare Luther Wallace the victor of this contest." The announcement resonated with a magical amplification, ensuring that every soul present could hear the result with crystal clarity. I won. Luther stood there, bewildered and at a loss, for this outcome diverged entirely from the script he had meticulously prepared. In his envisioned scenario, he was the underdog, ruthlessly crushed by a formidable demon while valiantly showcasing his indomitable spirit, ultimately collapsing at the last moment. According to the rules of the competition, the loss of combat capability by one party signifies the triumph of the other. Luther had even anticipated the precise moment he would succumb beneath Julian's iron rod. Yet the conclusion arrived abruptly and inexplicably. He had not expected that in the inaugural match of his coming-of-age ceremony, Julian would concede so readily, appearing utterly indifferent to victory, a reality that exceeded Luther's comprehension. However, he was not naive. A moment's reflection revealed the implications of Julian's actions. Though for countless years, the focus of the coming-of-age contest had been the ultimate champion, one who shone the brightest and was most memorable. Today, Julian, like Luther, had achieved a similar outcome. They both attained what they desired. Had Luther's original script played out, he alone would have basked in such honor. But Julian had disrupted that narrative. Not only did he elevate himself atop Luther's shoulders, but he also condescended to look down upon him in a princely manner. Luther felt a surge of anger, yet he found himself powerless. The identities of both parties were starkly defined. Julian was, after all, a prince, his status inherently overshadowing Luther. The concession meant little, for even in victory, Luther remained a subject, destined to serve. Luther could easily envision Julian's thoughts at that moment. Julian likely regarded this victory as a mere bone, tossing it to Luther, who resembled a mere lapdog, forced to accept it with a smile, a feeling that was nothing short of stifling. The more Luther pondered, the more suffocating his emotions became, ultimately leading to his dramatic collapse. Meanwhile, after Julian's departure, he was enveloped in laughter and lightness. Having successfully turned the tables on Luther brought him immense satisfaction. Previously, he had been led by the nose, manipulated by Luther, which was far from enjoyable. After executing a counterattack, the exhilaration he felt was beyond description. Although Julian had forfeited the victory and his eligibility to continue in the competition, it mattered little. He had never set out to claim the championship, and whether he continued or not was of no consequence. Julian felt that Luther's path ahead would not be an easy one. Undoubtedly, he would soon encounter the formidable Minka of the sixth-tier profession, and it was certain that he would be thoroughly outmatched. Unlike Julian, Minka would not afford him the opportunity to show off. It was likely that Luther would find himself humiliated in no time. Luther, although you are quite intelligent, my methods surpass yours. Julian mused with a sly grin as he made his way to the highest vantage point of the stands. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he greeted his mother and sister with ease, for no one dared to obstruct the prince. His father had already departed, as this was merely a coming-of-age ceremony, trivial compared to matters of state, and the queen's presence was deemed sufficient. Today also presented an excellent opportunity for negotiations, with many noble figures from various kingdoms and races in attendance. As a competent king, he would certainly not let this chance slip away. Second brother, is here as well. Julian greeted the two princes, who both wore displeased expressions and responded with a curt huff in unison. Feeling rebuffed, Julian awkwardly rubbed his nose and offered a sheepish smile. By the way, Anan, why did you concede earlier? You have no idea how much I wagered on your victory. I was overjoyed at first, but with you conceding, my sister is now so impoverished that she cannot even afford a dress. Julian sat down next to Julieth, who immediately seized his arm to voice her grievances. Ahem, it is my fault. Julian quickly lowered his head, conceding to Julieth's mood. I do not know how much you wagered, but I will cover it all. Upon hearing this, Julieth blushed, hesitating before finally raising a finger. 100 gold coins, Julian exclaimed, realizing that was indeed a considerable sum. I will certainly repay you when we return. Not that. Julieth averted her gaze from Julian. Could be 1,000 gold coins. He gasped, astonished by his sister's overwhelming trust in him to stake such a hefty amount. Neither. Is merely 1 gold coin. Julian's lips twitched uncontrollably, the embarrassment etched across his face. Even that is not insignificant. 1 gold coin nearly equals my daily food expenses. I am not the wealthy noble you are, dear sister. As a woman, I am often overlooked and have lived in poverty. Julieth looked at Julian with a sorrowful expression, evoking sympathy. It must be said that women are indeed born actors, especially Princess Julia, who has grown up in the depths of the palace. She performs with such finesse, feigning madness and playing the fool, despite receiving an allowance comparable to, if not greater than, Julian's. She seems utterly unashamed as she pretends to be destitute. Realizing she may have gone too far, she huffs softly and turns her head away. All right, I shall compensate you. Is that satisfactory? Julian responds helplessly. As expected of my brother, it's settled then. On the other side, onlookers observe the playful banter between the two without intervening. After a while, the seasoned Minister of Finance approaches. In truth, this contemporary Duke of Wallace would rather not be here, yet he has no choice. After all, he had just graciously spared the heir of his family and, in a gentlemanly manner, offered victory to them. Luther may choose to act thoughtlessly due to his youth, but this old duke must make his presence known. Your Highness, the third prince, I extend my gratitude for your mercy earlier, which has preserved the dignity of the Wallace family. Not at all. The Wallace family is a noble house of the Frost Kingdom. We are all one family. No need for such formalities, Julian replies with a playful smile, feigning indifference, while the Minister of Finance displays a facade of gratitude, both engaged in an act. Moreover, he understands that it is time to make a sacrifice. After all, the Queen has been observing them with a cheerful demeanor. Though it pains him somewhat, the Wallace family, being substantial and influential, can afford it. However, I must assert that we, the Wallace family, are one that knows gratitude, the minister states with a serious expression. While your Highness displays noble integrity, we cannot turn a blind eye. Taking a deep breath, he prepares to present the main event. Our Wallace family has a property on Kings Avenue in the commercial district of the Royal City that is currently up for sale. It is evident that upon reaching adulthood, your Highness will require a source of income, and this establishment shall serve as a gift from the Wallace family to celebrate your coming of age. Upon hearing the minister's words, the crowd collectively gasps. Although this enterprise may be modest, its value is undoubtedly significant. The wealthiest area in the Frost Kingdom is the Royal City, and within it, the most affluent locale is the commercial district, with Kings Avenue being the epitome of prosperity. This street is lined with countless guilds, subsidiaries of major organizations, and the lucrative enterprises of the Divine Church. Daily transactions here are measured in the hundreds of millions, illustrating the immense worth of the shops. Merely opening for business guarantees profit. Even a fool could become a millionaire with such an establishment in the near future. Regrettably, this property has long been monopolized by the early dukes of the Frost Kingdom, with the royal family holding only about 40%. Thus, the value of this gift becomes abundantly clear. Although Julian was new to this place, he understood the immense value of the shop before him. His eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the elderly gentleman, though he strove to conceal his excitement and feign reluctance. How could he possibly accept such an offering? It was truly perplexing. Julian pretended to hesitate for a moment, but swiftly altered his tone. Duke Wallace, your generosity is truly remarkable. I wonder when I might receive the land deed, as I find myself rather impatient. He fixed his gaze squarely on the Chancellor, leaving the latter feeling somewhat vexed, as Julian's demeanor suggested a doubt in the character of the Wallace family. This afternoon, I shall arrange for someone to deliver the deed to the palace, the Chancellor replied, managing a strained smile. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he hurried away, his hands trembling beneath the luxurious robe. For this gift weighed heavily on his conscience, one that would take considerable time to recover from. Anan, you struck it rich, exclaimed Juliana, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she looked at Julian, practically longing to devour him. The shops along King S Street were each worth a fortune, often priceless and beyond market value. Today, you've received one for nothing. Oh, I can hardly bear it. Juliana feigned a dramatic expression, her heart filled with envy. The competition would not pause for Julian's departure. Match 799, Minkai, versus 800, Hrolnu. The announcement resonated with everyone present, not just Julian. Minkai was already known to all as a fortunate baron, but Hrolnu was shrouded in mystery. External information about him was scarce, merely suggesting that he held a fifth-tier profession. However, due to the lack of concrete evidence, few believed it. Yet within royal and noble records, Hrolnu was indeed classified as a fifth-tier professional, making him the third and final individual of that caliber to participate in the ceremony. Otherwise, he would not have qualified to face the widely acknowledged top contender, Baron Minkai. Such an arrangement surely bore significant implications. Hrolnu's background was anything but ordinary. Born into a noble family, specifically a considerable Countess lineage, he was not a favored legitimate son, but rather a bastard child. His mother was enigmatic, seemingly a member of some shadowy lineage. Consequently, records suggested that Hrolnu was likely a natural sorcerer, a profession derived from one's bloodline. Sorcerers inherit their craft through blood, enabling them to automatically become bloodline sorcerers. They are born professionals, neither needing nor able to change their vocation, which grants them a considerable advantage in their early stages, yet ultimately confines them to their bloodline in later years. Thus, sorcerers typically operate within familial units, and wild sorcerers like Firen are indeed a rarity. However, their formidable prowess in the realm of legends is beyond dispute, rendering this battle of utmost significance. A considerable portion of the demons in the audience has gathered specifically for Flirt, for demon sorcerers are no jest, and these individuals likely possess intimate knowledge of Flirt's precise lineage. On the sidelines, the aloof Ming Kai reveled in the awe and envy directed at him by the crowd. Upon hearing his name called amidst the tumult, he snorted disdainfully, preparing to enter the fray, only to be halted by his succubus maid. Irritated, Ming Kai cast a displeased glance at his maid, awaiting her explanation. Yet at that moment, the succubus bore no trace of levity or flirtation. Instead, her expression was grave. "My master, do not underestimate him. He is far from ordinary." Ming Kai raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. The succubus, well versed in her master's temperament, sighed in resignation and continued, "I sense a familiar and potent aura emanating from him. He hails from the abyss, and his bloodline is derived from an exceedingly powerful demon." And then, Ming Kai inquired, his seriousness tempered by skepticism. He did not perceive this Flirt as a genuine threat. After all, he was merely a demon sorcerer, a practitioner of the arcane. The succubus glanced around before whispering into Ming Kai's ear. "A sorcerer?" Ming Kai echoed the term softly, comprehension dawning upon him. He realized that there exists a significant disparity between practitioners and non-practitioners. The gap, while not insurmountable, is considerable, especially for a sorcerer of such dark and formidable nature. "I understand," Ming Kai nodded, his expression remaining impassive, as if nothing could stir even a flicker of emotion within him. "Truly concerning. I hope he takes this seriously," the succubus lamented, leaning against the railing in exasperation, instinctively wanting to wag her tail, only to recollect herself and retract it, drawing disapproving glances from the gentleman nearby. "Are you Ming Kai?" "A baron, I presume. A level 6 practitioner," one of the onlookers remarked. It must be said that Ming Kai's demeanor, cold and indifferent, was quite irksome, especially in light of his apparent confidence, much to the chagrin of his opponent, Flirt. Given Flirt's already volatile nature, being the overlooked illegitimate child of his family, he was not accustomed to being overshadowed, particularly when an opportunity to assert himself arose. "I know not from whence you draw your audacity, but I assure you, within the next moment, you shall find yourself on your knees, begging for mercy. I will make it abundantly clear that Flirt is not to be trifled with. Every arrogant soul shall plead for mercy beneath my hand." Initially, I anticipated that my words would incite fury in Ming Kai. Yet what I received instead was merely the slight upturn of his lips, accompanied by an expression rife with disdain, which pierced the fragile heart of Huolu even deeper in that moment. However, constrained by the rules, both combatants remained in the preparatory phase, unable to engage. Glaring fiercely at Ming Kai, I ground my teeth and declared emphatically, "Very well. I hope you can maintain such composure when a match commences." Moments later, the familiarization phase concluded and the competition officially began, revealing a sinister smile upon Huolu's face. A lengthy string of bizarre characters erupted from Huolu's lips, summoning a violet hexagram that quietly materialized within the arena, exuding an aura of malevolence. The spectators, shielded by a magical barrier, remained oblivious to this sinister presence, perceiving only its aesthetic allure. Yet, within the circle, Huolu grinned maniacally. This was the abyssal summoning inherited through his bloodline, a sacrificial offering to gain assistance. It was a rudimentary, sorcerous technique, yet remarkably effective. Although Huolu's current level precluded him from summoning powerful demons, even a minor level 5 imp could provide substantial aid. It is essential to understand that until a sorcerer's bloodline is fully enhanced, prior to achieving legendary status, they remain a profession reliant on spells, necessitating protection. A mere imp would suffice to support Huolu while he completed his incantation. Meanwhile, Ming Kai remained unmoved. Although he sensed the aura contained within, he was no stranger to the essence of the abyss and was therefore unperturbed. This presence was markedly weaker than that which he had encountered when summoning a succubus. Consequently, he felt no concern, knowing that this was merely a level 4 imp, easily vanquishable. "I am curious to see what other tricks you possess," Ming Kai mused, releasing his crossed arms to grasp his long sword with a gentle grip, a smirk gracing his lips as he added, "I hope you can provide me with some amusement. I would prefer not to conclude this match prematurely." At this moment, all other matches had concluded, leaving only Ming Kai and Huolu vying for victory. They enjoyed the finest treatment, as their water mirror technique was magnified infinitely, enveloping the entire arena. Julian observed the two contenders, one exuding a wicked charm, the other embodying haughty indifference, and could not help but smirk, muttering under his breath, "Two pretentious fools, they truly excel at being insufferable. Foolishness! To think you did not impede me at my weakest. Are you genuinely confident or merely arrogant?" Huolunu taunted, glancing at Ming Kai while binding his bloodied hands with a cloth. His blood served as the catalyst for the sacrifice. He had just been bleeding, rendering him at his most vulnerable, as his cognitive faculties would inevitably slow, diminishing his reaction time against foes. Had Ming Kai attacked earlier, he might have posed a genuine threat. However, it would have been but a mere inconvenience. Since Huolunu dared to act in such a manner, he must possess his own hidden cards. However, Ming Kai did not interfere, thus preserving this precious item. "Out of respect for the convenience you have afforded me, I shall grant you a swift and shortly." As the brilliance of the six-pointed star intensified, Huolunu's smile grew increasingly sinister. He flashed a grimace at Ming Kai, his cold eyes glimmering with a sharp intensity, revealing that his inner thoughts were far from the simplicity he portrayed. Nevertheless, Ming Kai paid no heed to Huolunu's provocation, maintaining a detached gaze on the star, his expression contemplative. This was typical of Ming Kai. He seldom focused on matters beyond himself. However, to Huolunu, this demeanor was nothing short of blatant contempt. Despite Huolunu's cruel facade, he was acutely aware of his inner turmoil, and Ming Kai's dismissive gaze pierced him deeply. "Arrogant fool, you are merely a fortunate wretch, standing before me by sheer chance. To now presume to look down upon me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you?" Huolunu's mind was in turmoil, and the abyssal aura surrounding him grew ever more pronounced. At that moment, the light of the six-pointed star reached its zenith, and a purple cocoon materialized between the two. With a resounding boom, a dazzling flash of purple-black light erupted, causing everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. When they reopened them, a monstrous creature with two wings had appeared. With sharp fangs, malevolent purple eyes, and a steel fork in hand, it was a lowly demon from the abyss, a lesser demon. Yet, in the context of humanity, such a creature was formidable, comparable to a level 4 being, and coupled with its innate warrior class, it posed a significant threat to Ming Kai. Moreover, this was no ordinary lesser demon. "Is this your confidence?" Ming Kai tilted his head, gazing at Huolunu with disappointment. Huolunu was taken aback by Ming Kai's words, staring at him in suspicion. "I had anticipated that such a dense aura would signify at least a demon lord. It is merely an ordinary elite lesser demon. While it is indeed impressive, it remains far too weak for me. Had it truly been a demon lord, I might have found some intrigue in its form, but this one is lacking. Arrogant fool, who do you think you are? You are merely a level 6 non-classed individual, devoid of any class enhancements. Do you truly believe yourself formidable or handsome?" Huolunu's temperament was far from pleasant. "Regardless of your abilities, you shall soon pay the price for your arrogance." The lesser demon, sensing Ming Kai's disdain, bared its teeth and waved its steel fork, asserting its ferocity. This was the extent of expression for this abyssal creature, for the lowly demons of the abyss were mere cannon fodder, with intelligence being a luxury they could scarcely afford. "Go kill him." Huolunu issued commands to the lesser demon, which extended its tongue to lick its two sharp fangs before suddenly charging towards Ming Kai. With a shrill cry, the malevolence in the demon's eyes flickered, as if it anticipated devouring its prey in the next moment. Alas! Clang! How dull! A cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and the outcome was far from the anticipated fierce confrontation. In an instant, Ming Kai severed one of the demon's fangs, sending its body flying with a swift stroke of his sword, leaving it howling in agony on the ground. Witnessing the spectacle, Huolunu's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated such formidable strength. It seemed to transcend its inherent limits. It appeared that you possessed some extraordinary treasure. However, even if you vanquished this lesser demon, what would it matter? My objective has never been to rely on it to defeat you, but merely to diminish a portion of your combat prowess. With a mocking smile from Huolunu, Ming Kai sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He abruptly withdrew his long sword, which had become enveloped in a layer of black smoke, gradually corroded and covered in thick rust, rendered utterly useless. Abyssal corrosion. Indeed, it seems you are quite discerning. Huolunu nodded. Abyssal corrosion is a unique effect endemic to the abyss. Although common, it is not a trait possessed by every lesser demon, but rather one likely attributed to a demon lord. After all, lower-tier demons seldom receive the favor of the abyssal will. This elite lesser demon is indeed a remarkable exception. The effect of abyssal corrosion is straightforward. It corrupts and degrades everything it touches, ultimately assimilating them into abyssal matter. Ineffective. This tactic bears no relevance to me. Ming Kai shook his head. Although you have successfully corroded my sword, do you believe my entire combat strength derives from it? What do you mean? A sense of foreboding enveloped Helunu as he retreated sharply, hurling a dark orb of energy towards Ming Kai. You may remain still, but you shall first experience my technique. The light of annihilation. The dark orb, seemingly sentient, advanced relentlessly towards Ming Kai, emanating a nauseating aura reminiscent of decaying flesh left to rot for days on end. You intend to sever the energy channels within my body with this? Ming Kai replied coldly. There is no possibility. Ming Kai's gazes harpenet. And a golden protective radiance enveloped him. An intangible pressure, fleeting yet palpable, washed over the scene, perceptible to most observers. As the golden light materialized, the light of annihilation swiftly melted away like snow beneath a scorching sun. Even if you evade this attack, what then? I have many more to unleash. Helunu forced a smile, though his demeanor betrayed his unease. In response, Ming Kai's expression flickered with derision. The victor has been determined. I have no time to indulge you further. To have pushed me this far, you have proven yourself commendable, yet you remain vastly inferior to me. As the words fell, Ming Kai had already vanished from sight. The next moment, Helunu was sent soaring through the air, a fleeting expression of astonishment and discontent crossing his face. 23, brother-in-law. Hualunu's defeat came as a surprise, occurring with a swiftness that exceeded everyone's expectations. After all, it was evident to all that Hualunu had not exerted his full strength. He still possessed a few hidden cards. Yet, such is the nature of fate. Ming Kai's formidable prowess was utterly unexpected, effectively silencing Hualunu's grand move within his own arena. What do you think, Anan? Do you not feel that beyond the heavens, there are yet more heavens, and beyond humanity, there are others? Julie observed eagerly as Ming Kai, with his icy demeanor, descended from the stage. It was clear that Julie's sister had developed an interest in the aloof Baron Ming Kai. Meanwhile, Julien, upon hearing this, turned to her and was taken aback to find his sister displaying a rare look of infatuation, prompting an overwhelming sense of incredulity. He was all too familiar with this narrative. It was evident that the protagonist had successfully drawn the attention of a throng of infatuated admirers, all of whom were strikingly attractive and of high status. The cool protagonist feigned indifference, ultimately securing a position within the family, leveraging the resources of the female counterpart to soar to unparalleled heights. Of course, an unexpected twist could lead to Julie and his companions becoming mere background figures, thwarting the burgeoning romance between the two. Who would have thought that one day he would find himself as a character within such a script? The thought stirred a slight excitement within him. Julien found himself in a state of amusement, but upon reflection, he realized that had it not been for his unexpected appearance, Ming Kai would undoubtedly be the favored child of destiny in this realm, akin to the protagonist of the continent of Erishir. This coming-of-age ceremony was indeed the moment of his ascent. To be candid, Julien felt an impulse to overshadow the protagonist, yet remained merely a fleeting urge. He was no longer the passionate youth. He had long since lost interest in such matters. He preferred to maintain the status quo, to be a quiet prince, running a lucrative establishment, earning gold coins in his leisure, leveling up, and perhaps playfully teasing a few beauties, ultimately achieving legendary status and extending his life to continue this lifestyle. Thus, he found no conflict with this seemingly protagonist character. He would walk his own path while Julien carve his own niche. In simple terms, if his sister Julie truly had affection for Ming Kai, what of it? As long as their feelings were mutual, Julien would not only remain unperturbed, but would also feel joy, for this meant his sister would not become a pawn in political games. What's this? Does my sister have feelings for that person? Should I, as the brother, inquire further? Not a chance. You little rascal. How dare you tease your sister? Do you have a death wish? Julie was momentarily entranced by Ming Kai, failing to register Julien's words until an instant later, when she snapped back to reality. her face flushed with embarrassment as she raised her hand, feigning an intention to strike Julienne, who promptly begged for mercy. However, the sight of Julie's rosy cheeks did not go unnoticed by many onlookers. At this moment, the queen aptly interjected, "My dear daughter, if you truly have a desire, it is not impossible. You're already 18, no longer a child. To this day, you have yet to be betrothed. If we were in the southern kingdoms, they would be in a state of panic by now. Therefore, I must say, if there is someone you hold dear, do not hesitate to speak up. I shall advocate on your behalf, regardless of who they are or their status. Seize this opportunity. Do not wait until your father chooses a suitor for you, for that might be too late." Juliet lowered her head, lost in thought, yet the queen's words clearly expressed her support for Juliet's pursuit of love. While Juliet remained contemplative, Ming Kai swiftly entered a mode of cultivation. He was aware that the force he had been compelled to employ had already drawn the attention of many. And being in the royal city of the Frost Kingdom, a northern powerhouse, he knew it was teeming with legendary figures. Ming Kai was not foolish enough to believe that his treasured possession would go unnoticed. "My master, you have been rather careless today," remarked the succubus maid, maintaining her usual nonchalance towards all matters. "I am aware," Ming Kai acknowledged with a nod, "but it matters not. That object has become intertwined with my very soul and cannot be extracted, unless, of course, they were to kill me, but even then they would not acquire it." He spoke candidly to his succubus maid, unperturbed by the prospect of betrayal, for they had forged a soul bond of life and death, a divine contract, impervious to dissolution unless a deity of immense power chose to intervene at great cost. Yet, there are always some naive souls eager to test their luck. I need not be told who it is. Ming Kai's eyes sparkled with intensity. There are but a few factions within the royal city. The church has consistently turned a blind eye to individuals like me, remaining a passive observer, while the royal family remains aloof. Regardless of my growth, the mark of nobility I bear from the kingdom will never fade. The stronger I become, the more pleased they are." He continued, "Then there are the prominent noble families, who undoubtedly seek to ensnare me for information, aiming to bolster their own lineage." A cold chuckle escaped him as he reflected on these families. He had sensed a persistent gaze upon him today, belonging to young Luther of the Wallace family. However, Ming Kai did not regard this scion with any concern. He could easily crush him with a mere hand. His true apprehension lay with the Wallace family itself, for over the millennia, they had surely harbored countless legendary beings. Tomorrow marks the decisive battle. If all goes as expected, my opponent will undoubtedly be that fellow, Luther. Victory is assured, yet I must remain cautious. While he may not dare to harm the third prince, my status as a mere baron renders me vulnerable. At this thought, Ming Kai clenched his fists tightly. Ultimately, it is a matter of insufficient strength. Even the opportunity to seize fortune must be approached with utmost caution. Were he a member of the royal family, even a peripheral figure, he would undoubtedly receive ample attention at this moment. "Knock, knock, is anyone there?" Julian stood quietly outside, accompanied by Yu, as he rapped gently on the door. His purpose for this visit was to engage with the enigmatic Baron Ming Kai, who, after all, held a significant potential to become his brother-in-law, although the prospect remained nebulous. One glance at Juliet's infatuated demeanor revealed that if Baron Ming Kai did not act recklessly to a profound extent, Juliet would certainly make a resolute decision. The door creaked open to reveal Ming Kai, and as their eyes met, Julian offered a warm smile. "What? Our esteemed Baron does not invite me in for a chat. Prince? 24, a first encounter. You are rather aloof. Cannot a prince visit you without eliciting any other expression?" Julian observed Ming Kai with keen interest, intrigued by this protagonist-like figure, feeling a stir of curiosity akin to a scientist's impulse to dissect. However, upon entering, Ming Kai remained silent, allowing Julian to dominate the conversation, as though he were the guest and Ming Kai the host. "Your Highness, at this late hour, I am curious about your purpose in coming here." Ming Kai finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. "I am merely an ordinary baron, a trivial figure in the royal city, while you, Prince, are the very lord of the kingdom. I can hardly fathom why you would venture here unannounced, so I kindly ask you to clarify that I might be prepared." "Humph. Your Highness, you honor me with your presence, yet." Before Julian could respond, Yu were unable to tolerate Ming Kai's frigid demeanor, fumed and prepared to vent her frustration on the prince, only to be restrained by Julian. "Enough, Yu. Do not be angry. Let us speak calmly. Once he had pacified Ewer, Julian turned to Ming Kai. I have come to see you for a straightforward reason. I wish to discern who you truly are. What can I possibly be but an ordinary nobleman who has stumbled upon a stroke of luck? Ming Kai retorted dismissively. In recent days, he had grown weary of hearing such trivial gossip in the royal city. Even his stoicism could not shield him from the incessant buzzing of those around him. Yet Julian was not among those superficial souls. He was privy to the deeper truths, especially after returning to the palace and receiving definitive information from his father. Thus, he smiled slightly, disregarding Ming Kai's grievances. I cannot believe that the heir of an ancient shadow lord could merely be a fortunate commoner, Julian remarked thoughtfully, observing the subtle shifts in Ming Kai's expression. The latter appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, a demeanor that earned Julian's quiet admiration. Ming Kai displayed no overt expressions, clearly aware that others would delve into his background. Yet, this composure rendered Julian feeling inferior, as he knew he could not emulate such calmness. The ancient Lord of Shadows was a formidable being of intermediate divine power, rivaling the might of a powerful deity in contemporary times. However, during tumultuous years, he was beset and ultimately fell to several other ancient deities, vanishing from history, with his legacy never having been discovered. Some speculated that this entity had been entirely erased from existence, while others conjectured that his heritage lingered within the shadow dimension of his origin. To their astonishment, it existed within an inconspicuous baronial domain, acquired by the son of a baron. I pondered that this must be a twist of fate. Thus, I must assert that you are indeed a fortunate individual. If all goes as anticipated, within a century, I shall witness the emergence of a legendary figure, perhaps even igniting divine fire and ascending to the divine throne. Julian was not one to flatter intentionally. Theoretically, all of this was quite plausible. Legend was certain, but divinity remained uncertain. After all, the legacy of the Lord of Shadows could not guarantee success, hindered as it was by numerous obstacles, especially given the multitude of shadow creatures coveting this inheritance from the shadow realm. Indeed, being of royal lineage, the intelligence was ample. Ming Kai nodded, his gaze flickering slightly. Then, state your intentions. Are you friend or foe? A palpable sense of danger accompanied Ming Kai's words, and Julian had no doubt that this individual might resort to drastic measures, such as kidnapping him. Internally, he mused about Ming Kai's hypersensitivity, while his countenance radiated warmth. Of course I am a friend, Julian replied, and in the next moment, he felt the earlier hostility dissipate entirely. Our royal family would not dare to covet your inheritance. After all, you are a citizen of the Frost Kingdom. We are not so shameless as to target the talents of our own realm, lest we become the laughingstock of the entire continent. Thus, my purpose in visiting you is to meet and gauge your stance towards the kingdom, which will subsequently inform the kingdom's attitude towards you, Julian explained. I Ming Kai am undoubtedly a baron of the Frost Kingdom, and this will never change, Ming Kai retorted with a cold snort before addressing Julian's inquiry. This is reassuring. Given this, the kingdom shall not neglect you. Your reward has already been determined. Should you triumph over Luther in the coming adulthood ceremony, in addition to the existing resources, the royal family has prepared a gift for you, a promotion to Viscount. This outcome was one that all parties welcomed. So with your response, I have accomplished my primary mission today, Julian remarked, appearing relaxed. It was his first assignment from his father, and he felt a twinge of nervousness, but he was relieved to have completed it successfully. The fact that this prodigy of the kingdom harbored goodwill towards the realm was the greatest gain. As for whether he was deceiving himself, Julian held no concerns. Every genius and strong individual possessed their own credibility and would not betray their promises. I am curious to know what would happen if I choose to remain uninvolved with the Frost Kingdom. A rare smile of goodwill flickered across Ming Kai's typically stoic face. If you are unwilling to align with the kingdom, we shall not confront you. However, we may find ways to irritate you, though we cannot harm you directly. Just like today, should you refuse and are subsequently taken away, the kingdom will not intervene. Julian stood up, gazing into the distance, where a few silhouettes briefly appeared before vanishing. After a moment of silence, Ming Kai remarked, I shall remember this gift. Remembering is the least of it. Now that official matters are concluded, how about we discuss personal affairs? Personal affairs? Yes, indeed. Julian nodded, a gleeful glimmer in his eyes, as he regarded Ming Kai. Today was peculiar. My sister, that woman, has surprisingly shown interest in a man, prompting our mother to send me to assess you. Should you prove satisfactory, you might even become the prince consort of the kingdom. How exhilarating, is it not? Quite unexpected, wouldn't you agree? Ming Kai offered no reply, merely managing a strained smile, which caused Julian to shake his head in disappointment, realizing that this affection from Juliet was in vain. Actually, there is one more thing I need your assistance with, Julian continued, his gaze shifting to the observing succubus maid. I would like to borrow this lovely succubus by your side. Me? You cooing. What a defenseless little one. Upon seeing the reactions of those present, Julian quickly grasped the ambiguity in his words and hurriedly clarified, it is not as you might think. Is it not? The succubus, with her violet-hued eyes, regarded Julian with keen interest, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey. Uninformed onlookers might perceive this as flirtation. It was a dangerous signal indicating her rising ire. Indeed, I believe an explanation is warranted. I do not think a prince has the liberty to toy with my people. Though the mirth did not reach his eyes, which betrayed his simmering anger. Though I was indeed taken aback by the beauty of this succubus. It does not compel me to engage in the sort of actions you presume, Julian replied, a pained smile adorning his face. In truth, I seek this succubus to serve as my model. The process is hardly burdensome. It merely involves donning a few garments and utilizing a projection spell to create some images to promote my new product. Julian felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke. While succubi were notoriously known for their promiscuity, they indeed sold their artistry, not their bodies. The entities that did both were incubi, though they might appear similar. Their essences were fundamentally distinct. Succubi sought pure souls, and the higher-ranking ones especially favored maidens, as such souls were deemed exceptionally pure. The purer the soul, the more favor it would receive when descending into the abyss, consequently enhancing the potential of the succubus that would arise from it. The succubus selects souls steeped in filth, thriving in their debauchery, for their power emanates from the interplay of desire. The figure before him is evidently a succubus of boundless potential, and Julian is acutely aware of their inherent boundaries. Model, are we? The succubus chuckles softly, revealing an enchanting smile that captivates all. Her elongated arms gracefully encircle Julian's neck, and her violet eyes shimmer with profound allure, drawing him into a trance of fascination. Yet in the next moment, he regains his composure and gently pushes away the lamenting succubus, feeling a lingering trepidation. Indeed, I nearly succumb to your charm. It is no wonder that succubi are relentlessly pursued. Such a lure could ensnare even the most seasoned archmage. May I interpret this as a compliment? The succubus, a natural actress, shifts seamlessly from a visage of sorrow to that of a poised lady, embodying the epitome of noble etiquette, making it difficult to reconcile her with the temptation she had just portrayed. By the way, my name is Lilith, she declares, softly pursing her lips to reveal a modest smile before shyly turning her gaze away. Very well, I shall call you Lilith, Julian responds. Sounds agreeable. So, what do you think of my earlier proposal? Julian inquires. I see no desire in your eyes, merely pure admiration. Perhaps I can trust that you are not one overtaken by lust. My intuition confirms this. It is said that a woman's intuition is quite keen. She giggles. The succubus, Lilith, playfully leans against Julian's shoulder, her tail teasingly brushing against him. Yet he remains frozen in place, drenched in cold sweat, daunted by the intoxicating stimulation. Naturally, such a reaction does not escape the notice of the nearby succubus. Lilith wears a mischievous grin before gracefully departing like a delicate petal. When you require my assistance, feel free to seek my master. I hope to still be in the royal city by then. A surge of joy fills Julian's heart. This matter seems assured. He has successfully established his venture, securing a golden storefront on King's Avenue, with initial capital in hand, nearly 30,000 gold coins remaining, plus potential gains from this coming-of-age ceremony. As for creativity, it resides solely within Julian's mind. He has even found his ideal spokesperson, this domesticated succubus. Although his most fervent wish is for the embodiment of love and beauty across the continent, the goddess of love, beauty, and virtue, Shuni, would be the most fitting representative. However, Julian knows better than to dare drape such intimate garments upon the continent's most revered goddess. The multitude of her admirers throughout the multiverse of Aries Shield is staggering. Should Julian dare to reveal himself, he would be left with naught but remnants. Curse it. One day, this prince will ensure all goddesses don the lingerie I design, and I shall be the one to adorn them. Julian, lost in thought, couldn't help but salivate. Despite his transposition to another world, the psyche of his previous life remained intact. The allure of a goddess would undoubtedly provoke the primal instincts of any male creature. Nevertheless, the succubus was equally enticing, with a physique that could only be described as exquisite, truly of the highest caliber, promising delightful outcomes. His keen eye discerned the alluring form concealed beneath the succubus's garments, causing him to salivate in secret. Ultimately, he bid farewell to his underdeveloped companions, Yor, Ming-Kai, and Lilith. Once outside, Yor could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, what troubles are dear you?" Julian gently consoled, embracing her. "Do not cry. It pains me to see you in sorrow." He added playfully, "Your prince is not one to be rendered immobile by the sight of beauty, so fret not." Yor, though hesitant, insisted, "I am but a humble maidservant to his highness. I have no right to question his actions." Despite her words, tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. "Do not overthink it. I genuinely seek her assistance. My fondness for you, Yor, remains unwavering. I promise that even after marriage, you shall forever be the girl dearest to my heart." With a soft chuckle, Yor's tears transformed into laughter. "Oh, your highness, once you have a wife, you must not speak so. Lady will surely grow envious." As she spoke, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. The young girl was easily appeased, yet Julian pondered his impending betrothal after the upcoming rites of passage, uncertain of which noble lady might claim his attention. He felt a tinge of helplessness, yearning for the freedom to love genuinely. After all, he sought affection, not mere procreation. However, residing within the royal confines, certain matters were beyond his control. Political alliances were inevitable, and while he did not oppose them, he merely hoped that his future partner would align with his desires. The following day, the royal city was engulfed by a throng of onlookers, overwhelming the city guards who struggled to maintain order. They were compelled to summon the palace's elite guard to manage the chaos, barely suppressing the eclectic assembly of characters. Ming-Kai, accompanied by his maid Lilith, made his way to the arena, his notoriety having grown following recent events, thanks in part to those eager to promote his name. "Look, there goes Baron Ming-Kai from yesterday. I hear he is set to compete in the finals today, and he stands a good chance of winning." Indeed, who would have thought that a mere barony could produce such a prodigy? It seems the esteemed talents of the royal city won't be able to retain their honor this year. Huh, quite right. It is rumored that Lord Loser from the Wallace ducal family will face him in a championship match. I doubt Loser stands a chance, given the disparity in their ranks. Not to mention yesterday's events, which saw a certain sorcerer, Haroon, fail against our Baron. The individual spoke with great fervor, relishing the admiration and envy of those around him, yet remained oblivious to the fact that the crowd had silently dispersed, leaving behind only expressions of shock and disbelief. "Hey, why has everyone left? I haven't finished speaking." Realizing the absence of his audience, he waved his hand in confusion. At that moment, a chilling scoff resonated from behind him. "Not finished, are we? Would you care to share your thoughts with me?" A wave of trepidation washed over him as he turned to face the source of the voice, nearly collapsing in shock at the sight before him. Stammering, he uttered, "Young Master Loser, I didn't mean to. I was merely boasting. Begone. I do not wish to see your face again." Loser, possessing both status and dignity, would not hold a grudge over such trivial matters. Though vexed, he had no intention of seeking revenge. Sending the individual away sufficed, for out of sight meant out of mind. Nearby, Ming-Kai noticed the commotion and turned slightly, observing Loser's grim demeanor, which informed him of the unfolding situation. However, he felt no inclination to intervene and turned to leave. "Why does our prodigious Baron hasten to depart upon seeing me? Am I truly that fearsome?" Loser, not one to dwell on trivialities, contemplated provoking Ming-Kai. Naturally, if Ming-Kai were to lose his composure and cause a scene in public, Loser would have the perfect justification to punish him, followed by a decisive victory over this rival in the arena. Such thoughts were grand in imagination, but starkly contrasted with reality. Ming-Kai pauset momentarily, completely unfazed by Loser's presence. This lack of reaction only fueled Loser's frustration, as his glare remained fixed on Ming Kai, occasionally darting toward an alluring succubus nearby. His eyes ablaze with desire. After reaching adulthood, much like Julian, Loser was now 16, an age at which one is deemed sufficiently mature and aware. With burgeoning interests in matters of love and passion, especially with the intoxicating allure of having a succubus as a maid. On the other side, a sycophantic lackey, witnessing his master's vexation, hurriedly approached. "Young master, this insolent fellow lacks discernment. Shall we capture him? Silence, you fool. Depart." The flatterer, having miscalculated his approach, left with a crestfallen expression, bewildered by his master's unusual demeanor. Yet, when commanded to leave, he understood the necessity of retreating far away. In the distance, Ming Kai continued his path. "Master, the young scion of the Wallace family is not to be underestimated. His gaze is quite formidable, as if he wishes to devour the very essence of others. I feel quite apprehensive." The succubus's mournful voice echoed in Ming Kai's ear, accompanied by the warm, fragrant aroma that enveloped him. "You need not concern yourself with that. The third prince has already instructed me to teach young Master Loser a lesson on his behalf. Rest assured, I shall ensure he receives his due, so do not worry." Ming Kai took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Although he was not swayed by Lilith's allure, the fact that she was his maid made him uncomfortable under the gaze of others. Today's competition, while not markedly different from yesterday's, was slightly more exhilarating, showcasing participants who possessed at least a few remarkable skills. This offered the gathered crowd of commoners a delightful spectacle, a rare entertainment event of the year. The coming-of-age contest, despite determining a champion, was not open to just anyone. With everyone so busy, few had the leisure to indulge in a contest among children. Thus, only a select few, notably talented, were chosen to compete, while others merely performed for the occasion. The qualified participants were predominantly young nobles of at least the 4th rank. Ming Kai had already participated in 2 matches today, feeling no pressure whatsoever. One opponent exhibited decent skill, but was still juvenile in technique, far inferior to Ming Kai. The other opponent simply conceded defeat, recognizing the futility of the match and preferring to withdraw early rather than be ridiculed. On Luther's side, the situation was similar. Both opponents were of the 4th rank, yet merely scions of a count's family, easily dispatched by Luther, who garnered cheers from a throng of adoring spectators. However, despite his effortless victories, the extent of their skill was questionable. Julian was aware that these 2 opponents had shared drinks with him just the day before, reveling in festivities together. Yet, these little ploys ultimately held no substantial weight. While they may have conserved some energy, the disparity in skill remained. Observing the aloof Ming Kai, Luther couldn't truthfully claim to be unconcerned. Just yesterday, his grandfather, Duke Wallace, had advised him to concede defeat as soon as possible. Though he had nodded in agreement at the time, he still harbored a sense of capability. The overly confident Luther seemed to have forgotten how he had come to stand on this field today. "Ming Kai, I shall not utter threats, though I, Luther, may not be the epitome of virtue. I am no petty villain. Strike with all your might. I shall not seek vengeance," Luther declared, as if victory were assured. Nonetheless, the outcome was as predicted. Luther was defeated. Despite his wealth, it merely prolonged the inevitable, with Ming Kai likely having deliberately held back. The reason for this leniency could be discerned from Luther's pitiful state. Fortunately, his injuries were superficial and would heal within a day or 2. A visit to the church could remedy them in mere moments. As Luther was carried away, the officiating mage announced, "This year, the most outstanding youth of the Frost Kingdom's coming-of-age competition is Baron Ming Kai. The Frost Kingdom stands among the oldest monarchies on the continent, a bastion of strength in an era devoid of a unified empire. It can be confidently asserted that their might allows them to ascend to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities. This is no mere boast. Historically, the Frost Kingdom has indeed vanquished a newly ascended evil god, concealing both the deity and its weaponry within the royal treasury. A divine treasure, even that of the most feeble deity, is sufficient to evoke envy among the majority of legends. Now, Julian stands outside the royal treasury, awaiting the arrival of 2 others to enter together. Before long, Ming Kai and Loser approach leisurely. As participants of the final round, they naturally possess the qualifications to enter. As a prince, Julian has the privilege to access this treasury with mere words. "Good morning, gentlemen." Julian greets Ming Kai with a smile, while he merely acknowledges loser with a fleeting glance. For their relationship is rather complicated. Minkai subtly nods, both understanding the unspoken connection. He is aware that Julian refers to the incident of reprimanding loser. Oomph. Who would have thought the prince himself would escort us inside? I wonder if you could enlighten me on the treasures within. Minkai and I are but commoners, unfamiliar with such wonders. Loser, oblivious to the undercurrents between the two, attempts to conspire against Julian alongside Minkai, though his efforts are ultimately in vain. Both Julian and Minkai turn their heads, feigning ignorance, which nearly provokes Loser to erupt in anger. Had it not been for the decorum of the royal palace, he might have dared to confront Julian openly. I have heard that the treasury of the Frost Kingdom holds a relic of a deity. Minkai hesitates for a moment before addressing Julian, his interest piqued. This fascination extends beyond this treasury. Ever since he acquired the legacy of the Shadow Lord, he has developed a particular obsession with the remnants of divine beings, coupled with a unique sense of possessiveness. Meanwhile, Julian casts a surprised glance at Minkai. But before he can respond, Loser interrupts. Minkai, you are merely a baron. Do not indulge in fantasies about such treasures. The royal family would never permit you to possess anything of that nature. Not even several legendary mages from years past could obtain the legacy of that malevolent deity. As a member of an esteemed and long-standing noble family, Loser is well-versed in such matters. In fact, the Wallace family participated in that legendary confrontation years ago. Had it not been for the consideration of the demigod priests from the northern ice plains, a conflict might have indeed ensued. Demigods occupy a peculiar status. They do not exceed the mortal realm of level 30, yet they are considered legendary in concept. The distinction lies in their early forays into divine domains, attempting to propagate their own divine laws and forming priesthoods. This is an essential process for the birth of every wild deity. A simpler path to divinity involves directly acquiring the priesthood and divine essence of another god. However, the act of slaying a god is exceedingly rare, and those deities who walk among mortals are often mere avatars. Their true forms rarely grant such opportunities, for the more formidable they are, the longer they live, and thus the more they fear death. Luther's words ring true. At this moment, the opportunity is beyond your reach. The area of the royal treasury that has been opened is merely the outer layer, housing treasures that are, at most, low-level legendary artifacts, and of a particularly lackluster variety. It is inconceivable that items of higher caliber would be offered as rewards for a mere coming-of-age ceremony. Even the wealthiest kingdoms of the South lack such audacity. As for the remnants of the dark deity you are concerned about, those are the most sacred treasures of the royal family, closely guarded by legendary mages. Not only are you an outsider, but even I cannot gain access. Such artifacts possess the potential to forge a deity in times of crisis, and are thus treated with utmost reverence. Julian consoled him, recognizing that Minkai was likely seeking only a fragment of divine essence, needing such divine artifacts to restore his legacy, which explained his fervent interest. However, the two maintained a facade of aloofness. Regardless of their camaraderie, Julian could not afford to allow him access to the royal treasures. Collaboration is one thing, but Julian preferred to retain the upper hand. Should the roles be reversed, he would find himself beholden to Minkai's whims. Thus, unless Minkai ascends to an unassailable height, the royal family would never invest significantly in his advancement. Moreover, Julian himself harbored a profound desire for the dark deity's essence. He had gleaned from his own system that even a weak fragment of divine power could yield no less than 100 million energy points. Securing such a treasure would propel Julian to greatness. Yet, the system remained his closely guarded secret. He dared not speak openly of it to his royal parents. Thus he resolved to earn money by selling undergarments to women. Having articulated his thoughts so plainly, even if Minkai felt a twinge of discontent, he had no choice but to acquiesce. That said, the rewards from the Frost Kingdom were indeed commendable. The announcement regarding his elevation from Baron to Viscount, accompanied by hereditary rights, was made public yesterday, creating quite a stir in this era of peace. Very well, I understand. However, could you elaborate on the finest legendary artifacts contained within? Julian anticipated this inquiry. It is only natural for one to seek the best. Even the most mediocre legendary artifacts are regarded as superior to exquisite high-grade weapons, a consensus throughout the continent. After all, legendary status represents the pinnacle of human achievement. akin to a form of faith. Since you wish to know, I shall oblige, Julian replied after a moment's contemplation, disregarding Luther, who was eavesdropping nearby. The outer region of the royal treasury is vast, encompassing a comprehensive collection of weapons, resources, and treasures ranging from low to high tiers. You may wonder why the royal treasury would house such items. Indeed, one would assume that the royal family would not lack for these things. Presently, they do not. But no one can predict the future trajectory of the kingdom. Perhaps one day, a period of turmoil will return, ravaging the entire continent. At that time, do not say we are merely a mortal kingdom. Even deities may fall. Thus, it is wise to remain vigilant in times of peace. The royal treasury was established at the inception of the kingdom, during a period of considerable upheaval across the continent. The original intent of the treasury was to create a comprehensive legacy, enabling the descendants of the Frost Kingdom to rise anew, even in the event of the kingdom's demise. Although this worst-case scenario has not materialized over countless years, the royal family has steadfastly adhered to this tradition, continually refreshing its contents. Consequently, even the most rudimentary items within the treasury are of the finest quality among their peers. Julian spoke with increasing pride, as his treasury belonged to their lineage. As for the legendary artifacts you are concerned about, Julian chuckled, revealing a peculiar smile. What is the matter? These legendary artifacts are rather lackluster, tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. To be frank, I would advise you both against selecting these items. It would be far more prudent to choose some high-grade weapons. The advanced weapons and items contained within are truly exquisite, featuring divine fruits that enhance potential. Magical scrolls that unleash sudden bursts of power, the ethereal greatsword left by legendary warriors, and even armor and staves once wielded by the gods themselves. To be honest, these are far superior to the legendary artifacts. However, if you desire to know, I shall inform you that there are a total of 6 legendary artifacts. The first is a scroll of legendary spells, capable of unleashing devastating firestorms. It holds significant power in warfare between kingdoms, but is rather ineffective against singular foes. After all, the larger the spell, the longer it takes to gather the necessary elements. Without protection, one may very well perish before completing the incantation. You must understand this. Though Luther may choose otherwise. Julian cast a sly glance at Luther, who merely scoffed, unwilling to be deceived. Such a war artifact, if retained by Duke S. House, would only invite discomfort, ultimately leading to its surrender and a squandered opportunity. The second legendary artifact is a healing pearl, crafted by Archbishop Cales of the Healing Church, a legendary priest and chosen of the divine. His esteemed position within the kingdom is well known, being a figure of the utmost caliber. Although this healing pearl is rather ordinary and can only mend standard injuries, it excels in leaving no scars, making it especially suitable for warriors. The other two nodded in agreement. The warrior class inherently inflicts considerable damage on their physical well-being, resulting in a shorter lifespan compared to mages unless they are the knights of the temples, frequently enveloped in divine light. For the two of them, possessing such an artifact would undoubtedly confer immense benefits, alleviating concerns about irreversible injuries caused by prolonged training. In truth, this item is quite commendable. Were it not for my intention to transition into a mage, I would likely choose this very item. Julian spoke slowly, revealing that he had yet to express his true thoughts. The healing gem was, in fact, a monumental scam. The energy it contained was finite and did not regenerate on its own. It could not be replenished with just any sort of energy. One had to visit the healing church to recharge it with exclusive divine healing power. The cost was exorbitant, 1,000 gold coins per use, no negotiation. This exorbitant fee was the reason the healing church boasted a wealth comparable to that of the Church of Wealth. This was precisely how they profited. The third item was far from simple. It was a relic from the era of the goddess of magic. A single tier, seemingly insignificant, yet it was a remnant of the goddess's own essence. For practitioners of magic, it could enhance their connection to the magical web by approximately 50%. However, the drawbacks were evident. Like most artifacts, it had a limited number of uses, around 5 before it was completely depleted. As for the fourth, fifth, and sixth items, Julian expounded in one breath, feeling somewhat fatigued. However, the latter 3 were rather lackluster, primarily one-time use artifacts. The fourth item, Deep Sea Bubble, allowed one to be enveloped in a bubble and dive into the depths of the ocean for sightseeing, but it was of little practical use. The fifth item, Heart of Flame, provided the wearer with a 10% immunity to fire magic damage. While it sounded impressive, this item required the user's own energy to function. A rational person would surely flee from spells rather than foolishly endure them. As for the sixth item, the legendary coin of the Church of Wealth, it was merely symbolic. Possession of it conferred the status equivalent to that of a bishop in a city. Yet within the Church of Wealth, status meant little. Wealth was the true power, and everyone needed to spend money to satisfy their desires. Upon hearing Julian's account, a flicker of disdain crossed Ming Kai's otherwise stoic face, likely cursing the royal family's unscrupulousness in his mind. It was fortunate that Julian had forewarned the two. Otherwise, they would have been left in a dire predicament. "I understand. Thank you, Your Highness," Luther remarked, pursing his lips in silence as the group stood waiting for the guardian of the royal treasury to grant them entry. They did not have to wait long. Shortly, a high-ranking mage descended from the air, casting a cold glance at the trio before reciting an extensive incantation. "Your Highness, please provide a drop of your blood." Of course, Julian responded, well aware that the royal treasury's access required a verification of bloodline. Mere incantations were insufficient, serving as a theft prevention measure. One must commend the denizens of the divine realm for their profound understanding of the human body. As Julian's blood stained the magical array, a blinding light surged forth, causing the group to recoil. "Remember, you have only one day inside. After that, you will be automatically transported out, and each of you is permitted to carry only one item. Should you possess more, the excess will be automatically deducted during the spatial transfer, leaving behind only a single object. It is worth mentioning that there is no danger within. There is no need for you to be so tense. The treasury is merely a repository for items, not a test of your prowess. Reading too many nightly tales is detrimental to one's health." After delivering this remark coldly, the old mage's voice faded away, leaving Julian and his companions enveloped in a cocoon of white light, utterly speechless. They were currently in the midst of the teleportation process. Originally, the royal treasury was a basement that had been excavated, but as the kingdom flourished, it underwent a grand transformation into a treasury occupying an entire demiplane, complete with a full biological chain, though devoid of magical beasts. Should any be present, they would undoubtedly have been dealt with by the legendary professionals residing within. Setting aside other considerations, the mere act of transforming a demiplane is beyond the capabilities of ordinary small nations. The discovery of such a realm requires a stroke of luck and considerable financial resources. As for the transformation, it pertains to the domain of deities, necessitating the leadership of a demigod, several legendary figures, and an artifact to even contemplate such an endeavor. From this, one can discern the standing of the Frost Kingdom in the grand scheme of the continent. Minutes later, the three figures materialized in a vast wilderness. Although this demiplane was modest in size, it was comparable to 2 or 3 royal cities, providing them with a space roughly the size of one royal city for their activities. This was ample room, prompting the trio to part ways, exchanging knowing glances as they set off in search of their respective needs. Julian was already well aware of what he sought. After all, as the master, he possessed an inherent advantage. He required the proof of the goddess of magic, a certification for mages. This was no ordinary item. It bore the essence of Mystra's divine power, and during the transition, there was a significant chance of encountering this goddess. While meeting her did not guarantee special treatment, she would certainly extend some measure of favor, allowing one to grasp the intricacies of the second-level magic network with relative ease. Some even ascended to become chosen ones of the goddess of magic in a single leap. Julian doubted he would be so fortunate, but surely some preferential treatment was warranted, wasn't it? The mage's profession inherently demands time and talent, and Julian felt he must either refrain from transitioning or strive to reach an average level, neither remarkable nor inconspicuous. The proof of divinity was the first step, providing a higher starting point than others. In the eastern part of the royal treasury, in a room resembling an attic, Julian strolled leisurely, his mind occupied with the location of the proof of divinity, feeling no anxiety whatsoever. No one would contest him for this item, as others were oblivious to its existence, and even if they were aware, they would not be able to acquire it. Do not assume that the royal family would open the treasury for casual selection. This was merely a matter of appearances. Certain items required specific conditions, such as the proof of divinity that Julian sought, which primarily demanded royal blood, and, secondly, a mage's aptitude, specifically, a minimum of 3 times the training talent of an ordinary individual. Only when both conditions are met can one hope to attain it. For there lies a crucial aspect: one must obtain it. This object has long been imbued with a touch of the divine, accumulating its own spirit over the years. Although it does not wander aimlessly, a slight shift is permissible. Moreover, such entities tend to conceal themselves, and Julian must seek it out upon his arrival. Despite the arduous nature of the task, Julian remains undeterred. His confidence is unwavering. This endeavor appears to him as effortlessly attainable, devoid of any pressure. After approximately half an hour, Julian finally reached the attic etched in his memory, a wooden structure aged beyond measure. Observing its exterior, he mused that this ancient relic, centuries old, might collapse with the slightest gust of wind. Yet, it was evident that such thoughts were mere figments of his imagination. Undoubtedly, this attic was safeguarded by magical forces, rendering it impervious to the whims of the elements. With a creak, Julian pushed open the door, greeted not by the dust he had anticipated nor the pungent scent of mildew, but rather by a faint, pleasant aroma. As he stepped inside, the floorboards groaned beneath his weight, as if they were on the verge of fracturing. In a dimmer setting, this space could easily evoke the aura of a horror film. The attic, consumed by thoughts of it, Julian ascended the staircase, which spanned roughly 3 levels. The initial floors were dedicated to the most fundamental introductions to various cultivation systems. Not only did they encompass the contemporary mainland's prevalent classes, warriors, priests, and mages, but also highlighted a plethora of illustrious professions from antiquity, including sorcerers, seers, and even the legendary hellwalkers. However, it was evident that these were merely records. Such rare professions seldom emerge in contemporary times. While divine suppression plays a role, the inherent difficulty of their cultivation is a significant factor as well. Julian harbored no desire to be an outlier. He simply sought to quietly retrieve his belongings and engage intimately with his beloved goddess of magic, hoping for a serendipitous encounter. At last he arrived, and indeed, it appeared rather dilapidated. Why had those old codgers not considered a renovation? Was it truly so difficult? Standing within the attic, Julian observed an array of class transition tomes, all of which had been previously introduced. Yet, the most valuable item remained the one he sought. Surveying his surroundings, he soon realized that he lacked the protagonist's fortuitous luck that would allow for an easy discovery. Nevertheless, he was not anxious. Having prepared for this moment, Julian smiled slightly. With a flick of his wrist, a compass-like device materialized in his hand, a magical artifact solely designed to detect divine items. This tool was once the pride of arrogant legendary mages who sought to slay gods. Yet nowadays, few dared to display such hubris, for they would be swiftly eradicated. Upon the emergence of the compass, a mere moment later, a paper-like object materialized in Julian's hand. In an instant, a gentle golden radiance began to illuminate the entire attic. Startled, Julian quickly closed it. Although he could transition classes at that very moment, this was not the place to do so. Such an act could attract the attention of the goddess of magic, who might even send an avatar. This demiplane served as their Frost Kingdom's trump card, and should the goddess become aware, it would necessitate a complete reevaluation of their escape route. After all, it is better to be cautious than to face unforeseen consequences. How fortunate he was. Had the old man found out, he would surely have faced dire repercussions. Julian exhaled deeply, realizing it was time to depart. There was nothing of interest here, and he was eager to see what his companions had acquired. However, he hoped they would not choose any of the perilous legendary artifacts. Julian continued to explore, selecting a staff, rather ordinary, yet adorned with a sizable sapphire. Unfortunately, the gemstone offered no enhancement to the staff's efficacy. It was merely ornamental, a tool for ostentation. Additionally, Julian discreetly took a wisdom fruit, a marvelous creation of the god of knowledge, Agma, which bestowed the gift of perfect memory upon its consumer. Consequently, Julian elegantly consumed it, unperturbed by the thought of his father's potential ire upon his return. Initially, he intended to procure more items, but as he reached for another, a soft cough startled him, nearly sending his spirit astray. After a moment of searching, He realized it was a warning from the legendary mage tasked with guarding this place. Despite his princely status, he could not freely take whatever he wished. Otherwise, treasures would hardly remain in this vault. Moreover, the individuals within could very well be former royal bloodlines, possibly even a past king, or perhaps an ancestor of his own. Julian dared not act presumptuously. Nevertheless, the benefits he had gained were considerable, and he felt satisfied. While the sight of gold scattered across the floor was somewhat painful, he resolved to depart. Such places were best avoided, truly vexing. As for his two companions, they lacked Julian's advantages and could only rely on their instincts to select suitable items. After parting ways with Julian, Luther wandered about and fortuitously stumbled into the armory. As a warrior by class choice, having trained in techniques such as the Gale Slash, he found himself dazzled by the plethora of high-grade weapons surrounding him. Although the Wallace family was respectable, they paled in comparison to the royal lineage. Their collection numbered merely in the tens, whereas this armory boasted hundreds, if not thousands, of weapons, an entirely different echelon. Moreover, this place is replete with relics left behind by formidable warriors of yore. Their weapons are often imbued with their essence, and a significant portion possesses a certain sentience. Should fortune smile upon one to encounter a weapon from a deity's mortal phase, it could lead to extraordinary prosperity, potentially evolving into a legendary artifact. One cannot deny that Luther has indeed stumbled upon remarkable luck, having discovered a two-handed sword among a multitude of high-tier weapons, an heirloom of a once legendary warrior, known as the Sword of Night and Slaughter. This blade is renowned even among the elite weaponry, and it has begun its metamorphosis into a legendary weapon. The wielder can even sense the realms of legend, darkness, and carnage, which is its extraordinary facet. How unexpected it is for me, Luther, to seize such an opportunity. I have always known I am no ordinary noble. In this lifetime, legend shall not mark my terminus. Gently polishing the newly acquired sword, his somber eyes glimmered momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile. I wonder what treasures the other two have unearthed. They too must have found something of significance. Luther's thoughts immediately turned to Julian, and a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. Both he and Julian were young nobles, having gained fame in their youth. Luther had once been well regarded in the royal city, only to see it all vanish in an instant. To claim he bore no resentment toward Julian would be disingenuous. Yet the disparity in their statuses prevented him from harboring any malevolent intentions. The recent incident where Julian nearly fell victim to an abduction in the royal city had made Luther acutely aware of the royal family's suspicions toward their lineage, even leading to his own surveillance. Thus, he was determined not to reveal his true intentions until he had amassed sufficient power, at least until he attained demigod status, when he would finally have the right to challenge others. Julian, you are merely a prince. Though you currently hold the upper hand, I am still young, and my future is brimming with possibilities. You will ultimately become my stepping stone. Luther scoffed coldly, feeling discomfort at the thought of Julian currently scavenging for treasures. While he could claim but a single item, he found it hard to believe that Julian, as a prince, could also secure only one. This imbalance gnawed at him, prompting him to utter fierce words to bolster his morale. Yet the sword in his grasp provided him with a sense of solace. Luther carefully withdrew the sword, oblivious to the sudden emergence of a figure in the previously empty space. This presence observed the Sword of Night and Slaughter, a peculiar smile gracing its features, before casting a somber gaze in Luther's direction. Shortly after Luther's departure, Julian discovered Ming Kai in the peculiar item section of the Royal Treasury's western wing. This section housed artifacts whose purposes were unknown to the royal family, or that remained unassessed in haste. Some were mere odds and ends, while others might unveil a dust-covered relic or an ancient artifact imbued with a primordial will. Of course, it could also be something as mundane as a common bone or a forgotten tome inadvertently brought in by a predecessor. These circumstances are indeed plausible. However, this place is undoubtedly the most intriguing aspect of the royal realm, as humanity harbors an inherent inclination to seize opportunities. This location adeptly caters to the darker inclinations of such individuals. Julian's certainty about finding Minkai here stems from his belief that Minkai is the protagonist of this era in Ethereal and would inevitably come to this place. Typically, knightly tales are crafted in such a manner, where only the protagonist can unearth treasures that elude others, thus soaring to greatness and ultimately achieving exalted status. Thus, Julian approached this place with a tentative hope, and indeed, he discovered Minkai meticulously searching. "How about it? Have you found anything of interest?" Julian inquired, his demeanor relaxed. He had resolved to meticulously note everything Minkai had examined, intending to claim it all upon his return. While his methods may appear unscrupulous, they proved effective. After all, Minkai could only take one item, but the valuable remnants left behind would certainly exceed that. Although Julian felt lacking in discernment, he saw no issue in capitalizing on another in sight. Quite an array of extraordinary items here, were it not for the limitation of one. "I would gladly empty this place," he mused. At that moment, Minkai, in good spirits, surprisingly engaged in jest with Julian, leaving the latter astonished. After a brief pause, Julian asked, "So, have you made a selection? If not, I could guide you to the legendary artifacts. While they may be somewhat lackluster, they are, after all, legendary, aren't they?" "No need. I have made my choice," Minkai replied, shaking his head as he retrieved a statue-like object from his spatial ring. "Is this one?" Julian focused intently, noting that it was merely an ordinary wooden sculpture, seemingly unremarkable and poorly crafted, resembling the handiwork of a child. Had it been presented to him, he would not have spared it a second glance, deeming it utterly valueless. "This one?" Julian questioned, skepticism evident as he prodded the object. "Are you certain you have not erred in your selection?" "Indeed, this is the one," Minkai affirmed with a nod. "What is it that you find so significant?" "To my eyes, it appears to be nothing more than a piece of wood, lacking any distinction," Julian continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, a fleeting hesitation crossed Minkai's face. But as if struck by inspiration, he replied, "In truth, it is not just anything. It is a deity's effigy." "A deity's effigy?" Julian exclaimed, astonished. Yet, Minkai appeared undeterred, drawing a deep breath as he elaborated. "This object is likely unknown to the average person, but I am different. You are aware that I have inherited the legacy of the ancient Shadow Lord. Could it be that this is the effigy of the Shadow Lord?" Julian felt a stirring intuition. Indeed, it is the very effigy he once possessed. Although this piece of wood may seem ordinary, it originates from the Shadow Plane and, enhanced by the Shadow Lord's alteration, houses an ethereal, yet genuinely existing space within, capable of storing the power of faith. My goodness, Julian was truly astonished. The fact that this object contained the power of faith and that Minkai had chosen it indicated that Minkai must possess a method to utilize it. Faith is a realm only deities can tread. As he prepared for a job transition, it became evident that although the ancient Shadow Lord had perished many years ago, no new sovereign had emerged in the Shadow Realm. This suggested that the Shadow Lord had been a fallen deity for countless years. Over the ages, the accumulated power of faith was immeasurable. Although the passage of time might have diminished it, the faith from the Shadow Realm could never be lessened. Such statues might not be singular, but they were certainly rare. Their existence in the Frost Kingdom's treasury was a testament to their value. Had they been the outside world, they would have long been stripped bare by the avatars of the gods. Julian cast an envious glance at Minkai, who had inherited the legacy of the Shadow Lord, undoubtedly possessing fragments of a lost divine essence, or even a complete original divine essence. This meant that the power of faith could be harnessed and absorbed by him. While this power primarily transformed into divine energy in the hands of deities for mortals, it represented an extraordinary advantage, akin to a commoner in a cultivation novel who continuously absorbs celestial energy without the worry of adverse effects. Thus, the speed of advancement was unimaginable. Comparisons between individuals were futile. A thought flashed through Julian's mind. Meanwhile, Minkai continued to speak to himself. Even if he divulged this information, it mattered little. After all, only he could utilize it, and others would be unable to extract or absorb it, regardless of their knowledge. Furthermore, the ancient Shadow Lord was a deity of moderate power, with battle prowess rivaling that of stronger deities. The artifacts he left behind were undoubtedly extraordinary. Even now, with the divine energy having waned, only true gods could discern the true value of such items. No one else, not even demigods, could grasp their significance. Minkai was untroubled by the prospect of Julian developing greed upon learning this, for as he had stated, such an object would be of no use to Julian. Thus, he spoke freely, for Minkai was no fool. Wealth stirs the heart, especially with such a monumental opportunity. By revealing this, he not only garnered Julian's favor, but also dispelled the covetous thoughts of outsiders. He could also leverage Julian to express his allegiance to the royal family, thereby securing their protection. At that moment, his identity as the heir of the Shadow Lord was firmly established. Although the gods were hesitant to act against him due to their stance in the mortal realm, the creatures of the Shadow Realm harbored no such reservations. They would undoubtedly seek to kill him and seize his legacy. Thus, he urgently required the support of a formidable faction, and the Frost Kingdom was an excellent choice. Firstly, as a native of the Frost Kingdom, he naturally felt a sense of kinship. Secondly, the Frost Kingdom was among the elite on the continent, rumored to possess at least one being of demigod caliber. Such power could undoubtedly support his growth to a significant level. As for the future, once he successfully ignites the divine flame and ascends to the divine throne, even a mere token left behind would suffice as a form of gratitude. This reflects Minkai's current mindset, pragmatic and utilitarian. It seems that our royal family indeed shares a fateful connection with you, Minkai. Given that such matters pertain to your future, it is essential to seize the opportunity. Julian's gaze flickered slightly before he steadied his thoughts. He would relay today's events to his father, the king, and he believed there would be favorable news in due course. Thank you. Minkai expressed his gratitude to Julian, genuinely appreciating such assistance. If that is the case, let us take our leave. It is getting late, and it would be prudent to head out sooner rather than later, Julian suggested, noting that they had been inside for quite some time. Agreed. Minkai nodded, and the two departed, with Minkai leading the way and Julian following behind. As Julian trailed, he couldn't help but marvel at the formidable nature of this world. Not only was a destined child crafted, but even the circumstances surrounding him were uniquely his own, inaccessible to others. Julian suspected that even the legacy of the Shadow Lord was bound to him. Anyone attempting to covet such a thing would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Though this disparity was disheartening, Julian did not allow it to lead him astray. He too possessed his own advantages. Although they might seem less significant than the protagonist's blessings at present, the future remained uncertain, especially when the system upgraded to level 10. The thought of such a cultivation speed was intoxicating. They needed to reach the location where they had just arrived, a teleportation array, whereby shattering the token on one S-person would facilitate their departure. After a flash of light, a dark portal opened in the sky, stabilized by a milky white energy, and the two were drawn into it. Moments later, they found themselves back within the kingdom. Upon their arrival, Loser had already been waiting there. He had intended to approach them for a casual conversation and inquire about their findings. But upon witnessing Julian and Minkai engaged in jovial conversation, seemingly oblivious to his presence, he could only retreat awkwardly, casting a venomous glance at the pair as he departed. What of it, your highness? He is, after all, an heir to a duke. Do you not fear his retribution? Not in the least, Julian replied nonchalantly. I am not my elder brother, who must contend for the throne. I am merely a leisurely prince, free to do as I please, unconcerned with the thoughts of these nobles. Even if they wish to devour me, what can they truly do? They lack the courage to act. Julian watched Loser's retreating figure. Unconcerned, the rift between the two had already deepened, so why bother with such trivialities? After their departure, Julian quickly informed Minkai before hastening towards the quarters of his mother, eager to report the day's events to his family. In the kingdom's study, the king conducted state affairs amidst a plethora of official documents. At the edge of the desk, Julian dutifully relayed the details of the day's occurrences to his father. After a considerable time, the weary king finally lifted his gaze to glance at Julian, appearing contemplative, and remarked, Indeed, you have performed admirably. According to your account, that Viscount Minkai has acquired a pivotal treasure from our royal treasury. Although we still incur a loss, this will nevertheless bind him to our Frost Kingdom. Though the benefits are not immediately visible, there will surely be fruitful returns in the future. Julian inquired then, Father, what do you imply? The king responded, What else could there be? It is a rare opportunity to form an alliance with a potential master of shadows. Naturally, we must cooperate with him, fulfilling his needs as much as possible. Additionally, I shall arrange for someone to address the troubles lurking behind him. While not everyone may be amenable, any resolution is better than none. Moreover, you have secured your belongings, I trust. I have already spoken to the Mage Guild on your behalf. You may proceed with your job change tomorrow. and you might even have a significant chance to meet the embodiment of the goddess of magic. The following day dawned exceptionally bright in the royal city. The streets had been meticulously cleaned, and with the completion of their coming-of-age ceremonies, many nobles and free citizens had departed, rendering the city considerably less crowded than in recent days, when throngs of people filled the streets even in the early morning. James, how far are we from the Mage Guild? Julian yawned, having risen early without sufficient rest, leaving him rather fatigued. However, due to the importance of the day's events, he had no choice but to awaken early. James, a captain of the royal guard dispatched by Julian's father, was responsible for his daily excursions from the palace. In contrast, Ewer, who had habitually accompanied Julian, was now kept close by the queen, and it seemed unlikely they would have frequent opportunities to meet before Julian's marriage. Your Highness, we're just 2 streets away, James replied with unwavering precision. He was a rather stiff individual, though lacking in charm. His reliability was the reason for his promotion to captain, as he was steadfast and dependable. In no time, Julian arrived at the entrance of the Mage Guild, which was characterized by its tower-like architecture, a customary design across the continent. While this style bore no significant distinction from other types of buildings, the mage community stubbornly believed that towers were the most suitable structures for meditation, as they brought one closer to the heavens. However, Julian thought this notion to be self-deceptive, likely stemming from an old sage who had grown accustomed to such architecture, leading to its continued construction. The subsequent generation of mages, in their quest for justification, concocted lofty reasons for their towers, knowing that those outside their circle would hardly concern themselves with such matters. Upon Julian's arrival, a middle-aged mage awaited outside. As Julian disembarked from his carriage, the mage promptly approached him, stating, "Your Highness, the Mage Guild extends a warm welcome to you." The mage, appearing to be around 50, was notably clean and well-groomed, with a particularly sharp and discerning gaze. "Your hospitality is much appreciated," Julian replied graciously. Julian smiled and then inquired, "I'm still unaware of your name." "I am Stam, a level 11 intermediate mage," replied Stam, maintaining his customary demeanor that was neither overly familiar nor distant. Although Stam's attitude left Julian feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he reminded himself that he was here to change his vocation, not to forge connections. It was likely that Stam shared this sentiment, for aside from his princely status, Julian felt he paled in comparison to Stam. "Master Stam, I kindly request that you lead me inside," Julian said with a slight smile. "I believe you are aware that I am here for a vocational transition. I would like to know if there is anything I need to prepare for." "Your Highness, there is nothing you need to prepare," Stam replied, lowering his head slightly. "For mages, freedom is paramount. While we hold the goddess of the magic web in high regard, we do not worship her, and her power does not stem from belief. Thus, your choice to become a mage is indeed an honor. However, aspiring to be a mage is no trivial matter. One must possess a certain level of talent. We have designated quiet rooms where you will need to extend your mental energy to perceive the omnipresent magic web. When you successfully connect with the first layer of the magic web, it signifies your formal induction as a mage. It may sound simple, but the execution is fraught with difficulty. The magic web is the core component of the goddess of magic's divine power. One could argue that she is merely its steward rather than its possessor. To become an elegant mage, a mortal must not only exhibit exceptional cultivation talent, but also be accepted by the magic web. This aspect is somewhat reliant on fate and personal merit, and it remains a mystery to many. Each year, some succeed while others fail. However, Julian felt no concern, for he possessed the divine proof. Those who bear it, even if they were but a pig, could become a magical swine. How much more so for Julian? Thus, with a sense of reassurance, he followed Stam into the tranquil chamber for vocational transition, under the watchful eyes of numerous junior and intermediate mages within the Mage Association. Once Julian entered, discussions began outside. Although mages may appear aloof to outsiders, those who interact with them discover that aside from their magical abilities, they share many traits with ordinary people. The misunderstanding from the outside world stems from the necessity for mages to devote considerable time to meditation, to attune themselves to the magic web, and to learn various spells. Is this the third prince of the royal palace? I've heard of his promising cultivation talent. Today he has just reached the threshold for a level 5 transition. I wonder if he will succeed. That is uncertain. Following customary practices, those who reach this level upon coming of age are generally welcomed by the magic web. But exceptions do exist. Just last year, there was an individual who, upon attempting to connect with the magic web, was rejected. Even if he fails, what of it? If he is determined to become a mage, he could always choose to pay a certain price to directly contact a voter of the goddess of magic, thereby securing such a qualification. The junior mage spoke with a hint of bitterness. After all, his limited talent made his journey to becoming a mage a tumultuous one. Thus, he found a perverse pleasure in witnessing Julian's misfortunes, which briefly satisfied a flicker of his own inflated ego. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than he felt a chilling gaze directed at him, Stam observing from a distance. The junior mage's heart sank, overwhelmed with trepidation. Uncertain of what he had said to offend the formidable Stam, who was no ordinary mid-level mage, but a senior member of the Frost Kingdom's Mage Association, capable of easily determining the fate of someone as inconsequential as himself. He swallowed hard and stammered, "Lord Stam, why do you look at me so?" He cast a pitiful glance at Stam. However, only a cold snort was heard as Stam approached from behind, his voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. "He shall not fail. I sense a divine power emanating from him." Divine power? The crowd was momentarily stunned, but soon grasped the implication of Stam's words, that the third prince possessed an artifact imbued with the power of the goddess of the arcane network, likely pertaining to his class advancement. Everyone swallowed hard, their envy and resentment palpable, as countless pairs of crimson eyes fixated on the closed door, behind which Julian was already commencing his transition. In the sanctum, Julian stood amidst the tranquil chamber, examining its intricate design. The chamber's materials felt akin to stone. Yet Julian was certain it was not crafted from mere rock. It was likely forged from meteoric fragments from the astral realm. Such meteors harbored the primordial energies of the multiverse, aligning perfectly with the high standards espoused by the mages. Moreover, the chamber was adorned with stardust on the ceiling, imparting an ethereal sensation, making one feel as though they were beneath a starry sky. This ambience was profoundly beneficial for a novice undergoing class advancement, as it facilitated a serene state of mind, conducive to meditation, an ideal sought after by mages to achieve a state of clarity. At the center of the room lay a magical circle, opposite which stood a statue of the goddess Mystra. Although mages do not worship this goddess, they hold her in great esteem. Hence, a statue was erected in such a sacred space to pay homage. Following the guidance, Julian quietly seated himself in the center of the magical circle, placing his divine token before him, and slowly closed his eyes, embarking on this pivotal journey. Minutes passed, and just as Julian began to feel a sense of unease, a faint starlight emerged from the circle. In that moment, he experienced the enigmatic power of a mage for the first time, as an invisible wave enveloped his mental energy, leading him toward an unknown realm. Could this truly be the moment of transformation? Julian felt a profound sense of regret, lamenting the fact that he had not inquired about the nature of career transitions before entering this realm. Now, he found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion. Nonetheless, he resolved to take one step at a time. Julian felt as though he had been wandering through a disordered continuum of time for countless years, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him. Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer of light appeared before his eyes. Intricate black patterns adorned the entirety of this world, which seemed devoid of anything else, dominated solely by an intricate web of interwoven strands. Could this be the fabled magic web? Julian swallowed hard, astonished by the sight before him. After a brief pause, he raised his hand, reaching out to touch the magic web before him, uncertain of the correctness of his actions. A persistent voice within urged him onward. In his current state of bewilderment, he felt compelled to heed his inner instincts. Reassured by the absence of tales regarding failures in career transitions, Julian had anticipated a smooth encounter with the lustrous black strand of the web, but he was gravely mistaken. The moment his hand made contact, he was forcefully repelled, hurtling through the air like a small aircraft. Dizziness overcame him, and for a moment, he felt utterly disoriented. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and muttered to himself, "This shouldn't be happening. Why such a fierce reaction? Could it be that I am not the genuine article? Impossible. The system assured me of my authenticity. There must be some other explanation. Is this perhaps a trial of the magic web? A test of one's perseverance?" The more Julian pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Finally, he rose and continued forward, reaching out once more, and as expected, he faced another divine rebuff. However, this time, he was prepared and felt no surprise, quickly getting back on his feet. Just as he had anticipated, after 7 or 8 failures, Julian finally managed to securely touch the strand of the magic web. Though this entity remained an elusive concept, it felt remarkably real to him. Simultaneously, as he made contact, a surge of information flooded into his mind, imparting the fundamental knowledge of a mage along with some basic spells. This was the method of wizards prior to achieving legendary status. All spells were derived from the magic web and had to be cast through it. However, due to individual differences, the information obtained varied, preventing an overwhelming homogenization among mages. Nevertheless, the types and styles of spells were limited, leading to a comprehensive understanding of the spells available on the web. Only upon reaching legendary status could a mage experience a degree of diversity and cast spells independent of the magic web. This stage marked the true zenith of a mage's power, with legendary figures comparable to nations, embodying the essence of human nuclear warheads, and notably reusable. Indeed, Julian found himself still far from the desired realm. What he truly needed was to master the 2 fundamental spells at his disposal, the fireball and the haste. One was a fire-based spell, imbued with a modicum of offensive capability, while the other, a wind-based incantation, granted him swiftness. With these 2 abilities, he would possess both agility and striking power. A sly grin crept across Julian's face. However, this was not the greatest advantage. The offensive prowess of novice mages was hardly formidable. Their primary strength lay in the enhancement of mental acuity that came with the mage profession, allowing them to be more astute than the average individual, engaging in deeper contemplation. This intellectual edge enabled them to craft magical artifacts suited to their needs, thereby amplifying their lethality. Meanwhile, as Julian immersed himself in the experience of his newfound vocation, far above in the celestial expanse, within a resplendent palace, a woman furrowed her brow momentarily before allowing it to unfurl into a subtle smile. This was the divine realm of the goddess of magic, and the woman in question was indeed the fabled deity herself. Unlike others, she seldom graced the continent with her presence. Even her incarnations were rare, for she required no worship and thus had no need to frequently manifest her might, dedicating most of her energy to the management of the magical net. What an intriguing little fellow, she mused with a soft sigh, as a thread of divine energy silently permeated the fabric of space. Meanwhile, Julian gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding phenomena above him, as the entirety of the space was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, nearly blinding in its intensity. Could this be the legendary manifestation of a deity? He pondered aloud, only to be startled by a melodic voice that responded to him. Indeed, little one, you are correct. This is indeed the manifestation of a divine being. Cautiously, Julian turned to behold a goddess draped in flowing robes, her gentle smile illuminating her features. Her shimmering eyes appraised him, and a look of satisfaction crossed her countenance. Her lips parted slightly, as if she were about to speak. But before she could utter a word, Julian's imagination conjured her intended message. Oh, foolish mortal, would you like to become my servant? Of course. This was merely Julian's fanciful imagination. The true words would undoubtedly be far more profound. After all, the goddess of magic was a being of immense power. With an existence spanning eons, she would never utter something so trivial. You possess potential, while you still fall short compared to true prodigies. I see in you the promise of an infinite future. The words of the goddess startled Julian, leading him to believe she had uncovered his secrets. However, he soon reassured himself, considering that her vision of the future may merely pertain to prophecy. After all, the goddess of magic wields dominion over the magical web. Overseeing all spells and prophecy, in essence, can be considered a form of magic. Although the goddess of magic is not the official deity of prophecy, she possesses a vague sense of foresight. Thank you for your kind words, goddess, Julian said, lowering his head in modesty, awaiting her subsequent remarks. I cannot guarantee the accuracy of what lies ahead, yet I perceive a radiant future for you. I even envision a moment in time when you shall ignite the divine flame, raise the sacred throne, and ascend as a deity. Julian remained silent, for he could not simply follow her words without losing face. He held his pride in high regard. Are you willing to become my chosen one? Upon uttering this question, Julian felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking, at last, it has come. Naturally, he wholeheartedly agreed to the proposal. The advantages of being a chosen one of the goddess of magic were self-evident. Although this goddess lacked a structured temple or ecclesiastical power across the continent, every practitioner of magic would offer her due respect. Even priests of other deities would refrain from antagonizing a chosen one of the goddess of magic. In other words, as long as Julian did not encounter a select few from certain churches, he would be free to navigate the continent with ease. For a moment, Julian hesitated to respond, and the goddess's avatar did not press him, leading them both into a peculiar silence. Ultimately, Julian felt he had deliberated enough and spoke up. Since the goddess holds me in such esteem and has chosen me as your follower, I see no reason to refuse. Upon hearing Julian's words, the avatar of the goddess of magic smiled and nodded. Excellent. With that, she pointed toward Julian, and a strand of golden light entered his forehead. This was the essence of the goddess, a divine quality bestowed upon each chosen one, signifying their connection to the deity. This essence served no other purpose than to declare to others to whom the chosen one belonged. Furthermore, it allowed the chosen to draw upon this divine essence in critical moments, acting as a means of self-preservation. Should the deity be generous and bestow 10 points of divine essence, the chosen one would be able to harness the goddess's divine power. However, such generosity was rare among the divine. In this instance, while Julian was unaware of the exact amount, he surmised it would not exceed 5 points, which was more than satisfactory to him. He silently reveled in the divine radiance within his mind. This surely qualifies as protagonist treatment. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Yet, in the next moment, Julian felt a dizzying whirl, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself quietly seated in a tranquil chamber. It seemed as though the previous scene had been merely an illusion. However, the distinct essence within his mind confirmed that this was not a mere figment, but a tangible event that had indeed transpired. Julian closed his eyes and waved his hand, as if he could summon the 2 spells from his mind with a mere gesture. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he had successfully transitioned to the role of a mage, he remained merely a level 6 novice mage, having only accessed the first tier of spells within the magical network due to the automatic level up that accompanied his class change. The magical network offered a total of 9 tiers for mages, with every 3 tiers corresponding to a different level. Tiers 1 to 3 for novice mages, 4 to 6 for intermediate mages, and 7 to 9 for advanced mages. The legendary realms beyond that transcended the confines of the magical network. At this moment, Julian stood at the very bottom of the mage hierarchy, a proud novice mage. Yet, an unprecedented clarity of thought enveloped him following his successful transition. Problems that had previously eluded his understanding now seemed easily solvable with a mere flicker of contemplation. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the system. System check completed. The host's innate talent has automatically elevated due to unknown factors, currently achieving a speed 5 times that of an average individual. The system fell silent as if it had never spoken at all, but Julian was elated. He had finally reached the level of his previous incarnation, a source of relief washing over him. Though the reason for his sudden upgrade remained a mystery, perhaps it was linked to his class change, or the divine influence of the goddess of magic. He felt a sense of liberation. After stretching his limbs, Julian prepared to retrieve the divine token that lay before him, only to discover that the golden artifact had vanished, consumed during his recent transition. No matter, he thought, I've transitioned now. It's time to venture forth. As he gently pushed open the grand door, he was greeted by a throng of onlookers outside, their expressions filled with envy. The other mages in attendance paused in surprise upon seeing Julian, their gazes filled with an odd mixture of intrigue and disbelief. Why do you gaze at me so? Julian inquired, puzzled. The mages exchanged glances, and finally, an intermediate mage responded, Prince, we were unaware of your successful transition. Julian, momentarily taken aback, smiled and replied, Indeed, I have succeeded. I have now accessed the first tier of the magical network and become a novice mage. With enthusiasm, he demonstrated his fireball spell, garnering applause from the crowd. Yet, he sensed an underlying strangeness in their gazes, the reason for which eluded him. As he stepped outside, Julian pondered the peculiar atmosphere he had just experienced. Were all members of the Mage Association so odd? It seemed prudent to limit his interactions with them in the future. Once he departed, the mages of the association erupted into laughter, their mirth tinged with schadenfreude. In the new residence, it appears that the qualifications of this third prince are rather unimpressive. Even with the legendary proof of divine favor, he remains merely a novice, having only brushed against the first layer of the magical web. I had anticipated that he might soar to the pinnacle of a junior mage. A slight smirk graced his lips, revealing an unmistakable sense of pride. He, too, is merely a junior mage, yet he has already engaged with the third layer of the magical web. Once he ascends in rank, he will be poised to attempt the transition to an intermediate mage. It is worth noting that the hierarchy of mages is peculiar. Not only must one meet the requisite professional level, but one must also satisfy the conditions of the magical web. Only when both criteria are fulfilled can a mage elevate their status. For instance, a level 10 junior mage who has merely interacted with 2 layers of the magical web cannot become an intermediate mage, nor will their professional rank advance. This presents a significant barrier compared to other professions, which elucidates the higher thresholds faced by mages. Most individuals who choose this path find themselves at a disadvantage. Aside from this junior mage, the others wore expressions of ease and contentment, as the pressure exerted by Julian dissipated entirely. They regained their confident demeanor. It is fortunate they remain oblivious to the fact that Julian has already formed a close bond with the goddess of magic and has directly become one of her chosen. The magical web is of no concern to him. Would the goddess of magic allow her own to suffer? Surely, there must be some privilege. In the distance, Julian, brimming with pride, strolled down the street. He intentionally chose to walk rather than take a carriage, seeking to display his mage's badge. As he walked, he noticed countless onlookers casting envious glances at the emblem adorning his chest. Suddenly, a paper bird fluttered into his path. A message spell? Julian gently extended his hand to catch the paper bird, carefully unfolding it. A message, inscribed with a magical incantation, suddenly materialized on the paper. This method serves as an encryption technique from another realm, while the message spell is common and easily intercepted. The addition of a coded incantation ensures that the text only appears before the designated recipient. It is with great honor that we witness the emergence of a chosen one of the goddess of magic here, a testament to the glory of the Mage Association of the Frost Kingdom's royal city. May your journey as a mage be filled with joy. This is from Stam. Truly, as one of the principal figures here, his insight is exceptional. I merely hinted at some information and was immediately recognized. Nevertheless, this is advantageous. Should I encounter troubles in the future, I can seek their assistance, and they are unlikely to refuse. As Julian contemplated this, he disposed of the paper bird, summoning a small flame from his hand to incinerate it completely, leaving only a few black ashes. The news of Julian's class change could not be kept under wraps for long. Soon, families of all ranks in the royal city became aware, though it did not stir significant commotion. However, Julian's mother reveled in the moment, as the profession of mage is a rarity even within the royal lineage. You have reached adulthood, and henceforth, you can no longer reside in the kingdom. You must move out like your elder siblings. The queen gently caressed Julian's youthful visage, a blend of joy and resignation in her expression. I know you have awaited this day for quite some time. Though you may appear somber, you possess a strong will, and I shall not hinder your aspirations. However, this means I shall see less of you, and with your departure, I will have one less companion to converse with in the palace. As she spoke, she discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. After all, Julian had been raised by the queen herself, a bond forged over many years, from his first steps to his emergence as a formidable young man. The sense of accomplishment was indeed profound, yet every fledgling must eventually seek its own sky. Julian remained silent, though he could only grasp this emotion through memories. He was not devoid of feeling, as evidenced by the moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes, his head lowered in quiet contemplation. Very well. I have prepared a residence for you outside the palace, a former marquis's estate, now vacant as he has returned to his own lands. Consider it a gift. Thank you, mother. Must we engage in such formalities? The queen waved her hand, signaling Julian to depart. He wished to say something, yet his heart was heavy, and, ultimately, he left in silence. Quickly, ensure this place is tidied up, and here as well. Before long, 3 days had slipped by, and Julian had grown accustomed to his new home. Though the marquis's estate was quite splendid, Julian felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Thus, he busied himself with renovations, removing all the old furnishings in favor of new ones. Particularly, the bed had been a source of discomfort on his first night. It was far too small. Surely it ought to occupy at least half the room. Consequently, he promptly commissioned a custom bed, which had just been completed. Earlier, he had been directing his servants in arranging the new bed. Moreover, he had specifically designed a large silver mirror to adorn the wall in front of the bed. As Julian whimsically stated, he wished to awaken each day to the sight of his own handsome reflection. Of course, this was merely a jest. As a decayed and decadent noble, one could scarcely be so simplistic without risking the dignity of the aristocracy. There were undoubtedly deeper motivations behind his vanity, though Julian would never voice them aloud. Just as Julian plucked the last grape from a maid's hand, a breathless middle-aged man in his 40s approached. "Your Highness, I have gathered the information you requested." "Oh." Julian raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Where is the individual?" "Your Highness, the person has yet to arrive, but I have endeavored to search as per your instructions and have received some remarkable news." The middle-aged man, Julian's current steward, Pank, appeared quite animated. "What is this good news?" Julian regarded the elderly gentleman with curiosity, intrigued, for after 3 days of acquaintance, he had found Pank to be rather composed. Such exuberance was uncommon for him. If he spoke of good tidings, it must surely be significant. A fresh batch of merchandise arrived at the Eastern market of the royal city, consisting of expertly trained individuals possessing unparalleled skills. However, due to the bankruptcy of the guild that trained them, they were relegated to the marketplace for sale. Julian was naturally elated. In recent days, he had sought precisely such tailors, and now, serendipitously, such an opportunity had presented itself. It is worth noting that the royal city boasts 4 markets in its cardinal directions, with the Eastern market predominantly focused on the slave trade, an establishment favored by the nobility. Here, wealth abounds, allowing one to procure any desired slave, even a noblewoman from a distant principality. Upon hearing Punk's words, Julian realized just how fortunate he was. This particular batch of slaves had only just arrived in the royal city and had yet to be sold. Although their skills were commendable, every household in the royal city typically had its own tailor, rendering the need for external purchases virtually non-existent. Consequently, only individuals like Julian exhibited interest, for others would rather spend their coin on a couple of delightful maidens to enliven their homes. "How many are there?" Julian inquired. "I asked, and there are approximately 30. All skilled tailors," came the reply. Half an hour later, Julian stood outside the Eastern market, gazing upon the fabled slave market. Having never visited this place before, and knowing that his predecessor had never set foot in such establishments, Julian's expectations were steeped in misconceptions. He had imagined it to be a series of dimly lit, shabby rooms where scantily clad female slaves posed provocatively to lure passers-by, a scene he would find distasteful and morally repugnant. However, upon arrival, Julian was astounded to discover how mistaken he had been. The reality was worlds apart from his previous imaginings. The market was not hidden away, but rather resplendent, with its grand hall adorned in opulence, though there were no hostesses greeting patrons as one might find on earth. The cacophony of brokers and their lively introductions filled the air. Behind them, the showcase slaves stood tall, proudly displaying their talents, which struck Julian as peculiar. Shouldn't slaves be downcast? But upon reflection, he understood. The customs of this realm diverged significantly from those of Earth. Historically, slaves on Earth were often victims of abduction or coercion, whereas here, servitude merely denoted a social status. Despite being lower than commoners, these individuals still enjoyed a measure of respect. At the very least, while their masters wielded authority, they could not arbitrarily harm or kill them, and were required to provide basic sustenance. This system allowed many impoverished villagers to enter this sphere, hoping that selling themselves might pave the way to a better future. Moreover, there exists a significant aspect concerning the slave trading guilds, which are dedicated exclusively to this trade and possess specialized focuses. For instance, certain guilds are tasked with the cultivation of warrior guardians, necessitating the selection of individuals with inherent talent. These impoverished individuals are afforded basic training methods, and there lies a glimmer of hope that they may earn rewards through their accomplishments. Today, Julian is bound for a guild that specializes in the training of sewing slaves. However, this particular establishment has fallen into bankruptcy and is compelled to liquidate its assets to settle debts. Interestingly, Julian finds this scenario vaguely reminiscent of a certain institution on Earth, where individuals are nurtured and subsequently sold off, with the more successful ones ascending to the rank of squad leaders, while others remain at the bottom tier. In this light, one could argue that the slave market has transformed into a talent market. The young master is indeed correct. While this may be a slave market, every slave here is a specially trained individual, thus qualifying it as a talent market. Julian's musings are overheard by a young attendant with pointed ears, who promptly approaches him with familiarity. Young master, it is evident that this is your first visit here. I believe you require a guide. Puffing out his chest with pride, he casts a glance around. Are you promoting yourself? Julian inquires. Indeed, young master, I am not exaggerating. I have been frequenting this slave market since I was 5 years old, and now, after 2 decades, I am well acquainted with every detail of this place. If you hire me, it will undoubtedly be advantageous for you. Whatever type of slave you seek, I will know precisely where to find it. What if I require an elven maid? Julian jestingly asks. Surely you jest. The attendant lifts his head, a bitter expression crossing his face upon realizing Julian's playful demeanor. He breathes a sigh of relief, cautiously surveying the surroundings for any long-eared individuals before relaxing. Young master, I implore you not to utter such words openly. Those long-eared folk are exceedingly sensitive to such matters. Should they overhear, it could spell disaster for you, and perhaps even for me. The attendant's face reflects his trepidation. Is it truly that exaggerated? Julian finds it difficult to comprehend, as elven maids have always been the favored companions of earthlings. And yet their absence here is hard to believe. Although the continent prides itself on righteousness, it surely harbors a multitude of hidden vices. You may not realize, young master, that these long-eared beings have been organizing efforts for over 10,000 years to investigate where elven slaves might be available for sale in major cities. Upon discovering such information, they swiftly dispatch individuals to intervene. It is even said that a legendary powerhouse was once slain by a deity from the elven pantheon, leading to a significant decline in such endeavors. The attendant speaks with lingering apprehension, for to an ordinary person like him, a legend represents an almost insurmountable figure. On the other side, Punk also adds, young master, there is indeed truth to this matter. It is said that the legendary powerhouse hails from a kingdom in the north. Julian expressed his disbelief, suspecting that this was a deliberate fabrication by the elven race, intended to intimidate the nobles on the continent, who harbored both lust and ambition. However, it was utterly ineffective. Julian was well aware that the dukes and marquises in the royal city had 1 or 2 of these treasures at home. After all, those who wield power and wealth often possess such desires. If you forbid me from purchasing, I shall defiantly acquire it. Moreover, the more scarce such items become, the more the aristocrats covet them. In an age where nouveau riche are proliferating, distinguishing noble status is precisely attributed to these rare commodities. Perhaps fearing Julian's interest in the matter, Punk hastily urged, young master, let us proceed inside. We can discuss this later. Very well, let us enter, Julian replied. Just as he took a few steps, a frantic voice called out from behind. Young master, this is rather unkind of you. After sharing so much with you, you choose to leave like this? By walking away, I stand to suffer a great loss. You need not sacrifice your dignity for someone as insignificant as I. Instead, why not consider hiring me? However, all he received in return was Julian's retreating figure, showing no signs of turning back. Julian had no intention of believing the words of such individuals. A person who had navigated a chaotic slave market for so many years was certainly not so easily swayed. Pay him no mind. Let us enter and see how the slaves fare, Julian said to Punk, proceeding onward, indifferent to the agitated servant behind him. 37, we've struck gold. Young master, it is just ahead, Punk said with a smile, pointing toward a meticulously decorated room. The decor exuded an air of elegance, not ostentatious luxury, but a refined sense of nobility. Young master, there are a total of 32 individuals inside, 10 of whom are women. Women? Julian raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. Although he had not come specifically to purchase female slaves, acquiring one by chance would not be unwelcome. I fear I must disappoint you, young master. These women are all around 30 years of age, and they have been promised to male tailors by their previous merchant owners, Punk explained, aware of Julian's thoughts and seeking to dispel any unrealistic expectations. Nevertheless, Julian merely chuckled. unaffected, as he had not intended to focus on that aspect. After all, despite his abstinence in the royal palace, his standards were quite high. The palace, after all, was not devoid of beauty. While it might not house the absolute pinnacle of attractiveness, it did boast a selection of fine women. If placed on earth, they would undoubtedly rank among the most stunning. Julian had often found himself lost in late-night reveries, contemplating beauty, yet he recognized that even the most exquisite women would eventually lose their allure through familiarity, unless they were truly exceptional. Much like the enchanting sorceress Mistra, whom Julian had glimpsed, though she always cloaked herself in voluminous robes, he had seen her true visage, an indescribable beauty that evoked a profound sense of visual satisfaction and an overwhelming feeling of inadequacy. As Julian and Pank entered, a man approached them, exuding an air of nobility with his graceful demeanor, devoid of the commoner's demeanor typically found in bustling marketplaces. "Greetings, His Highness Prince Julian. I am Baron Libel of the Tulip Kingdom. It is an honor to meet you." Libel removed his hat and bowed, acknowledging the customary hierarchy of nobility that transcended kingdoms. Thus, as a baron, he was obliged to show deference to Julian, lest he be deemed disrespectful. "There's no need for such formality, Baron Libel," Julian replied, studying the middle-aged noble before him. "I am rather curious as to why a noble from the distant southern Tulip Kingdom would personally come here to trade in slaves. Have you fully surrendered yourself to the embrace of Lady Fortune?" Julian's remark was laced with humor, for while the Church of Lady Fortune was indeed affluent and influential across various kingdoms, it was still regarded with disdain among nobility. After all, the scent of coin could tarnish their refined demeanor. "You jest." Libel maintained his composure, his demeanor unruffled by Julian's audacious words. "In truth, I would prefer not to be here, but the number of slaves is overwhelming, and this responsibility was entrusted to me by a friend. You know, being helpful is a commendable trait for a noble." Julian chuckled inwardly, thinking that if Libel were genuinely altruistic, he would wager he could run naked around the royal city. There is no such thing as a free lunch, nor is there an obligation to assist without ulterior motives. Julian was certain that at least half of the proceeds from the sale of these slaves would line the pockets of this helpful baron. If his appetite were greater, he might even abscond with a larger portion. "I believe we should first inspect the quality of the slaves. I do not wish to find only the frail, the sickly, or those lacking in skill," Julian stated. "Of course, Your Highness. You need not worry. These are all top-tier specimens, the finest from previous markets." "Yes, you will be satisfied with what you see." As Libel spoke of business, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes, quickly subdued beneath the surface, almost imperceptible if one were not observant. "I hope your words ring true, otherwise." Julian cast a knowing glance at Libel, an intangible pressure emanating from him, causing fine beads of sweat to form on the brow of the astute noble. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the chamber housing the slaves, a vast, open space furnished with orderly wooden benches. The slaves sat in silence, each adorned with a tag around their necks detailing their basic information and skills. Upon seeing new arrivals, the previously expressionless faces of the 30-odd individuals brightened instantly, all eyes fixated on Julian. Yet, no one dared to utter a word, fully aware that any casual remark might displease their visitor. Thus, they could only gaze at Julian, hoping to catch his attention. "These are the ones," Julian concluded. To speak candidly, Julian found himself somewhat satisfied. His expectations were not particularly high, as long as the undergarments depicted in his sketches could be crafted. He had no need for the intricate garments befitting nobility. A solid foundation of skill was all that was requisite. Moments ago, Julian surveyed the group and discerned that most met his criteria, save for 4 or 5 particularly youthful individuals still in the nascent stages of their training. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for he was familiar with them and could guide them as needed. Just as Julian averted his gaze, he unexpectedly noticed an elderly gentleman, well into his twilight years, amongst the assembly. What could possibly bring someone of such advanced age to this place? Julian pointed toward a corner where a man with a grizzled beard sat and inquired curiously of Libel. The latter chuckled awkwardly, expressing his apologies, suggesting that the old man might have inadvertently wandered in, and stated he would see him removed at once. With a sudden sternness, Libel approached the elderly man. "Did I not tell you to leave? Why do you linger here? Today, you stand in the presence of the 3rd prince of the Frost Kingdom, and you have caused quite the uproar." I suggest you depart post-haste. Julian, initially indifferent to the situation, felt a tinge of sympathy. However, he realized that paying for such an age tailor was out of the question. Yet, as he casually scanned the room, he noticed several individuals gazing at him with a hint of desperation. One among them, seizing the moment while Libel was preoccupied, leaned closer to Julian and whispered a plea. "Very well, Baron Libel, let us reconsider. After all, he is merely an elderly man. There is no need for such severity. Allow him to remain. And when it comes time to settle the bill, include him as if I had purchased him myself." Julian maintained his composure, responding with a calm demeanor and even offering a gentle smile to the white-bearded man, feigning genuine compassion. "That would be splendid, Your Highness. Your benevolence shall surely echo throughout the continent." In a heartbeat, Libel transitioned from scolding to a more amiable countenance. Yet this was merely a reflection of the aristocratic skill of adapting to circumstance. As they entered, only Julian and Punk were present, but upon their exit, a total of 35 individuals accompanied them. "I believe I require justification. What say you?" Julian remarked playfully, his gaze shifting between the one who had whispered and the elderly gentleman, his hand stroking his chin in contemplation. "If you assert that I shall have no regrets in acquiring him, then I have indeed made my purchase. You must provide me with a reason, or I shall not hesitate to return him and file a complaint regarding your disobedient servant." Julian anticipated that his proclamation would elicit an immediate explanation, for the authority of master should command respect. However, the individual hesitated, casting a conflicted glance at the besieged old man, which only piqued Julian's interest further. The old fellow, though initially appearing destitute, almost resembling a beggar, now seemed to possess a deeper complexity than first appeared. "Allow me to speak." The old man cast a glance at the previous gentleman, rose slowly, and bowed to Julian, saying, "Greetings, esteemed prince. My name is Gandalf, and I am a tailor." "A tailor? Surely, it cannot be that simple. If it were truly his only identity, it would greatly disappoint me." Julian scoffed inwardly, hardly believing the old man's words. If it were as he claimed, he would have long been forsaken by this group. There must be some extraordinary status that warranted their protection. "Indeed, your wisdom surpasses all." Gandalf flattered, lightly praising Julian before continuing. "I once served as the royal tailor of the kingdom of Tulip, where I garnered a modest reputation. However, having offended a princess of the harem, I was relegated to the status of a slave. As for why these children protect me, it is because I have taught them myself. I am, in a sense, their mentor." "You were the royal tailor?" Julian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt fortunate, for such an opportunity was rare. Though not all royal tailors were masters, at the very least, they held a high standard of skill. The old man's confidence suggested he might indeed be a master tailor, a treasure wherever he went. Even in his advanced age, his experience could easily compensate for any shortcomings. "I shall tentatively believe your words. However, I am curious as to why Libel is unaware of your identity. A slave of your caliber would surely bring him considerable profit." Julian was intrigued by this point. Libel was the sort who would rise early if there was profit to be made. It seemed improbable that he would overlook a master tailor. "Indeed," Gandalf explained, "when I was condemned to slavery, I was regarded as a criminal rather than a craftsman. And thus, no one paid me heed. That cold-hearted noble would naturally not concern himself with me. Had it not been for these children who protected me along the way, I might have already been cast from the carriage, left to starve on the streets." Mentioning Libel stirred Gandalf's anger, yet he managed to suppress his emotions. Lifting his gaze to Julian and stating calmly, "Now, your highness, you are my master, and I am your slave. Your commands are my duty." Gandalf adapted to his role swiftly, which greatly pleased Julian. He had no concerns about this group forming a coalition to bully their master. "Very well then, come with me. I summoned you to create this." Julian led the group into his usual study, where 100 pages of designs were meticulously stored. Each one was a classic masterpiece conceived in Julian's mind, all products that had garnered immense acclaim back on Earth. "Each of you take a sheet and examine it. How long will it take to produce these?" Julian felt a tinge of embarrassment as he revealed his designs, for it seemed rather inappropriate for a prince to be studying women's lingerie. However, this was the only avenue he could conceive for generating income. The leading members examined the blueprints for quite some time, finding the designs peculiar and flamboyant. Eventually, Gandalf cleared his throat and remarked, "My lord, This appears to be the latest in women's undergarments. Ah, you discern that, Julian replied. Indeed, it was merely a conjecture. Gandalf smiled slightly, nodding. I deduced it from the two bowl-shaped elements. I did not expect to be correct. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the genius of the designer, whose imaginative concept is remarkable. If this contraption is fashioned to embrace a woman's form, it would undoubtedly enhance the bust's allure. Having spent many years in the kingdom, I can confidently assert that, once launched, it will yield substantial profits. Gandalf's eyes sparkled with excitement. This creation was indeed a revolutionary product, and the honor of bringing it to fruition would be his, even if he currently bore the status of a slave. His passion for fashion remained undiminished. Meanwhile, Julian observed the old man earnestly discussing women's lingerie, his face aglow with a sacred light. In contrast, Julian felt his own thoughts were rather base, realizing he was still quite youthful. Well then, Gandalf, can you produce this? If so, how long would it take? Julian inquired. Upon the mention of work, Gandalf immediately exhibited his professional demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, This task is not difficult. It merely requires following the patterns. However, the challenge lies in preventing others from copying it. Gandalf was indeed correct. Such inventions often capitalize on creativity and can be easily replicated once they gain popularity. Nevertheless, the issue was not insurmountable. One must not underestimate the intelligence of individuals from other realms, especially in a world where extraordinary martial prowess prevails. Much like Earth, the flourishing of commerce inevitably spawns derivative industries. On Earth, this takes the form of patents. In Erethiel, it is the accumulation of knowledge that constitutes wealth. This organization, governed jointly by the Temple of Wealth and the God of Knowledge, was established over 10,000 years ago to serve merchants. Anyone with an innovative creation can apply for registration. Over the millennia, this organization has burgeoned into a formidable entity, housing countless inventions, some of which possess the potential to disrupt the entire continent. However, in this world, there is no endeavor that yields rewards without expectation. Even organizations that profess a commitment to public welfare often generate substantial administrative costs and give rise to a myriad of high-profile philanthropists. In this realm, knowledge is indeed wealth, and this organization does not offer its services free of charge. Every registered member is required to allocate 10% of the profits generated through their endeavors as a management fee for the organization. While this may seem trivial at first glance, consider the passage of time. Here, there are no limits, whether it be a century, a millennium, or even 10 millennia. As long as this organization endures and your assets continue to yield profit, a portion will be consistently extracted, resulting in an accumulation of gold coins that is simply incalculable. Were it not for the guardianship of two deities, this establishment would have long been devoured by dragons. For those winged lizards cannot resist the allure of such a treasure trove. Moreover, it is rumored that this organization seeks to venture into other domains, aiming to incorporate the rare and legendary spells sold by mage associations, the countless secret tomes within the war god Hall, and the invaluable manuscripts from various sects into its own framework. However, it is evident that such aspirations are unattainable. The gods tolerate the existence of this organization because it fulfills a need across the continent. Yet, should it extend its reach into their territories, it would incite blatant conflicts of interest. It is said that due to this matter, the god of knowledge, Ogma, and the lady of wealth, Joaquin, were summoned to the Pantheon for a discussion. The details of that conversation remain unknown, but subsequently, the organization has contentedly remained within its own confines. It seems prudent to register after all. Julian felt a twinge of regret at the thought of his gold being siphoned away, stirring a sense of discontent. Yet, as Gandalf remarked, such matters are merely creative endeavors, devoid of real technical merit. If he chose not to register, he would soon find himself usurped by greedy nobles and unscrupulous merchants, with even the most ignoble individuals eager to claim registration for themselves. Nonetheless, registration does offer certain advantages. At the very least, there is an element of safety, a principle even the gods must respect, though what transpires behind the scenes remains uncertain, at least on the surface. Furthermore, when an organization recognizes the benefits of one's contributions, it will actively assist in promotion, albeit for a fee. However, the returns can be astonishing, capable of disseminating your work across the entire continent in less than a day. Gandalf, You shall oversee this matter, Julian stated, turning to the wizard beside him. Wait, there's one more thing. Julian halted Gandalf, who was preparing to depart. When I am absent, you shall be in charge here. Pay no heed to anyone else. Heed only my words. What about the steward, Pank? Gandalf inquired, immediately regretting his question, for it was evident that Julian's authority outweighed that of Pank. Handle it as you see fit. Such matters are easily resolved. The capital is home to branches of various organizations, essentially leaving none behind. Gandalf required merely half a day to accomplish this task, after which the organization's personnel began preparations for tailoring. However, there exists a conundrum: the choice of material for production. Julian found himself at a loss, possessing only a rudimentary knowledge of silk. It was clear that one could not rely solely on silk. In his quest for answers, he turned to others, yet they too were unable to provide clarity. Despite their skills in tailoring, they were woefully ignorant of such matters. What a predicament this was! It seemed these affairs required his direct involvement. He mused that he must, in the future, secure the services of a dedicated secretary. Yet, the mere thought of a secretary invoked a sense of mischief within him. Reflecting on his unsavory thoughts, Julian regained his focus just as the seasoned Gandalf interjected. My lord, such matters are not overly complex. I have previously encountered a similar material, soft yet malleable, capable of retaining its shape. Then that shall suffice. Please ensure it is delivered to me once completed, Julian decisively declared. His foremost concern now was the timeline for the product's unveiling. Quality was secondary. He yearned to gauge the reaction of the aristocrats in this strange realm, to ascertain its popularity. As evening descended, Julian leisurely enjoyed his dinner in his study when Gandalf hurriedly entered, a look of elation upon his face. Without needing to ask, Julian surmised the task had been completed. The endeavor was straightforward. Half an afternoon's work was well within his expectations. So, have we produced any results? My lord, your wisdom prevails. We have crafted several pieces. All here. Would you like to see them? Gandalf exclaimed, thrilled to witness the birth of a revolutionary garment. Tilting his head, Julian noticed two individuals trailing behind Gandalf, one carrying a box evidently filled with the garments. After theatrically instructing them to leave, Julian leapt up, eagerly approaching to inhale the scent of a freshly completed brassiere. It had been far too long since he had experienced such a sensation. This is it. There is no mistaking it, he murmured, noting that while the material differed, the tactile quality remained similar. During his tenure as a lingerie designer on Earth, he had developed a peculiar obsession with such items. If only you could be here, I could see the true proportions of that girl and determine the accuracy of my judgment. Julian playfully squeezed the fabric in his hands, a glimmer of desire flickering at the corner of his mouth. However, he mused that the goddess's proportions were likely beyond the grasp of a single hand. He harbored a hope that one day he might find himself in such proximity. Julian felt a twinge of shame for his irreverent thoughts, especially concerning a deity of his own pantheon. Yet, it was hardly his fault. After all, those who ascend to godhood are invariably stunning. The goddesses here possessed an undeniable allure, far removed from the fantasies concocted by Earth's reclusive admirers, each a paragon of beauty, capable of eclipsing the women of any era merely by their appearance. Countless individuals yearned to engage in intimate endeavors with the divine goddess of their dreams. Yet until now, apart from the goddess captured amidst the chaos of war, the only one indulging in flirtation is the pleasure goddess Liera, who only occupies the bodies of handsome men to relish fleeting sensations, remaining pure and untainted herself. Perhaps it is best to refrain from dwelling on such matters, as they may lead to distress. Instead, I should focus on the grand opening tomorrow. Speaking of which, my shop is nearing completion. Julian had arranged for renovations on his establishment on King S Street long before his coming-of-age ceremony. The design was crafted by professionals, as he lacked the skill to undertake such a task himself. Although he aspired to create a modern shopping experience, he was uncertain whether it would resonate with the local populace's aesthetic, and moreover, he did not possess a vast array of merchandise. It was prudent to adhere to the existing norms. The following day, after enjoying breakfast at home, Julian paid a visit to the Queen at the palace before heading toward the shop he had been eagerly anticipating. Punk, do you think this venture will be profitable? He inquired, feeling somewhat anxious. Punk paused momentarily, then promptly replied, Your Highness, it will undoubtedly be profitable. He could hardly suggest otherwise. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. He quickly aligned himself with Julian's thoughts to alleviate his unease. Though I know you are not entirely truthful, it does bring me some comfort. Julian chuckled lightly as he continued on his way. Having just left the palace, he was aware that while his destination was not far, it would still require some time to reach. Thus, he had arranged for a carriage to await him outside the palace. As soon as Julian and Punk appeared, the carriage approached, with Punk taking the reins while Julian pondered the future of his establishment from within. The sound of neighing horses signaled their arrival. "Your Highness, we have arrived," Punk announced. Julian stepped out of the carriage, standing on tiptoe to survey his surroundings. The area was still bustling with activity. Ornate carriages adorned with various noble crests traversed the center, flanked by commoners and individuals from diverse professions on either side. The scene painted a picture of prosperity. At this moment, Julian chose not to don his princely attire, but instead opted for simple, unadorned clothing. This was intentional. Despite his prominent reputation in the royal city, he spent most of his time within the palace walls. Although nobles were present, they were but a minority, allowing Julian to move about without fear of recognition. However, as he stepped out of the carriage, he sensed 4 or 5 gazes fixated upon him. While not overtly conspicuous, they felt nearly as piercing. Fortuitously, after his transition to becoming a mage, his heightened mental acuity allowed him to perceive these subtle glances, a feat he would not have achieved in the past. However, Julian remained indifferent, for these were the royal guards tasked with his protection. Although he had departed from the palace, he was always accompanied by at least 10 men during his outings, a precautionary measure against a repeat of the previous incident, especially since the perpetrator had yet to be identified. Among the crowd, one gaze was particularly conspicuous. A portly middle-aged man with a tuft of unruly hair atop his head and small, shrewd eyes, with a pair of dapper mustaches. He would have resembled a cunning merchant, yet instead, he wore a smile that exuded an aura of amiability and prosperity. Ahem, as Julian regarded him. The man quickly noticed his attention and approached with a series of dry coughs, panting heavily. Julian perceived no trace of energy emanating from him. He appeared to be an ordinary individual. Thus he allowed him to draw near. "Ah, young master, you must be the new proprietor of this establishment. You certainly strike me as someone from a wealthy family." This man, exuding an air of familiarity, approached as if he and Julian were long-lost friends. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hylam, your neighbor across the way, and I am in the business of women." "Women's business?" Julian inquired. "Yes. I specialize in the sale of intimate apparel," Hylam replied with a grin, his demeanor jovial, yet his eyes remained fixated on Julian. It is often said that competitors are foes, and with their businesses situated so closely, Hylam naturally sought to discern the nature of Julian's enterprise. Julian felt a wave of frustration. He had unexpectedly encountered a rival, one who dealt in lingerie. Consequently, his expression hardened, and he grunted dismissively. "I'm also engaged in this trade," Julian stated flatly. Hylam, unfazed, adopted an even more congenial demeanor, embodying the role of an amiable elder statesman as he regarded Julian. He shook his head repeatedly. "Dear young master, you misunderstand. This line of work is far from easy. It is often said that the business of women is the most lucrative. Yet look at me. Having traveled from the south, I struggled to secure this location. After more than 2 years, I find myself barely making ends meet, a far cry from my previous endeavors. At times, I regret selling my grain business in the south to pursue this venture. You have no idea how discerning those affluent ladies can be. They are never satisfied with the fabric or often claim the measurements are slightly off. Yet, it is not our fault. They frequently misreport their sizes. Thus, as someone who has navigated these waters, I advise against pursuing this path. It would be wiser to sell other trinkets instead." Observing Hylam's ostensibly concerned expression, one might think he was genuinely looking out for Julian's interests. However, Julian was unlikely to be deceived by such overtures. The more Hiram spoke, the more Julian perceived the potential in this venture. Julian dismissed Hiram's claims of merely scraping by. For one glance at the man's opulent demeanor revealed the lucrative nature of this business. The women who frequented this establishment were undoubtedly affluent, predominantly noble women, alongside a few respectable female professionals and those engaged in the flesh trade. These individuals were not financially constrained and certainly did not bargain as one would on earth. For them, There existed a singular principle: to purchase only the exquisite, eschewing anything deemed merely adequate. As for women, if they did not treat themselves well, who else would? One could hardly expect the capricious nobleman to fulfill that role. Noticing Julian's skepticism, Hiram remained unperturbed, instead offering sage advice. Dear sir, if you harbor doubts, I suggest you explore other establishments. You will soon realize the veracity of my words. I am merely looking out for your best interests. But was Hiram truly speaking the truth? Certainly not. As a seasoned merchant, the art of persuasion was essential. Regardless of whether others believed him, he would boast about the merits of his wares, knowing that there would always be gullible souls ready to be ensnared. Moreover, Julian's determination was inconsequential. After all, an additional competitor was merely an inconvenience for Hiram. His lingerie was the finest in the entire royal city, with prices to match, starting at 1 gold coin for the cheapest and soaring to 100 for the most luxurious. Even the minor nobility would hesitate to indulge. Yet, for a newcomer like Julian, setting his prices too high would deter customers, while pricing too low would merely attract those of lesser status, thus posing no genuine threat to Hiram. Their businesses were fundamentally misaligned. Hiram failed to recognize that they were not operating on the same wavelength. Although they both engaged in intimate apparel, the distinctions were stark. It was akin to comparing a bicycle seller with an automobile dealer. No matter how well one sold, their markets were worlds apart. Similarly, among writers, one who penned salacious tales could not be equated with a legitimate author. Julian recognized Hiram's intentions and saw no reason to linger. The conversation held no allure, as Hiram was no beauty. Indeed, I find this endeavor quite promising, Julian replied. So there is no need for your concern. I am resolute in my pursuit, regardless of the outcomes. Furthermore, if you lament the challenges of this business, I am inclined to embrace it wholeheartedly. Should you decide to withdraw, I would be willing to purchase your establishment, should you find that agreeable. The price is negotiable. I am not short on funds and assure you, you will not suffer a loss. Hiram gazed at Julian, whose face bore an unsettling grin, as if he had consumed something distasteful. Finally, with a disdainful flick of his sleeve, he declared, "This young master, ignoring the wisdom of the elders, is now facing the consequences. I am eager to witness the demise of your establishment in a few days." Hiram's words bordered on impropriety, signaling a rupture in their relationship. Julian observed the departing figure and sighed, shaking his head. In business, goodwill begets prosperity. This individual lacks courtesy. Does he not understand the value of humility toward his juniors? Such exclusivity is rather excessive. Nevertheless, Julian chose not to dwell on the matter, quickly becoming absorbed by the allure of his shop, leaving Hiram far behind in his thoughts. "My lord, everything is prepared. Shall we commence operations now, or wait until we have established a reputation?" Punk inquired cautiously from the side. "What do you think?" Julian replied, "I believe it prudent to first gift these bras to the esteemed ladies for their trial. Once they're accustomed to them, we may open officially. Otherwise, are you concerned that no one will come?" Punk suggested. Julian shook his head. While Punk's reasoning was sound, potentially averting the embarrassment of an empty opening, it presented a significant drawback. Julian would have to take center stage. After all, which woman would don lingerie gifted by a stranger? Thus, he dismissed this notion, confident in his strategy. If no patrons arrived, he would resort to advertising. Having endured years of advertising bombardment as an earthling, he was well versed in the art. Moreover, Julian had already secured a model. Lilith, the alluring demoness, possessed a physique that was nothing short of extraordinary. Once her image circulated, he had no doubt that customers would flock to his door. The psychology of women is such that if they perceive another in beautiful attire, they aspire to mirror that beauty. Convincing them of their inferiority is a task more painful than death itself. Let us set aside these concerns and proceed with the opening. "I will handle all matters," Julian commanded, to which Punk could only nod in agreement. As anticipated, the days following the opening of Julian's lingerie store were dishearteningly desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight. Even on the rare occasion that a few women ventured inside, they would swiftly retreat, often leaving behind remarks of disdain, such as labeling him a perverse rogue. During this time, Hiram did not appear, as he could discern the desolation from afar, rendering any taunts unnecessary. As the saying goes, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Julian remained leisurely unfazed, while Punk was consumed by anxiety. with no profits to speak of. Relying solely on Julian's remaining 20,000 gold coins could not sustain them for long, especially considering the looming costs of labor and materials. Despite having produced thousands of items, not a single sale had been made, and the raw materials alone had already consumed over 2,000 gold coins. What then was Julian to do? He sat in his study, blood trickling from his nose, dabbing at it while absently flipping through the shimmering ceiling paper in his hand, akin to photographs on Earth. There lay a dynamic image of Lilith clad in lingerie, a sight he had gazed upon no fewer than 100 times. Each time those seductive violet eyes of the succubus sparkled with allure, Julian felt a pressing need to relieve himself. As a young man in the bloom of his youth, how could he withstand such temptation? At that moment, he scarcely recalled how he had managed to capture Lilith's image, especially when, with trembling hands, he had unveiled her sensuous tail by creating an opening in her panties. He nearly spewed blood from his nostrils, saved only by the activation of his mental barrier against psychic attacks. Yet, even that did not spare him from a relentless teasing. The nature of a succubus is indeed infuriating. Should you dare to tease her, you are sure to face dire consequences. Yet when she teases you, you find yourself utterly powerless, left to languish in silent torment. Julian still vividly remembers the near-sensual moans that escaped Lilith when she revealed her tail from beneath her panties. Oh, why did it feel as though he were stripped bare, the coolness enveloping him? How he longed to steal a glance, yet with lustful thoughts devoid of courage. He could only take a deep breath to compensate for the absence of that visual delight. This enchantress, were it not for her being the maid of Ming Kai and a succubus at that, he would have devoured her whole, leaving not a bone behind. He compared her to the beautiful women he had encountered. Yuera was too young to mention, while his sister was similarly striking, her beauty relying solely on her visage. As for the goddess of magic, he would refrain from comment. Her mere presence was enough to captivate him, her figure perfected by divine grace. Then there was Lilith, with her translucent skin, silky black hair, alluring purple eyes, a serpentine waist, creamy thighs, and luscious pink lips, her delicate fingers seemingly devoid of bone. She was as if sculpted from Julian's ideal archetype. According to Lilith, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of similar succubi. The mere thought of such a scene made him gulp, igniting a fervor within him. How vexing. He could not afford to be lost in such reverie. He needed to muster his spirits, for a multitude of maidens awaited him. With a sudden resolve, Julian slammed the album shut. Tomorrow, he would display this item in the shop's window, but only the more conservative images would be exhibited. The dynamic ones would remain solely for his eyes. The next day, Julian appeared on King S Avenue, sporting dark circles under his eyes. As he arrived, Hiram fixed him with a penetrating gaze, laced with mockery, ridiculing Julian's presumptuousness. "What is this, young master? Did you not rest well last night? Might I inquire as to the reason?" Although Hiram remained indifferent to Julian's shop, he could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing Julian's current state, ultimately casting aside any lingering caution. After all, a person like Julian posed no threat whatsoever, and Hiram felt no reluctance in delivering a few jabs. On the other hand, Julian, upon seeing Hiram's arrival, was momentarily struck by a glimmer of mockery. It was an opportunity for retribution that he could not let slip by. While he was not particularly inclined to show off, there were always those who, with astonishing speed, diminished their own intelligence and presented themselves for ridicule. Julian chuckled, feeling his fatigue dissipate. "Mr. Hiram, you are quite perceptive, indeed. I did not rest well yesterday, which is why I appear somewhat lackluster today. Thank you for your concern." Julian presented himself as a polite and earnest junior, which brought Hiram an unexpected sense of refreshment, akin to enjoying a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Hiram laughed heartily, clapping Julian on the shoulder, and earnestly advised, "Do not fret. You are still young and have ample time to venture forth. How could a minor setback dishearten you? Unlike me at 60 or 70, I am not a professional. My years are numbered, and soon I shall return to the realm of the goddess of wealth, Vulcan." Julian regarded the rotund man with a hint of surprise, not expecting him to be a devout follower of the Lady of Fortune, and certainly not the casual devotee type. Rather, he seemed a true believer, a rarity among merchants, who typically were a cunning lot. Yet, despite his curiosity, Julian had no intention of probing further. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Hiram. Your words have awakened me. I had initially planned to close up shop today, but your encouragement has reignited my fighting spirit. I have resolved that, even in the face of bankruptcy, I shall never give up. Julian declared with conviction, which left Hiram, who had hoped to impart a lesson, feeling rather pained. It was as if he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. Hiram lamented internally, for he had not come to encourage Julian, but rather to suggest he pivot to a different endeavor. Yet, this fellow had misconstrued his intentions, believing he was being motivated instead. You misunderstand. I am not advocating for you to pursue this path to the bitter end. I implore you to consider a change of profession. This field is ill-suited for you, and if you persist, I assure you, you will lose everything, even your undergarments. At this moment, Hiram shed his earlier demeanor of a wise elder, addressing Julian with a chilling tone. Julian chose to ignore Hiram's attitude, gazing at him incredulously. How can you say such a thing? I will not give in. Your words have successfully provoked me, and I must challenge you. Challenge? Hiram scoffed. I cannot accept your challenge. I am merely an ordinary individual with no chance in the arena. Certainly not in that manner. Then what manner do you propose? Hiram inquired. His interest piqued. Certainly, it is the manner of a businessman. You assert that I cannot sustain my establishment here, to which I shall retort that not only will I persist, but I shall also surpass yours in excellence. Hence, let us compare the business conducted over the next 3 days. The one who achieves greater sales shall be declared the victor. The wager shall be our respective shops. Should you triumph, I shall sell my establishment to you at market value. Should you falter, your shop shall be sold to me at market value. Julian, possessing shrewdness, wisely allotted several days for this wager. A single day would scarcely allow for the maturation of his merchandise. Meanwhile, Hiram stood in stupefaction for 3 full minutes before grasping the proposition. Are you suggesting that you wish to wager against me? Indeed, Julian replied, rather exuberantly. The stakes are shops? Precisely. The duration is 3 days? Affirmative. Merely indicate your agreement. Hiram erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. Tears nearly sprang forth from his eyes in mirth, as he declared, I naturally consent, for I harbor no belief that you can prevail. If you have no objections, then it is settled. After a brief pause, Hiram added, My dear sir, this is not to be taken lightly. You may still reconsider, and I shall act as if I have not heard. However, once I depart, regret will not remedy the situation. Naturally, I possess confidence in my victory. At this moment, upon witnessing Hiram's acquiescence, Julian's earlier naivety dissipated, replaced by a subtle smile that stirred an unsettling sensation within Hiram. What am I contemplating? This mere youth, barely of age, could never hope to best me. My establishment is renowned throughout the royal city, while he is but an amateur. I shall not falter, and I shall gain a shop on King's Avenue without effort. As Hiram pondered, he cast a lingering glance at Julian's rear, a flicker of greed evident in his eyes. Although victory would necessitate purchasing at market value. What does market value signify? It is merely a hammer. Here, prices are inflated and opportunity scarce. Without particular connections, even a handful of gold coins would prove insufficient, as transactions often demand multiples, sometimes even exceeding tenfold, to secure acquisition. Very well, let us formalize our agreement. From today until the evening of the day after tomorrow, we shall ascertain whose business flourishes. That individual shall emerge victorious. I shall return to the royal city to enlist a supervisor, so do not entertain thoughts of deceit. Hiram added, The captain of the city guard is my brother, and he is a seasoned warrior. Do not harbor notions of escape. Naturally, you need not express that. I shall adhere to our accord. Once Hiram departed, Punk, who had been holding back a statement, finally voiced his concerns. Your Highness, your approach leaves us with scant chance of success. Hiram's establishment generates approximately 1,000 gold coins daily, while we, at this juncture, Punk hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as they had yet to commence operations. Do not fret. I have a plan. You shall place this outside the door, and arrange for those tailors to be on the second floor. Then simply await the influx of business. Punk cast a resigned glance at his royal master, ultimately deciding to comply, for the family was illustrious and prosperous. Losing would bear no consequence, so why should he fret? Returning to his own shop, Hiram, despite his disdain for Julian's antics, having mastered such lowly provocations over a decade ago, sat atop the roof, surveying the entirety of King's Avenue, particularly Julian's establishment across the street. This shall be mine. I, Hylam, will ascend to new heights. Foolish noble scion, do you truly believe I shall be defeated? One hand grasping a delicately crafted pastry presented by a female slave, the other rhythmically drumming on the table. The room echoed with his sinister laughter, causing the passing slaves outside to tremble in fear of the tormenting schemes that might arise from this master. Yet, despite their curiosity, none dared to approach. The last individual bold enough to do so had met an inexplicable demise in the mines. The notion of slave protection was merely a jest in the eyes of such men. Go, observe what those people across the way are up to, and return with your report, Hylam commanded, regaining the demeanor befitting a shrewd merchant, bestowing a seemingly benign smile upon the trembling, attractive female slave. The slave, already petrified by Halem's abrupt shift in demeanor, feared his new schemes, having heard numerous tales of predecessors' misfortunes. Believing herself next in line for despair, she felt an immense relief upon hearing Halem's words, nodding submissively and not daring to exhale until reaching the lower floor, where she exhaled with a sense of having narrowly escaped death, then proceeded as instructed towards the opposite establishment. Are they struggling? Futile. Hylam observed the retreating figure of the slave before casting his gaze across the street, where a considerable crowd had gathered, stirring a tinge of unease within him. However, dismissing such impractical thoughts, he reminded himself of the disparity between himself and his opponent. Meanwhile, Julian S.'s establishment remained subdued, its entrance adorned with a thin curtain, leaving many unaware of its purpose. Julian had even decreed that only women were permitted entry, a decision that had rendered the previous days rather desolate. Yet today, observant passers-by noted a transformation. The shop now displayed several photographs created by the art of portraiture at its entrance. Hey, brother, do you know what the shop is about? It has been shrouded in mystery these past few days. I was curious and attempted to enter, but they actually expelled me, claiming that only women were allowed. Do you have any idea? A nefarious thief, cloaked in nocturnal garb, twirled a dagger in his hand and stealthily approached a nearby warrior, inquiring with curiosity, "Isn't that redundant? You've stated that only women are permitted inside. Do I resemble a woman to you? Begone." The warrior, visibly irritated, flexed his muscular arm and waved dismissively, casting the thief aside as one might toss a chick. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. The 2 gold coins he had pocketed were mysteriously absent. With a furious roar, he bellowed, "Cursed thief! Should I lay eyes on you again, I shall strike you down." Turning to see several onlookers, he snapped, "What are you staring at? You lot hardly appear virtuous yourselves. Begone." The unfortunate bystanders, caught in the crossfire, retreated hastily, aware that this imposing figure was at least a level 11 or 12 warrior. However, as fate would have it, the ensuing events took a curious turn. Mere minutes later, the warrior was seen dashing away clad only in shorts, muttering about never provoking thieves again. Yet, this was but a minor interlude. The majority of the crowd's attention was captivated by the photographs displayed by Julian, showcasing Punk. Oh dear, look at that. Truly scandalous, displaying an image of a naked woman in broad daylight, utterly devoid of shame. One must wonder which brazen hussy this is, remarked one onlooker. Indeed, this establishment must be a newly opened den of vice. Ladies, we should refrain from entering, another chimed in. Yet beneath the surface, thoughts swirled. You are the one lacking modesty, given how you behaved at last night's banquet, practically dripping with allure, luring away an unsuspecting young man, and brazenly indulging in public, unfazed by prying eyes. And today, you dare to judge? Then someone pointed out, "Look, that is a succubus." Prompted by this revelation, others gathered closer, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is a succubus. Just look at her magnificent tail." They marveled at her striking purple eyes, reminiscent of those belonging to the princess of the Tulip Kingdom, an exquisite sight to behold. Have you noticed? This succubus isn't even wearing undergarments. What's she draped in? Lo and behold, it appears she truly isn't, merely covered by 2 pieces of cloth. How can that be comfortable? One mused, whether it's comfortable or not. "It certainly looks delightful," replied a 21 or 22-year-old noblewoman, her face flushed with embarrassment as she managed to articulate her thoughts. Though hesitant, her words resonated, and the surrounding gentlemen nodded in agreement, relishing the opportunity to behold such a captivating and exquisite succubus, whose beauty and elegance were truly a feast for the eyes. At that moment, The initially overlooked woman felt a pang of irritation at being disregarded. What is so captivating? It is merely a succubus. And who can truly discern whether it is a succubus or an incubus? Such shamelessness surely indicates it to be an incubus. Incubi can be quite appealing, I must say. Some may be inclined to protest, yet one glance from this woman compels them to swallow their words. With a sense of satisfaction, she remarks, "What is there to admire? It is merely two pieces of fabric that lay bare our figures." One wonders who conceived such an idea. Truly a lecher. Sisters, let's not be tempted to purchase such items. We can suffice with our lingerie. Let these abominations fade into oblivion. However, despite her declarations, it remains uncertain whether her audience is truly convinced. At least a few women seem to acquiesce, though their gazes betrayed uncertainty. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Beneath the surface of criticism and sarcasm lies a myriad of concealed thoughts. Yet, it appears that each harbors ulterior motives. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the store, the group of women, initially departing, found themselves gathering once more. The atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, as socialites accustomed to mingling, they soon resumed a facade of amiability. "Ladies, will you be purchasing from our stock or placing a custom order?" inquired the attendant, waiting for the group to conclude their reminiscing before daring to approach. "Is there a distinction?" "Certainly, there is a difference." The attendant, particularly charming and professionally trained, elaborated. "Our establishment offers two options. The first allows you to select directly from our hall, which boasts an array of lingerie designed to cater to all the desires of the royal city. That may not be the case for everyone. Some have rather ample figures," one woman jested. The attendant chose to feign ignorance. "Ahem, the second option is for custom orders. This service typically requires a minimum expenditure of 100 gold coins in our main hall. However, during this promotional period, anyone may place a custom order within the next 3 days. After that, a minimum purchase will be necessary to access the exclusive tailors on the second floor. Of course, there are additional tiers above the second floor." "What lies on the third level?" inquired one affluent lady, voicing the curiosity of many. "The third level offers even greater privileges. Not only can clients place custom orders, but they may also provide feedback at any time, along with access to enhanced follow-up services." "What are the requirements for entry to the third level?" The women gazed eagerly at the attendant. "If one is to indulge, let it be in the finest. None among them are lacking in means. The number of men willing to spend lavishly on them in the royal city is countless. Here, notions of chastity hold little weight, particularly among the nobility, where a secluded wife seldom satisfies a man. As long as mutual affection is absent, even after marriage, each party may pursue their own pleasures without interference. Of course, this does not apply to the grandest of nobles, whose families maintain strict decorum. The third level requires the personal approval of our boss. I am merely an ordinary attendant and lack the knowledge to confirm this. However, it is speculated that not only a sufficient amount of gold coins is necessary, but also a certain status, and perhaps most importantly, physical appearance and figure. Oof. A few women let out delicate huffs, exuding confidence in themselves. "Let us first order 2 sets. No, for sets for us sisters. And then we shall choose a few more from here." After saying this, the women disregarded any lingering awkwardness among themselves and hurried to select their preferred items, eager to prevent anyone else from acquiring the desirable styles. "I want this one," one woman exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at a particular piece worn by the enchanting Demoness Lilith, promptly securing it without even inquiring about the price. With a sweeping gesture, she produced 10 gold coins without a flicker of hesitation. This act left the surrounding women lamenting their missed opportunity. The price hardly crossed anyone's mind. "Your Highness, you are truly ingenious to conceive such a plan. Now the entire royal city shall know how exceptional our new lingerie is," Punk remarked, observing the 800 coins just presented, a sum reflecting the significant expenditure of 6 women. He could hardly fathom the implications if the entire royal city were to partake in such shopping. The sensation of an impending fortune enveloped him, making him feel as though he might be buried beneath a mountain of gold. This feeling was exhilarating, causing the elderly Punk's hands to tremble with excitement. Witnessing his steward's enthusiasm, Julian shared in the exhilaration. This was the first step toward success. Yet, amid the thrill, he maintained his composure. Punk, do not be overly excited. This is merely the initial step. Our shop has made its first transaction, but it is essential to recognize that this is just the beginning. The entire royal city remains unfamiliar with our products, hence their willingness to spend lavishly. However, once this fervor subsides, such fortuitous circumstances may not persist. Maintaining daily sales between 1,000 to 2,000 would be remarkable, and this is only due to the influx from the royal city. Moreover, aside from the royal city, other regions, though not devoid of wealth, pale in comparison. The disparity in both the number of nobles and merchants is vast, resulting in a lack of purchasing power elsewhere. For us, the primary demographic consists of the noble women and affluent ladies who are willing to spend gold to enhance their beauty. Conversely, other professional women, particularly the wealthiest female mages, tend to be reclusive. Julian's analysis was indeed well-founded. However, he was not content with such results. He sought further riches, setting his sights on the southern regions of the Frost Kingdom, those nations that have enjoyed tranquility for countless years. The nobility there far surpasses that of the Frost Kingdom in both number and wealth, treating matters resolvable with money as trivial. There lies the foundational essence of the Wealth Church, a realm where abyssal demons dwell and hellish devils peddle precious minerals. In the depths of the forest, nature's sprites frolic, while overseas dragons soar majestically through the skies. This is the quintessence of the entire continent, the very heart of civilization. Should Julian manage to sell his undergarments there, it would be akin to striking a veritable gold mine, although he must remit a portion of his earnings to the Knowledge and Wealth Organization. The remainder would suffice for Julian to indulge in a life of opulence, rivaling that of nations. As Julian envisions himself showering a bevy of women with coins, captivating them with his riches, elsewhere, Halem's mood is far from jovial. Today, an esteemed client had commissioned 200 gold coins worth of undergarments, and he had momentarily reveled in his good fortune. Yet, in an instant, when the dispatched female slave returned, Hylam isolated himself within his chamber. Outside, no one could fathom the turmoil brewing within, though occasional sounds of fabric tearing echoed forth. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Hylam growled, his visage contorted in fury. How could that insignificant wretch be so fortunate? 6 foolish women bestowed upon him 800 gold coins, and a throng of simple-minded women line up to offer him more. Are these women, dominated by men, truly this Na'vi? He hurled his teacup against the wall, his expression darkening, a sinister glint igniting in his eyes. Yet, what of it? Who could ascertain whether these individuals were orchestrated by him? Furthermore, the outcome of our contest remains uncertain. Hylam clenched his fists, resolute in his determination. Should one attempt to usurp my foundation, they must be prepared for a cataclysmic end. A chilling laughter reverberated through the room, though Hylam recognized this tactic as a desperate measure. Meanwhile, the women who had just returned could hardly contain their eagerness to try on their new garments. Noah, the woman who had initially sought to divert others, now stood alone in the bathroom, adorned in freshly acquired lingerie. Before her stood a tall, silver mirror, reflecting her exquisite form, a voluptuous figure gracefully undulating. Noah's hands glided from her waist, soft gasps escaping her lips as her gaze grew increasingly entranced. This sensation was sublime. The fabric clung perfectly to her body. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld her flawless silhouette, a delicate visage, and deep brown eyes radiating insatiable desire, with luscious red lips that beckoned irresistible attention. In stark contrast to the previous loose garments that failed to showcase her beauty, this new attire allowed her allure to blossom fully. Those impatient men could never truly appreciate the body concealed beneath ill-fitting clothing, always hastily moving on to the next pursuit. Yet now, Noah felt as if she were unleashing her entire charm, as if blessed by the goddess of pleasure herself. Upon Noah's undergarments, a conspicuous flaw was visible at the back, a design acquired in the style of a succubus, albeit devoid of that characteristic tail. Yet it mattered little. The thought of the perverse proclivities among the nobility flushed her cheeks, prompting her to slightly bend at the waist. Truly enchanting, this version of myself is the authentic me. The more Noah gazed, the more entranced she became. At that moment, a voice from outside the door broke the spell, followed by the raucous shouts of a drunken man. Her husband, a count of respectable rank within the royal city, embodied a semblance of dignity. However, Noah held no affection for this man. Their marriage had devolved into mere formality, devoid of romance. He had never demonstrated any flair, and once the novelty faded, he became infatuated with the alluring vixens outside, neglecting Noah entirely. This lack of attention drove the beautiful countess to frequently attend gatherings among the aristocracy, becoming a fixture at nearly every event and earning a reputation as a social butterfly in the royal city. Her admirers ranged from high-ranking dukes to robust and handsome knights, and even youthful noblemen of tender years. "Noah, you shameless harlot, where are you? Why haven't you come to greet me?" The inebriated man chastised her, his words laced with disdain. The fury on his face shifted into a gaze of disbelief as he took in the sight of the beauty before him, his eyes fixating on the alluringly concealed aspects of her form. It is an undeniable truth of men. When women are modestly clad, their attention wanders to the hidden splendor. And when women are scantily clad, they are eager to uncover the beauty beneath. "Oh, my dear Noah, you are truly stunning today," he exclaimed, as if she were a goddess descended from the heavens, his praises pouring forth in a seemingly reckless torrent. He staggered toward the entranced Noah, who stood in stunned silence, having not received such compliments from him in many years. Instead, it was always the men outside who lavished her with such praises. The unexpected admiration from her legitimate spouse was undeniably exhilarating. "Please, not here. So many are watching," she protested, blushing deeply as she pushed away his wandering hands. Yet, a flicker of triumph danced in her eyes as she surveyed the flustered maidens present, who averted their gazes in embarrassment and hurriedly exited, leaving the grand hall to the count and countess. In their secluded world, a palpable heat simmered, the hall in disarray as if a fierce battle had transpired. Noah gazed at the unconscious man beside her, observing the remnants of his brutal ravaging of her delicate undergarments, and she covered her mouth, allowing a satisfied smile to grace her lips. Though it cost her a full 10 gold coins, her wealth was not the issue. Rather, it was the fulfillment she craved. As long as she could experience this satisfaction each time, spending more money would seem trifling. Conversely, she was not solely reliant on the modest means of her uncle. The wealthy old dukes were positively overflowing with riches. It appeared that tomorrow she would need to create a few more items, and the various styles should be ready just in time for the charity gala at the Duke Louis's estate. She anticipated a splendid evening ahead. However, after a light chuckle, she recalled that those other women would also be present, which slightly dampened her spirits. Yet, the thought of her own figure, which undoubtedly surpassed theirs, brought her considerable comfort. Those little minxes, could they possibly handle such garments? Only a woman of my caliber could perfectly embody such lingerie. Noah closed her eyes, hands clasped together, her lips moving as she uttered, "O goddess of delight, a devotee Noah humbly offers her sincerest joy. May you accept this devotion." A swirl of pink mist emanated from the room, drifting toward the boundless sky, leading to a destination that was none other than Lady Noah, a devoted follower of the goddess of delight, Lyra. It was no wonder her actions were so audacious. It aligned perfectly with the teachings of the goddess. Joy, pleasure, and unrestrained indulgence were indeed the tenets of this chaotic deity, and all that could bring joy was what she yearned to pursue, thus attracting many followers like Noah. As Noah prayed, a thread of golden divine power responded, a sign from Lyra, infusing her form and transforming her physique. Upon closer inspection, her upper body appeared somewhat rounder, and her skin radiated a more vibrant hue. Noah, regaining her senses, cast a satisfied glance at her transformation. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the divine, a young maiden smiled approvingly, gently licking her crimson lips. This night was not solely for Noah's enjoyment. Those noble women were equally reveling in such a scene, though their pleasures extended beyond their husbands. This night was not merely a celebration for women. It was also a source of bliss for men, who found themselves entranced by the savage ecstasy, greedily savoring the forms of women. Regardless, Julian's lingerie was a tremendous success, and upon returning home, the first thing these men did was purchase similar garments for their women, fulfilling their innermost desires. The following day, the sun shone warmly. Although the Frost Kingdom was situated in the north, the presence of numerous extraordinary beings within the royal city ensured the temperature was considerably milder than outside, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Thus, the streets were filled with noble young ladies in skirts and elegant matrons. In Julian's shop on King's Avenue, The atmosphere has transformed dramatically compared to a few days ago. Previously, it was desolate and somber, but now it is bustling with activity. With a procession of elegant ladies gracing the entrance, an enchanting sight indeed. One might easily mistake this place for a gathering of aristocratic women. Ah, sister, what brings you here? I remember you were never one to indulge in such affairs. How delightful to encounter you here. Not at all. It is truly a surprise to see you, dear sister. I never imagined you would require such modern undergarments. Their banter, laced with subtle jabs, left another woman feeling disheartened. Yet, upon reflection, she chose to turn her gaze away, while the triumphant woman held her head high. Meanwhile, in the upstairs room, Julian leisurely sipped his tea, savoring the rare tranquility. The day's business had far exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated such fervor from these women, who seemed utterly unconcerned with the cost. To them, luxury items priced between 1 and 10 gold coins appeared as mere trinkets, paid for without a second thought. Fortunately, Julian had summoned his household servants to assist, barely managing to sustain order amidst the chaos. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate the proud, noble women without causing a lengthy queue that would jeopardize the shop's operations. Despite this, discontent simmered among many, yet due to the uniqueness of the business, none were willing to relinquish their claim. After all, when such items are scarce, it matters little, but once one possesses what others do not, it becomes a different matter entirely. Especially notable was the scene from yesterday, when Noah and his companions visited to collect their orders. The sight of their well-defined figures beneath their garments incited envy among the ladies, who watched with reddened eyes as the group departed with their neatly packaged items, while they themselves had to endure a prolonged selection process, even requiring advance appointments for custom orders. What brazen hussies, only seeking to please men. One wonders what that green-hatted count will think. Clearly, this was a case of sour grapes. However, it also signified Julian's strategic triumph. The hottest topic in the entire royal city is now Julian's innovative undergarments, also referred to as bras, spreading like wildfire, particularly among the women who are most sensitive to such matters. Julian's second floor has amassed no fewer than 1,000 orders, each averaging a minimum of 5 gold coins, nearly totaling 10,000 gold coins in sales. After deducting costs, he would still net around 7,000 to 8,000 gold coins. The bulk of the expenditure comes from the slaves he purchased, allowing for minimal wages for the seamstresses, who only require sustenance and a few silver coins each month to thrive. Ha ha, Your Highness, it seems we are destined for victory. That cunning merchant across the way has yet to realize how desperate his situation truly is. Punk could hardly contain his amusement. Initially, he believed this gamble was merely an irrational act stemming from Julian's anger, but he now realized that his prince was indeed wise. No wonder he had become the genius of the entire royal city. Punk deeply regretted his previous skepticism and resolved to steadfastly support Julian henceforth, vowing never to question his prince's decisions again. Your Highness, you are truly remarkable, having foreseen all of this. You even managed to compel that Hiram into a wager. The fellow thought he was assured of victory, yet little did he know you had a plan in reserve, leaving him gasping for breath. I estimate they have sold barely 1,000 gold coins worth of goods in the past 2 days. If even that, I suspect 500 would be an overestimation. But do you know how much we have sold, Your Highness? Punk exclaimed, animatedly gesturing, his face contorting with excitement. A staggering 16,000 gold coins. Just moments ago, we secured a substantial order from a southern merchant who casually tossed down 5,000 gold coins for our finished goods. We are assured of victory now. Upon hearing this news, Julian was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile, recognizing that this merchant was undoubtedly astute. The South was where the lucrative undergarment market thrived, and their nobility were quite the connoisseurs. Punk, do not become overly exuberant. The conclusion is not yet at hand. Yes, we must not be complacent, Punk quickly nodded, apologizing for his earlier exuberance. No, what I meant was not to be complacent, but rather to prepare for funding. Hiram's old shop must be worth at least 50,000 gold coins, and we currently lack such funds, necessitating our efforts to gather money. Otherwise, that old scoundrel might use this as an excuse to deny the wager. Indeed, Your Highness, you are correct. We must leave no room for that fellow to argue. I shall immediately begin to collect gold coins. Julian's finances were not abundant. Aside from some expenditures, he had around 20,000 left, And with the current pure profit of about 10,000, his total wealth amounted to just over 30,000, still falling short of the shop's price by more than 10,000. Moreover, with a day and a half remaining until the wager's conclusion, Julian was uncertain whether the current fervor would persist. Thus, he deemed it prudent to prepare in advance and instructed Punk to communicate with the kingdom's interior officer, requesting an allocation of gold coins at this critical juncture. The collateral would be Julian's allowance for the upcoming year, a fixed sum provided by the royal family for princes and princesses, which amounted to quite a considerable sum annually. However, the subsequent developments surpassed Julian's expectations. This was no mere frenzy, it was sheer madness. Not only were the noble women of the royal city making purchases, but even the stewards of those noble lords were placing orders. Each noble's procurement began at 100 gold coins. With thousands of nobles in the royal city, even if only 1,000 could indulge, there would still be at least 500 remaining after accounting for those who had already come. Each order averaged at least 100 gold coins, with no upper limit, which caused Julian's assets to swell instantaneously, doubling in value. At first, Julian believed the nobility had lost their minds. However, he soon realized that he was the one lagging behind. These nobles had merely discovered a new amusement. They reveled in the thrill of tearing these undergarments apart, which explained their fervent purchasing spree. It seemed that he would soon have to introduce stockings to the market, as their sales would undoubtedly flourish. A glimmer of inexplicable excitement sparkled in Julian's eyes as an aura enveloped the room. After casually instructing Punk to leave, Julian sought out Gandalf to discuss the future development plans. Gandalf was on the third floor, the hub of the tailors. As soon as Julian arrived, he was immediately recognized, and Gandalf rushed to greet him. "Master, you have arrived." His face was adorned with a broad smile. Compared to before, he appeared to have transformed entirely. Just days ago, upon returning from the slave market, he had seemed like an old man on the brink of death. Now, he radiated vitality, as if experiencing a second spring. Julian had no doubt that this old fellow still enjoyed a rich nightlife. "How are things here? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Julian inquired. Lacking any knowledge about the tailoring operations, he had entrusted everything to Gandalf, a decision that now seemed wise. Under Gandalf's management, all the slave tailors worked in perfect harmony, devoid of any semblance of chaos, which greatly pleased Julian, causing him to nod subtly in acknowledgement. "Everything here is splendid. Thanks to your support, Master," Gandalf expressed his gratitude. Julian had granted him a second chance at life. Without him, Gandalf believed he would have been cast out by that vampire, Libel, and met a miserable end on the streets. As an elderly man, even a master tailor like himself would find no patronage without a proper background. It was this gratitude that fueled Gandalf's unwavering dedication to assist Julian. "Master, do you have any instructions for me this time?" Gandalf asked, ready to offer his utmost support. "Just a small matter," Julian replied candidly. "I have come to discuss rather than command." This statement garnered a look of gratitude from Gandalf. Now that the shop had found its footing and business was thriving, as evidenced by the booming sales of even the initially underestimated finished products. Once other merchant had bought them out entirely, Julian still felt a sense of regret. The products were too singular in nature, prompting him to ask, "Do you have any creative ideas?" Though Julian was a designer, his expertise lay in aesthetic design. He lacked knowledge of materials and other aspects. Relying solely on visual design no longer sufficed in this market, which is why he sought the counsel of the experienced Gandalf. Gandalf did not respond immediately, but instead pondered for a moment before finally breaking into a smile. "Master, I have just conceived a splendid idea." Gandalf gazed at Julian and said, "You just mentioned a merchant from the south who has come to procure goods, and that has sparked a thought in me. As you know, I was once the royal tailor of the Tulip Kingdom, and I possess a certain understanding of the market there. The climate of the southern regions is considerably warmer than that of the north, even with the enhancement and balance provided by magic circles. The temperature remains unyieldingly high. Consequently, the inhabitants of that area generally employ a fabric known as ice silk for their garments. However, this material is a luxury in the south, accessible only to a select few of the affluent nobility. Are you suggesting we utilize this ice silk?" Julian inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Gandalf, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is correct. The grand nobles of the southern kingdoms adorn their entire garments with ice silk, but that is unnecessary for us. We merely need to incorporate a touch of it in the key areas of the undergarments, and that will suffice. As you are aware, the drawback of our new style underwear is that it can be excessively warm. Even the slightest movement can induce perspiration, rendering it uncomfortably humid. Thus, I pondered that if we utilize this ice silk, its inherent icy properties would naturally emanate a refreshing aura, and its durability would ensure longevity, undoubtedly enhancing the experience of wearing the undergarments. Moreover, he continued, there is much more to consider regarding attributes. The continent is not solely inhabited by human kingdoms. There are also the fire-affiliated dwarven realms, the elven tribes nestled within the forests, and various orc clans, each with their unique customs. We could tailor our materials to align with their racial characteristics, incorporating different attributes into the undergarments to create entirely distinct experiences. The warmth of fire attributes suits the north. The coolness of ice attributes is ideal for the south. The natural essence of wind attributes is fitting for elves, and the slickness of water attributes would be perfect for the maidens of the sea. Julian stared, wide-eyed, as Gandalf animatedly described this innovative undergarment. He felt as if he had transformed from a seasoned veteran into a novice, suddenly realizing the playful ingenuity of the people in this otherworldly realm. Had it not been for Gandalf's insights, he might have forgotten that this world is a nexus of extraordinary powers, where deities and demons manifest, and where devils and dragons roam. There exists a myriad of wonders here, far surpassing those on Earth. Initially, Julian had been constrained by his own thought patterns, only considering designs based on terrestrial standards, neglecting the unique advantages of this realm. In truth, beyond what Gandalf proposed, there is also the possibility of offering personalized customizations based on individual preferences, which is hardly a daunting task. As a mage, Julian had mastered many peculiar spells, many of which are practical for daily life. For instance, the popular freezing spell in the south is akin to a refrigerator on Earth. A single magic circle for this spell has proven immensely profitable for the southern mages. Furthermore, they need not worry about the greedy organizations demanding payment, for none dare to encroach upon the domain of mages. As Julian lowered his gaze, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, like a juxtaposition of ice and fire. One bowl enchanted with miniature ice magic and the other imbued with fire magic. The exhilarating sensation would undoubtedly leave the nobles in rapture. Furthermore, the liberating air magic enchantment would surely be adored by the elves and the Amazonian warriors who revel in nudity, as this feeling of unrestricted contact with the atmosphere perfectly aligns with their doctrine of immersing themselves in nature. And let us not forget the allure of temptation. That particular group knows how to indulge, and should a vibrating spell be cast upon their intimate garments, it would surely become immensely popular. No, I mustn't dwell on such thoughts any longer. It could lead to dire consequences. With a swift motion, Julian wiped away the impending trickle of blood from his nose, hastily suppressing his wicked fantasies. Yet, the mere contemplation is exhilarating. Although it may not be feasible at present, the future holds vast potential for our establishment, especially with the third and fourth floors still available. They could easily be transformed into a sophisticated retreat for the women of the royal city, dedicated to such delights. Julian nodded sagely, observing Gandalf's puzzled expression, as though his master were rendered speechless by his brilliant idea. Meanwhile, while Julian luxuriated in his ease, awaiting the conclusion of their wager and the acceptance of Hiram's establishment, the other party involved was far from tranquil. If Hiram had managed to maintain a fa-ade of composure yesterday, cursing Julian as merely a lucky fool, today's events shattered his worldview entirely. The bustling scene of extravagant women recklessly spending money profoundly unsettled Hiram's fragile psyche. He could scarcely fathom how a simple novelty could elicit such a response. Almost instinctively, Hiram reached out to his benefactor, an elder brother within the city guard, who introduced him to a count, thereby illuminating the situation. A throng of shameless women, utterly devoid of dignity. How could the continent's millennia-old traditions be overshadowed by such frivolities? Hiram's eyes burned with fury, discomfort coursing through him. The thought of relinquishing his foundation made his heart bleed, yet he dared not refuse. Thus, he could only curse those women who had financially supported Julian, albeit silently, for he could not afford to offend any of them. You wish my downfall. It won't be so simple. Since you are heartless, do not blame me for what follows. A dark resolve filled Hiram's heart, a sinister glint igniting in his gaze. Unbeknownst to Hiram, Julian's true identity eluded him. He merely perceived Julian as a somewhat affluent minor noble. Having spent considerable time in the Frost Kingdom, Hiram had encountered numerous lords and ladies. Yet never had he crossed paths with Julian. Thus, he naturally assumed Julian to be the scion of a minor noble family, perhaps at most a viscount. If overt means were futile, then he would resort to subtler strategies. Hiram thought coldly. Go, prepare the carriage for me. I must take my leave. Half an hour later, a carriage departed from the King's Avenue, heading towards the city guard's quarters. You must assist me. I find myself utterly at an impasse. Hiram gazed with a pained expression at the man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to him, his elder brother, a commander among the city guards, a formidable warrior with considerable standing in the royal city. With a gaze as piercing as that of a hawk, his brother glanced at Hiram, reached for a cup of tea at his side, took a slight sip, and exhaled a warm breath. I have already aided you once. The predicament you find yourself in is of your own making. Hiram understood that his brother referred to the matter of contacting the Count on his behalf. He had initially believed he could resolve the issue himself, only to realize that conventional means of competition were insufficient for this dilemma. Thus, he sought the assistance of his elder brother, hoping to leverage the authority of the city guard to secure an assassin for Julian. After all, the power of the city guards was considerable. Beyond their wartime duty of defending the city, their peacetime responsibilities primarily involved maintaining order within the city and resolving urban disputes. As merchants, both Hiram and Julian fell under the jurisdiction of the city guards, granting them significant authority. Consequently, anyone who aspired to the rank of commander needed not only the requisite level of a high-ranking profession, but also the trust of the royal family. Such conditions determined the value of the position, compelling even the most affluent nobles to treat them with respect. Otherwise, a minor grievance could result in substantial loss. In essence, their endeavors often yielded more failures than successes. Observing his brother's demeanor, Hiram hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth. I am willing to relinquish 30% of my profits, provided you assist me. In addition to the fixed gold coins I provide you annually, I shall offer you an additional 30% of the profits. Upon uttering these words, Hiram felt as though he were bleeding internally. 30%. That represented a staggering sum of gold. It is known that even brothers keep accounts clear. Previously, Hiram had paid his brother around 5,000 gold coins as protection money. But now he was compelled to pay such a hefty price. The 30% of income amounted to approximately 30 to 40,000 gold coins. Enough for a middle-ranking noble to maintain a respectable lifestyle in the royal city. To simply hand over such wealth was, understandably, a painful sacrifice for Hiram. Yet, he felt he had no choice. Although they were brothers, his elder sibling looked down upon him. Absent any financial dealings, there would be no connection between them. Hiram had long been aware of his brother's desire to interfere in his business, but he had consistently evaded such entanglements. However, the situation had changed. His very foundation was at stake, and clinging to those past grievances was futile. The paramount concern was the preservation of his enterprise. Thus, after a moment of turmoil, Hiram resolved to unhesitatingly grant the threefold profit as the price for assistance. However, this situation is not without its advantages. On one hand, it could resolve the wager with Julian and even bring him some suffering. On the other hand, it would allow those coveting him to ponder their own capabilities and see if they can withstand the wrath of a city watch commander. Let be. I shall consider it a costly lesson. Though the price may be steep, I am confident all will be regained. Hiram seethed inwardly at the thought of Julian, wishing he could devour him whole. Meanwhile, Hiram, his elder brother, had long since consented but feigned deliberation. This could reflect poorly on me. If outsiders were to learn of this, they might believe I, as the elder, am taking advantage of the situation. Of course not. This is merely my younger brother supporting me. How could it be seen as opportunism? Hiram felt a profound discomfort, yet maintained a effet of generosity. Damn it. It's precisely what you desire, and yet you continue to play the part. Truly a hypocrite. Ugh, he internally grumbled while keeping a beaming smile on his face. At that moment, Hiram's brother revealed a satisfied grin, rising to pat Hiram, his lips curving slightly upwards. Well, since you're so sincere, I, as your brother, cannot allow you to suffer indignities. I shall see who dares covet our family's assets. This is mine. Mine. It is certainly not merely a family asset. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Hiram's heart was in turmoil, but as before, he responded with a smile. The two departed in succession, and shortly thereafter, a small squad from the city watch quietly left their garrison without alerting anyone. Their destination was unmistakable, King S Street, with Hiram S. brother leading the way. Brother, rest assured, anyone who dares to bully a decent merchant in the royal city shall face the law's retribution. Haha, let us go. Julian, of course, never anticipated that Hiram would resort to such measures, for he was a prince, although not the foremost figure in the kingdom. He certainly ranked among the upper echelons of power. To speak frankly, no one in the royal city could suppress Julian from a position of authority, except for the divine. Punk, how fares business? Any new developments? After a discussion with Gandalf regarding the grand vision for their enterprise, Julian sought out Punk. Your Highness, everything is flourishing. Every moment brings in new gold coins. At this rate, our shop's revenue could reach 50,000 gold coins by tomorrow. At this juncture, Punk had long ceased to regard Hiram as a concern, viewing him as a mere stepping stone, unworthy of additional attention. Presently, Punk was focused on how much he could earn, for as Julian S. steward, everything he did was intricately linked to Julian S. fortunes. Julian had come into wealth, and thus, even a meager share for his steward constituted a considerable income, all of which was solid gold. Observing his steward's avaricious demeanor, Julian felt no anger, but rather a sense of delight. Although he was not well versed in the intricacies of power dynamics, he understood that a person driven by desire is far easier to manipulate. As long as one possesses what they covet, there is little to fear from betrayal. This is certainly preferable to the enigmatic saints devoid of wants, whose motives remain elusive and inscrutable. Work diligently, and once this matter concludes, I shall allocate a portion of the profits each year as dividends for you and a select few key personnel, Julian remarked, patting Punk's shoulder with a smile. The latter, overwhelmed with gratitude, appeared ready to kneel in reverence. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside, followed by an indignant female voice exclaiming, "What are you doing? You cannot enter here at will." This was promptly met with a coarse, mocking retort that resonated throughout the establishment. "You there, little girl? Who do you think you are to dictate who may enter? Ha 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 ha. If you know what's good for you, step aside, or you shall discover that the city guard's prison is not devoid of women. And, dear girl, should you find yourself imprisoned, the consequences would be quite dire." Laughter of a lewd nature ensued, rendering the maid, who had been trying to block the intruders, crimson with shame. Yet, she could only gaze at the ruffians with indignation, her heart laced with fear. Sensing her trepidation, the thugs showed no restraint. Vile words flowed freely, though they refrained from physical violence, clearly intent on compelling the person in charge to emerge. Within the room, Punk observed Julian's stormy countenance with trepidation and cautiously ventured, "Your Highness," but Julian interrupted him. "Punk, you need not continue. I know what must be done." Julian was genuinely enraged. This time, his fury eclipsed all previous grievances combined. In the past, he could only dismiss such affronts as mere jest, but now, someone dared to harass his maid in the heart of the royal city, on King S. Avenue no less. While Julian acknowledged that these ruffians' intentions were likely nefarious, that alone was unforgivable. The Julian of today was no longer the ordinary reclusive young man who would silently endure indignities. He was a prince of noble stature, a chosen one of the goddess of magic, a figure of extraordinary significance. Combined, these aspects rendered him above reproach, even in the presence of a duke. Yet, here were mere thugs who dared to act so brazenly. How could Julian not feel incensed? "I care not whether you have backing. This time, you shall escape death, but not without consequence." A cold snort startled the nearby Punk, who had never before witnessed such a demeanor from his lord. Previously, Julian had always presented a cheerful visage, approachable and congenial, greeting even the most ordinary maid or servant with a warm smile. In a moment of bewilderment, a spark ignited in Julian's eyes, his lips pressed together, and a spell flowed forth from his mouth. A blazing red fireball materialized above his hand, which he then cast outward, soaring from the room, aimed directly at the insolent ruffians. Though these men had their gaze fixed on a maid before them, their true focus was on the interior of the room. They dare not enter, but felt compelled to force the occupants out. "Boss, look!" they exclaimed, as a fireball spell danced within their sight. Though it was merely a low-level incantation with limited power, these men were but ordinary city guards, the strongest among them merely a level 7 warrior. Should the fireball strike, it would surely jeopardize his life. Yet, spells possess an inherent flaw. They're easily dodged unless they are the locking variety. The men scrambled in disarray, and by the time they regained their footing, their previous location had transformed into a charred crater. They exchanged glances, a mix of relief and astonishment crossing their faces. The city guards had their own mages, and they had witnessed such low-tier fireball spells before. While effective, they were not typically so potent. "What should we do, boss?" one asked, concern lacing his tone. "Indeed, they have a sorcerer," another replied, "and not just any sorcerer." As the de facto leader, he felt his resolve wavering, fully aware that those who owned shops along King S. Avenue were not to be trifled with. The promise of rewards and assurances of no trouble from his superior had emboldened him to approach, but now he wished to retreat, though pride held him steadfast. His face flickered with a mix of colors, and he rose, declaring fiercely, "Well, I never expected you to have a mage among you. But do you think this will deter the law? Let me make it clear, we are the city guards. We may let you off today, but next time, you will not be so fortunate." With a disdainful snort, he raised his gaze defiantly. "Let us leave." Yet, as the bravado escaped their lips, they had scarcely begun to depart when a brooding, intimidating youth emerged. This was Julian. "What is this? You are so formidable, yet you wish to flee?" His voice was soft, but the chilling undertone was palpable, causing several of the less mentally resilient to break into a cold sweat. "You lingered at my doorstep for so long, merely to coax me out, and now that I have arrived, why do you seek to depart?" Julian advanced slowly toward the group. "You are nothing." Julian coldly regarded the few individuals before him, feeling a twinge of pity for their ignorance. As pathfinders, they ventured into this realm without any knowledge, audaciously causing a disturbance, unaware of the audacity they displayed. Now that they sought to depart, Julian had no intention of allowing their escape. He was determined to uncover the puppet masters behind their actions. "Don't come any closer." "Yes, even if you're a mage, it matters not." "Boy, despite your status as a mage, your youth suggests you have only just reached adulthood. Even if you have transitioned to a mage, you are merely an apprentice. If you think you can detain us based solely on your own abilities, that is quite impossible. Today, we acknowledge our misstep. Let us discuss this amicably." The leader, though assertive, felt a flicker of uncertainty in Julian's presence. After all, it was hard to believe that such a young mage lacked any backing. He preferred to feign submission, hoping to ascertain Julian's true identity before proceeding, as few would heed the concerns of a mere subordinate in the grand scheme of the royal city and its guard. "You come here to cause trouble without even knowing who I am. Truly, it is a mystery where you've found your bravado." Julian chuckled softly, which only deepened their trepidation, rendering them immobile. Observing their cowardice, Julian felt a sense of boredom wash over him. He turned to the maid who had just been harassed, her face flushed with indignation and embarrassment, now staring at him in a daze. Julian vaguely recalled this maid, though only as a fleeting image. Her appearance was unremarkable, barely qualifying as a school beauty from his past life, especially when compared to the goddesses that graced the realm of Ereshkigal. "Are you all right?" Julian inquired gently. The maid, caught off guard by his concern, felt tears welling in her eyes, yet she managed to restrain them. "Your Highness," she began, only to be silenced by Julian, who wished to keep his identity concealed. The thrill of deception was too enticing to abandon so soon. "I am fine," she murmured softly, her voice laced with sweetness. "That is good to hear. You performed admirably today. From now on, this place shall be entrusted to you. For further details, please consult Pank." After reassuring the maid, Julian turned his attention back to the beleaguered group, his expression unyielding. "Now speak. Who sent you here?" Julian had already formed a hypothesis, merely seeking confirmation. Under the weight of Julian's scrutiny, the group was on the brink of collapse. Retreat was not an option, yet neither was advancing. They were compelled to divulge the truth. Suddenly, a figure descended from a height in the distance. Julian looked up to see someone he had never encountered before, an individual with a hawk-like visage, exuding an air of lethal intent, adorned in garments bearing the insignia of the city guard commander. Julian's gaze narrowed. He was acutely aware that the captain of the city guards was typically of a high warrior rank, a level far beyond his current capabilities. Even should he rise 5 levels to become a mid-tier mage, he would still be no match for a high-tier warrior. After all, those who challenge beyond their rank are a rare breed. Most deities ascend through the ranks in the conventional manner. At the moment this individual appeared, the ruffians surrounding him exhaled in relief, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this person. "Greetings. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? Allow me to introduce myself. I am High Ledger, a captain in the city guard." High Ledger flashed a smile he believed to be benevolent, all the while scrutinizing Julian. Under High Ledger's intense gaze, Julian felt an immediate discomfort. "Are these ruffians you're doing?" Julian squinted at the captain. "Indeed. We have received reports that your establishment is engaged in illegal operations, violating the laws of the kingdom. Therefore, we must conduct a search." Haleger's expression remained inscrutable. Such individuals rarely reveal their true emotions. Pausing momentarily, he continued, "I had no intention of being present, but it appears my subordinates are rather inept." He cast a fierce glare at his men, prompting them to lower their heads in shame. Meanwhile, Julian found the situation amusing. To fabricate such a grandiloquent reason for a petty grievance was clearly the work of a politician. "So, you insist on entering?" "Naturally. As a captain of the city guard, upon receiving a report, I am obliged to inspect your establishment. After all, I have a responsibility to the citizens of the royal city." High Ledger adopted a pose of righteous indignation, and one might be misled into believing him a paragon of virtue. Julian, weary of such tactics, had no desire to engage in further banter. He languidly yawned and remarked, "Enough with the theatrics, High Ledger. Halem, such similar names. Let's dispense with the charade and summon that fellow forth." That said, it's rather laughable how ineffectual he is. It's merely a wager. Losing isn't the end of the world. It's just a shop, sell it, and one can earn a handsome profit. I fail to understand why he resorts to such underhanded methods. Julian's words left the bystanders speechless. After all, this was a shop on King's Avenue, capable of sustaining a minor noble in comfort within the royal city. To hear such trivialities spoken of so lightly was astonishing. On the other hand, High Ledger was not fazed by Julian's audacity. How could he not recognize the latter's ploys? As a seasoned veteran, he was accustomed to not shedding tears until faced with the grave. "I am unaware of what you speak, but today I must inspect your establishment." "Inspect?" Julian chuckled coldly within. Such a scenario was easily manipulable. Once granted entry, what appeared to be a problem could swiftly be transformed into one that was not. As an individual experienced in such matters, he knew all too well how simple it was to dismantle their schemes. Julian shook his head, gazing at Halege with an air of indifference. He bore no concern for the man before him. Once Halege made a move, Julian was confident that this individual would be rendered utterly incapacitated. It is worth noting that Julian was surrounded by royal guards, 8 or more elite professionals, the finest among them, who would have no trouble dealing with someone like Halege. This was the foundation of Julian's audacity to stand his ground. Otherwise, upon Halege's arrival, he would have long fled. After all, even pretending to be a simpleton requires a degree of strength. Otherwise, one risks being seen as merely a fool, and death would render one's aspirations moot. "Not yielding, are you?" Halege grinned, a cold, sinister smile gracing his lips. Naturally, Julian nodded. "To speak candidly, who do you think you are, that I should make way for you?" Halege, realizing he had lost his composure, felt a tumult of emotions. Was it laughter or anger? At that moment, his mind echoed Julian's words. "Who do you think you are?" The phrase reverberated, as it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially since ascending to his current position of power, where he was regarded as a prominent figure within the royal city. Although he was acutely aware that in the eyes of the nobility, he was merely a watchdog, there remained a distinction in whose door he stood guard. Halege's hands trembled involuntarily. He fought to maintain control, fearing that if he lost his composure, he might slay the man before him in a fit of rage. He was determined that Julian would not perish so easily. He intended for him to suffer the consequences of his words, to experience a new kind of existence within the confines of the city guard's prison. He struggled to maintain a neutral expression, though the tension was evident. "Were you speaking to me just now?" he asked, incredulity lacing his tone. "I do not know where you derive your courage, but I will inform you that you have successfully provoked my ire. Initially, I aimed to handle this matter with professionalism. Yet now I believe it necessary to employ more decisive measures. I, Halege, hereby declare, from this moment forth, you shall not find peace." In this royal city, even if you are a duke's legitimate heir, do not expect to enjoy your freedom within the city guard's prison. Halage was genuinely enraged, a fact that nearly sent Helam, who had been watching intently, into a frenzy of excitement. For Helam, the more Julian suffered, the better. Ideally, he would meet his demise, allowing Helam to win their wager. Though he would pay a hefty price, threefold, the rewards would far outweigh the costs. With greedy eyes, Helam gazed below. Create a commotion, young master. Do stir the pot. I long to witness your helpless expression in prison. Though your allegiance to the mages surprises me, in this city, even a priest backed by the temple would not dare to openly challenge a commander of the city guard. Truly, a pitiable young master, likely spoiled by his parents. I may not know how you came by this establishment, but soon enough it shall be mine. In Halem's profound gaze, a tangible radiance seemed to emanate. He had long envied the establishment across the way. His own venture was merely of the lowest rank in the royal city, while Julian's was of a mid-tier caliber. Acquiring that shop would catapult Hylam into the ranks of renowned merchants in the royal city. Halig's reaction caught Julian somewhat off guard. However, it mattered little. You know nothing of me, yet I am acutely aware of you. We are not even in the same league as adversaries. Julian, feigning humility, found the charade tedious. The thrill of playing the underdog did not evoke the anticipated exhilaration, but instead fostered a sense of emptiness. The solitude of the adept. With this thought, Julian resolved to discontinue the encounter. Such commercial rivalries and political intrigues were dreadfully monotonous. Just as he prepared to speak, a chattering group approached, swiftly drawing Julian's attention to a woman clad in red. He was momentarily taken aback, but Halig was not so easily distracted. He advanced, extending his right hand, poised to seize Julian and take him to the city guard's prison. In his mind, this should have been an effortless task, for a novice mage confronted by a seasoned warrior had little hope of resistance. Yet, how could matters be so straightforward? At the very moment Halig lunged, a glint of cold light flickered. A dagger was thrown with precision, landing squarely before Halig. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand, his pupils contracting in shock. A thief. Moreover, a master thief, perhaps even one of the elite, for such skill was beyond the grasp of ordinary rogues, likely affiliated with the upper echelons of the Thieves' Guild. In an instant, Halig's mind raced. As the commander of the city guards, he was well aware that many guilds were often backed by one or more deities, with numerous high-ranking professionals adhering to their own faiths. He, for instance, was a devotee of the war god Tempus. This was no mere coincidence. The young man must have some form of protection. Could it be the Thieves' Guild? But that seemed implausible. How could a mage gain the favor of thieves? If not, then it must be a high noble who had hired a thief specifically for his protection. While Halig was not intimidated by such nobles, he could not afford to provoke them. Though others could not discern his thoughts, they could see his face oscillating between shades of green and white. Halig was preparing to concede, to soften his stance and disregard the matter, for while gold was desirable, context was paramount. However, before he could utter a word, a melodious female voice interjected. Anan, is that you? Julianne, surrounded by a group of companions, was en route to inspect the latest fashionable undergarments that had taken the royal city by storm, intending to order several pieces for herself. To her surprise, she stumbled upon her beloved brother in a standoff with a city guard, instantly piquing her interest as she eagerly rushed forward. At the moment she spoke, a group of her close friends naturally turned their gazes toward Julian, with several of them casting flirtatious glances in his direction. On the other hand, Julian, who had been recognized, wore an expression of helplessness, especially in the presence of so many flamboyant noble maidens whose eyes seemed to devour him. He was acutely aware of the implications of such stares. They were merely expressions of courtship. However, despite their allure, Julian found himself genuinely uninterested. He sought more than mere beauty. He desired individuality, yet these noble women appeared to be mere replicas of a refined lady, molded from the same template. Anan, is that truly you? I cannot believe I would encounter you here, exclaimed Juliet, her curiosity piqued as she poked Julian with her finger. I remember you never enjoyed shopping. Being such a reserved person, I never imagined that upon reaching adulthood, you'd change your ways. Have you discovered that the streets are filled with enchanting ladies? Oh, don't be shy. If you fancy someone, just tell your sister, and I shall play matchmaker. No, I mean I shall introduce you, she added with a playful wink. And if you cannot find anyone, fret not. Just take a look at my circle of friends. Each one is a paragon of grace. Julian could only lower his head in silence, overwhelmed by the predatory gazes of the women surrounding him. The pressure was immense, but what could he do? He could only endure the folly of his unreliable sister. Moreover, after today, the news of Julian selling lingerie would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire capital. Meanwhile, as Julian and Juliet engaged in their playful banter, Halig felt a wave of despair wash over him. While he might not have known Julian, the notorious recluse, he was well acquainted with Juliet, the kingdom's only princess, a renowned figure in the capital. Those with even the slightest awareness would recognize her. But what was Halig witnessing now? He saw the esteemed princess warmly holding the very boy he intended to confront, affectionately addressing him as her brother. At that moment, Halig could no longer doubt the identity of this bashful youth. He was none other than the youngest prince of the kingdom, the newly matured third prince. Regret consumed Halig. He lamented the choice he made to forego attending the tournament during the prince's coming-of-age ceremony in favor of pursuing his own desires. He regretted not having gathered sufficient information before confronting Julian. All that remained was regret and a burning resentment. Yes, resentment. He loathed his inept and troublesome younger brother, who unwittingly antagonized the kingdom's prince, and not just any prince, but the one he had offended beyond repair. If only I had fulfilled my end of the wager faithfully. None of this would have transpired, Halig thought, yet he conveniently overlooked how he had initially demanded such unreasonable terms. At this moment, Highledger observed Julian and Juliet, who were oblivious to his presence, yet he dared not make a single move. The recent events had clearly indicated that at least one, if not more, high-ranking professionals were lurking nearby, specifically assigned to protect these two individuals. Highledger possessed no confidence in his ability to escape amidst such formidable company. Thus he could only wait for Julian to pronounce his judgment upon him. Damn it, once I return, I shall ensure that Hylum pays dearly for this. A flicker of malice crossed Haledger's gaze, yet he remained unaware that, upon Juliet's arrival, his precious brother had already fled, absconding with the entirety of the shop's gold. How absurd! Hylum was well aware that any hope of amicably fulfilling their wager had vanished, compelling him to make a hasty retreat, even fleeing the Frost Kingdom altogether. Meanwhile, the sibling duo had been engrossed in conversation, finally remembering the presence of another. Julian flashed a wide smile at Highledger, revealing a set of pearly whites that appeared harmless. However, the latter's heart jolted with alarm. Without hesitation, Highledger began to slap his own face, the sound of each strike ringing sharply in the air. Wisely, he refrained from begging for mercy, knowing that such pleas would only diminish his dignity further in the eyes of his adversaries. Julian watched Highledger administer this self-imposed punishment without interruption. "Is this the person you mentioned, Anan?" Juliet inquired curiously, displaying no sympathy for Highledger, but rather finding amusement in the spectacle. "Hit yourself harder. Have you not eaten today? Truly, you've made our dear Anan quite upset." At this, Highledger could only manage a bitter smile within, simultaneously increasing the force of his slaps. After a brief while, his face had swelled significantly, nearly losing all semblance of its original shape. It was then that Julian lazily remarked, "All right, that should suffice." "Thank you, Your Highness." Highledger felt a wave of relief wash over him as he obediently retreated to a less conspicuous corner, awaiting Julian's next words. "That old rascal Hylum sent you here. Did he?" "Indeed, he is my brother. Today, he came to me seeking assistance, claiming someone was bullying him, and I, without further thought, brought people along, not realizing I would clash with Your Highness. Had I known it was you, I would never have dared to approach." Highledger was far too astute to divulge the truth. If Julian were to discover that he and his brother had conspired to divide his wealth, it would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Thus, he carefully selected his words, attempting to distance himself from the situation. "I suspected as much." Julian nodded. In truth, it appeared that there was no direct enmity between them. Although Hylum had instigated the provocation, he had also inadvertently ensnared himself. Julian felt a twinge of embarrassment at the unforeseen consequences that had ensued. However, what is done. Julian harbored no regrets. After all, the revenue generated from this tangible establishment was guaranteed profit, with only the two brothers facing misfortune. Am I, perchance, the fabled protagonist, destined to attract trouble wherever I tread? Meanwhile, on the other side, Highleg, noticing Julian lost in thought, presumed he was contemplating how to deal with him. Highleg promptly spoke, "Your Highness, Highlam is just upstairs across the way. Shall I fetch him for you?" Highleg felt no qualms about betraying his own brother. After all, a poor monk is of little concern to a fellow practitioner. That will not be necessary. Do you truly believe that scoundrel would remain there obediently? He has long since fled, Julian replied dismissively. As for Highlam, Julian had no intention of pursuing him. However, Highleg still required addressing, lest word spread of a prince being subjugated by a commoner. Someone without a title is merely a commoner, and he would become the subject of ridicule. Highleg lifted his head, anxiously awaiting Julian's next words. Fortunately, you have not committed an irreparable error. However, while you may escape the death penalty, the living consequence is unavoidable. You shall no longer serve as the commander of the city guards. The Frost Kingdom will not harbor you any longer. You may depart. Julian's words were cold, leaving Highleg in a state of despair. Though he was a high-ranking warrior, the position of city guard commander was not easily attained. He had sacrificed much to earn it, and the rewards were substantial. From this role, he garnered nearly 10,000 gold coins annually, a sum that, after expenses, left him with a considerable amount. Yet today, Julian effortlessly stripped him of his position, leaving him to seek refuge elsewhere. No kingdom would accept someone of his stature. The best he could hope for was to enter the domain of a noble and become a mere servant, thus losing his freedom and the influence he once wielded. Alternatively, he could become a free warrior, a wandering fighter, yet without extraordinary fortune, he would be perpetually preoccupied with securing resources for his training, with little chance for advancement. Highleg clenched his fists, feeling a simmering resentment, wishing to express more, but Julian had already departed, indifferent to the fate of a failure. As Highleg surveyed the surrounding crowd, their eyes gleamed with schadenfreude, igniting a flicker of unrestrained anger within him, yet he dared not unleash it. In the royal city, such actions would not lead to mere dismissal, but rather imprisonment. A faint crimson hue filled Highleg's eyes. I will not accept this fate. At that moment within the throng, one individual lowered their head, a slight smirk gracing their lips. With those burdens lifted, Julian finally regained his leisure. Ascending to the third floor with his sister and a group of elegantly adorned noble maidens. No sooner had they seated themselves than Juliet eagerly exclaimed, "Hanan, I never imagined you, typically so sullen and seemingly disinterested in women, could possess such a hidden allure. Ah, were it not for my presence here today, I would have remained blissfully unaware that the lingerie currently captivating the entire royal city is, in fact, your exquisite creation. How remarkable it is that such an idea could only be conceived by one well-versed in the arts of seduction. Yet I must admit, I am taken aback by the sheer creativity of my innocent brother." Juliet emphasized the word innocent, prompting a boisterous laughter from her circle of friends, who shed their usual reserve, transforming into a playful assembly of flirtatious maidens, their alluring glances directed at Julian. Were it not for Juliet's presence, Julian might have seriously contemplated whether these exuberant women would audaciously attempt to seduce him. In such a scenario, should he feign resistance before yielding, or would he capitulate outright? The very notion of direct compliance seemed overly contrived, yet the thought of refusing such an enticing offer left him bewildered. "Sister, please cease your teasing. What must I do for you to relent?" Julian sighed, his shoulders rising in resignation, an action that incited further squeals of delight from the enamored ladies nearby. "Hurry! Truly, you are my brother, grasping my intentions with such alacrity," Juliet exclaimed, playfully striking Julian on the shoulder, her laughter unrestrained and devoid of decorum. After a moment of raucous mirth, she finally composed herself, patting her chest in an effort to regain her breath. "Since you are the proprietor of this establishment, I hereby declare that my future garments shall be crafted free of charge." With a playful huff, she cast a sidelong glance at Julian, her hand inexplicably finding its way to the soft flesh at his waist. Julian had no doubt that a refusal would elicit an involuntary cry of protest from him. Thus, he could only weep silently within, nodding in acquiescence. "Of course, dear sister, you are my most cherished sibling. How could I possibly accept your money?" "Now, that is more like it," Juliet replied, her head held high, her hair swaying as she exuded an air of regal confidence. "You need not wear such a mournful expression. In due time, I shall depart, and you shall not suffer greatly from my absence. Depart? To where? Julian inquired, his brow furrowing. Has father betrothed you to someone? If you are unwilling, I shall confront him immediately to annul the engagement. Seeing Julian's disconcerted expression warmed Juliet's heart. She gently caressed his cheek. Oh, you foolish boy. It is nothing of the sort. What is it then? Julian asked, his curiosity piqued as he released a sigh of relief. It is merely that I am so strikingly beautiful that, just days ago, I successfully became a devotee of the goddess of love, beauty, and kindness, Shuni. I have received a divine oracle, and a month hence, I shall journey to the Violet Kingdom in the east, the very stronghold of the goddess Shuni's church. Juliet, now 18 years of age, possesses a rather ordinary aptitude for cultivation, roughly equivalent to 3 times that of an average individual. Currently, she has only attained a level 4 profession and has yet to formally transition into her chosen vocation. However, this journey from the Frost Kingdom to the Violet Kingdom may very well lead her to become Sister Shuni, renowned across the continent as the Scarlet Dancer. This title, exclusive to Sister Shuni, falls within the realm of magical professions, yet distinguishes itself by its unique method of employing dance to invoke divine spells. Though often perceived as aesthetically pleasing yet lacking in practical utility, this approach resonates deeply with Juliet's own style, which aspires towards beauty in all things. Naturally, Julian is elated at the prospect of such an opportunity for his sister. How splendid! Once you find your footing there, do not forget that your brother is still single. You must remember to introduce me to a beautiful princess, as I eagerly await. Enough of that. Do you truly think none of my sisters are to your liking? Juliet retorted, her brows furrowing with a hint of indignation. The surrounding women seized the moment, playfully tugging at Julian's arms. Indeed, does His Highness not hold even a slight affection for us? We are, after all, your admirers. With a word from you, even a night of companionship would not be out of the question. Ridiculous. You shameless hussies. Do you truly believe His Highness will be taken with you? If anyone, he would surely favor me. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness? Oomph. Those with modest bosoms ought to remain silent. Julian found himself enveloped in a sea of soft, warm bodies, contemplating whether to extricate himself, but ultimately succumbing to the delightful sensation. In that moment, he relished the embrace of multiple women, his arms cradled by their warmth. Behind him, a delicate visage exhaled softly, while in front, a bashful maiden engaged in playful flirtation, her voice sweet enough to soften the heart. All right, you shameless lot. No wonder my brother finds none of you appealing. You lack any sense of modesty. After all, you're supposed to be ladies. Ultimately, it was Juliet who asserted her authority, causing the women to regain their composure and retreat to the sidelines, their previous boldness diminished. Now, daring only to sneak a gentle touch upon Julian's palm, caught in a moment of indulgence, he wrestled with the urge to break free, yet found himself longing for the sensations he had just experienced. Julian pondered whether he might be psychologically unbalanced. Calm yourself, Julian. Set aside your little thoughts. These audacious women are eager to please you. A mere invitation would suffice, so there is no need for inner turmoil. Juliet shot a disapproving glance at her sisters, huffing in exasperation, and declared, I have yet to attend to my business here. Fetch your seamstress. I require 2 sets of that lingerie. And ensure it is a female seamstress, for I have no desire to be touched by those men. Hee, Your Highness, why not assist us with the measurements? I believe you, as the founder, would surely excel in this task. Indeed, or perhaps you might take matters into your own hands. We would be utterly compliant. Hey, this seems to have taken a rather twisted turn. Naturally, Julian could not be the one to take matters into his own hands. After all, he had a reputation to uphold. Should these women catch sight of his conspicuously elevated tent, he would undoubtedly become the subject of their jests. Thus, he remained comfortably seated, observing the unfolding events with equanimity, undisturbed by the whims of fortune or disgrace. It was not until half an hour had passed that he felt emboldened enough to rise and admire the graceful figures of these noble women. Indeed, they were the epitome of aristocracy, each one blossoming with ample curves, capable of bearing offspring. With the system undergoing yet another upgrade and the absence of any interference from Hiram, Julian's enterprise flourished rapidly. Moreover, due to Hiram's flight, the shop was transferred directly into Julian's name without him having to spend a single coin. With the expansion of the store, Julian repurposed Hiram's area into a section for finished products, displaying an array of exquisite new lingerie. That day Julian had showcased certain attributes, and he must admit, this strategy significantly boosted sales. However, it was amusing to note that every noblewoman in the royal city would greet Julian with an odd smile upon encountering him, while the men regarded him with a mixture of admiration and respect. Punk, how many gold coins do we currently possess? 5 days had elapsed since that day, and during this time, Julian had been engrossed in meditation, enhancing his mental fortitude. The reason for this, well, it was simply a matter of pride. Today, with the external commotion having subsided slightly, he ventured out to inquire about the recent sales and profits from his steward, Punk. Julian had not forgotten the original purpose behind his pursuit of wealth, to upgrade his system. Initially, he had dismissed the idea, but having spent considerable time in this realm, he now comprehended that while power was not everything, a lack of it was utterly debilitating. Thus, he resolved to diligently enhance his system's level, aspiring to become a legendary mage, so that he might traverse the continent with impunity. In such a case, although he would not possess the liberty to wander wherever he pleased, he could navigate most areas with caution and avoid peril. After all, opportunities for such an adventure were rare, and with a world so vast, it was only fitting to explore it. Meanwhile, Punk, who had been summoned, wore a beaming smile. His establishment had been operating tirelessly day and night, managing to sell nearly 10,000 pieces of lingerie in a remarkably short span. Punk could proudly declare that in the royal city, every household with a bit of disposable income possessed their lingerie. Indeed, such confidence was well-founded. Thus, the profits earned during this period amounted to a veritable treasure trove, although prices range from 1 gold coin for basic items to 100 for bespoke creations. The average profit per item sold was 12 gold coins. Consequently, combined with previous earnings, the store now boasted approximately 150,000 gold coins, all of which were pure profit, albeit with a portion allocated for protection fees. After some contemplation, Pank spoke, "Your Highness, our business has been flourishing recently. We currently possess approximately 150,000 gold coins, of which around 130,000 can be at your disposal." Upon hearing Pank's words, Julian nodded. "Indeed, this is quite impressive, exceeding my expectations. It seems you have also worked diligently during this period." "It is no hardship to serve your Highness," Pank replied, his heart warmed by Julian's praise, his eyes slightly moist. As a commoner, though he had encountered many nobles, Julian was the first to genuinely value him. As the saying goes, a scholar will die for a friend who understands him. Pank now harbored such sentiments. He had entirely committed himself to Julian, believing that if Julian were to ascend to greatness one day, he would undoubtedly become a revered spirit. "You work for me, and I shall not neglect you," Julian said with a gentle smile, clearly satisfied with the outcome. After a moment's reflection, he continued, "Let us do this. Withdraw 2,000 gold coins from a total. 1,000 is for you, and the remaining 1,000 shall serve as bonuses for others. The distribution is entirely up to you." Julian's decision to offer only 2,000 coins was not due to stinginess. Rather, this sum was considerable for these individuals. In the royal city, a typical household could sustain itself with 3 to 5 coins a month, making this substantial amount sufficient for everyone to live comfortably for an entire year. After all, they were merely slaves and servants, not the extravagant nobles who squandered wealth. For them, the value of gold was significantly higher. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall see to it that this matter is handled well," Pank responded, accepting Julian's generosity with a deep bow to express his gratitude. Taking advantage of Julian's momentary distraction, he discreetly wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. "I have mentioned before, while I do appreciate gold, I'm not miserly," Julian remarked, placing a reassuring hand on Pank's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Moreover, this is what you rightfully deserve." After saying this, he turned and added, "Now, please bring me the remaining gold coins. I have need of them." "Understood." Pank nodded, ready to comply with Julian's every instruction without hesitation. Half an hour later, Julian sat in his chamber, toying with the sapphire atop his wand, yet his gaze remained fixated on a small mountain of gold before him. A total of 130,000 coins lay displayed, their dazzling brilliance causing Julian's heart to stir with unease. From his past life to this moment, it was his first encounter with such a vast fortune, especially as these coins differed from those of his previous existence. The gleaming gold here was more radiant and enticing. for they were imbued with divine power by the goddess of wealth herself. Each coin seemed to exude its own charm, incessantly proclaiming its worth and enticing individuals to pursue it. Julian averted his gaze, unable to bear the thought of such wealth dwindling to a mere fraction. With a heavy heart, he resolutely commanded in his mind, "System, I wish to upgrade." In the very next instant, the familiar scene reappeared in his mind's eye. Beep. The system is undergoing detection. Beep, beep, beep. Detection complete. There are a total of 134,512 gold coins surrounding the host. Should all be exchanged for energy points? Certainly not. Julian quickly replied, as he only intended to exchange enough to facilitate his upgrade, leaving the surplus for future use. After all, it is only the retained gold coins that can continuously generate wealth, allowing him to ascend once more. System, exchange for 100,000 points, Julian commanded. In the next instant, the mountain-like pile of gold coins before him diminished significantly, leaving only a thin layer scattered across the ground, nearly causing Julian to faint from the heartache. However, upon witnessing the full 100,000 energy points floating in his mind and observing the upgrade icon shift from red to green, indicating it was ready for use, his spirits lifted considerably. System upgrade. Beep. Host detection in progress. Energy points verification in accordance with upgrade requirements. Upgrading in process. Much like the previous occasion, a milky white energy enveloped Julian's mind, washing over his soul with layers of white radiance that almost compelled him to cry out with ecstasy. After his transition to a mage, Julian's mental resilience had grown considerably, yet encountering an upgrade from the system still overwhelmed him. Even during intimate encounters with alluring women in his past life, he had never experienced such sensations. The cascading layers of white light resembled innocent maidens, tenderly caressing Julian's soul, purging impurities until only pure essence remained. After a lengthy duration, the commotion within his mind finally subsided. Exhaling a long, relieved breath, Julian opened his previously shut eyes, a terrifying brilliance shooting forth from them. Chapter 55. Loser's fortuitous encounter. During the time, Julian stirred the winds of change in the royal city, becoming the most renowned young nobleman. Loser, in stark contrast, had retreated from the limelight. Previously not the most ostentatious, Loser had frequented important venues within the city, but after his coming-of-age ceremony, he became reclusive, only emerging to transition into a warrior at the Hall of War, and thereafter never leaving the Duke's estate. Rumors circulated that Loser had performed poorly during his coming-of-age ceremony, prompting him to strive for improvement in a quest for revenge. Yet, another narrative suggested he was confined within the Duke's mansion by the old Duke Wallace. Which of these tales holds the truth remains known only to them. At this moment, within the grand estate of Duke Wallace, in an exceedingly inconspicuous corner, a modest dwelling stood in stark contrast to the mansion's opulence. Surrounding the room were gray, withered trees and remnants of crumbled walls, presenting an exceedingly monotonous scene. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern the faint silhouettes of no less than 7 or 8 figures lurking outside, scattered around, maintaining a distance from one another, effectively preventing any intruders from approaching. Within this room sat Luther, surrounded by eerie statues, each pair of eyes emanating a sinister darkness, imbued with the malevolence of the abyss and hell. The air was punctuated by unsettling cries, muffled and rendered inaudible by a shroud of blackness encircling the chamber. At that moment, Luther's complexion fluctuated from pallid to crimson. The statues appeared to come alive, their scarlet eyes fixated upon him. A formidable force seemed to penetrate the barriers of the world from the unfathomable depths, casting a shadow upon Luther. This, indeed, was the power of the abyss. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists, feeling an explosive energy coursing through him. A vitality so unrestrained that he believed he could create a chasm in the earth with a single blow. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the desolate room, and rather than startling him, it filled him with elation. Yes, this was the power of the abyss. Though corruption may taint the soul, the strength it bestowed was incomparable, overshadowing all other means, even those wielded by the favorite of the divine. The voice was ethereal, steeped in the weight of time, its gravelly timbre exuding a compelling authority. Mentor, is this truly without peril? Luther's gaze flickered momentarily with doubt, yet he sensed the truth behind the voice, for the energy within him was undeniably real. Although he was already a 6th-level warrior, the potency surging through him approached that of an intermediate warrior, and with the characteristics of abyssal power. He could vanquish many lower-tiered fighters among their ranks. An absolute engagement beyond his current level. Of course it will not, the voice replied, imbued with a faint pride reminiscent of bygone glory. You must remember, I, Edward, though I have fallen, remain the legend that once traversed the continent. The title of legend itself carried an intrinsic power. Furthermore, Edward, a figure so close to the divine, despite his long demise, retained a vestige of will that prevented his total extinction. Indeed, Mentor, it is my folly to question you, Luther swiftly apologized, instinctively aware of the impropriety of his doubt. For he dared not offend the master of the voice, as this was his serendipitous encounter. Just days prior, while training, he had unearthed the sword of night and slaughter from the royal treasury, which suddenly emitted a brilliant glow, allowing a consciousness to establish communication with him. This was Edward, the sword's original master, a legendary swordsman who emerged after an era of turmoil and had even participated in battles among the gods, a paragon of experience and insight. However, he had met his demise due to an affront to a certain lord of the abyss, ambushed and killed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the sword had retained a fragment of his will, sustaining its legacy to this day. Though this will has long since lost its legendary power, its wealth of experience remains invaluable to Luther. The Wallace family, despite being an esteemed lineage protected by its own legendary guardian, cannot afford the luxury of educating a mere fledgling like him. Only once he attains the status of a high-ranking professional might he gain access to the advanced techniques of legendary prowess. Thus, the sudden appearance of Edward serves as Luther's fortuitous boon. On the other hand, Edward fell silent for a moment before speaking with a measured tone. You are aware that, to this day, the abyss, hell, and the divine beings, despite their friction, have yet to erupt into full-scale warfare. They maintain a fragile peace through mutual restraint. As you mentioned, even the infamous demon lords can traverse the continent without fear of expulsion, provided they refrain from slaughter. So, what does it truly signify that you have merely transitioned into Abyssal Arbiter? I have previously informed you that the Abyssal Arbiter is among the most elite of professions, a creation of the original Demon King. Though its training is arduous, it bestows formidable power, especially after you successfully transition. You will have the ability to communicate with the gates of the abyss, allowing you to venture into its depths for trials and plunder. Once you grow into a legend, you may even summon the phantasm of that Demon King. Even a mere shadow of such a being would suffice to subdue the majority of high-ranking demons. Furthermore, as you advance further, you could potentially ascend to the status of an Abyssal Lord, a glory that far surpasses that of a mere duke in a kingdom. Indeed, the endless abyss, each layer rivals 1/8 of Ethereal, vastly exceeding the entirety of the Frost Kingdom. Should you truly become an Abyssal Lord, augmented by the powers of the planes, you would stand comparable to a being of feeble divine essence, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Luther's heart stirred. The allure painted by Edward was simply too enticing to resist. It was not just a 16-year-old boy who felt this way. Even those mid to high-level professionals with lesser experience would find themselves captivated. As Luther envisioned himself as an Abyssal Lord, he pictured his former adversaries, Julian and Mankai, whom he had once bested, groveling at his feet like dogs, and the women who had once looked down upon him, now fawning over him. A slight, manic smile curled at the corners of Luther's mouth. Master, I believe in you. I shall become a legend, an Abyssal Lord, and I will see all my enemies fall before me. As you wish. A flicker of barely perceptible chill passed through Edward's downcast eyes. In another part of the realm, Julian languidly stretched in his room, one hand half covering his mouth as he yawned. Julian was naturally unaware of the matters concerning Luther. In his mind, the interaction between the two had nearly concluded once the rite of passage was over. He could not fathom that his family's treasury had provided this ambitious yet talentless noble scion with such an opportunity. Had he known, Julian would have been quite astonished. It was as if he had unwittingly become the protagonist of a dark narrative. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. Having spent time in the royal palace, he was well aware of the nature of his kin, miserly individuals who would never allow valuable resources to escape their grasp. Thus, anything they offered would either be a substantial pitfall or an inexorable abyss. Such items were of no interest to Julian. He pondered the implications of a six-fold increase in cultivation speed, which indeed felt remarkably swift. Julian reveled in the magical elements swirling in his mind. The energies of nature amassed rapidly during his meditation, achieving saturation in merely half the time it had previously taken. It appeared that each upgrade not only doubled the standard cultivation speed of an ordinary individual, but enhanced it exponentially beyond the existing foundation. Yet, this might merely be his own perception. In reality, each incremental advancement likely defied conventional reasoning. Julian mused in silence, acknowledging that such a phenomenon was indeed normal. Otherwise, the chasm between genius and mediocrity would not be so vast. At that moment, a soft call interrupted his thoughts. "Your Highness, the king's envoy awaits your audience outside." Julian paused momentarily, uncertain as to why his father would summon him, but quickly regained his composure and replied, "Very well, I understand. Please entertain him for a moment. I shall be out shortly." Upon exiting his chamber, he encountered the envoy, a slender warrior who, while merely a messenger, was unaware of the specifics of the matter at hand. He simply informed Julian that the king was urgently seeking him, prompting Julian to follow the envoy in a state of bewilderment, only to uncover the nature of the business upon arriving at the palace. Simultaneously, an intense debate unfolded within the kingdom. In the king's private study, an exclusive space reserved for the monarch and his closest advisors, only those truly trusted could enter. Naturally, Duke Wallace, as the Minister of Finance, was among those qualified. At that moment, Wallace stepped forward, his expression grave. "Your Majesty, the recent upheaval among the northern giants poses a significant threat to our Frost Kingdom. It is imperative that we dispatch personnel to investigate the situation thoroughly." The king was already aware of this matter, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Although the Frost Kingdom was situated in the north, it was merely the northern edge of the human realm, with considerable distance yet to traverse before reaching the true north. In the grand tapestry of the material world, particularly on the main continent of Ethereal, the so-called boundaries of east, west, south, and north were merely the territories of predominant races. Even the tribes, often deemed as existing in the wilds, did not represent the actual limits of the continent. The source of this turmoil lies in the northern reaches of the Frost Kingdom, a domain inhabited by the frost giants, who, undeterred by the frigid climate, roam freely across the highlands of the north. Thus, this group of giants is often referred to as the frost giants within the Frost Kingdom. This ancient race can trace its origins back to the very dawn of the universe. However, like many other races, their primitive ways have become ill-suited to the advancements of civilization, leading them to a state of decline. In the years preceding this upheaval, a divine protector among the giants shielded them, but that deity met a grim fate at the onset of the unrest. After all, a solitary god without allies or influence is undeniably seen as a tempting target. With the fall of this divine figure, the giant clan fragmented, with many being driven into the endless icy plains of the north by the ancestors of the Frost Kingdom, left to fend for themselves. Although the environment here is harsh, the mere fact that they have survived attests to their formidable vitality. Several millennia ago, when the high priest of the Frost Giants ascended to demigod status, the relationship between the Frost Kingdom and the North Giants underwent a significant transformation. In recent years, even those below the rank of intermediate practitioners have refrained from venturing north to gather resources, largely due to the reprisals from the Frost Giants. I am well aware of this, yet I remain uncertain whether this latest event heralds fortune or misfortune. The king exhaled deeply, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "Your Majesty, I believe this may be a fortuitous development." A robust man with a square jaw interjected, his voice resounding with conviction. "The demise of that demigod priest has undoubtedly plunged the entire North Giants clan into chaos. Given the shifts in our long-standing situation, I believe we must seize this opportunity to eradicate these barbaric giants." At that moment, a cough resonated from a distance, imbued with a subtle authority that dispelled the tension in the room, allowing the others to regain their composure. The king cast a wry smile at the imposing figure before him, Morgan, the kingdom's military minister, a junior legendary swordsman and one of the two legends openly recognized in the Frost Kingdom, the other being the royal court's esteemed mage. A legendary sorcerer, a pairing of sword and sorcery, a popular combination across the continent. Morgan's prowess is matched only by his remarkable journey. He hails from a baronial family and received the most traditional noble education in his youth, initially groomed to become a civil official and inherit the family legacy. However, he chose the path of the military, evolving from an ordinary soldier to a legendary swordsman. Following the ascension of the current king, he was appointed as the kingdom's military minister and bestowed with the title of Marquis. It is precisely due to this noble title that he stands firm this time, for the entire continent is enveloped in peace. Within humanity, apart from the intricate rivalries among intellectuals, there are hardly any large-scale wars. Thus, this confrontation with the northern giants presents Morgan with his final opportunity to ascend to the title of Duke. He must seize it. Consequently, Morgan, undeterred by the interruption, rose and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, there is no room for hesitation. The northern giants possess only 2 low-level legends, aside from that demigod priest. Our Frost Kingdom is entirely capable of overwhelming them, and there is no necessity to heed the suggestion of the Crown Prince to send the third prince as an envoy." With that, he cast a fierce glare at the Crown Prince, Zhu Yuan, who stood by, silent and seething. "It was reported that you sought my presence?" In truth, the sudden demise of the northern giant's pillar left the Frost Kingdom in a state of exhilaration, with many idle voices clamoring for retribution against the giants. However, the subsequent news rendered many speechless. This was soon after the announcement of the demigod priest's death. Following this event, a frost witch, claiming to be an envoy from the north, descended upon the northern giants and successfully supplanted the original giant priest, becoming their new leader. If this witch were merely a legendary figure, it would suffice. However, she is an extraordinarily potent demigod. The messenger reported that, from several kilometers away, one could witness the awe-inspiring manifestation that was akin to that of a true deity. This indicates that she is indeed an immensely powerful demigod, one who stands on the cusp of divinity. This revelation swiftly transformed the once belligerent hawks into meek doves, shrinking back in fear, save for Morgan, who remained steadfast. His conviction is rooted in the belief that this giant priest was likely slain by the witch herself, with the intention of seizing control over the tribe and igniting divine flames to elevate herself to godhood. Thus, it is imperative to avert this occurrence, for a race endowed with a deity is wholly distinct from one bereft of divine presence. While this perspective garnered some support, the trepidation surrounding the power of the demigod, which loomed large. As members of the kingdom's elite, they were acutely aware of certain truths within the Frost Kingdom, knowing that there exists a half-god who has lived for countless years. Should this being choose to intervene, there lies a possibility of subduing the witch and executing a plan to eradicate the giants. Such views naturally found favor among some. Yet an unforeseen turn of events left the elite of the Frost Kingdom in bewilderment. The ruler of the northern giants, the demigod Frost, which dispatched envoys seeking peaceful coexistence. Consequently, with their emissaries sent, the Frost Kingdom must also respond in kind. At this juncture, the Crown Prince Zhu Yuan promptly stepped forward, eager to appoint Julian as the envoy for this diplomatic mission. The rationale was straightforward. Julian, a legitimate prince of considerable standing, would lend credence to the Frost Kingdom's sincerity in the eyes of the brutish giants. Moreover, Julian held the title of the third prince, rendering his claim to the throne entirely moot. His demise would bear little consequence. Furthermore, Zhu Yuan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Julian, often wishing for his brother to distance himself, especially in light of the scandal surrounding the undergarments that had left Zhu Yuan embarrassed in front of his own wife. Can one fathom the dismay of a royal heir confronted with the image of his brother rather than the allure of a beautiful woman? It was a feeling of utter despair. Zhu Yuan had nearly lost his interest in intimacy during this tumultuous period. Thus, his animosity towards Julian was profound. When Zhu Yuan heard Morgan revive old grievances and direct the focus toward him, a wave of frustration washed over him. Although he had suggested Julian undertake the diplomatic mission, it was merely a matter of convenience. He had never publicly expressed any stance regarding the Frost Kingdom's attitude towards the northern territories. Consequently, being scrutinized by a military minister of Morgan's caliber, a legendary swordsman, was an irksome experience, especially as he was compelled to suppress his emotions. After all, a worthy heir must possess the fortitude to endure solitude in pursuit of a brighter future. Zhu Yuan exemplified this quality, fixating intently on the tips of his shoes, resolutely refraining from conversation. This left Morgan, brimming with pent-up frustration, with no outlet, compelling him to cast a hopeful glance toward the king seated above. "Morgan, do not fret. Please take a seat. I have made my decision regarding this matter." The king gestured, exhaling softly, indicating for Morgan to sit. He was well aware of the military minister's sentiments. Yet, as king, he understood the necessity of prioritizing the nation's welfare over the interests of a single subject. Regrettably, this meant disappointing Morgan, despite his diligent service. Perhaps an opportunity for recompense would arise in the future. The king cast a furtive glance at the dejected Morgan, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet he was acutely aware of the rarity of such opportunities. Thus, any notion of compensation seemed trivial compared to the significance of a duke's title. Such is the nature of politics, sacrificing a few for the multitude, even if that few is in the right and the majority is in error. Your Majesty, since you have reached a decision, I shall refrain from further comment. However, I implore you to reconsider the matter concerning the third prince, Morgan continued, for he has only just come of age, and such a sudden imposition of responsibility may prove overwhelming. Then who do you deem most suitable? The king inquired. Upon hearing this, Morgan let out a couple of cold chuckles, prompting an immediate sense of unease in both Zhu Yuan and Duke Wallace. Zhu Yuan swallowed hard, pondering whether the old fool would truly send him away. After all, he was the heir to the kingdom, and his father would never consent to such a thing. He reassured himself, yet uncertainty gnawed at him, for Morgan was indeed a simpleton, utterly oblivious to such considerations. Meanwhile, the Duke of Wallace, the Minister of Finance, wore a sorrowful expression. He was a primary advocate for peace talks and naturally feared Morgan's ire would be directed at him. He was loath to venture to the north to confront the giants. As expected, Morgan taunted, "I find Duke Wallace's analysis quite astute. He clearly possesses considerable knowledge of the northern giants. Perhaps we should send Duke Wallace as an envoy." "Your Majesty, what do you think?" The king merely shook his head, casting an amused glance at Morgan. Such a notion was preposterous. He would never permit his most vital minister to embark on a time-consuming endeavor that promised little benefit. In contrast, Julian seemed a more reliable choice. After all, his son was idle, and it would be prudent to put him to use. As for concerns about safety, he had that covered. At the very least, a formidable protector of intermediate legendary status would be assigned to safeguard Julian, ensuring his security. After all, a tiger does not consume its own cub, and he would not allow his son to be placed in peril. At that moment, the young lad ought to be arriving soon. The king gazed out, estimating the time. Sure enough, the next instant, a figure stealthily squeezed through the crack of the study door. Following closely was a boy with innocent, curious eyes, his voice ringing out brightly. "Father, I heard you call for me." Inside the study, Julian felt somewhat bewildered. As soon as he entered, he was met with a crowd of onlookers, several of whom bore sympathetic expressions. What could this mean? The king, seated at the head of the table, managed a rare smile upon seeing Julian enter. After all, as his son, Julian was indeed quite remarkable. Yet in the next moment, the king felt a twinge of awkwardness, unsure of how to broach the subject with Julian. "Father, why did you summon me? If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave. Mother is waiting for me to dine." Julian innocently addressed the assembly. In truth, he had sensed something was amiss the moment he arrived. As someone who had navigated the professional world in a past life, he understood that calling in someone who typically would not be present served a specific purpose, namely, to take the fall for something. The scene was familiar. Only the leader had been replaced by a king, and a multitude of corporate magnates had transformed into royal ministers. Essentially, it was the same. Thus, upon entering, he quietly lamented his miscalculation and contemplated an early exit. Although he was unaware of the precise reason for his summons, he instinctively knew it could not bode well. Surely, he was not being called to discuss a marriage alliance. A peculiar sensation surged within Julian at that thought, and he couldn't shake the notion that the prospective bride would be rather unappealing. Julian could not permit himself to entertain such thoughts, for the unmasked gazes of sympathy and derision were all too palpable. At that moment, the king, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally spoke, his voice steady. "Do not be hasty. I shall accompany you shortly." This statement extinguished any flicker of hope within Julian, compelling him to lift his gaze and swallow hard, anxiously awaiting further instructions from his father. This visit is not without purpose. The king continued, pausing as if lost in reminiscence. I recall when you were born, so small, scarcely larger than a modest mouse. Yet in the blink of an eye, 16 years have elapsed, and you have matured into adulthood, embracing the mantle of a mage. A truly formidable man. Thus, it is time for you to learn the weight of responsibility. Julian silently acknowledged the inevitable. Meanwhile, Morgan's expression darkened. He sensed that his sovereign had made a resolute decision, and the course of events was now unchangeable. He could only shake his head and remain seated, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. Duke Wallace, on the other hand, offered a slight smile. Julian's departure from the royal city had required considerable effort on his part. Although this diplomatic mission was theoretically devoid of peril, given the presence of legendary warriors, one could never predict the occurrence of unforeseen circumstances. Likewise, the eldest prince, Zhu, who had proposed Julian's mission, bore a complex expression. Despite harboring no particular fondness for his younger brother, he held no substantive conflict with him either. His suggestion had merely been a means to vex Julian, yet, propelled by external influences, it had solidified into an undeniable reality. Consequently, he was uncertain whether this endeavor would prove beneficial or detrimental for his brother. The faces of the gathered individuals revealed a tapestry of emotions, each concealing their thoughts in silence, save for the king's voice resonating through the chamber. Are you familiar with the giant clan of the north? He inquired. Indeed, Julian replied earnestly, surmising that this matter was likely intertwined with the giants. That is well, the king responded. Recently, unrest has befallen the giant clan. Their leader has passed away, and the new authority appears markedly different from the previous. They have dispatched envoys to our Frost Kingdom, seeking our favor. Thus, it is imperative that we reciprocate by sending a person of significance. Am I that person? Julian asked, pointing to himself for confirmation. The king gazed upon Julian's youthful visage and innocent eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt for involving his son, who had previously been untouched by the machinations of politics, in this tumultuous affair. His heart softened slightly. This is the situation at hand, and I seek your counsel. Should you be unwilling, rest assured that your father shall not impose upon you. Upon the conclusion of the king's statement, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, swiftly followed by envious glances directed at Julian. As loyal subjects who had served the reigning monarch for many years, they were acutely aware of his temperament. Though outwardly amiable, the king was resolute in his decisions, which are never subject to change. Zhu, in particular, understood this well. When he was betrothed years ago, he had resisted with fervor, even resorting to fasting as a form of protest. Yet not a shred of sympathy was shown. He was unceremoniously bound and taken away. From that moment, he recognized his father to be a man of unwavering resolve. Thus, upon hearing this news, Zhu jealousy towards Julian intensified. It was one thing for the queen to shower him with affection, but why did the king also favor him so? Such favoritism was indeed worthy of envy. Zhu lowered his gaze, reluctant to reveal the emotions swirling in his eyes. In contrast, Julian stood at the center, unfazed by their astonishment. To him, it seemed entirely natural. Was it so extraordinary for a father to seek his son as consent? Was it not customary to inquire if one wished to embark on such a journey? If you are hesitant, do not feel compelled. If you do not wish to go, my father will not hold it against you. He thought he heard the king's gentle voice echoing in his ears. Yet, Julian found himself ensnared in a dilemma. In truth, he desired to go. It represented an opportunity to escape the confines of the royal city. As a prince, he had been prohibited from leaving without permission, lest he fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals. Since his arrival in this realm, he had remained within the castle walls, never even approaching the city gates. He had assumed that only upon attaining a high-ranking profession would he be afforded the chance to venture beyond the city, or perhaps during festivals to enjoy the fresh air outside. However, the sudden emergence of this opportunity stirred his heart. Although the destination was the wild and rugged northern lands, it nonetheless offered a chance to traverse the continent. Yet, he harbored concerns about the potential dangers. Julian was acutely aware of the value of his own life as a prince. Surely, if he were to go, there would be provisions for his safety. He could not fathom that his father would send him into the realm of the barbaric giants without any protection. With this realization, Julian felt a weight lift from his shoulders, dispelling the earlier uncertainties that plagued him. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed with conviction, "Father, since you have granted me this opportunity, I shall go. After all, I have never left the royal city in my life. This is the perfect occasion for a little adventure." The king was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Very well. If my son wishes to embark on an adventure, then let him do so." Now, in the realm of Ethereal, autumn had arrived. Yet, unlike Earth, the autumn here did not herald a scene of desolation. The trees outside remained lush and vibrant, and the weather was exceptionally clear, aided by skilled mages nearby who were responsible for regulating the climate. As Julian departed from the royal city, he was greeted by the refreshing aftermath of an autumn rain. The air was invigoratingly crisp, imbued with a vitality that surpassed that of the royal city. With each breath, Julian felt myriad elements penetrate his being. A wave of exhilaration surged from within, and had he not been mindful of his princely demeanor, he might have found himself shouting in joy. "Your Highness, we have traveled a mile outside the city. We must hasten our journey," a respectful attendant remarked beside him. He was a member of the royal guard, skilled in combat and a seasoned warrior, dispatched by Julian's indulgent father, though Julian remained unaware of his name. At that moment, Julian turned in his saddle to gaze back at the towering walls of the Frost Kingdom's royal city. The ramparts loomed high, etched with countless pockmarks, remnants of past conflicts. The royal family had chosen not to restore these scars, but to let them stand as a testament to a powerful kingdom's history, replete with both glory and humiliation. The walls bore the blood of enemies and the fervor of its own people alike. Upon the ramparts stood robust figures, armed with long spears. This was Julian's first glimpse of the city he called home. Compared to Earth, it lacked the gaudy opulence of modernity, yet possessed a distinct charm, an exquisite sense of temporal beauty. For no city on Earth could boast a preservation of 2 millennia, nor such majestic fortifications. "How tall are these walls?" Julian inquired. The attendant turned to reply, "Your Highness, these walls were constructed 20,000 years ago, during a tumultuous era when nations were wary of one another. They were built to be formidable, standing over 100 meters high, capable of withstanding any assault from a legion of novice warriors." "It must have been a monumental task to construct," Julian mused. "Indeed," the attendant affirmed, "it is said that 1,000 mages and 10,000 warriors collaborated, taking half a month to complete the endeavor." After a few more inquiries, Julian's interest waned. Though he was prone to sentimentality, the further he rode, the more his thoughts shifted from the walls to the enchanting vistas beyond. Undoubtedly, the landscapes of this other world were far superior to those on Earth, with towering trees visible at every turn, each standing at least 50 meters tall, a testament to the abundance of natural energy. Ahead lay a forest comprised entirely of 100-meter-tall trees. Beyond it lay the borders of the Frost Kingdom, where a small town awaited. Beyond that small town stretched the northern ice plains, the territory of the frost giants. 2 kilometers behind Julian's caravan, several shadowy figures stealthily trailed them, maintaining their distance. The time was drawing near. Once they traversed this forest, they would reach the Frost Kingdom's boundary, and then the moment to act would arrive. One of the figures, cloaked in black with only a single eye visible, squinted into the distance, faintly spotting a small dark silhouette. Why must we take action beyond the borders? This forest appears quite splendid to me. It is not only the largest woodland on the route to the Frost Kingdom's boundaries, but also home to numerous formidable beings, some of whom rival legends. Engaging in conflict here would allow us to shift the blame onto these beasts. Another figure, similarly cloaked in layers of black, gazes into the distance, his eyes brimming with indignation. Yet, he is not consumed by his resentment. Rather, he remains lucid. Beyond the mainstream civilizations of the continent, there exist many wild creatures, potentially possessing intelligence and the capacity for growth. Within this forest, there are several powerful entities that even the influential figures of the Frost Kingdom cannot contend with, necessitating a fragile peace where both parties refrain from interference. As long as they do not disrupt the normal order of the Frost Kingdom, they will not face extermination. However, unforeseen events are not uncommon. Years ago, a maddened serpent attacked the Frost Kingdom's army, only to be vanquished by several legends in unison. Consequently, this area has been considerably more tranquil of late. Your argument is not without merit. However, I remain resolute that the border is a more prudent choice. At least there, regardless of our success or failure, we can evade the Frost Kingdom's pursuit. Here, we risk becoming ensnared within this forest, ultimately leading to our capture. I perceive you all as a band of fools. I cannot fathom why anyone would task you with this assassination. Upon hearing this, several cloaked figures around him were expressions of fury. I suggest you clarify your words, or I won't hesitate to see one less member in our ranks. Though spoken calmly, the words are laced with a subtle threat. The dignity of the strong is not to be trifled with. Even if they are merely a temporary assembly, such insults are intolerable. Yet, the speaker remains unfazed, snorting dismissively. You call yourselves foolish, yet refuse to acknowledge it. I truly wonder how you have honed your skills. Do you train as ascetics do? Do you believe that ambushing at the border is a sound strategy? Let me enlighten you. It is the most foolish of decisions. Do you think the Frost Kingdom has dispatched merely this handful of messengers? Does the king truly send his son forth under the guardianship of just these few felines to confront a giant clan protected by 2 legends and a demigod? At this moment, the others begin to sense the gravity of the situation. Then who else do you suggest they have? Based on my understanding, aside from those visible, there should be at least 10 more high-level professionals concealed in the shadows, properly organized into small teams comprising 4 warriors, 2 mages, 2 druids, 1 rogue, and 1 cleric from the healing church. So many? Do you think it's that simple? This is merely the standard procedure, and I'm certain that at least 1 legend accompanies them this time. Whether it is a legendary mage or a legendary swordsman remains unknown, but rest assured, they will be of an intermediate level or higher. If we are discovered, it will undoubtedly spell our doom. Thus, only by taking action here can one find a glimmer of hope, for that legendary figure lurking in the shadows is likely waiting in the border city. As the words fell, the speaker's robe fluttered, revealing a cruel smile. If Julian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as Halage, the brother of Halem, whom he had once relegated to a commoner. In the distance, Julian stretched his arms, gazing lazily into the horizon, appearing somewhat lethargic. Ironically, he felt quite invigorated, having just emerged from meditation, during which his mental faculties had significantly advanced. However, the abrupt transition from closed eyes to the waking world left him with a drowsy sensation. Nonetheless, his meditation had indeed yielded substantial progress. Perhaps it was the absence of the familiar tranquility of the royal city or the unique essence of the wilderness air. In any case, Julian had successfully connected with the second-tier magic web and acquired a new spell, the Fire of the Bone. Had other mages learned of Julian's fortune, they would be consumed by envy. Typically, a mage might require a year and a half after transitioning to even access the second-tier magic web. Yet, Julian achieved this in less than half a month, truly as if favored by the goddess of magic. However, his status as a chosen one was akin to that of a favored son. Nonetheless, the swiftness of his progress was astonishing, particularly as he accessed the second-tier magic web and gained such a formidable spell. The Fire of the Bone is an advanced and mutated form of the Fireball spell, retaining its offensive power while incorporating the eerie essence of the fire of the deceased, capable of penetrating the body and directly incinerating bones. Moreover, this spell possesses an automatic targeting feature, akin to an enhanced version of a tracking fireball spell. While it is merely a second-tier spell, even those who reach the third-tier magic web may not necessarily encounter it. Your Highness, ahead lies the mobile forest. Though many unsettling factors within the kingdom are under the watchful eyes of the esteemed lords, we must remain cautious. Encountering a mad legendary creature would be quite unfortunate. These beasts do not heed the kingdom's majesty. Are you suggesting that this forest harbors several creatures rivaling legendary beings? Julian exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Do the gods not intervene? Julian found it hard to fathom that such wilderness beings would be left unchecked. In his view, the gods would have long since taken action, either guarding the area or extracting every valuable essence from them. Indeed, they would, however. These legendary creatures are under the protection of a deity, the god of nature. Although this deity has been missing for countless years, their divine power still lingers. Thus, no god dares to annihilate these naturally born legendary beings, as it might incite the wrath of a powerful divine entity. The god of nature. Julian curled his lip, recognizing the figure that had vanished after the tumultuous years had come to an end. Though his divine power and faith remained, all the gods were aware that this formidable deity still lived, albeit his whereabouts remained a mystery. Julian's disdain stemmed from the fact that this deity was not human, but rather a tree, one that had always harbored hostility towards humankind, believing that humanity's very existence constituted a violation of nature. Subsequently, silence enveloped the group as they hastened into the mobile forest, striving to traverse it before nightfall. The nocturnal woods harbored numerous unsettling elements, and even seasoned professionals preferred not to linger here overnight, particularly given the presence of legendary creatures within the forest. Halt! Suddenly, the leading attendant, ever vigilant, scanned the surroundings with hawk-like eyes, sweeping over every suspicious nook. He raised his voice, bringing the entire party to a standstill. "What is the matter? Why have we stopped?" "Your Highness, something feels amiss," the attendant replied, maintaining his alertness while addressing Julian. "Our journey thus far has been uneventful, but the wildlife around us has vanished since a while ago. While a brief silence might suggest an accident, this prolonged stillness indicates otherwise. It is highly probable that powerful beasts lurk nearby, at least of the high-level variety, as only such creatures could frighten away the surrounding fauna. Of course, there is another possibility. Hostiles may be present." "Hostiles?" Julian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Before he could ponder further, he caught a glimpse of a glimmering blade, swept along by a gust of wind. In an instant, the wind stirred the leaves, enveloping the convoy in a cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Only the elite guards near Julian stood resolutely, ready to thwart any impending assault. At that moment, it was abundantly clear that their target was Prince Julian. The motivation behind the attack was of little concern. Their sole duty was to protect him. Should any harm befall the prince, the best fate for these guards will be a lifetime in prison. "Protect the prince. Be wary of the enemy. Encircle the carriage," they commanded, signaling to alert the nobles. Meanwhile, Julian sat trembling within the carriage, a sense of unease washing over him. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene, and he possessed not an ounce of experience to draw upon. His only prior encounter with conflict was during a childhood game at his coming-of-age ceremony. Yet, the nature of that trivial skirmish was worlds apart from the deadly ambush he now faced. The mere flicker of that cold gleam was far beyond what he could withstand unless he were a mid-level mage, capable of conjuring an energy shield for mere moments. However, he had only mastered 3 or 4 spells, leaving him devoid of any means for resistance. "No, I must not reveal myself now," Julian thought, quaking in fear within the confines of the carriage. A peculiar cacophony of bird calls echoed from outside, followed by the sudden appearance of a bizarre bird engulfed in flames. Hurtling towards us, the royal guards, sensing the potent surge of energy, were thrown into disarray. "It's a spell. Quick, block it." Simultaneously, a barrier crafted by the warriors rose, a defensive measure commonly employed by the army to withstand magical assaults. This involved concentrating a portion of their inner energy to endure the oncoming spell, thus creating an opportunity for those behind to retaliate. Although the defense held momentarily, it proved futile. The assailants, confident in their capabilities, had stealthily emerged from the shadows. Time was of the essence. The insects trailing behind were swiftly approaching, leaving us with precious little time. A raspy voice emerged, and 2 figures, one on each side, brandished their long swords, glinting ominously, their murderous intent fixated on the center. "You cannot escape, 61. It is your misfortune." As these 2 figures manifested, their keen eyes quickly discerned the presence of the black-clad individuals. "Hurry, there are 2 enemies behind." Yet before the warning could be fully articulated, a cloud of dust erupted, choking the speaker and rendering him speechless. This was not due to the black-clad figure's reluctance to eliminate the nuisance. Rather, time was of the essence, leaving no room to engage. A high-ranking warrior could not dispatch a mid-ranking one in an instant. Should he be delayed, the ensuing onslaught might prevent him from ever reaching Julian. Thus, he opted to conjure a small sandstorm with his long sword, silencing the man and obscuring his vision. Even in this brief interlude, several others surged forth, plunging the man into a fierce struggle. Damn it! A mid-ranking warrior could not hope to vanquish an intact high-ranking warrior without a significant advantage, and clearly, none existed here. He was merely ensnared, devoid of immediate peril. However, the future remained uncertain. With 50 royal guards present, nearly half preoccupied by the spell cast ahead, a dozen still remained in pursuit. If they all converged, escape would be impossible. He needed to flee. Glancing at his opponent's position, he silently mouthed an apology. Rising gracefully, he executed a stunning spinning kick, sending the approaching royal guard sprawling. This maneuver created an opening, and seizing the moment, he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful shout, the force of his effort sending several others reeling. His own strength waned significantly, but fortunately, no one else advanced, allowing him to make his escape. Meanwhile, the other individuals stood bewildered, staring vacantly at the retreating figure, momentarily frozen. The plan had been for them to act in unison, one to engage while the other provided cover. But now, with one fleeing, the dilemma emerged. Should he advance alone or hold back? As he contemplated his course of action, the prospect of failure loomed large. After all, he was alone, with no one to draw the enemy's fire, and the idea of single-handedly enduring the onslaught of many to eliminate a heavily guarded foe seemed nearly impossible. Yet, to refrain from acting felt like a missed opportunity, for this was a rare chance to eliminate Julian, and he was unwilling to forfeit it. His gaze flickered with determination, his mind wavering, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Even if it cost him his life, he would drag both you and me along this perilous path. In the heat of his swift advance, the black mask he wore was momentarily lifted, revealing the face of High Ledger. As a man whose future had been irrevocably marred by Julian, his animosity towards this architect of his misfortune was profound, compounded by the betrayal of his cowardly brother who had abandoned him. Thus, upon departing the royal city, his first order of business was to confront his timid sibling, delivering a fatal blow to assuage his pent-up rage. However, even this act could not quell the turmoil within him. He yearned for retribution against Julian. Yet the prince's status afforded him formidable protection, and High Ledger, having emerged from the ranks of the royal guard, was acutely aware of the security measures surrounding such an individual. It was inconceivable for him to exact vengeance on his own, unless he could ascend to legendary status, a feat he deemed unattainable, fully aware of his own limitations. The notion of acquiring an extraordinary opportunity seemed nothing more than a distant fantasy, just when he believed that revenge would forever remain elusive. A cadre of cloaked figures approached him, inviting him to join their ranks. At that moment, news of Julian's impending departure reached him. It was a divine boon. In fervent gratitude, High Ledger offered a prayer to the vengeful deity of his faith. No matter the circumstances, today would mark your demise, and I shall be the harbinger of your descent into oblivion. With a clang, High Ledger anticipated a piercing cry as he struck, but he was met only with the resonant clash of metal. His sword did not penetrate as he had envisioned. Instead, it made a jarring contact with the armored exterior of the carriage, rebounding without effect. A twitch of irony graced his lips. How fearful must one be to encase themselves in such ironclad protection? Cursing under his breath, he realized that he had not employed his full strength, conserving much of his energy for an escape, yet it became glaringly clear that without genuine effort, breaching their defenses was impossible. Should he succeed this time, he would sever all ties with those people, never to return. Betrayal among allies was executed with such swiftness. How contemptible. Yet his resentment remained unabated, particularly towards the carriage before him, which represented a thorn in his side. Only by overcoming this barrier could he hope to slay Julian. There was no time to linger. The group would soon arrive, and action was imperative. With a thunderous shout, High Ledger unleashed his full potential, a radiant surge of light erupting, visible from miles around. This was the unveiling of his ultimate gambit. It is rather amusing that this technique, once commendably demonstrated during his time in the Imperial Guard and rewarded with advanced martial skills, is now being employed against his former master. One cannot help but marvel at the capricious nature of fate. However, Halage would not relent due to such fleeting sentiments. His gaze remained cold, tinged with a hint of madness. A swift strike ensued. Yet, the subsequent turn of events astonished all present. Halage did not witness the catastrophic scene he had envisioned. Instead, the carriage stood unscathed, enveloped by a milky white barrier. The divine shield. This was the exclusive skill of a priest, utilizing divine power to safeguard a target. Given that it represented the priest's foremost defensive measure, its protective value was extraordinarily high. Not even Halage's strike, nor that of a more formidable peak warrior, could breach it. This was a skill designed for the priest's survival. How could it possibly be so easily shattered? Frustration consumed Halage. He had exerted himself to the utmost. even willing to embrace mutual destruction, only to have his success thwarted at the last moment by the unforeseen intervention of the priest. His plans lay in ruins. Damnable priest, why must you ruin my endeavors? Halij howled in despair. Meanwhile, a middle-aged priest approached, observing Halij's desolation with a sense of resignation. Is it my fault? I too find myself in a predicament, but alas, we are adversaries. Must you blame me for your inadequacies? Enough of this nonsense, Avon. He is but a minor character. Dispose of him swiftly, for there are greater adversaries awaiting us, came a voice from the shadows. A young rogue, with a mocking expression, emerged beside Avon, toying with a dagger, clearly revealing his identity. Do you intend to kill me? Halij, taken aback by the rogue's words, retorted with a snarl. You think you can just take my life as you please? Do you truly believe I am as fragile as clay? Anger surged through Halij. Though he acknowledged that he might not triumph over this rogue, such a notion was predicated on the rogue's stealth. Now, the rogue brazenly revealed himself, audaciously declaring his intent to eliminate Halij. Was this not farcical? Halij chose to overlook the priest, for the cleric of the healing church possessed little combat prowess. After all, the Lady of Healing was a physician, and the priest's primary focus was as a healer, a specialized support role. Halij raised his long sword, declaring, "Come forth, rogue. Let us see how you intend to bring about my end." However, the thief across from him merely grinned, revealing a smile laden with meaning. Foolish oaf. I never claimed it was I who would deal with you. You have mistaken the culprit. Upon hearing these words, a sense of foreboding surged within High Ledger, prompting him to cast a wary glance around. Yet, the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by distant skirmishes. This is bad. This scoundrel is deceiving me. A jolt of alarm shot through High Ledger, and he hastily turned around, only to find the thief still standing motionless, devoid of any inclination to engage. However, High Ledger did not exhale a sigh of relief. Instead, he was struck by a revelation. He beheld despair. Indeed, it was despair. Behind the neglected priest loomed a colossal divine shadow, an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, as a radiant sanctity enveloped the priest's visage. High Ledger recognized this divine art almost immediately. It was the priest's ultimate ability, a legendary invocation known as divine manifestation, which directly summoned the ethereal presence of a deity to obliterate adversaries. This art was devoid of rank, its potency magnifying with the advancement of both the devotees and the priest's levels, and it possessed an element of unpredictability. Occasionally, certain whimsical deities would add a touch of surprise to this invocation. At times, when the ethereal form was summoned, a manifestation would descend, and it is worth noting that such avatars were at least of legendary caliber, rendering them invincible across the continent. Once, a novice priest targeted by an opposing faction invoked this art and inadvertently summoned the board god of deceit, Sirik. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Sirik found amusement in the chaos while the novice priest dispatched the enemies, resulting in a mutually beneficial resolution. Yet, what High Ledger witnessed was not the avatar of the Lady of Healing, but merely a projection, albeit one whose combat power approached the legendary, easily capable of dispatching High Ledger, who languished at the lower echelons of advanced professions. High Ledger gazed in despair at the gathering power of the divine projection, his heart heavy with hopelessness. He did not attempt to flee, for from the moment the divine art commenced, he felt his soul ensnared by a gaze that instilled dread, rendering escape impossible. Since fleeing was futile, he resolved to embrace the impending end with serenity. High Ledger sighed heavily, closed his eyes, and awaited the arrival of death. However, the ensuing events seemed amiss. Instead of the anticipated agony and the sensation of his soul plunging into darkness, he felt warmth, a comforting embrace as if bathed in healing light, even alleviating some of his past ailments and physical afflictions. What? High Ledger opened his eyes in astonishment, seeing the thief and the priest staring at him, their expressions frozen in disbelief, while the priest's hand directed the divine projection, which cast a continuous beam of holy light upon him. What on earth is happening? High Ledger pondered, perplexed. What is going on? The thief inquired. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding, the priest replied, exasperated. Is it you who has erred? No, my goddess must be exceedingly occupied. She assumed I was summoning her to heal the ailing. Upon uttering these words, everyone fell silent for a moment, with only the priest appearing visibly embarrassed. This predicament was not unprecedented. After all, the divine duty of a Lady of Healing is to cure ailments. Typically, individuals summon her to harness her divine power for healing the sick. So it is plausible that she might descend upon hearing merely the first half of the invocation amidst an unexpected battle. Is this truly your strategy? My apologies, but I must take my leave. Although unaware of the unfolding events, Highledger felt a surge of elation and leaped several dozen meters away, believing he was about to escape. Yet, circumstances seldom align with one's expectations. In an instant, a spell was cast. Binding net, Highledger screamed, only to be ensnared by a web-like formation of magic. And in the next moment, he was forcefully brought to the ground, unable to move. While the binding net is a potent enchantment, it relies on surprising the enemy to be effective. Highledger had been wholly focused on the rogue and the priest, neglecting to consider that their adversaries numbered not 2 but 10. However, contemplating such matters was futile now. He was captured, and he did not entertain the notion of escaping. Even in perfect condition, he could not withstand the assault of a rogue, a priest, and a mage, especially with their level surpassing his own. A figure draped in a mage's robe sauntered over to Highledger and kicked him disdainfully. You truly are something. I originally thought you would manage, but I never anticipated this development. Edwin, must you take so long to cast your divine spells? Edwin retorted, why do you blame me again? I am equally despondent. Felix, has the battle over there concluded? Edwin attempted to divert the conversation, albeit clumsily. Indeed, those long-haired fellows were formidable, but they stood no chance against Lord Gavin. Felix shrugged nonchalantly. Now, we ought to see the prince. That is our true mission. As he spoke, he cast a contemptuous glance at Highledger, who lay bound on the ground like a pig, and take him along. Thus, Highledger lost a fundamental right as a human, being hoisted over the shoulder of the rogue like a beast and unceremoniously tossed beneath a cart. Stay put. Do not even think of escaping. And do not expect your pig-like allies to rescue you. They have long since fled. You are merely a pitiful pawn. The rogue's gaze remained scornful, and his words extinguished the last flicker of hope within Highledger. Though captured, he had harbored a glimmer of expectation that his companions would come to his aid, recognizing his prowess as a seasoned warrior. Yet, from the rogue's words, he realized that such notions were utterly unattainable. Highledger had come to the grim realization of his inevitable demise. Thus, he cast aside any pretense of subservience and spat defiantly at the thief, turning away with disdain. Well, I didn't expect you to still possess some spirit, the thief retorted, momentarily taken aback before his anger flared anew, yearning to deliver a few kicks. However, he was swiftly restrained by Flirt at his side. Enough, Cole. Do not kill him. He may yet prove useful. He is the only survivor. And if you were to end his life, you would have to bear the consequences when the prince inquires, Flirt admonished. Reluctantly, the thief acquiesced, but not without hurling a loogie onto Highledger's face. You may think you've escaped, but soon you'll learn what true despair feels like. With that, the group fell silent, each retreating into their own thoughts, awaiting the arrival of the remaining 7 figures who emerged from the distant woods. The leader exuded a terrifying aura, each glance imbued with a formidable presence. This was the harbinger of an impending ascension to legend, as his current level could no longer contain the burgeoning energy within him. After a period of sustained effort, he would inevitably begin to manifest an energy field, a legendary domain. This was a hallmark of legendary prowess, granting a warrior the audacity to challenge even the most powerful mages. Within this domain, the potency of spells would be significantly diminished, thus rendering a formidable warrior's strength on par with that of a mage. Captain, you must be close to achieving it, Flirt exclaimed, astonished as Gavin touched down. Without hesitation, Gavin nodded. Indeed, not bad. During the recent battle, I stumbled upon some new insights. I believe that upon the completion of this mission, I may well ascend to legend. Gavin was exhilarated. Legend was the ultimate aspiration for the vast majority across the continent. To attain legendary status not only signified an extension of life, at least a millennium, but also conferred a prestigious standing. Every kingdom, along with the revered temples and organizations, would eagerly welcome the addition of a legendary individual, transcending the confines of mere cities and nations to become a figure of utmost prominence across the entire continent. Now, fully confident in his imminent success, Gavin felt a surge of excitement, were it not for the current mission. He would have cherished the opportunity to retreat into seclusion and pursue his training until he achieved legendary status. "Let us set this matter aside for now and attend to the prince," he declared. Meanwhile, Julian was tense, yet not fearful. Upon hearing the cheers from outside, he realized his life was secure. He patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, his eyes reflecting a mixture of trepidation, lingering fear, and burgeoning excitement. That was a close call. He had nearly been struck down, but fortunately, his courage had been reinforced. Upon his return, he must reward the craftsman responsible for fortifying it. As Julian pondered these thoughts, Gavin lifted the curtain of the carriage door. "Your Highness, I am the warrior assigned to protect you. My name is Gavin." He knelt before Julian, bowing his head in respect. After all, he had yet to achieve legendary status, and thus he adhered to all customary protocols, a matter of obligation. "Very well, I understand. Rise, for you have saved me, and I have yet to express my gratitude. How could I allow you to kneel upon the ground?" Julian hastened to assist Gavin to his feet, fully aware of the significance of the moment. It was indeed a time to win hearts. Gavin, seizing the opportunity, stood beneath the carriage. "Your Highness, we have thoroughly investigated the recent assassination attempt. It was orchestrated by a radical faction of the orcs, who have previously engaged in such treachery within the kingdom. You may recall that your last abduction was also their doing. It is astonishing that, after having failed once, they would dare to strike again. This oversight falls upon us. Please, there is no need for apologies. I am unscathed," Julian replied with a smile, then continued. "But why would the orcs seek to assassinate me? I'm hardly a figure of great importance." Julian felt a sense of bewilderment. As a mere idle prince, his demise would yield no advantage to these orcs. "Your Highness, you must understand that while peace reigns across the continent, beneath this facade lies discord. Minor skirmishes persist, particularly between the orcs and our Frost Kingdom in the Western Territories. Thus, these radicals may dispatch elite warriors to eliminate promising youths within the kingdom, especially those of noble birth, in an effort to instill fear." Julian felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, realizing he had become an unwitting target. Truly, trouble had found him while he sat idly at home. "By the way, Your Highness, we have apprehended an individual, the one who attacked you earlier. Would you like to meet him?" Gavin seemed to recall something urgently. "Oh." Julian's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Is he an orc?" "No, he is a human," Gavin replied, shaking his head. Instantly, Julian's interest waned, and he waved dismissively. "Then let us proceed to see him." In truth, Highledger was not far from Julian. A mere few steps brought him into view. Upon first sight of the assassin, Julian paused, then realization dawned upon him. It was not surprising to find Highledger here, given the long-standing discord between their factions, and considering that Julian had personally dealt with his demise, it was no shock that he would attempt to end Julian's life. However, Julian was taken aback by the nature of Highledger's alliance with the orcs. Was it a premeditated conspiracy or a mere chance encounter? "I never anticipated encountering you here," Julian remarked, gazing down at the fallen Highledger. "Huh, spare me your pretenses. Do take action swiftly," Highledger retorted. "Indeed, Your Highness, this man is insufferable. Allow me to handle him, and I shall ensure he meets his end in the most excruciating manner," the rogue Cole said, licking his lips and revealing a chilling smile, for as a thief, such acts were his specialty. "There is no need for that," Julian replied, shaking his head. He then turned to Highledger and said, "I could have slain you in the royal city, yet I chose not to, believing you would show gratitude. Instead, you have colluded with those fiends and sought to take my life. Thus, I cannot allow you to remain. This time, I shall personally rid myself of this troublesome pest." In truth, the act of taking the life of a defenseless individual offers little sense of accomplishment. However, this does not imply that Julian's actions were devoid of significance. Once, he perceived this existence as merely a game, or perhaps this so-called transmigration was just an elongated dream. Yet now, he has awakened to the realization that this is not a dream, but a tangible reality, rife with the dichotomies of existence and demise. Death here is unequivocal and final. For the first time, Julian witnessed a life extinguished directly by his own hand. Contrary to his expectations, there were no anguished cries, only the sound of blood flowing, followed by a muted gasp and then silence. This fleeting moment, though brief, was profoundly impactful for Julian, as a vibrant life dissipated under his command. The sensation was indeed peculiar, an amalgamation of liberation, joy, and an unsettling thrill. Did I inherently possess a penchant for slaughter? Julian pondered, though this introspection bore no conclusive results. This silence, however, appeared as a normal reaction to onlookers. After all, the trepidation experienced by a first-time killer is akin to that of a soldier on their inaugural battlefield. Your Highness, there is no need for anxiety. Such acts of violence are commonplace. As a professional, you shall encounter numerous instances of this nature, sometimes even confronting not just your adversaries, but potential treachery from those behind you. With experience, one gradually acclimatizes to these events, ultimately becoming desensitized. It is a process, and in a few days, you shall feel better, Gavin reassured him, gesturing for those nearby to dispose of the corpse. Moments later. The clearing bore no trace of Heilig's existence. Thank you for your guidance. I am nearly at ease, Julian acknowledged with a nod. By the way, will you accompany us or remain hidden in the shadows? Of course, we shall follow you, Your Highness, Gavin replied without hesitation. Those lurking in the darkness have nearly revealed themselves, rendering our concealment unnecessary. Thus, we shall accompany you on this journey until you safely reach the territory of the giant clan. With Gavin, a near-legendary warrior, alongside 9 elite professionals and a host of intermediate practitioners for protection, Julian felt secure. He encountered no foolish individuals daring to approach, even the legendary bandits. Known for their elusive nature, refrained from testing their luck. Along the way, they encountered numerous merchant caravans heading toward the northern border cities seeking protection. Initially, Gavin was reluctant to admit these unfamiliar faces, but with a wave of his hand, Julian welcomed them all aboard. This was not an act of naive benevolence on Julian's part. Rather, the monotony of traveling with Gavin and his entourage had become unbearable. The inclusion of these merchant caravans provided Julian with the opportunity to engage with the charming young women among them, allowing him to showcase his prowess as a mage, performing fireball spells to elicit gasps of wonder from the innocent girls, who were captivated by either his identity or his abilities. Of course, the extent of their admiration remains uncertain. However, as Julian discreetly loosened a few rather risque bras, the young ladies and their maids accompanying the merchant caravan, hailing from slightly affluent families, cast flirtatious glances his way. After all, this novel style of lingerie had spread throughout the kingdom, with noble women taking great pride in donning such garments. Yet, due to limited availability, only the capital could offer them without restriction. Elsewhere, only those with power or connections in the capital could procure them. For families that were merely a notch above commoners, purchasing such items was out of reach, especially with a daunting price tag of 1 gold coin. Thus, the several dozen pieces Julian had distributed over the past few days amounted to at least 100 gold coins, nearly matching the profit of a merchant caravan's journey. Naturally, this led to a flurry of women eager to curry favor with Julian, but sadly for them, Julian preferred to engage in flirtation rather than romance. He remained oblivious to their alluring glances, rendering their advances futile, much to the chagrin of the envious royal guards. Yet, Julian had his reasons for rejecting them. Although these women were indeed charming, none captivated him to the extent he yearned for. He was determined not to squander his first encounter. Thus, he regrettably excused himself from their company. My lord, we shall reach the next city in half an hour. It is the last stronghold before the north. We must rest there, as a powerful member of the giant tribe will guide us to their territory, Gavin informed him. Listening attentively, Julian glanced into the distance, where he could barely discern the outline of a city, shrouded in the increasingly chilly air and light snowfall that obscured his view. With little interest in lingering outside, he retreated to his carriage to quietly conjure a fireball, seeking warmth. Julian mused that this was the sole utility of magic in this frigid climate. Other spells, like the speed-enhancing incantation, would be rendered useless by the biting wind. My lord, it's quite cold. I've brewed some hot tea for you. Would you care for a sip? Just then, a delicate young woman entered, cradling a steaming teapot. The royal guards outside feigned ignorance, accustomed to such occurrences. Every so often, different young women would approach for various reasons, yet their singular aim remained to entice Julian into their embrace. The situation left him exasperated. However, he could not reject the goodwill presented to him. He allowed her entry, but her eagerness was overwhelming. Upon stepping inside, she complained of the heat, shedding layers of clothing. Had Julian not reacted swiftly to draw aside the curtain, the blushing maiden would have surely succumbed to the warmth. Watching her retreat with a wistful expression, Julian felt he had performed yet another act of kindness. Half an hour later, Julian and his companions entered the city, and the merchant caravans that had followed them naturally had no reason to continue, dispersing in their own directions, leaving Julian in a state of tranquility. However, in the absence of the vibrant women, surrounded solely by a group of boisterous gentlemen, Julian felt a peculiar emptiness within. Before long, Gavin entered, accompanied by an elderly man with a long beard, exuding the aura of a seasoned intellectual. "Your Highness, this esteemed individual is the legendary mage, Lord Swift, who has been specifically summoned by His Majesty to ensure your protection," Gavin announced, his eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Only a legend could elicit such a royal invitation. Even a near legend would not suffice, for this epitomized status and identity, as well as the awe that legends inspire. As Julian stood before this legendary mage, Swift regarded him with a discerning gaze. Being the object of such scrutiny, Julian felt as though the old man possessed an uncanny ability to see through him, rendering him utterly exposed, as if laid bare in an empty room, evoking a sense of shame. Fortunately, this gaze lingered only for a fleeting moment. Otherwise, Julian doubted his ability to maintain composure. "A fine young man," Swift remarked, a glimmer of delight and mischief in his eyes. "I sense a familiar essence within you. Allow me to guess. Who could it be?" In that instant, Julian recognized that his little secret had been effortlessly discerned by this legendary figure, who chose not to unveil it, seemingly relishing in the game. This realization enlightened Julian to the fact that Lord Swift was not the stuffy, pedantic scholar he had envisioned. Rather, he possessed a lively spirit and a youthful mindset. Thus, Julian let out a sigh of relief and, half jokingly yet half seriously, said, "Master, since you are already aware, might you refrain from teasing me? Must I not have a secret of my own?" "Ah well, how dull," Swift chuckled heartily, his beard quivering with his laughter. Yet, amidst his mirth, he placed a hand upon Julian's shoulder, a surge of energy coursing through Julian's attire and skin, enveloping his being. Startled, Julian felt an inkling of being ensnared, about to voice his concern when Swift's gaze silenced him. "Do not be alarmed. This is not a mysterious curse. Merely a simple energy marker," Swift reassured him, dismissing any malicious conjecture with a smile. "So relax. You must understand that I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. Entering the northern ice field presents a splendid opportunity for me as well, being my first venture here. I intend to explore any intriguing wilderness creatures or fascinating locales I encounter. Hence, this energy marker serves as a means of locating you should I stray in the wild." Julian could not help but internally scoff at the sight of such a legendary mage being lost. It was a clear ruse, merely an excuse to indulge in a leisurely jaunt at public expense. "Just leave me a modicum of energy, so I may find solace," he thought, casting a resentful glance at the unperturbed Swift, who maintained an expression of feigned concern. "Do not fret. I shall certainly arrive in your time of peril. Besides, with Gavin present, we can always buy a little time," Swift declared, exuding an air of thorough consideration, yet behaving like a detached overseer. This demeanor left Julian profoundly skeptical of the legendary warrior his father had procured. Was he truly dependable, or merely a figurehead content to collect a paycheck without performing? However, ruminating on such matters was futile. Legendary warriors were not as common as cabbages, and replacing one was hardly a simple task. With no alternative legendary figure to safeguard him, Julian had no choice but to endure in silence while donning a facade of cheerfulness. At that moment, Gavin, who had been quietly observing the exchange, suddenly spoke up, addressing Swift. "Lord Swift, our supplies in this city are prepared, and we are ready to depart. Yet we have yet to see any representatives from the giant clan to escort us. Do you have any knowledge of their arrival?" Swift remained silent for a moment, his gaze sharpening slightly, yet his countenance remained benevolent and unperturbed. "Has he not arrived?" he replied calmly, as if in affirmation of Swift's words. A tremendous roar echoed from the distance, accompanied by an imposing presence that cast a vast shadow over the small northern border town. Countless adventurers, free folk, and merchants drawn by the lure of gold displayed a sense of panic, their faces etched with anxiety as they gazed towards the dark figure looming in the sky outside the city. "Heavens, what is that? So enormous. Could it be a monster attacking the city? What shall we do? This is but a small town. How could such a formidable creature descend upon us? Have I incurred the wrath of Lady Luck? Lamented a merchant, despairing as he peered into the distance. Yet, some discerning individuals recognized the truth, and that knowledge only heightened their dread. It was no monster. Rather, it was an elder of the giant clan. The giant clan? An elder? Indeed. One man, his expression tinged with bitterness, recounted, "I am but an unremarkable fellow, yet I once accompanied a military expedition and encountered this elder of the giant clan in the wilderness. This individual single-handedly obliterated an entire company of 100 men with barely a glance. Mind you, it included 2 high-ranking warriors and several mid-tier fighters. In the blink of an eye, they were sent sprawling to the ground. Were it not for the elder's restraint at that moment, we may not have returned at all." A collective gasp filled the air as all present inhaled sharply. To be capable of effortlessly decimating a force led by high-ranking fighters surely implied a strength, at least on par with the legendary. I fear that is indeed the case. Apart from legendary heroes, no one can confront an elite army and maintain absolute dominance. Contemplating this, despair enveloped everyone. This city, merely a small settlement on the border, is home to the finest of the Frost Kingdom's elite, yet it is evident that the number of troops here would be limited. Moreover, although the city boasts a considerable number of high-level professionals, and may even conceal 1 or 2 near-legendary figures, a near-legend is still just that, far from the true legendary status. It is universally acknowledged across the continent that only one legend can contend with another. While there are certainly prodigies capable of challenging the ranks, such occurrences are rare. Excluding the chosen of the divine, who often rely on their extraordinary advantages, it is essential to note that this city harbors no such formidable prodigies, nor does it possess a single chosen one. Furthermore, it is improbable that any legend would remain stationed in such a small town for an extended period. Even the deities would not permit their subordinates to squander time in this manner. What shall we do? Is today to be our doomsday? O Divine One, save your faithful servant. Your devoted follower vows that should they escape this calamity, they will generously offer their wealth and serve you with utmost sincerity. The streets are filled with such fervent souls. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, only a handful manage to maintain their composure, primarily the high-level professionals or those with means of escape. After all, a high-level professional intent on fleeing would require time even for a legendary hero to capture them, ensuring that some will indeed manage to escape. Are we to perish? As the figure draws near, a shared thought arises in the hearts of many. With a thunderous crash, the celestial bodies descend. A voice, coarse and repugnant, echoes, mocking the frailty of humanity. What a pitiful group of mortals, reduced to trembling at such a trivial display of authority. A terrifying glare, akin to the tolling of a great bell, emanates from eyes that glimmer with mockery and disdain. Is this truly the most powerful race on the continent? To me, they appear no more than a collection of insignificant creatures. In ancient times, you were merely the 2-legged livestock of giants, existing solely as nourishment for them. Your mere survival to this day is simply a consequence of the giants' negligence. And your so-called deities are but cowardly and cunning individuals who seize the supreme authority of the cosmos during a moment of oversight by my kin's gods. Thus, your faith is rooted in thievery, a gathering of timid brigands. I firmly believe that in the not-so-distant future, these despicable beings will face the retribution they deserve. The Creator and the gods of the giants shall inevitably return, restoring rightful status to you mere bipedal creatures who have usurped power and occupied this bountiful land. It is evident that this giant Eskin is a veritable madman, a radical racist who harbors disdain for any intelligent race apart from his own. Only a fool would dare to curse the deities residing above at such a perilous moment. It is essential to understand that during times of crisis, fervent faith may indeed yield a response from a true God. Should an idle and capricious deity choose to interfere, this legendary giant, who has roamed the icy plains for many years, might find themselves in grave danger. Fortunately for him, no divine gaze has been cast upon this place, allowing him to revel in his audacity without fear. My lord, consider this. Nicholas is one of the 2 legends of the giant clan, possessing strength that rivals that of a mid-tier legend. His tough exterior makes him impervious even to ordinary legendary warriors, let alone the likes of you. A level 20 elite warrior. Even with the support of other commanders, We stand no chance against him. Thus, my lord, I implore you to make a decision swiftly. Our time is running out. The anxious individual addressed the highest authority of this border town, a count and elite warrior named Kafka, who stood at the pinnacle of level 20, tantalizingly close to legendary status. In contrast to the urgency surrounding him, Kafka remained calm. As the patriarch of a noble family with a rich history in the royal city, he had access to numerous sources of information. Recently, he had received word that Julian would be passing through this town, along with details regarding the royal guards dispatched by the king. However, Kafka was only privy to a portion of this information, specifically concerning Gavin and his entourage. He remained unaware of the legendary mage, Swift, but that knowledge was sufficient for his purposes. Presently, two formidable adventurers, both at level 20, resided in the town, and combined with 10 high-ranking professionals and the strength of the army, they could withstand this legendary giant. Kafka sought merely to contend with the legend's reputation, as such immense prestige would offer him boundless benefits. Even if he were unable to ascend to legendary status himself, this hollow title would elevate him above his peers. As for being slain by this enraged giant, Kafka chuckled. Such a scenario was impossible. He understood that Julian was there for negotiations, and the giant clan would never allow a fool to disrupt this critical meeting. I have a plan in mind. There is no need for concern. Everything is under control. Kafka revealed a mysterious smile to his subordinates, causing them to pause in surprise, momentarily believing their leader had lost his sanity. Were it not for their respect for his past authority, they might have thought him rendered foolish by fear. Yet in the very next moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A colossal sun, engulfed in flames like a cataclysmic meteor, burst forth from the rending void, unleashing an overwhelming heat that instantly raised the temperature of the entire city by several degrees, transforming the winter's icy grip into the sweltering embrace of summer. At this juncture, the once arrogant giant, Nicholas, found himself unable to muster a smile. His lips twitched violently as he stared wide-eyed at the fiery orb hurtling towards him, utterly bewildered and feeling as though he had ingested something foul. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of anguish that he could not articulate. His intention had merely been to impress and intimidate those who had previously looked down upon him. He had no designs for actual confrontation, merely a scare tactic. But did it have to escalate to this level? This was no ordinary spell. The Meteor Strike was among the most formidable fire-based incantations, capable of leveling an entire city with a single blow. It operated like a weapon of mass destruction, yet here it was, honing in on him, a mere shield. Was this not akin to using a cannon to swat a fly? The spectacle was grand, yet devoid of practical consideration. Time was not on Nicholas's side. Although the initial purpose of the Meteor Strike was to draw naturally occurring meteors from the astral realm to target a broad area, the locking mechanism changed everything. Once it had locked onto his essence, escaping was futile. He could be pursued wherever he went. Given the adversarial context, Nicholas could have redirected the meteor to detonate within the city, allowing those who mocked him to reap the consequences. Yet he hesitated, paralyzed by fear. Indeed, he was merely a lackey, a runner for Kafka, tasked with escorting Julian and the leaders of the giant clan for a meeting, a meal, and amicable negotiations. However, upon his arrival, his mood had soured, prompting him to toy with the inhabitants of the city for amusement, never anticipating that his antics would inadvertently summon such a cataclysmic spell. This was not how the game was meant to be played. Tears of frustration glistened on Nicholas's cheeks. He was overwhelmed by sorrow he could not voice. Meanwhile, the onlookers were equally stunned. They had initially perceived this towering figure as a physical warrior, but they were taken aback when he summoned such a formidable spell. The Meteor Strike, a well-known tactic in warfare, was recognized by many among them, transforming their immediate threat from a singular assault to a widespread, indiscriminate attack. In an instant, thoughts of how to secure passage across the river Styx began to swirl in their minds. As for Kafka, deep in consultation with his subordinates in the military camp, he too wore a perplexed expression, the faces of those around him reflecting the same bewilderment. Just moments before, he had felt assured. Yet now he was confronted with the reality of a meteor strike. The soldiers believed that their leader had summoned this devastating spell. But Kafka had not anticipated such a turn of events. He had intended only to exploit the resources of the city's practitioners to enhance his own reputation and standing. However, before he could implement his ambitions, he witnessed a colossal, blazing meteorite appearing above his city, not merely a trivial fragment, but one formidable enough to obliterate the city and its surrounding kilometers. At that moment, Kafka was filled with fury, yearning to discern which inept sorcerer had unleashed such a spell within the city, a truly indiscriminate assault. The possibility of this Nicholas himself wielding the spell was dismissed. As a leader responsible for northern campaigns, Kafka was well acquainted with his old adversaries, the giants, who bore no spell-casting professions among their ranks, consisting solely of formidable warriors. At this instant, the immense meteorite had already protruded halfway from the void, and it was estimated that within a few minutes, it would descend entirely, heralding a catastrophic scenario of annihilation. Kafka's subordinate swallowed hard, his gaze filled with terror as he stammered, "My lord, we must flee at once. There is no time for deliberation." Initially, one might assume Kafka would concur, as facing a legendary warrior wielding area spells could justify a hasty retreat without severe repercussions, given the vast disparity in power. Yet Kafka remained silent, his composure shaken. Could it be that this Nicholas was truly such a simpleton? Or had he been incited to deliberately sabotage the negotiations between the kingdom and the northern giants? These two possibilities whirled in Kafka's mind, ultimately leading him to believe the latter was more plausible, as rival nations frequently employed such tactics. This meteorite's descent served as a prime example of that. Though Kafka was tempted to agree with his subordinate's suggestion, he found himself unable to do so. He had no avenue of retreat left. Survival or death posed a dilemma for everyone. Previously, Kafka would undoubtedly have chosen the former, for he was a nobleman, blessed with boundless wealth and beauty, unwilling to embrace death, as life offered the continuation of such pleasures. Yet now he could not. This was also due to his noble status. He was not solely responsible for himself, but also for his family, including his 10-year-old son, an admirable youth studying in the royal city, and his newborn daughter, a delicate little princess. Thus, retreat was not an option. In fact, survival itself seemed elusive. For within his city resided the kingdom's third prince. And under the threat of such potent magic, even a prince shielded by layers of protection could perish. Should he utilize an emergency teleportation array to escape, he would undoubtedly face the relentless wrath of the upper echelons. He would be stripped of his noble title and imprisoned, his wife reduced to a wretched woman selling her smiles in the red light districts. His son would lose his future, becoming a slave, and his daughter would be relegated to the status of a pet, raised by an unknown noble. Having witnessed such events numerous times, he found himself unable to retreat. Taking a deep breath, Kafka rose, surveying the surroundings before speaking. "I yearn to live, perhaps you do too, yet at this moment, our people are confronted by a terrifying adversary, and we cower instead of fighting. This is a disgrace to the kingdom and an affront to my noble identity. Henceforth, I shall remain in this city until the very last moment. Those who wish to stand with me may stay, those who do not may depart." Silence enveloped the room, and one by one, all stood up. As soldiers, they possessed a modicum of courage. "Excellent," Kafka nodded. "Now, Wilson, you shall lead your warriors to maintain order. Ian, commence the deployment of emergency city defense measures. Even if it is merely for a glimmer of hope, we must endeavor." Richard Yu, Kafka, the supreme commander of the North, was well aware of his subordinates, and after each command, an individual would exit to execute the orders. When the room was finally empty, he sat in his chair, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this time, this band of foolish giants will indeed provoke the kingdom. The sacrifice of a count, a prince, and a city could send tremors across the continent. It has been years since such madness has transpired. You are in quite a predicament. A smile lingered on Kafka's face as he gazed at the meteor, blazing like the sun outside, yet something felt amiss. Why did it seem to be moving further away instead of closer? And what of Nicholas? Where had he vanished to? Upon closer inspection, Kafka realized that Nicholas was sprinting ahead of the meteor. At this moment, Kafka entertained a peculiar thought. Could it be that this spell was not a plot from the hostile kingdom, but rather a legendary mage's inadvertent display of power? Yet, was it truly wise to employ such a wide-ranging destructive spell against a vigilant warrior? The entire city's populace was on the brink of terror, and it turned out to be merely a blunder. Kafka felt a surge of frustration, yet he slumped back into his chair. After all, one who could unleash such formidable magic could easily eliminate him, What right did he have to be angry? Never mind, he thought, since there is no immediate threat, I shall check on His Highness the Prince. I hope all is well. Unbeknownst to Kafka, Julian, the prince he had just mentioned, was indeed shaken. For that was a formidable legendary spell capable of cataclysmic destruction. It was not a mere toy that could be punctured with a poke. It was all too real. Witnessing Swift unleash such a spell without a flicker of an eye had terrified Julian. And only upon seeing Nicholas run far away did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Casting a glance filled with endless resentment toward the ever-composed Swift, Julian noted his companion's infuriating smile. Perhaps sensing Julian's gaze, Swift offered a few words of comfort. Do not fret, all is well. That fellow would certainly not dare to approach, for I know him well. He is a giant of considerable intellect. Thus, everything remains under my control. I had anticipated that he would undoubtedly take the meteorite far from here. Yet, was it truly necessary to employ such a formidable spell to frighten him away? However, it is the only method that yields such results. Observe his current flight. It is quite amusing. With a flick of his hand, Swift conjured the fleeing figure of Nicholas before Julian's eyes. Moreover, through the movement of his lips, Julian could distinctly discern the legendary giant muttering something. I shall never be so brazen again. The power of legendary spells is indeed extraordinary, capable of obliterating an entire city. Consequently, Nicholas could only flee to a desolate wilderness, dragging the meteorite in his wake, where he dared to exploit his agility to detonate it. Despite his tough exterior and having escaped a considerable distance beforehand, he still sustained significant injuries. Fortunately, these were merely superficial wounds. Given his racial attributes and the restorative abilities of a legendary warrior, he would fully recover after a few days of rest. However, this recovery pertains solely to his physical form. A psychological shadow now looms over Nicholas. At this moment, if anyone were to witness his appearance, it would be utterly ruined. Once a figure of majestic stature, exuding strength and confidence, he now presented a stark contrast, his body scarcely draped in a few tattered rags. Particularly in the region of his trousers, the beast hide from the iceborne behemoth had miraculously withstood the explosion, maintaining a semblance of modesty. His face was shrouded in soot, with his teeth and the whites of his eyes being the only remnants of color. His hair stood upright in a few singed tufts, resembling smoke. If he were to grasp a bowl in one hand and a stick in the other, he would undoubtedly resemble a member of a beggar's guild. Though such an organization does not exist here. Upon witnessing this, Julian could not help but mourn for the legendary giant named Nicholas. After all, he had provoked the cunning and astute Swift. His current state was well-deserved. Meanwhile, under Kafka's guidance, the townsfolk began to regain their composure after Nicholas's departure. The recent spectacle had transformed into lively chatter for their leisure, as surviving an encounter with a legend was a tale that would be recounted for a lifetime. At this juncture, Kafka stood outside Julian's door, peering cautiously within. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and knocked. Your Highness, I am Kafka, the leader of this city. May I enter? Julian, initially taken aback, quickly deduced that Kafka had come in light of recent events. He nodded in acknowledgement and permitted him entry. Upon entering, Kafka was momentarily stunned, for he recognized the man before him. After all, even the most discreet of legends cannot emerge from obscurity without leaving a trace. There are always those who have encountered him. Kafka once encountered the ever-smiling legendary mage Swift at a modest banquet in the royal city. At that time, Kafka was merely an advanced warrior of the 18th level. Thus, he was keenly aware of the importance of not offending someone of Swift's stature. Swallowing hard, Kafka asked nervously, Lord Swift, was the meteor that fell just now conjured by you? Swift, still smiling, nodded affirmatively. Of course, is there any other legendary mage lingering in this city besides me? Such a candid admission made Kafka's discomfort palpable. He had just been internally cursing, yet he found himself face to face with the very source of his frustration, and even more, an ally. Did he not realize the sheer magnitude of destruction that spells of such caliber could unleash? Had Nicholas been a blunt and reckless individual, everyone present would have been reduced to mere wisps of smoke. While Kafka harbored disdain for Swift in his heart, he dared not exhibit it outwardly. Instead, he adorned a facade of admiration. Lord Swift, you are truly remarkable. With just a single display of power, you managed to frighten off Nicholas. Swift retorted, That statement goes too far. He does not fear me, but rather dreads the kingdom that stands behind us. Even if I were to refrain from action, he would not dare strike. The notion of engaging in further confrontation seemed superfluous. He was unaware that the entire populace of the city was paralyzed with fear, and Kafka himself had nearly believed he was destined for martyrdom. These sentiments remained unspoken, even unexpressed through mere gestures. After a moment of silence, Kafka grasped the unfolding circumstances. With no unexpected events concerning Julian, he felt reassured and thus ventured to speak. "Your Highness, since you appear to be unharmed, I shall take my leave. There are numerous matters I must attend to in the city." Once Kafka received Julian's consent, he departed, eager to distance himself from the scene, fearing he might succumb to the urge to confront Swift. However, Swift observed Kafka's retreat with keen interest. "Look, this Count Kafka, despite his evident disdain for me, is compelled to shower me with praise. How amusing," he mused. Julian and the others echoed sentiments of trepidation, admitting it is not just him. "We are afraid as well." Gavin and Julian also harbor desires to confront Swift should the opportunity arise. Yet through this incident, Julian comprehended that this legendary mage was utterly unreliable and possessed an eccentric disposition. Without keeping Julian waiting, Nicholas, after igniting the meteor, hastened towards the city. This time, he refrained from making a spectacle of himself, even moderating his physique to that of an ordinary individual, following the trail of energy to find Swift and Julian. At this moment, Nicholas had donned a fresh outfit composed of resilient leather armor, complemented by linen shorts and a silken cloak draped over him, a clear indication that he had stripped a hapless adventurer of their belongings. Julian took a moment to silently mourn for this unfortunate soul. A certain individual, weeping profusely, dashed towards the city, and who could fathom the origin of that peculiar figure clad solely in animal skin briefs, who, upon meeting others, had the audacity to strip them of their garments. Swift, I recognize you." As soon as Nicholas laid eyes on Swift, he shot him a fierce glare, clearly seething with pent-up anger. Even Julian could sense the billowing steam emanating from the legendary giant's head. Yet, Swift, in his typical provocative manner, merely chuckled, appearing utterly unfazed. This infuriated Nicholas, who felt as though he had struck a pillow with his fist, leaving him to turn away in frustration. After all, he was reaping the consequences of his own ostentatious behavior. Had he not flaunted himself so brazenly, such an encounter would not have transpired. Thus, he could only suppress his vexation within. Turning to fix his round, copper-like eyes upon Julian, he let out a disdainful huff, unleashing a wave of oppressive pressure directed at Julian. Nicholas hoped to embarrass Julian with this tactic, but that was an impossibility. Swift, standing nearby, merely cleared his throat, and the aura of this legendary figure surged like a tide, swiftly rising and just as swiftly receding. Although Julian remained unaffected, he could not entirely escape a trickle of cold sweat. So, this must be the third prince of the Frost Kingdom, yet he seemed unimpressive, thin arms and legs. Clearly a weakling. One wonders how the Frost Kingdom is comprised solely of such beings. Nicholas, with his sharp tongue, began to mock Julian, but he at least remembered his mission. "Come with me," he instructed. "The Lord has been waiting for you in the territory for quite some time. Prepare yourselves swiftly. Once you are ready, we shall depart." If one were to select the mightiest race on the continent, it would be a formidable task. Whether it be the humans occupying the heart of the continent, the long-eared elves of the southern forests, the dwarves laboring in the mines, or the dragons boasting of their might across the seas, each would assert that they are the most formidable entity on this land. Thus, it remains a challenge to declare victor. However, if the oldest civilization were to be identified, there would be no doubt it is the race of giants. They have existed since the dawn of time, their grandeur once dominating the material realm, where dragons were mere mounts or livestock and humans, elves, and other races were reduced to slaves and trifles. That era represents a dark chapter for all current races. Even demons trembled under the gaze of the giant gods, fearful of any impudence. Yet, the tides have turned. Giants no longer bask in their former glory, though they still uphold the most ancient customs of the material world. Consequently, the civilization of the giants is characterized by its raw and untamed essence. The sights that Julian encountered along the way were ample proof of this. Countless giants donned only scant animal skins, eschewing full coverings as a constraint, for what they sought was wildness. Thus, their enormous forms were indeed astonishing. Yet Julian felt no inclination towards them, for beauty is rendered irrelevant by a lack of physical appeal. However, it seems that Nicholas may have some issues with his vision, as he incessantly babbled along the way, either belittling Julian and others or extolling the virtues of the giant race, much like he is doing now. I must tell you, the women of your kind are as fragile as leaves in the wind, lacking the strength of our giant women, who are robust and capable, able to match an adult man in both endurance and strength. Strong and capable? Julian couldn't help but scoff. Is that truly a descriptor for women? Yet, Nicholas was not finished. Casting a glance at Julian, he continued, "Humph, this time our giant race is negotiating peace with your Frost Kingdom, and you are indeed fortunate. Our leader has proclaimed that should the negotiations succeed and peace is restored, there's a high likelihood of agreeing to a union, marrying our most beautiful giantess to you, a mere skinny monkey. You must know that many young giants are quite dissatisfied with this prospect." Nicholas's words nearly terrified Julian. With such a union, even 100 giants combined would not equal the worth of a single ordinary maid in Julian's household. If he were to marry her, he would surely be overwhelmed. Her size and vigor would drain him completely. The thought of enduring such physical and mental torment, suffering both visual and bodily anguish, was utterly despairing. "No, I think I shall pass. I'm still quite young and have no desire for marriage. Perhaps you might consider my elder brother instead, although he already has a wife. He is destined to become a king, making such a match a guaranteed fortune." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he hastily deflected the proposal to his brother. Surprisingly, Nicholas genuinely contemplated this suggestion, nodding earnestly, which led Julian to silently pray for his brother, who was far away in the royal city. "But do not regret it. Our giant beauties are highly sought after." No, absolutely not." Julian quickly waved his hands, asserting his resolute stance. At this moment, Julian, under Nicholas's guidance, had entered the territory of the giant race. A multitude of ordinary giants observed Julian and his companions with great curiosity, standing aside to watch. Although many adventurers from the north had ventured forth, human adventurers reaching this place were virtually non-existent, making it a novelty for many to witness a human for the first time. Nevertheless, a few gazes were peculiar, laden with hostility, and it was quite evident. This animosity was not only sensed by Julian, but also by Gavin and the others, who discreetly signaled to one another. Felix and Aidan positioned themselves to Julian's sides, while Gavin stood protectively in front, wary of any potential surprises. As for Swift, he had long since wandered off as they entered the giant's territory, stating that he could not protect Julian from within, and if trouble arose, he would be of no assistance, preferring to guard from the outside. While his reasoning was sound, it seemed rather casual. Did he truly intend to abandon Julian in the event of a mishap? There was still a chance for rescue. As Julian pondered, a group of imposing giants approached him with an air of coldness. "Are you from the Frost Kingdom?" A deep, gruff voice resonated in Julian's ears. Lifting his gaze, he noticed a rather youthful giant standing less than 5 meters away, his countenance grim. Each breath emitted a thunderous sound. "I am," Julian replied with a nod, but he had already grasped the underlying intent. "That is well," the giant declared, introducing himself as Toby of the giant clan, flanked by his companions. "We have heard tales of the Frost Kingdom, renowned for its exceptional talents, yet we have yet to witness this for ourselves. Therefore, we seek your guidance. Should you be agreeable?" With that, Toby stomped the ground forcefully, creating a large crater, the surrounding earth cracking in concentric circles. Julian nearly lost his balance from the sheer force, relieved that he did not embarrass himself. A surge of indignation welled within Julian, yet he refrained from acting foolishly. To confront such a powerful giant without the capability to back it up would be perilous. Clearly, Toby represented the new generation of the giant clan, with those around him looking to him for leadership. Furthermore, Toby exhibited prowess at least at the level of a mid-tier warrior, more than capable of besting Julian without effort. Consequently, Julian chose not to expose himself to humiliation at the hands of this giant. He turned his attention to Nicholas, their guide, who bore the responsibility of ensuring their safety. However, it was evident that Nicholas would not favor Julian. He promptly averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. In truth, Nicholas felt a sense of delight, relishing the prospect of Julian's potential embarrassment, hoping for it to be grand. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of maintaining decorum. After a moment's silence, he seized an opportune moment to clear his throat, drawing attention before speaking slowly. This matter is of little consequence. Our kin from the giant clan are merely curious about the formidable Frost Kingdom and wish to observe the prowess of its prodigies. This encounter is simply a friendly sparring match, nothing more. Perhaps a duel would suffice. With a smug glance at Julian, it was clear that Nicholas anticipated Julian's inevitable defeat. As Toby, at merely 20 years old, was already a 12th level mid-tier warrior, and with the inherent advantages of his race, overpowering a 13th level human was a trivial task. I am eager to see how you will respond, young man, Nicholas chuckled to himself. I have not expressed dissent, Julian interjected, his expression shifting as he realized the nature of this unbalanced contest was deliberately orchestrated to humiliate him. In a broader sense, this was a maneuver by the giant clan to undermine the Frost Kingdom's reputation. Although Gavin is merely the captain of the escort team for Julian on this occasion, he is highly esteemed by the king within the kingdom. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with such a crucial task. Thus, he promptly stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon Nicholas. My lord Nicholas, as an elder of the giant clan, every word you utter bears significant weight on our collaboration. Yet now, you allow your guest to compete with an unknown individual akin to a jester. Do you believe this to be appropriate? Gavin's words struck a nerve with Nicholas, and as a legendary figure, he felt a pang of discomfort at being derided by a younger counterpart. His complexion turned slightly pale, revealing his displeasure. Nicholas began, but was interrupted once more by Gavin. My lord Nicholas, I understand your intent. Do you truly believe that a novice mage could triumph over a mid-level warrior? If you indeed hold such a belief, then I have nothing further to say. This time, Nicholas was genuinely enraged. Being interrupted twice by the same individual diminished the dignity befitting a legendary powerhouse, particularly within his own domain, surrounded by his kin who were observing his demeanor. Thus, despite the validity of Gavin's argument, Nicholas continued to regard him with a sidelong, frosty glare. Accompanied by a soft huff, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted by several degrees, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. Looking up, they beheld a crystalline armor forming around Nicholas, emanating a chilling blue luminescence from beneath his feet. Every soul present felt a shiver run down their spine in the wake of this display. The legendary domain, Gavin, being in direct confrontation with Nicholas, instantly recognized it for what it was. This was the exclusive domain of every legendary being, wherein one could manipulate the laws of nature to a certain extent. Nicholas was now wielding this very power, utilizing the natural ice and snow environment in concert with his domain, instantly intimidating all present. In that moment, even Gavin, who stood on the precipice of legend, found it arduous to summon the energy within himself, let alone Felix and Evan, who struggled to make any progress. However, Julian remained unaffected, for Nicholas was aware of his limitations and deliberately chose to spare him. At that juncture, a smile crept across Nicholas's face. Young man, I truly wonder from whence you derive your audacity to contest with me. Do you perhaps believe my legendary status to be a fade? Or do you consider yourself my equal? Nicholas's voice resonated as if it emerged from the depths of a frozen abyss, imbued with a chilling essence that ensnared the soul. Gavin immediately felt an icy grip enveloping his body, as if he were on the verge of being encased in ice. Gavin attempted to articulate a response, but the words eluded him. Just then, a melodic voice pierced the tense atmosphere. Mr. Nicholas, though I am uncertain whether Gavin possesses the capability to contend with you, I am indeed curious whether the giant race can compare to our Frost Kingdom. It was Julian who spoke, for he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Otherwise, their side might truly face dire consequences, especially with that old rascal Swift absent from duty. Therefore, despite the potential for provoking Nicholas's ire, he cast aside his reservations. As Julian's words resonated, the surrounding giants glared at him with ire. A thunderous roar erupted, declaring it a farce. Your Frost Kingdom is merely a nation fortunate by chance, whereas we giants are a formidable race that has existed since the inception of the material plane. Do not presume that your insignificant human kingdom, let alone the entirety of the continent, could ever triumph over us. Accompanying this arrogant proclamation were echoes of similar boasts from the other giants, who, unaware of the world, shouted fervently for Nicholas to unleash his might and eliminate Julian and his companions. Yet, did Nicholas dare to comply? He did not. Moreover, he was not the only astute individual present. Even the elder giants understood that the so-called glory of giants had long faded with the passage of ancient times. They were now merely weaklings surviving in the cracks of existence, lacking even a single deity among their vast kin. With a sigh, Nicholas watched as the legendary domain he had wielded dissipated, swiftly returning to him. Gavin, freed from this constraint, gasped for air, feeling as if he had just emerged from the river Styx. At this moment, his mind felt unprecedentedly clear, and as the saying goes, those who survive great peril often find fortune. Through this experience, Gavin gained a renewed understanding of legendary power. He was confident that upon returning, with diligent contemplation, he could ascend to legendary status within days. Indeed, Gavin owed a debt of gratitude to Nicholas. Had it not been for him, he would not have experienced the force of the legendary domain so swiftly. One could only wonder how Nicholas would react upon realizing that his display of power inadvertently aided his adversary. It must be said that Julian had struck a well-aimed blow, successfully intimidating Nicholas and targeting his vulnerability. As Julian implied, the Frost Kingdom possessed the capability to annihilate their giant tribe. Yet they had refrained from doing so due to the absence of significant conflict between them and the considerable cost involved in such an endeavor. Once he regained his composure, Nicholas ceased contemplating a competition between Julian and Thor. After all, a novice mage facing a mid-tier warrior of the giant race was a scenario easily predicted. Julian had no chance of victory. You make a valid point. Thus it is perhaps best that this contest does not take place. Nicholas addressed Gavin, then turned to Toby and his companions. You may disperse. Our guests have pressing matters to discuss that do not concern you. In conclusion, Nicholas cast a lingering glance at Julian. Let us depart, dear guests. Depart? Why would we leave? This esteemed Toby has so earnestly invited me to compete. How could I possibly decline? Julian exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Well done, Toby. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in stunned silence, each convinced they had misheard. What did you say? Nicholas hesitated, questioning the accuracy of his own hearing, while Toby, who had intended to leave, paused mid-step and slowly turned to face Julian. He had come not expecting success, but rather spurred by the encouragement of others and a desire for recognition. Yet now, an unexpected opportunity had presented itself. A surge of excitement coursed through Toby. The thought of triumphing over the prince of the Frost Kingdom was intoxicating, igniting a fervor within him. I assure you, I speak the truth, Julian affirmed, exuding confidence. However, Gavin, standing beside him, watched anxiously and murmured, Your Highness, why agree to such an inequitable contest? This could tarnish the kingdom's reputation. Should His Majesty learn of your decision, he would undoubtedly be displeased. Gavin endeavored to dissuade Julian from this misguided notion. Yet it was futile, for Julian had resolved to make a bold statement. Yet, he was emboldened by his status, not merely an ordinary novice mage, but a chosen of Mystra, possessing 5 points of divine essence. This divine essence would facilitate communication with Mystra, allowing him to borrow a fragment of divine power. In that moment, it would be akin to the fabled possession by a deity, while not as potent as the authentic divine. Wielding divine power would surely enable him to overpower a mid-level warrior. After all, it was widely acknowledged across the continent that chosen ones had an advantage. When unable to compete, they invoked their divine patron. Thus, Julian resolved to exercise his privileges, impart a lesson to the young giant before him, and savor the sensation of divine empowerment. Moreover, it was imperative that Julian display an aura of strength, for such an impression would enhance his mystique. A mage favored by the gods was not someone the giants could easily offend, thereby augmenting his stature in the eyes of Nicholas and the others. Very well. In that case, I shall not impede you. The arena of my giant kin lies just yonder. I invite your highness to proceed. As Julian contemplated his strategy, Nicholas exchanged a knowing glance with Toby, both sharing a conspiratorial smile. Nicholas gazed at Julian's youthful countenance, a smirk of satisfaction playing upon his lips. Youth can be so easily led astray by such straightforward provocations. Had he known this earlier, he would not have needed to present himself so grandly, thus preserving his dignity. Moments later, spurred by the curiosity of the spectators, the entire giant clan became aware that the prodigious third prince of the Frost Kingdom was to duel with Toby. the young representative of the giant race. A throng of onlookers surged towards the arena, each eager to witness the outcome of this anticipated contest. However, it was evident that Julian's prowess was beyond question, as nearly everyone who laid eyes upon him scoffed at his audacity. No one believed that a novice mage could triumph over a seasoned warrior, particularly one as formidable as Toby, a rising star within the giant clan. Toby was determined to teach this arrogant human a lesson, to instill in him a sense of the giant's might. You little one, with your diminutive stature, why not return home to your mother and nurse? What are you doing here, risking your father's honor? He jeered, laughter echoing among the crowd. Finish him with a single blow, Toby. Do not hesitate. I do not wish for Lados to look down upon you. Even before the match commenced, a torrent of vile insults spewed forth from the mouths of the giants surrounding the arena, a testament to the prevailing banter across the continent, filled with mirth and profanities alike. Although Julian endeavored to maintain his composure, he could not entirely escape the influence of their derision. A simmering anger brewed within him, compelling him to demonstrate to these dismissive spectators what a true player could achieve. Meanwhile, Toby reveled in the attention, a smirk adorning his face as he provocatively glanced at Julian, as if to convey that the crowd's judgment was astute, urging him to surrender. It was not merely Toby who felt assured of victory. Even Gavin and his companions wore expressions of concern. Felix, as a mage, do you believe His Highness stands a chance? Gavin inquired of Felix, who stood nearby. I cannot say for certain, but I trust that since His Highness has accepted the challenge, he must possess some means, Felix replied, uncertainty lacing his words. Among mages, there existed various strategies to engage in battles beyond one's level, though most of these items were quite rare, such as scrolls. Felix had faith that Julian, being a prince of the palace, would indeed have access to such powerful tools. However, he was apprehensive about the close-quarters combat. If Julian could not utilize his abilities, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Regardless of the external opinions, the two combatants completed their warm-up and signaled to the referee, thus officially commencing the match. Toby's grin vanished, replaced by a fierce demeanor. Prince of the Frost Kingdom, I wonder from where you derive the audacity to challenge me, Toby. Do you presume I am made of paper? Though Toby appeared to taunt, Julian sensed the giant's astuteness as he subtly inched closer, maintaining a vigilant stance. Cunning indeed, to remain so alert in this setting. No wonder you are among the elite of the giant clan. But it is of no consequence, Julian thought to himself, a smirk forming within. He began to channel his mental energy, awakening the dormant golden divinity within his mind. Hey, brother, I require divine power. Please assist me. Julian pondered in his mind, uncertain of the outcome due to his lack of experience, yet he decided to take a chance. To his surprise, he was indeed correct. In the next moment, the divine essence unfurled, enveloping him in a luminous sphere from which an immense surge of divine power began to pour into his being. Despite the grand spectacle, the actual divine energy was rather scant, insufficient even for the slightest movement of a true deity. However, for Julian, it sufficed. After all, it was a divine gift, and even a mere fragment was enough to unleash a formidable spell. The spell, Flame of Bone, was nearly instantaneous in its execution. With the enhancement of divine power, this second-tier spell began to mutate, not only amplifying its inherent potency, but also transforming the flames into divine fire, ignited by celestial energy. The ensuing spectacle was captivating. Toby, under the impression that he had the upper hand, observed Julian hastily conjuring what he deemed a trivial spell, barely able to suppress his laughter. Yet, he was far from idle. With a thunderous shout, the ground trembled, and clouds of dust erupted, creating an imposing display. Onlookers erupted in cries, as if they could already envision that pale flame being extinguished in the next heartbeat, with Julian lying prostrate on the ground like a defeated dog. Well done, Toby. Dispatch that little fellow quickly, and I'll treat you to a feast of roasted meat. They exclaimed, their expectations soaring. However, as the dust settled, the scene became starkly clear to all. To everyone's astonishment, Toby did not effortlessly dismiss the flame as they had imagined. Instead, he appeared somewhat beleaguered. What was happening? Why was a second-tier spell causing Toby such distress? What was he truly up to? Stop hiding your strength. Quickly eliminate that little imp, they urged. Yet, it dawned on them that Toby might be deliberately toying with the situation, allowing that fool to experience the sensation of impending victory before being countered. Indeed, Toby was clever, for only such cunning could elevate him to the leadership of the giant lineage. A group of towering figures in the stands swayed thoughtfully, keenly analyzing the unfolding battle, their deductions seemingly sound. However, Toby would never consider himself to be concealing his true power. He yearned to unleash a thunderous display from the outset, to instill fear in his opponent. Initially, everything unfolded according to the script in Toby's mind. His adversary gazed at him like a simpleton, devoid of any inclination to resist. At that moment, Toby believed he could swiftly vanquish Julian, and had even contemplated his victory speech. But now, he felt an indescribable frustration welling within him. He initially believed that the flame pursuing him was merely a mundane, secondary spell known as the Fire of the Damned. Although it could lock onto a target, he felt no concern, given his resistance and the overwhelming advantage of his level. However, he was mistaken. Upon encountering the flame, he sensed a phantom fire igniting within him, incessantly scorching his bones, a wave of heat gradually suffusing his body. He wished to halt and dispel the spell, yet he could not bear to let the enemy so near escape. Thus he endured the searing pain and pressed forward toward Julian's position, quickening his steps. "Boy, do not revel in your triumph. Though I know not the means by which you have employed this, it matters not. The next moment shall herald your demise," Toby grimaced, casting a fierce glare in Julian's direction. Meanwhile, Julian observed Toby's reaction, his eyes shimmering with a golden light, a manifestation of divine power surging forth. Toby's strength is commendable, Julian mused. No wonder he was incited by those around him. He indeed possesses some prowess. Julian's gaze flickered with a hint of admiration. After all, one who can withstand such agony is no ordinary individual. Yet, what does it matter? This spell is persistent, ceasing only when its flames are extinguished. How long can you endure, I wonder? Julian chuckled inwardly. As the caster of this spell, he was acutely aware of its augmented potency. In the beginning, it was bearable for most, but as the pain intensified, it became a struggle even for someone like Toby to persist. Ultimately, even a legendary figure like Nicholas would likely find himself scorched and bedraggled if he offered no resistance, for this was infused with divine energy. At that moment, as Julian observed Toby barreling toward him with gritted teeth, he invoked a wind-based spell, enhancing his speed manifold. A faint azure aura enveloped him, slicing through the air's resistance, propelling him forward with astonishing velocity. The divine power bestowed upon him was akin to wielding an external enhancement, forcibly amplifying his spell's strength. Thus, the legendary Godslayer could only emerge victorious when facing a deity whose power was significantly diminished, or when accompanied by demigods wielding artifacts of immense power. On the other side, Toby, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth and attempted to accelerate further. Although a mid-tier warrior like him possessed superior stamina compared to Julian, his opponent required no such endurance, only the expenditure of energy through spells. Moreover, Toby had to allocate part of his focus to resist the turmoil and agony within, naturally causing his speed to diminish. In contrast, Julian, empowered by his magic, could easily match Toby's peak speed with casual strides. In this ebb and flow of capabilities, Toby found himself trailing behind Julian, eating dust, unable to even touch the heels of his foe. "If you have the ability, do not flee, coward. Face me head-on," Toby bellowed, his fury reaching its zenith. Yet Julian merely turned back with a smile. "I am not foolish. If you wish to pursue me, you may try." Provoked by Julian, Toby found an unexpected calmness. The anger that had clouded his mind began to dissipate. He realized that his current state rendered him incapable of defeating Julian, and that he risked being overwhelmed. It was a careless oversight. Had he not initially engaged with that peculiar spell, he would not have been in such a passive position. Yet, what was it about this spell that seemed so strange? Toby recalled that he had once had the opportunity to shake off the tormenting flames. For even a level 2 spell, no matter how potent, could not instantly ensnare him if he had exercised greater caution. Victory would have been his if he had only been more vigilant. No, he could not remain in this state any longer. He had to eradicate the spell's effects from his body. With newfound clarity, Toby resolved to take action. With a powerful shout, a surge of gray light erupted from the ground, enveloping the rugged figure of Toby, starting from his feet and gradually ascending until a warm ochre glow radiated from his entire being. Observers outside the arena quickly recognized this transformation, erupting in astonished gasps. My goodness, Toby has activated this innate ability. This was petrification, allowing parts of his body to morph into rock, rendering him nearly impervious and significantly enhancing his magical resistance. It was astonishing that Toby had kept this skill hidden for so long. Hisses of envy filled the air as the knowledgeable onlookers regarded him with jealousy. Even among the giant clan, few could awaken such a talent, typically emerging only when one reached advanced warrior status. Yet here was Toby, having awakened it with apparent proficiency, eliciting a twinge of envy from his peers. The small challenger was now in dire straits. Before Toby's awakening, he stood a chance, but now, the outcome seemed all but sealed. Voices of schadenfreude echoed around, taunting Gavin and his companions, whose faces bore a mix of dismay and disbelief. Meanwhile, Nicholas wore a faint smile, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Captain, do you think His Highness can still win?" Ivan inquired in a hushed tone, his confidence clearly wavering, for he had seldom possessed any faith in the outcome. Gavin and Felix shook their heads, having already resigned themselves to the inevitable result of the match. In the arena, Julian felt a surge of excitement. Although he was uncertain of Toby's intentions, it mattered little. As Toby stood still, seemingly preparing a formidable move, it was undoubtedly Julian's moment to counterattack. Unlike the villains in cartoons who wait for the hero to complete their transformation, Julian had no intention of adhering to such folly. With a swift flick of his gaze, Julian unleashed a fireball spell, albeit one that had mutated. If Toby had remained in motion, hitting him would have been challenging, but now, the circumstances were decidedly in Julian's favor. On the other side, Toby sneered softly. He was now fortified against magic and felt no fear. "Laugh while you can. Once I complete my transformation, you shall know what true despair feels like." However, before Toby could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through his mind. When he opened his eyes again, Toby was dismayed to discover that the rock-like exterior he had relied upon was beginning to crack, with the internal and external flames intertwining. He felt an overwhelming darkness engulf him, and in an instant, he collapsed spectacularly. In his final moments, he gazed incredulously at Julian, his lips moving as if to utter, "This is unscientific." Regardless of the circumstances, Toby had failed, an undeniable reality witnessed by all. This defeat served as a resounding slap in the face to the once arrogant giants, whose pride had been thoroughly shattered. The onlookers felt a collective embarrassment, as if an unseen hand were relentlessly striking their faces. "Damn it, it's all Toby's fault. He has brought shame upon our clan. After all this travel to witness such a spectacle, and this is the outcome? Never mention Toby's name in my presence again. It vexes me." A burly giant swung a wooden club and spat vehemently toward the arena, a glob of saliva nearly obscuring half of Toby's face. Julian could barely suppress his urge to retch. Indeed, the giants had a remarkable ability to project their disdain even in such a crude manner. Realizing the fervor of the crowd outside the arena, Julian hastily retreated, knowing that rotten eggs, sour cabbage, and stinky shoes would soon rain down. In less than half an hour, Toby had transformed from a figure of admiration into one of derision. Despite the swiftness of his downfall, it inadvertently revealed to Julian a stark truth about the world. People revere the strong. They exalt the victors. What mattered most to the crowd was the ultimate outcome. While the journey to that end was entirely overlooked, all they saw was a broken Toby, kneeling in despair, oblivious to the formidable presence he had initially exhibited. A presence capable of overwhelming the majority of spectators. Toby's talent was undeniable. He had awakened his petrification ability as a mid-level warrior, a feat that had once set him apart. Yet, all of that was rendered futile now, because he had lost. It was pitiful truly, for he had the potential to triumph, but ultimately succumbed to defeat. However, Julian felt no sympathy for such a giant. He was grappling with his own discomfort. One should not assume that wielding power without consequence comes without repercussions. There are indeed penalties for such hubris. As Julian's golden form dissipated from within, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, crashing against his consciousness in relentless waves. While he possessed divine power, he had squandered it freely, for it was not his own, and there seemed to be no limit to its usage. After all, as a novice mage, he had only a handful of spells at his disposal. However, Once the divine power began to wane, its adverse effects emerged. Julian, a feeble apprentice mage, found his frail body ill-equipped to endure such prolonged exposure to divine energy. As a result, he felt exceedingly weak, akin to awakening from a long slumber in a bathhouse. The profound fatigue leading him to suspect he might be suffering from a depletion of vitality. After half an hour, with the assistance of Ivan, Julian managed to regain a modicum of strength, yet he remained quite feeble. At that moment, Nicholas entered with Toby. Upon seeing them, Julian was momentarily taken aback before inquiring with curiosity, "Mr. Nicholas, what brings you here?" He found it peculiar that Toby still appeared quite weakened, evidently suffering from the aftereffects of Nicholas having recently purged him of the lingering flames within. It seemed strange to Julian that Toby would leave his room to visit him instead of resting adequately. Nicholas did not respond to Julian's question. Instead, he gazed at Toby, who slightly raised his head in acknowledgement, but was swiftly silenced by a stern look from Nicholas. After much internal conflict, Toby finally spoke, "Your Highness, according to the customs of the giant clan, every competition is accompanied by a wager, and since we did not establish one beforehand, I have now forfeited myself to you." Julian exclaimed, "Even in defeat, there is no need to offer yourself as a prize." Toby, undeterred by Julian's astonishment, continued, "You must be wondering why, upon losing, I have become your servant." "My servant? That is quite ambiguous, my good fellow. It would be more fitting were I a lady. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalence, I lack sufficient assets to match your esteemed status in a wager. Thus I am left with no choice but to offer myself to you." "Such a thing is unnecessary," Julian replied hastily, a sense of relief washing over him. "After all, our Frost Kingdom and the Giant Clan are friendly neighbors, and it is quite normal for us to engage in friendly contests. You need not take it so seriously. You may return." "Your Highness, this is a tradition of the Giant Clan," Nicholas interjected, casting a significant glance at Julian, as if perceiving the hidden secrets within him. "We, the Giant Clan, have never been known to breach our own established customs. Thus, a loss signifies a loss. From this day forth, Toby shall be your slave. Whether you choose to strike or scold him, as long as he is not unjustly executed, all is left to your discretion." At Nicholas's pronouncement, Toby seemed to lose his very backbone, his stature diminishing in an instant. Despite this, it was not entirely unfavorable for Toby, as his reputation within the Giant Clan had been irreparably tarnished. Those who once competed against him, as well as those who had previously looked up to him, now regarded him with an air of condescension. The sensation of descending from the heavens left Toby feeling profoundly unsettled. Yet, he found himself powerless, for those individuals remained his kin. Should he take action against them, it would only embody the adage of being adept in internal strife, yet inept in external conflicts, resulting in his disdain among many. Thus, departing from this place could be seen as a fortuitous decision. Furthermore, with Julian's patronage and the resources at the disposal of a prince from the Frost Kingdom, the cultivation of a legend would indeed be a formidable challenge. However, advancing to a level 20 elite warrior would be a rather straightforward endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Julian, unwilling to embarrass Nicholas, reluctantly accepted this subordinate of Toby's, only to promptly hand him over to Gavin for supervision. Subsequently, Julian immersed himself in the cultural nuances of the Giant Clan while awaiting news from their leader. It was not until 2 days later, accompanied by an icy chill that permeated the air, that Julian received a summons to the Giant Clan's temple, where he would be welcomed. The frost which Julian tilted his head, tapping the table, crossing his legs, and mused aloud, "Since she is a witch, she must be quite beautiful, I presume." Before him stood the Grand Temple, a structure imbued with an ancient and weathered aura, as if steeped in a profound sense of history. Flanking the path to the temple were colossal statues, each exuding an air of authority, even through the passage of time. Their majesty remained palpable, as if the sculpted figures embodied the essence of the world itself. In this moment, even the most frivolous of individuals felt a surge of reverence, their spirits subdued, leaving only the pure act of gazing upwards. "Let's proceed." Julian inhaled deeply, striving to present himself well. He instructed those around him, particularly Gavin, whom he could not afford to let stray, for should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would lack the means to resist. After all, even great powers require time to recharge. and he could not repeatedly rely on divine intervention. At this juncture, Gavin served as his talisman of protection. However, as Gavin attempted to advance, Nicholas barred his path. With a dismissive glance at both Gavin and Julian, Nicholas stated coolly, "They cannot enter. Only you may proceed." Nicholas's demeanor left Gavin feeling quite uncomfortable. He opened his mouth to retort, but Julian interjected. "Since Mr. Nicholas has indicated so, I shall go alone." Julian's statement was not born from a lack of concern for his own safety, but rather an acceptance of Nicholas's clear directive, making it evident that taking others inside was no longer an option. Seemingly perceiving Julian's internal unease, Nicholas regarded him with a hint of disdain, casting a sidelong glance at the others. "You need not worry. The Master's strength surpasses all of you combined. Bringing along mere commoners would serve no purpose. Should the Master wish to act, you would be wholly incapable of obstructing him." Gavin, feeling a tinge of inferiority, once believed he was on the cusp of becoming a legend, a figure of utmost significance. However, he had faced continuous setbacks, reducing his stature to that of a mere commoner. Yet, he concealed these feelings, for prior to departing from the royal city, he had learned that the new leader of the giant clan was a demigod-level sorceress. Who could fathom her capabilities? Should she possess the means to eavesdrop on thoughts? His predicament will be dire. "I shall enter first. You all wait outside. And Toby, during this time, adhere closely to Gavin. He will instruct you on how to be a competent guard." With these instructions, Julian inhaled deeply and ascended the steps before him. Meanwhile, Nicholas cast a glance upward, not towards Julian, but towards the temple itself, more precisely, its master. As a legendary figure who had traversed many ages, Nicholas possessed knowledge far exceeding that of others. This temple was not of their own making, but rather constructed by an ancient lineage long forgotten. Their faction of giants had merely stumbled upon this fortuitous gift, acquiring a ready-made sanctuary. Moreover, this temple harbored residual divine power and lingering divine consciousness, which had enabled their clan, once on the brink of collapse, to gradually rise anew. However, the recent untimely demise of their demigod priest had served as a stark wake-up call for Nicholas and another legendary giant. Shortly thereafter, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded. A woman emerged from the temple, declaring herself the messenger of the north, the favorite of ice and snow, intent on claiming dominion over the giant clan. Initially, Nicholas vehemently opposed this claim, leading to a fierce confrontation. Yet, it soon became evident that even the combined might of two legends was insufficient. They found themselves utterly powerless, their very essence suppressed, as if an unseen force had stilled their bloodlines. Eventually, when the woman revealed that she had been summoned through the sacrifice of their fallen demigod priest, Nicholas and his companion reluctantly accepted this harsh reality. The messenger of ice and snow? Nicholas lowered his gaze, murmuring softly to himself. As Nicholas pondered, Julian gradually approached the temple. The arduous ascent of 999 steps left Julian's legs nearly numb. This was not due to a lack of stamina. On the contrary, he felt remarkably fit. Given ordinary stairs, he believed he could ascend 10,000 steps without pause. However, each level of these stairs imposed a weighty pressure upon him. Initially subtle and almost imperceptible, by the time he reached the 400th step, the burden had intensified considerably. And by the 900th step, he was nearly reduced to crawling. Yet, after a brief respite, he managed to reach the temple's entrance. At that moment, the pressure that had enveloped him suddenly lifted, granting him an exhilarating sense of lightness, as if every pore of his being was expanding, eagerly absorbing the elemental energies surrounding him. A sudden sound of shattering resonated within his body, followed by a surge of vitality rushing to his mind. Had he truly transcended? Julian clenched his fists and blinked, bewildered by his recent rapid advancement despite having scarcely practiced. Perhaps it was due to my extraordinary talent, he mused, nodding to himself as he attributed this phenomenon to his innate gifts. At that moment, the grand doors of the temple gradually swung open, a blinding white light pouring forth, rendering Julian momentarily unable to see. "Since I am here, I might as well enter," he thought. The voice that resonated was melodious, arguably the most enchanting he had ever encountered. It possessed a lightness that contrasted with his mother's gentle tone, a warmth that was more approachable than the authoritative kindness of Mistra, and a languid allure far surpassing the captivating charm of the seductive demoness Lilith. "As for you, Her childish voice was not worth mentioning. This voice embodied a peculiar beauty, evoking the image of a lovely woman lazily awakening from a thick, warm blanket in the depths of winter. However, upon opening his eyes, Julian was greeted with a scene that defied his expectations. The temple lacked the grandeur he had envisioned. Instead, it resembled a young maiden's boudoir, adorned with exquisite decorations that reflected the prevailing styles of the entire continent. Yet, all these embellishments were, without exception, formed from glistening ice and snow. At the heart of the room was the source of that enchanting voice, a languorous woman stretching her delicate, pale arms, her skin a soft pink that seemed to blush in the presence of the surrounding chill. Her face was gentle and captivating, a delicate mix of playfulness and delight. Her rosy lips parting slightly as wisps of breath playfully danced toward the entrance. Her gaze ensnared Julian completely, those silver eyes unlike any he had ever seen, reminiscent of the colors of ice and snow. Within their depths, a swirling vortex seemed to draw him in, captivating his very soul. 75, will you assist me? She asked, her laughter ringing like music. What a handsome boy, truly adorable. While Julian was captivated by the woman before him, others naturally observed him as well. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Julian, the third prince of the Frost Kingdom. I am 16 years old, just come of age, and currently single. I am youthful, affluent, and quite charming. Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? Julian rushed through his declaration in one breath, without pause for air, astonished by his own audacity to make such a bold proclamation to a powerful stranger. Yet, he could not contain himself. Despite knowing the improbability and even peril of his words, he found himself unable to move, yearning to express his feelings. In that moment, he felt as if his intellect had been drastically diminished. I might be in love. She is undeniably my destined partner, he thought, swallowing hard, his mind slightly hazy. Yet, the brilliance in the woman's eyes made him feel as though he could devour her whole. As Julian gradually regained his composure, his intellect fully recharged and his mind clear from the ample supply of oxygen, he became acutely aware of his own audacity. He had, incredibly, confessed his feelings to a woman of at least legendary status, a demigoddess at that. The irony lay in the fact that he was merely a level 7 novice, a mere fledgling among the weaklings who only possessed 3 or 4 spells. Surely, she would not take offense. Stealing a furtive glance at the woman, he found her silent. Yet her silver eyes sparkled with a teasing glint, as if she had stumbled upon something utterly amusing. With a gulp, he swallowed hard, pondering whether he would be sacrificed for his boldness. Yet, he hoped she would not obliterate him. Time passed, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly delicate. At last, a voice shattered the silence. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sophia. She continued to gaze at Julian with a playful smile, seemingly unperturbed. While I cannot fathom the courage that led you to profess your admiration for a demigoddess, I must admit it is quite entertaining. I forgive your rudeness. And as for my response, I trust it requires no further elaboration. Though Sophia appeared unoffended, her words sent a chill down Julian's spine. Indeed, he felt as if he could weep. He too was baffled by the confidence that compelled him to declare his feelings for a demigoddess. Was he, as she implied, a fool? His so-called status, wealth, and power might hold some sway among those beneath the legendary tier, yet when faced with a being of her caliber, they were rendered utterly insignificant. She would merely offer him the courtesy of acknowledgement. A demigoddess like Sophia could effortlessly sustain an entire kingdom, much like the previous giants, who were left unchallenged due to the presence of a demigod priest. Julian stood by, paralyzed with trepidation, resembling a frightened hamster. Enough of that expression, I have assured you. I mean you no harm, Sophia declared, rising from the icy depths. Wisps of white smoke spiraled upward, forming an invisible barrier that obscured Julian's view. Yet he could still discern her nearly flawless silhouette. Her form was perfectly proportioned, ample where it should be, and delicate where it must. Squinting, he watched with rapt attention as Sophia donned her garments. However, she was no ordinary woman. In an instant, she had cloaked her body in a thick layer of clothing that did nothing to diminish her allure, but rather accentuated it. A light cough escaped her lips, startling Julian to the core. He quickly cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. By the way, Lady Sophia, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons today? Is it regarding the collaboration between the Frost Kingdom and the Giant Clan, or is there another matter at hand? Julian inquired, yet Sophia remained silent. Her smile directed at him, causing an unsettling sensation within him. It seemed she was already aware of his sordid thoughts, and a cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Do you believe you can dictate the affairs of the Frost Kingdom? Sophia chuckled softly. You cannot, for your role this time is merely that of a mascot. In truth, I had already discussed all matters with Swift several days ago, and my father and I have finalized the terms of our collaboration. Then why am I here? Julian felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. What the hell? I came here with trepidation only to discover I am but a mascot. Is this what I signed up for? In that moment, Julian mentally cursed the legendary mage Swift and his entire lineage. As for his father, he refrained from such vitriol. After all, his father's kin were also his own. Yet he would not forget this incident lightly. Are you quite upset? Sophia seemed to peer into his very soul. Yet this is the reality. However, your presence is not entirely without merit. At the very least, your status comforts the ordinary giants, assuring them of the Frost Kingdom's intentions. After all, a prince carries considerable weight. What more could Julian say? In truth, being a mascot had its advantages. At least he didn't have to worry about being eliminated. His life was preserved. He found solace in that thought. However, he suddenly became aware of a puzzling question. Why was the leader of the giants a human witch? Furthermore, why would a human choose to betray their own kind and become the faith of the giants? You may ask me anything. I shall answer what I can. However, after I respond, I will need your assistance with a task. Sophia's melodious voice broke Julian's reverie. Although he was uncertain what a novice mage like himself could do to aid a demigod, he felt compelled to offer his help. I am quite curious as to why you became the leader of the giants, Julian asked. Kara sacrificed her life to summon me. Therefore, I must protect her kin. Sophia replied. You were summoned, then? You are not human? Julian gulped. Indeed, I have never claimed to be human. To be precise, I am the embodiment of rules. Sophia's tone was chilling, sending a shiver down Julian's spine. Yet, it was not over. The next moment, a voice, alluring and ethereal, seemed to emerge from a shadowy abyss. Now I require your assistance. Do you consent? Am I 76? Have I traversed world again? Julian felt as though his soul no longer belonged to him, swept away by a fragrant breeze, unsure of where it might lead. Strangely, he felt no discomfort in his body. He was acutely aware of his current state. What is happening to me? Moments ago, Sophia had sought my assistance, yet in the blink of an eye, I found myself devoid of consciousness. Where exactly am I? Julian's surroundings were engulfed in darkness, an endless expanse of gray stretching infinitely before him. He attempted to summon the energy within him, but received no response. However, while striving to awaken the system, he discovered it remained reliable, ever ready to respond to his call. Regrettably, the system seemed solely preoccupied with Julian's potential upgrades, promptly retreating after providing its answer. Damn it, this must be the handiwork of that woman, Sophia. But why has she cast me in such a bewildering predicament? Panic consumed Julian as he crouched in a corner, aimlessly tracing circles, for there was naught else he could do. As Julian reveled in this eerie solitude, outside, Nicholas had received a message from Sophia. Why leave this individual alive? Though he may harbor his own secrets, would it truly warrant such a significant risk for the adults to allow him to remain? Nicholas muttered to himself, perplexed by the implications of Sophia's directive. While he had gleaned some suspicions from the conflict between Julian and Toby, his thoughts were consumed by artifacts of divine power. Beyond that, Julian was merely an authentic, unremarkable novice mage, bereft of experience and skill, a feeble practitioner of the arcane arts. Although Nicholas was not a magic-wielding professional, he understood that this vocation demanded time and experience. The longer one lingered within the magical tapestry, the more spells one mastered, thus enhancing their combat prowess. Legendary mages were often centenarians. This was unlike physical professions, where prodigies and favored children of the gods occasionally emerged. He hoped those individuals would not take offense. Nicholas contemplated Gavin and his companions, but dismissed them from his mind, for his true concern lay not with Gavin and Swift, but with the Frost Kingdom that loomed behind them. Bring him in. With a firm command, Nicholas summoned a towering giant with dark skin who soon appeared at the door. Sir, Gula reports for duty, the giant announced, kneeling solemnly. "I require you to deliver a message," Nicholas instructed, furrowing his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Seek out the Frost Kingdom's entourage and deliver this letter to their leader. Upon completion, return without engaging with them." "As you command," Gula replied, respectfully accepting the letter from Nicholas and turning to depart. Watching Gula's retreating figure until it vanished, Nicholas chose to disregard the matter thereafter. The reason he refrained from personally conveying the message was due to his status as a legendary figure of the giant race. He had previously attended to Julian because of his significance. Now, however, a mere group of minions scarcely warranted such personal attention. Had Swift still been present, the situation would have been entirely different. At this moment, in the room with Gavin and his companions, they were gathered around a table, perusing the letters sent by Gula. "Captain, what does it say? Is it regarding the third prince?" Aiden inquired curiously, observing Gavin, who had remained silent ever since receiving the letter, perplexed by his captain's unusual demeanor. Meanwhile, Cole derisively mocked Aiden. "What do you know? Perhaps the captain has been jilted by that woman from the royal city due to his prolonged absences from home, a consequence of his hazardous profession. I've always sensed that woman's flighty nature. She's clearly no good. Just the other day, I saw her flirting with a dandy on the street. If it weren't for the fear of upsetting the captain, I would have exposed her true character long ago. And this isn't the first incident either. Why are you grabbing my hand?" Cole began to speak, but suddenly noticed a shift in the atmosphere. Felix tugged at his hand from beneath the table, while Aiden shot him a warning glance. The other two druids quietly removed their nature-emblazoned hats, bowing their heads in silence. "What is wrong with you all?" Cole asked, still bewildered. In the next moment, he felt a chilling gaze upon him. Turning his head, he found Gavin had set the letter down, emanating an air of forbiddance. The icy aura prompted those nearby to instinctively shift away, creating ample space between Cole and Gavin. At that moment, Felix decisively stepped aside. "Captain, why are you looking at me like that?" Cole felt a chill run down his spine, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious beast in the mountains. With the keen awareness typical of a thief, he understood that a single misstep could result in him being torn apart by Gavin, who had transformed into a formidable predator. "Captain, please don't be angry. I was just joking earlier. I didn't mean to imply you were facing a romantic crisis. I was merely trying to comfort you. Please don't be upset. It's all my fault, and I sincerely apologize." Cole, nearly paralyzed with fear, hurriedly admitted his mistake, abandoning his usual nonchalance. When one's life is on the line, who cares about dignity? "You are quite the good-hearted one." Gavin's expression softened at Cole's words, the coldness dissipating from his demeanor. The atmosphere at the table soon regained its warmth. It was evident that Gavin's inner turmoil had been stirred as he perceived a wave of green before him. "By the way, Captain, what does the letter say?" Seizing the opportunity, Cole quickly pivoted the conversation, and the others, sensing the shift, eagerly echoed his inquiry, redirecting Gavin's focus to the letter. "It concerns the third prince." Gavin unfolded the letter and remarked, "It states that the demigod's sorceress wishes to keep his highness for a few days. During this time, he will remain in the temple, and we need not worry. Furthermore, if we wish to leave, we are free to do so. They will ensure his highness's safe return to the royal city." As Gavin concluded his statement, Kors swiftly interjected, "This is impossible. Who can fathom their intentions? Surely, it cannot be a clandestine conspiracy." "Do not interrupt." Gavin cast a frigid glance at Kor, who immediately settled down obediently. "This matter does not concern us, as the royal city has already forged an alliance with the giant clan. At this juncture, His Highness the Prince is not in peril. We need only to await in silence. During this period, none should provoke trouble, lest I become unsympathetic." Gavin emphasized his warning with a pointed look at Kor. Regardless of the trivialities of the material continent, Julian was acutely aware that he was no longer in ethereal. The specifics of his location remained a mystery. Before him lay an expanse of blinding white snow, a veritable realm of ice and frost. Could it be that I have traversed worlds once more? In bewilderment, Julian surveyed his surroundings. After spending over an hour in the misty expanse, nearly succumbing to tedium, he suddenly perceived a brightening of the world before him, igniting a spark of excitement. Yet, mere moments later, he realized that the shift was merely a change in hue, from gray to white, as the mist transformed into delicate snowflakes. Was it dawn, or something else entirely? Julian pondered anxiously. wondering if he was to experience a spectrum of colors from red to violet. Clearly, the situation could not be as frivolous as Julian had imagined. Soon enough, he sensed the omnipresent magical elements in this realm, even conjuring a fireball to warm himself. However, he was left with one pressing question. Where exactly was this world? In the distance, several kilometers away, stood a sizable city. The streets within were teeming with people, indicating a vibrant metropolis where the common folk enjoyed a decent quality of life, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. Yet, at the city's heart lay the Lord's mansion, where, within a grand hall, the atmosphere was far from tranquil. Waves of unrest rippled through the crowd. Seated at the head of the assembly was the city's master, Warner. His expression was stern, his eyes reflecting an icy demeanor. Were he given a choice, Warner would prefer not to remain here. Yet, he and his entire family had no such luxury. Since the inception of this city, his lineage had been its sovereign, and through the passage of time, they had evolved from a modest family of a few dozen to a vast clan numbering in the thousands. The indelible mark of the Warner family was woven throughout the city, inescapable and enduring. All present are elites of the Warner family. I wish to hear your opinions at this moment. Warner surveyed the room, noting that every individual he regarded averted their gaze in shame, unwilling to meet his eyes. Do not speak to me of trivialities. Though we are but a moderate family, we are not so easily extinguished by those demons who wish to see us eradicated. Indeed, the Warner family possesses its own pride. Those malevolent demons seeking to conquer this place shall find it utterly impossible. Even if every last one of us were to perish in battle, we would resolutely refuse to surrender. Indeed, this embodies the courage of the Warner family. Even if demigods descend upon us, what does it matter? Though we may be outmatched, we shall ensure that those invaders pay a grievous price for their audacity. Warner observed the expressions of those around him, some resolute, others hesitant, and a few with ulterior motives. He took note of it all, yet felt nothing but disdain. Under a crumbling nest, how could there be unblemished eggs? He would not concern himself with those harboring treachery, for they would inevitably meet their demise at the hands of others. As the meeting drew to a close, only a solitary guard remained by his side, standing forlornly. "My master," the guard began, "go to the backyard, take the young lady, and leave. This matter does not concern you. You are my most trusted ally, and I entrust her to you. Remember, the farther you go from here, the better. Never return." Warner quietly commanded the guard, his expression betraying no emotion, save for a fleeting warmth when he mentioned his daughter, which was swiftly replaced by coldness. Yet, as all had said, his daughter was indeed the source of this crisis. Having summoned the demons from the frozen abyss, some even dared to suggest delivering her up to quell the turmoil, but Warner silenced all such voices, going so far as to execute 2 clan members nearing legendary status, thus instilling fear in the majority. "My daughter, all I can do for you is this. Everything that follows will depend solely on you. However, I believe in you. You will carve your own path." Meanwhile, an eerie teleportation array surrounding the city was tirelessly at work, with immense figures emerging one after another. Each of these figures was a monstrous being, clad in thick fur, their eyelids adorned with long, heavy lashes. Yet, they were not merely simple creatures. They hailed from the depths of the abyss, specifically from a frigid layer. Each demon that emerged exuded an unsettling chill, and as their numbers grew, the ancient trees that had stood unmoved for centuries were gradually encased in ice, eventually shattering into splinters. Demons from the abyss seldom manifest in other realms, but whenever they do, it heralds catastrophe. Their chaotic nature drives them to obliterate all that lies within their sight, to satiate their insatiable desires. Brutality and slaughter have always accompanied their presence. Leading them was a figure crowned with colossal horns, etched with enigmatic spirals that shimmered with a mysterious golden light beneath the sun. "Chief, all our forces have assembled. We await your commands. Since that is the case, let those foolish mortals experience the wrath of the frost demon. That feeble family shall pay dearly for their choices." A cacophony of terrifying sounds filled the air as all the demons fell silent before a demon lord, a powerful entity of semi-divine stature. Even in the abyss, he was a formidable presence. How much more so in this inferior realm, where he was utterly invincible. Had we thoroughly investigated the Warner family? A pair of enormous demonic eyes fixated on a trembling human nearby, a spy purchased by the demons, whose sole function was to guide them during the invasion. Esteemed Lord, the investigation is complete. Although the Warner family boasts a history of several centuries, they are not particularly strong. To date, they possess merely one legendary warrior, while the others barely approach the legendary realm. Furthermore, according to our findings, upon learning of your impending arrival, they chose not to flee but to remain and resist you. The man replied, his voice quivering with obsequiousness. Resist me? The semi-divine demon lord seemed to find humor in the notion, his mouth splitting into a ghastly grin. A foul stench enveloped the air, rendering the trembling mortal unconscious. Perhaps it was for the best, as he would feel no pain when he was next devoured. How foolish! Nevertheless, this simplifies matters. Once I have dealt with you, I have no doubt that the girl will not escape. With a malevolent laugh, he continued to chew his food. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, as shadowy figures emerged from the distant sky, bringing with them death, dread, and an overwhelming chill. In the blink of an eye, chaos ensued with frantic cries of alarm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Boom! The entire city transformed in an instant, as the inhabitants looked on in terror at the swarm of demons outside the walls. Though abyssal creatures seldom ventured beyond their realm, their mere presence heralded death and carnage, even among the most formidable of special planes. Thus, the fear of demons was ingrained in the minds of every person present. It's the demons. They have come. But that was not all. I recognized them. They were ice demons, high-ranking fiends comparable to fire demons. Judging by their aura, the weakest among them was at least a level 15 mid-tier warrior, while the strongest were beyond my comprehension. Now, there were hundreds of them. Were they intent on obliterating this world? Why was this happening? Mum, I am scared. From that moment, turmoil engulfed the city. Yet two entities maintained an absolute calm. The demons outside, whose eyes were fixated solely on slaughter. From the instant they appeared, the fate of everyone within the city was sealed. Death awaited them all. Another matter concerns the Warner family, who have long been aware of the gathering within their courtyard, now teeming with over 100 individuals. These represent the most esteemed members of the Warner lineage, each possessing at least intermediate skills, with the highest being Warner himself, the current lord of the city, a figure of legendary prowess. However, despite the equality in numbers, no one harbored illusions of victory, for the demons' might extended beyond mere levels. Their innate talents rendered each high-ranking demon capable of challenging opponents beyond their tier. In this regard, humanity found itself at a significant disadvantage. Lord, there was no need for elaboration. Warner's chilling gaze fell upon several individuals, and with a mere gesture, he commanded, "Seize them." His voice, cold and unyielding, elicited a swift change in the countenance of those singled out. In an instant, they unleashed a flurry of wind blades, attempting to coalesce into a group and carve a path to escape. Yet, it was a futile endeavor. The notion that a few high-ranking warriors and a solitary high-level mage could flee from the throng of hundreds was nothing short of delusional. Consequently, within mere minutes, the chaos was quelled, leaving only fragments of the traitors behind, their bodies reduced to dust. These individuals were traitors, nurtured and trained in the arts of combat and magic by the Warner family, only to betray their own. Under ordinary circumstances, I might have spared them out of consideration for our past. Yet this time, I cannot extend such forgiveness. The wrath of a legendary warrior was palpable, unmasked, and it instilled a profound trepidation among all present who dared not even breathe. In such dire circumstances, to forsake one's family and conspire with those seeking our destruction is a transgression deserving of death. With that, Warner cast a cold glance around the room and turned to address one of his companions. "State the intelligence you have gathered." "Yes," the individual replied with a nod, stepping forward to produce a scroll from his robes. This time, the Warner family must confront the ice demons of the frozen abyss. Leading them is a demon lord of demigod status, accompanied by two legendary high-ranking demons, with the remainder consisting of various demons ranging from intermediate to high levels. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. A demigod, two legends, countless intermediate and high demons. Even the most optimistic among them could not dare to presume they stood a chance against such a formidable roster, which was nothing short of terrifying, akin to an army capable of sweeping through an entire lower plane. Not only were they ill-equipped, But even the majority of lower planes outside the primary material realm would crumble beneath such an assault. And this was an entire plane. An entire plane. Yet, they stood merely as one family, with only a single legend to their name. Even if their other members were of equal caliber, what good would it do? A single flick of a demigod's finger could obliterate the majority of those present. The advantage of numbers was rendered utterly insignificant before a demigod or a demon lord, unless the legends amassed together, for otherwise the outcome was assuredly death. Moreover, for those present, even the thought of escape is futile, as they lack the means to flee beneath the watchful eyes of a cadre of formidable demons. Thus, apart from Warner, a figure of legendary renown, the others are resigned to a fate of inevitable demise. What? Are you afraid? No, not afraid. However, Master, this is a certain death sentence. I deeply regret my oversight here. Warner himself is equally astonished, for he never anticipated the audacity of these demons in dispatching a demigod demon lord. It is worth noting that the cost of interdimensional transport is exceedingly high. Simultaneously, Warner understands that he is ensnared in a dire predicament. Even if he were to abandon the city and everyone within it, that demigod would relentlessly pursue him. Yet, it matters not. He is resolved to embrace death. Furthermore, he had previously sent his daughter away, ensuring that even in the event of the city's destruction and the loss of lives, the Warner family retains a flicker of hope for resurgence. For his daughter is indeed exceptional. From this moment forth, all must rally to the front lines and resist. We must not surrender. At the very least, within this city, we are fortified by the protective barrier. By uniting the strength of the entire city, we can surely hold out for a time. In that moment, the presence of the demons will resonate throughout the entire dimension, and surely, assistance will arrive. Observing the renewed glimmer of hope in the eyes of the crowd, Warner shook his head in resignation. Even he did not believe the words he uttered, for he knew the nature of the powerful within this realm. They would cower within their territories, trembling with fear. How could they possibly come to the aid of others from afar? After all, what looms before them is not merely a legendary demon, but a demigod demon. Moreover, the most plausible intervention would be a divine presence. However, this prospect is exceedingly slim, as this realm lacks any true faith. And the deities themselves remain indifferent to the plight of mortals, for they have no need of worship. Cackling with delight, how wondrous this world is! Yet, in the next moment, it shall become even more exquisite. My favorite sight is the juxtaposition of blood and snowflakes. That is the most breathtaking panorama. Go forth, slay all within this place. I shall quench my fury with their blood. Their foolishness has summoned Lord Alefic, and this will be their final grievous error. 79. The city falls. Yulat, launch the assault. Alefic retracts his fangs, resuming a visage of cruelty, his crimson tongue licking the remnants of flesh from his lips. Concurrently, with his utterances, a savage aura envelopes the city of ice and snow. A faint wisp of black smoke manifests above the city's barrier. This is the manifestation of Alefic's domain, allowing him to sense every soul daring to breach the barrier and thwart them, ensuring they perish one by one in terror and despair. This is Alefic's intent. To kill directly? Absolutely not. Having ventured from another dimension, why not indulge in the experience? Thus, witnessing these foolish humans desperately cling to their futile resistance while savoring the despair bestowed upon them by Lord Alefic is his utmost delight. This time, I shall transform this place into a river of blood. I revel in the scarlet hue. The magical barrier roars with a thunderous sound, intermittently emitting a mournful wail as cracks appear, only to be swiftly mended by the mages who had long prepared for this. Yet, how can a temporary patch compare to years of diligent maintenance? Naturally, it soon crumbles under the next wave of impact. Outside, a dozen grotesque demons wielding long spears and clubs relentlessly assault the magical barrier. Each strike ignites a dazzling arcane resonance, but to no avail. Such minimal rebound is utterly inconsequential to the high-ranking demons whose magical resistance has reached formidable heights. To them, it is little more than the sting of a mosquito, akin to a mirage. Soon, it is on the verge of collapse. I am eager to see how long this membrane can withstand the might of my club. Once it shatters, I shall unleash a slaughter. It has been far too long since I savored the taste of humanity, and I yearn for it. I desire to feast, to indulge in the tender, succulent flesh. With a creaking lament, the barrier that has safeguarded the ice and snow city for centuries shatters in that moment, fragments of broken light cascading to the ground, swiftly dissolving like snowflakes under the blazing sun, leaving not a trace behind. At the heart of the magical array, the legendary energy core collapses with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into dust. This energy core was the very source of power for the barrier. Now, as it succumbs to the assault, the ensuing shockwave reverberates here, instantly reducing the crystal to powder, even injuring several of the presiding intermediate mages, with some coughing blood and fainting. This place is lost, quickly, informed Lord Warner. Yet before he could finish his words, he met his demise, for behind him, a claw emerged from the wall, seizing him. Its sharp fingertips sliced through the artery in his neck, blood gushing forth. But in the next instant, a wave of frigid air froze both his blood and body into solid ice. Fresh blood clots. I shall take them back to savor at my leisure. A voice of eerie malevolence sent the remaining mages retreating in fear, yet there was no escape. The entire room had been encased in ice walls, severing their path to safety. And you little insects, do not attempt to flee. Come forth and become my sustenance. Fear not, for I am no ordinary demon. I shall relish your blood slowly. Crack, crack. Before they could even react, the mages were enveloped in ice, layers of cold emanating from the demon's feet, engulfing the bodies of the mages beneath, solidifying relentlessly until the last remaining soul capable of struggle succumbed to their inability to resist. Swish! A flicker of ethereal light passed by, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Lord Alifek must have intervened. Now is the time to stockpile provisions, lest we return to the abyss and endure those wretched days once more. Clearly, this is a demon adept at survival. However, as he stated, Alifek did indeed act, but it was not of his own volition. Rather, Warner initiated the confrontation. As the city's barrier shattered, Alifek found himself compelled to respond. As a warrior of legendary stature, he lacked the extensive barrier-protecting capabilities of a mage, yet this did not hinder his ability to employ his own tactics. At the very moment the barrier collapsed, Warner, having long prepared, thrust both hands forward, transforming his domain into a flurry of snowflakes, instantly dispersing the 10 or so demons poised to invade the city. However, this was merely a dispersal. Given his current capabilities, annihilation was beyond reach. Yet, those who witnessed the event let out a sigh of relief. The Lord of the city had intervened. We are saved. Indeed, the Lord is a legendary warrior. We shall be fine, and those accursed demons will surely perish here. Yet, this was nothing more than self-deception. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence would not entertain such thoughts. If it were truly so simple, why had he not acted sooner? Thus, the grim reality quickly unfolded. In an instant, upon witnessing Warner's attack, Alifek brought his hand down with unyielding force. Although demigods theoretically reside within the realm of mortals, they nevertheless occupy a tier within the legendary echelon, having touched the divine. Their combat against ordinary legends is akin to a crushing dominance. How could Warner's domain possibly withstand the weight of Alifek's strike? Moreover, this was Alifek's most formidable effort. Indeed, the two engaged as if in a card game, each deploying their trump cards at the first opportunity. However, one was merely an ordinary bomb, while the other was a royal flush. In the blink of an eye, Warner's meticulously established domain was shattered into a myriad of fragments by Alifek's hand, leaving Warner himself significantly injured due to the collapse of his realm. Nevertheless, with the assistance of a nearby mage, he managed to stabilize himself, yet a sense of despair began to permeate the atmosphere. If there had previously existed a glimmer of hope and a chance for a miracle, now that hope had evaporated and the prospect of a miracle was utterly extinguished. Their fate had been sealed with Warner's defeat. Their strongest champion had fallen. Even if other legends rushed to their aid, they would not endure long enough to witness their arrival, for the skies above were swarming with hundreds of high-ranking demons, all poised to strike. Cackling with derision, Alifek declared, "How foolish to open your domain. Do you not recognize my presence? But this is for the best. You can no longer escape. I shall make you witness this city engulfed in flames. Burn, burn, burn. Ha ha ha." In the eerie twilight, Ilithik shouted in a peculiar tone, yet strangely, his voice went unheard by all. But what they witnessed was beyond comprehension. Before their eyes, the once obstinate ice and snow were now ablaze, burning fiercely. The very blocks of ice were ignited. This shattered their understanding, transforming what was deemed fantastical into a vivid reality before them. Yet, only the lower-class citizens expressed astonishment. For those endowed with formidable power could effortlessly alter the rules of existence. Even mid-tier mages possessed spells capable of conjuring such phenomena, albeit rarely, which rendered these onlookers utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, despite ice serving as fuel, the flames remained terrifying, their searing heat rendering every soul in the city profoundly uncomfortable. Would it perish? Yet it was evident that Alefic was far from satisfied. He would not allow those trapped within to meet their demise so easily. He savored the spectacle of the clowns below, frantically screaming and fleeing, while he wielded control over the flames, ensuring not a single life was claimed. "Master, let us intervene. It has been too long since we savored the scent of flesh." One demon could not contain his eagerness, glancing hungrily at the crowd below, swallowing hard. But would Alefic heed his call? How audacious for a mere high-ranking warrior demon to speak to him. It was an invitation to death. With a swift motion, Alefic delivered a resounding slap, sending the presumptuous demon tumbling hundreds of meters away. He then regarded the demons behind him with a disdainful snort, releasing a cloud of white vapor from his nostrils, which sent shivers of fear through the ranks of the other demons, who dared not even breathe. "Very well, if you desire it so, then go forth," Alefic said nonchalantly, igniting a wave of excitement among the demons who thought their earlier efforts in vain. One by one, they unfurled their wings and surged into the city, their chaotic momentum instantly shattering all minor barriers within. The multitude of civilians dwelling in the city could only flee in disarray, lacking even the courage to look up. This was not cowardice, but an involuntary dread that gripped their hearts. It was a talent inherent to the denizens of the abyss, a susceptibility to psychic assaults, rendering them unfit to confront their adversaries. "Quick, hide! Get into the rooms! Home, swiftly! Their SA basement!" They cried in panic. "You damn mages, stop hoarding your gold and take action! Hurry! Erect the magical barriers!" The last one to act, a typical fool, was unceremoniously cast out. In that moment, who cared for gold? Life was paramount. Without it, what use was wealth? In that instant, the entire city was devoid of refuge. If any sanctuary existed, it would surely be within the untouched Lord's Manor. However, these demons are not foolish. They are acutely aware that the Lord's Mansion is protected by a legendary figure, along with a multitude of mid to high-level professionals. Despite being high-ranking demons, some among them have yet to fully evolve and remain at an intermediate level, relegating them to scavenging the remnants outside. The delectable flesh of humans is reserved for the stronger demons. Ahaha! Do not even entertain thoughts of escape. You are my sustenance. Food, food. I shall consume you. How foolish. This human female is undressing herself. Does she intend to offer herself willingly? Ha! In light of your cooperation, I shall grant you a swift end. It is evident that the aesthetic standards of demons differ vastly from those of humans. The woman poised to unleash her abilities was swiftly struck unconscious and devoured, a torrent of blood gushing forth. Crunchy, with a flavor reminiscent of chicken. The wails and cries of despair filled the air, resonating throughout the city. In this moment, everyone realized that no one would come to their rescue. The indifferent deities would not heed their pleas. "No, I do not wish to die. I am not yet married. Not yet married. No, this cannot be. At such a young age, I have already transitioned to a mage. My future is destined to be that of a world-renowned figure, celebrated across the multiverse. I cannot perish here. This must be a test. Someone will surely come to save me." Creaking sounds echoed. The flavor is quite delightful. No wonder. A mage at such a tender age. The taste is exquisite. Ha! Are you not ready to emerge? Your city is no more, now. Only you remain to stubbornly resist. A brazen, imperious voice floated down from above the Lord's mansion, instantly silencing the surroundings, where even the drop of a pin could be heard with crystal clarity. As they looked up, a colossal figure blocked out the sun. A legendary ice demon stood there, flanked by several exceedingly powerful high-tier warrior demons, each radiating strength surpassing that of every individual below, save for Warner. Furthermore, waves of mental pressure swept over the courtyard, unsettling everyone present. Had it not been for the chilling aura emanating from Warner, many would have been unable to control their trembling limbs. The ice demon, having clearly spotted Warner, grinned maliciously, revealing a cruel smile. Warner, I had already advised you to summon your daughter. The great Lord of Ice would not have been so angered. Yet you refused. It is one thing to decline, but to naively remain here. Do you truly regard the demons of our ice abyss as trifles? This legendary demon was evidently mocking Warner, who remained silent. However, the demon had miscalculated. He had not anticipated the immense allure of his daughter to these beings. In his estimation, a legendary demon accompanied by several high-tier demons would suffice. Yet he had not foreseen the involvement of even a demigod-level Lord Demon. This was beyond Warner's imagination. After all, interdimensional teleportation is an extravagant endeavor. This singular event may render the ice abyss incapable of orchestrating a large-scale plunder for several centuries, if not millennia. Words are futile. Let us act. Warner understood that his demise was inevitable. With one legendary demon already present and another lurking nearby, the highest-ranking demigod demon lord continued to circle, locking down the space. There was no escape left for him, only this path ahead. To die in battle. The legendary warrior was formidable, yet Warner was already injured. Although he possessed some healing, he could not compare to his former glory. Throughout the conflict, he was relentlessly subdued by the legendary ice demon, until at last, Elefek intervened, mercilessly crushing the utterly defenseless Warner. In the city, a tempest of bloodshed seemed to be confined by some unseen force. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a man and a woman traversed the snow-covered wasteland. The man appeared somewhat worn, his eyes betraying a flicker of unease, while the girl remained effortlessly buoyant, her charming face brimming with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings, occasionally emitting excited squeals. Apart from them, the only company consisted of silver-clad trees and a few fluffy, snow-white creatures. Uncle Rain, slow down a bit. This place is so fascinating. I want to look around longer. The youthful Sophia playfully tugged at her guardian Rain's hand, feigning a pout, yet her bright eyes sparkled with mischief. Uncle Rain, look how delightful it is. I've never left the city before. Having finally ventured out, I wish to enjoy myself thoroughly. Seeing such earnest pleading from his charge, Rain would typically acquiesce without hesitation. However, the present circumstances were far from ordinary, and Warner's words echoed in his mind. His sole obsession now was to escape as far as possible. Sophia, we cannot linger. We have matters to attend to. We must leave, and once we are away from here, Uncle Rain will ensure you have ample time to explore. Before Rain could finish, a tremendous roar erupted behind them, accompanied by a ghastly plume of pale, malevolent flames that surged skyward, generating waves of scorching heat. Even from their position, Sophia and Rain could distinctly sense the blood-soaked intensity of the fire. Is it coming from the city of ice and snow? What could have caused such a scene? Has the city fallen? Could it be that? Rain's gaze momentarily clouded with confusion as an ominous feeling settled within him, urging him to flee. Sophia, quickly! We must leave this place. Time is of the essence. Rain's anxious gaze urged him on, one hand gripping Sophia's delicate arm so tightly that it left a red mark upon her skin in an instant. Realizing his rudeness, he exclaimed, I apologize. However, my dear lady, you must heed my words and leave this place immediately. But why should I depart? This place is delightful. It is filled with charming creatures, breathtaking scenery, and the snowflakes that I adore. At that moment, Sophia appeared entranced in Rain's eyes, her gaze devoid of any spark, resembling a still pond, ominously dark. This expression sent a shiver through Rain's heart, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying, yet it was fleeting. Sophia's demeanor shifted back to that of an innocent girl in the next moment. With a puzzled look, she inquired, Uncle Rain, what are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Rain was momentarily taken aback, then rubbed his eyes, relieved to see that Sophia still resembled his cherished memory of her, dispelling the earlier illusion. Isn't that our city in the distance? Why is it on fire? Are they playing? Of course not, Sophia. We must go far away from here, never to return. It will be just you and me. I shall care for you as a father would, until you grow up. Rain's eyes welled with tears as he gazed back, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Yet he felt a burgeoning sense of responsibility replace the grief as he looked upon the nearly 15-year-old girl, her pure and innocent eyes. Yes, he must not falter. He needed to raise Sophia to adulthood. This was the final charge of an adult, and he was determined to fulfill it. Resolutely, Rain tightened his grip and lifted Sophia into his arms, ignoring her resistance. Though merely a guard, Rain was a formidable warrior, though not legendary. He was a seasoned fighter of level 20, a reason he had been chosen as Warner's protector. More importantly, it was his loyalty that allowed Warner to entrust Sophia to him. Now, Rain would not betray Warner's trust. He would carry Sophia far away, always contemplating their escape. In the distance, another figure wandered desolately across the wilderness, occasionally pulling his clothing tighter around him and casting a fireball spell to warm himself. Luckily, he was a mage. Otherwise, he would surely freeze to death. This wretched figure was Julian, who had been stranded here for nearly a day, lost in the passage of time. Damn it! What kind of cursed place is this? Why is it nothing but snow? No, there are a few old trees, but what use are they? Could there not be a couple of beasts around? This prince is on the verge of starvation. Achoo! Julian sneezed, wiped his nose, and flicked away the mucus, leaving on the ground. He then rubbed his hands in the snow, instantly feeling a wave of delight. Indeed, this had become a form of entertainment for him. What misfortune it was. After barely a month of being a prince, he found himself transported to this desolate land, devoid of civilization. Was it the fate of the heavens to see him suffer? As he pondered this, he yearned for the blissful days of princely life, surrounded by attendants, with mountains of gold at home and the protection of his father. What a perfect existence it had been. Now, however, Julian could only sense that he retained a few spells, could still communicate with the system within him, and felt the divine presence of Mistra. Everything else was lost. Even the magical net he could once see with closed eyes had vanished, as though it had never existed in this realm. This realization confirmed for Julian that he had indeed entered another world, for everyone in Ethereal knew that the magical net was omnipresent. Yet, a small comfort remained. He still possessed a handful of spells, allowing him a glimmer of resistance against potential dangers, preventing him from being instantly annihilated. Was the past month merely a novice phase? Were they allowing him to level up, only to thrust him into a perilous world once he was adequately prepared? Julian stroked his smooth chin, envisioning the Klitsch S of a third-rate web game. As Julian indulged in his fanciful thoughts, a dark speck gradually approached from the distance. Hello, I'm Julian, he thought. What is that? His heart raced with excitement. Could it be a person? A surge of joy enveloped him. The heavens must have shown him mercy, for he had wandered alone in this wilderness like a headless fly for nearly a day. The solitude had been unbearable. No companionship, no conversation, and no mutual support. The vast wilderness might be free of immediate danger, but who could predict the emergence of a fearsome beast from the shadows? Thus, Julian remained on edge, and the sight of a figure, resembling a human, filled him with elation. He had always believed that there was a way out, that he was not entirely alone. Even if it were not a human, any intelligent being would suffice to inform him of his whereabouts. Julian brushed his head, shaking off the snowflakes that had settled in his hair, adjusted his appearance, cleared his throat, and promptly rushed toward the distant figure. However, he soon realized that running in the snow was ill-advised. If Julian could spot the figure, then naturally, the individual could also see him. Miss, be careful. There is someone ahead. Rain's icy gaze fixed upon Julian as he sprinted toward them. One hand drew his sword from his waist, while the other instinctively shielded Sophia, revealing that in his heart, she was his utmost priority, even above his own safety. As the figure approached, Ryan remained vigilant, his focus unwavering until he discerned the identity of the newcomer, a mere low-level mage, devoid of any threat. Uncle Ryan, is everything all right? Sophia asked, biting her lip and gazing at him with an innocent yet perceptive expression. She was not naive. She had gleaned the gravity of her situation from her father's and Ryan's behavior, coupled with the scenes she had witnessed. Nevertheless, she still relied heavily on Ryan. Everything is fine, just a wanderer encountered in the wilderness. No need for concern, Ryan reassured her, averting his gaze, unable to bear the pain reflected in her eyes. Before long, Julian, utilizing a spell to hasten his pace, hurried to catch up with them, mindful of not losing sight of Ryan. Goodness, this biting wind on a snowy day feels like daggers. It hurts, he exclaimed, squinting against the cold as he assessed his direction. The distance between the two groups was minimal, and soon, Julian was panting beside Ryan, though his eyes remained fixed on him with caution. "Hello, I am Julian, a prince. I seem to have lost my way. Could you kindly inform me of my whereabouts?" After catching his breath, Julian stood tall and composed, extending a hand toward Ryan while his gaze remained locked on Sophia, swallowing nervously. Sophia, witnessing Julian's demeanor, found herself amused rather than offended, covering her mouth with a giggle. Unbeknownst to her, her charming appearance, rosy cheeks and slightly upturned lips, rendered Julian momentarily speechless. With a gulp, Julian lowered his head in embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. This elicited a frown from Ryan, who remained on high alert. "I apologize, but we must continue our journey." "Please, excuse us," Ryan replied coldly, maintaining his vigilance around Julian, a stranger who had appeared so suddenly. Despite Julian's seemingly frail demeanor, Ryan was not about to let his guard down. He felt like a startled beast, restless at the faintest disturbance, eager to send Julian on his way, and even contemplating eliminating him to safeguard their whereabouts. However, he knew Sophia, with her gentle heart, would never agree to such a course of action. "Hey there, uncle, it's all right. I'm lost too, so why not let me accompany you? Wherever you go, I shall follow," Julian said, fully aware of Ryan's intent to dismiss him. Yet, he could not bear the thought of being alone in this snowy expanse. Thus, his resolve was firm. He would stick closely to Ryan and Sophia, following them to a place where people dwelled. Regarding his own safety, Julian felt no concern. The kindness reflected in the eyes of the young girl before him assured him of her benevolent nature. After speaking with Rain, Julian immediately implored the girl behind him. Though he felt a sense of shame for exploiting others' compassion, the value of his life took precedence. Rain, fully aware of Julian's subtle actions, found himself helpless in the face of the girl's disposition. With a resigned glance at Sophia's hopeful gaze, he turned away, casting a cold glance at Julian, his demeanor uninviting. As if to say, "I do not know who you are, but I will allow you to accompany us. However, I shall not wait for you. Whether you can keep up is your own concern." With that, Rain took Sophia by the hand and moved ahead, while Sophia offered Julian a sympathetic glance. Yet, they had scarcely taken a few steps when Rain suddenly halted, pausing before continuing. "Remember, there's one more warning. Do not harbor any thoughts towards a young lady. She is beyond your reach." Julian nodded vigorously. Although Sophia was indeed enchanting, he could sense the lethal intent in Rain's words. That icy gaze lingered ominously around him, making him acutely aware that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, for the sake of his own life, Julian extinguished the flickering thoughts in his heart. "Never mind," he reassured himself. "Once I return, I can find any girl I desire. This is merely a flower. I possess an entire garden, so there is no need to panic." Nevertheless, he found himself pondering why this girl seemed so familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Perhaps it was a mere error in recollection. Julian gazed thoughtfully at Sophia's retreating figure. The group trudged through the snow-laden expanse, with Rain deliberately maintaining a leisurely pace for Sophia's sake, allowing Julian to keep up. However, Rain consistently distanced himself from Julian, only tossing a morsel of food to him during their journey. Having gone a day without sustenance, Julian devoured the offering with fervor, unexpectedly warming to Rain's character. This seemingly stern man possessed a heart of gold indeed. As he ate, Julian glanced up at Rain's weathered face, which bore the marks of time. Were he on Earth, he might be mistaken for a grandfather. "Lord Eliphek, we have searched thoroughly. There is no sign of the person we seek in the city." "Incompetent," Eliphek growled darkly, swatting aside the messenger. "If they are not within the city, then why not search outside?" With a scowl, he dismissed the bothersome individual. Hovering above the devastated city of ice and snow, Eliphek wore a cruel smile, though it quickly transformed into fury. His capricious temperament was a hallmark of demonic nature, and as a demigod-level demon lord, Eliphek epitomized this volatility perfectly. This time, Eliphek, a formidable being from the frozen abyss, was displeased to be dispatched by his master for such a trivial task. Although he had vented some of his pent-up frustrations, a lingering dissatisfaction remained. However, this occasion led Eliphek to uncover a hidden secret, one that his master had long concealed from him. "After capturing that girl, did you truly believe I would return? How laughable! Loyalty? How could a demon possess loyalty?" A flash of crimson malice flickered in Eliphek's eyes as he gazed upon the distant snowfields, a cruel smile twisting his grotesque features. It was evident that Alephike had ulterior motives. This was the true nature of demons. Chaotic beings whose notions of loyalty and order were merely shackles imposed by more powerful entities. When they glimpse an opportunity for ascendance, they unhesitatingly cast aside their fealty. For power is paramount. Meanwhile, two legendary demons, utterly oblivious to Alephike's intentions, were urgently scouring the area for their mission target. They dared not entertain any doubts. For despite their status as legendary figures, they remained insignificant in the presence of abyssal lords who could rival deities. The abyss was unlike the material plane. Here, divine powers could be wielded freely, unlike in the primary material realm and other inferior planes, where the upper limits of power faced varying degrees of suppression. My lord, we have yet to locate her. I have scoured the entire city. Aside from the wailing commoners, I have not seen the woman depicted in the portrait. Useless. If you cannot find her, why do you not continue searching? Do you require my presence to accompany you? This legendary demon, clearly in a foul mood, had every reason to be so. Although Alephike had effortlessly dispatched Warner in their recent confrontation, Warner's dying attack had inflicted considerable wounds upon him. Thus, the approach of this bumbling demon was an invitation for rebuke. After receiving a scolding, the high-ranking demon departed in shame, mobilizing others to explore the desolate expanse outside. These wretched insects have subjected me to such humiliation. Should I find them, I will surely crush you. The reprimanded demon, evidently of some standing, was accompanied by several lower-tier demons who nodded submissively. Let us head north. We must hunt down those wretched stragglers. Simultaneously, dozens of demons split into various squads. Searching in all directions, the remaining ones began scouring the ruins for any survivors, unearthing hidden barriers to seize either the living or treasures contained within, stuffing their pockets with the spoils. Such moments presented rare opportunities for these demons to amass wealth. Do not presume that demons are indifferent to wealth. In truth, they are exceedingly concerned about it. For within the depths of chaos, there exists a marketplace where riches and resources can be exchanged for that which they desire. This insatiable pursuit of invasion into other realms is fueled by such motivations. At this juncture, Julian remains blissfully unaware that the seemingly innocent white leg he clings to has transformed into a formidable black leg, attracting a horde of demons. Had he been cognizant of this peril, he would have undoubtedly fled, for his frail limbs could scarcely withstand such turmoil. Alas, he is oblivious and continues to orbit around Ryan, occasionally donning a charming smile for Sophia, presenting her with trinkets that elicit shy smiles from her, leaving Julian in a state of disarray. Uncle Ryan, why must we move so swiftly? It feels as if we are evading something ominous. Julian remarked nonchalantly during a moment of respite. Unbeknownst to him, his casual words sent a shiver down Ryan's spine, causing his expression to shift dramatically. His gaze towards Julian oscillating between anxiety and displeasure. Sighing heavily, Ryan's face bore a hint of bitterness. Since you have surmised the truth, there is little more to say. Indeed, we are fugitives pursued by unseen forces. Ryan's self-deprecating humor at the mention of being a fugitive did not reach Julian, who assumed it was merely the unfriendly uncle's jest. However, he soon discovered that his ill-fated words held a grim truth, as confirmed by Sophia's reaction. Uncle Ryan, when you say we're being pursued, could it be that my father— Sophia's voice faltered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with a flicker of hope as she looked towards Ryan, yearning for reassurance that this was but a jest. Ryan, however, did not offer such comfort. He merely nodded, a bitter acknowledgement. Indeed, miss, you have discerned the reality. I shall not conceal it any longer. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Sophia could no longer restrain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Julian, as an unintentional bystander, began to sense an ominous dread creeping in. Ryan continued, Miss, your suspicions are correct. Lord Warner entrusted me with your safety, anticipating the worst. Alas, that worst has materialized. Our city is no more, and the realm of ice and snow shall cease to exist. I am no longer a guardian, but merely a wretched wanderer. No, this cannot be. Why would this happen? My father is a legendary warrior. How could anyone vanquish him? And why did he not flee? Why did he remain there? Sophia lamented, her voice breaking as she buried her face in her arms, tears soaking her sleeves. At that moment, Julian found himself in a state of bewilderment. What had he just heard? A legendary warrior had fallen? What manner of dreadful world was this? Is it truly so arduous to survive beyond the novice village? This world is terrifying. Mother, I wish to return. Julius felt a profound sense of unease within him. Meanwhile, Rain clearly noticed the expression on Julius's face, his eyes reflecting disdain and coldness. If you wish to depart, you are free to do so. I shall not impede you. How could I possibly abandon you at such a critical juncture after you rescued me? Julius replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. It would be absurd to flee alone when an entire city has been devastated, especially one as legendary as this. The pursuers will undoubtedly be numerous. Julius was not foolish. He understood that if he separated from the two of them now, his demise would be imminent. By staying with them, he at least had Rain, a formidable warrior of the highest caliber, by his side. Alone, he would be nothing more than easy prey for the pursuing enemies. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of urgency began to swell within Julius. He had an unsettling premonition that something malevolent was about to manifest. However, a premonition is merely that, a premonition. At least for the moment, Julius remained safe. While Julius was lost in his thoughts, Rain nodded slightly, satisfied with Julius's response. They were now bound together in their fate. If something were to go awry, none would escape unscathed. Had Julius attempted to flee on his own, Rain would have pretended to acquiesce, but he would have acted from the shadows, for Julius had been with them long enough to be aware of his and Sophia's whereabouts. If the pursuers discovered this, both he and Sophia would be in peril. Thus, Rain would have had no choice but to eliminate Julius. Fortunately, Julius proved to be wise enough not to entertain the notion of fleeing alone. So, Rain, what shall we do now? Where do we go from here? Where to? We cannot go anywhere, Rain replied, momentarily taken aback, his resolute visage revealing a faint bitterness. Indeed, as he stated, in this realm, no one dared to offer them refuge, for the power of the demigod demons was sufficient to obliterate the entire plane. But we cannot remain in the wilderness indefinitely. If this continues, we shall soon run out of provisions. Julius rubbed his stomach, feeling the pangs of hunger once more. In truth, we must remain in the wilderness until we are no longer of concern to anyone, Rain stated, rising from the snow and brushing off the flakes from his clothes, clearing the traces left on the ground. Let us move northward, continuing until we reach a desolate area. And remember, do not leave footprints. Rain cast a fleeting glance at Julius, who startled and promptly stood, casting a spell of haste upon himself. Although this spell was primarily for acceleration, it also conferred a lightness to his movements. However, both men deliberately chose to ignore Sophia. Rain could not bear to witness his once carefree lady now bearing an expression of desolation, while Julius felt a pang of sorrow seeing the beautiful girl in such distress. Yet he found himself powerless to assist her, so he chose to avert his gaze and stifle his concern. The three of them moved swiftly in the direction of the wind, heading north. Their pace quickened as Rain was acutely aware of the nature of the individuals pursuing them. They were far more resilient to the cold than mere mortals. Half a day after the departure of the group, led by Ron, 3 waves of individuals arrived at the scene. The first 2 were evidently of little consequence, engaging in idle chatter before departing. However, the third wave was markedly different. It was led by a high-ranking demon who had previously endured 2 reprimands. Incensed with fury, he frantically sought out Sophia, driven by a desire for vengeance. After all, the 2 who had scolded him were formidable, one a demigod and the other a legend, both of significant stature, while he, a mere high-ranking demon, felt utterly powerless to retaliate. Consequently, he directed all his pent-up resentment towards Run and Sophia, intensifying his search. My lord, there are no traces here. Should we continue our search northward? A mid-level ice demon inquired cautiously, glancing at the larger high-ranking demon before him. At this moment, they were over 100 kilometers from the city of ice, and the 5 of them had been scouring the area for nearly a day. Advancing further north would lead them into desolation, a place even demons were reluctant to venture. Hence, this mid-level demon, discontent with the lack of progress, yearned to return and partake in the spoils of food rather than trailing behind a foolish leader like a dog. Yet, his words went unheard by the larger demon, who had stumbled upon something intriguing. He approached the spot where Ron had lingered, gently picking up a snowflake while displaying a triumphant smile. The 4 mid-level demons around him exchanged glances, each harboring doubts about their leader's sanity. Why abandon the comforts of the city to chase after someone, only to now grin foolishly at a mere snowflake? Was this not the epitome of folly? They could scarcely fathom that even demons could fall prey to such absurdity. Ha ha ha. Perseverance bears fruit. At last, I, Cass, have uncovered clue. You foolish mortals shall soon know the true meaning of a demon's wrath. The high-ranking demon named Cass bellowed with laughter, crushing the snowflake in his hand. A single pristine tear lingering at his thick fingertips. What a pure tear it was, what a beautiful tear. Once I capture you, I shall ensure that you leave behind not just 100, but 1,000, even 10,000 such tears beneath my grasp. This solitary tear was a remnant of Sophia's sorrow. Julian and Ren would not concern themselves with such trivial details, yet fate had dealt them a misfortune in encountering Cass, the ice demon with an extraordinary sense of smell. He possessed the uncanny ability to analyze every component within a snowflake and extract it with precision. Thus, whether it be remnants of flesh, tears, or even urine, he could identify them all. This unique talent allowed him to discern a scent in the snow unlike any other, that of the pure and unblemished tear. The nature of demons, inherently linked to impurity, rendered them instinctively attuned to purity. This convergence enabled Cass to trace the lingering presence of Ren, Julian, and Sophia within the snowy expanse. At this moment, several dim-witted intermediate demons surrounding Cass began to comprehend the prowess of their leader, gazing at him with a mixture of envy and admiration. After all, this was a significant achievement. Everyone understood that capturing this individual would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. On the other hand, Cass reveled in their attention, basking in their admiration until he eventually regained his composure. Turning to them, he inquired, "Are you willing to accompany me?" "Absolutely, Lord Cass. We are more than willing." The demons eagerly nodded, their earlier despondency forgotten. With the prospect of glory now within reach, who among them would dare to abstain? Very well, Cass nodded with satisfaction, calculating his next moves. Upon completing this mission and returning to the abyss, he was certain to be granted a territory, and he would need his own loyal followers. These individuals were the perfect candidates for that role, and he intended to win them over. Then, let us depart. With that, the 5 demons, including Cass, excitedly unfurled their wings and soared into the sky, heading northward. Unlike Rain, who was burdened by Sophia, they flew swiftly, propelled by a clear sense of direction, avoiding the chaotic floundering of lost souls. Within a few short hours, they were nearing the location of Rain and Julian. Meanwhile, Rain, who had been advancing quietly, suddenly froze in place. "Are they coming?" Julian, startled by Rain's reaction, quickly inquired, "Uncle Rain, what are you talking about?" "What is coming?" The battle began without delay. Almost immediately, 5 colossal figures materialized in the sky behind Julian, their silhouettes gradually magnifying in his sight. "Is that a demon?" Julian muttered almost unconsciously. "Indeed, it is them, the brazen marauders from the lower plains. They are the ones who laid waste to our city and obliterated our peaceful world." At that moment, Rain ceased contemplating escape. It was already too late. Once they had been detected, the chance for flight had vanished. In truth, Julian had already recognized the nature of these demons. They were ice demons hailing from the abyss. In ethereal, these demons had long been subdued by the gods and various powerful races. Though they frequently erupted into conflict within their own realm, such skirmishes seldom affected other planes. In fact, the Frost Kingdom had once hosted a demigod demon lord, who had been funded to reclaim his territory in the abyss. Yet, it was precisely this knowledge that underscored the demons' formidable strength. Although their power in the material plane was constrained by the rules of the realm, their sheer physicality rendered them formidable adversaries. At that moment, Julian felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness. As this world relentlessly shattered the worldview he had painstakingly constructed in ethereal. In this realm, the absence of the magical web, the lack of a belief system, and even the indifference of deities towards mortals render the presence of lower-plane demons astonishingly brazen. They appear in the material world, engaging in wanton slaughter and robbery. This scenario starkly contrasts with Julian's perception of ethereal. It more closely resembles the tumultuous epics chronicled in ancient texts. Yet, during those chaotic times, there still existed a semblance of faith in the magical web. While Julian was momentarily lost in thought, Cass burst into laughter. and the remaining 4 demons circled the trio with an unspoken agreement. One of them leered at Sophia, a greedy smile plastered across his face. Huh, who would have thought that, amid such encirclement, 3 individuals could escape? The guards assigned to protect them are truly a foolish lot. They shall face dire consequences upon our return. Cass, now at ease, felt victory was assured. He dismissed the notion that these feeble humans could triumph over them, viewing the trio as mere prey awaiting slaughter. It must be acknowledged that Rain had concealed himself remarkably well upon spotting Cass and his cohort. He employed some form of technique to cloak his presence, firmly maintaining his status as a mid-level warrior. In contrast, Julian deemed it unnecessary to conceal himself. His prowess as a level 7 mage failed to pique the interest of those around him. As for Sophia, the girl drew no focus whatsoever, for she exuded not a hint of energy fluctuation, appearing as an ordinary human. Even in this dire moment, Sophia remained a picture of desolation, eliciting Julian's sympathy. Anyone would falter after descending from the heights of nobility to the depths of misfortune, especially with the loss of a father who had always treated her kindly. Such a blow would leave even Julian, with his own uncertainties, doubting his ability to regain composure within mere hours. Rain glanced at Sophia, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, simultaneously casting a pleading look towards Julian. Julian understood that gaze all too well. With a soft sigh, he recognized that the uncle he had often found irksome had resolved to fight for a cause. At this moment, Julian was uncertain of what to do, yet the primal instinct for survival remained. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure Sophia's escape. Julian reciprocated the look, offering Rain a measure of solace, while his gaze remained fixed on Cass, the strongest among their adversaries. Though Cass was merely an 18th level high demon, 2 levels below Rain, he was not alone. 4 other 15th level, mid-level demons accompanied him. The combined strength of their ranks significantly narrowed the gap between the 2 sides. Moreover, these demons were ice demons, possessing an inherent advantage in the current climate, and their enhanced physical abilities rendered them more formidable than Rain in this confrontation. However, Rain harbored his own intentions. His aim was not to eliminate these individuals, but rather to delay them. He intended to wait until Julian had escorted Sophia to safety before executing a mutual destruction strategy. As long as he ensured that their leader, Cass, met his demise, the remaining adversaries would lack the capacity to continue. Thus, Rain would achieve his objective. Moreover, if fortune favored him, he might inflict a grievous injury upon Cass while concealing his true strength, potentially leaving all these demons behind. Yet, such hope was exceedingly slim. Hey, old man, step aside quickly and comply with my request to return with me. I can assure you that you will remain alive throughout the journey, Cass boasted, standing arrogantly before Rain, utterly unguarded. As a demon from the abyss, he possessed unwavering confidence in his physique, dismissing the notion that a mere mid-tier warrior could penetrate his formidable hide. Thus, he stood brazenly before Rain, his gaze fixated on Julian and Sophia behind him. And you, little one, he sneered, eyeing Julian with disdain, with your delicate skin, should you be willing to serve the illustrious Lord Cass, I might consider granting you a reprieve. What do you say? Care to contemplate it? Ha ha ha. A chill ran down Julian's spine, nearly prompting him to retch. However, the circumstances were beyond his control. Cass's arrogance stemmed from his overwhelming dominance over the 3 present, yet he seemed oblivious to the presence of the elder he had derisively referred to as old man. While Cass remained distracted, Rain had quietly prepared, his hands concealed within his sleeves, steadily accumulating energy. Against a foe like Cass, success hinged upon a single, lethal strike. Failure would yield no second chance. Thus, Rain patiently awaited the opportune moment, which had now finally arrived. In an instant, Rain pivoted sharply, unleashing a long sword that shot forth from his hand, crackling with electric energy and exuding a chilling aura. Seizing the element of surprise, he pierced Cass's chest, the blade penetrating through to his heart. At that moment, all were rendered speechless. The mid-tier demons stared in shock at the bloodied tip of the sword, momentarily paralyzed, while Cass felt a jolt of coldness wash over his body. Upon realizing he had been impaled, he struggled to turn his head and confront Rain, whose face was splattered with blood. You seek death. Cass was undoubtedly injured. The facade of a subdued high-ranking warrior had led this arrogant and overconfident demon to underestimate Rain. Failing to eliminate the most significant threat to himself in the first instance was a grave error, born of Cass's misplaced self-assurance. Yet, it now appeared that this confidence had surpassed its limits. In that fleeting moment, the other intermediate demons were equally taken aback, hastily relinquishing their hold on Julian and Sophia to encircle the bloodied Rain. Despicable human, we never anticipated your treachery, concealing your true strength. What kind of warrior are you? You ought to consider a career as a contemptible thief. Indeed, a true warrior should engage in genuine combat. If you were to prevail, we would certainly allow your departure. However, your actions compel us to take action against you. Rain dismissed their words utterly. As demons, they embodied two fundamental traits: the oppression of the weak and a penchant for deceit. Had Rain not concealed his prowess and opted for a direct confrontation from the outset, he would inevitably have faced a relentless onslaught, leaving him with no chance of survival. The small demons were not worth his attention. He needed to act swiftly, ensuring that their leader did not regain his composure. Gritting his teeth, Rain remained vigilant, watching Cass intently. Although he had pierced Cass's heart with his previous strike, demons were renowned for their formidable physiques, and Rain would not naively presume that such an attack had rendered Cass incapable of fighting. At most, it had merely diminished his strength by half. Yet that was sufficient. "You all leave. I shall handle this," Rain declared, rising with his sword poised. His icy gaze fixed firmly on the surrounding demons, preventing any underhanded actions. Meanwhile, he urged Julian to escort Sophia away, to which Julian, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, complied without hesitation, knowing full well that he had no place in such confrontation. He had no desire to appear brave when he lacked the strength to back it up. Immediately, Julian grasped Sophia's still somewhat bewildered wrist, the chill of her skin sending a jolt through him. But there was no time for reflection. He resolutely took her hand and sprinted away. However, what none anticipated was that Cass and his companions had no intention of hindering their escape. Instead, their focus remained solely on Rain, instilling a foreboding feeling within him. Once Julian had distanced himself, Cass, who had been mending his wounds, suddenly rose, a sinister grin twisting his grotesque features. "Old fool, your fate is sealed. Now that they have departed, no one can aid you." As Cass's mouth stretched into a wide grin, an offensive stench wafted towards Rain, causing him to grimace. "Did you believe that your previous strike had severely wounded me? You likely underestimated Lord Cass, who possesses two demon hearts by nature. You merely pierced one. I still retain the other. While this affects my strength, it is merely a reduction of 1/3. Prepare to meet your demise, old man." With that, Cass exhaled a frigid cloud of darkness, embodying the essence of corrosion and frost, beginning to envelop Rain's body. However, this was merely a tentative assault from both sides. Nevertheless, it left Rain slightly beleaguered. Meanwhile, several scattered mid-level demons began to swoop in from the periphery, seeking opportunities to harass Rain. Although these skirmishes posed no significant threat, they served to distract him. At this moment, Rain required unwavering focus, for only with such concentration could he swiftly eliminate the greatest threat, Cass. On the other side, Cass observed the unfolding scene with a sinister grin. He ascended into the air, surveying Rain from a lofty vantage point, while brandishing the demonic trident in his hand, unleashing frigid blasts that plummeted to the ground. Upon impact, these icy projectiles ignited, eroding the surrounding snow into a viscous sludge infused with earth. Under such relentless onslaught, even Rain found it difficult to defend himself, suffering no fewer than 3 strikes, each tearing away substantial portions of his clothing and flesh. Yet, he did not utter a single cry. Rather, this pain imbued him with an unprecedented tranquility. A chilling sensation surged from deep within his heart, invigorating his body, and, eventually, he even began to relish the intensity of the assault. This transformation, perhaps unnoticed by Rain, did not escape Cass's keen gaze. The terror flickered in his immense demonic eyes. The old fool was advancing at this moment. How infuriating! Cass understood that this ascension was not a mere promotion to legendary status, but rather a significant step towards it, a high-level warrior's burgeoning comprehension of their domain, marking the threshold of quasi-legendary prowess. Yet, Even this breakthrough was sufficient to invert the power dynamics on the battlefield. If Rain succeeded, while he might not be able to obliterate Cass outright, it would render Cass and his cadre of mid-level demons utterly incapable of defeating him. At that juncture, Cass would be faced with two grim choices: to fight to the bitter end, leading to their annihilation, or to flee and seek reinforcements, thereby diluting any potential glory, an outcome he wished to avoid. Moreover, the prospect of whether he could even locate his allies again loomed as a daunting uncertainty. In the briefest moment, Cass resolved to interrupt Rain's ascension, even at the risk of his own safety. Attack him. Cass gritted his teeth, revealing a fierce countenance, and commanded one of his underlings, who had been slacking off, to engage. His cold and ruthless gaze swept over the other three demons. Indeed, before taking such a risk, Cass needed to ensure that his subordinates exhausted their energy, lest he succeed in vanquishing Rain, only to be betrayed by his own. For demons, nothing guarantees loyalty more than absolute power and unyielding dominance. Several intermediate demons, unwilling to show any complacency, unleashed their formidable abilities. It must be noted that even though these desperate intermediate demons could not inflict damage upon Ryan, they still managed to pose considerable challenges. Ryan found himself compelled to multitask, wielding his longsword not only to defend against Cass's attacks, but also to guard against the formidable abilities of the other intermediate demons. Consequently, the pressure mounted, and the energy within Ryan rapidly diminished, yet simultaneously, his awareness and insight grew exponentially. Ryan's momentum began to accumulate, propelling him toward an entirely new zenith. A resounding crash echoed as Ryan thrust his longsword forward with great ferocity. An intermediate demon, caught off guard, never anticipated that the human before him would dare to counterattack. Thus, its defense was hasty and unprepared. In an instant, Ryan severed the demon's wings, leaving it with a barren torso, while its sharp fangs were shattered upon impact. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The ensuing sword energy infiltrated its body, relentlessly dismantling its physiological functions. Though the demon's physique was robust, it paled in comparison to Ryan, who towered 5 levels above, even exceeding that by half a level. The demon's once proud body became inconsequential. The sword energy seemed to take root within its very being, continually ravaging its form. As the demon's regeneration could not keep pace with the destruction, it realized its doom was imminent. This time, there would be no salvation. It did not perish in the chaotic abyss, nor did it succumb on the brutal battlefield, but instead met its end in the seemingly serene realms. A disgrace for any demon. Its eyes, filled with yearning, sought Cass and a few companions who had previously shared laughter, yet they offered not a glance in return. Cass, in particular, regarded it with cold indifference, a fleeting glance imbued with disdain and contempt. Such is the nature of demons, fixated solely on themselves. Even though Cass had previously exhibited arrogance and a modicum of regard for his companions, all of that paled in comparison to his own importance. Even if one of their kind was slain, what of it? Merely an instance of their own negligence. Yet, there remained 4 other demons, including himself, and he was eager to see how Ryan would fare against them. Cass extended his hands, regarding Ryan with disdain, yet his eyes betrayed a profound seriousness. One should not assume that his previous arrogance and meticulousness encapsulated his entirety. In truth, anyone who could navigate the treacherous abyss to such an extent was far from ordinary. The simple-minded had long since been eliminated. Survival of the fittest. Only the strong are deemed worthy to exist. Such is the law of the abyss. However, Ryan did not respond to Cass. In his eyes, this was merely a clumsy attempt to provoke him. The typically composed Ryan would not fall for such tricks. He steadfastly held his long sword, firmly locking onto his targets, devoid of any distraction. In his heart, he harbored but one objective: to annihilate them, to eradicate every enemy before him, with no thought of self-preservation or retreat. Upon realizing that his schemes had failed, Cass remained unfazed and continued to command the other 3 demons to initiate their assault. It was only after these demons had exhausted themselves that Cass would take action. Should Ren successfully advance before that, Cass would not hesitate to withdraw. Although he was incapable of defeating Cass, it was unrealistic for Ren to capture him, unless he possessed some extraordinary talent, something Ren evidently did not. After a prolonged standoff, A few intermediate demons could no longer contain their impatience and launched tentative attacks, employing their most formidable techniques. However, they proved utterly ineffective. Every trick they possessed faltered before Ren. At that moment, Ren felt an unprecedented surge of strength, having begun to touch the realm he once deemed unattainable. If he succeeded in this battle, Ren was confident he could ascend to legendary status and, alongside Sophia, establish a new city of ice and snow. Casting his gaze upon the three trembling intermediate demons and the one fixated on him, Cass, Ren taunted, "What's the holdup? Are you afraid after all this time?" Who would have thought that even demons, typically so unruly, could experience fear? Had Ren been a helpless individual or faced with overwhelming power, these intermediate demons would have eagerly demonstrated why they were called demons. Yet, they lacked the courage to act, especially with a grim example of one of their own gravely wounded nearby, seemingly beyond salvation. Thus, they chose to ignore Ren's words. As time ticked away, neither side dared to unleash their ultimate abilities. Just as Cass had anticipated, the longer the confrontation persisted, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. At that moment, Ren's momentum had reached its zenith. With just a slight provocation, he could step into the realm of quasi-legendary status. And Cass and his companions could find themselves on their knees if they were careless. Cass surveyed his four subordinates, aside from one who was barely clinging to life. The remaining three appeared utterly drained, their energy fluctuations significantly weakened, clearly lacking any reserves. Meanwhile, Ren was left with only about half of his energy. For Cass, this outcome was nearly perfect. Although he had incessantly harassed Ren during the previous skirmish, he had also been diligently mending his pierced heart, a process that was now nearing completion. While this newly formed heart lacked resilience, it was sufficient for him to execute a trump card. It was almost time. The game was about to end. The old fool awaited the outcome, and I shall take that girl with me. She cannot escape. Cass's resentful words incessantly provoked Ren. As their gazes locked, each perceiving the fighting spirit reflected in the other's eyes, the three agile intermediate demons surrounding him wisely kept their distance. However, how could Ren acquiesce to their desires? With a swift motion, he raised his long sword, and a beam of light swept forth, catching the three demons unawares. Though they did not meet the same fate as the first, they were grievously injured. Yet, Ren's actions left Cass momentarily stunned, only to be followed by a surge of delight. "Ha ha, old man, in this dire moment, you still dare to squander your energy on these insignificant beings. It appears you do not regard Lord Cass with the proper respect. Fear not, for when the time comes for your departure, Lord Cass will be quite decisive and ensure you suffer no pain." As Cass's words echoed, a dark luminescence surged into his form, causing his body to expand with an ominous, deep crimson hue unique to the abyss. An explosive energy began to swell within Cass, and in that fleeting instant, Ren sensed that Cass had attained the prowess of a level 20 warrior. Such power was truly formidable. Cass reveled in this moment, casting a glance at Ren. "Old man, you should consider yourself fortunate. It is you who has driven Lord Cass to this extent. I shall ensure you relish the experience." With that, Cass unfurled his wings, unleashing a frigid gale laden with malevolence toward Ren. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon Ren. He had a premonition that should he be struck by this assault, he would at the very least lose a layer of skin. However, he did not choose to flee. Instead, he stood resolute, gazing up at the grinning Cass, closing his eyes and bringing his hands together as if in prayer. Yet it was anything but. As the devastating gale approached, snow began to swirl. Flakes ascended from the ground, as though the heavens had turned upside down, radiating a brilliant light emanating from Ren. Each flake seemed imbued with a divine luminescence. Meanwhile, Cass was not idle. His wings flapped vigorously, unleashing torrents of gale-force winds. Black, white, snowflakes, sandstorms. The two forces collided, erupting in a tremendous surge. In the distance, Julian silently glanced back. Victory? Defeat? Ren's demise? The wasteland was shrouded in night, a crescent moon hanging in the sky, while the ground lay utterly transformed. The surrounding trees were scattered by the overwhelming onslaught, and the once pristine snow had been disfigured by the winds, forming chaotic mounds. Now, not a single sound of life could be heard. All the beasts had long since been reduced to dust amidst the tumult. and both combatants had succumbed to silence following the immense clash, leaving the state of affairs unknown. Cough, cough. A voice approached slowly from afar, the figure making its way cautiously, pausing intermittently to survey the surroundings for any signs of danger. Once assured of safety, they beckoned to the rear, and a petite, frail female figure gradually emerged from the snow. Sophia, it is safe here. Come quickly. Julian had only just learned the name of Sophia moments ago, yet he could not fathom any connection between the girl before him and the demigod of the same name, considering it merely a coincidence. For there were undoubtedly many girls in the world bearing that name. At this moment, Julian and Sophia had returned because the recent battle had long since pulled Sophia from her confusion. She insisted on going back to check on Raina's condition. Julian did not comprehend the bond between the two of them, but given Sophia's unwavering determination, he could only acquiesce. After all, in this desolate world, even if Julian had managed to escape, he had no idea how far he could go. Thus, he resigned himself to accompany the girl, risking his life to see what lay ahead. However, upon their arrival, the battle had already reached its conclusion, leaving behind a foul and putrid mixture of thick, bloody snow, with no trace of rain or the demons in sight. At that moment, Sophia had already dissolved into tears, her crystalline droplets glistening with a pure radiance under the moonlight, incessantly tugging at Julian's heart and accumulating a profound sorrow within him. It's all right. Uncle Rain is so formidable. He must be fine, Julian reassured himself. He extended his hand, cautiously touching Sophia's shoulder, then gently wrapped his arms around her fragile form, cradling her head in an attempt to offer some solace. Uncle Rain, Sophia sobbed, fully aware, perhaps more than anyone else, that her last remaining relative had just departed this world to protect her, leaving her utterly alone. In a single night, she had lost all her family, friends, and playmates. Julian was at a loss for words to comfort the girl. At that moment, silence felt like the only appropriate response. A sudden rustle broke the stillness as snowflakes swirled around, and a hand emerged from beneath the snow. "Who?" Julian exclaimed, yanking Sophia behind him, for it was Rain who had saved his life. Thus, it was now Julian's duty to protect Sophia. Yet, no response came to Julian's cry. A frail voice, struggling to move, began to clear the snow that enveloped it. "It's Uncle Rain." Just as Julian cautiously began to retreat, Sophia's voice erupted in a joyful scream, and without a moment's hesitation, she darted past Julian. Disregarding the snow and the filthy ground that soaked her garments, frantically digging in the snow. Simultaneously, her joyful tears fell freely, one after another, creating an illusion for Julian that as those tears mingled with the snow, the entire world felt significantly more tranquil. After a brief moment of astonishment, Julian quickly stepped forward to assist. After several minutes, Rain's weary body was finally pulled from the snow by Julian, who draped his own coat over Rain. Meanwhile, Sophia retrieved water from her spatial ring, feeding it to Rain sip by sip. After what felt like an eternity, Rain finally opened his eyes, though he still appeared quite weak. Why are you here?" he managed to utter, with 3 portions of reproach, 3 portions of joy, and 4 portions of self-reproach. Rain gently caressed Sophia's tear-streaked face. "Uncle Rain, let's depart from this place." Unable to contain her sorrow, Sophia suddenly buried her head in Rain's embrace, tears cascading like a broken dam. Yet, Rain remained silent, and Julian recognized the dire state Rain was in. He was less alive than merely hanging on by a thread. In that moment, Rain resembled an elderly man on the brink of death, quietly gazing at Sophia, his lips curling into a faint smile reminiscent of many aged souls reminiscing about their vibrant youth. Sophia, nestled in Rain's arms, seemed to sense something profound. She sobbed and pulled away, her tear-filled eyes locking onto Rain's. "Uncle, please don't leave me." Upon hearing this, Rain offered a slight smile, quickly replaced by an expression of anguish as the pain from his wounds surged within him. Despite his recent victory, the irreversible injuries inflicted by Cass and the final ambush from the last few mid-level demons had drained the last vestiges of his vitality. It was a miracle he had survived this long, let alone witnessed this final moment with Sophia, whom he regarded as a daughter. He felt no lingering regrets. "Sophia, dear, do not cry. Uncle can no longer stay by your side." Rain's voice was soft, each word seemingly requiring immense effort. Yet, the more he spoke, the harder Sophia wept. Julian, who had merely played the role of an observer, felt the profound bond between the two and shared their sorrow. "I cannot bear for Uncle to leave," Sophia pleaded. "Dear, Uncle must go. He will be with your father now. From this moment, you must rely on yourself. Uncle can no longer protect you." Rain clasped Sophia's cold, red hands with one of his own, while looking at Julian with a pleading gaze. Julian stepped forward gently, saying, "Uncle Rain, rest assured, I will take care of Sophia." Before he could finish, a cool sensation enveloped his palm. Looking down, he found Rain had placed Sophia's hand into his, a hint of reassurance in Rain's expression. Perhaps even Rain himself had not anticipated that the one he would entrust Sophia to would be this stranger he had known for less than a day. Fate is indeed wondrous. As Julian attempted to say more, words failed him, for Rain had breathed his last and collapsed heavily to the ground. "Uncle!" Sophia's near-desperate cry echoed across the sky. "Ha ha ha! That old fool is finally gone. I never imagined I would be the one to emerge victorious. Everything now belongs to me." The sudden voice of 89, burning divinity struck like a thunderbolt on a clear day, leaving the two sorrowful individuals momentarily stunned. However, Julian swiftly reacted, grasping Sophia's hand in a bid to flee. Alas, it was too late. A shadowy figure emerged within Julian's line of sight, its sharp fangs glimmering coldly under the moonlight. At that moment, the figure exuded an air of assuredness, gazing triumphantly at Julian and Sophia while brandishing its newly sprouted wings. Shaking off the snow clinging to its form, and casting a look of hatred towards them, Rain. "This old wretch," Julian mused. "I knew he wasn't truly dead. Fortunately, I managed to hold back. Otherwise, I would have been dragged away by this old fool like those arrogant imbeciles." This demon was not Cass, but merely the first intermediate demon that Rain had bested, yet it had ascended to the 16th level of a high warrior, emanating a wild energy that pressed down harder than Cass had on Julian. However, this did not imply that this demon was stronger than Cass. After all, the deceased Cass was an 18th level entity, while this one was merely a fledgling newly promoted to the 16th level. The intensity of its energy fluctuations stemmed from an unstable foundation. It had narrowly escaped the previous battle and achieved its promotion without the time to solidify its power. Yet, this demon was grateful for its fortunate survival under Rain's sword energy, turning misfortune into fortune, shattering the barrier between intermediate and high ranks, and emerging as the victor of this encounter. Indeed, a grand victor, for the very Rain it feared had perished after parting ways with Julian, and Cass had proven to be a fool, carried away due to his overconfidence during the final confrontation. The three lesser demons that had accompanied it were utterly annihilated, mere ashes left in the wake of the duel between two formidable high-ranking beings. It alone had clung to life through sheer resilience, though it bore considerable wounds and could muster only a fraction of its former strength. Nonetheless, this demon, now named Siruan, deemed the two fleeing novices before him incapable of posing any threat to the formidable high demon he embodied. "Are you two going to surrender? Or shall I take matters into my own hands?" Siruan cackled as he approached, savoring the moment. As a villainous demon, he relished the struggle and fear of his enemies in their final moments, finding a perverse satisfaction in their despair. The only old man who had once guarded them was now beyond their reach, and he eagerly anticipated the revelation of any remaining tricks they might possess. Shilun laughed heartily, exuding an air of arrogance reminiscent of Cass at the beginning. However, he possessed a greater degree of cunning, remaining vigilant of Julian and Sophia, for he had no desire to meet the same fate as Cass. At that moment, Sophia, who had been weeping, stepped forward, quietly approaching Julian. She bit her lip, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "This does not concern you. As long as you are willing to let him go, I will accompany you. I understand that your purpose here is to seek me, and now I surrender." Despite Sophia's boldness, Julian could never rely on a mere woman to prolong his existence. Not only was the nature of demons capricious, but even if he were to honor his promises, he could not bear the thought of a girl of merely 15 or 16 sacrificing herself for his sake. He could not afford such disgrace. Julian now felt a twinge of regret, lamenting why he had expended his divine power during the encounter with the giant race, leaving him without the means to summon it now. Even though this realm might be an alternate world where summoning divine power yielded no results, it had at least provided a glimmer of hope. Now, however, Julian found himself with only one recourse left: to ignite his divinity. by igniting the essence of Mistra. He could exchange it for a momentary surge of strength. It is crucial to understand that divinity forms one of the foundations of a deity, surpassing divine power in significance, second only to divine status, and possesses various miraculous effects. Julian had refrained from employing it initially not out of reluctance, but because he lacked the ability to do so. In fact, after summoning divine power, the divinity within him had lain dormant until just moments ago when it stirred slightly. Sophia, stand behind me, just as I promised. Since I pledged to Uncle Rian that I would protect you, I shall not let you be put at risk. Leave this to me, Julian declared, pulling Sophia behind him. His eyes ablaze with fury. However, rather than feeling touched, Sophia grew even more sorrowful, her tear-streaked, delicate face fixed intently on Julian. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for someone so unrelated to you. It's unnecessary. I truly am not worth such a sacrifice. Julian evoked a complexity of emotions within Sophia. What began as simple assistance had unexpectedly transformed into mutual reliance, and now she found herself asking this man, whom she had known for merely a day and a half, to shield her from the storm. Julian, upon hearing Sophia's words, reacted with laughter, gently pinching her cheek. Why unrelated? You led me out of the wasteland, thus you are my benefactor. Besides, you are quite lovely, and I find you delightful. With that, Julian slowly made his way to stand before Shiluan, while Sophia, her gaze imbued with profound complexity, quietly observed this seemingly insignificant yet immensely formidable figure before her. Gently caressing her cheek, a faint smile blossoming from her heart. Do you like me? Ha ha ha. Insignificant mortal, do you really think you can defeat me? You are but a mere novice mage. What power could you possibly wield? I boastfully declared, but as I spoke, I noticed something amiss with the figure before me. This diminutive human, Julian, was radiating an aura that instilled genuine fear within me. The overwhelming majesty of that presence evoked the first pangs of terror I felt upon encountering my lord, as if the very fabric of the realm was trembling. No, you are merely immortal. How can you possess such might? It must be an illusion, a mere fabrication. Siren was on the brink of madness. Yet Julian was not faring well either. The power derived from his burning divinity was far beyond his control, and his body could scarcely endure it. Crimson streaks began to tear through his skin, splattering onto the ground, and the excruciating pain threatened to shatter Julian's sanity, his eyes gleaming with a savage, frenzied light. With a single strike. Just one strike. It had to be one strike. With an overwhelming force, colossal magical energy surged through this small space, obliterating everything in its path, transforming into a cataclysmic wave that mercilessly cleaved through the once arrogant Siren. The latter's proud form and standing offered no resistance, akin to a small fish swept away by a deluge, ultimately dissolving into a mist of blood. At that moment, Julian was on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet he strained to witness Siren's demise, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he glanced back at Sophia, his mouth twitching slightly, though his voice was barely a whisper. Sophia understood. I have promised. I will fulfill my vow. With a resounding crash, utterly exhausted and devoid of support, Julian collapsed into the snow. In that instant, thoughts of death and memories of his family on Earth surfaced. Had I not traversed here, I might still be that carefree designer. To you, I owe a debt that I shall repay. Julian was oblivious to the duration of the battle's end. He only knew that the once arrogant Siren had been reduced to mere dust, allowing him to surrender to the darkness. Time slipped away an hour, a day, perhaps a week. Julian felt as if he had spent a century in the abyss. Yet amidst the haze of unconsciousness, he sensed a gentle, cool touch, smooth and comforting. As Julian drowsily awoke, still disoriented and unable to discern his surroundings, a familiar silhouette rushed towards him. A voice, both known and altered, softly echoed in Julian's ears. Upon awakening, Julian observed that Sophia had already donned a coarse linen garment, her once flowing hair hastily tied back. I'm awake. He managed to force a grimace of a smile, seeking to reassure her, though his entire body ached as if it had been shattered and painstakingly reassembled. Pray tell, where am I? Is it safe? And why have you changed into such attire? I haven't been in a coma for many years, have I? The mere thought of the last question instilled a sense of dread within Julian. The notion of lying unconscious for years was utterly torturous. However, Julian's ghastly expression elicited a faint smile from the tearful Sophia, who playfully pinched his arm. Although her touch was gentle, the pain etched on Julian's face prompted her to retract her hand and gently caress his arm. This left Julian perplexed as to why Sophia exhibited such an endearing demeanor. It felt as though their brief separation had forged an intimacy akin to that of an old married couple. Unbeknownst to Sophia, Julian's thoughts wandered. She gracefully lifted her skirt and settled beside him on the bed, her face reflecting a mix of nostalgia and sorrow, yet she turned to him with a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. You were merely unconscious for a day and a half. As for my current attire, my previous clothing was damaged. But wait, where exactly is this place? I recall we were amidst a desolate wasteland with no villages in sight. How do we end up here?" With a playful glare, Sophia covered her mouth and gently replied, "Silly, since you know I came to escape, there must be a location. This is a haven managed by the Warner family, though few are aware of it. It contains sufficient provisions and garments for us to sustain ourselves for a century. Uncle Rain intended to bring me here." The mention of her devoted Uncle Rain, who had perished while protecting her from a demon, dampened Sophia's spirits. Yet, through this ordeal, she had matured rapidly, no longer the naive young lady she once was. "How did you manage to bring me here? It must have been arduous," Julian mused, imagining the struggles a delicate woman must have faced in carrying a man such a distance. Compelled by emotion, he reached out to gently caress Sophia's face. But just before contact, he realized the impropriety of his gesture. Internally, he chastised himself, recognizing that she was not someone he had the right to touch so intimately. However, Sophia seemed unperturbed by Julian's indiscretion. She simply lowered her head and nodded. "Indeed, it was quite exhausting, but look at this." She raised her hand, revealing a cascade of ice crystals that sparkled brilliantly in the warm sunlight. "It is indeed a captivating sight. I cannot fathom why, but ever since your unconsciousness, I have been endowed with this peculiar ability. It feels as though every snowflake around me is imbued with a sense of familiarity, akin to the warmth emanating from a mother's embrace, comforting and soothing. This sentiment seems paradoxical, for snowflakes are inherently cold, yet they evoke a profound warmth within Sophia. It defies logic, yet it is an undeniable truth." After expressing this, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the two. Julian was eager to urge Sophia to leave, as the fluids within him had accumulated for an entire day and night, threatening to burst forth. However, he hesitated, fully aware that Sophia was burdened with unspoken thoughts. Any attempt to hasten her departure might cast a long shadow over their relationship. Thus he remained silent. Yet, Sophia did not voice her concerns, her face becoming increasingly flushed and heated. Sophia, do you have something to say?" Julian inquired, struggling to contain his restlessness. At his question, Sophia's body quivered slightly, a motion so subtle that even Julian, lying on the bed, could sense it. "What is happening? If you have something to say, please do so. I cannot hold it any longer. It would be disastrous if I were to wet the bed." Julian's expression mirrored his inner turmoil, teetering on the brink of madness. "Do you remember what you originally said?" Sophia's fingers intertwined nervously, revealing her palpable tension as she fixed her gaze on Julian, awaiting his response. But how could Julian recall his past words? They eluded his memory. All he could think about was sending Sophia away swiftly to relieve himself, and, as someone from Earth, he understood the importance of avoiding any inquiries at this moment. It was always best to agree first and address any questions later. Much like the proverbial notion of if you don't understand, just go along with it. Thus, he nodded vigorously, his expression brimming with excitement. "Yes, of course. I assure you." Every word I spoke was sincere. Upon receiving this affirmation, the blush on Sophia's cheeks spread to her slender, fair neck. Had Julian not been preoccupied with his predicament, he would have taken the time to appreciate her beauty. Alas, he did not. At that moment, he closed his eyes, which to Sophia appeared as a sign of shyness. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, and Julian, caught off guard, felt as though he had brushed against something soft. The warm breath near his ear carried tender words. "I will repay you for what you owe." In the next instant, Julian lost control over his body, feeling like a marionette at Sophia's whim. Soon, he found himself rendered speechless, for Sophia had sealed his lips with her own. A cool, fragrant substance surged into his being, causing him to freeze in astonishment. "Is it about to break free? However, why is this not the way I desired? How utterly shameful. Indeed, Julian has dramatically wet the bed, marking his first instance of such an occurrence in this alternate world. Was it merely a dream? The conclusion is self-evident. Sophia was naturally both exasperated and amused. The courage she had mustered dissipated in the warmth of Julian's mishap, leaving her blushing and muttering a reprimand before hastily retreating. Yet, in the end, she procured a change of clothes for Julian and took away the blanket that had cocooned him so securely. This day was a refreshing one, at least for Julian. After all, even he, despite his foolishness, comprehended the underlying meaning of Sophia's words. They were nothing less than a tacit confession of her affections. This realization led Julian to ponder that a surefire way to win a woman's heart is to showcase one's strength, much like how his imposing figure now stood before Sophia, capturing her admiration. Such tactics are universally applicable across realms, akin to his past life, where affluent individuals flaunted their wealth before women, for to them, riches equated to strength. Those in power found it equally convenient. A mere display of their influence would render women utterly captivated. In his school days, showcasing academic prowess or martial skill could similarly mesmerize the fair sex. The principle remains unchanged for Julian. Had he failed to protect Sophia in that moment, how could she possibly have developed feelings for him, regardless of the sincerity of his declarations? But now that he understands, everything becomes manageable. Julian would never shy away from such matters, particularly given that Sophia's beauty and character are unparalleled, unmatched even within the entirety of the Frost Kingdom. As night fell, Julian's primal instinct surged. Are you ready? No, please don't. Sophia shook her head resolutely. Rejection was futile. She was now his, and he could not allow her to remain in solitude. But we are not yet married. No, I adhere to the doctrine of lady pleasure. Seizing joy in the moment is paramount. Do you not like me? I do. But who is this lady pleasure? The conversation had veered off course. Now, I intend to devour you. No, I will resist. Do not come any closer. Yet, how could Julian, on the brink of madness, relent? It was utterly impossible, especially since Sophia had witnessed his embarrassing predicament. If he could not teach her a lesson tonight, he would never hold his head high again. I told you. Once he heard it all. Relax, it will be over quickly. You're lying, you scoundrel, you lecher. I shall ignore you. Ha ha, stop struggling. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. You are firmly within my grasp, and there is no escape. You shall never break free. Naturally, Sophia fought tooth and nail against his advances, but Julian remained indifferent. However, fate is unpredictable, and soon he would taste the tribulations he had unwittingly invited upon himself. For a rather simple reason. They're only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields. This aptly describes Julian. In the first hour, he stood tall, exuding confidence and laughing in the face of the world, utterly invincible. After 3 hours, he reminisced about the past, those glorious days that would never return. 5 hours in, the old steed remained steadfast, his ambitions reaching far and wide, indifferent to the trivial gains or losses of a single city. By the 8th hour, he was on the brink of collapse. Julian was oblivious to how he had managed to evade his fate. He merely sensed that he had made a promise of monumental significance. Subsequently, he fell into a deep slumber, one that felt interminable. Yet dreams are destined to end with the dawn. Stop it, Sophia, I'm so tired. Julian felt a gentle nudge. Yet he was too weary to muster the energy to respond, unable even to assume his usual masculine demeanor. He longed to cocoon himself in the warmth of the blankets, reluctant to rise after having enjoyed the company of a goddess-like beauty. However, his soft whimpers did not elicit the familiar response he expected. A voice, ethereal yet oddly familiar, jolted him awake. Time to rise. Like a thunderclap, Julian sprang up, only to find himself in a state of bewilderment. This was not his familiar little nook, nor the bed he had fought tirelessly upon for 8 hours. It was an alien environment, yet it felt vaguely familiar. Wait, is this not a temple? How did I end up here? Wasn't I just entwined with my Sophia? How could I have suddenly arrived in this place? Am I dreaming? But why does this dream feel so tangible? Moreover, my body feels like it has been ignited with divine energy. Surely, this cannot be a dream? Julian's heart raced with unease as he surveyed his surroundings, momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had leveled up. After merely a night's rest, he had ascended from a level 7 novice mage to a level 8 novice mage, albeit still a bit of a weakling, just slightly more robust. What on earth is happening? Julian was still in a daze when a languid arm wrapped around his neck, and he felt as though he bore the weight of 2 mountains upon his back. A soft giggle echoed in the air. What? Are you still coming to terms with it? Summoning his courage, Julian turned to face the source of the voice, and to his astonishment, he beheld a visage strikingly similar to that of Sophia from his dreams. What was going on? Julian strained to recall the events that had transpired within the temple. It seemed that this which had sought his assistance. Yes, her name was Sophia. What a coincidence. It must surely be a coincidence. Julian felt tears welling up as he gazed at the larger-than-life Sophia before him, unmistakably exhibiting the post-encounter glow. That subtle satisfaction at the corners of her mouth, which he recognized all too well. Indeed, it is true. This apparition bears an uncanny resemblance to the Sophia from his dreams, mere hours after their shared slumber. This is precisely what instills a sense of horror within Julian. Oh, great witch, what has transpired? Upon witnessing Julian's state, Sophia merely envelopes him in her embrace, her natural fragrance wafting through the air, stirring Julian's very soul. What do you think has occurred? Julian remained silent, paralyzed by trepidation, his heart quaking within him. As I mentioned, I require your assistance. However, you are currently far too fragile to be of any aid. Therefore, I have dispersed a fragment of divinity within you, as you have witnessed. The outcome was unforeseen. That shard of divinity remains beyond your control. Thus, this course of action was necessary to alleviate the effects and prevent your demise. After a brief pause, Sophia's expression takes on a chilling calmness, as though the sacrifice made was not of her own flesh. I have matters to attend to, so you may return now. It has been 10 days, and I imagine your subordinates are quite anxious. With that, Julian finds himself unceremoniously expelled from the temple's grand entrance. Had his legs not still been weak, he might have resembled a dog wallowing in its own misfortune. Nevertheless, he manages to rise, albeit unsteadily, casting a wounded glance back. Is this truly necessary? I am but a virgin, and yet you, a woman of considerable age, have taken advantage of me. Despite his grumblings, Julian's heart swells with delight. After all, who else on the entire continent of Ethereal could claim to have entered the body of a demigod witch? However, this affair is strictly between the two of them, and Julian dares not disclose it, lest he provoke her wrath. In these times, to believe in the loyalty of a man through mere physical conquest is sheer folly. A woman's fidelity is not guaranteed by a loss of innocence alone. Yet, what truly occupies her thoughts? Why did she unilaterally disperse a fragment of divinity within him, sacrificing her own corporeal form and urging him to strive for advancement? What precisely does she require from him? Furthermore, was that experience merely a dream? If it were, why did it feel so tangible? If it was not, then why had he only been unconscious for a few days, with no further alterations to his reality? Julian's mind is awash with questions, uncertain of the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Although Sophia insists he merely experienced a nightmare, the vividness of his dream, filled with loyal Rain, the reckless demon, and the endearing Sophia, lingers in his memory, particularly the striking resemblance between her and the demigod witch, as though she were a youthful version of her. Lost in contemplation, Julian encounters Felix beneath the temple. For the past few days, Gavin has stationed guards here, awaiting Julian's emergence. As soon as he appears, Felix spots him and hurries over. Bowing slightly, "Your Highness, you have returned." "Ah, Felix, it's you. You've worked hard these past few days, but I am well," Julian remarked. "It hasn't been arduous. We've been taking turns. Your Highness, we should return now. Lord Gavin is waiting for you." Julian astutely noted Felix's shift in attitude towards Gavin. Previously, Felix had referred to Gavin as Captain, yet now he addressed him as Lord, indicating a significant transformation in their respective identities and statuses. Lord? Could it be that Gavin? Julian felt a mix of surprise and delight. Indeed, Captain Gavin has successfully ascended to the legendary rank 2 days ago and has been solidifying his position since. Calculating the time, it should be nearly complete. From now on, we shall have to address him as Lord. Felix's face bore a look of envy and joy. After all, the legendary rank is one that all aspire to. As a high-level mage, Felix naturally harbored such ambitions. His happiness stemmed from the fact that, despite Gavin's elevation, his bond with his comrades would remain unchanged. In the future, If they were to face any adversities, they could seek Gavin's assistance, and with a legend as their backing. It was unlikely that others would dare to cross them. Yes, this is indeed a good thing. Upon our return, I shall inform my father. I am certain he will be pleased, Julian said as he followed Felix towards the group where Gavin awaited. As for his nominal protector, Swift, Julian had long cast him from his thoughts. Ever since arriving at the giant clan's territory, he had not seen him. Moreover, according to Sophia, Swift had likely secured the agreement between the giant clan and the Frost Kingdom and should have returned to the kingdom by now. Upon returning to their residence, they found that Gavin had stabilized his newfound power. With such a legendary figure as their support, there was little concern for unforeseen events in the northern ice fields, thus eliminating the need for anyone from the kingdom to come to escort them. Julian made preparations and set off directly. After all, there was nothing in the giant clan that held any allure for him. The only woman of interest was a demigod, possessing strength far beyond what Julian could presently aspire to, unless he achieved the legendary rank himself. However, he took along his newly recruited subordinate, Toby, who had received Gavin's guidance and had advanced to the 13th level, edging closer to the high warrior rank. Yet, as Julian departed, the giant clan was engulfed in a storm of fervor, incited by a command emanating from the temple, plunging the entire clan into a frenzied obsession, including the remaining legends. Nicholas and Ghidoria. At that very moment, within the temple following Julian's departure, Sophia had donned her witch's robe, enveloping her flawless figure within its folds. Her demeanor had transformed from that of a friendly neighbor to a more chilling presence. A delicate golden light danced around her fingertips, encased in a layer of transparent, snowflake-like material, effectively containing its aura. This unmistakably embodies a fragment of divinity. However, it is entirely incongruous with the essence of Sophia herself, evidently belonging to an unrelated deity. Since my arrival in this realm nearly a month ago, I have gathered sufficient insight. The goddess of the weave, Mistra, I never anticipated such upheaval in this world. Yet now, all adversaries shall meet their demise. Sophia's aura surged fiercely, akin to the breath of death permeating every corner of the temple, as sparks of hatred ignited within her gaze. Indeed, she had ascended to demigod status. Who among her foes could withstand her wrath? Apart from the exalted deities, there were only the abyssal lords and archdevils of the lower planes. But now, she harbored no fear, for her divinity had coalesced, her faith was unwavering, and the final barrier before her had crumbled to dust. With this fragment of Mistra's divinity, Sophia was emboldened to shatter the weave's constraints upon innate deities, to forge her divine essence, ignite the divine flame, and elevate herself to the celestial throne. As Sophia had proclaimed, she was never truly human. During the era of the vanishing giant gods, before the weave emerged, authority was scattered, and the rules of existence coalesced to shape each innate deity. They embodied the natural god of creation, the earth goddess who bore the world, the sun god. Each innate deity of that time could effortlessly ascend to formidable divine power in the present day. Yet Sophia was not among them. She had become lost within the river of time. The moment she manifested, the world had already undergone a transformation, bound by the establishment of the weave and the tenets of faith. To ascend to godhood, adherence to these rules was imperative. Now she was ready. Had it absorbed divine blood? Outside the temple, an endless array of giants sat in the square, each a blend of fervor and madness. In this moment, faith erupted. Time stood still, and everything coalesced into a river of belief, the culmination of countless years of the giant race erupting forth. Beneath the resounding prayers, the apex of the temple radiated with sacred light from the stone pillar, symbolizing the giant gods. Great Frost Goddess, you are the beloved of the cosmos, the envoy of ice and snow, the protector of giants. You emerge from the river of time, destined to wield supreme authority. The prayers of countless souls crescendoed, as if the very rules of existence had heard their call. Ice and snow manifested above, and Sophia's influence gradually took shape amidst the colossal snowflakes. A pure radiance enveloped this statue forged of ice and snow, as it slowly supplanted the ancient temple that had stood for millennia, becoming the singular object of worship in this domain. The thunderous prayers, bolstered by the laws of existence, spread across the entire continent. In the distance, Gavin, who had departed not long ago, felt a tremor course through him, and soon, the entire party heard a voice of majestic authority. It is the ascension to godhood. Gavin's expression was a blend of astonishment and bitterness as he turned to gaze in the direction of the giants, a luminous aura of divinity illuminating the northern lands. Ascension to godhood. Everyone inhaled sharply, followed by a profound silence, as they grasped the significance of the moment, the birth of a new deity, an event that had not graced the continent in over 10 millennia. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that this newly emerged divinity hailed from the race of giants, heralding a monumental shift for the realm. Amidst the collective thoughts of the crowd, Julian found himself momentarily taken aback by the news, his gaze drifting downwards in astonishment. Could it be that I've been touched by divine blood? Might I henceforth refer to it as the divine spear? Julian's jest was not born of frivolity. Being a foreigner, he understood the supremacy of deities, but had yet to experience their formidable power. Therefore, he felt no fear, only a peculiar sense of delight. Indeed, aside from Sophia, who else from the giant lineage could ascend to divinity? Only this demigoddess, the witch, possessed the rightful ability to ignite the divine flame. However, Julian's emotions were a tapestry of joy and trepidation. He relished the notion of having consorted with a goddess, deeming his life thus far not a failure. Yet he harbored concerns about a task she had mentioned, the nature of which was shrouded in mystery and likely to be of considerable difficulty. One could only presume it to be of infernal challenge. The call for faith resonated farther and farther, until, at that moment, the entire continent became suspended in time, as all living beings celebrated the birth of a new deity. Soon, grand prayers began to waft from the material plane to the astral realm, to hell, to the abyss, and to countless divine realms. In that instant, all were aware of the emergence of a goddess representing ice, cold, and giants. In heaven's peak, the gaze of Loshanda sharpened, as if penetrating all truths, accompanied by a wistful sigh laden with regret. Within the domain of the goddess of magic, a soft exclamation escaped, her brow furrowing slightly as she fixated intently on the northern giants, where a question lingered. Yet, it was only Flirt, the god of lies, who reveled in madness. Having long been deprived of fresh amusement, he recognized that the birth of this frost goddess would undoubtedly shatter the temporary tranquility among the deities. A new tempest had commenced, and while it might not engulf the entire continent, the lower planes of the abyss would likely find little peace. The frost goddess, the divine embodiment of the ancient rules of ice and the seasonal cycles of winter, now reduced to mere ice and cold, compelled to rely on the faith of giants for her ascension. Katosis, are you prepared to face the wrath of a goddess wielding at least moderate divine power? Many deities, like Flirt, found joy in this unfolding chaos. Conflicts among deities typically arise from duties or personal enmities, yet this occasion was markedly different. The moment Sophia ascended to divinity, her life story became inscribed upon the tablets of the pantheon, and all deities were aware of who had led her astray. But what did that concern them? Their focus lay solely on which faction this goddess would ally with, knowing that the unfortunate one would invariably be Katosis of the Frost Abyss, who had pilfered the essence of eternal frost and extreme cold. However, they're aware that if this being remains ensconced within her own dimension, even the gods would find themselves powerless against her, unless they were to breach the abyss, an endeavor deemed impossible. Meanwhile, the projections of the earth goddess, the storm god, and the nature god, all born deities, have extended their goodwill towards this ill-fated goddess. Now, Sophia's entire focus is devoted to consolidating her divine essence, the very foundation of divinity. The primordial divinity is formed when a deity is born, shaped by their divine office. The more potent the divine office, the more formidable the primordial divinity. Should Sophia's divine office be winter, she would undoubtedly ascend to become the mighty goddess of winter. Yet, for now, she is merely a goddess of frost with moderate divine power, even if she were to later acquire the necessary divine offices to rise in strength. The path would remain arduous, especially concerning higher realms of existence. Nevertheless, nothing is as crucial as igniting the divine flame. As Sophia emerged from the temple, a staircase of ice and snow gathered beneath her feet, each step exuding an ancient aura. The snowflakes scattered across the sky shimmered with joy and delight, as if celebrating the birth of their sovereign. She extended her palm, and a snowflake danced within her hand. With a gentle smile, A wisp of divine power burst forth from her palm, and the snowflake, imbued with spirit, soared into the heavens, where a golden radiance descended, transforming it into a crown. Sophia delicately reached out to receive it, placing it atop her head. Majesty! The aura of divine authority began to spread across the land, igniting fervor among the giants. Great goddess of frost, you are the beloved of the heavens and earth, the messenger of ice and snow, the protector of giants. You have come from the river of time, destined to wield this supreme power. Accompanied by these voices, Sophia ascended step by step to the exalted throne, the very gateway of the pantheon. With each footfall, the fervor among the giants intensified, their mighty cries generating waves of sound that reverberated through the surroundings. Faith intertwines with divine power, enveloping Sophia in a brilliant radiance, as her graceful form was outlined. In the next moment, countless snowflakes accompanied her, as a garment of snow gently enveloped every inch of her skin. She was breathtaking, noble. This was how all perceived the goddess of frost. With her slender hand outstretched, she grasped her scepter. I am a frost goddess. Sophia. Boom! The entire world trembled. Celebration. A celebration of a goddess's birth. Amidst the radiant divine light, Sophia's witchly form began to slowly metamorphose into a divine body, while a colossal projection emerged, gradually drifting towards the statue's location. In a moment of thunderous impact, the projection merged with the statue, becoming one. Henceforth, this place would be regarded as Sophia's stronghold, where she could unleash power far surpassing that of demigods, fully deserving to dominate the entire material plane. Yet the saga is far from over. The giant race has not heralded a deity in eons. It is not merely the northern clan of giants that has long been absent of divine presence. Countless feeble tribes, trembling in the southern forests, driven from the northwestern wilderness by orcs, and barely surviving in the eastern hills, all proffer their faith at this very moment. In an instant, a colossal surge of belief reverberated throughout the entire multiverse. The giants, having been born at the dawn of creation, though their world has long since been supplanted, still possess the innate ability to unleash formidable power as the favored children of the primordial. At this moment, the divine essence of Sophia, which had previously stabilized, continued to swell. The milky white faith transformed into golden divine power, forcibly propelling Sophia from moderate divinity towards a greater divine strength. Yet ultimately, it fell slightly short. The divine office of the giant was insufficient to compensate for the power of one of the seasonal laws. This can only be considered a regret. Yet Sophia found herself quite content, for deities of her caliber, whether of moderate or greater power, find faith to be of little consequence, serving merely as an embellishment. At this stage, their divine strength is already replete, and for beings of their rank, the source of their divine might is predominantly derived from the world essence represented by their divine office. For Sophia, her primary reliance is on the power emanating from ice and cold, while the faith provided by the giant office is indeed negligible. Her necessity for it stemmed from the fact that the ascendance to divinity in this era must be guided by faith. When a moment arrived, Sophia turned to gaze upon her divine throne and ascended without hesitation, as a vast and solemn pantheon materialized from the void. The grand doors swung open, adorned with innumerable divine inscriptions that exuded an ancient aura. Within the temple, the projections of countless deities resided, some gazing upon the newly arrived Sophia with benevolence, others with hostility, and some with indifference. However, it is undeniable that as a deity of moderate power, Sophia surpassed the vast majority of her divine counterparts, positioning her prominently within their ranks. No mortal was privy to the events unfolding within the pantheon, yet all were acutely aware that the birth of a new deity, particularly one of considerable strength, would indubitably yield profound ramifications among the nations. For instance, with Sophia's emergence, no one dared to brazenly insult the frail giant race. Even if there were instances of such affronts, they were conducted with utmost subtlety, ensuring no incriminating evidence could be seized. Furthermore, the ripple effect became evident. These giants were acutely aware of the circumstances that brought them to this juncture, prompting many to become increasingly devout. Within just 2 days, Sophia garnered over 1,000 fervent followers, a number that continues to swell. Moreover, numerous other giant tribes along the main routes hastened towards the northern territories, with the kingdoms along the way refraining from obstruction. In fact, they eagerly wished for these giants to depart swiftly, as they were burdensome to scold or confront, and instilled a sense of trepidation. However, as the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. The kingdoms in question may revel in their fortune. Yet the most unfortunate among them are the Frost Kingdom, which lies directly adjacent to the northern giants. Their territory is now inexorably linked with these colossal beings. Furthermore, with the expansion of their population, the establishment of the giant kingdom has become an inevitable reality. Indeed, merely 15 days after Sophia ascended to divinity, the giant kingdom was proclaimed, marking the first resurgence of a giant realm since the fall of the giant lineage's dominion. Nevertheless, the Frost Kingdom is far from pleased, for this development signifies the formal incorporation of the once unclaimed northern wastes into the jurisdiction of the giants, resulting in the Frost Kingdom's loss of a stable resource for plunder. Yet, this is merely the slightest ripple. Far greater upheavals are brewing in the lower plains. The abyssal Lord Katosis, who had once ensnared Sophia, is now preparing for battle. Although the abyss is notoriously treacherous, one cannot discount the possibility that this new deity may not be entirely sane. Similarly, there are formidable demons and devils who have appropriated fragments of intricate rules. These entities are also targets of Sophia's retribution. After all, to reclaim her own dominion necessitates confrontation with these vested interests. In truth, as anticipated, Sophia's first decree following her ascension was to execute a notorious demon from the ninth circle of hell, a legendary or demigod-level fiend who had pilfered the essence of the Winter's rule. Though this was but a minor fragment, it served as a perfect opportunity for Sophia to hone her skills. However, this endeavor is not a straightforward task. It is a protracted process that inevitably requires the assistance of others. Of course, not individuals like Julian, who is rather inept. In reality, Julian's role in relation to Sophia is merely to provide a modicum of mistress divinity, aiding her in deciphering the intricate web of magical laws and integrating herself into the current system of governance. Little does Julian, who remains in the royal city, realize that he has lost his worth in the eyes of the goddess he so reveres. Achoo! Julian rubbed his nose, feeling rather peculiar. He had been sneezing frequently of late. He had returned to the royal city for half a month, during which time no one had disturbed him, as all the nobles and powerful adventurers were preoccupied with affairs in the north, whether to celebrate the new deity or to congratulate the establishment of the giant kingdom. The royal city of the Frost Kingdom was in disarray, filled with delegations from various nations and churches. Thus, the situation was chaotic, and Julian could only quietly conduct his business. Nevertheless, he found great satisfaction in the windfall that had come his way. His lingerie shop had gained fame across the continent, and his recent profits were soaring, nearing the remarkable threshold of 500,000 gold coins. However, not all was devoid of surprises. Shortly after Julian's return to the royal city, an individual claiming to be an emissary of the Church of Pleasure approached him, attempting to draw him into their fold. However, the man's lewd demeanor prompted Julian to refuse. Yet, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that he might have caught the attention of this unreliable goddess of pleasure. The reasons behind this are all too evident. It is merely the current popularity of lingerie, with urban dwellers indulging in their desires, which has piqued the interest of this goddess. Thus, there's a possibility of drawing Julian into the fold. I've always known that men who sell lingerie seldom meet with favorable fates. Perhaps it is best to sell stockings instead. As for Luther's provocation, although Julian remains reclusive in the royal city, the inevitable is bound to occur, much like Luther's current endeavors. Under the mentorship of his instructor, Edward, he has successfully transitioned into the abyssal arbiter. This vocation is formidable, a dual-practice profession that embodies the physical strength of a warrior while also possessing some ranged attacks akin to those of a sorcerer. Consequently, few within the same tier can confront him directly, which is a source of Luther's confidence. Initially, he had planned to undergo rigorous training in the abyss under Edward's guidance until he achieved legendary status before returning. However, the thought of enduring hardship in the abyss while Julian, who once vanquished him, comfortably assumes the role of prince creates an imbalance within him. Thus, Luther naturally seeks to reclaim his honor by defeating Julian publicly in front of the commoners of the royal city, serving as a stepping stone for his own ascension. Inside the room, Julian regarded the challenge that had been presented to him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Despite his confidence, he understood that Luther harbored ulterior motives and likely possessed undisclosed advantages, as indicated by the ominous aura emanating from the Duke Wallace's estate. Luther's rise is undoubtedly intertwined with the abyss in some capacity. Nevertheless, Julian harbors no fear, for he is no longer the feeble version of himself. His body, having undergone a baptism of divine blood, bears certain advantages. For instance, he now has a particular affinity for frost-based spells, effortlessly conjuring a flurry of snowflakes with a mere gesture. Additionally, he has begun to explore the legendary arcane profession that manipulates spells independent of the magical web. While he currently lacks comprehensive understanding, a path is beginning to unfold. Most crucially, Julian's level has risen to 8, and he has accessed the third layer of the magical web, with his mastery of spells growing at an astonishing rate. Using a gaming data format, his profile would read as follows. Name, Julian. Gender, male. Profession level, level 8, novice practitioner. Mage level, third layer of the magical web, novice, mastered spells. Fireball, proficient. Haste, proficient. Shadowing, expert. Bonefire, proficient. Ice spike, expert. Liquid to ice, expert. This template is merely a simplified version. In reality, Julian possesses an extraordinary memory and a robust physique honed through recent training, rivaling that of any warrior of his level. Master, should you choose to disregard this individual named Luther, I, Toby, am more than willing to alleviate this burden for you. Noticing Julian's momentary distraction, Toby, already immersed in his role, hastily sought to assert his presence, patting his chest in readiness to demonstrate his loyalty. As for Toby's rapid transformation into a sycophant, it was naturally prompted by his awareness of Julian's esteemed status and the ensuing preferential treatment he received. In pursuit of greater resources, Toby felt compelled to exert himself diligently in Julian's service. However, before Julian could utter a word, his trusted confidant, Punk, cleared his throat and interjected, Master, it would be prudent to refrain from participating in such a duel. Your absence from the royal city has left you unaware of the circumstances. I have heard whispers that the Duke of Wallace's estate harbors abyssal demons. One must understand that should an individual willingly embrace corruption, the resultant power can be quite formidable. And as for you, Master. Punk hesitated, knowing that others would soon realize that Julian's current prowess paled in comparison to Luther's. After a brief pause, Punk continued, Moreover, even if you were to triumph in such a duel, it would yield no tangible benefits for you. After all, you have previously bested Luther. A victory would merely be perceived as expected. Conversely, should you face defeat, the repercussions would be dire. It matters not, I shall not fail. If Luther seeks to provoke me, he must be prepared to face the consequences. I am eager to discern what progress he has made of late. Julian set aside the challenge letter, suddenly recalling something. Ah, Punk, do you happen to know the whereabouts of Viscount Minkai recently? Is he still in the royal city? This inquiry was merely a fleeting whim of Julian's. The mere thought of Luther inevitably conjured images of this seemingly pivotal figure. Prior to meeting Sophia, Julian had considered him the most likely candidate for achieving apotheosis over the millennia. His interest in Ming Kai's succubus was decidedly absent. Upon hearing Julian's question, Punk gathered his thoughts and replied, The Viscount departed the royal city not long after your own departure. It is said he was sighted in the eastern part of the kingdom, though he appeared rather worse for wear, bearing visible signs of a fierce battle. Julian remained silent, merely nodding while stroking his chin. His previous interest in Minkai had stemmed from concerns about his sister's potential affections for the man. However, with that anxiety now dissipated, Julian felt no further inclination to concern himself with Minkai. Of course, should the Viscount meet his demise, Julian would find satisfaction in that, if only to indulge in a perverse sense of pleasure. Let's not dwell on this matter any longer. His fate bears no significance to the kingdom. Punk, please deliver this response to the Duke of Wallace's estate and present it to Luther. Inform him that I shall meet him in the Colosseum of the royal city for a duel in 3 days' time. Very well, Master. Though reluctant, Punk dutifully committed to fulfilling Julian's request. And you, Toby, do not languish idly. You're on the verge of breaking through to the 14th level, are you not? Upon hearing Julian's inquiry, Toby eagerly nodded. Indeed, Master, I can sense that I am approaching that milestone. At this juncture, Toby felt immense gratitude towards Julian. Without his resources and the guidance of formidable warriors, he could not fathom how long it would have taken him to reach this point. Julian was naturally quite pleased with Toby's performance. During this period, Toby's displayed strength and talent had already earned Julian's recognition. Once he advanced to a higher level, he would become a pivotal figure in Julian's plans. With this thought in mind, he remarked, "Toby, do not idle away your time. Make haste. If you can reach level 14 by the end of this month, I shall take you to the south." In truth, Julian was not particularly eager to venture southward. However, upon his return, he had been compelled by his father to enter into an arranged marriage, an alliance with a venerable kingdom in the south, the Duchy of Dodge, established by the legendary demigod Dodge, which remains one of humanity's most formidable kingdoms. This union was merely a means of mutual support amidst the current turmoil. Of course, such matters were still far off. Meanwhile, Luther, having received Julian's reply, was cackling mischievously within the Duke's estate. "Julian, even as a prince, you should not be so arrogant. This time, I shall demonstrate who the true genius of this royal city is." Ha ha ha. Though their duel was scheduled for 3 days hence, within half a day, the news had spread among the nobility of the entire royal city. The underlying motives were obvious to all. However, Julian chose to disregard it. He had witnessed such competitive tactics countless times before. It was merely an attempt to humiliate him, but in the end, true strength would prevail. Mere bluster and manipulation would prove futile. Julian remained unperturbed, yet someone else was not as calm. This individual was none other than Luther's grandfather, Duke Wallace. As the Minister of Finance, his political existence was inextricably linked to the royal family, allowing the Wallace family to curry favor with the monarchy, even at the expense of offending certain royal members. However, provoking a prince solely for the sake of pride, as Luther did, was a grave miscalculation that could lead to animosity towards the Wallace family from the royal court. After all, if one dared to trample on a prince today, they might just as easily slap the king's face tomorrow. Every monarch and their heir must possess a keen awareness of such threats, particularly when the reigning king contemplates abdication, as it tests the loyalty of a family. Upon learning of this matter, Duke Wallace promptly abandoned all affairs at the palace and rushed back. "Grandfather, I heard you were looking for me." Though Luther had yet to arrive, his voice preceded him. At this moment, Luther brimmed with confidence. His capabilities had evolved dramatically since his coming-of-age ceremony months prior. Now, the level 7 Abyssal Arbiter, he excelled in both offense and defense, mastering dual combat techniques. To put it bluntly, the version of himself from the coming-of-age ceremony would be no match for him now. All of this was, of course, attributed to Edward's patient guidance, which deepened Luther's respect for his mentor, leading him to follow Edward's counsel without question. Moreover, today, Luther was filled with joy at the prospect of finally avenging himself against Julian, the one who had once subjected him to humiliation. For this opportunity, he was prepared to employ every means at his disposal, eager to demonstrate to the citizens of the royal city who the true victor of life truly was. However, the smile upon Luther's face could only endure until he reached the threshold, for upon entering, he was met with the formidable countenance of Duke Wallace, whose expression was both austere and foreboding. This sight cast a shadow over Luther as memories of his childhood resurfaced, memories of the stern discipline inflicted by this very grandfather. Although much had improved since then, a single glance from Wallace triggered an involuntary response within him. "Since you're at the door, why not step inside?" Duke Wallace remarked, his voice cold and indifferent upon seeing Luther. Yet, this only intensified Luther's trepidation. "Grandfather, I was wrong." Without hesitation and with utmost sincerity, Luther knelt upon the threshold. His contrition was further emphasized when he abruptly lowered himself to the ground, producing a sharp sound as he did so. Witnessing this display, even Duke Wallace's hardened heart softened slightly. After all, this was his only grandson. While Luther had erred, his youthful spirit was evident, and his mistakes were not beyond redemption. Nevertheless, compassion did not equate to leniency, and Duke Wallace maintained his stern demeanor, leaving Luther perplexed. "If you recognize your mistake, can you articulate what it is?" "I should not have challenged the third prince," Luther replied, momentarily taken aback before hastily responding. However, his words were met with a forceful kick from Duke Wallace. Following that came the voice of disappointment, brimming with exasperation. "Your error lies not in that. A mere third prince cannot shake the thousand-year foundation of the Wallace family. What angers me is your approach. Luther, although bewildered, understood that this was not the time for him to speak. You are the sole male heir of the Wallace lineage, destined to become the Duke and inherit my position. Yet, at present, you remain too immature to grasp your own standing. You are merely an heir to a duke, while he is a royal prince. To act against the royal family is a grave transgression, particularly when you instigate conflict without cause. This is an unforgivable offense. Consider this a warning. Do not let me witness a second instance of such folly. You may leave now. Though chastised, Luther felt a simmering discontent, for he discerned from Duke Wallace's words that the root of all this turmoil was merely the disparity of their identities and statuses. If I were to become the Lord of the Abyss, would not everything be reversed? He mused. Julian, wait for me. I may spare you this time, but when we meet again, I shall make you understand the true meaning of power. Clenching his fists tightly, Luther felt the sting of humiliation, knowing he could defeat his adversary, yet being compelled to hold back due to the latter's status. Indeed, Luther was not foolish. He had comprehended that the Duke's summons was merely a subtle directive for him to concede and willingly yield to Julian. All right, Luther, you're my disciple, and your life is destined to be legendary. Although this prince possesses potential, he is fated to remain an ordinary individual when compared to you, perhaps even failing to reach the threshold of legend. Therefore, do not let it weigh heavily on your heart. Your defeat at his hands is not insurmountable. What you must realize is that your immediate goal should be to elevate your level to 11 swiftly. Once you attain the intermediate profession tier, I shall guide you to the abyss, where you will be able to fully harness your professional advantages. I assure you, in a mere decade, you will ascend to the status of a legend, and a powerful one at that. When the time comes, the riches and immortality of the material realm will pale in comparison. As you inherit all that this profession encompasses, you may even rival the divine. And capturing a goddess will not be beyond your reach. After departing from the doorway, Edward, now devoid of that faint connection, began to fervently inspire Luther with grand visions. Yet, Luther remained captivated by his words. Being young and impetuous, he was resolute in his belief that he could achieve all that Edward had spoken of. Indeed, Minter, you speak true. What does it matter if I fail this time? Even if the entire royal city scoffs at me, I, Luther, do not measure my worth by fleeting moments. I strive for a lifetime. If I attain immortality, then what is a mere Julian to me? Luther felt an unprecedented clarity, and as the barriers around his heart shattered, a flash of brilliance erupted from within him, as though he had sheathed a sword of great sharpness. This astonished Edward, who had come to know his nominal disciple intimately over the days. Yet at this moment, he found Luther somewhat inscrutable. A flicker of malice took root in Edward's mind, though Luther remained oblivious to his mentor's thoughts. Do not underestimate the youth, for there shall come a day when a dragon soars amidst the phoenixes. What a defeat! What a victory! At long last, today has arrived. It has been some time since I last saw Luther, and I find myself quite fond of him. After all, such dedication and singular devotion in seeking prestige are rare indeed. Julian swayed in the courtyard, stretching his limbs, seemingly unconcerned about the duel to come. My lord, I believe you should not be complacent. Since Luther has the audacity to challenge you, he surely possesses confidence as well, his companion cautioned. Are you worried that I might stumble? Julian replied with a chuckle, then waved dismissively. No worries, this time victory is assured. With that, Julian conjured an ice spear, which he promptly melted with a fireball, then lifted his hand to wash his face with the resulting water. After all, lacking the knowledge of professional cleansing spells, he had to resort to such roundabout measures. Let us depart. Time is of the essence. We must not keep the royal city waiting. The royal palace, within its grand halls, belonged to the eldest prince, Zhu Yuan. As the heir to the throne, he was not required to leave the palace to establish his own estate. As a member of the royal family, apart from the king's authoritative figure, he was undoubtedly aware of the sordid affairs involving Julian and Luther. My younger brother is truly restless. He has just departed from the giant clan, and they have already consecrated him as a deity, leaving behind such a mess. Upon arriving in the royal city, he stirred up a storm, and now he is set to duel that fool from the Wallace family. Zhu Yuan set aside the documents in his hand and let out a cold snort. Your Highness, the third prince is soon to depart for the south, which should alleviate your concerns. The attendant, noticing his lord's displeasure, quickly approached to offer consolation. Indeed, this calamity is finally leaving the Frost Kingdom. It is a stroke of fortune. Furthermore, his fiancée is no ordinary woman, and once he departs, he shall not return for at least a year. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuan's countenance brightened. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for his brother. Yet, as the kingdom's eldest son, he felt compelled to demonstrate a facade of camaraderie towards his siblings. Thus, he refrained from striking or scolding him, for he must not be perceived as a tyrant. However, Zhu Yuan was genuinely repulsed by the recent remarks made by Julian concerning the giant clan, which had prompted a delegation of giants to approach him, proposing a union. It nearly left Zhu Yuan aghast. With such colossal figures, he was utterly bewildered. Your Highness, will you attend today's duel? Not at all. What purpose would it serve? Simply inform me of the outcome once it concludes. Understood, Your Highness. The attendant exited quietly, closing the door gently, leaving Zhu Yuan alone to attend to his duties. At this moment, the sun was already high in the sky, and the duel between Julian and Luther was on the verge of commencing. Despite the considerable stir it had caused, and the public's keen interest, the common folk could not afford to idle about like the nobility. Consequently, only a scant number of citizens attended, primarily those from the lower echelons, as mid to high-level professionals would hardly concern themselves with a clash between two novices. The remaining seats were monopolized by various nobles, the very individuals who had the leisure to attend such spectacles. Particularly, with the duel featuring two prominent figures of the royal city, it was bound to ignite the curiosity of the aristocracy. The overwhelming consensus favored Julian's victory, with only a handful of his former subordinates or those betting on dark horses believing Luther could triumph. Is it true that the betting has already commenced outside? Aren't you going to say something? Leaning casually against a pillar in the duel arena, Julian gazed at Luther with an air of nonchalance and remarked, "In truth, I find such betting distasteful. While there may be potential for profit, it is predicated on a performance that does not involve me. Being treated as a mere spectacle is already irksome enough, and to have others wager on me is akin to being a jester." On the other side, Luther, confronted by Julian's provocation, remained silent. After a considerable pause, during which Julian assumed Luther would not speak, Luther finally uttered, "Your Highness, their actions hold no relevance for us. My focus is solely on how to face you, and as we are nearly at that point, there is no need to engage in unnecessary discussions." At that moment, Julian felt as if Luther had transformed into a different person, exuding a deeply concealed hostility while maintaining an outward silence. What could possibly have prompted such profound growth in him? Julian was intrigued by Luther's sudden maturity. However, there was no time for further contemplation. As the duel had commenced, and the surrounding cheers coalesced into a deafening roar from above. "My apologies, Your Highness," Luther chuckled softly. The outcome of this battle was of little concern to him. He was eager to witness his progress over this period. A glint of cold light flashed as the dark short sword was drawn, emanating a chilling aura, as if it absorbed all warmth from the surroundings. More alarmingly, Julian seemed to perceive the sunlight around it distorting and being drawn in. Truly impressive. Although Julian was amazed, he remained merely astonished. With a swift motion, he conjured an ice shield before him, a defensive spell woven from a three-layered magical web, sufficient to withstand the majority of close-range attacks. His lips parted slightly as he recited an incantation. Ice spikes, not just one, but at least four surged toward Luther from all directions. While this was merely a second-tier spell, Julian had mastered it to such an extent that he could unleash its full combat potential. Yet, Luther was far from an ordinary opponent. During this time, he had diligently contemplated strategies for battling mages. Observing Julian's actions, he felt no urgency, instead responding with a derisive smile. However, this did not imply that Luther would be careless. Raising his right hand, a noxious aura emanated from him, signaling that he was now fully engaged. This marked the inception of his professional form, and the aura carried an ancient and profound essence, interwoven with a sense of eerie order. Yet the abyss was inherently a realm of chaos, and in that moment, Luther's abyssal aura was unmistakable, though the evident sense of order was strikingly conspicuous. What was the meaning of this? Why did chaos and order converge within a single individual? Wasn't Luther a warrior? Even as a fallen being from the abyss, he was merely a warrior of the dark. What could possibly account for this bizarre phenomenon? Above the arena, two nobles furrowed their brows simultaneously. They were present to maintain order, ready to intervene should tensions escalate between the combatants. Both were seasoned professionals, their status and strength commendable, and their perspectives refined. Yet, they failed to recognize Luther's true nature at first glance, reflecting the obscurity of his profession. Similarly, the onlookers below were equally bewildered. But soon they were left without even the luxury of confusion, for Luther had vanished into smoke, his form seemingly dissipating into a black mist, leaving only a cloud behind, obscuring any trace of his presence. This moment left Julian momentarily speechless, for it indicated that the spells of the physics department held no sway over this intangible cloud of smoke. Truly remarkable. Julian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, he refused to concede defeat, and thus instructed the ice spike to venture within. As expected, the ice spike effortlessly traversed the smoky veil, and due to the warmth within, it inevitably diminished in size. Julian's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as he prepared to manipulate the ice spike to oscillate back and forth. Yet, Luther was merely intent on observing how this form immunized against spells, not allowing Julian to toy with it at will. With a cold huff, he drifted away, dispersing the smoke as his figure materialized, resembling a displacement from a temporal spell, an impressive sight indeed. The vast majority of noble youths watching were envious of Luther's skill, though their reasons for admiration remained unclear. Certainly, the admirable qualities of nobility would never condone such voyeuristic behavior. Quite impressive, Luther. I admit I underestimated you. But this maneuver must have drained quite a bit of your energy. No? Julian regarded Luther with unwavering belief, though he was uncertain. While the degree of abnormality often correlates with energy expenditure, exceptions do exist, and Julian wagered that Luther's display of flair had cost him a considerable amount of stamina. Initially, Julian thought Luther would deny it, yet to his surprise, Luther nodded readily. You are correct. While vaporizing myself is quite useful, it inevitably consumed a quarter of my energy. I shan't employ this tactic again, and now I must retaliate. Luther grinned, but rather than immediately launching an attack, he slowly continued. What astonishes me most is your highness. I never anticipated that in just 2 months, you would leap from level 5 to 8 and even begin to touch upon the spells of the third layer of the magic network. Even I must concede that you are a true genius. Yet I am not to be underestimated. During this time, in gratitude for your earlier assistance, I have diligently trained and now stand merely 1 level behind you. Suddenly, Luther's aura shifted dramatically, as if he had ascended a tier, emanating an overwhelming and sinister energy that sent ripples of psychic pressure throughout the surroundings. Naturally, as Luther unleashed this display, the 2 nobles immediately extended their barriers to protect the onlookers, their astonishment at Luther's prowess growing. They could discern Luther's strength at a glance. Yet they were taken aback by the magnitude of his unleashed power, which surpassed that of a mere warrior or abyssal knight. What could this mean? Was it an advantage of an unknown profession, or a gift of power bestowed upon Luther by some abyssal lord or formidable demon? Uncertain, yet clearly bore an extraordinary weight. Personally, I lean towards the theory that this power was granted by a potent demon, as it would only explain such tremendous explosive force and the peculiar psychic impact. The 2 nobles exchanged glances, yet the younger individuals below were oblivious to the deeper implications of the moment. Under the influence of psychic shock, they were shielded by a magical barrier, leaving them with the impression that Luther was indeed more formidable. However, Julian, amidst the gathering, felt a sense of discomfort, for the kind of mental onslaught he faced was arduous to withstand, relying solely on one's intrinsic resistance. Should he falter, he would likely succumb to the overwhelming aura before him. Nevertheless, Julian was a mage of a higher tier, bolstered by an upgrade in his soul's resilience. Though it was somewhat taxing, he was confident he could endure. Julian maintained an impassive expression as he gazed upon Luther, who appeared akin to a demon emerging from the abyss. Despite Luther's intimidating presence, he lacked any murderous intent. Had he recently descended from a battlefield or achieved the monumental feat of slaying thousands, even most mid-level mages would have bowed before him. After all, it is the aura of death that wields the most potent psychological impact. Yet, Luther was still youthful, and youth often signifies a dearth of experience, rendering it impossible for him to amass such a terrifying aura. With a deft motion, he conjured a fireball, concealing within it a hidden curse of relentless torment. Uncertain if Luther had perceived this, he merely scoffed and transformed into a wisp of smoke, casually remarking, "Your Highness, you truly are naive. When I say I require nothing, it signifies that I genuinely do not." However, in his smoky form, Luther failed to notice the enigmatic smile that crept across Julian's face. As the fireball and the curse surged forth, for pre-prepared ice spikes penetrated the fray. Yet, much like before, they stirred not a ripple. With the ice spikes already having melted halfway, it is now my turn to strike. As Luther regained his composure, the fireball and the curse fell short of their target. The fireball was not a homing spell, thus rendered ineffective, while the curse languidly trailed behind Luther, unable to catch up as his physical prowess had significantly heightened. With a swift slash of his sword, although lacking the earth-shattering might of higher or legendary tiers, it was far from trivial. The blade, in rapid friction with the air, ignited the chilling aura into a dark flame aimed directly at Julian. The latter, not foolish enough to remain stationary, swiftly evaded, but Luther pivoted, adhering to Julian like a relentless shadow. "It is nearly time," Julian smiled warmly. Suddenly, Luther felt a disquieting sensation in his chest, causing his movements to falter momentarily. At that instant, he sensed a sharp pain emanating from within his body. Raising his gaze, he discovered Julian standing at a distance, observing him intently. "When did this happen?" "Oh, it was merely during your transformation into smoke. The steam from the ice spikes, scorched by the fireball, has now infiltrated your body. It can be solidified into ice with ease. Although the spell of freezing liquid into ice is classified as a third-tier magic, it is not as formidable as one might think. It is impossible to directly freeze the water within another's body, primarily because such liquids are inherently infused with Julian's essence." After listening to this, Luther could not help but admire his adversary, knowing that despite his intention to hold back, he had genuinely exerted himself. "I concede," Luther declared decisively, casting aside his sword. "Will you not even struggle? Why struggle? What does victory matter? What does failure signify? It is merely a transient state." Luther's nonchalance was striking, almost as if he had not instigated the conflict, leaving Julian somewhat perturbed. In the kingdom of Dodge, after conceding, Luther departed with an air of grace, leaving behind a throng of bewildered onlookers. Yet, no one derided Luther's defeat. It was evident to all that his prowess could easily overshadow theirs, preserving their dignity. How utterly perplexing, Julian sighed, feeling as though he had been outwitted, particularly on an intellectual level. However, as he gazed at Luther's retreating figure, he found it curious that Luther had displayed considerable reserve during their battle. Had he chosen to persist, Julian knew the outcome would have been exceedingly arduous. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly intrigued him was the rapid enhancement of Luther's abilities and the peculiar aura surrounding him. "He must have transitioned to a hidden class," Julian mused, stroking his chin. "It seems I too must seek a hidden class, lest I fall behind." The notion of a hidden class was often more myth than reality, yet the rarity of such classes often equated to their strength. Ultimately, the match between Julian and Luther was but a trivial event, stirring only a minor ripple in the tumultuous kingdom, quickly quelled. The two participants subsequently retreated into seclusion. While Luther occupied himself with undisclosed activities, Julian immersed himself in the arcane arts, diligently studying new spells. However, Julian soon found he would not need to continue this solitary endeavor, as a missive from the kingdom had arrived, instructing him to journey south to the kingdom of Dodge to prepare for his impending marriage. Naturally, this would not be a swift process. The immediate task was to submit the marriage contract. I must depart the capital once more, he reflected, though this journey promised to be far superior to the last, as it would not lead him to that desolate northern region. Instead, he was bound for the south, the heart of the continent, reputed to be a land brimming with intriguing occurrences and rumored divine visitations. "My lord, remember this journey is for a marriage alliance," Toby interjected, somewhat inappropriately. Realizing his misstep, he quickly bowed his head. Toby had recently strived to break through to level 14, and Julian had granted him permission to accompany him to the kingdom of Dodge. "What do you understand? A marriage is merely a marriage, a sacrifice for the kingdom. As a prince of the realm, I must not only enjoy the privileges that come with my title, but also bear the corresponding responsibilities, something you fail to comprehend." In the gaze of Toby's admiration, Julian silently retrieved a photograph of his fiancée, and tucked it into his bosom. This was certainly not due to her beauty. Julian mused inwardly. Yet, unbeknownst to him, in the distant kingdom of Dodge, his fiancée, he was equally preoccupied with thoughts of him, though not with a desire for his presence, but rather a wish for his demise on the journey. Within the palace of the Dodge kingdom, the sound of yet another vase shattering resonated through the halls. A matron skillfully approached to clean up the mess, having grown accustomed to such occurrences over the past month, sparing even a word of consolation. My elder and younger brothers are indeed quite considerate. The resentment in Elena's eyes was palpable whenever her two brothers were mentioned. Princess, the crown prince and second prince are acting in your best interest. I have heard that the prince from the Frost Kingdom is quite admirable, young, handsome, and adept at generating wealth. Generating wealth. Elena's tone abruptly heightened, and she pointed accusingly at the matron. Is the wealth you speak of derived from selling women's undergarments? Do you have any idea how many nobles in the entire Dodge kingdom mock me, saying I am marrying a merchant of lingerie? The matron fell silent, aware that Julian's reputation in the royal city was far from stellar. Observing the demeanor of those around her, Elena quelled her anger. She harbored no particular grievances against Julian, as they both shared similar fates. Her ire was directed solely at her two brothers. She had not anticipated that upon reaching adulthood, her brothers would be so eager to find her a suitor, compelling her to relinquish her ambitions. Had they sought a match within the Dodge kingdom or its neighboring realms, it would have been one thing, but Elena was astonished that her brothers had so callously cast her into marriage with the third prince of the most northern kingdom, one with no claim to the throne. It felt like a sentence of death. Indeed, Elena had never concealed her ambitions. She aspired to become a figure akin to her grandmother, to ascend as the queen of the Dodge kingdom, a dream she had harbored since the age of 10. If she were merely ordinary, it would be one thing, but Elena possessed remarkable prowess, not only in her exceptional talent for cultivation, but also in her deft manipulation of political strategies. In matters of state, she exhibited the cunning of a seasoned veteran, far removed from the demeanor of a mere teenager, and at the age of 14. She had already assisted the king of Dodge in governance, surpassing her two foolish brothers by an immeasurable degree. This exceptional talent caused the king of Dodge considerable hesitation. The throne, in theory, should rightfully pass to his son to ensure its legitimacy. However, with a daughter of such extraordinary capability, the prospect of her reigning as queen seemed equally appealing. This indecision became the root of the ensuing conflict. Elena believed she had an opportunity, while the two princes regarded her with trepidation. The door of Elena's palace creaked open, revealing a young man with golden hair and azure eyes. He casually surveyed the surroundings, chuckling softly as his gaze fell upon Elena and the elderly caretaker seated by the bed, the latter being disregarded. His attention fixated on Elena, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. What is it, my dear sister? Have you grown angry once more? Fear not, for your betrothed shall soon arrive, and then you shall be inseparable. I trust that my future brother-in-law will handle my tempestuous sister with care. Ha! Lucas relished the sight of his sister's discomfort, especially as he envisioned her, a formidable figure, soon to be whisked away by a small prince of lingerie to the desolate north, destined to become an ordinary noblewoman. The thought sent a thrill through him, akin to an electric jolt. Elena observed her brother's antics with a disdainful huff, choosing silence over engagement. She understood that arguing with someone who derived pleasure from the misfortunes of others would only amplify his delight. Her intuition proved accurate. Lucas, feigning nonchalance, quickly departed upon receiving no response. Shortly after, the elderly caretaker excused herself under the pretext of attending to a broken vase, leaving Elena alone by the bedside. An unusual voice suddenly pierced the stillness. What troubles you, my dear bishop? Who has angered you? Upon hearing this, Julian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, inwardly cursing Ivanov for being such a tiresome presence. The establishment of such rules seemed designed to thwart enjoyment. There were several ways to win this trial. The first was straightforward. Both parties could amicably collaborate, relying solely on their own strength to determine success. Yet, as the saying goes, the human heart is the most inscrutable of all. No one would readily trust a stranger, especially when they were adversaries. Thus, should one foolishly exert their full effort, they might find themselves eliminated by a cunning individual once their strength waned, rendering their efforts futile, unless they possessed extraordinary power, a rarity in this setting. Currently, both Io and Julian stood on relatively equal footing. Io was a level 7 mage, while Julian was at level 8. Theoretically, Julian should surpass Io, yet this was merely a theory. Io might possess an item that amplified his attacks, or a burst spell that could easily surpass Julian's capabilities. Moreover, at this stage, spellcasting involved a degree of luck, as the spells lacked targeting capabilities, making fortune paramount. If luck favored them, and they struck true, the remainder would involve disrupting each other's spell attacks. Io, I must apologize. I covet the arcane legacy this time, so I may not show mercy, Julian remarked, offering a faint smile to Io before rising, fully unleashing the power of his level 8 mage status. Although Io's prowess does not match that of Julian, her unyielding spirit in the realm of magic compels her to rise to the challenge. Thus, I too shall not concede, for this endeavor transcends mere aspiration. It embodies the hopes of my mentor as well. As Julian gazes into Io's eyes, ablaze with fervent determination, he begins to question whether he has unwittingly assumed the role of the quintessential antagonist. Yet, in truth, Julian recognizes that within the brief span of time they have shared, this passionate youth is not only admirable, but also possesses the qualities of a true friend. Under different circumstances, this might suffice, but at present, Julian finds himself reluctantly engaged as her opponent. The trial commences. With no time for contemplation, the next moment unfolds in a spectacle reminiscent of a science fiction film. Even Julian, seasoned as he is, cannot help but marvel at the sheer might of the archmages, let alone Io, who stands entranced by the wonders surrounding her. The application of enchanting runes is nothing short of miraculous. The interplay of elemental forces, air and earth, intertwined with a hint of spatial manipulation, epitomizes the essence of true sorcery. Indeed, this is precisely why I am here to undergo this transformation. No, this time, I shall surely succeed. Io stands resolute, her voice imbued with an unwavering tenacity. Thus, may the best prevail. Thud, thud, thud. The walls tremble, dust cascading from above, as one wall succumbs to the vibrations and collapses, revealing a colossal steel golem before them. Here lies the most formidable war machine of the archmages, the Iron Golem. This is no mere assemblage of iron. The runes inscribed upon its form represent the pinnacle of arcane craftsmanship, achievable only by the most advanced archmages, underscoring the arduous nature of its creation. Yet, alongside its formidable construction, the combat prowess of the Iron Golem is astounding. Historically, these entities have demonstrated strength rivaling that of demigods, with legends suggesting that when its core attains divinity, its explosive power may, at times, reach levels akin to that of deities. However, such occurrences remain speculative, as history has yet to document such an event. Is this truly the masterpiece of the archmages? Julian's excitement is palpable. Undoubtedly, this Iron Golem represents the apex of puppet creatures, and it has long been my greatest aspiration to craft such an exquisite artifact. It must be said that bibliophiles often harbor various obsessions. Upon witnessing this Iron Golem, Io is nearly overwhelmed with a desire to ascend and examine it closely. Fortunately, her fascination does not render her foolish, as she remains alert, casting wary glances at Julian. Boom! With a leap, the Iron Golem swiftly enters the arena, the clash of metal echoing through the air. In that instant, both combatants catch a clear glimpse of the imposing figure before them. Its frigid metallic body, crafted from rare materials, gleams with a sleek, mechanical chill, while the joints reveal a flow of energy coursing through them. Certainly, the runes that Io yearned to behold were concealed beneath the metallic surface. Thus I commenced, a mischievous grin playing on Julian's lips as he cast a spell with lightning swiftness. As anticipated, the spell struck true, and the Iron Golem seemed to awaken as the flames engulfed it. Its obsidian eyes suddenly glimmered with a shadowy light, fixating on the two. Target locked. Indeed, I had surmised that this entity would not remain passive under assault. Such was the nature of its design. The ensuing aim was to strike it with all one's might, while simultaneously thwarting Io's attack and evading the golem's onslaught. Julian pondered this, finding it quite a challenge. Seeing Julian take initiative, Io, unwilling to fall behind, summoned a fiery bird that soared toward the target, seemingly poised to make contact. However, Julian, with a sly disposition, conjured an ice shield along its trajectory, extinguishing Io's fiery spell. Io glared at Julian, brandishing her staff in accusation. My apologies, but at this moment, we are adversaries. Julian chuckled awkwardly, feeling no remorse, for they were indeed opponents. Yet, this was not merely a contest between two. Both Julian and Io had egregiously overlooked the presence of the iron golem, which would not remain idle due to their negligence. As they remained oblivious, the golem completed its charge, and a fierce gale erupted, instantly altering the expressions on their faces. Indeed, the mounting wind forcefully propelled them against the wall, nearly flattening their heads. Fortunately, this predicament was brief, but upon descending, Julian was startled to observe that Io's complexion had shifted from its natural hue to a pallid white. Good heavens, could it possibly have a health bar? As Julian glimpsed his reflection in the mirror, he realized this was no mere conjecture. The wretched creature truly possessed a health bar. A profound suspicion arose within him. This Ivanov fellow must be a developer of some third-rate, turn-based web game from Earth. 105. The final level. Io, fret not. Although you have faltered this time, truth be told, your opponent is none other than His Highness, the Prince, who has been fortified by the abundant resources of the Frost Kingdom, coupled with his innate talent. Thus, it is only natural. Felix, having learned Io's name while conversing with her mentor, sought to offer comfort, yet he felt that his words would only serve to undermine her. As expected, upon hearing this, Io lifted her chin defiantly. Though she was indeed exceptional, she would not surrender so easily. One day, I shall defeat him. The onlookers fell silent, for this level of youthful pride from a boy recently ignited with fervor was still within the realm of acceptability. Io, let us depart. This time, there is no opportunity. Fear not, for in the East, there awaits another chance. Consider this merely a training exercise. Indeed, Mentor, I shall surely succeed next time. Observing the two companions arrive with great enthusiasm only to depart in disappointment, Felix and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Hey Felix, as a mage, you are the most knowledgeable among us. Do you think His Highness might succeed this time? Kor asked with a grin, while the others perked up their ears, signaling their keen interest in the matter. Well, it's hard to say. After all, the mage profession heavily relies on innate talent, which is of utmost importance, Felix replied. Though uncertain, he could not help but flaunt his superiority while casting a derisive glance at Kor and the others for their lack of talent. At that moment, Julian was seated at a table, surrounded by a myriad of intricate runes that swiftly coalesced into a human visage. Greetings, newcomer. The rune-formed face astonished Julian, but soon morphed his surprise into apprehension as he discerned a semblance of humanity in its expression, mockery, and contemplation. Can you think? Julian cautiously inquired. Of course surprised. Are you not? The rune being exhibited a scornful demeanor, speaking with a hint of arrogance. I am the illustrious Archmage Ivanov. How could I possibly lack the capacity for thought? Impossible. That ancient fellow has been deceased for millennia. Julian felt an ominous turn as the words left his mouth. And indeed, the entity he had referred to as the old fellow began to roar. What are you saying? How dare you refer to me as an old fellow? Are the younger generations so disrespectful nowadays? Certainly not. I misspoke earlier. I apologize, esteemed Archmage Ivanov. It is rumored outside that you perished long ago. But how can you still be alive, right? The ruined face revealed a semblance of wistfulness. They were not entirely incorrect in their beliefs, for within their understanding, he had indeed died, as his body had decayed, and his soul wandered the river of Hades. Pausing momentarily, he continued, Yet I still exist. It is paradoxical, but it is a tangible reality. You have witnessed it. My existence now is due to these runes, a magnificent work of the great Archmage Ivanov, inscribing all of my soul's memories upon these runes, thus shaping an entirely new life. Had Ivanov possessed hands, Julian would have surely witnessed the old fellow gesticulating animatedly. Yet all that remained was his rune-like visage. However, Ivanov's mood soon darkened. But life has always been the domain of the divine. I have ultimately failed. The creation modeled after myself has not succeeded, for while it possesses all my memories, emotions, and thoughts, it is devoid of the most crucial element, imagination. Lacking this extension of thought, this life is rendered incomplete. Though Ivanov's words seemed somewhat esoteric, Julian began to comprehend their essence. It bore a resemblance to a certain form of artificial intelligence from his previous life, limited to retrieving information from its own database and selecting appropriate responses at suitable moments. Yet, fundamentally, it remained a mechanical entity, capable only of executing commands without the capacity for genuine creation. The more Julian understood, the more he appreciated Ivanov's formidable prowess. Having single-handedly navigated the collective journey of billions of individuals over centuries, a feat that truly befits a grand archmage, almost divine in nature. Had he existed during the establishment of a belief system, he would have undoubtedly been revered as a deity. Alas, he was simply a product of unfortunate timing. Very well, successor. Since you have successfully passed the preliminary challenges, I shall now directly assess you. This is your final trial, and indeed, the most crucial one. My final trial? Are there other stages? Julian sensed an underlying significance in Ivanov's words. Certainly, I have already evaluated your innate talents, which align perfectly with the requirements. Thus, there is no need for superfluous formalities. Only those lacking in aptitude require perseverance and intellect to compensate. When discussing such individuals, Ivanov exhibited a clear disdain, indicative of a bias held by talent-oriented archmages against those of perseverance. What does the assessment entail? Julian inquired further. Quite simple, really. It involves the most fundamental spell combinations. I shall provide you with a selection of basic first-level spells, which you must amalgamate into theoretically viable composite spells, Ivanov replied. However, despite his nonchalant demeanor, the task was indeed formidable. What did theoretically viable truly imply? It was far from mere speculation. It tested Julian's understanding of elemental composition and arrangement, as well as his comprehension of spell models, an exhaustive evaluation of the knowledge an archmage must possess. Of course, you need not rush. You have 1 month to contemplate these matters, and there is an abundance of literature available for your study. All I require from you by the deadline are 3 answers. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Ivanov stated casually. Yet, Julian felt an urge to curse. Simple, my foot. If it were feasible within a month, I might as well ascend to the heavens. However, he was compelled to confront the reality before him. Gazing at the multitude of books surrounding him, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. It had been years since he had last encountered such a wealth of knowledge since the examinations of his 18th year. Having long since descended from the pinnacle of intellectual pursuit, the sudden necessity to immerse himself in this sea of books was met with profound resistance. This is simply overwhelming. 1 month? Will I even survive this ordeal? Julian murmured, while simultaneously submitting a request for Felix and the others waiting outside to proceed to the nearby city, allowing himself to happily delve into the ocean of literature. After a month, Julian truly found himself trapped in this dimly lit space, an experience that was maddening yet astonishing in its yield. His accumulation of arcane knowledge had reached a level far beyond the comprehension of the average individual. However, this was merely a storage of information. The sheer volume had rendered his mind somewhat overwhelmed, necessitating considerable time to process each thought. Well, dear newcomer, it has been a month. I trust you have formed your own opinions by now. A month later, the visage of the rune master Ivanov reappeared before Julian, his voice remaining as nonchalant as ever, as though nothing could pique his interest. This was to be expected, for a being with countless years of memory. He had encountered many like Julian and felt no urgency. After all, what did failure matter? Julian merely huffed in discontent, refusing to display any significant reaction. What he yearned for most was to escape this monotonous existence, to venture into the grand city, to behold beautiful women, to savor the vibrant world around him. As for the promised trio of spell combinations, they were astonishingly simple. Having roamed the earth in a past life, he had acquired a wealth of eclectic knowledge. Is that enough? Would you care to take a look? I assure you it will astound you. Julian inquired with confidence. Certainly, but I doubt you could truly astonish me. My experiences far exceed yours, Ivanov replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Let us see then, Julian retorted, turning his attention away from the being that was not truly alive. He summoned a fireball in one hand and conjured another in the other. Ah, came Ivanov's surprised exclamation. What is this? Nothing extraordinary, merely the spell combination you mentioned. I have fused 2 fireball spells, utilizing 2 distinct flames. Although the fire element is volatile, its explosive damage is quite substantial. The fusion, however, poses some difficulties and is not guaranteed to succeed. As he spoke, Julian began to demonstrate. This technique was drawn from a novel he had once read, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. One flame was intensely scorching, while the other was corrosively abyssal. The combination not only produced explosive area damage, but also inflicted sustained corrosive harm. Julian's greatest challenge had been altering the fireball's spell model, a feat made possible only through Ivanov's extensive documentation. Without it, he would have struggled to find solution. After all, the knowledge of a grand archmage was formidable. Fortuitously, Julian succeeded this time. A resounding boom nearly obliterated the laboratory, a calamity averted only by Ivanov's swift deployment of a protective barrier using reserve energy. Curse it! Were you doing this on purpose? Ivanov's roar struck Julian's face directly, leaving the latter with no choice but to offer an awkward smile. My apologies. I didn't manage that well. I truly didn't. I will certainly be more cautious next time. What? Their essay next time? No, Julian quickly reassured. After a prolonged moment, Ivanov cast a pained glance at the ruined area before turning to Julian. This one counts as your success. The arrangement of two fire elements according to a specific model is indeed formidable. Now what is next? Next? All right, it will be ready shortly, Julian replied, a hint of shyness in his tone. This spell was conceived during a moment of inspiration, a fusion of wind elements and the ice spear technique, enveloping the model of the wind spell within that of the ice spear. When invoking the wind spell, the solid ice spear would impede its movement, thereby generating a vibration. Yes, a vibration, and a chilling one at that. There was an inherently wicked sensation to it. However, in the presence of Ivanov, he could not divulge the true source of his inspiration. Thus, he said, this concept emerged when I witnessed colossal icebergs shattering amidst a storm on the northern ice plains, unleashing tremendous power, so I thought to give it a try. Ivanov, believing him, nodded. Quite impressive. The origin of spells from life experiences suggests you possess the potential of an excellent arcanist. Julian bashfully accepted such praise. Now we have one final task. You need not fully demonstrate it. A theoretical feasibility will suffice. After all, even I find it challenging to develop 2 spells within a month. 3 would be utterly fantastical. Julian responded, then why did you insist on me creating 3? Had I known this earlier, I could have left 2 weeks ago instead of lingering here for half a month. At that moment, Julian felt that if he were not relying on Ivanov, he would certainly have given the old man a good thrashing, for Ivanov now possessed only memories and rudimentary thinking. His prowess was evidently absent. At most, he could utilize some mechanisms here. However, since it was merely a theoretical exercise, it became simpler. Julian felt free to boast, as anyone can engage in bravado. Thus, he began, I have numerous ideas at present. I just don't know which one is the best. Would you care to listen? Numerous? Ivanov's interest was piqued. Indeed, the first idea is a combination of the biological replication technique and the thought extension technique. These two combined? Certainly. The biological replication technique is an ancient spell that creates a temporary physical form, but its drawback is that it resembles a lifeless body, thus of limited utility. However, when paired with the thought extension technique, one can extend their consciousness into it, effectively creating a temporary external avatar, and these two spells do not conflict. That is a commendable concept, but this merely constitutes a combination of spells rather than a true amalgamation. Julian spoke rapidly, offering 7 or 8 ideas. Yet most were promptly dismissed by Ivanov due to the significant flaws inherent in Julian's thoughts. Listen to this, he proposed. Combining the spells of dark vision and flash could blind a person in an instant. This notion had actually stemmed from his previous interactions with Io. It was a decent idea. Although it had been suggested before, overlapping concepts could be forgiven, so it barely passed scrutiny. Are you prepared for what comes next? Prepared for what? The legacy of the Archmage. The response came with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, both Julian and Cole found the voice delightful, envisioning its owner as a charming young lady. However, for Felix, the impending sound was akin to a thunderclap, sending the soon-to-be 40-year-old bachelor into a state of disarray. Without making the 3 wait long, the voice's owner appeared at the doorway. Her face, while not conventionally beautiful, radiated a refreshing charm, accompanied by an aura that was undeniably pleasant. This was the very essence of a woman with grace and intellect. The moment she entered, her gaze fixed directly on Felix in the corner, offering only a brief acknowledgement to Julian and Cole. At that moment, Felix appeared rather flustered. Unable to meet the young lady's eyes, his gaze evasive. Julian and Cole exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison, observing the engrossed interaction between the two. There's a story here. Indeed. Has it truly been so long since Professor Felix has returned? Does he have nothing to say to his pupil? Julian and Cole stifled their astonishment, making a concerted effort to remain silent. However, the implications of teacher and pupil struck them with a jolt. It was evident that this was not merely a casual encounter. Felix had orchestrated this meeting, as he would not have brought Julian and Cole to her otherwise. With a wry smile, Felix rose. I apologize, Candace, but I am no longer your teacher. Let us discard that title. Moreover, I did not truly teach you anything back then. I merely provided you with an introduction to the arcane arts. So much time has passed. There is no need to dwell on the past. Despite Felix's words, the young lady named Candace showed no signs of yielding. She approached Felix directly, and in a moment of astonishment, she embraced him. Felix instinctively reached out to push her away, but his reaction was a beat too slow, inadvertently brushing against Candace's chest. Though he retracted quickly, the encounter left both parties in an awkward silence. After a protracted pause, Julian and Cole, who had been witnesses to this intimate moment, finally cleared their throats, signaling the need for decorum, reminding them that there were others present. Felix gently pushed Candace away, yet she did not retreat from his side, remaining closely attached to him. Please, don't, Felix began, but was swiftly interrupted by Candace, who, with an air of confidence, regarded Julian and Cole without a trace of her previous shyness, as if embracing Felix were the most natural thing in the world. Greetings, I am Candace, hailing from Maple City in the Kingdom of Dodge. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, I am Julian from the Frost Kingdom, currently a mage without a formal position. Greetings, fair lady, I am Cole, Felix's companion and a thief by trade. I possess great agility. Should anyone trouble you, feel free to seek me out, and I shall see to it that they are dealt with. Thank you for your kindness, but I trust Felix will handle it well. Candace replied. Upon hearing this, Cole's previously cheerful expression suddenly stiffened, his lips twitching slightly, overwhelmed by an unmistakable wave of envy. Meanwhile, Felix wisely chose to bury his head in the sand, remaining silent, though this did not imply that Julian and Cole would let him off easily. Julian had clearly discerned the mutual affection between the two, yet he was puzzled as to why Felix had departed from the Frost Kingdom to become a devoted mage for the realm, while Candace had assumed the role of a local matron. Surely, there was a story behind this. Hey, Felix, don't just stand there in silence. Look at Candace, so generously inviting us to dine. You ought to express your gratitude, he urged. Felix, at this, cast a stiff glance at the smiling Candace, hesitating for a moment before managing to say, Thank you. I enjoyed this meal. Enjoyed it? Yet I sense you hardly touched it. This feast was prepared especially for you. Candace replied. Julian and Cole, caught mid-bite, froze, cautiously swallowing their morsels while casting a resentful glance at Candace, wondering how she could speak so insensitively. Observing Felix's prolonged silence, as if he were grappling with some profound thought, yet failing to articulate anything, it was Candace who finally brought clarity to the matter. Felix, I understand what you are pondering. It is merely my father's opposition. However, I am no longer the girl I once was. I am fully capable of making my own decisions now. You must realize that I have turned 19, and typically, girls my age are already married with children. Yet here I am, and do you know why? Candace's candid and almost transparent words shattered the last of Felix's defenses, though he remained hesitant, which was understandable given his age. Now in his 30s, he felt it prudent to approach matters of the heart with caution. However, time was of the essence, and both Cole and Julian were already quite anxious. Felix, just look at her. She is practically offering herself along with a dowry at your doorstep, and you still hesitate? Honestly, you're being overly cautious. I would have accepted her proposal without a second thought, Cole exclaimed, though Felix paid him little mind. Candace, I understand, but I am considerably older than you, Felix replied. As Felix spoke, a sense of despondency washed over him. At 39 years of age, he had already circled around Candace nearly twice, while she, even accounting for the current year, was merely 19. Initially, he harbored profound reservations about his feelings for his disciple, a mere child of 10, feeling a sense of shame. Furthermore, The relentless opposition from Candace's father compounded his doubts, leading Felix to ultimately choose to depart. He had believed their relationship would end there, yet now he found that the girl he once cherished had blossomed into a graceful young woman, having held onto her ethereal feelings all this time. To claim he was not moved would be disingenuous. However, it was precisely this emotion and seriousness that made him hesitant to accept the situation easily. He did not wish to transform a father-daughter relationship into enmity because of his own actions, a burden he would carry with guilt for a lifetime. Is age truly a disparity? Candace pursed her lips, revealing a fragile helplessness for the first time, prompting those beside her to feel an overwhelming urge to slap Felix across the face. However, before they could act, a sudden commotion erupted from below the tavern, followed by an audacious proclamation. From today onward, this is my territory. Peering out the window, Felix beheld a rotund noble at the center of a small squad of city guards, his slanted eyes glimmering with an insatiable greed. Meanwhile, at a distance, within the Lord's manor, a middle-aged nobleman, sporting a duplicitous smile, regarded the sorcerer before him with an air of congeniality. Master Reuben, I am confident that what you seek will soon be within your grasp. When that time comes, my lord shall surely bestow divine favor upon you. I only hope that, once you are duly recognized, you might extend a modicum of assistance to a humble soul like myself. Should outsiders witness this exchange, they would undoubtedly find it astonishing. The Lord of Maple Leaf City was a formidable figure throughout the entire Duchy Kingdom, even holding considerable influence among the nation's nobility. Not to mention his impressive rank as a level 17 sorcerer. Yet, despite not exhibiting the demeanor of a subservient slave, the flattery in his words unmistakably revealed the disparity in their social standings. Linlin, as the Lord of Maple Leaf City, I trust you will manage affairs here well. However, how can you guarantee swift results? You must understand that I will report everything to my lord, and should you fail to deliver on time, it may not be rewards you receive, but rather punishment. Reuben stood above nonchalantly, neither confirming nor denying Linlin's words, yet a glint of scrutiny danced in his eyes. I am well aware that old rogue Matthews has been entrenched in Maple Leaf City for decades. If you assert that he lacks support, I find that hard to believe. Therefore, it's best not to speak so definitively. My lord has granted ample time for this task, and I would prefer not to witness you overreach in your ambitions, as that would inevitably drag me down with you, leading to unfavorable outcomes for both. Of course, Master Reuben, your counsel shall be etched in my heart, Linlin replied, his smile somewhat strained, yet he endured it, for he was indeed in need of assistance. As Reuben departed, Linlin gradually revealed his true nature. Reuben, do you truly believe that being addressed as Master elevates you to legendary status? Our ranks are relatively comparable. Had it not been for your esteemed position, you would have perished countless times in Maple Leaf City. Yet, such harsh words can only be uttered in solitude. Linlin, now over a century old, felt the weight of his years pressing upon him. Before achieving the status of a legendary mage, those in their profession without extraordinary gifts merely enjoyed a slight extension of life compared to ordinary folk. Thus, Linlin was indeed aged, but he had no desire to meet his end. He had become a mere instrument in the hands of others. After a brief pause, he summoned a servant and whispered a few instructions into their ear. Swiftly, the servant vanished from the Lord's mansion. At that moment, Candace was on the brink of an explosion, glaring at the rotund noble below. This was merely an unknown baron, the lowest tier of nobility, reduced to an insignificant figure within a grand city like Maple Leaf. Typically, Candace would have dismissed him entirely. However, this insignificant ant dared to proclaim his intent to claim the Maple Leaf Tavern as his own, which struck a nerve with Candace. It was crucial to note that she had poured countless efforts into building this establishment, and since taking it over from her father, it had become her second home. Ball, who has granted you such audacity to cause a ruckus here? Have you forgotten your own standing? Candace descended the stairs, accompanied by Julian and others. They refrained from intervening, recognizing that Candace had the upper hand against the noble named Ball, rendering Julian's intervention unnecessary. Conversely, Ball, intimidated by Candace's fierce demeanor, momentarily wavered. Yet, despite his trepidation, he was not one to retreat without a fight. The thought of the numerous promises made by a certain individual ignited a fervor within him. Moreover, Ball's perspective led him to dismiss the notion that a family without a title could withstand opposition in Maple Leaf City, thus steeling himself. Ball not only refused to back down, but became increasingly audacious, his greedy gaze fixated upon Candace, an overwhelming desire for possession flooding his eyes. "Ah, Miss Candace, why do you speak such words? I have not come to cause trouble. Soon, this will be my territory. If anyone should leave, it is you." Ball endeavored to maintain a facade of normalcy, yet his grotesque appearance betrayed him, resembling a wild boar clad in a human visage. Candace was not the only one repulsed. Even Julian, Felix, and Cole found him utterly distasteful. However, Ball only grew more exhilarated, as if imbued with a mysterious courage. "Candace, I have come specifically to settle my dues with you." Behold, Ball, under the astonished gazes of those present, slowly retrieved a gold coin from his pocket. "Did you see that? This is indeed a gold coin, a whole gold coin. I believe it is sufficient for me to purchase your establishment." Amidst a boisterous laugh, the sharp sound of metal striking the floor echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Was this person mad? Did he dare to presume that the illustrious Maple Tavern, renowned throughout the Dodger Kingdom, was worth merely a single gold coin? Had the nobility become so brazen as to disregard the laws of the kingdom? A hush fell over the crowd, yet Candace did not share in the silence. She was engulfed in fury. "Ball!" Candace nearly shouted his name with all her might. Ball paused momentarily, then fixed Candace with a chilling gaze. "What is it, Miss Candace? Do you have an objection? Ball, do you wish for death? Do you believe you can wield absolute power in Maple City? I know not who has emboldened you, but you will leave this place at once. I do not wish to see you here." Yet, he did not comply. Instead, he regarded her with even more audacity, a madness glimmering in his cold eyes. "Candace, remember this. I am a baron of the kingdom, and you are merely a commoner without title. You insolent wretch, do not forget that on this continent, it is the nobility who reigns supreme. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you allowed your so-called wealth to cloud your understanding of rank?" Ball had indeed lost his senses. He had long harbored disdain for Candace and her family, or rather, for all commoners who possessed greater wealth than he. In Bale's mind, it was unjust that a baron such as himself should resort to borrowing to sustain his livelihood, while these commoners squandered their riches. Thus, when someone approached him with an offer, he hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. "Candace, remember your station. You are a mere commoner, while I am a noble. Should you wish to become my servant, I might consider sparing you." His words were met with raucous laughter, yet suddenly, a cold snort pierced the air. 110. A swift slap followed as Felix approached Candace silently, fixing his gaze upon the audacious Ball. Julian and Cole exchanged knowing smiles, choosing to remain silent. Ball, sensing the tension, looked nervously at Felix. After all, the robes of a mage adorned Felix, suggesting he was a formidable sorcerer. As a baron living off the scraps, Ball discreetly retreated until he stood beside his guards, letting out a sigh of relief. Feeling a renewed sense of security, Bale's demeanor became haughty once more. "Who are you? I warn you, I am a baron of the Dodger Kingdom, a true noble. Should you dare to act against me, the city guard will show you no mercy." Having delivered his warning, Ball attempted to persuade further. "While I know not the nature of your relationship with Candace, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. This is not a situation for a leisurely mage such as yourself." With a sharp tongue and a blend of gentle and harsh tactics, according to Ball's conjecture, Felix should have discreetly departed at this moment. However, to his astonishment, Felix, though refraining from reprimanding him, firmly grasped Candace's hand, gazing intently at him. "Have you finished? If so, you may leave." Felix was tempted to retaliate, yet he was not merely Candace's boyfriend. He was also Julian's protector. His foremost duty was to safeguard Julian's well-being, rather than provoke trouble. Although this Count Ball appeared feeble, his demeanor suggested the presence of formidable allies behind him. Thus, Felix sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Conversely, Ball held a differing perspective. Observing Felix's reluctance to act, he felt emboldened, convinced that brandishing the tiger skin of the duchy would grant him unchallenged authority. His arrogance escalated to such a degree that even those around began to find it intolerable. "Humph, the esteemed Baron Ball grants you one final opportunity. Depart obediently, and I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, the laws of the kingdom will enlighten you on the disparity between nobility and commoners." upon concluding his statement with a disdainful snort. He fixated on Candace with a gaze laced with insidious desire. While she was of average appearance, Ball found her appealing. If she were to become his concubine, he might generously bestow upon them some gold coins. Ball's words were utterly outrageous. Felix, who sought to avoid conflict, was not a coward. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the flushed Candace beside him. A surge of impulse welled within him. However, before Felix could act, Ball, sensing the tension, exclaimed, "What? Do you intend to strike? You must understand that I am a baron, a nobleman, and you are merely a commoner." With that, Ball barely finished speaking when a hand swiftly struck him. Given his corpulent figure, evasion was impossible, and instinctively he sought refuge beside his guard, hoping to shield himself with the latter's strength. Yet, it was futile. His guard had already been incapacitated. Thus a crisp and resounding slap echoed, leaving an unmistakable red imprint on the once arrogant baron's face. Ball stood in shock, turning to his expectations of a capable guard, who merely offered a wry smile, indicating his impotence. In that moment, Ball realized he had been the target of a premeditated blow. He turned to confront the instigator, a suddenly emerged youth, who trembled as he pointed a finger at Julian, his voice quivering yet laced with malice. "You dare!" Ball was nearly driven to madness. How could a baron, in a public setting, be slapped across the face by an oblivious brat? It was evident that word of this humiliation would spread throughout the kingdom in no time, marking him as a disgrace among the nobility, even leading to contempt from his own family and ultimate isolation. "What is wrong with me? I merely delivered a slap," Julian remarked with a resigned blink, yet inwardly, he reveled in the moment. After all, having played the supporting role for so long, it was a rare opportunity to bask in such attention, particularly when it was directed at a loathed fat man. The sensation was invigorating, a refreshing breeze to the soul. "Very well, you think you can provoke me, Baron Ball? Perhaps you believe I, Baron Ball, would not dare to retaliate?" I momentarily faltered, allowing you to take advantage of my lapse. "This time, I shall not blame you. But should there be a next time?" Ball spat out a few harsh words, seeking an exit, for he was acutely aware of his inferior strength in this situation. However, before he could finish, he was left dumbfounded. His cheeks were now equally swollen, balanced by the force of Julian's retaliatory slap. This time, Ball could no longer maintain his composure. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Even his stance faltered. Julian had struck with unrestrained force, indifferent to the potential consequences. After all, what harm could come to a prince for bullying a mere baron? On the other side, Felix exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he intervened, he might have been doomed to wander the world with Candace, unless he achieved the status of a legendary mage. Otherwise, he would be forced into a life of hiding. Yet now, with Julian's intervention, it was merely a trivial matter, as conflicts among the nobility often depended on the relative status of the individuals involved. Candace contemplated stepping forward to separate Julian, for this incident was her concern, and she wished to avoid implicating an innocent party. However, Felix grasped her hand, shaking his head to signal her to remain uninvolved, prompting her to observe quietly from the sidelines. After being slapped twice, Ball regained his composure and embraced the principle of retreating when outmatched. He refrained from further threats and, accompanied by a hapless guard, left in disgrace, inciting laughter among the onlookers. The mockery only exacerbated Ball's already fraying composure. His eyes burned with rage, his singular desire to eliminate those who had humiliated him, every last one. Thus, this matter was far from resolved. However, with Ball's departure, Candace finally breathed a sigh of relief, though her mind remained troubled. "Fear not, Candace, I shall handle this," Felix whispered reassuringly. "Indeed, Miss Candace, we shall take care of this. It merely serves as a diversion from our mundane existence." Candace shot Julian and Cure an exasperated glance. "You do not understand. This matter is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. I have just contacted my father, and there has been no word from him thus far. Coupled with Ball's actions, it is likely that my father is in grave danger." At this point, Candace's anxiety intensified. Despite the strained relationship they had endured over the years, the bond between father and daughter remained profoundly deep. At that moment, a figure staggered toward them from afar, and Candace's complexion instantly turned ashen. Soon enough, Julian and the others understood the reason for her alarm. The approaching individual was none other than Matthew's most trusted subordinate, now bearing a face marred with injuries. It became painfully clear that something had gone terribly wrong with Matthew. "Miss, it is as you fear. Your father has been captured by those men," he reported grimly. Candace, uncertain of how to proceed, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. How dare they? How could they be so audacious as to abduct someone in broad daylight in Maple Leaf City? Are the city guards merely decorative? In a fit of rage, Candace slammed her hand on the table and commanded the injured man, "Do not speak of this to anyone. Return at once. I shall handle this." Once he had departed, she sank in her chair, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Fear not, Candace, for you still have me," Felix offered, his demeanor somewhat flustered, clearly lacking experience in comforting a distressed lady. "It is futile, Felix. I have grasped the situation well enough. I now understand why that bar had the audacity to create such turmoil here. It is because he is backed by the Lord of Maple Leaf City, Lin Lun. Only he could command the city guards to turn a blind eye to this affair." Candace's tone turned bitter and filled with confusion as she spoke of Lin Lun. Her father had never wronged him, nor had he neglected to send the customary gifts over the years, which had amassed to nearly 70 or 80,000 gold coins. Such a turn of events seemed utterly unfathomable. Could it be that her father had offended someone? Candace pondered, suspecting that only a transgression against a prominent figure in the Duchy of Dodge could have led Lin Lun to forsake him. After all, as a count, Lin Lun held significant standing, and it was unlikely that an ordinary person could sway him. "Miss Candace, I believe you are merely overthinking this. With us by your side, not even the Lord of Maple Leaf City or several others would pose a threat. If you agree, we can set out to rescue him immediately," Cole interjected, tossing peanuts into his mouth nonchalantly. He did not grasp the complexities of the situation. To him, any issue solvable by force should not require much thought. Felix and Julian pretended not to hear Cole's remarks. "Miss Candace, has your father recently offended anyone?" Julian inquired. "No. My father has remained in Maple Leaf City and seldom ventures out. The most powerful figure here is Lord Lin Lun, but my father would never provoke him." Making this possibility rather slim, Candace replied, shaking her head to dismiss Julian's theory. "Then it becomes a simpler matter. If he has not offended anyone, it is likely that those individuals are merely coveting your family's wealth and are preparing to take action," Julian concluded. Julian clapped his hands, chuckling as he remarked that if it were not for revenge, it must surely be for wealth. No one would undertake an action devoid of purpose, unless they were a fool. For Matthews and Candace, these two motives appeared most plausible. "You suggest Lin Lun is after our family fortune?" Candace pondered momentarily before shaking her head. "That is impossible. I know Lin Lun well. Though he is merely an earl, his estates span the entire Dodge kingdom, and he possesses considerable holdings in other realms as well. In terms of wealth, he far surpasses us, making this possibility rather slim." Just as Candace concluded her statement, Julian interjected with a denial. "Miss Candace, you are exceedingly naive. Human greed knows no bounds. Moreover, that so-called Lord of Maple Leaf may covet not merely gold coins, but rather some rare treasure, perhaps a legendary artifact, something that cannot simply be purchased with currency." "Treasure?" Candace was momentarily taken aback, then appeared to drift into thought, as if recalling something, her lips twitching slightly. Could it be that item? What item? The other three were intrigued, wondering what could compel an earl and a city lord to so shamelessly target a family. Candace bit her lip, uncertain where to begin, eventually exhaling a sigh and murmuring, "This matter traces back to a month ago when my father ventured out for the only time during this period. I am unaware of his destination, but upon his return, I saw him cradling a vividly colored gemstone, grinning foolishly. When I inquired about it, he did not respond, merely informing me that it was something worthy of being a family heirloom." A vividly colored gemstone? An heirloom? The trio fell into contemplation, each pondering the nature of this object. "So, Miss Candace, did you sense anything peculiar about it?" "None at all," Candace replied, a hint of regret in her voice. "My talents are rather lacking. I remain merely a common level 4 non-professional. To be here, a student of Felix, and yet only at level 4, is somewhat embarrassing." Although they had not gleaned more useful information, Julian had already surmised the nature of the item in question. Only 3 possibilities aligned with Candace's description. The first was an arcane core, a type Julian had encountered before. While it could be deemed colorful and could loosely qualify as a family heirloom, it was hardly worth an earl's disgraceful attempt at coercion. The second possibility was the Heart of Elements, a legendary artifact born of nature, which was significantly rarer than the arcane core and crucial for every mage. Even deities coveted such items, as they were essential under certain conditions. For Candace's family, this treasure could greatly enhance their magical aptitude, provided it was nurtured from the fetal stage. The final option was of even greater significance, a fragment of divinity. However, one could assume that if Matthews were foolish enough to display such an item in the city, a throng of clergy would have already besieged his home. In summary, it is most likely that among the legendary artifacts, there exists an exceedingly rare item known as the Heart of Elements. Julian spoke slowly, crediting his recent extensive reading in Ivanov's laboratory. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to such an item. Upon uttering its name, Felix gasped in astonishment, while Cure and Candace appeared utterly perplexed, as they were not practitioners of the arcane arts, and thus lacked sensitivity toward such matters. Taking a deep breath, Felix elaborated. This item holds little value for outsiders, yet it is a treasure for those of the magical profession. Every legendary mage or arcanist, even liches, covets such an artifact, as it deepens their understanding of the elements and significantly enhances their spell-casting potency. For liches, it bestows an additional life. When fused with their life box, it can elementalize the box, allowing them to evade a fatal blow. When melded with oneself, it grants the possession of 2 life boxes, with no upper limit to its potential. Is this item truly so powerful? Cure questioned, incredulous. Indeed, its significance is immense. Notably, it can enhance a mage's innate talent during the fetal stage, truly worthy of being called a family heirloom. Taking another deep breath, Felix continued, no wonder the Lord of Maple Leaf City acted with such urgency. An item of this caliber is far beyond the means of an ordinary merchant family. Those with substantial influence would surely vie to seize it. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, that Lord Linlewin is undoubtedly a high-ranking mage. Indeed, he has been a high-level mage for quite some time. He is over 100 years old now, Candace affirmed with a nod. Being over 100, he is considered quite aged, likely having only 3 to 4 decades of life left. At this stage, he cannot aspire to ascend to legend, so his pursuit of this item must be for his family's sake. This thought seemed plausible to Julian. Then what are we waiting for? After all, he is merely a city lord, a minor figure. We should confront him directly. If he dares to refuse us, we can raise his lordship's estate. We are justified in our actions, and the nobles on the main road are unlikely to trouble us for sport. Besides, should anything arise, I shall bear the responsibility, yes? Julian scowled at Cure, who spoke so confidently, wishing he could kick him for burdening him with the repercussions of such thoughts. Cure, aware of his misstep, offered an awkward smile. Your Highness, forget I said anything. Meanwhile, Candace perceptively noted the title Cure had used. There are many who could be addressed as Your Highness across the continent, but each of them is backed by formidable power. Witnessing Candace's astonishment, Julian felt a sense of pride. Indeed, his princely status still commanded respect. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Julian, the Prince of the Frost Kingdom. My purpose for visiting the Duchy of Dodge is to formalize my betrothal to Princess Elena. In this realm, I hold a notable status. A smile plays upon Julian's lips, seemingly indifferent, yet internally he is brimming with pride. After all, he has captivated the hearts of 2 remarkable women, one a goddess and the other a princess. The mere thought of it stirs exhilaration within him. If this trend continues, perhaps the next in line will be a saintess. The anticipation is thrilling. Upon hearing this, Candace offered a respectful bow, not a kneeling gesture, as such displays are reserved for kings and popes. Instead, a graceful inclination of the body sufficed. Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness. It is but a trifling matter. Now that you are Felix's beloved, you are, in a sense, one of my own. Rest assured, I shall take charge of this affair. I refuse to believe that a mere count can pose a significant challenge, Julian declared with a sweeping gesture, assuming responsibility for the situation. A flicker of relief crossed Candace's previously troubled visage. Having someone of Julian's caliber involved surely meant a swift resolution. Felix, emboldened since Julian had openly acknowledged their relationship, paid no heed to Cole's mocking gazes. When Julian took the reins of the matter, Felix's expression transformed into one of gratitude. Then let us proceed directly to the Lord's estate, Julian stated, turning to Cole with instructions. Cole, fetch everyone from the inn. We are about to embark on a grand venture. Should any complications arise, rest assured the King of Dodge will bear the burden, for after all, he is my father-in-law. Very well, Cole responded eagerly, relishing the prospect, for he thrived on such audacious endeavors. Your Highness, this may not be prudent. Leaf City is a significant metropolis, home to numerous high-ranking professionals. Our direct approach may lead to unforeseen consequences, Felix cautioned, his thoughts more cautious than those of his companions. Candace nodded in agreement. Her sole desire was to rescue her father without stirring unnecessary trouble. However, Julian dismissed their concerns with a wave of his hand. Fear not, Felix. You need not worry. Although my father did not send a legendary warrior with me, he bestowed upon me a precious artifact. Once I shatter it, aid from the Duchy of Dodge will arrive post-haste, for I am, after all, their son-in-law. Seeing Julian so confident, Felix did not object further. In that case, I implore you to stand by my side when the time comes. While Julian plotted their approach, Lin Luan was in a fit of rage, berating the inept individuals before him. You are utterly useless. I went out of my way to elevate your status. Had you merely brought Candace to me, her tavern would have been yours. Yet here you are, failing miserably. Look at yourself. The task entrusted to you remains unfulfilled, and you have brought such disgrace upon yourself, being bested by a mere lad of 16 or 17. My lord, this is not how it appears. Allow me to explain. Ball, in a state of desperation, knelt and hastily attempted to move forward, only to be forcefully repelled by Lin Luan. Get out. From this moment forth, do not show your face here again. Though the cries of Ball echoed in the distance, Lin Luan remained indifferent, yet the bitterness within him had not dissipated. Initially, summoning Ball was intended for him to capture Candace and subsequently threaten Matthews for the elemental heart. However, this incompetent fool not only failed but also exposed the situation to the entire Maple Leaf City. While he had initially intended to utilize Ball, that option was now entirely off the table. Truly a disappointment. Even such a trivial task could not be executed properly. Lin Luan mused that he would have to personally send someone tomorrow. Though reluctant to intervene directly, he felt compelled to do so given the stakes he had established. Currently, Lin Luan was not idle. He commanded his subordinates to bring Matthews forth, eager to interrogate him and ascertain the strength of his resolve. Yet, Lin Luan held little hope, as he was well acquainted with this old fox, their history granting him insight into Matthews' character. Before the servant could return with Matthews, an urgent messenger arrived, announcing that Candace had come with a group seeking an audience. Her? She dares to come alone? Is she courting danger? Initially, Lin Luan felt a flicker of joy, but suspicion soon clouded his thoughts as he sensed a potential scheme lurking beneath the surface. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that Maple Leaf City likely posed no real threat to him, and he exhaled in relief. He then commanded, "Bring Candace to me. I am curious to discern the motives of this young lady." Naturally, the first to arrive were Julian, Candace, and Felix, while the others led by Cole remained concealed outside. After all, Lin Luan held the title of Count, and it was only appropriate to extend a modicum of respect. Should he agree to release the captive, both parties would find satisfaction. Otherwise, the situation would necessitate more drastic measures. As Lin Luan emerged, his gaze fixated intently on Candace, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. However, upon noticing the presence of two others, particularly Felix adorned with the insignia of a high mage and Julian exuding a rather unimpressive aura, he furrowed his brow. What brings you to visit your uncle today? Have you encountered some trouble? Lin Luan's words nearly caused Candace to retch, for he was the architect of her current predicament, now feigning innocence in a manner that was utterly repugnant. Candace, known for her forthright nature, could hardly conceal her true feelings. Likely, Lin Luan recognized his lackluster acting skills and chose to abandon the charade altogether. Candace, I truly did not anticipate you would come to my doorstep. Do you believe that this esteemed high mage at your side can safeguard you? Lin Luan gazed at Felix, a hint of disdain involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. As for Julian, he was splendidly disregarded by Lin Luan, a mere novice mage whom Lin Luan could easily extinguish with a mere wave of his hand. Pausing momentarily, Lin Luan continued, Candace, you underestimate me far too much. Do you truly believe that I've spent nearly 50 years in Maple Leaf City all alone? As if to affirm Lin Luan's words, shadows emerged from the darkness, accompanied by the rustling of leaves around Julian and his companions. Judging solely by the sound, there were at least 40 to 50 individuals surrounding them. Although not all could be high-ranking professionals, there were certainly at least 4 or 5. These were likely only a fraction of Lin Luan's subordinates. After all, such extensive enterprises require guardians, so the garrison would comprise at most half. Thus, Lin Luan had perhaps around 10 high-ranking professional subordinates, a formidable force for a count. Considering that legendary figures are generally a matter of luck, and only a Marquis family could typically muster a legendary champion. Now, Candace, I offer you one last chance. Have your father surrender that item, and I may spare you. Otherwise, Lin Luan's gaze suddenly turned icy, a ruthless glint directed straight at Candace. Do not blame me for disregarding our years of camaraderie. Candace merely pressed her lips together, remaining silent throughout. If it were merely for the suspected heart of elements, she would willingly relinquish it. However, the machinations of Baron Kor had revealed that Count Lin Luan had succumbed to madness. His intentions likely extended beyond the heart of elements. He sought to devour the years of hard-earned wealth accumulated by Candace and her father. A round of applause drew everyone's attention to Julian. Lin Luan frowned, casting a sidelong glance at him, clearly displeased with this powerless novice mage who dared to interject. Yet Julian remained oblivious to his own lack of awareness, continuing, logically, "You're a lord, a count. While you possess various privileges, your demands for both treasures and the appropriation of others' wealth present a rather unbecoming spectacle. Are you confident that those at the pinnacle of the kingdom will shield you from the consequences? Or do you intend to execute this grand heist and then flee?" The latter was merely a jest from Julian. After all, he was still a count, a mid-tier noble across the continent, sufficient to uphold a noble family standing. A rational individual would never forsake such a position. However, after speaking, Julian noticed a fleeting change on Lin Luan's face. Though it lasted but a moment, it was unmistakable. Could it be that this old man truly intended to execute a grand scheme and vanish? Julian pondered, just as Lin Luan, without hesitation, began signaling for an attack. Clearly, this count had abandoned the notion of acquiring his desires through tactics and opted for brute force, preparing for a direct seizure. "Wait!" Julian shouted. Lin Luan's actions momentarily faltered as he cast a malevolent glance at his adversary. "What? Do you intend to surrender what I desire?" "Of course not. Are you mocking me?" Lin Luan narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of danger. Should Julian's response fail to satisfy him, he might very well resort to violence. "Lin Luan, is it? You, a mere count, dare to trample upon the laws of the duchy and assault an innocent civilian, and now you aim to strike against the prince? Have you a death wish?" Julian asserted, ready to invoke his noble status. "A prince?" Lin Luan paused, then chuckled. "Could it be you? Indeed, I am the third prince of the Frost Kingdom, and I am to wed your princess Elena." After proclaiming this, Julian fixed his gaze on Lin Luan, who continued to scrutinize him, seemingly lost in thought. Yet, within mere seconds, Lin Luan reached a resolution. A mere commoner dares impersonate a prince. Seize him." As Lin Luan's command echoed, a flurry of sounds erupted from afar, brilliant magical lights illuminating the night as the prepared mages sprang into action. Both Julian and Felix were taken aback by Lin Luan's swift aggression. Felix promptly conjured a magical shield, enveloping Julian and Candace within its protective embrace, successfully thwarting Lin Luan's sudden attack. Nevertheless, Julian remained astonished. How dare this scoundrel treat me, a prince, with such insolence? Is this old fool truly prepared to forsake his title and betray the entire kingdom? Julian seethed inwardly, feeling a profound sense of despair regarding his own abilities. Previously, he had watched others triumph effortlessly, but now, surrounded by high-level mages, warriors, and rogues, he realized he had little opportunity to hone his skills. Damn it. Once I reach legendary status, I shall unleash my full power and make you all understand the meaning of cruelty. Julian thought bitterly. However, the battle outside had intensified, as Kor and his men, having detected the commotion, were quick to respond. Lin Luan, evidently unprepared for the number of protectors surrounding this self-proclaimed prince, found his formation disrupted. Yet, as a seasoned lord, Lin Luan had certainly not neglected precautionary measures within his own stronghold. With a decisive crunch, Lin Luan shattered a core in his hand. causing a barrier of pale blue energy to materialize above the Lord's manor, shimmering with subtle waves against the night sky. "What is this?" Cure inquired, stretching his limbs, perplexed that he felt no ill effects, wondering why the individual before him appeared so elated. However, Felix's countenance was grave. After a brief pause, he remarked, "This is a magic suppression barrier, as its name implies. It can restrain the activity of magical elements, rendering any mage below advanced rank incapable of casting spells within its confines, while the potency of advanced mage's spells is diminished by more than 50%. Yet, despite his assertion, he wondered how that old fellow, also a mage, could possibly weaken his own abilities. Was he not a fool? Kor muttered to himself. Suddenly his eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, this old man's strength is significantly reduced. I could easily eliminate him single-handedly. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, for before he could act, a large contingent of soldiers clad in leather armor surged forth. At that moment, all present became aware that within Maple Leaf City, there existed not only professionals, but also a formidable array of non-professional soldiers. The combined might of these troops was formidable, especially in an environment where mages were so severely weakened. Moreover, the deathly aura emanating from their crossbow bolts suggested a ruthless intent to slay everyone present. This old man was rather ruthless. These were standard military configurations. Was he truly intent on annihilating us all? Kor's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Meanwhile, Toby, grim and resolute, positioned himself protectively in front of Julian. "Master, I possess petrified skin for defense. You all should take shelter behind me." Julian, pleased with Toby's display of loyalty at such a moment, declined the offer. Regardless of the soldiers' prowess, it would be futile, for they had a priest among them. Although priests belonged to the magical class, most of their spells fell under divine magic, harnessing powers bestowed by deities. Particularly, some critical divine spells utilized a fragment of divine strength. Indeed, Avon decisively stepped forward, uttering an incantation, after which a pearlescent shield enveloped Julian and the others, while the unaffected warriors swiftly engaged the enemies outside. Linlin, evidently taken aback by the sudden appearance of a priest, contemplated the situation, realizing that this encounter might prove challenging. After pondering for a moment, his fierce determination remained unyielding. With a wave of his hand, a volley of arrows was unleashed. Under such a concentrated barrage, everyone except for the legendary figures had to evade, for even if one did not perish, injury in such circumstances would equate to death. Consequently, Kor and his companions found themselves in a precarious situation. However, swiftly after the onslaught, as an adept rogue, Kor vanished from sight. "There's a rogue among them. Everyone, be cautious," Linlun scoffed, simultaneously extending his mental perception. Anyone who approached him would undoubtedly be detected. Meanwhile, Reuben, who had been observing from the Lord's mansion, had long since noticed the unfolding situation, yet he refrained from intervening immediately, choosing instead to remain an observer. At the outset, Linlun found himself in a position of advantage, which he naturally welcomed. However, as the situation evolved into a stalemate, Reuben's satisfaction grew. Although Linlun was destined to align with their faction, Reuben was disinclined to tolerate a formidable force among his ranks. He relished the idea of seeing some of Linlun's subordinates depleted during these skirmishes, ideally to a level where they could be easily managed. Yet, when the priest made his appearance, Reuben sensed that Linlun might very well face defeat. After all, he had summoned all available allies, but was unable to breach the defenses of his opponents. As the commotion escalated, the commander of the city guards would undoubtedly come to investigate. It is essential to note that while the Lord could mobilize a portion of the city guards, it did not imply that they were subservient to the Lord's estate. The commander of the Maple Leaf City Guards was not aligned with Linlun. Truly, he was a fool. An eerie fire ignited in Reuben's eyes as he cast a scathing glance in Linlun's direction. Soon, a procession of decaying corpses began to materialize. The Lich, a master of manipulating the deceased and toying with the living, commonly employed the reanimation of these cadavers as puppets, a rudimentary tactic at best. Reuben, however, did not believe such an approach would suffice to vanquish his foes. After uttering a spell, waves of soul flames erupted, green and ominous, instilling a palpable dread. The disturbance was soon detected by Felix. "A lich! There's a lich nearby!" Just as he uttered this, the army of the undead, composed of countless corpses, astonished Julian, who had never before encountered such a sight, causing a stir even among Lin Luan's forces, who anxiously turned their gazes toward him. Damn it, Lin Luan cursed under his breath. While he was pleased to see Reuben act, the summoning of these corpses undeniably trapped him in a dire predicament. From this moment forth, his reputation across the continent would be irrevocably tarnished, relegating him to the lower realms as a mere loyal hound, forever estranged from the vibrant life of the material world. Lin Luan regretted his entanglement with such individuals. While he could attain prolonged existence, it came at the cost of severing ties to the realm of the living. Yet now, retreat was not an option. While he still had the capacity to command these forces, he needed to capture Julian and his companions, lest he become incapable of even playing the role of a mere hound. What are you waiting for? These are the allies I summoned. Seize these intruders at once. With Lin Luan's command, a second volley of crossbow bolts descended like rain, and it was evident that Avon's divine shield was beginning to falter, showing signs of cracks. Observing this development, Lin Luan exhaled in relief. However, in that moment of distraction, he overlooked one individual. It was fatal for a mage to neglect a rogue in close proximity. A flash of cold light surged forth as a dagger, imbued with a chilling aura, glided perilously close to Lin Luan's exposed neck. With a muffled groan, Lin Luan watched as his blood gushed forth, and a singular thought penetrated his mind. Am I dying? Concurrently, a wave of sorrow surged within him. He had ardently pursued a longer life, yet he found himself perishing more swiftly than anticipated. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Yet, this epitomized true combat. While the standoff may endure, the outcome is decided in an instant, especially in a duel of such formidable experts, where a single misstep can lead to death. You worthless fool, rasped a voice filled with desperation, echoing in the ears of the bystanders, as they all felt the chill of an icy gaze. I shall remember you. You will become my master's foes. Enemies, enemies. With a harsh proclamation, Reuben, whose endeavor had concluded almost as soon as it began, could only retreat in resignation. For the people here would heed Lin Luan, not him. To speak candidly, the events of this day had been perilous. Had it not been for Kewer's remarkable prowess, Julian and the others might have met a grim fate. Moreover, Lin Luan's demise would undoubtedly prompt the kingdom of Daichi to dispatch envoys to investigate the matter. After all, Lin Luan was a count of considerable standing, deeply rooted in the kingdom, and the news of his death stirred significant unrest upon reaching the royal city of Luoyun. Thus, the response was swift within a day. A 50-member investigative team, including a legendary powerhouse leading the charge and a count serving as envoy, hastened to Maple Leaf City. This illustrates the seriousness with which the kingdom of Daichi regarded the incident. However, with evidence abundantly clear, the lingering essence of death could still be sensed even after 2 days, bolstered by the testimonies of the surviving soldiers. The conclusion was inevitable. Count Lin Luan had aligned himself with the necromancers of the lower realms, usurping the domain of a legitimate merchant. Consequently, Lin Luan was stripped of his title and declared a traitor and a scourge against humanity, facing multiple charges that culminated in his demise. Yet, his family and descendants were condemned to endure the scorn of others. Although the kingdom graciously attributed Lin Luan's actions to personal misconduct, sparing his family from direct repercussions, his death and the loss of his title left his kin in a precarious position. Such a vast estate, devoid of protection, was but a tempting morsel for the nobles, who were all too eager to seize a piece for themselves. Your Highness, do you wish to accompany us back to Luoyun City? The envoy of the kingdom of Daichi inquired respectfully, standing before Julian. As an envoy, his foremost duty was to pay homage to Julian, the prince of the Frost Kingdom, followed by the investigation into Lin Luan's demise. Upon hearing Julian recount the facts, this astute count discerned how to report the situation appropriately. To offend a prince of an allied nation was a grave transgression, and Lin Luan's blunder of contemplating the prince's demise was an unforgivable act of enmity that could not be overlooked. There is no need for that. I shall linger here for a few more days, perhaps until half a month later. I have heard that this time marks the birthday of Princess Elena, and I must prepare diligently to surprise my fiancée. Your Highness, you are truly thoughtful. I am certain that Princess Elena will be quite fond of you. However, I urge you to exercise caution upon your arrival in Luoyun City, as many young men from the kingdom of Dodge harbor secret affections for the princess. The usually solemn Count's envoy unexpectedly shared a jest with Julian before departing with his investigative team. As for the legendary warrior, he remained elusive, for his role was merely to provide support, only revealing himself when the documented lich was discovered. Observing the retreating figures, Julian turned with an air of confidence to regard a cheerful middle-aged man, Candace's father, now in his 60s and a 13th-level warrior. Although he had recently been captured by Linlin and brought to the Lord's mansion, before he could be interrogated, Julian and his companions had swiftly dealt with Linlin. Consequently, Matthews experienced merely a fleeting visit to the Lord's mansion, with no significant matters to attend to, especially as his smile, now, seemed almost exaggerated. After all, his daughter had aligned herself with a powerful ally. Not to mention that Flirt, once deemed mediocre, had ascended to a 19th-level high mage. Julian's background alone could afford Matthews considerable influence in Maple Leaf City. How delightful it would be if Candace had set her sights on this prince. Matthews gazed at Julian, greedily pondering. Yet he understood that Julian would likely overlook his daughter, given her looks paled in comparison to those of his fiancée, Princess Elena. If there were any redeeming quality, it would be the untamed spirit of a common girl. However, not every wealthy young master is inclined to pursue such a whimsical notion. They tend to favor beauty. By the way, Your Highness, Candace has prepared lunch to express her gratitude for your assistance. Although Matthews intended to extend the invitation himself, he brought up Candace instead. This perfectly aligned with Julian's intentions, as he sought to examine Matthews's elemental heart, hoping to acquire it. Though such behavior might seem somewhat undignified, possessing this artifact would bolster Julian's confidence in advancing to the realm of a mid-level mage within 6 months, alongside significant progress in his arcane studies. Thus, Julian was genuinely eager to obtain it. Yet the question remained whether Matthews could recognize his own limitations, for his status was insufficient to safeguard such a treasure, especially now that its existence was known to many. At the dining table, a group of individuals gathered. It must be said that Candace's culinary skills were truly remarkable. Even the simplest stir-fried vegetables were rendered delectable, not to mention that Matthews had brought forth the finest aged wines from his cellar, allowing everyone to indulge heartily. However, both Julian and Matthews had their thoughts elsewhere. The two individuals exchanged a glance, revealing a mutual understanding. Thus, Matthews unabashedly spoke, Your Highness. It is thanks to your esteemed leader that I remain unscathed this time. Oh, it is but a trifling matter, merely a trifling matter. Julian replied with grand gestures, prompting a chorus of agreement from those around. Your Highness, although your assistance allowed Candace and me to narrowly escape peril, I cannot help but wonder if such fortune will befall us again in the future. Matthews feigned a lament, pausing briefly before continuing. The reason I was captured by Linlin was due to my possession of an elemental heart. Initially, I regarded it as a family heirloom. Yet now I comprehend that such a treasure is beyond my rightful claim. Therefore, Your Highness, in gratitude for your kindness, I have resolved to present this elemental heart to you. Upon finishing, Matthews gazed earnestly at Julian, while others present regarded him with curiosity. Hearing Matthews' words, Julian felt a surge of joy within. Yet faced with so many witnesses, he was reluctant to accept outright, fearing it would suggest his assistance was solely for personal gain. Therefore, he promptly waved his hands with conviction. Oh, what are you saying? Candace is Felix's girlfriend. Assisting her is only natural, truly unnecessary. Despite his insistence, Matthews was adamant about the gift, and the warmth of their camaraderie nearly brought tears to the eyes of onlookers. Matthews was almost on his knees before Julian reluctantly accepted. Feeling the elemental heart safely nestled in his pocket, Julian's heart brimmed with delight. In the next moment, he placed it into his spatial ring and turned to Matthews, saying, Uncle Matthews, having received such a generous gift from you, please do not hesitate to seek my assistance whenever needed. After all, we are not strangers. Indeed, we are not strangers, right, Captain? Felix cleared his throat awkwardly, slightly embarrassed, while Candace remained composed and unfazed, embodying the essence of a capable woman in public affairs. Days later, Julian leisurely departed from Maple Leaf City, with their party naturally augmented by one additional member, Candace. Initially, Felix had reservations, being a socially awkward bachelor. However, given his familial standing, resistance was futile, especially as the rest welcomed Candace's inclusion with open arms. With her presence, they could finally abandon the tasteless rations they had endured on their journey, indulging instead in delectable meals, a true delight. Your Highness, we have been on the road for a day since leaving Maple Leaf City. At this pace, if we do not tarry, we should reach Luoyan City in approximately 3 days. Kiwer set down the map in his hands, a spark of excitement igniting within him. As a northerner, such an opportunity to venture south, especially on the government's expense, was a rare treat. This time, the kingdom had generously allocated nearly 5,000 gold coins for their expedition. And with the additional sponsorship from Julian, their total exceeded 10,000 gold coins. Naturally, Kiwer envisioned indulging himself in one of the grand southern cities, particularly in the splendid city of Royan. Kiwer, I can sense your burgeoning enthusiasm. Have you concocted some grand scheme for Royan? Julian, having become well acquainted with the group, jested with a light-hearted tone, devoid of any pretentiousness. Kiwer chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Felix, who was being meticulously styled by Candace. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Unlike some individuals who maintain a lover outside, a rogue like me can only seek solace in the modest ends, hoping for a touch of recognition." Upon finishing his jest, Kiwer felt the weight of a gaze upon him, but harbored no fear. After all, with Candace present, Felix would not dare to act. This was a lesson Kiwer had learned over time. He boldly returned the glare. "Humph," Candace huffed lightly. "Disregard this aging bachelor, Felix. He is merely envious of you." Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, Toby rushed toward them in a flurry. "Master, we have encountered a situation ahead." "What is it?" Julian inquired, curiosity piqued. They were in the heart of the South, a region bustling with divine presences, where safety was typically assured and robberies were virtually unheard of. 2 high-level creatures are engaged in battle up ahead. "We may need to wait, as there is a chance of collateral damage," Toby reported. Julian nodded in understanding. Such occurrences in the wilderness were not uncommon. Yet witnessing high-level creatures clash was indeed a rarity, piquing Julian's interest. "Let us proceed. It is not every day we encounter such riveting events." Ahead, dust swirled as 2 colossal beasts stood in confrontation, occasionally emitting thunderous roars. Typically, these creatures possessed limited intelligence, and barring exceptional species, they did not articulate speech, acting solely on instinct. Only upon reaching the legendary tier could true intelligence manifest. One of the beasts resembled a rhinoceros, its massive horn glistening in the sunlight, towering at an impressive 5 meters, utterly dwarfing Toby, a giant in his own right. The other was a draconic creature, brandishing decorative wings while glaring defiantly at the rhinoceros. Goodness, a draconic breed. It appears to be on the receiving end of a beating. That rhinoceros must be formidable. Julian marveled. The draconic species, being among the most numerous and powerful in the wild, typically exhibited a slightly higher level of intelligence. Yet, witnessing one being overpowered was indeed intriguing. However, what transpired next left Julian astounded. A sleek black wildcat suddenly appeared by the riverbank, stretching languidly and yawning. It flicked its tail, licked its paws, dipped them in the water, and resumed grooming itself nonchalantly. Soon, everyone became aware of the unusual presence. "Your Highness, is it a wildcat?" I surmised it must be a legendary creature. Otherwise, how could it sit calmly before 2 formidable high-level beings? Before the crowd could analyze the situation, they witnessed an even more astonishing sight. The 2 fierce beasts, previously poised for battle, suddenly fled. All that remained was the enigmatic black wildcat, tilting its head in a seemingly adorable manner, as if contemplating something profound, until its golden eyes lit up with interest. With graceful, measured steps, it appeared to move slowly. Yet, within mere seconds, it stood before Julian and his companions. "Is it approaching us?" "Of course. I could see it clearly. Could it be here to attack us?" This is a legendary wildcat. However, it was evident that the cat bore no malice. It elegantly walked into the midst of the crowd, then sat down, delicately extending its slender tongue to lick its lips. A soft meow echoed, instantly melting the hearts of all present, stirring their innermost feelings. Was it here for food? It seemed likely. At that moment, the group's grilled fish was ready. Originally intended for a leisurely meal while enjoying the performance, but the unexpected turn of events altered their plans. With everyone watching from a distance, the cat innocently approached the grilled fish, licking its lips before indulging in the feast. As it ate, It curiously gazed at the crowd, raising a piece of grilled fish in its paw, as if to say, "Aren't you going to eat? If not, I shall consume it all." Though some might understand cat language, none dared approach. Despite its current harmless demeanor, the onlookers were not foolish. They recalled the cat's earlier display of power, which had sent two impressive high-level beings fleeing merely by its presence. Surely, this was no ordinary cat. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it leisurely finished off all the grilled fish, then stretched languidly, seeking a soft spot to lie down, right in Julian's embrace. The latter was on the verge of tears, internally lamenting, "What have I done to deserve this? I merely came to enjoy the performance, yet I find myself in this predicament. It seems this cat has decided to cling to me." Nevertheless, it was precisely this moment that compelled Julian to observe the soft, sponge-like black cat nestled in his arms. Its fur distinctly unique, with each strand seemingly imbued with an air of mystery, entirely black without a hint of any other color. At present, I can only observe so much. In the bustling streets of Luoyun City, a vibrant tapestry of sentient beings of various hues and races can be seen, with the occasional sighting of a winged lizard soaring overhead, casting a vast shadow upon the city. This is Luoyun City, the royal capital of the Duchy Kingdom. Undoubtedly, the foremost city of the entire continent. Julian and his companions traversed the throngs of people on the bustling avenues, creating barely a ripple in the crowd. Here, although high-level professionals are rare, they are frequently encountered, and legendary figures often roam the streets. According to some whispers, there are rumored to be over 20 legendary warriors stationed in Luoyun City year-round. Naturally, the majority belong to the church and the temple, as the Duchy Kingdom, despite its might, has yet to indulge in such extravagance by clustering so many legends in one place. At this moment, Julian has his arms crossed, with a languorous black cat perched atop. Through their time together, he has come to realize that this feline is not frightening in the least. Rather, it possesses a certain endearing clumsiness, appearing somewhat silly. One can tease her for food, but touching her belly is strictly forbidden, as the consequences could be quite terrifying, for she would bare her teeth in warning. "Your Highness, this is indeed Luoyun City. It's my first visit here, and it appears far superior to our own royal city. Truly, it deserves its reputation as a grand city of the south," Kiwa remarked, observing the young women passing by, occasionally whistling, eliciting a chorus of shy giggles. Naturally, given Kiwa's physique, many cast flirtatious glances his way. It is quite normal for the women here to engage in mutual exchanges of desire. "By the way, Your Highness, look at the lingerie they are wearing. It seems to be your creation. How impressive it looks." Kiwa mimicked a grasping motion with one hand, earning a rather perverse remark. Had it not been for the presence of Julian and his entourage, he might have faced repercussions for his words. However, Kiwa's comments ignited a fervor within Julian. At this rate, he would soon become a millionaire, though in this context, it meant 1,000,000 gold coins, a truly different value. Let's not linger. We must find a place to stay. Soon, individuals from the Duchy Kingdom will likely seek us out. Although Julian was not acquainted with the people of the Duchy Kingdom, he did not believe that such a large group could enter the city without their knowledge, so all they needed to do was wait. Yet sometimes, matters do not unfold as one might wish. After a considerable effort, they found an inn with available rooms, but before they could step inside, they collided with someone. "Have you no eyes? How dare you bump into me? Do you know who I am?" A man with deeply sunken eyes, unsteady on his feet, and a flush of unnatural redness on his face clearly displayed the signs of recent indulgence. A noble evidently drained by vice, devoid of any energy fluctuations, indicating a lack of martial talent. Of course, even without innate ability, one could typically reach levels 4 or 5 within a noble family, much like Candace. But this fellow clearly harbored no desire to endure hardship. Such individuals are not uncommon in the Frost Kingdom, typically comprising those from various noble families who merely exist without purpose. Yet, one must not underestimate them. Devoid of aspirations and goals, they exhibit a brazen audacity, emboldened by the notion that there exists no one in the realm they cannot provoke. They remain indifferent to consequences, knowing their powerful families will shield them. And should things go awry, they may simply perish together, for a mere wastrel like them has nothing to lose. Initially, Julian had no intention of engaging with such individuals. However, trouble often finds you even when you seek to avoid it. As Julian attempted to depart, A noticeable smirk crept across the face of the dandy, accompanied by a hint of mockery. The woman in his embrace, seemingly in tune with the moment, emitted a breathy sound. "Oh, young master, that little kitten looks so adorable. I want it." Her voice, unmistakably honed through training, evoked an almost primal urge to dominate, stirring even Julian, who was seasoned in worldly affairs, to a state of heightened desire merely upon hearing her speak. Upon glancing back, Julian noted that while the woman possessed an upper-class appearance, it was her petite, ruby-red lips that captivated, reminiscent of a delicate vermilion. The way they parted, releasing a faint mist, rendered her utterly enchanting. At that moment, the dandy was practically beside himself with excitement, and Julian surmised that were it not for the public setting, an unrestrained brawl might have ensued. "Hey, you must be a newcomer," the nobleman remarked, eyeing Julian and his companions with a smirk. Being an ordinary man, he was oblivious to the status of Felix and the others. "What is the matter?" Julian responded, nodding awkwardly, appearing much like a naive young lord from the countryside. His gaze towards the noble tinged with apprehension. This only served to inflate the dandy's pride further. With a hearty laugh, he patted Julian on the shoulder and earnestly advised, "Since you've just arrived in Luoyun City, you ought to know that many of the prominent aristocrats here are not to be trifled with by mere country folk. Sometimes, a careless word can lead to dire consequences." "But I haven't provoked anyone," Julian protested, his demeanor one of feigned innocence. This only incited the dandy further, viewing Julian as a hapless simpleton, his eyes glinting with predatory delight. "My friend, fate has brought us together. I, Leisha, hold a measure of influence in Luoyun City. You seem like an honest fellow, so should anyone trouble you, feel free to invoke my name." "That doesn't seem appropriate," Julian replied hesitantly. "Oh, there's nothing inappropriate about it. However, my girlfriend has taken a liking to the kitten in your arms." Julian looked up to see Leisha sporting a half-smile, laced with an undercurrent of menace. He had previously boasted of his considerable standing in Luoyun City. If he could extend his patronage, he could just as easily bring about your misfortune. This is a form of threat, a cunning tactic executed with remarkable finesse, leaving Julian in awe of this individual, a true scion of nobility. Even if he were utterly inept, he would still possess an array of methods acquired through sheer exposure. "However, this cat is one I found, and I cannot ascertain whether it is inclined to accompany you." Julian's tone shifted subtly, yet Reiser remained oblivious to the change. He furrowed his brow, casting a slightly resentful glance at Julian. "Are you toying with me?" "Of course not. Here, look." Julian placed the black cat between them and gently shook it awake. "Silly cat, someone wishes to take you away. Are you willing to go?" Awakened from its midday slumber by Julian's gentle prodding, the black cat expressed its displeasure with a distinctly human-like complaint, its golden eyes narrowing in annoyance. The lazy meow that followed only endeared it further to the young woman beside Reiser, who had already covered her mouth in delight, her face alight with surprise. "So adorable. Young master, I want it." The increasingly flirtatious tone of the alluring woman felt oddly out of place, yet for reasons unknown to Reiser, he found himself entirely captivated. He gazed fondly at the woman in his arms, who was playfully demanding, and hastily acquiesced. "Very well, my dear. Since you desire it, I assure you I will deliver it into your hands." Upon hearing Reiser's assurance, the woman in his embrace nodded happily, her blushing satisfaction invigorating Reiser, making him stride with newfound confidence. "I do not care what games you are playing, but I will not leave without what I desire. Once more, I ask you, are you willing?" At this juncture, Reiser had shed all pretense and began to issue threats directly, fully aware that should Julian refuse, he would soon unleash a tempest of retribution. Had Julian truly been the unsophisticated country bumpkin Reiser perceived him to be, he would have long since quaked in fear and capitulated. However, Julian was not that man. "Dear Sir Reiser, I have already stated that this cat is one I rescued, and it does not belong to me. Its presence by my side is entirely voluntary. If you can persuade it to accompany you, I shall have no objections. But if you expect me to relinquish it to you, I am powerless to comply." In that moment, Julian displayed an unexpected demeanor, shedding the earlier timidity, replaced by an air of nonchalance, as if Reiser's threats were merely a light drizzle, hardly worthy of concern. Yet, unbeknownst to Reiser, Julian spoke the truth. The little cat nestled in his arms was at least a creature of legendary status. Reiser, however, believed this rustic individual was mocking him by disregarding his threats. If provoked just a little more, Riser, a veritable powder keg, would undoubtedly explode, and the fuse was already lit. A sorrowful voice broke through the tension. Young master, if it is unwilling, then let it be. Though I am fond of it, I cannot allow you to take what belongs to another. If blame must be assigned, it is merely fate that I lack the fortune. The sight of her, on the verge of tears, was truly pitiful, evoking a sense of sympathy even in Julian, who nearly believed that the woman genuinely wished to possess yet release him. However, the flicker of desire in her eyes did not escape Julian's notice. Indeed, her words seemed to signify surrender, yet they secretly provoked Leisure, inciting him to reckless abandon. To avoid humiliation before the woman he cherished, Leisure had already resolved to go all out. Very well. Fine, he exclaimed thrice, though a menacing expression began to surface on his face as he pointed a finger at Julian and the group behind him. Do not think your numbers grant you superiority. I shall show you why no one in the royal city dares to provoke me. Not even you, a mere outsider, nor the crown prince or the second prince, would dare to offend me lightly. Mark my words, you are in serious trouble now. Though Leisure spoke with a smile, many could discern his genuine anger. The onlookers regarded Julian and his companions with sympathy, pondering how they had managed to offend this young tyrant. Their misfortune was palpable. It was truly unfortunate. They had just arrived in the royal city and had yet to do anything, only to face an early demise. Julian was unaware of the spectators' thoughts and remained oblivious to Leisure's true identity. Yet, even if he were aware, he doubted anyone in the duchy would dare to challenge him. However, it is often said that a man, when driven mad, can become a force to be reckoned with. This was the state of Leisure, utterly transformed into a madman under the influence of the woman beside him. Bring them here, Leisure bellowed, grinning maliciously at Julian and his entourage. His ability to dominate Luoyuan City stemmed naturally from his status and the bodyguards he had strategically placed around him. It was worth noting that he was backed by a marquis family of long-standing prestige and a legendary powerhouse, making even ordinary duke families hesitant to provoke him. This was his trump card. At Leisure's command, over 20 figures swiftly emerged, encircling Julian. Among them, only 4 were advanced practitioners, 2 warriors, a mage, and a priest, the latter serving solely to ensure Leisure's safety, indicating his considerable favor at home. Young master, capture these individuals for me. I want them to wish they had never been born, Leisure roared, then abruptly softened his tone as he gazed at the woman in his arms. My dear, trust me, soon I shall pluck the moon from the heavens for you. She shyly nodded in response, further bolstering Leisure's confidence. As he turned to survey the scene, a commotion had already erupted. Those uninvolved had best leave quickly, or shall I be forced to escort you out myself? Leisure's gaze darkened as he scanned the crowd, prompting a hasty dispersal. The proprietor of a nearby establishment could only watch in resigned amusement as his shop faced yet another renovation, but such was the nature of being part of Leisure's domain. As the crowd dispersed, Kewer emitted an odd chuckle, which was soon echoed by Julian's entourage. The priest responsible for Rhee's safety suddenly experienced an ominous premonition. In an instant, a halo of divine light enveloped Rhees and the woman beside him. As anticipated, the entire tavern transformed into a lush forest. The druids were not merely wearing green hats. Their prowess in nature-based magic was quite formidable. Particularly, the way they had arranged the battlefield facilitated the warriors' movements, especially Kewer, who thrived in this environment. Meanwhile, most of Rhee's companions were merely intermediate and novice warriors, with a few advanced professionals already restrained. Young master, we must flee. They're all high-level professionals. One of the warriors exclaimed in alarm. Panic took hold of Rhees as he realized his reliance on these individuals was futile. Rather than stubbornly resist, he decided to make his escape. However, a voice taunted him. Do you not think it is too late for you to leave? A chilling laughter echoed in Rhees' ears, and in the next moment, a frigid sensation rendered him immobile. As the situation became clearer, Rhees found himself at Kewer's mercy, the glint of a dagger slowly caressing his neck. The surrounding crowd anxiously anticipated whether this young master would meet his demise in that very instant. Who are you? Release young Master Rhees at once, or you shall face dire consequences in Luoyuan City. You must understand that Rhees' father is Marquis Raymond. Raymond? Julian's brow furrowed slightly. He had indeed heard of this Marquis Raymond, who was rumored to be over 200 years old a legendary figure of considerable age in the Duchy of Dodge. Typically, individuals of such power seldom remained in the material plane, often wandering through lower dimensions or engaging in clandestine activities within the astral realm. However, knowing that Rhee's father was Raymond did not compel Julian to relent. He hesitated momentarily. This hesitation seemed to spark a flicker of hope in Rhees, who had initially intended to concede gracefully, planning to reclaim his dignity later. Yet, witnessing Julian's apprehension reinvigorated his spirit. Boy, since you are aware my father is Raymond, you must recognize the influence our family wields in the royal city. I advise you to release me and return that cat to me. I might, in my magnanimity, overlook your prior disrespect. Otherwise, even with your numerous high-level professionals, you shall find no escape from Luoyuan City. Rhee's words left not only Julian stunned, but also his subordinates, who clutched their heads in despair. They believed their young master had truly lost his senses, demanding clemency while still fixating on that cat. Did this fool not realize that his very life was in the hands of others? The paramount concern now is survival. Only by remaining alive can one negotiate terms. Indeed, Julian observed Rhees with a smile that seemed to mask deeper intentions. Do you still desire it? He inquired. Of course, but if you are unwilling, then so be it. Rhees, have never been one to coerce others. It was clear that Rhees sensed the atmosphere had shifted. Just as Julian was about to speak, the barrier was suddenly breached, and a formidable figure emerged before them, hands ablaze with fervent flames. With a single punch, a vast expanse of jungle was incinerated. Julian and the others were yet unaware of the identity of this newcomer, yet Rhees recognized him immediately. His father, his greatest pillar of strength. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily shattered the signal device in his hand to alert his father. With his arrival imminent, Rhees felt emboldened. Father, I am here, he called out, and Raymond, positioned outside, undoubtedly heard the cry, turning his gaze in that direction and advancing step by step. Upon entering, he discovered his beloved son held at knife point by a thief, his brow furrowing in instant discontent. What is the meaning of this, my friend? Do you presume to belittle me by still holding my son hostage? Yes, father, it is them. They have tormented me. You must stand for me, Rhees cried, breaking free from Kewer's grasp and rushing towards his father in desperation. Stay where you are. Your words have no place here, and take your woman aside, Raymond commanded. Though his concern for Rhees was evident, he did not shy away from delivering the necessary reprimands. He dismissed Rhees and pointed at one of Rhees' guards. You, explain the situation. For several minutes, Julian and his companions remained motionless, for they faced a legendary figure they could not hope to defeat. Thus there was no need for provocation. So this is about that wildcat? Raymond scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the woman sheltered behind Rhees, an expression of contempt flickering in his eyes. What thoughts occupy the mind of Marquis Raymond? Julian queried. Although he held a healthy respect for this man's prowess, he felt no fear. Not only did the cat in question possess legendary strength, but the powerful beings from the Duchy of Dodge who had been attracted by the commotion were surely en route. Thus, Raymond could not swiftly eliminate him. This emboldened Julian to speak freely. While I am unaware of your identity, there are indeed those along the Great Road who could instill fear in Raymond. Yet you, a mere novice mage, are certainly not among them. I know not who endowed you with the audacity to address a legendary powerhouse in such a manner, but I shall teach you a lesson that none can prevent. With a cold snort, Raymond raised one hand high, summoning the elements around him to form a colossal hand. Though it was not his full strength, should it strike Julian, he would likely be left incapacitated if not dead. It was evident that Raymond sought to avenge his son, merely in search of an appropriate justification, which Julian had unwittingly provided. Felix and his companions gasped in astonishment, poised to strike, when an unexpected event unfolded. The black cat cradled in Julian's arms let out a soft meow, and in an instant, the formidable presence that had loomed over them vanished without a trace. Raymond's pupils constricted sharply, as though he had glimpsed something terrifying. Although he had merely unleashed a casual blow, he was certain that no entity of comparable power could easily intercept his strike. Yet, a single meow rendered his attack utterly ineffective. What kind of terrifying being could possess such power? Raymond fixated intently on the seemingly innocuous wildcat, yet he failed to discern any hint of suspicion. A sense of relief washed over him as he mused. It must be mere coincidence. Surely, someone nearby had come to aid him. However, if they could assist once, he doubted they could do so again. Raymond's gaze turned icy, and without warning, he unleashed another strike. One that resonated throughout the entirety of Luoyun City with the unmistakable aura of a legendary powerhouse. Who, he pondered, was foolish enough to provoke such a display in Luoyun City? Did they not realize this was the royal city of the Dodge Kingdom? It was Raymond himself. But why would he act within the city? Had he forgotten his own identity? Or was he facing an exceptionally troublesome adversary? Yet, no particularly legendary figures had entered Luoyun City recently. The aura of a legendary being could not be suppressed. The distinct energy radiated from Raymond's action, echoing across Luoyun City. Anyone familiar with legendary figures recognized that a confrontation involving Raymond had commenced, and they awaited the involvement of another. Indeed, the next moment brought forth an even more shocking occurrence. Raymond's anguished scream reverberated throughout Luoyun City, drawing many towards the source of the sound. Eager to discover who had forced a legendary powerhouse to emit such a thunderous cry. This cannot be real. Julian and a throng of onlookers echoed similar sentiments. For before their very eyes, the formidable and imposing legendary warrior Raymond had been sent flying, and it appeared he had offered no resistance whatsoever. A mere soft push had sent him sprawling. Impossible. This is a fabrication. All of it. Reyes was on the brink of madness. Unable to fathom how the father who had always been his pillar of strength could be so effortlessly defeated. His heart felt as if it were shattering into pieces. Young Master Reyes, please do not be so incensed. Perhaps Lord Raymond merely let his guard down, came the gentle, cautious voice of a woman beside him. However, this time, her words did not bring the usual comfort, and Reyes impatiently brushed her aside. Get away from me, woman. It is because of you that this has transpired. Stay far away, and do not let me see your face again. The woman stood frozen, incredulously gazing at the man who had, just moments ago, professed unwavering devotion, now revealing a completely different countenance. She parted her lips, seemingly on the verge of a rebuttal, yet ultimately uttered not a word, her enchanting eyes brimming with tears. As she departed, Leja's frenzy diminished slightly. He observed the scene with a calm demeanor, particularly fixating on the unassuming wildcat that had bested his father. A flicker of trepidation crossing his gaze. It was not only Leja who felt this fear. Julian, cradling the cat, was also gripped by a pang of anxiety. He had thoroughly explored every inch of the feline's plush form during their journey, even showering it with numerous kisses, leaving him apprehensive about whether this esteemed being would seek retribution later on. A languid meow escaped the soft, black cat as it finally leaped from Julian's embrace, and in that instant, a plume of smoke erupted upon its landing. Almost immediately, a graceful figure began to materialize from the mist. Though obscured, the silhouette conveyed an almost perfect form, curvaceous with a delicate waist and legs akin to polished jade. The alluring voice purred, "How dreadfully dull. Why must these foolish mortals disturb my peaceful slumber?" Then came the shocking revelation. The cat could speak. No, it was more than mere speech. It had transformed into a human. The identity was nearly self-evident. It was none other than the fabled stray cat, the goddess of dance, Cherise. It was only she who preferred to linger in feline form, engaging briefly with matters or individuals of interest. However, the inherently lazy and curious nature of cats meant that this goddess, embodying the essence of a cat, could never remain in one place for long. Yet, this very trait had bequeathed countless legends upon the continent. Now, witnessing the goddess from myth materialize before him, seemingly unclad, Julian struggled to contain his excitement, nearly succumbing to a nosebleed. Peering through the haze, Julian gazed at the indistinct figure, and though obscured, it did not hinder his imagination. "Are you the goddess Cherise?" he stammered. "Indeed," came the proud feline retort, accompanied by another meow. "What say you, mortal? Is it not a privilege to accompany this divine being?" "Of course, absolutely." Julian nodded vigorously, relieved that the goddess seemed unconcerned about his prior indiscretions with her feline form. Everything else would surely be negotiable. Ugh, how tiresome. Why must so many people come here? Cherise lamented. Just as her words faded, a throng of legendary figures rushed towards them. Before they could even comprehend the wreckage surrounding them, they sensed the almost tangible waves of divine power emanating from Cherise. Though she was relatively inexperienced among deities, Her presence still commanded considerable respect compared to mere legends. Yet, in this moment, she was but an avatar, wielding only demigod strength, allowing those present to maintain their composure in her presence. As the atmosphere shifted, it became evident to those present that a goddess was concealed within the swirling mist. The court mage guild of the Dodge Kingdom welcomed the descent of the divine being. Despite their lowly postures, their efforts were in vain, for the goddess, Summaries, remained displeased. Where was that Raymond? Why had he not yet made his appearance? It was he who had disturbed her afternoon slumber. The mages who had arrived later felt a sense of helplessness, recalling how this Raymond had been sent flying by a mere swipe of her hand, given her demigod strength. He would likely take days to recover, let alone arrive here. Feeling rather bored in such an atmosphere, Summaries turned to the girl, Candace, and remarked, "Little girl, your grilled fish is delightful. I truly enjoy it. Therefore, I shall gift you this." A beam of golden light erupted forth, gently merging with Candace's form. No one could discern the nature of this gift, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary, coming as it did from a deity. However, they had forgotten that this goddess was not one to be relied upon. In the next moment, Summaries had vanished from sight. Yet she had not teleported away entirely. Being a cat at heart, she embodied all the traits of feline nature, curiosity and a penchant for holding grudges. There was no way she would let Raymond off so easily. Meanwhile, outside the Dodge Kingdom, Raymond found himself utterly bewildered, unaware of how he had suddenly arrived in this location. In an instant, he felt as though his entire body had been raked by a cat, followed by waves of excruciating pain. By the time he registered the agony, he was already battered and bruised, yet outwardly appeared unscathed, even as he felt as if his very insides were about to explode. What on earth was happening? This question lingered in his mind as he lost consciousness, filled with indignation and despair. Raymond was fortunate to faint, but his companion, Razel, was not so lucky. Having provoked Julian, he found himself at the mercy of a goddess who served as their powerful ally. It was akin to mercilessly attacking a drowning dog. Free from concern over any retaliation from Raymond. "You don't come any closer. My father is Raymond." Razel began to wail in terror. "Help. Please stop. Isudanev, I concede. I concede. For your great mercy, consider this a mere fart and let me go." One must admit that Razel was rather fragile. After only a few blows, he was foaming at the mouth and collapsed, succumbing to the onslaught. Pathetic, Julian spat disdainfully, shaking off the tedium of the encounter. The ripples caused by this incident were swiftly quelled, remaining confined to a small circle of the elite, while the common folk remained oblivious to the true events of that day, left to speculate about a great battle without knowledge of its participants or motives. Yet for Julian, all of this was in the past. His focus today was solely on meeting his fiancée. In the realm of schemes, how could a man dare to claim inadequacy, especially in the presence of his betrothed, especially when she was of such stunning beauty that it was off the charts? Thus, Julian decisively compromised, for he had no concern that the woman would soon discard him. After all, he was certain that she would demand interest before engaging in any matters of consequence. As long as there remained a semblance of desire, what was there to fear? Julian found it hard to believe that this woman could be so cold-hearted. If she were a woman of any normal disposition, she would understand that in order to secure her own heir, she would ultimately have to seek his assistance. Moreover, he felt confident that his Frost Kingdom was not to be underestimated, as it stood shoulder to shoulder with the prestigious Dodge Kingdom. "You are my fiancé, E. I wholeheartedly endorse your decisions," Julian declared with conviction, before his expression shifted. "However, we must become formally betrothed first, for I dread the thought of you fleeing." "Of course," Elena replied, her delicate features breaking into a charming smile as she gently wrapped her arms around Julian's neck. Her sweet voice resonated softly in his ears. "In a few days, it will be my birthday celebration, which will also serve as our betrothal feast." A gentle breeze lingered, accompanied by a light, melodic laughter. "I only hope you can face the provocations of those foolish nobles with composure, and do not let them belittle you. I believe my man, though not the most exceptional, is certainly not one to be trifled with by a bunch of good-for-nothings from Lillian City. Indeed, just look at who I am. You need not worry. They will be left speechless," Julian proclaimed, watching Elena's departing silhouette before he too exited her chamber. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the smile had vanished from Elena's face, replaced instead by a calm demeanor. In her vicinity, a clear stream flowed serenely. bordered by an oddly shaped rock formation behind her. After a rustling of footsteps, a striking woman appeared behind Elena. Without turning, Elena remarked coolly, "So, my two foolish brothers did not detect you? Your Highness, I came in stealthily, and they are none the wiser." "That is good," Elena nodded, then inquired. "Have you completed your assigned tasks?" "Yes, Your Highness." "That fool, Rise, has already made an enemy of himself." However, an unexpected occurrence arose with the presence of the cat and the dancing goddess, Ceres. She inexplicably followed him, rendering Raymond unable to pose any threat to them. "Oomph. I never anticipated that this little wildcat would meddle. Nevertheless, there is no cause for concern. She possesses such a nature that she will depart once her interest wanes." Yet, not having investigated how many allies he has behind him was a minor miscalculation. However, it's of no consequence. When the time comes, they will reveal themselves. Elena licked her enticingly colored lips, revealing a mysterious smile. Now that he is my betrothed, he shall have no say in the matter. A sudden sneeze interrupted Julian as he rubbed his nose, appearing somewhat unaccustomed to the surroundings. A group of individuals, who had long awaited outside the royal palace, swiftly surrounded Julian upon his arrival, instinctively offering him protection. After all, they had offended a legendary powerhouse in Luoyang City. And while he may not take matters into his own hands again, one could never be too cautious of unforeseen complications. With only 5 days remaining until Elena's birthday banquet, Julian had much to accomplish. For among the numerous noble youths of Luoyang City, many would undoubtedly wish to impede his efforts to effortlessly escort the kingdom's flower to the Duchy of Dodge. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Within a room adorned with intricately carved railings and exquisite fish tanks, showcasing rare ornamental fish from distant eastern waters, countless corals and pearls embellished the surroundings. Beneath the lustrous sheen of these pearls were demure young maidens clad in revealing attire. Such was the nature of service in Luoyang City, where the affluent nobility spent lavishly, unconcerned about financial constraints. The phrase "money cannot buy my joy" perfectly encapsulated the mindset of these wealthy heirs. Each maiden on display was of considerable value, commanding a minimum appearance fee of 100 gold coins, not including the rarities among them, such as the mermaid maidens who had just shed their tails and the untamed Amazonian girls. However, the most prevalent and sought after were the female slaves from the Beast clan, a fact that resonated deeply within human society. This was due to the historical enmity between the races, and the Beast clan being the only race capable of matching humans in terms of vitality, leading to their abundance. Yet, these once favored female slaves now served merely as decor amidst the noble youths, among whom one stood out conspicuously, not for his merits, but for his peculiar attire. Wrapped in layers of white cloth beneath his opulent robe, and with bruises still visible on his face, this individual was none other than Leisure, who guzzled his drink, indifferent to the revelries surrounding him. Although he preferred solitude, there were those who sought to provoke him. "Hey, Leisure, I heard you were beaten up a few days ago. Who would dare offend our illustrious master Leisure in Luoyang City? Surely, they must be courting death." A youth, roughly the same age as Leisure, around 18 or 19, cradled a bashful mermaid maiden whose face was nestled in his embrace with one arm, while holding a crystal goblet filled with a glistening, ruby-hued liquid in the other. "Mind your own business." Leisure shot a disdainful glance at the interloper. Nobility was divided into factions, and he and this individual were adversaries, each finding the other distasteful. However, their social standings were comparable, the only discernible difference being that Leisure had the backing of a legendary figure as his father, while the newcomer, Baysike, belonged to a marquis family that currently lacked such formidable support. Thus, he could only endure Leisure's presence. Yet he would certainly not miss the chance to strike when the opportunity arose. "TSK, such words should not be uttered, Leisure. After all, you represent the dignity of our noble lineage in Luoyang City. To be bullied by a mere country bumpkin is something you may overlook, but as an outsider, I cannot simply let it pass." With a forceful slam of his palm against the table, Leisure prepared to rise, but abruptly, the door swung open with a loud creak. Upon seeing the visitor, he begrudgingly settled back into his seat. Baysike was indeed correct. The individual arriving was none other than a rustic from the north. As a noble of Luoyang City, it was imperative that he impart some fundamental etiquette to this uncouth newcomer. Stepping through the entrance was none other than Lucas, the Grand Prince of the Dodge Kingdom. Only he possessed the authority to unite this rebellious noble youth and summon such a multitude of charming companions to grace the occasion. Your Highness, the nobles acknowledged with respect, rising to raise their glasses in a gesture of deference before taking their seats once more, their gazes fixed upon Lucas as he assumed the seat of honor. As soon as Lucas settled down, an alluring maid, who had been waiting nearby, approached him without hesitation. Being well-versed in his pleasures, Lucas did not decline, for this was indeed one of the joys of his life. His hands explored the curvaceous form of the maid, admiring the delicate blush that adorned her radiant skin, until she could no longer bear it and emitted a soft, enticing gasp. Only then did Lucas release her, laughing heartily as the maid hastily fled, covering her face in embarrassment. The surrounding nobles, understanding the decorum of the moment, refrained from interrupting Lucas's amusement, exchanging knowing smiles among themselves. Now, the purpose of gathering you all here is, of course, regarding Leisha's predicament. Lucas, despite his penchant for mischief, was capable of swiftly adapting to the gravity of the situation, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness as he regarded Leisha. It has come to everyone's attention that Leisha has been besmirched on his own territory by an outsider. Such an affront is indeed a stain upon the honor of Luo Yun City. Your Highness speaks true, another noble interjected. I too have heard of that Julian, a mere third prince of inconsequence. It is said that he embarked on this journey without even a legendary guardian to escort him, a testament to his pitiful state. While he may lack a legend, he does have a goddess in his corner. After all, did not Marquis Raymond himself enough? Leisha's countenance darkened as he bellowed, cutting off the noble mid-sentence. The once loquacious noble was momentarily taken aback, casting a resentful glance at Leisha, choosing silence. To continue would likely provoke Leisha further, and then things could spiral out of control. Yet, their silence did not equate to an absence of contempt. The disdain in their eyes was barely concealed. Leisha, take a breath. Lucas gently gestured for him to calm down, and continued. I'm fully aware of the events that transpired that day. The goddess in question is none other than her grace, the goddess of cats and dance, Sharais. However, you need not worry. She does not bestow her favor for long. Her interests were likely fleeting, and she departed from the Dodge Kingdom shortly after Marquis Raymond was injured. Thus, the so-called native of the North is merely accompanied by a handful of elite professionals, devoid of even a single legendary figure. Yet, what difference does it make? Despite the disdain directed towards him, one cannot overlook the fact that he is a prince of a formidable nation, possessing a lineage that surpasses our own in nobility. Are you, Your Highness, contemplating the act of vanquishing him? A light chuckle escaped the lips of a duke's grandson. A person of his standing need not concern himself with Lucas. Even if Lucas were to ascend the throne, his family might experience some upheaval, albeit not significantly. As long as they do not commit treason, danger is unlikely. The only potential change would be a diminishment of their power. His decision to speak up was undoubtedly to avoid entanglement in such matters. The notion of assaulting a royal prince is far beyond the capacity of their ilk. Should it come to light, it would invite a comprehensive retaliation from the Frost Kingdom, not to mention the pressure from the deities. After all, these deities are the architects of the present continental rules and would never permit anyone to flout their decrees with impunity. Only the independent races, like the Beastmen, would dare to disregard the human gods and commit such disgraceful acts as assassination. It is heavy. Lucas lifted his gaze to regard the speaker, promptly clarifying. I believe you have misheard. I have never mentioned an intention to assault a prince. Oh, then what do you imply, Your Highness? If it is not an assault, Hivi's disposition is considerably improved. As long as there is no peril, he is willing to participate to garner favor from the Grand Prince. I merely wish to bring him embarrassment. Those who have offended us in the city of Luoyun cannot be allowed to depart unscathed. They must return with their faces in the dirt, never to show their faces again. Lucas's smile was chilling, yet his disdain for Reza was palpable. In Lucas's eyes, Reza was nothing but a worthless individual. Aside from his father, Reza held no significance in Lucas's estimation. Even now, Lucas only intended to use him as a pretext. In truth, Lucas had no intention of making a grand fuss for Reza. He had his own schemes. Your Highness, if that is the case, we shall cooperate. However, we have heard that this individual is the fiancé you personally selected for Princess Elena. Now you are brazenly preparing to act against him. We cannot help but question your motives. Those willing to speak up were naturally not afraid of Lucas. You are correct. Although he is my sister's fiancé, and I personally chose him for her, what of it? Ultimately, Elena must marry, making him merely an outsider. This prince of the Frost Kingdom is even more of a stranger. How could I allow my own to suffer for the sake of two outsiders? Lucas regarded the questioner with a smile that did not reach his eyes, his mood evidently sour. Though Julian was indeed his selection, the rationale behind choosing him was twofold. His status and position were one aspect. As the prince of the Frost Kingdom, he was worthy of Elena. Additionally, the establishment of the giant kingdom provided him with an excellent justification. Moreover, the principal reason Julian could enter the eyes of others was his reputation. It was not due to an admirable standing. On the contrary, Julian's notoriety in both Luoyun City and the entire Duchy Kingdom was quite disreputable. This misfortune stemmed from his invention of women's lingerie. While Lucas personally found such an invention commendable, and many noble women in the duchy took pride in possessing a piece, what did it matter? A prince engaging in such trivialities undoubtedly diminished his stature. Countless individuals across the continent mocked Julian's actions, and the moniker of the women's friend lingerie prince had long circulated throughout the duchy and certain southern kingdoms, with Lucas contributing to this disparagement. But what drove Lucas to tarnish Julian's reputation so fervently? It was undoubtedly due to his cherished sister, Elena. Her remarkable capabilities and stellar reputation in the duchy endeared her to all, with nearly everyone eager to witness the emergence of a queen akin to her grandmother. How could Lucas possibly endure this? Yet, Elena exhibited no weaknesses to exploit. However, as a woman, she inherently possessed one flaw. She would ultimately require a man. This fact undoubtedly provided Lucas with an opportunity. Upon this realization, Lucas felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. He could relentlessly belittle Julian, ensuring that his name would be tarnished in Luoyun City and the duchy, thereby achieving his envisioned goal. This time, Lucas aimed to gather a significant group of noble youths from Luoyun City to continually target Julian, gradually diminishing his reputation until he became a mere laughingstock, a coward, and ultimately a worthless buffoon. Accomplishing this task was no simple feat, for at present, aside from a slight blemish on his standing among the nobility, Julian possessed no apparent flaws. His personal prowess was commendable. Records indicated that he had just come of age and was already an 8th-level mage, rumored to have transitioned into an arcanist. This was even more impressive than his sister Elena. Yet, the contests among the nobility were not solely determined by individual strength, but also by status, lineage, and various other factors. My dear sister, enjoy the grand gift I have prepared for you, Lucas mused with a cold chuckle. Although he contemplated much, the outside world perceived it as merely a fleeting moment. Others, while skeptical of Lucas's claims, outwardly feigned belief. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? Someone inquired. Naturally, Lucas could not reveal that he had already devised a plan, for that would appear overly eager and contrived. Thus, he composed himself and slowly replied. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to brainstorm and devise a method to render this rustic fool utterly humiliated. It is a straightforward endeavor. As soon as the words fell, someone spoke up. If one is to embarrass oneself, let it be on a grand scale. I have a younger brother, 18 years of age, exceptionally talented, already a mid-level warrior. If he were to challenge that northern fellow, victory would be assured. Fool, simpleton. Following this proclamation, a few chuckles echoed, for the suggestion was indeed quite foolish. After all, the opponent is not a fool. Why would he engage in battle with someone older and of a higher rank? That would be sheer folly. Moreover, should they triumph under such overwhelming circumstances, the victory would hold little merit. Yet, if they were to lose, they would suffer a double loss. Such brutishness is unbecoming. We are nobles. It is better to maintain a degree of elegance. Naturally, Lucas could not respond as others might, resorting instead to a more tactful rejection. The individual likely recognized the absurdity of their idea, sulking back to their seat and refraining from further mention of the matter. At this juncture, Lucas turned to Razel and inquired, Razel, as the party involved, what are your thoughts? Upon feeling Lucas's gaze upon him, Razel's expression turned somewhat disdainful. Though they were all merely biding their time, Razel believed he at least managed to foster a sense of camaraderie, while Lucas appeared solely intent on calculating his own kin's interests, which gave Razel a sense of superiority. However, when Lucas posed his question, He felt compelled to respond. Your Highness, I have no particular thoughts. As long as you all consent, I hold no objections. Hearing this reply, a chill flickered within Lucas, though the glint of coldness in his eyes was fleeting, unnoticed by anyone. Very well, since Razel has spoken thus, we must not overstep our bounds. Let him suffer a modicum of embarrassment at my sister's birthday banquet. Not excessive. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their collective astonishment palpable. They had anticipated much, yet did not foresee Lucas's ruthlessness. After all, this was Princess Alina's birthday celebration, and more significantly, it was a banquet for a union between two kingdoms. To meddle with such an event would be tantamount to sowing seeds of enmity that could lead to irreparable strife. Should he be humiliated, he would become the laughingstock of the entire continent. Observing the beaming Lucas above, the onlookers felt a chill. If he treated his own family thus, how would he regard outsiders? The banquet soon concluded. Although Lucas invited many to linger and foster connections, a few left for various reasons, and Lucas could only etch their names in his memory. Not far from this location, in a similarly opulent tavern, devoid of Lucas's diverse array of enchanting maidens, the establishment nonetheless boasted the presence of the city's most esteemed socialites. This was the domain of Julian, the second prince of the Duchy Kingdom. Unlike his elder brother, who reveled in exploring the world's myriad charms, Julian found himself drawn to mature women, particularly those of noble lineage. The more renowned and virtuous they were, the more he coveted them. Over the years in this city, he had entangled himself with countless highborn ladies, including the wife of a duke, a woman in her 40s. Seasoned and alluring. At present, he was accompanied by this captivating woman. However, it is not merely the two of them present. There is also a remarkably youthful individual. Zivy, you have arrived. The woman languidly emerged from Julian's embrace, delicately draping herself in a nearly translucent veil. Her delicate, radiant skin shimmered alluringly under the light, accentuating her exquisite curves and the smooth elegance of her long, slender legs. Madam, you are here as well. What a surprise, Zivy remarked. Both he and this woman belonged to the Duke's household, yet Zivy was merely an inconspicuous younger son, while she was the stunningly beautiful Duchess, basking in her prime. Witnessing this seemingly aloof stepmother, who exuded an air of cold elegance within the Duke's residence, behaving so provocatively stirred a forbidden excitement within Zivy. Though they shared no blood relation, he could not help but fantasize about embracing her delicate form. He lacked the audacity to act upon such thoughts. Not only did his status afford him no right to betray his father, but Julian could effortlessly ruin his life. Giggling, you child, do speak if there is something to discuss. I shall take my leave. The woman cast a wistful glance at Julian, saying, Darling, I must depart. Do remember to think of me. Of course, Julian chuckled, playfully patting her shapely rear, causing a delightful ripple. She departed, leaving behind a waft of fragrance and a teasing pout. Could it be that you, too, are intrigued by Serene? Serene was the name of the enchanting woman. Oh no, it is merely that the lady is exceedingly beautiful, Zivy replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, anxiety evident in his voice. That is for the best. I wish to know what foolish scheme my dear elder brother has concocted. You shall tell me, will you not? Although Julian smiled, his gaze held a scrutinizing chill. Certainly, Your Highness. Zivy began to relay Lucas's scheme in great detail, casting an eager look upward, while Julian's expression remained a blend of amusement and skepticism. Ha ha ha. I cannot believe my foolish brother would act in such a manner. Julian suddenly rose, clapping his hands, reveling in the absurdity of Lucas's blunder. Although he recognized that his own capabilities were on par with Lucas, he had not anticipated such a foolish move from his brother. This was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. Since Lucas chose to act during the birthday banquet, it was clear that no matter the outcome, his brother's actions would evoke discontent, potentially even stirring troubles in the Frost Kingdom. Julian's exhilaration was palpable. Should his brother falter, and both he and his beloved sister were to suffer defeat, the sole remaining option would be him, Julian, His Majesty Julian. Such a title was far more splendid than merely Prince Julian. The mere thought sent a thrill through Julian's heart. Zivy cautiously observed Julian's frenzied demeanor, feeling a tinge of disdain for the heir of the Duchy Kingdom, a braggart reliant on women. Julian regained his composure and, fixing his gaze upon Zivy, spoke slowly. Well done. You have conveyed the truth to me, and it pleases me greatly. Rest assured, I'm not like my foolish elder brother. Everything you have done for me will be etched in my memory. Upon your return, I shall inform Serene, ensuring she tends to you within the Duke's estate. And it is not beyond possibility for you to ascend among the top heirs. The duality of the stick and the sweet date is a lesson every ruler must learn. And Julian is no exception. It is merely unfortunate that both the stick and the sweet date must be realized through the influence of women. Yet it matters not. Once I become king, all my transgressions shall be overlooked, transforming into my glory instead. With a stern countenance, Julian gestured for Zivy to depart. For his engagements this year extended beyond merely Lady Serene, with many charming souls awaiting his solace and to fill their voids. 5 days later, the gates of the palace had already been manned by a new contingent of guards, each clad in pristine uniforms, flanked by an abundance of flowers. A faint azure barrier shimmered around the palace entrance, reminiscent of a portal to a maiden's dream. An incessant procession of carriages showcased the palace's splendor, with nobles bearing distinguished emblems crowding the entrance. This day marked not only the return of the Duchy Kingdom's aristocracy, members of the illustrious Tulip Kingdom from the south, and even the almost invisible Blue Mountain Kingdom were present, while merchants and nobles of every status from the duchy vied to enter. Count Lucy, you appear quite spirited today. It seems you've amassed quite a fortune recently, remarked one noble. Ah, while I have indeed earned a fair amount of gold, it pales in comparison to the rate at which my good-for-nothing son squanders it, falling short of the frugality exhibited by your esteemed gold-crowned family, he replied. My lord, it appears we have arrived late. Cor shrugged helplessly, observing the boastful nobles outside. Turning to Julian. It certainly seems so, Julian replied, his annoyance at cues palpable. Cor shared this sentiment, for as a thief, he loathed conventional paths, especially those requiring waiting. How about this, my lord? I could lead you in from above the palace, Cor suggested eagerly, his eyes gleaming with excitement, nearly startling Julian, giving him a disapproving glance. Julian retorted, if you wish to be riddled with arrows by the guards, be my guest. However, remember, those mages guarding the entrance are no trifling matter either. Reluctantly, Cor abandoned his audacious idea, dutifully trailing behind Julian. Yet, the people of the Duchy Kingdom would never allow their princess's betrothed to remain outside among the throng. Thus, within moments, the keen-eyed guards approached, escorting Julian inside. Outside, those nobles who fancied themselves of distinguished lineage were filled with envy. Who is this young man? How did he gain entry? Perhaps he has bribed the royal guards? How disheartening it is to witness the kingdom's corruption reach such depths. Tomorrow, I must inform His Majesty. Here I am, a mere count, governing a city for the kingdom, yet I am afforded no such privileges. Could he possibly be a marquis? Do be quiet, one said. Whether he is a marquis or not, I cannot say, but I do know he is the betrothed of our Princess Elena, a prince from the Frost Kingdom of the North. If you possessed such an identity, you too would be granted favors. Otherwise, do remain in line like everyone else. It truly baffles me why the beautiful Princess Elena must be wed to a barbarian from the north. I believe my young son would be a splendid match. Enough with your fanciful dreams, came the retort, eliciting laughter that caused the corpulent count to withdraw his head, silenced. Meanwhile, Julian had entered the banquet venue, an open-air park adorned with blooming flowers of every hue, red, pink, purple, each color found along the grand pathway. Above, a magical barrier formed a black starry sky, with each star twinkling with the visage of Elena, from her infancy to the age of 16, capturing the essence of the beautiful princess throughout her years. Flanking the banquet were the maidens of the duchy, each a carefully selected southern maiden, their skirts swaying gently, filling the air with fragrant breezes and sweet greetings. At the end of the path lay a grand circular arena where all the attending nobles congregated, exuding elegance. Each wore a restrained smile, neither ostentatious nor overly humble, radiating sophistication. Naturally, the feast was replete with exquisite delicacies, each dish crafted from the finest ingredients, some even imported from distant realms, all in honor of a princess's birthday. As Julian stepped inside, he was like a droplet falling into a lake, unnoticed by the crowd, though some discerning eyes took special note of him. Lucas, for instance, smirked at the sight of Julian's entrance, raising a glass of red wine to engage in playful banter with a bashful noblewoman across the table. Soon after, once the most distinguished guests had arrived, The king of the duchy appeared at the center of the banquet. This was Julian's first glimpse of him, a pale-haired elder. Not due to age, but rather the consequence of a youthful mishap that drained much of his vitality. Now, he appeared close to exhaustion, a reflection of the intense power struggle surrounding the throne of the duchy. "Today, it is a pleasure to see you all," the king of the duchy spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet imbued with a unique warmth that the assembled nobles seemed accustomed to. "I still recall the last occasion when I saw all of you gathered together. It was during the birth of Lucas. Reflecting upon it now, nearly 2 decades have elapsed. Throughout these 20 years, the Kingdom of Dodge has undergone significant transformations, flourishing under your collective efforts. Although the King of Dodge appears to be in poor health, once he begins to speak, his eloquence is remarkable. However, he does not dwell on the topic for long, swiftly concluding his remarks. With that said, allow me to introduce our guest of honor today, my beloved daughter, Elena." As the words leave my lips, a rainbow bridge adorned with falling petals graces the air, infusing the atmosphere with the essence of youth. Gazing upward, a striking figure emerges from the far end of the rainbow, captivating the attention of all present. Even Julian, who has previously encountered Elena, appears utterly entranced. Compared to her last appearance in casual attire, the now elegantly clad Elena radiates an alluring charm. Beneath her luxurious silk gown, every inch of her skin glows with a rosy hue, and under the vibrant neon lights, her youthful shyness exudes an irresistible allure. Indeed, she is my sister. Lucas, momentarily taken aback, finds himself stirred by the sight of his sister, despite having long since developed an immunity to such feelings. He turns to glance at the maid beside him, who had seemed quite pleasant moments ago, only to find her suddenly mundane in comparison. Alas, it seems Julian has gained an unexpected advantage. Lucas feels a twinge of regret. If only Elena were not so ambitious. It would be splendid for her to cultivate a friendship with a prominent noble. It is not solely Lucas who is astonished. Those who rarely see or have never laid eyes upon Elena are left utterly speechless. The rumors surrounding Princess Elena, often referred to as the flower of the kingdom, had previously seemed mere whispers to me, but today I witnessed the truth of those claims firsthand. Naturally, Princess Elena is the pride of our Kingdom of Dodge. In my eyes, even a goddess stripped of her divine identity pales in comparison to our beloved princess. A throng of admirers, eager to flatter her, seem to spare no praise in their fervent adulation, and indeed, an essential aspect of this is that Elena possesses a beauty worth celebrating. Soon enough, as the rainbow fades, Elena stands beside the King of Dodge. As the star of the banquet, she is expected to deliver a few words on her birthday, a fundamental tradition. Meanwhile, Julian has stepped outside, observing the brightly lit hall with a sardonic smile. "What seems to trouble my little man today?" Lady Saran's serpentine waist soon entwines itself around Julian, and a palpable tension of desire begins to blossom between them. In no time, soft gasps escape their lips, mingling with the rustling of leaves. "How bold you have become! If you are not afraid of that old man discovering us, then I am indifferent." Just as Julian was caught in a moment of fervor, Lady Serene let out a soft laugh, exhaling a fragrant breath, and said slowly, "In any case, I have grown weary of that old man constraining my body. If we are discovered, you must remember to take care of me." Her words jolted Julian back to reality. He gazed at her flushed face, filled with a mix of desire and restraint. Such indulgence had already reached its limit here, for should it proceed any further, there was no doubt that Lady Serene's ducal partner would come seeking retribution, and at that point, Julian might find himself infamous across the continent. You truly lack courage." Lady Serene scoffed lightly as she rose from beneath Julian, meticulously arranging her disheveled gown and gently brushing away the red marks he had left on her skin. "I must take my leave. If that old fellow goes too long without seeing me, he will surely grow suspicious. However, I have completed what you asked of me. I have set those individuals at the ducal residence to heed your words. As for the matter concerning Hivi, it will require some more time. We shall discuss the rest next time." With that, Lady Serene swayed her ample hips as she departed, seamlessly blending back into the company of a group of aristocratic ladies, as if her passionate encounter with Julian had never occurred. Upon Julian's return to the gathering, Elena continued her performance. Indeed, it was a performance, for she had no affinity for such venues. "Dear guests, I am truly grateful for your presence at my 16th birthday celebration, which also marks my engagement. I am delighted that my fiancé is an exceptional man. As Elena's words echoed, the spotlight had long since focused on Julian, drawing a multitude of looks from the gathered nobles, some disdainful, some benevolent, some filled with curiosity. They all speculated about what qualities this man possessed that could have captured Elena's heart. Yet, upon closer inspection, Julian appeared rather unremarkable. Finally, he reached the moment he had awaited, guided by an attendant up the steps to where he truly belonged. Soon, amidst the gazes of the crowd, Julian stood beside Elena, gently intertwining his fingers with her alluring emerald-like pinky, gradually encompassing her hand entirely. Many in attendance noticed this gesture, prompting gasps of astonishment. The nobles now realized that their esteemed Princess Elena was officially taken. However, Elena herself had not anticipated Julian's boldness in such a setting, and for a brief moment, her body stiffened in surprise, though it quickly returned to its natural state. "You are remarkable," she said. "I believe that after marrying Elena, you will lead a life of perfection." Dodge King cast a faint smile at Julian, as if having made a profound decision. He slowly intoned, "From this moment forth, I entrust Elena to you." As he spoke, he gently placed Elena's other hand into Julian's. The instant Julian grasped her hand, a ceremonial air enveloped them, and he became acutely aware that he had, in this world, found his true counterpart. "I am certain that I will provide Elena with a life filled with happiness." As Lucas made his entrance, it was apparent that Julian's heartfelt words had been meticulously prepared, crafted by a skilled writer. Otherwise, he could never have articulated such a wealth of profound wisdom. By the time he concluded reading the lengthy script, spanning nearly 5 pages and containing 7,000 to 8,000 words, he found himself parched. He then accepted a cup of warm water that Elena offered, seizing the moment for a tender exchange between them. "Did you really have someone write that?" she teased, her eyes sparkling with skepticism. "Of course not. These are my genuine sentiments," Julian replied, a hint of vulnerability in his tone, as if confessing to a grave sin. Yet, who was Elena? How could she possibly fall for Julian's fanciful words? With a dismissive smirk and a sigh that sent warmth swirling around Julian's ear, she retorted, "I already knew you couldn't have penned such lofty ideals." Throughout their banter, Elena maintained a smile, and to the casual observer, it would seem as though she were merely sharing sweet whispers with her fiancé, her radiant happiness melting the hearts of all present. However, there was one exception. Lucas did not share the same sentiment. He clapped his hands and stepped forward with a broad smile. "Ah, splendid. It appears my sister is quite pleased with her fiancé. As her brother, I shall bestow upon her a most precious gift." Elena furrowed her brow, unable to believe that her brother would genuinely wish her well. She deemed it a miracle if he did not cause any mischief. Nonetheless, Lucas's words held no apparent flaws, and both Elena and Julian sensed an underlying disquiet, though they could not pinpoint its source. "I am certain my sister will adore this gift," Lucas declared, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He then snapped his fingers, and a host of prepared attendants hurriedly brought in a large ornate cabinet, intricately carved with various figures. Evidently a treasured artifact of considerable age. Curiosity piqued, the onlookers gazed at Lucas with anticipation. As the center of attention, he reveled in the spotlight. "Elena, as your brother, I have always cherished the memory of you sitting beside me, asking me to play the piano for you," he reminisced, refraining from opening the cabinet just yet. "You once declared that the sound of piano music was your favorite, and now you are to wed. As your elder brother, I possess little else to bestow upon you. The sole gift I can offer is this." As Lucas's words echoed, a magnificent piano emerged, and a cascade of enchanting notes resonated in the ears of all present. Soon, as the crowd beheld its splendor, a palpable excitement surged among them. "My goodness, it is the Carillot. Indeed, it is the one and only capable of such exquisite beauty." A ripple of commotion spread, as onlookers gazed in awe at the unveiled piano, nearly everyone recognizing it as the most renowned instrument of the entire Dodger Kingdom. Crafted by the legendary bard Baroque, once the greatest of his time, Baroque himself is a living legend, his music and tales having traversed from a tavern in a humble mountain village to the arenas of the lower realms, even echoing in the divine realms. He is the singular figure welcomed by both demons and humans, as well as elves, since the tumultuous years came to an end. This particular Carillot, named after his own son, was handcrafted by him at the birth of his only child, a precious gift to his heir. Each inch of the carillade is fashioned from ancient trees of the elven race, known for their crystalline and melodious tones. While the intricate decorations and carvings embody the essence of Baroque's legendary life, this imbues the piano with an abundance of tales. Music, since the dawn of civilization, has been the most enchanting of notes, and this piano encapsulates the most beautiful of stories that carry that melody. As the Southern Kingdom flourished, nearly every noble was steeped in the influence of music. Indeed, the most esteemed noble education encompassed musical cultivation, such that even the most frivolous of young aristocrats could perform a piece on the piano at their soirees. Their obsession with music is beyond the imagination of most, as an exceptional musician or bard would be fervently pursued by these individuals, with a single composition fetching astronomical prices. This merely reflects the value of human musicians and bards. Should one consider the innate artists of the elven kind, their worth transcends monetary exchange, with no one daring to tarnish such pure melodies with the stench of coin. Those from the northern realms, like Julian, could scarcely grasp such sentiments, which is to be expected. Being the closest to the elves, the southerners, prior to the rise of human civilization, learned from the long-eared elves, who possessed an almost obsessive pursuit of artistry within their woods. Although they absorbed much of value, such as elven politics, script, and even combat techniques, they also thoroughly embraced the diverse arts, which held even greater significance in the upper echelons. Some even argue that these artistic pursuits serve as the distinguishing mark between civilization and barbarism, much like the disdain the Southerners hold for the uncouth North and the simplistic Orcs. In the perception of certain Southerners, apart from their own kingdom, all else is deemed savage. Could truly be that? Elena's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight, clearly enamored with the gift. Only Julian was left in a state of confusion. However, observing the understanding expressions of those around him, he hesitated to inquire further. Instead, he quietly turned to Elena and asked, "What exactly is Karad? Why have I never heard of it before?" Upon hearing his question, Elena shot him a disdainful glance, accompanied by a soft huff, which left Julian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Elena, displaying a degree of thoughtfulness, took the time to explain it to him. Yet, such sentiments cannot be easily conveyed in just a few sentences. Julian, a former recluse and a northerner in this life, found it utterly baffling why this group of people would elevate a piano to such heights. Nevertheless, seeing the glimmer of excitement in Elena's eyes, he realized that as fiancé, he held a deep affection for it. As her partner, he felt compelled to engage with her enthusiasm and thus feigned a look of enlightenment, which satisfied Elena and earned her nod of approval. However, soon after, another question arose. "Your Highness Lucas, isn't Karad entrusted to Master Sibelius?" questioned someone. Given its renown, many would covet it, yet it has always been safeguarded by the kingdom's most esteemed musician. Master Sibelius, the only one currently lauded as a master by the entire aristocracy. For a musician, a fine instrument is undoubtedly more precious than life itself, akin to a mage's staff. Now, with Lucas presenting this piano, it inevitably raised suspicions among the crowd about whether he had employed some dubious means, or perhaps even eliminated Sibelius to seize it. With this thought, unease spread among the attendees, and they began to speculate with ill intent. Lucas appeared to recognize his misstep and quickly cleared his throat, stating, "Please do not misunderstand. I would never coerce Master Sibelius. I have merely heard that he is contemplating retirement from music and wishes to pass on Karad to a worthy successor, someone who has earned his approval." The crowd nodded, finding this explanation plausible. "So, Your Highness, did you acquire it from Master Sibelius's heir? If the master were to find out, he would surely be furious," someone jested, prompting a wave of laughter. "Not at all. I merely learned that Prince Julian had once gained some recognition in music, and thus I sought this opportunity from Master Sibelius, who will also provide personal feedback," Lucas replied with a grin, his smile stretching wider. Meanwhile, Elena's expression suddenly shifted, and Julian felt a sharp pinch as she squeezed his hand tightly. He looked at her, bewildered, for he had no idea that his previous incarnation had any musical talent. Yet, upon delving into his memories, he surprisingly discovered fragments related to this skill, albeit faint. Fortunately, during his time on Earth, he had frequented various training centers, which had granted him a foundational understanding. However, Alina glared at Julian. I once believed my brother had changed his ways. But I see now he is merely waiting here for me. What does that imply? He wishes to embarrass you. And, as your fiancé, your disgrace reflects upon me as well. Alina scoffed, her eyes glinting with a frosty light, and continued, the carrot is no ordinary piano. Only those of Baroque lineage, or those possessing the ability to move its keys can play it. This very fact elevates it to the status of a divine instrument among musicians. Pausing for effect, Alina regarded Julian with a hint of disdain. What? Do you believe you possess the skill to play it? The mocking tone from his fiancée struck Julian like a thunderbolt, piercing his heart with pain. This sentiment was not lost on the surrounding nobles. Despite their ignorance of Julian's abilities, were swayed by the inherent artistic elitism of the southern gentry towards their northern counterparts. They unanimously dismissed the notion that a talentless individual from the north could play the carrot, let alone earn Sibelius's approval. Yet the narrative did not end there. Lucas continued to smile. Master Sibelius, of course, would not permit only one individual to attempt. He has summoned his disciples, along with 2 other esteemed musicians drawn by reputation. Fear not, my dear sister, for whoever can perform a piece that moves Master Sibelius shall receive the carrot as a gift for you. As I have secured the agreement of all qualified contenders, then I must extend my gratitude to you. Brother Lucas, Alina replied, genuinely fond of the carrot. Though she harbored a deep desire to see Lucas suffer, Julian, who was closest to her, evoked no trace of animosity in her. His sweet smile enchanted everyone around them. However, Alina had her own intentions, while Julian grappled with his feelings. How could he not present such a cherished gift to his fiancée at their betrothal banquet? To have someone else do so in his stead was utterly intolerable. If he could present a piano now, would he also wish to play the role of a divine giver of children in the future? Lucas, was it? I shall remember you. I originally held some affection for you as my future brother-in-law, given your role in bringing Alina to me. But now, I must retract that fondness. Julian cast a scornful glare at Lucas, yet Lucas remained dismissive. In his eyes, Julian was the most unremarkable prince he could have chosen. He relished the idea of Alina wed to a worthless individual, and thus, to Lucas, Julian was merely the epitome of failure. My dear brother, is quite the strategist. Knowing full well that a conventional contest would never bring humiliation to that northerner. Instead, he has chosen this method, if he truly cannot even play the carolode. I dare say, tomorrow the entire southern kingdom will mock him, and even my beloved sister will find herself devoid of dignity, as they will all jeer at her for marrying a boorish savage who does not comprehend the nuances of musical notation. Julian licked his lips, casting a subtle glance at familiar faces in the crowd, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction within. As Julian anticipated, human jealousy is utterly irrational. What they most relish is witnessing the misfortune of those who excel beyond them, especially a paragon like Alina, who once rendered the maidens of the southern kingdom too intimidated to breathe. Now, with a ready opportunity presented to them, even if it is a trivial matter, they will exalt this insignificant event, seeking to bolster their own sense of superiority, just as Julian's failure will undoubtedly lead them to deride him. Using this to mock the princess's choice in a man so inept, they will parade their own partners, reveling in the pleasure of overshadowing Alina. This is the nature of women. They constantly compare everything that can be compared, and men are certainly among those comparisons, albeit in terms of quality rather than quantity. Naturally, when a multitude of women begin to belittle Alina, the men who share their beds will inevitably succumb to the influence of these whispers, whether they wish to or not. At the very least, these noblemen will adopt a disdainful demeanor towards Alina in order to appease their partners. Thus, Lucas achieves his aim. As long as Alina remains isolated by the nobility of the kingdom, Lucas's position as king is assured. Moreover, this is not his sole strategy. Lucas holds a plethora of schemes to tarnish Julian's reputation, intent on rendering this pair infamous throughout the South. As the performance commences, all attention has long since shifted from Alina to the musician seated before the piano. In Luoyang City, he stands as the second only to Sibelius, a prodigy named Sawadi, and a disciple of Sibelius himself. At merely 20 years of age, his extraordinary musical prowess is indicative of unparalleled talent, which is why Sibelius deemed him worthy of mentorship. Many nobles in Luoyang City have had the privilege of hearing Sawadi play, Yet those who have experienced his performance of the carolode are exceedingly rare, with only a few distinguished nobles present now wearing nostalgic smiles. At this moment, Sawadi sits upon a long bench, quietly studying the sheet music before him, slowly closing his eyes while his index finger rests poised upon the contrasting black and white keys. This piece is a gift for Her Highness Princess Elena. Titled The Maiden Under the Moonlight, Sawadi softly declares as his performance begins. However, some individuals gazed at Elena with a hint of unease, for within the whispers of Luoyuan City, it was said that this Sawadi was none other than a musical mentor of Princess Elena. Yet, it appears that the relationship transcends mere mentorship. The title of the musical score, The Maiden Under the Moonlight, is inherently steeped in the lore of first loves. And the fact that Sawadi has chosen to unveil it at Elena's engagement and birthday celebration imbues the moment with profound implications. After all, first love, Elena, at the tender age of 16, and Sawadi, merely 4 years her senior at 20, share an age gap that seems negligible. Sawadi, with his prodigious talent, and Elena, with her pure and enchanting demeanor, evoke memories from 4 years past when Elena, at the age of 12, experienced the stirrings of her heart for the first time. What transpired then? The crowd's eyes brimmed with ambiguous glances directed at Sawadi and Elena, while Sibelius let out a sigh, opting for silence. Only Julian felt a warmth rising to his head, as if someone had placed a cap upon him. Turning to Elena, he noticed her cold gaze fixated upon Sawadi. Little did he expect that Sawadi would conspire with his charming brother. It was truly disheartening to see what Sawadi had become. Julian could distinctly sense Elena's simmering anger, as it was evident that Sawadi's betrayal had inflicted pain upon her. Her piercing gaze bore into Sawadi, radiating an intensity that even King Dodger could not ignore, though he merely shook his head, choosing not to intervene. Yet, Elena, what did you think back then? Have you begun to believe the fabrications of those around you? Elena smiled at Julian, but he felt a chill seep into his heart. Naturally, he did not believe such tales. As his fiancée, he stood resolutely by her side. However, the disdain he felt for Sawadi intensified as he resolved to teach him a lesson for attempting to cast shadows upon his character. Julian's gaze towards Sawadi grew increasingly hostile. Did you really aspire to surpass him in the realm of music? Although Elena appeared serene on the surface, Julian remained acutely aware of the cold aura emanating from her, a frost that seemed to intensify, despite her reluctance to acknowledge it. Sawadi possessed an unparalleled gift in the world of musicians. He was the most talented man Julian had ever encountered. That is because you have yet to see me, Julian retorted. Once you do, you'll realize your fiancé excels far beyond this mere mortal in this domain. As Julian extolled his own virtues, Sawadi's performance reached its conclusion. As the final note lingered in the air, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Amidst the cheers, nearly everyone presumed that Julian was destined to suffer great embarrassment. However, he was not immediately summoned to the stage. Instead, 2 performers of moderate caliber were brought forth, eliciting mere polite applause from some nobles who could scarcely muster enthusiasm. When the 2 summoned musicians concluded their performance, Lucas slowly rose to his feet. Master Sibelius, who do you believe has the upper hand this time? Naturally, it is Sawadi. The collaboration is formidable. With Sawadi's innate talent paired with Carad's exquisite timbre, it is nothing short of perfection. This is the most enchanting sound I have ever heard. Even the celestial larks cannot compare to the beauty of this music. Before Sibelius could respond, someone hastily interjected with their opinion. However, it was evident that this individual was merely a puppet of Lucas. Although Sawadi's performance was commendable, it still bore some flaws when compared to the mastery of seasoned virtuosos. Even Sibelius's casual playing would surpass Sawadi's, yet this does not diminish Sawadi's potential. He is simply too young. Nonetheless, even at this stage, it is clear that Sawadi will one day be revered as Master Sawadi. It seems the outcome of this contest is already determined. Observers regarded Julian's flippant demeanor with disdainful amusement. At this juncture, Lucas seized the opportunity to play the benevolent figure, feigning concern. Julian, as Elena's brother, though reluctant to admit it, the truth is evident. While I acknowledge your musical talents, I did not anticipate Sawadi's prowess reaching such heights. Perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from performing this time. Sawadi's rendition has already garnered Master Sibelius's acknowledgement, and thus this carrade belongs to Elena. Continuing further would be futile. With that, Lucas awaited Julian's response, convinced that he lacked the courage to step forward. If he could not even play the carrod, it would be a disgrace of monumental proportions. After all, even the previous two performers struggled significantly. Lucas was certain his sister had conveyed this to Julian. Whether he chooses to perform or not, my objective has been achieved. Should he perform, all will witness his humiliation. Should he decline, that is even better. Tomorrow, everyone will know that Elena's man is a coward devoid of the courage to challenge. A cruel smirk crossed Lucas's mind as malicious thoughts surfaced. Meanwhile, Sibelius seized the moment to speak. Sawadi is my disciple. I have watched him grow over the years. This time, he has truly surprised me. I never expected him to reach such heights so soon. It seems this child will attain my current level in just a few years, and may even have the opportunity to become a master of the Baroque style. This was not merely praise. It was an unrestrained elevation of Sawadi's status. 130, astonishing. What do you think? Elena, surprisingly composed, turned to Julian, half embracing him as she softly inquired. How do you perceive this? Julian relished the warmth of her embrace. Do you wish for me to humiliate myself on stage, or would you prefer I do so from the sidelines? Hee, so you are aware this is embarrassing? Elena let out a light laugh, regarding Julian with an enigmatic expression, before speaking softly. I did not expect you to possess such self-awareness. However, today you may act as you wish. If you desire to proceed, then do so, and if not, it matters not. For some inexplicable reason, Julian felt that his little fiancée's words carried deeper meaning. Yet, there was little time for contemplation, as Lucas had already begun to urge him on. Julian cast a brief smile at Lucas and declared with a resonant voice, "Since my esteemed brother-in-law has suggested it, it would be rather embarrassing for you if I abstained. Thus, I shall endeavor to give it a try." Upon hearing this, Lucas was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a grin. "Well said, my dear brother-in-law. Since you harbor such intentions, it is only fitting that we oblige." With a wave of his hand, Lucas cleared a path through the crowd, and Julian, without hesitation, approached the grand piano, Corrode. Lucas observed Julian as he sat down, a cold smirk lingering in his gaze. "Just wait, young man. Do you truly believe you can perform? I have thoroughly investigated your capabilities, and it is evident that you are merely a mediocre talent, who has dabbled in music for a year or two without any innate gifts. How audacious of you to entertain such delusions today." Lucas's mind was rife with malicious thoughts, and with a glance, he signaled to the attendant overseeing Corrode, who naturally inserted a crystal into the instrument's interior. This crystal was no ordinary gem. It was an integral part of Corrode, indeed its most crucial component. Only with it could Corrode be deemed complete, amplifying its rejection of the uncouth while enhancing the experience of truly exquisite music. Rumor had it that when Baroque played with it, the very world enveloped in sound would shift according to his intent. Truly miraculous. Yet, how could Lucas ever entertain the notion that Julian might achieve such feats? It was utterly preposterous. While the fully realized Corrode possessed such wondrous abilities, Lucas never believed that Julian could even touch a single key, and he was intent on humiliating him. "My dear sister, I wonder what thoughts cross your mind as you witness your man's utter ineptitude. Are you pleased with the match your brother has arranged for you?" Ha ha ha. Lucas gazed maniacally at Elena, yet he found no trace of the concern or anger he had anticipated on her face. Instead, Elena remained composed, even regarding Lucas with a hint of disdain during their confrontation. "Wretched woman," he seethed inwardly. "How dare you look down upon me? Do you still consider yourself a princess, dictating the fates in the kingdom of Dodge? No, you are merely a woman destined to marry a worthless man. How dare you disdain me? How dare you disrespect the future king of the kingdom of Dodge? Vile woman, one day I shall make you understand the meaning of a brother's love. You will regret it deeply." Lucas had completely lost his sanity. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze towards the center, the very spot where Julian stood. Corrode was quietly positioned beneath a beam of concentrated moonlight, and in front of him, a slightly melancholic profile stirred the hearts of the noble young maidens below. Even Julian and Lucas felt a twinge of envy at Julian's current appearance. Merely a decorative vase. What is there to flaunt? We haven't even begun. Who knows if we shall ever start? This sentiment was shared by many. Yet, Julian was not hesitating to begin. Rather, he was pondering which piece to perform. As an earthling, He had once learned the piano and listened to many compositions, though he had gradually forgotten much. However, blessed with an extraordinary memory, he could effortlessly summon to mind anything he had once seen and wished not to forget. Thus, burdened with the cultural richness accumulated over centuries and millennia, Julian found himself quite vexed. There were simply too many beautiful melodies, and he was at a loss as to which to play. Ultimately, he settled on Schubert's Serenade, as the very essence of the piece stemmed from courtship, perfectly aligning with the current scene. Just moments ago, Savati had been intent on professing his love to Elena, and now, as Julian made his selection, he could challenge Savati openly. You may have hinted at your past, but I shall boldly declare my affection and see whom Elena chooses. By the time Julian had made his decision, a considerable amount of time had passed, and the crowd below grew increasingly impatient, some even mocking Julian, urging him to leave if he could not play, lest he waste their time. Lucas took pleasure in this, as Julian's embarrassment was precisely what he desired. Yet Julian paid no heed. At that moment, he wore a serious expression. Though he often behaved frivolously in such a setting, performing a piece of such mastery required a grave demeanor. Julian disappointed Lucas. Unlike him, who wouldn't even touch the keys, Julian let the first note leap forth. Lucas was momentarily taken aback, surprised, yet what astonished him even more lay ahead. As note after note rang out, no one found it particularly pleasing. They merely deemed it acceptable. However, when all the notes coalesced into a harmonious tapestry, the starlit sky grew ever more resplendent, and it seemed as though the entire world shrank to the singular presence of Julian at the piano. Surrounding him, unknown wildflowers began to spread from beneath his feet. Wherever the music flowed, the world was enveloped in this enchanting nocturnal landscape. The mischievous blossoms even climbed up the delicate calves of the young maidens. A soft touch, imbued with the essence of the forest and freedom, permeated the air. It felt as if Julian reigned over everyone's world. All they beheld appeared as a dreamlike illusion. Yet they were entranced, reluctant to shatter the reverie, even knowing that the next moment might awaken them from this enchanting slumber. As the rhythm of the music reached its poignant conclusion, a sense of wistfulness began to envelop the atmosphere. Yet it was not truly over. As everything began to fade away, a girl adorned with an intertwining bouquet suddenly emerged, her expression a blend of delight and mock annoyance. Though it was but a fleeting moment, in the wake of her beauty, she vanished without a trace. It was the end. Julian emerged from his reverie, taking a deep breath. "I'm truly sorry. I had no idea it was so beautiful." The utterance of this rather pretentious remark left the audience momentarily speechless, unable to reconcile the poetic essence of the performance with the crudeness of his words. However, one could not fault Julian. He had encountered a similar phrase in a tale of Schubert, and in this otherworldly realm, he felt compelled to maintain his dignity. Thus he spoke the words without a second thought. After a brief silence, applause erupted. Julian, undeterred, turned confidently to Elena. "This is my serenade dedicated to my fiancée. This piece embodies my love for Elena, and I hope she enjoys it." Elena, stifling a laugh behind her hand, beamed with joy. "Of course, you're my fiancé. Everything you give me is cherished." Rising gracefully, she cast a knowing glance at the somewhat disheartened Lucas, as if addressing both him and Julian. "Regardless of whether my fiancé is strong and brave or timid and inept, whether he is strikingly handsome or rather plain, whether he is a noble prince or a humble merchant, all that he possesses is precisely what I adore." Some sentimental women in the audience began to cover their mouths, eagerly watching Elena's declaration of love, as if in that moment the world had been reduced to just the two of them, locked in a tender gaze. It was truly enchanting, perhaps the most poignant expression of affection one could encounter. Truly, Princess Elena is the pride of our duchy kingdom. Only such a remarkable woman could utter such words. I have resolved to learn from Princess Elena. I shall be a devoted admirer of her steadfast spirit. Elena, I wish to have children with you. The inappropriate remark had already been dismissed. No, this cannot be. This is absolutely false. As the crowd remained enraptured by the enchanting love story, Lucas's loud outburst instantly drew discontented glances. Yet, Lucas was beyond caring. This is utterly false. I know you, Julian. You have never studied music systematically. How could you possibly create such a moving composition? You must have stolen it from some master. You shameful thief. I shall expose your nefarious deeds. Though Lucas had lost his composure, and his outburst nearly obliterated his previous dignified image, it must be acknowledged that his words resonated with a certain truth, particularly among the esteemed nobility present. Each individual, despite not personally engaging in the creative process, possesses a profound musical acumen. This piano piece, though simple, exemplifies a flawless fusion that is evidently beyond Julian's current capabilities. Should this truly be a work pilfered by Julian, the situation would indeed take a delightful turn. Some individuals have already begun to cast dubious glances in his direction. Master Sibelius, might you opine on whether you believe this piano composition could be crafted by a mere 16-year-old? Lucas fixed his gaze intently upon Sibelius, the authority in this gathering. Should he declare it impossible, Julian would find himself irreparably entangled in a predicament, even if he were to leap into the river. Under Lucas's expectant stare, Sibelius pondered for a moment before articulating, "This piano piece is among the most exquisite combinations of notes I have ever encountered. Even I lack the capacity to create such a masterpiece." Though Sibelius's words were not overtly condemnatory, their implication was unmistakable. If he, a seasoned composer, could not fathom its creation, how could a mere child like Julian? If he were capable, would it not imply that his musical prowess surpassed that of Sibelius? Such a notion is nothing short of ludicrous. Look, what more can you say? Lucas, with reddened eyes and a heart full of animosity, glared at Julian, for he had disrupted his meticulously laid plans. Such hatred could not simply be extinguished. Meanwhile, on the other side, Prince Julian observed the unfolding scene with a sardonic smile. Reveling in his leisurely position, the outcome held no consequence for him. Ideally, both parties would inflict mutual damage, leading Lucas, in his fury, to ambush Elena and Julian, a perfect scenario. Ah, let the chaos ensue. The greater the commotion, the better, he mused, his voice soon drowned out by the clamor of the crowd, with no one paying heed to his inconspicuous corner. Individuals like you are a disgrace to the realm of musicians. Every composer's work deserves gentle reverence, while your unauthorized appropriation of another's creation is nothing short of thievery. Savati, a disciple of Sibelius and privy to undisclosed dealings with Lucas, indignantly stepped forward to denounce Julian's actions. "Oh, Julian," amused by the absurdity of it all, retorted, "though I did indeed borrow it, what of it? You possess no evidence. What is your outburst even for? Are you seeking to be humiliated? Savati, is it? I am unsure of your intent, but do you have proof of my alleged plagiarism? If not, then allow me to enlighten you on the repercussions of defaming a noble, particularly a prince on the continent. With your mere words, I could have you arrested." Julian's countenance darkened as he spoke, leaving Savati, accustomed to adulation, momentarily pale. Be mindful of your station. You are but a commoner without a title. I cannot fathom your audacity in reproaching me. Has the generosity bestowed upon you by Lucas rendered you bereft of reason? Upon witnessing Sawati's days, Lucas inwardly cursed his ineptitude before stepping forth. "Julian, do not obfuscate the issue at hand. We're discussing whether you have appropriated another's work, not the matter of identity." The sight of Lucas, who had opposed him almost from the outset, incited an inexplicable loathing in Julian, who comprehended why this ineffectual individual had been consistently subjugated by Elena alongside his brother in the kingdom of Dodge. The manner in which Lucas reacted was simply not on the same intellectual plane. While Elena maintained a fade of composure despite Lucas's provocations, Lucas, upon encountering discontent, resorted to tearing off the mask of civility. Such a level of intellect was truly at its nadir. "Since you wish to know, I shall divulge what you seek," Julian declared, showing little inclination to entertain Lucas, even superficially. I knew it wasn't yours. Just admit it." Lucas was nearing a state of frenzied madness, and Julian's words were the final straw for him. Yet, it was foolish to assume Julian would acquiesce to his demands. One could surmise this unfortunate soul had imbibed far too much, as his thoughts seemed muddled. "Speak quickly." Lucas's bloodshot eyes, wild with mania, fixated on Julian, whose derangement only served to further diminish his already meager standing. Aside from a handful of opportunists, no one would rally to his support now. "Very well. Since you are so eager to know, I shall graciously enlighten you," Julian scoffed, rolling his eyes. "This piece is indeed not my own creation. I lack such talent." I knew you were a despicable thief." Lucas lunged forward, seizing Julian by the collar and erupting in maniacal laughter. Julian, however, deftly pushed Lucas away, casting a disdainful glance his way. I have yet to finish. Why the excitement? You have already stated it is not your composition. Everyone has heard you. You fool. You have admitted it. Lucas surveyed the room, his smile widening. If that is your interpretation, I cannot assist you. Julian shrugged, feigning exasperation as he regarded Lucas. Nevertheless, I must clarify. This serenade was composed by my father in pursuit of my mother. I find it quite delightful and suitable to present to Elena a form of legacy. Unless you wish to label my family's creations as the work of a petty scoundrel? With a cold demeanor, Julian finished, leaving Lucas momentarily speechless. Indeed, this was a composition born from a father's courtship of a queen, now offered by Julian to Elena. This was legacy. Was there anything amiss? Certainly not. Moreover, it could evolve into a legendary tale sung by minstrels, with this serenade becoming an essential piece for suitors across the continent. The nobles present nodded in understanding, acknowledging that it was indeed their own property. How could Lucas possibly deny them the use of it? Lucas, clearly realizing this, collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. How pathetic. Julian and the distant Julian exchanged disdainful glances at Lucas, while those who had previously been somewhat close to him began to distance themselves. When Julian approached Elena, he noticed her gently embracing his arm. Her delicate voice inquired, "Is this truly a composition by your royal father?" "Of course not," Julian replied, winking at Elena's exquisite visage. In a hushed tone, he confessed, "Actually, I composed this piece myself specifically for you. They simply do not believe me, and I am too lazy to explain. So I attributed it to my father. After all, they wouldn't dare question him." Elena chuckled mysteriously, shaking her head, clearly skeptical of Julian's talents. Yet, she refrained from pressing him further. They were merely betrothed at this stage, not yet husband and wife, and a few secrets between them were quite normal. Julian watched Elena glide into the crowd, her silhouette exuding an enigmatic allure accentuated by her gown, leaving him with an irresistible urge to draw closer. Yet, he felt a twinge of fear towards her, sensing that she was far more complex than she appeared, though he could not articulate why. As one of the evening's central figures, Julian was soon surrounded by a throng of nobles from the Duchy Kingdom, each exchanging pleasantries. Although these southern nobles looked down upon their northern counterparts, their primary concern was profit. Establishing a good rapport with the Prince of the Frost Kingdom would undoubtedly facilitate future business dealings or resolve any troubles that might arise. Rest assured, should the opportunity arise, I shall extend to you a warm welcome in the Frost Kingdom, offering our finest wines. Julian raised his glass in a gesture toward a middle-aged noble before taking a delicate sip, hardly consuming much. After all, if he were to drink deeply each time someone toasted to him, he would have been inebriated long ago. However, after accommodating a dozen or so guests, the smile on Julian's face became somewhat strained, and his arm, still raised with the glass, began to ache. Fortunately, the nobles who were worthy of greeting him had mostly come by, leaving behind a group of eager socialites, greedily eyeing Julian, hoping to find favor in his bed. Yet, upon noticing a certain smiling prince approaching, they instinctively shivered and subtly stepped back. "Ah, my dear brother-in-law, how fares your stay in the Duchy Kingdom? Have you encountered any shortcomings in your reception?" Julian's face bore a feigned smile, his tone fervent. Julian gazed at Julian, and though he did not harbor the same disdain for him as Lucas did, a mere glance at Julian revealed that he was undoubtedly a man of pettiness. "You are Prince Julian, aren't you? I often heard Elena speak of you while we were together, and it is a rare pleasure to meet you today." Julian raised his glass in acknowledgement and took a gentle sip, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his eyes. Julian, momentarily taken aback, had initially intended to forge a connection with Julian, particularly since Lucas now appeared to be rendered ineffective. If Julian could lend his support in Julian's bid for the throne of the Duchy Kingdom, then Elena's aspirations of becoming queen would dissolve into mere fantasy, especially since Julian was also Elena's consort. However, it seemed evident that Julian's impression of him was far from favorable. Julian could hardly believe that the brother Elena described could be anything but a good one. "Farewell, then. I hope we have the opportunity to share fine wine together next time." Julian decided to abandon the pretense. At that moment, the Duchy King, who had been seated silently above, unexpectedly spoke up. Until now, he had merely observed the commotion below, remaining silent even amidst Lucas's antics, leading everyone to believe that he had merely assumed the role of a mascot for the day. To everyone's astonishment, he began to speak, delivering news of great significance. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks Elena's birthday celebration, as well as her betrothal. As my youngest offspring, she has reached adulthood and established her own family. While I have grown old, my body no longer able to sustain my position. Therefore, I believe it is time for me to appoint a worthy successor to inherit my throne. A collective gasp filled the room. No one had anticipated such explosive news. Compared to the farce instigated by Lucas, this announcement overshadowed all else, drawing every gaze towards the Duchy King. Speculation swirled. Who would the king name as his successor? Lucas? Julian? Perhaps Queen Elena? Or even those more distantly related to the royal lineage? I will not regret this. It must be me. It has to be me. Lucas anxiously fixed his gaze on the Duchy King, realizing that this was his final opportunity. His earlier conduct had been utterly abysmal, and given a moment's grace, he might have redeemed himself. Yet the Duchy King had abruptly declared the heir, leaving no room for hesitation. Old man, it must be me. I am the kingdom's grand prince, the most legitimate heir. Who else could possibly inherit the throne? Who else could claim it? Julian is merely a waste, consumed by his pursuits of women. As for that little vixen Elena, she is simply a woman, so it cannot possibly be her. It must be me. It must be me. Lucas's palms had long since become clammy, for this was the only moment when he stood closest to the throne of the Duchy Kingdom. His heart raced, mouth agape, eyes fixed intently ahead. Alongside Lucas, another individual deeply invested in the unfolding events was Julian. Although merely the second prince, he saw a golden opportunity to ascend to the throne, particularly given Lucas's recent humiliation and his offense against the Frost Kingdom's prince. For the sake of diplomatic relations, the likelihood of Lucas being favored was exceedingly slim. The less chance Lucas had, the greater Julian's own prospects became. Julian could scarcely believe that his father would bestow the throne upon any of the royal collateral branches. As for Elena, from the moment she wed, she had likely been relegated in the king's esteem. Fortune favors me. First, Elena's marriage, and now Lucas's blunder. The old man, at this critical juncture, even announced his abdication. I ask you, apart from me, Julian, who in the Duchy Kingdom is more suited to inherit this position? Greed and desire glimmered in Julian's eyes as he stared intently at the king, his throat subtly moving as he swallowed his anticipation. In contrast to Lucas's desperate anxiety, Julian exuded a confidence that bordered on composure. Yet, in such moments, especially those entwined with fate, who could remain unperturbed? Whether one emerges as a dragon or a worm would depend on the name the king would pronounce. Meanwhile, at a distance, Lady Serene, bound to Julian, displayed no discernible emotion, calmly resting her arm around her husband's shoulder, disregarding Julian's gaze as if she had never seen it. What a wretched woman. Julian felt a pang of irritation and silently vowed that his first act as king would be to make Serene aware of the consequences of provoking him. However, as a mere titular prince, he still needed to rely on Serene to speak on his behalf before the Duke, so he had to suppress his displeasure. At that moment, while Serene offered no response to Julian, a multitude of nobles began casting benevolent looks in his direction. Naturally, Julian graciously accepted these, for they were the very supporters he would require when he ascended to kingship. Those dukes, do you believe you can remain detached from the fray? Let me assure you, once I rise to power, my first decree will be to instill regret in all of you. Julian smiled outwardly, yet harbored resentment for those nobles who disregarded him. Similarly, aside from Julian, those branches of the royal family long excluded from the direct line began to entertain unrealistic dreams, pondering if the king, in a moment of folly, might pass the throne to them. How delightful that would be. Are you not excited? At this moment, Julian stood beside Elena, curiously observing her. Did you not claim you wished to be the queen of the Duchy Kingdom? Why do you show no reaction now? Why should I be excited? Elena smiled gently, yet Julian sensed an underlying chill emanating from that smile, directed unmistakably at King Dodge. When my father made his announcement, I had already discerned the answer. It was not meant for me. Is that truly an answer? Julian pondered. Indeed, for me, there are but two possibilities. It is either me or it is not. And now, do you truly believe you would bestow the throne upon a princess who is already betrothed to another kingdom? Elena's voice was laced with a cold sharpness. Are you then prepared to relinquish the throne? A sense of unease crept into Julian's heart, especially as King Dodge approached the announcement of the heir. He perceived a peculiar excitement radiating from Elena, tinged with a frenzied determination. Relinquish it? Elena licked her lips, abandoning her feigned tranquility, her gaze fixed intently below. As if searching for something, since I cannot have it handed to me, I shall reclaim it by force. What I desire shall be mine. Julian swallowed hard, staring at Elena in astonishment, finally realizing the source of his unease. His fiancée, he was indeed intent on eliminating all obstacles in her path, including King Dodge himself. This was not the approach she had previously described, involving a calculated maneuver against Lucas and Julian to secure the throne. This was outright rebellion, and a bloody one at that. Such acts would send shockwaves across the continent. With few exceptions succeeding, most met their demise. And even fleeting victories would be swiftly eradicated by the noble deity, Sheenworth. If Elena were to strike, she would inevitably confront this goddess, a staunch guardian of noble tradition, who would target anyone who dared to disrupt the established order. With Elena's 6 years of governance, one could argue that her chances of seizing the throne were considerable. Yet the true challenge lay in countering Sheenworth's retribution. Are you serious? Julian asked in a hushed tone. Indeed, I have declared that I will be a queen like my grandmother. I shall reign over this nation and spread the name of Elena across the entire continent. Elena unabashedly revealed her ambition, her eyes gleaming with a fierce desire for the throne of King Dodge. Rest assured, you need not fear my abandoning you. As long as you can meet my needs, I shall gladly have you as my sole companion. Julian gazed at Elena's angelic visage, yet all he felt was an unsettling malevolence, a suffocating allure. As Julian was lost in thought, King Dodge sensed that the time for revelation was at hand and decided to dispense with further pretense. I believe Julian is a commendable heir. Although he may occasionally exhibit arrogance and folly, such traits are merely indicative of youth. After all, who has not erred in their formative years? I trust you shall forgive him, and I am confident that with your guidance, Julian will evolve into a capable leader. The moment of disgrace, perhaps predetermined in the hearts of many, nonetheless took many by surprise when it finally unfolded. No, this cannot be, Lucas snarled, his face contorted with fury as he unleashed an enraged roar. This is not true. You must be mistaken. It should be me, Lucas, not Julian. What right does that worthless wretch have to inherit the throne? He is but a failure, and yet you allow him to ascend? Do you truly believe he surpasses me? No. How could he possibly be superior? I, Lucas, am the rightful heir, the finest among us. Under my leadership, the duchy shall flourish. Lucas had succumbed to madness, his demeanor grotesquely distorted. His once elegant hairstyle lay in disarray, rendering him akin to a defeated gambler or a destitute vagabond, insanity personified. Meanwhile, Julian emerged as the victor. Suppressing his inner elation, Julian approached Lucas with an expression of triumph. I'm truly sorry, my dear brother. Though you are indeed more capable than I, we must adhere to Father's decree. Thus, I shall inherit the throne. Rest assured, once I become king, I shall grant you a prosperous domain to ensure your comfortable twilight years. Julian's facade was adorned with a disingenuous smile, as he regarded Lucas with a blend of pity and a delicious sense of vindication. For years, their relationship had oscillated between love and rivalry, even uniting against Elena at times. Yet now, all was concluded, the die was cast, and Julian had emerged as the heir to the duchy, destined to reign as king. The once esteemed Elena would be relegated to the status of an unknown princess consort, while Lucas would be cast away to a desolate wasteland, enduring a wretched existence. Julian had no intention of genuinely offering his brother a prosperous fiefdom. Who could predict whether Lucas might, in a fit of madness, rise against him? It was far better to consign him to a remote corner where he could wallow in the mire. A sly amusement flickered in the corners of Julian's eyes. He intended not only to toy with his brother's despair, driving him to the brink of suicide, but also to instill fear in those women who had momentarily betrayed him. For instance, that Lady Serene, who dared to seek help while disregarding his gaze. She was no longer of any use to him. Julian felt liberated to treat this noble woman with unrestrained disdain, eager to explore every facet of dominance he had previously withheld. He envisioned bringing her before her beloved husband, exposing her most humiliating vulnerabilities, stripping her of dignity, and reducing her to a mere plaything in his grasp. Not only this, but Julian has also conceived many plans. He intends to make those women, who once disregarded his goodwill, aware of the true favor of a king. Ha ha ha, I, Julian, am destined to become a king. The king of Dodge sighed, gazing at Julian with a hint of disappointment. He recognized that his son was not a suitable heir, incapable of even being a mediocre king. He could only be a foolish successor. Yet, he found himself powerless, as Lucas had completely lost his sanity, having abandoned the essential composure of a king. Moreover, Elena was merely an outsider, unqualified to inherit the throne. The king of Dodge did not wish for his kingdom to be occupied by others in a few years. Thus, he had no choice but to select Julian. He could only hope that his son would mature swiftly in this role. Congratulations, His Highness Julian. I wonder if you have already chosen a betrothed. Our Blue Mountain Kingdom's eldest princess has just come of age, a rare beauty. I believe His Highness Julian is the most distinguished gentleman. Our Tulip Kingdom also has a princess who has recently turned of age. If your Highness is interested, we can make arrangements. Your Highness, we from the Cass family. We from the Lewis family. Though Julian feigned politeness, inwardly he was overwhelmed with mirth. He had long awaited this moment, the moment of becoming the center of attention. He felt akin to a king of the world, with everyone revolving around him. Just as now, even the weaker Blue Mountain Kingdom, not to mention the Tulip Kingdom, was hastily seeking to marry off their precious daughters to him. All this was due to his title as the King of Dodge, a status coveted by these opportunistic nobles. Even if Julian acknowledged that he was not a competent king, he was backed by one of the continent's foremost powers, and that alone sufficed. Simultaneously, Julian cast a brooding glance at the motionless Julian. This country bumpkin truly lacked manners. Did he not know to congratulate his future king? Humph. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall ensure that your Frost Kingdom pays for this current insolence. As Julian pondered, he suddenly felt himself ensnared by a smooth, warm body. Turning his head, he was met with a radiant smile, as blooming as a flower. What is this, Lady Serene? What are you doing? The Duke is watching. I cannot let others think that I, Julian, have any connection with you, lest they misconstrue our relationship. Though entangled with Lady Serene stirred a fiery sensation within him, Julian recalled that it was not yet the time. His father still lived, and he was not yet king. He needed to maintain at least a semblance of dignity. Yet he was immensely pleased. How you once ignored me, and now that I am on the verge of kingship, you shamelessly approach me? Do you think I'm someone easily swayed? However, recalling Lady Serene's alluring demeanor in the bedroom, Julian found it hard to restrain himself, heavy breaths escaping his nostrils. How vexing! This woman truly stirs one's heart. Nevertheless, since she is so perceptive, I shall forgive her and allow her to become my canary. Julian subtly extended his hand, intending to sweep past Lady Serene, only to have her deftly evade him. He. My dear Prince Julian, are you not feeling quite pleased? Are you not exhilarated? A hint of something sinister danced upon Lady Serene's enchanting visage, leaving Julian somewhat unsettled. What do you mean by that? Nothing of consequence. Lady Serene gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, letting out a soft laugh as she left a vivid imprint of her lips upon Julian's cheek. You have performed admirably. Consider this a token of appreciation for your service. Service? You are quite mad, woman. Do you wish to provoke the wrath of that old duke? What do your words truly signify? Julian was on the brink of madness. In front of so many witnesses, this woman brazenly kissed him. And would it not prompt questions about his character? I have foretold that you would come to regret this. Are you afraid? Lady Serene's alluring form was almost perfectly displayed before all, inciting every gentleman present to indulge in the spectacle, while they simultaneously turned their attention to the Duke of Cachis, eager to observe whether this renowned nobleman would exhibit any signs of anger. Yet, to their disappointment, the Duke appeared oblivious to his charming wife's dalliance with another, maintaining a serene demeanor as if the world around him held no significance. A few disdainful snickers emerged. Those nobles of lesser rank than Cachis seemed to find newfound confidence, casting aside their previous reverence toward his position. Julian, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. Though he was the heir apparent, destined to be king, he still required the support of dukes like Cachis. Lady Serene's revelation of their connection was undoubtedly a provocation toward the duke. However, it seemed that Cachis was indifferent to the green hue staining his hair. Humph. Indeed, these nobles are mere sycophants of the crown, knowing I am to become king. Yet even their fury is stifled, What utter incompetence! Julian felt a swell of pride, as if the entire world revolved around him. Yet at that moment, a peculiar laughter jolted Julian from his reverie. He turned to see Elena, who should have been dutifully worshipping the great King Julian alongside her fiancé, was instead mocking him. Her laughter grew increasingly unsettling, sending a chill down Julian's spine. Fear gripped Julian's heart as he recalled the torment he had endured at the hands of his sister over the years. He felt a wave of vulnerability wash over him. But he summoned his strength and declared, "Elena, what are you doing? Do you even realize what you are doing? Could it be that you, too, have succumbed to madness like Lucas?" Yet, Elena did not respond to Julian, nor did she even cast a glance in his direction, which only fueled Julian's already fragile anger. He yearned to unleash a torrent of shouts at Elena, but the icy coldness in her gaze shattered his psychological defenses, causing the words he intended to utter to be swallowed back down. Oomph. Elena, entwined with Julian's arm, walked merrily towards King Dodge. Clang! A resounding clash of metal echoed as the guards by King Dodge unsheathed their swords, blocking Elena's path with a somber tone. "Apologies, Your Highness. But His Majesty is quite fatigued and wishes to refrain from conversation." However, Elena appeared oblivious to the guard's presence and continued forward unabated. "Do not compel us to act against you, Your Highness." The guard hesitated, casting a pleading glance at Elena. "Stand down." King Dodge slowly rose, a long-lost spark igniting within his eyes. "What is it, Elena? Are you dissatisfied with my decision? I simply wish to understand." Why? The king descended from his throne, surveying the dark throng of figures below. "If you truly wish to know, I shall enlighten you. He is my son, and you are merely my daughter. Though you possess remarkable qualities, and I have wavered in my judgment, I cannot permit the throne of the Dodge Kingdom to become a mere plaything for others. Even if you were a splendid queen, what of it? Your progeny would have no ties to the Dodge Kingdom. And that, my dear, is the crux of the matter." "Indeed, but why not elucidate regarding grandmother? Your grandmother was a magnificent queen, capable of bequeathing the throne to her nephew. Yet what of you? What of your husband? Would he concur? You have never afforded me the opportunity to prove my capabilities." Elena smiled serenely, gazing at her father. "You are simply selfish, projecting your own self-serving thoughts onto others. Fear not, Elena. If this place brings you sorrow, we shall depart. I believe the Frost Kingdom will restore warmth to your heart." Julian gently consoled by her side, for this was indeed the time when his fiancée was at her most vulnerable. His presence was not mere affection. It was a duty. "Thank you." Elena smiled at Julian before turning her gaze back to King Dodge. "Father, this shall be the last time I address you as such." King Dodge closed his eyes, refusing to look at Elena. To him, the decision had been made, impervious to any personal sentiments. Observing the king's expression, Julian, who had been tense, realized that Elena had been utterly deprived of any chance. A sigh of relief escaped him, and he regarded Elena with a mocking demeanor. "Sister, cease your futile attempts to alter the outcome. Rest assured, when the day of your true marriage arrives, as your brother, I shall prepare a grand gift for you, and even provide you with an annual stipend you rightfully deserve." Julian believed he had exhausted all avenues of compassion, yet Elena still refused to meet his gaze. In the end, he could only cast a resentful glare at Julian and Elena. "I knew you would arrive at such a decision. In fact, I was aware that the person you had chosen prior to today was that worthless Lucas. It was only because he disappointed you today that you altered your choice, resulting in the postponement of the coronation that could have been held without delay." Upon finishing her words, King Dachi abruptly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Elena, who met his stare unflinchingly, devoid of any guilt. "What? Are you surprised that I know?" With a mocking glint in her eyes, Elena addressed King Dachi coolly. However, King Dachi, having sat upon the throne for many years, was no fool. Within a heartbeat, he identified the culprit, glancing at a silent attendant behind him. "Gillard, is it you?" "Why, Your Highness is my only allegiance," Gillard replied with a mere hint of indifference. Oomph. A chill crept into King Dachi's heart. For the first time, he found it difficult to discern his daughter. After all, Gillard had been his attendant for 2 decades, yet now he served as his daughter's eyes and ears. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Even if you are aware, what of it? Julian is your brother, and he shall ascend as the king of the Dachi Kingdom. This cannot be altered." As he spoke, a faint murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Yes, his daughter was far too clever, clever enough to instill fear within him. Do you intend to kill me? Elena laughed, her laughter growing louder. You truly wish to kill me? You wish to slay your only daughter? I cannot fathom how your deteriorating mind led you to such a foolish decision. But heed my words, Nicolo, you shall regret this. With her declaration, the atmosphere of the banquet shifted dramatically. Nicolo was indeed the name of King Daci. What are you saying? King Daci appeared to be in disbelief. His daughter had openly addressed him by his name. Her trembling finger pointed accusingly at Elena. Repeat that. As if to provoke King Daci further, Elena continued to smile. Nicolo, have you gone deaf? But since you wish to know, I shall say it again. Nicolo, you will regret this. King Daci inhaled deeply, momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Julian erupted into laughter. My dear sister, I never anticipated you possessed the audacity to call father by his name. However, I must inform you, you are finished. Out of respect for our bloodline, I might have granted you a dignified ending, but now that you have dared to provoke father, I shall imprison you in the dungeons of the kingdom, condemning you to a lifetime of solitude. Julian presented himself as if he were a loyal subject of the king of Dodger. Yet, much like Elena and Lucas, he harbored no affection for his father. The prospect of the old man abdicating brought him immense joy, even to the extent of wishing for his father's demise by the morrow. In this moment, invoking his name served merely as a means of exploitation. Julian cast a cold gaze at Elena and bellowed, "Seize this audacious Elena for daring to insult my father." As his words echoed, a squad of fully armed royal guards rushed forth, their blades aimed menacingly at Elena, while the assembled nobles began to disperse, with some cowardly souls already fleeing. The royal guards paid no heed to these individuals, seemingly relishing their departure. "Ah, it appears you were indeed well prepared," Elena remarked, eyeing the king of Dodger. "This is merely a precaution," came the king's voice, laced with a hint of resignation. "A precaution?" Elena retorted with derision. "Such a rationale from you is quite laughable." After a brief pause, she continued, "But I shall make you aware that all your efforts are futile. I, Elena, will reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me." With a boisterous laugh that pierced the air, Elena exuded an unexpected aura of brutality from her delicate frame, a dense, dark energy beginning to envelop her. Simultaneously, a golden lightning bolt streaked through the night, thunder rumbling in its wake. All eyes turned towards Elena, who resembled a deity of wrath. In that moment, those closest to her, Julian and the king, instinctively recoiled, their expressions a mixture of awe and fear. Even Julian, who had been holding Elena's hand, unconsciously released his grip. The surrounding nobles were equally astonished, and Julian sensed the shift in atmosphere, signaling to his companions. In an instant, several high-ranking practitioners materialized at his side. This aura? Undeniably malevolent and tyrannical. It was unmistakably him. Within the royal city, several legendary beings sensed this energy almost immediately, yet they were powerless to act, not out of ignorance, but from sheer terror. As the mist surrounding Elena dissipated, she had transformed completely. The form-fitting black gown that had accentuated her silhouette had vanished, replaced by a resplendent golden gown befitting a queen. And in her hand, she wielded the scepter of the legendary queen of the Dodger Kingdom. What astonished all the more was Elena's true level. She was not merely a 7th-level mage as she appeared, but her overwhelming presence and ethereal grace hinted at a staggering 12th-level prowess. A priestess? Julian mused with a furrowed brow, realizing that her power was not derived from her mage status, but rather her priestly rank. This revelation all but confirmed that Elena was a devoted follower of a deity, and not just any follower, but one of utmost significance. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to Elena, a mixture of fear, confusion, and concern evident among the onlookers. However, Elena paid no heed to them. Contrary to her usual innocence, she gazed at Julian with a hint of allure and said softly, "Support me." Though her tone was gentle, it carried an unmistakable authority that brooked no refusal. Julian was instantly incensed. It felt as though she regarded him as less than a man. Yet, despite his irritation, Julian found himself dutifully wrapping his arms around Elena. If he could not refuse her, he could at least choose how he positioned himself. Clearly, Elena was unfazed by a small display of defiance. All she required was his allegiance. "You must remember, you are my fiancé, and soon you shall be a prince of the Duchy Kingdom." with a light laugh. She surveyed the assembly below and declared, "I believe Julian is utterly unworthy of becoming the king of the Duchy Kingdom. Therefore, I have resolved to claim the title of queen for myself. So, does anyone object?" Her voice, laced with disdain and authority, echoed through the hall. The nobles below fell into a wise silence, opting for discretion. They could choose sides, but the rapidly shifting circumstances left them uncertain, causing even those who had previously pledged loyalty to Julian to waver. "Elena, you are utterly delusional. The throne is mine. Surrender at once, or I will unleash the royal guard upon you," Julian shouted in a frenzy, his heart racing at the sudden uncertainty of a position he had considered his for the taking. "Just look around. Not a single noble in this kingdom would support you. You are merely a princess, while I am the rightful heir." Elena regarded Julian with a bemused smile, observing him as he pointed at her like a madman. "You are indeed a fool." Julian's frantic gestures abruptly halted. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The woman who had been standing beside him quietly rose, her legs shifting to reveal delicate, alabaster skin, captivating the attention of every gentleman present. "I believe it is Princess Elena who is the true heir to the kingdom. Only she can rightfully become the queen of the Duchy Kingdom. Would you not agree?" A pair of eyes, teasingly enigmatic, surveyed the crowd as Lady Serene subtly smiled, her luscious crimson lips drawing countless gazes. Yet it was Julian who was truly astonished, staring in disbelief at Lady Serene. He could scarcely fathom that the woman who had shared his bed the previous night, now boldly kissed in public, had so decisively turned against him. "How dare you?" "Oh," Lady Serene replied, rolling her eyes with exquisite charm. "While I hold you in high regard, I have always been a fan of Princess Elena. Naturally, I must support her now. High regard for me." Julian felt a profound sense of shame, as though he were merely a sycophant, surviving by catering to women. His hands, tightly clenched beneath his robe, betrayed his simmering anger. Yet, this was not the end. Just when everyone believed that the confrontation lay solely between Julian and Elena, Lucas, who had lingered on the periphery, suddenly rose. The madness that once marred his visage had faded, replaced by a chilling, almost predatory calm. "You will all perish. Resistance, Lucas?" Julian frowned and looked up, noticing a shadow flickering ominously behind Lucas, emanating a sinister aura. A demon? No, it was a lich. How could this scoundrel conspire with a lich? Did he not fear being hunted across the continent? Julian struggled to articulate his thoughts, realizing that he was perhaps the most ineffectual among them. Not only was Elena concealing her identity as a priestess, but even the despised Lucas had an evil lich supporting him. "Who told you that this was a lich?" "This is a shadow creature," Elena interjected, her interest piqued by Lucas's grotesque expression. "This is becoming increasingly fascinating. I relish this pace." A smile graced Elena's face, as if such legendary beings were mere trifles, while Julian beside her had long since grown numb. To him, everything he witnessed today was appalling. A splendid banquet had devolved into a spectacle of grotesque entities. "Madame Serene, I believe you have played long enough. I hope you can recall the matters I entrusted to you." Elena huffed lightly, and the summoned Madame Serene humbly bowed in response. "As you wish, Bishop Elena." Her words sent ripples through the crowd, as Elena's true identity was finally laid bare. She was a bishop backed by a deity. Across the entire continent of human deities, only one could potentially support Elena in a coup: the god of tyranny, Bane. This was a supreme deity, an entity of unparalleled power, and the fact that Elena was one of his bishops was staggering. The title of bishop was not easily attained. It implied that Elena possessed at least a fragment of Bane's divinity, if not more. However, what was truly terrifying was not merely the sudden intervention, but the realization that Elena had been governing the Duchy of Dodge for 6 years. It cannot be said that she had colluded from the outset, but at least 3 or 4 years of meticulous planning had unfolded, a truly dreadful scheme. Reflecting on the turmoil of recent years, Madame Serene had appeared 3 years ago, marrying Duke Kachis. The former commander of the city guard had been replaced repeatedly within that span. And even more alarming was the fact that the number of legendary figures in Luoyuan City had doubled since 3 years prior. The implications were profoundly chilling. At this moment within the venue, with a delicate command from Lady Serene, the entire banquet hall was instantly surrounded. At least 30 elite professionals encircled the area, while in the distance, several formidable presences loomed ominously. In this instant, the balance of power shifted dramatically, yet Lucas remained oblivious, fully engrossed in summoning the shadow of darkness, completely unaware of the changes occurring around him. Perhaps in Lucas's mind, he believed that once he summoned this entity, everyone would submit to his will. This was evident from the grotesque grin that never left his face, prompting Julian to silently mourn for him. However, amidst this chaos, one individual remained unfazed, King Dodge, who looked at Elena with a puzzled expression. Why? Why do you choose to ally with Bane? Elena, seemingly amused by the question, burst into laughter, yet Julian could faintly detect the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Why? You still dare to ask why? I have long asserted that what I desire cannot be taken from me. If you refuse to grant it, then I shall take it myself. What is wrong with that? Nothing at all. With a gaze filled with resentment, Elena confronted King Dodge. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Her aspiration to become Bane's bishop necessitated sacrifice, and all the humiliation she endured stemmed from this man before her. By relinquishing herself, she had become a mere plaything of Bane, fighting relentlessly in the divine realm, where only the victorious could earn Bane's favor. The journey to ascend to the position of bishop was fraught with trials, and such bitterness could not easily fade. Now, as she stood on the precipice of victory, Elena was resolute, unwilling to retreat, even if it meant eliminating the man before her or sacrificing her own kin. Sensing the seething resentment and fierce flames in Elena's eyes, King Dodge reluctantly closed his eyes. Yet, when he opened them again, they were filled with determination. Elena, since you have chosen this treacherous path, I can only express my regrets. With a command from King Dodge, two legendary figures approached from afar, court mages of the Dodge Kingdom. While they were certainly not the only two, it was generally understood that royal legendary figures would not interfere in the internal conflicts of the throne. The fact that a king had only two legends at his command underscored the fragility of his authority. What, Nicolo? Do you truly believe these two can defeat me? Elena maintained her air of nonchalance. Having known everything about you for quite some time, how could I possibly be unprepared? A foreboding sense brewed within King Dodge. Indeed, before the two legends could draw near, a dark barrier arose, and the stars adorned with Elena's smiling visage shone ever more brilliantly. No one can enter here now. Elena, shall be the sovereign of this domain. With unwavering confidence, Elena turned her gaze towards the puppet-like Julian, a smile gracing her lips. So, are you willing to indulge in this moment with me, my man? Of course, Julian replied, nearly in tears, astonished by his wife's formidable prowess. Had he known earlier, he would have surely endeavored to curry her favor more diligently. Very well. I find myself increasingly pleased with you. I believe you shall make an exceptional prince. Elena extended a delicate finger, gently lifting Julian's chin before casting her eyes downward. At this moment, no one can enter, surrender, or perish. Elena, you have overstepped, came a voice. Although no one can enter, neither can your people breach the spatial barrier. Do you truly believe you can vanquish us all? You must realize that the nobles present include many high-ranking professionals, while you have but a handful with you. Your words are quite amusing. So, Nicolo, Julian, and that underdeveloped Lucas, are you prepared to resist? Elena had undergone a profound transformation, her former identity as a princess utterly obscured. Now, she resembled a power-hungry tyrant, brimming with animosity towards any who threatened her. Despite her constant smile, those below dared not even breathe. Julian was nearly paralyzed with fear, utterly unprepared for the events unfolding that day. 139. Eliminate Raymond. Lady Serene's icy visage broke into a strange smile, yet the onlookers below remained silent, for they were witnessing the birth of a legendary woman. Moreover, her ascension seemed effortless, a fact that left the assembled nobles in dismay, as they had amassed their resources over extended periods. This woman, despite her origins as a near-legendary figure, should not have advanced so easily. On the other side, Raymond and the Shadow of Darkness felt an acute sense of discomfort. As legends, they were acutely aware of the challenges of advancement. What about you two? Do you have anything to say? Lady Serene inquired with a coy smile, her admiration evident. What a remarkable physique you possess, Raymond. Were you not an adversary of Bishop Elena, I would not mind sharing a perfect evening with you. However now, a hint of regret flickered across Lady Serene's expression, as if she considered Raymond already a corpse, inciting his fury. Woman, You are but a newly minted legend. Do you truly believe you can survive under my command? Let me tell you, with just that gaze of yours, I have resolved that once I capture you, you shall experience what it means to be a slave. Raymond spat through gritted teeth, his face contorted in rage as he grasped his great sword, ready to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. With a sinister chuckle, Lucas, possessed by the shadowy essence, declared, "Since Marquis Raymond is so intent on this, I shall assist you. Leave that individual named Gavin to me." His gaze, cold and menacing, fixated on Gavin. "Well, may our collaboration be fruitful," Raymond replied casually. Yet he harbored a deep-seated skepticism towards this creature from the Shadow Realm, remaining vigilant against any sudden moves. In stark contrast, Gavin and Lady Serene observed the alliance with amusement, unperturbed by the tension. "I must say, you two are quite confident. One is merely a half-possessed wretch, and the other was recently left gravely injured. What qualifications do you possess to boast here?" Lady Serene scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the duo. "Enough talk, woman. Let's engage in battle. However, I assure you, I, Raymond, will show no mercy. After today, it seems the Duke of Kachis may be in search of a new young wife," he retorted, his expression chilling. In the next breath, a deluge of blades surged toward Lady Serene's position, each strike comparable to the full force of a level 15 warrior. An onslaught that would instill fear even in seasoned legends. Ho ho ho, Marquis Raymond, how ferocious you were to unleash such a formidable assault, striking hundreds of times. Truly unbearable, Lady Serene's voice, laced with mockery, echoed from all directions. Woman, you still possess the audacity to speak? Perhaps it would be prudent to survive this strike first." Raymond remained unfazed, his focus sharpened as he entered combat mode, dismissing her taunts as mere distractions. He unleashed his legendary prowess without reservation. Although Lady Serene was a newly risen legend, her precise profession was unknown, yet Raymond speculated that, given her affiliation with the church, she might be a legendary priest. However, he miscalculated. The woman before him was neither a priest nor a magic-based legend, but rather a warrior. As countless blades whirled past her, she made no attempt to evade, allowing the lethal projectiles to tear through her gown, revealing her exquisite physique. Skin luminous, as if imbued with the luster of pearls, inciting jealousy among onlookers. Yet, she certainly wore something beneath. "Disappointing, isn't it? You won't get to see my flawless form after all." Her tone was flirtatious, yet her expression remained icy. At that moment, the blinding blades dissipated, leaving only Lady Serene in her vibrant crimson warrior attire, her dark hair cascading elegantly behind her. "Raymond, since you have concluded your display, it is now my turn." As Lady Serene's words faded, Raymond felt a flash of white light, leaving no room for other thoughts. He immediately pivoted, propelling himself backward with great force, launching his body away. When he regained his senses, the spot where he had stood was reduced to mere dust. A wave of dread washed over Raymond. Had it not been for his combat instincts, he would have surely sustained severe injuries. The battle below raged on, with Gavin and the Shadow of Darkness locked in a tense standoff. They had yet to engage, but it was only a matter of time. "Why are you so unconcerned, Elena?" Julian inquired softly, perplexed by the calm demeanor of the protagonist as she observed the chaos below without a hint of worry. Did she not comprehend the precariousness of her situation? "Why should I be concerned?" Elena scoffed, her gaze sweeping over the silent King Dodge and the prostrate Julian. "What merit do these inept individuals hold that warrants my anxiety? Although the situation appears somewhat dire, it is merely superficial. Just wait. Soon you shall realize that your beloved fiancé is far from the arrogant figure you envision." Julian frowned, pondering whether Elena had allies present. If so, why did they not reveal themselves? In that fleeting moment of distraction, the tumult below became a whirlwind, making it impossible to discern who held the upper hand. Yet, soon enough, a scream pierced the air, a male voice. "Raymond?" As the smoke cleared, Lady Serene alighted gracefully, while Raymond writhed in agony, clutching his groin and casting a venomous glare at her. "Truly pathetic. I expected that after years of advancement, you might pose some challenge. But you couldn't even withstand a few strikes. Comparatively, your prowess is far inferior to those legends wandering the astral realm. Individuals like you can only languish in the material plane, waiting for death." As Lady Serene approached Raymond, The hatred in his eyes morphed into sheer terror. When that fear reached a critical mass, it finally erupted. No, spare me. I do not wish to die. I am a legend. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to Princess Elena. But before he could finish his desperate plea, a blade had already sliced through his unguarded throat, resulting in a fountain of blood. A legend has fallen. Raymond was indeed dead, and his demise was profoundly humiliating. Not only had he failed to foresee his own end, but the majority of those present had also not anticipated that he would be vanquished. Initially, they believed that even if Raymond's strength was lacking among legends, he could at least hold his own against a freshly ascended one. Yet, to their dismay, Raymond had proven otherwise. Later, Raymond conceded defeat and expressed his submission to Elena. Everyone believed that Raymond, despite his diminished prowess, was nonetheless a legendary figure, capable of instilling fear even if his strength faltered. They thought that even if Elena succeeded in her coup, someone of Raymond's caliber would still be considered a high-end talent. Yet they were mistaken. Without the slightest hesitation, Elena pronounced the fate of a legendary marquis. In that moment, all present understood that this seemingly delicate princess was far from the soft image they had conjured. She was more resolute than any reigning king across the continent. A true legend. A legend formidable enough to suppress a family for a millennium was extinguished by her without a flicker of her eyelash. A chill swept through the assembly. As Elena's indifferent gaze swept across the room, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, afraid to meet her eyes. The mere act of eliminating Raymond revealed that this princess, or rather, this queen, harbored no tolerance for insubordination. Anyone who opposed her was deemed an enemy, and the resolution was singular: death. Even more terrifying was the fact that this queen would not accept surrender. Her blatant disregard for noble traditions incensed a multitude of aristocrats present. Yet, the truth remained: aristocrats were, by nature, timid. This assertion held true for those gathered. Elena's actions had sent a shudder through a cadre of restless nobles, swiftly quelling any thoughts of rebellion. Silence enveloped the hall, with not a soul daring to utter a word, fearful that even the slightest sound might invoke retribution for disturbing the air. Elena, with a mocking smile, turned to her father, King Dodge, saying, "Niccolo, open your eyes and behold the waste you have nurtured. Here we are, and not a single one has the courage to step forward. By now, you must comprehend just how ineffectual your reign has been. After decades, you have not a single true loyalist. I do not know what thoughts occupy your mind at this moment, but I am certain you will not survive the night." King Dodge's previously calm demeanor shattered, his eyes widening in shock as he looked upon the daughter he had raised for 16 years. Elena's gaze was frigid. "Why you intend to kill me?" King Dodge stammered. Disbelief etched across his face, unable to fathom that his daughter harbored such murderous intent toward him. "Why should I not?" Elena replied, her tone laced with derision as she gently brushed aside his pointing finger. "Do you think your title as king renders you immune to death? Perhaps I might have allowed you to live out your days in peace, but the moment you cast such a look upon me, I realized our bond as father and daughter has vanished. Do you naively believe that only you possess the power to end my life while I am powerless to do the same? But I am your father." King Dodge nearly trembled as he uttered this desperate plea. "How dare you? How dare you? Why should I not dare?" She retorted fiercely. "Shall I allow you to live and trouble me further?" Elena gazed intently at the man before her, contemplating that only with his demise could the kingdom truly belong to her, allowing her to ascend as the unparalleled queen, while he remained nothing more than a nuisance. Truly, the bishop was as ruthless as one could be, willing to turn against even his own father for the sake of power. At this moment, Lady Serene had already abandoned her combat stance, embodying the essence of an enchanting noblewoman, her fitted warrior attire accentuating her figure with exquisite clarity. Julian found himself captivated by her allure. With a disdainful huff, Elena's frosty voice pierced through Julian's reverie. "What? Do you find her appealing?" "No, certainly not," Julian stammered. Feeling utterly inadequate in the presence of his formidable fiancée, he, like a mere pawn devoid of any capacity to resist. What a predicament! Why had fate bestowed upon him such a fiancée? His heart yearned for a delicate beauty, not a queen. "I don't want a queen, I want a different one," he lamented internally, his expression betraying his discontent. "If you are so inclined, then pursue it," Elena remarked with an icy demeanor. "I trust Serene would be delighted to share a pleasant evening with you, but I do hope you return alive the next day. Otherwise, I shall seek another prince." Her expression was devoid of jest, sending a chill down Julian's spine. Could he truly manage such a cold-hearted woman? He was riddled with self-doubt. As for Lady Serene, Julian felt an intense attraction, despite lacking any fixation on virginity. He was aware, however, that she was a thorny rose. Entangling with her could indeed spell disaster. Having concluded her conversation with Julian, Elena turned her gaze towards Gavin and the shadow of darkness. What is your choice? Her words momentarily stunned the shadow possessing Lucas, who then erupted into wild laughter. Foolish woman, you dare inquire about my choice? The illustrious shadow of darkness never submits. Even if I cannot currently overpower those two in unison, you are but a minor player to intimidate me. The eyes of Lucas, manipulated by the shadow, glowed with a sinister crimson hue. Do not delude yourself with threats. I'm not that fool, Raymond. You lack the capacity to slay me. My true essence resides in the realm of shadows. Even if you were to defeat me today, it would merely annihilate this vessel, leaving me utterly unaffected. Thus, I remain invincible. A series of eerie chuckles echoed from all directions. Gavin's pupils contracted sharply as he waved his hand, directing a surge of energy towards the source of the laughter, but it was too late. The spot Lucas had occupied now revealed only a dissipating shadow. It was merely an illusion. He had deceived you with such simplicity. The hoarse silhouette of Lucas emerged from the distance. Turning to glance, one could see his fingers adorned with nails that extended an entire inch, slowly tracing the delicate, exposed white neck of Elena. It seemed that with a mere exertion, this fragile princess could meet her demise in the next heartbeat. So, do you still possess confidence now? The inquiry resonated throughout the grand hall, as all present bore witness to the scene of Elena being taken hostage. In an instant, certain individuals began to contemplate their allegiances, for it was evident to the astute that, given Elena's current capabilities, escape from the grasp of a legendary figure was utterly implausible. Thus, it appeared that Princess Elena was destined for an untimely end. These individuals were now hesitating, deliberating which side to pledge their loyalty to. Soon enough, one could not contain their eagerness to emerge. Elena is a traitor, scheming a coup. I implore you, my lord, to eliminate her swiftly. I assure you that our duchy will provide a compensation satisfactory to you. An earl hastily proclaimed, casting furtive glances at King of the Duchy. The implication was unmistakable. If daughter intends to betray you, this opportunity is rare, so why not hasten to offer a reward and eliminate the instigator? The Duchy King comprehended the gravity of the situation, and within a heartbeat, he resolved his course of action. Casting a cold glance at the now utterly harmless Elena, he spoke in a grave tone, My Lord of Shadows, if you can rid us of this traitor, I shall allow you to select 2 treasures from the royal treasury of the duchy, or even permit Lucas to inherit my throne. I trust you have collaborated with Lucas before. Should he ascend as the king of the duchy, you would undoubtedly feel reassured. I never imagined you to be so ruthless, so quick to abandon your own daughter, and treat the throne succession so casually. The Lord of Shadows chuckled darkly as he regarded the Duchy King, yet he readily acquiesced, having previously partnered with Lucas and feeling confident in his capabilities. However, amidst this exchange, there remained one lamentable soul, Julian. The highs and lows of life are indeed exhilarating. Just an hour ago, he had been the rightful heir to the throne, basking in glory, surrounded by a multitude of noble patrons, even receiving the attentions of a tender princess. Yet the tides of fate shifted dramatically. As Elena displayed her power, the entire nobility of the duchy trembled beneath her gaze, followed by Raymond's emergence, and then that once subservient Lady Serene transformed into a legendary figure, leading to the rare fall of a legend across the continent. Before Julian could regain his composure, he witnessed Elena being subdued. To be honest, at that moment, Julian was overwhelmingly elated, nearly leaping with joy. However, this exhilaration lasted merely a second, as he soon realized he had unwittingly offered his throne to this shadowy creature. To know that Julian regards the throne as more vital than life itself. Yet, as the weakest party present, he finds himself devoid of any options. Julian begins to doubt whether he is indeed a worthless being. His sister Elena has cultivated a vast power, and his foolish brother has even managed to contact a legendary shadow creature as a trump card. Meanwhile, he naively believes that as long as his father speaks, the throne will be assured. Who could have anticipated the multitude of unforeseen variables that have arisen? Julian feels the urge to weep, yet he remains a pitiful victim, utterly overlooked in this moment. All eyes are fixated on the arena, awaiting the shadowy figure to strike. Once Elena falls, it will be time for the loyal noblemen to eradicate all traitors, including Julian, and pledge their allegiance to the newly appointed King Lucas. Make your move, my lord. Time is of the essence. The first Earl to leap forth is growing anxious as the barrier's time is running out. Once that moment arrives, King Dodge will have his assurances, and the merit of his actions will diminish. This imbalance between the risks he has taken and the rewards is causing his impatience. However, what greets him in response is merely a disdainful scoff. The dark shadow is not reluctant to act. Rather, it finds itself utterly incapable. Moments ago, it desired to eliminate Elena directly. Yet every time its sharp claws grazed her skin, an inexplicable resistance thwarted its advance. Yet, it cannot reveal this struggle, lest it be perceived as a lackluster legend. At that moment, someone urged him to act, and he seized the opportunity to vent his frustration by sending that individual flying with a swift slap. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, for the current situation was beyond their comprehension. I refuse to believe that I, a distinguished legend, cannot dispose of what you deem a mere 12th-level bishop. What harm could a follower of Bane possibly pose? With a surge of determination, he unleashed a torrent of shadowy energy toward Elena's heart. This time, I will ensure your demise, woman. However, the ever-busy dark shadow failed to notice the mocking glances exchanged between Gavin and Lady Serene. It is easy to see why. If Bane's bishop could be dispatched with such ease, how could Bane continue to navigate the realm of formidable powers, especially during a ritual meticulously planned from the outset? Thus, Lady Serene harbored no concerns for Elena's safety. As for Gavin, he was merely a passive observer. Why should he be anxious when the master remains unperturbed? After all, as long as Julian remains unharmed, it matters little who sits upon the throne of Dodge Kingdom. The affairs of the Dodge Kingdom hold no bearing on the Frost Kingdom. It is implausible that because Elena is Julian's betrothed, the Dodge Kingdom would find kinship with the Frost Kingdom. Such an outcome could only occur if Julian were to ascend as the king of the Frost Kingdom, a scenario that is simply impossible. The Frost Kingdom is far less chaotic than the Dodge Kingdom, for the current king wields formidable power, and he happens to be a blood brother, much closer than the trio at hand. How could this be possible? A piercing scream echoed as the once long and terrifying claws of the shadow of darkness shattered, blood oozing from the fingertips. At that moment, Elena's mocking voice pierced through the air. What? Do you truly believe you can slay me? The shadow of darkness gazed at Elena, its eyes glinting with fragmented malevolence, clearly scheming some sinister plot. Meanwhile, Julian sighed in relief upon seeing that Elena was unharmed, feeling a sense of helplessness. In this scenario, he could hardly play the leading role. The clashes were of legendary caliber, and his frail limbs could not withstand such turmoil. Curse it! Once this ordeal concludes, I must hasten to upgrade my system and ascend to legend at lightning speed. Only then can I genuinely partake in the dominion of the continent. At this moment, Julian lamented why he had been reborn as a prince. Had he been a commoner, he would have had ample opportunities to level up. Yet, given a true choice, he would undoubtedly still prefer to be a prince. In the brief moment of Julian's contemplation, the scene underwent a dramatic transformation. The shadow of darkness, originally possessing Lucas, began to stealthily retreat to its lair, intending to let Lucas bear the consequences alone. However, a sudden golden figure appeared, firmly grasping the essence of the shadow. This figure bore a terrifying grin. Little insect, do you think you can abduct my bishop and still leave unscathed? When Bane's avatar fully descended, Julian could finally observe the renowned and immensely powerful deity that echoed throughout the multiverse. As the god of tyranny, Bane had never claimed to be virtuous. He was an unequivocal tyrant. Long before his ascension to divinity, his ambition was to dominate the entire material realm and become the sole monarch. Following his deification, his ambitions expanded boundlessly. No longer satisfied with merely reigning over the material realm, he aspired to cast his divine light across the entire multiverse. To this end, Bane engaged in countless battles, contending with nearly every notable deity and demon in existence. The current Bane was no longer the arrogant figure he had been at the moment of his ascension. He understood that the material realm was not his arena for chaos. Yet when opportunities arose, he would not hesitate to showcase his divine might, allowing mortals to witness his formidable power. This was also why Elena garnered his divine favor. A princess of a formidable kingdom, an exceptionally talented and ambitious woman, she was practically tailor-made for Bane. Long ago, he had ensnared Elena, continually enticing and manipulating her, and she willingly fell into his trap. Certainly, this may indeed be the will of Elena herself. However, at least two individuals were perfectly in accord. Bane, for the sake of this game, graciously endowed Elena with 5 points of divinity, nurturing her into his own elector and even bishop, entrusting all his subordinates in the Dodge Kingdom to this woman. Today, the game has finally reached its climax, and, as the principal character hidden behind the scenes, Bane could hardly refrain from direct observation. His avatar loomed high above the city of Luoyun, cloaked in the veils of his semi-divine essence, quietly monitoring every shift within the kingdom. Everything unfolded meticulously according to the plan, save for one unexpected twist. Lucas, this insignificant creature, summoned a legendary-level insect. A rather surprising development. When that minuscule creature dared to seize Elena, Bane nearly burst into laughter. As his bishop, how could Elena lack defenses? Not to mention that even he, a partially manifested shadow entity, would find it challenging to breach Elena's protection, let alone his true form. Originally, Bane had no intention of revealing himself so soon, but when he witnessed the insect making its escape, he could not restrain himself. Though his arrival was specifically to guard against another deity, this minor warm-up would not alter the final outcome. Thus, the scene unfolded. As Bane's divine form materialized, Lady Saran and Elena, along with the surrounding followers of Bane, promptly knelt in reverence. Others, while not bowing as deeply, inclined themselves in respectful acknowledgement. For this was undeniably a being of immense power, and a temperamental one at that. None dared provoke his displeasure at this moment. "Ah, very well, Rise," Bane said, narrowing his eyes with a casual tone. He then regarded the dark shadow clenched in his grasp. "What is this? Do you still wish to flee? Do you naively believe that offending me allows you the luxury of a serene departure?" As he uttered these words, the divine energy coalescing in his hand began to warp the shadow, eliciting a chorus of anguished wails from within. A menacing expression darkened Bane's countenance, his already fierce visage now radiating an aura of lethal intent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A billowing cloud of black smoke ascended, the essence of darkness being evaporated by Bane's might. "No, no, please. Great God of tyranny, I shall not transgress again. Spare me, spare me." The once arrogant shadow now wailed incessantly, pleading for mercy, but to no avail. Bane had never shown compassion to his foes. For anyone opposing him, the only inevitable conclusion was death. "Great God of tyranny, spare me. I am willing to be your loyal servant. If you grant me mercy, I shall serve you without question." Too late. Bane grinned, then exerted force with his hand. Crack! It was akin to crushing a handful of clay. The shadow of darkness descended, and in an instant, this primordial essence dissipated into thin air. Although the obliteration of this essence posed little threat to him, it mattered not. Bane was indifferent. Furthermore, even if the entity of shadow did not succumb to slumber or death this time, its fall from legend was all but assured. An adversary who had yet to attain legendary status held no merit in even garnering Bane's fleeting glance. As the confrontation drew to a close, Bane's fierce gaze fell upon a trembling assembly of nobles below. Casting his eyes around, he eventually settled on King Dodger. "Ah, what a surprise. I did not expect you, old man, to have survived the fright of the moment." Bane sneered, his disdain for King Dodger palpable. "Your Majesty Bane, it is an honor to meet you. Yet, I wonder why you feel compelled to support Elena," the king replied, a hint of bitterness flickering at the corners of his mouth. With Bane himself intervening, the king felt that his fate was sealed. He had little hope of enduring this ordeal and was inclined to seek an explanation. "Because it is amusing," Bane laughed heartily. "What delights me most is witnessing the birth of a cold-hearted queen. It is one of my rare indulgences, and thus I naturally must support her. Now, Elena, share your thoughts," Bane inquired, his gaze fixed upon the quietly standing Elena. "You are the true master here. I shall not meddle. Yet I will not permit anyone to harm you. Should you have any desires, feel free to act upon them." Bane's comments left others speechless. With such an implication, Elena had already secured an invincible position, leaving little room for entertainment. "Thank you," my lord, Elena replied, her icy gaze fixed on those below. I have stated before, surrender or perish. She granted no opportunity for hesitation, unafraid of her reputation. Even if she stood against the entire world, what of it? She was already a solitary figure, untroubled by the empty threats of rival kingdoms. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, the only one smiling being Bane, who regarded Elena with admiration. The more she displayed such resolve, the more he appreciated it, for it embodied the essence of a tyrant. As he observed her, Bane could not help but notice the feeble figure of Julian nearby. "Huh? You are Elena's betrothed? You appear rather weak," he remarked. However, his expression quickly darkened as he cast a disdainful glance at Julian. "You reek of Mistra. How distasteful. It seems you are yet another of that loathsome woman's followers." Julian remained silent. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If that old hag Mistra were to discover that the one she coveted had wed one of my supporters, it would surely infuriate her, ha ha ha. One must admit, Bane's thought process was rather peculiar, fixating solely on Mistra's potential ire without considering that both situations were akin. At that moment, a melodic sigh echoed through the hall, signaling the arrival of yet another deity. Heinworth, bound by powerlessness, Bane let out a laugh. He had long anticipated the arrival of the rigid and obstinate goddess, yet he was taken aback by her inability to restrain herself at such an early stage. At that moment, the embodiment of Sheenworth had fully descended, her gilded scepter pointed distantly at Bane, her garb adorned with delicate golden and jeweled embellishments, exuding a faint air of nobility that was almost sacrilegious to behold. She was the noble goddess Sheenworth, a deity whose creed was the preservation of aristocratic interests and rules. "Bane, your actions have gone too far," came Sheenworth's voice, tinged with a peculiar resonance. "The rules of the nobility are not to be violated, and you have overstepped." Bane was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into boisterous laughter as he regarded Sheenworth, a hint of mockery gracing his features. "Foolish woman, you are shackled by your divine office, forever ensnared by these rigid constraints, devoid of any original thought. How pitiable!" Bane held no reverence for the goddess before him. Ignoring the vast chasm between them, he possessed formidable divine power, while Sheenworth wielded only a weaker divinity. A situation that was a mere consequence of the continent's peace and the stable development of aristocratic politics. Moreover, this disparity was not only one of rank. In terms of combat prowess, they were not even on the same plane. Sheenworth's divine office rendered her wholly incapable of contending with Bane. "Do you truly believe your descent will allow you to match me?" Bane's cold voice resonated like an echo from the abyss, imbued with an icy chill. Those who heard it could not help but feel its impact, many shuddering in fear as they beheld the terrifying presence of Bane. "No, my lord Bane, I have never harbored the intention to combat you." Despite her reluctance, Sheenworth had to concede that, even with both parties manifesting their strongest forms on the material plane, she had no assurance of withstanding Bane's assault. She was certain that within just a few exchanges, her embodiment could very well be captured by him. Though humiliated, Sheenworth had no choice but to yield. All she could do was buy some time, for Bane's character was notoriously unwelcome among the gods, having had conflicts with nearly every deity. Thus, she hoped for the emergence of a powerful divine presence to compel Bane to retreat. However, given the current circumstances, such an occurrence seemed highly improbable. The commotion had undoubtedly drawn the attention of all deities aware of the situation, yet not a single one had spoken up, indicating their reluctance to confront Bane on this matter. Nevertheless, Sheenworth clung to a shred of hope. Therefore, what she needed to do now was to prolong the encounter. "My lord Bane, I wish to know what price would ensure your non-interference in the affairs of the Duchy Kingdom?" Sheenworth's tone adopted a hint of humility, a reflection of the disparity in their powers. On the other side, upon hearing the words of Sheenworth, Bane revealed a smug smile. He relished this sensation. While bullying a feeble divine entity lacked any sense of accomplishment, it was still superior to tormenting mere legends. Affectedly, Bane cast a glance at the assembled crowd and feigned a sigh. "Sheenworth, this poses quite a dilemma. You must understand that Elena is the protagonist of the day. She is my most cherished bishop, and I cannot possibly relinquish her. Moreover, today, as plans were all orchestrated by her, I am merely a bystander. I cannot jeopardize my bishop's endeavors." Of course, Bane mockingly regarded Sheenworth. "However, nothing is absolute. If you were to grant me a favor, I might reconsider." At the utterance of Bane's words, King Dodger's spirits soared. He gazed at Sheenworth with hopeful anticipation. Although he did not worship this deity, he had frequently bestowed favors upon her church. Thus, hearing Bane's proposition, King Dodger fervently wished that Sheenworth would honor their past relations and accede to Bane's request. Yet, standing beside him, Alina let out a cold laugh, showing no signs of panic. As Bane's bishop, she was well aware of her unreliable god. Even if his words were not mere jest, they certainly constituted an outrageous demand. Indeed, Bane spoke again, and after he finished, everyone was left in astonishment. Sheenworth, although your appearance is rather ordinary, it has been quite some time since I have felt the warmth of a woman's body. If you could grant me a glimpse, I might just consider your counsel. Such lewd and blasphemous remarks could only be uttered by a deity like Bane, who cared little for the gravity of his words, confident that Sheenworth was powerless against him. Meanwhile, Sheenworth, the other central figure, radiated an aura of lethal intensity. A tinge of red, born from anger and shame, crept onto her icy visage, endowing her with a peculiar beauty. Bane feigned ignorance, shamelessly inquiring, Sheenworth, might you contemplate this? If you were to disrobe, I would depart immediately. Sheenworth's fury was nearing its boiling point. As a goddess, she found Bane's impertinence in suggesting she strip before a gathering of mortals utterly intolerable. Should she acquiesce, what would distinguish her from those who peddle their bodies? Such an act, if it were to spread across the continent, could render her a laughingstock among the divine. Thus, there was no way she would comply. Without a moment's pause, she turned and departed, leaving only her silhouette behind. King Dodger sank into despair, realizing his impending doom. Alina, go on, pursue your desires. With me here, no one shall disturb you, Bane's sinister, seductive voice echoed, casting a pall of dread over King Dodger's countenance. At this moment, although the distant spatial barrier had vanished, the aura emanating from Bane was far more formidable than a mere barrier. The demigod legends within the kingdom of Dodge dared not approach. Indeed, it was likely that upon his demise, they would swiftly turn to support Elena. The king of Dodge was acutely aware of the intricate dynamics at play. Elena had initially believed she could embrace her fate with magnanimity, yet when faced with the actual moment, a sudden wave of fear surged within the king. He began to question whether he truly was the inept fool Elena had proclaimed him to be. However, he remained oblivious to the peculiar smile that graced Bane's visage from afar. How curious, Elena mused, her features twisted in mockery as she gazed upon her once mighty father, now reduced to a quivering wretch before her. An indescribable feeling of satisfaction and domination welled up within her. Nicolo, do you finally see yourself for what you are? Yet, it was too late. A dark, spectral light enveloped the terrified king of Dodge, as black flames materialized from thin air, relentlessly consuming his form. Wails, shrieks, and cries echoed incessantly. The onlookers dared not witness the gruesome fate of the king, for even the sounds of his torment were enough to convey the depths of his agony and despair. Yet, amidst their dread, they felt a profound sense of true terror. Beholding the architect of this horror, Elena, her sweet smile illuminated by the flickering flames, sent chills coursing through their veins. This woman, in plain view of all, had incinerated her own father, all while wearing a joyous expression. What kind of steely resolve, what merciless psyche, what cold-heartedness could enable such an act? Among the crowd, some timid nobles were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders, for none could predict whether this soon-to-be queen would hold them accountable, especially considering many had subtly revealed their allegiances. No one dared to harbor false hopes. A woman capable of such cruelty towards her own father would surely show them no mercy. Even Gavin, Julian, and the envoys from the kingdom of Blue Mountain and the Tulip Kingdom, who were merely spectators, felt their pupils constrict. Coups were not uncommon across the continent, yet everyone at least adhered to a semblance of rules, pursuing legitimacy. Elena, however, was entirely different. She showed no mercy to her father, nor did she require any claim to legitimacy. It was the ones who defied convention yet retained clarity of thought that were the most terrifying. Come tomorrow, this woman's name would undoubtedly echo throughout the continent. Her Majesty, Queen Elena I. A silence enveloped the onlookers as they contemplated the weight of the moment. At this moment, witnessing the Dodge King's charred remains, Julian was nearly paralyzed with terror. He could not dare to hope that his precious sister would show him any mercy. especially considering his past treatment of Elena, which had been nothing short of derisive and antagonistic. Just moments ago, upon being named heir, he had exuded arrogance, almost demanding that Elena grovel before him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation had shifted so dramatically that it left him utterly dumbfounded. Julian could not comprehend the sudden changes unfolding around him, but he was acutely aware of his impending doom, particularly as he watched the once sweetly devoted father of Elena perish before her cold gaze, consumed by flames. A chill of profound dread gripped him. In Julian's eyes, Elena's flushed visage was akin to that of a devilish grin, concealing a malevolent spirit deep within. As Julian stared at her, Elena, too, took notice of this inconspicuous figure. The corners of her lips curled slightly, and her delicate tongue emerged to sensuously lick away the beads of sweat glistening in the light of the flames. No, no, do not approach. The sight of that demonic smile caused Julian to collapse onto the ground, his hands bracing behind him while his feet frantically kicked, propelling him backward in a desperate retreat. Elena, spare me. Spare me. I was wrong, I truly was. I shall never again contest the throne with you. His frantic movements persisted, and his lips trembled as he pleaded for mercy, attempting to evoke Elena's compassion. Elena, the throne is yours. You are the queen. Her Majesty Elena I. From this moment forth, I shall be but your servant. Please, spare me. I do not wish to die. Tears streamed down his face. No, he was already weeping, a trail of moisture marking his path as he scurried away. Do you think that is possible? Elena observed Julian's performance with a face devoid of emotion. Elena, please, I am your brother. His voice, quavering with desperation, rang out. Yet, the mere utterance of those words elicited a fleeting smile from Elena, quickly replaced by an icy demeanor. How amusing. Just moments ago, someone claimed to be my father. Her voice was akin to a siren's call from the depths of despair, soft yet imbued with a terrifying erasure of the soul. But tell me, what became of him? He perished. I burned him alive. And you? Are you still my brother? As Julian watched Elena draw nearer, his pupils dilated, consumed entirely by her presence. A wave of despair surged within him. A hysterical cry erupted from his throat. No, spare me. There would be no second chance. For the Julian before her had already met his demise, dead beyond revival. A crimson fountain erupted from his chest, splattering blood upon those nearby. When Elena finally departed, all present bore witness to the last expression etched upon Julian's face. An atmosphere of dread and unrest permeated the air, punctuated by the incessant sound of swallowed breaths. The sight of the Dodge King, reduced to a mere charred remnant, paled in comparison to the horror of witnessing Julian's intact form. They gazed at the slender figure departing, their eyes betraying not a hint of admiration or greed, only sheer terror. This was a true tyrant. No devils or demons could rival the 16-year-old woman standing before them. She exuded an innate cruelty, a chilling confidence, and an unsettling foresight that instilled fear and awe. Everyone understood that the entirety of the evening's festivities had been orchestrated by her design, a scheme that had been in motion for several years. Just a few years prior, she had been a porcelain doll of a princess, greeting those around her with innocent smiles, referring to them as uncles and brothers. Yet, who could have imagined that such a seemingly unassuming figure harbored such profound ambitions? No one, not a single soul, could have foreseen it. Perhaps the late Dodge King had merely perceived his astute daughter as a useful aid in political matters, utterly unaware that she had begun plotting for the throne long ago. Had he truly comprehended the depths of her intellect, he would have had no hesitation in bequeathing the crown to her. In contrast to his two ineffectual sons, Elena was undoubtedly the rightful heir to the kingdom of Dodge. However, the thought of those two wastrel sons lingered, one already deceased, and the other, Lucas, still unconscious. In a matter of moments, everyone witnessed the Grand Prince, still in a stupor, delicately lifted by Elena's fingertips. This was the last obstacle to her plans. "Wake him," Elena commanded, her voice laced with coldness and cruelty, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The royal guards, previously stationed near Lucas, found themselves in a quandary. Yet the moment they locked eyes with Elena, they shuddered, their minds devoid of alternative thoughts. A few hastily fetched a basin of water and splashed it across Lucas's face. But he showed no signs of awakening, lying there like a lifeless corpse. At that juncture, several guards exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. One, gritting his teeth, decided to act. Amidst the incredulous stares of his comrades, he raised his fist and began to strike Lucas with fervor, employing both hands and feet. Indeed, this vigorous assault roused Lucas from his stupor. His body began to twitch, his legs instinctively lifting in a protective gesture, while his hands instinctively shielded his vulnerable areas. A faint, pain sound escaped Lucas's lips. The sound persisted intermittently for a full quarter of an hour, at which point Lucas finally managed to open his eyes. As he faced Julian's direction, the gruesome sight of Julian's demise greeted him. Thus he laughed. "Ha! Foolish Julian, I knew the throne was mine alone. Now that you are dead, who can possibly thwart me?" Lucas remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar glances and faint traces of strange sympathy emanating from those around him. He bellowed at the nearest nobleman. "What is that look upon your face? Do you not see the great King Lucas standing before you? Cease that repugnant gaze and inform me of what transpired after my summoning." However, the nobleman, seized by Lucas by the collar, remained silent, instead casting an obsequious glance past Lucas. A smiling maiden approached slowly. "Dearest brother, since you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you, so you may comprehend your situation more clearly." Upon hearing her voice, Lucas immediately recognized her. He turned swiftly, and indeed, Elena approached unscathed, which ignited a foreboding sensation within him. How can you possibly be unharmed? What of the shadow? I provided him with a veritable trove of treasures. Him, Elena Scofield. You still have the audacity to concern yourself with him? Perhaps you should contemplate how to survive this day instead. Elena's words momentarily stunned Lucas. He had lost consciousness during the proclamation of his succession and remained ignorant of the events unfolding outside, having directly summoned the shadowy being he had been entangled with. "Do you intend to kill me?" Lucas sneered disdainfully. "I am the crown prince of the Duchy Kingdom. How dare you lay a hand on me? Have you not noticed that Julian is already dead?" As he mentioned his brother, a palpable malice radiated from him, and he regarded Elena with a stern expression. "If you continue to be obstreperous, you shall become the next Julian." Laughter erupted from the crowd, utterly disregarding Lucas's dignity, deepening the scowl upon his face and awakening a sense of unease within him. "Where's father? I demand to see father," Lucas hastily implored. Elena did not respond immediately. Instead, she let out a laugh and then produced a dust-like substance from the remnants of the ashes before Lucas. "Behold, since you wish to meet Nicolo, I shall grant you that wish." Elena's eyes gleamed with a frenzied intensity, her gaze penetrating with lethal intent, sending a shiver down Lucas's spine. "You lie. How dare you claim that father has been reduced to ashes?" Lucas was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, pointing at Elena. "Do you realize the gravity of your transgression? When father learns of this, you are finished. You won't even make it out of the palace gates." However, Elena merely chuckled lightly, soon feeling a wave of ennui wash over her. Initially, she had intended to thoroughly torment the man before her, Lucas, wishing to make him experience a humiliation he had never known in his life. Yet, upon witnessing his current state, Elena suddenly lost all interest. She was no longer an ordinary princess, but a queen, Her Majesty, Queen Elena I. And Lucas? Merely a wretched creature, destined for demise, devoid of any qualification to be her adversary, and now, even unworthy of a glance. The atmosphere was utterly tedious. "Lady Saran, I believe it is time for you to act," Elena remarked coolly. At that moment, Lady Saran, who had long been standing behind Lucas, stepped forward with a sly giggle and kissed his forehead. However, before Lucas could formulate a subsequent thought, he felt as though the spot where he had been kissed was ablaze, an unbearable itch consuming him. He tried to scratch, but it was futile. The sensation emanated from within his flesh. The pain, an excruciating torment. Everyone present could see the grotesque expression on Lucas's face, a visage of suffering that was difficult to behold. "No," was Lucas's final wail. In the next instant, he transformed from human form into a puddle of liquid, merging seamlessly with the water that had been splashed moments earlier, leaving no trace of his existence. Elena remained impassive, observing Lucas's demise without the slightest ripple of emotion, as if the one who perished was not her brother, but rather an insignificant insect, reflecting on the fact that he had heartlessly burned their father alive. A shiver coursed through the crowd, their eyes wide with terror at the sight of the queen who was poised to ascend. Elena paid no heed to the thoughts of these nobles. They were but fickle reeds in the wind. As long as the throne of the duchy was occupied by a royal, they would not rebel, but rather choose to align themselves. By tomorrow, they would become her devoted subjects. Very well, I have taken note of your performances today. Your timely realization that aligning with my two brothers, who sought to usurp the kingdom, was a wise decision. I shall reward you handsomely. Elena's cold voice resonated, met with a silence so profound that no one dared to breathe. Now, you may return. I will handle matters within the palace. As my father was slain by Lucas and Julian amidst this turmoil, I shall preside over the palace's affairs tomorrow and become the new king by next week. You must prepare accordingly. Elena understood that the events of the night could not be concealed, yet that did not hinder her from fabricating the truth. After all, public opinion was inconsequential. As long as the upper echelons maintained a unified narrative, who would remember the truth here centuries hence? Amidst the murmurs, Elena, having dared to undertake such actions, was naturally prepared for the scorn of those who prided themselves on righteousness. Yet, she remained indifferent. Such slander could inflict no real harm, only tarnishing her reputation. But reputation? Such matters have never concerned Elena. Her sole ambition is to become a tyrant, a despot wielding absolute power. It is precisely this quality that endears her to Bane, for they are of like mind. Now, having savored the spectacle of this classic coup d'etat, Bane has departed, satisfied by the entertainment it provided. Unless the gods intervene, his gaze shall not return to this realm. Tonight, the entire Duchy Kingdom, or rather the southern region as a whole, is in turmoil. A premier kingdom on the continent has been usurped by the hands of a deity of tyranny, and a cold-hearted and iron-fisted queen is poised to ascend. Such upheaval warrants the keen attention of all southern kingdoms. Naturally, many harbor ill intentions. Other realms would delight in seeing the duchy splinter into several smaller principalities, aligning with the interests of these larger southern kingdoms. Thus, the night echoes with the sound of messenger hooves, and those capable of spatial teleportation are particularly busy. By the following day, the duchy is abuzz with an array of conspiracy theories. In the more remote regions, one cannot escape the presence of greedy opportunists, spurred on by sinister individuals, who, in a moment of fervor, declare themselves sovereigns. In the royal city of Luoyun, rumors regarding Elena abound. In taverns and tea-houses, even among common folk, her name is a topic of fervent discussion. Have you heard? Just yesterday, Princess Elena allegedly burned her own father alive and ruthlessly dispatched her two brothers without a hint of mercy. How ruthless indeed. I've heard this too. As soon as I stepped outside this morning, I overheard two individuals, seemingly members of the royal guard, discussing it. What were they saying? They claimed that Princess Elena, displeased with His Majesty's designation of Prince Julian as the heir, instigated a coup. As you know, Elena has been manipulating the affairs of the kingdom for the past few years, and in her fury, the entire royal guard rallied to her cause. They disregarded all orders, including those from the king, choosing instead to follow Elena's command, proclaiming her the rightful heir to the Duchy Kingdom. Thus, they eliminated 3 royal family members, including the king himself. Oh, but that doesn't seem right. I've heard that Princess Elena has allied herself with the deity of tyranny. I even heard that there was a fierce battle between the deity of tyranny and the goddess of nobility yesterday. You can ask my brother. He was among the royal guard present at the scene. He claimed to have witnessed a legendary battle, with both combatants exchanging blows, culminating in the death of one, our esteemed Marquis Raymond of Luoyun, who fell in last night's conflict. Furthermore, I've heard that Prince Lucas summoned a legendary warrior and even took the princess hostage, only to meet his demise in the end. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, relished the spectacle of such debates, for the more they witnessed, the more gossip they could absorb, and their hearts swelled with delight. Though they lacked the privilege to attend the banquet or witness the events firsthand, the tales spun by these gossip-mongers gave them a semblance of participation. Amidst the spittle-flecked discourse, the truth remained elusive, with no one able to discern the veracity of any claim. The nobles, privy to the actual facts, would never condescend to engage with these interpretations. At most, they might express their dissatisfaction with Elena's arrangements, dispatching subordinates to tarnish the princess's reputation. Yet, they would never take the field themselves, for the thought of Elena's shrewdness from the previous night hinted at dire consequences for such folly. At that very moment, in a certain tavern within the royal city, a man and a woman sat quietly, dining while listening to those around them, who were somewhat in the know, boast and exaggerate. Let me tell you, one declared. Princess Elena announced yesterday that she shall ascend the throne next week, becoming the second queen of our duchy kingdom. Queen Elena I. From this day forth, we are truly blessed. For years, it has been evident that Princess Elena is the one truly managing state affairs. Were those two inept princes to assume the throne, it would not be long before our duchy kingdom descends into mediocrity. Preposterous. How can you speak so? This woman has committed patricide and fratricide. She is no different from those barbaric orcs. Should she claim the throne, I will be the first to pledge my allegiance to the counts and marquises, rallying them to unseat this shameless woman. Particularly mentioned was Count Minster, the preeminent count of the Western realm, commanding a formidable army and rumored to have the support of legendary warriors, being a distant branch of the royal family. He is the most likely candidate for the throne. We should all align ourselves with him. Perhaps, in the future, when we seize the royal city, we might even enjoy the company of the palace's beautiful maidens. Laughter erupted suddenly. However, the two seated quietly on the side found the situation rather distressing. The woman remained somewhat composed, offering only a light chuckle, but the man, Julian, was markedly different. Summoned by Elena under the pretext of observing the changes in the royal city, he was disconcerted to overhear such open incitements to rebellion. The notion of storming the royal city and treating the palace maidens in a manner unfit for description unsettled him. He cast a worried glance at Elena, fearing that she might summarily deal with these individuals. Yet, upon witnessing her impassive demeanor, he felt a modicum of relief. "Are you not angered?" Julian inquired curiously. "Why should I be? These people are but ants, devoid of even the right to provoke my ire," Elena replied. At that moment, she bore no semblance of the blood-soaked ruthlessness she had exhibited the previous night. Sitting quietly across from Julian, she appeared as a serene young maiden. Yet those who truly understood were aware of the chilling heart that lay beneath her composed exterior. These individuals are merely a group of detractors intent on tarnishing my reputation, deserving of no attention. My intentions are simple. Elena snapped her fingers with a crisp sound. "Gillard, take this Earl of Minster to the gallows. I shall ensure he does not see the dawn of tomorrow." "As you wish, my queen." Across from her, Julian observed Elena, unblinking, a chill creeping into his heart. To kill amidst jest and laughter. Such is the essence of a woman capable of manipulating a kingdom. Indeed, she is cold-blooded. Constans, the free-spirited legend, bore no marks of kingdom or religion, reveling in his liberty. His assistance to Bruce stemmed solely from the allure of what Bruce, or rather the forces behind him, had offered. Constans was no saint, possessing his own desires, and thus he was willing to invest some time, having previously agreed that regardless of success or failure, his presence would ensure he received his due. Nonetheless, with a sense of responsibility towards his reputation, Constans felt it necessary to approach the matter with seriousness. Accompanying him were 3 others, all of legendary prowess, ranging from levels 22 to 25, with Constans naturally emerging as their leader. Soon, neither Bruce nor Constans had to wait long. 3 figures descended from the distant sky into Bruce's tent, disturbing no one. However, as a fellow legend, Constans recognized the familiar energy signatures and smiled slightly. "Earl Bruce, they have arrived." "They have." Bruce was momentarily taken aback before delight surged within him, his eyes widening as he gazed towards the entrance. Indeed, within moments, 3 formidable silhouettes came into view. Returning to the material plane once more, the sensation is undoubtedly different. This realm is far more comfortable than those lower planes. It is no wonder so many choose to reside here. A rugged voice boomed, followed by an affectionate embrace with Constans. "Constans, how rare to see you. Did you not claim you would not return until you reached the semi-divine? You have broken your vow this time." Constans felt a twinge of embarrassment at the warrior's words, but Bruce swiftly intervened. "This master, Constans, has reluctantly acquiesced to my fervent invitation. It seems my oversight has led to his breaking of the vow." At that moment, Constans began to introduce Bruce to the 3 newcomers. This muscular individual is Kola, a level 25 warrior who once faced and defeated a legendary fire demon leader in the Abyss. And this slightly more refined figure is Zoe, a level 22 legendary mage, formerly the court magician of the Tulip Kingdom, who subsequently chose to depart. The final individual introduced is Yolanda, a sorceress of the remarkable level of 24, hailing from a powerful family of sorcerers entrenched in the Abyss. Indeed, she stands as the most formidable among us, capable of summoning a legendary demon at will. As Constance provided this introduction, Bruce and the other three exchanged scrutinizing glances. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Bruce's eyes. He was well aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by legendary figures. Initially, he had none in his ranks, but now, astonishingly, there were 4, with the weakest among them being at least level 22, far from mere novices. This realization inflated the timid Earl Bruce's ego considerably. Esteemed guests, I'm deeply grateful for your willingness to assist me. I am confident that, with your support, I shall succeed in ousting that woman who has committed fratricide and patricide, ultimately ascending to the throne of the Duchy Kingdom. When that time comes, I shall not forget your invaluable contributions. Although the endeavor had yet to commence, Bruce already felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. He commanded a regular army of 20,000, and he had observed that the troops from Luoyun City possessed little to no combat capability, being nothing more than a FAAD. However, Luoyun City undeniably excelled in advanced military strength. Aside from a handful of legendary figures aligned with the church, the Duchy Kingdom could muster around 7 or 8 legends. Yet, considering that Elena had just assumed power and her authority was not yet fully established, the nobility likely held little regard for her. Including Elena's potential allies and possibly 1 or 2 responsive court mages, the total would amount to approximately 6. Nevertheless, the highest level of these legends was merely 24, whereas they had Constance, who could contend with 5. Bruce, naturally, felt a surge of overconfidence. However, this was merely a simplistic fantasy conjured by his naive mind. The others were far more pragmatic. They were merely mercenaries, motivated by monetary gain rather than a desire for glory. Thus, the success of Bruce's plans bore little significance to them. Their primary concern was to mitigate the threat posed by Luoyun City's advanced military capabilities, ensuring this plump figure did not fall prey to a legendary ambush in the initial onslaught. Earl Bruce, it seems you are contemplating matters rather prematurely, remarked Kola, dubbed the muscle synthesizer by Constance, casting a disdainful glance at Bruce. The Duchy Kingdom is a premier realm, and I have heard that Princess Elena has been at the helm for 5 or 6 years. I find it hard to believe that her efforts during these years have been in vain. Moreover, once news of your rebellion spreads, reinforcements from surrounding cities will likely arrive swiftly. By then, we may be able to escape, but you may not. Mustekola. There is no need for concern on that front. Before I commence, the lords of the cities surrounding Luoyun City have assured me that they will remain uninvolved in the conflict between my niece and myself. On the contrary, they will support me. Otherwise, how could I possibly possess such an arsenal? Bruce waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of overwhelming confidence. He had already begun to envision the pleasures of his forthcoming reign as king. He is in excellent health, unlike his unfortunate brother, who prematurely concluded his manhood in his youth. Kola merely let out a cold laugh, while the other two remained silent. Although they had come to assist, it did not imply that they were Bruce's caretakers. They had no concern for the well-being of this idle count. In truth, the 3 were not individuals whom this indolent noble could summon. They were primarily envoys dispatched by other kingdoms to probe the situation, much like the former court mage of the Tulip Kingdom, who was clearly affiliated with that realm, albeit under the guise of a former to distance the Tulip Kingdom from any association. Furthermore, the warlock family from the Abyss was a quintessential family of enforcers, linked to various religious factions across the kingdoms. Only those of at least Duke rank knew how to contact them. Of course, exceptions existed, but Bruce was certainly not among them. With a command issued, the entire army mobilized, targeting Luoyun City. Bruce shouted into the distance, expressing his intent to instill fear in his young niece. Haha. At that very moment, as Bruce set forth, Elena had already thoroughly investigated his background. For formidable legends had descended. Elena scoffed, remarking, "It seems my uncle possesses quite the audacity, daring to conspire with so many. I wonder how my ancestor would react upon learning of this." Above the lofty clouds, a mocking voice echoed, "Constance, I never expected it to be you. How rare indeed. Did you not vow to remain absent until you attained semi-divine status?" The opposing Constance felt quite awkward. Who would have thought he would encounter an acquaintance? This legendary figure belonged to his generation, and they had known each other for quite some time, though his strength paled in comparison to Constance. It was sufficient to buy him some time. William, I never imagined you would become a subject of the Dodger Kingdom. Did you not once hold these nobles in disdain? Constance retorted. I had no choice. One must eat. The only realms capable of sustaining legends across the continent are these kingdoms. I lack your prowess, Constance, to venture into the abyss, so I had to align myself with a faction. William shrugged in resignation. Having recognized the vast disparity in power between himself and Constance, nearly 5 levels apart, which rendered any thoughts of victory in their confrontation futile. While the two reminisced, the other 3 had already commenced their own battles. Kola faced a fellow level 24 legendary warrior, while Zoe confronted a legendary druid, and finally, Yolanda stood against a legendary dragon knight. The dragon knight profession is inherently powerful. Its fundamental requirement is to possess a dragon mount, whether a true dragon or a formidable subdragon. However, the second stipulation is that both must attain legendary status to be recognized as a legendary dragon knight. Thus, the opponent facing Yolanda could be deemed the strongest of them all. Constance observed the 6 individuals engaged in a fierce struggle, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she addressed William across the way. Let us not linger in idle talk. Let us commence forthwith. I am eager to witness the fruits of your years of learning. Ha ha ha, do not underestimate me. While I am acutely aware of the futility of my victory over you, I firmly believe that the girl, Elena, shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Take heed, for you must not allow this cunning woman to dwell within your thoughts. William remained unfazed, for he knew Constance posed no lethal threat. Enough of this banter. Constance's eyes narrowed, a palpable aura of danger brewing in the air. Suddenly, an extraordinarily sinister distortion of space began to manifest, accompanied by chilling wails of terror. William froze momentarily. Constance, I must confess, I never anticipated that you would intertwine your domain with the abyss, even harnessing a fragment of its dimensional will. You truly are a prodigy. Given a modicum of time, you might fully consume the will of this dimension. As William resisted Constance's will, he could not help but admire her brilliance. Despite being adversaries, his respect for her did not wane. Meanwhile, the battle for the city walls below had reached a fever pitch, with Bruce's forces having made several attempts to scale the walls, each thwarted by the enemy archers. Cursed be these archers! Bruce's clenched fist struck the table with great force, his face clouded with ire, his frustration reaching its zenith. Once I breach the city, the first order of business shall be to see you hanged. My King Bruce, please do not be vexed. These are trifles, said a nobleman draped in a black cloak, offering an awkward smile before regaining his composure. Rest assured, the city of Luoyun is filled with our allies. Then why has no one yet opened the gates? Are you mocking me? Bruce glanced at those beside him, his expression softening slightly, yet his displeasure remained. Your Majesty, you must understand that since yesterday, Elena has fortified the defenses of Luoyun City. Just yesterday, a count was executed, causing some unrest within the royal city. However, we have bribed the city guards, and at the right moment, upon your command, the gates will swing wide to welcome you. That foolish Elena will never fathom that your Majesty would return to Luoyun City in such a regal manner. At that moment, you shall be the supreme king of the duchy. The cloaked figure grew increasingly animated, igniting Bruce's own fervor. He slammed the table once more. Indeed, you speak the truth. I was shamefully expelled from Luoyun City by my brother, enduring great hardship. But now I return, and my foolish brother has been vanquished by his own daughter. Thus, I shall reclaim my rightful throne and ensure that my ruthless brother's family reunites with death itself. Bruce leaned back in his chair, laughing boisterously. I heard that Elena's little niece has a fiancé. We shall dispose of him as well when the time comes. A glimmer of greed flickered in Bruce's eyes at the mention of Elena. No man is immune to desire, especially those of noble birth. And he had long coveted his niece, the so-called flower of the kingdom, Elena. As for the so-called relationships, what a joke. Such constraints could never quell the desires that surged within Bruce. Therefore, when Julian was mentioned, a hint of malice inevitably surfaced. He dismissed that loathsome fellow with a mere wave, unperturbed by the Frost Kingdom's potential wrath, especially with the Blue Mountain Kingdom standing in between. The figure in the black robe beside him chuckled, his eyes betraying disdain, though he dared not let Bruce perceive it. After all, during the clandestine meeting in Luoyun City, this portly count was precisely the puppet king they envisioned. while it was indeed regrettable that a delicate flower would be ravaged by a wild boar. The man in black longed for his own power, for in the eyes of the nobility, power and status are paramount. Women are forever mere accessories. We must seize the opportunity. Luoyang City must fall before nightfall. I wish to dine within its walls. It has been ages since I last savored the culinary delights of Luoyang City, Bruce scoffed, sending a shiver down the spine of a nearby general, who trembled in fear. Yet, this was to be expected. Those around Bruce were hastily assembled. This general, for instance, was merely a minor leader in the Count's household, promoted to general for winning Bruce's favor, with promises of a title yet to be fulfilled. Reclining in his chair, gazing at the distant battlefield, Bruce felt an immense sense of satisfaction, convinced that victory was within his grasp. Luoyang City. Elena, you shall all submit beneath my yoke. A contented smile graced Bruce's face as he slowly closed his eyes, preparing to indulge in an afternoon nap. Suddenly, a chilling scream shattered the tranquility. 152, it is real. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, followed by a cascade of pale golden blood descending from the sky. This cry instantly shattered Bruce's dream of indulgence. He sprang from his chair, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Gasping for breath, Bruce shot a cold glare at the maid behind him, who quivered and hurried forward to delicately dab the sweat from his brow with a fragrant handkerchief, providing some relief to his fragile heart. I just had a dream in which someone screamed. Once the sweat was wiped away, Bruce surveyed his surroundings, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely a dream, albeit a vivid one that startled me. Haha, Bruce laughed heartily. However, this dream arrived just in time. It is said that dreams often present themselves in reverse. Thus, it won't be long before we can enter the city of Luoyang to indulge in a sumptuous feast. When that moment arrives, I shall certainly invite everyone to savor the exquisite delicacies within the palace. Even the most elite dishes will not be off the table. Ha! Bruce chuckled once more, perhaps having laughed more today than he had in an entire year. Yet, amidst his laughter, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did those around him remain silent and unresponsive? A wave of dissatisfaction began to rise within Bruce as he snorted coldly, casting a chilling gaze around him, emanating an aura of authority that compelled those nearby to lower their heads. Finally, Bruce nodded in satisfaction. He casually pointed to one person and demanded, "You explain what is happening here." His tone carried a hint of irritation and a subtle menace. "My lord, what you just experienced may not have been a mere dream." The unfortunate soul he had singled out stammered, clearly distressed and unable to meet Bruce's gaze, his eyes fixated on his own toes, fervently praying that Bruce would not take offense with him. Evidently, his prayers bore no fruit. Perhaps Lady Luck was displeased with a devotee who only sought her favor in times of need. In an instant, he was struck unconscious by a teacup. Scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? Am I not aware of my own dreams?" Bruce's face contorted in anger as he cursed, not sparing even the fallen servant, delivering a couple more kicks for good measure. Yet, abruptly, he noticed something peculiar. Why was there so much pale golden blood on the ground? A sense of dread surged within him as he anxiously scanned his surroundings, only to find everyone else with their heads bowed in silence, rekindling his foreboding intuition. Could it be that I'm truly not dreaming? Bruce pondered, spiraling into self-doubt. "Your Majesty, you may not be having a nightmare." There indeed was a chilling scream just now. Perhaps one of the celestial beings has been injured, spoke the most authoritative figure among them, a cloaked individual, who pointed toward the sky. Deep within himself, he too felt an unsettling sensation, as if something momentous was about to unfold. Is that half-god truly real? Bruce grasped the cloaked figure's arm, his anxiety palpable. Yet, he replied to himself, but there are no half-gods. The entire Duchy Kingdom is devoid of them. My grandfather departed over a century ago and would not return at this time. Impossible, impossible. You all must be deceiving me. How could there possibly be a half-god here? Bruce appeared to have convinced himself of his own reasoning. However, before his self-reassurance could take effect, a figure streaked across the clouds above, cloaked in a faint black flame. Descending from the heavens like a shooting star, with a deafening roar, a massive pit began to form not far from Bruce. Engulfed in a sea of black flames that erupted from a small point, expanding rapidly across the cracked earth. The anguished cries emanating from within were unmistakable. Bruce recalled vividly the figure of the legendary warrior, a man brimming with muscle, who had once stood arrogantly before him. Now, however, he lay in the pit like a wretched beast, writhing in agony. How could Bruce come to terms with this? No, it was all a fabrication. He shook his head vigorously, the flesh on his face jiggling grotesquely, revealing his unsightly visage. Were it not for the reverence of his rank, many present would likely have retched. Yet, they were forced to maintain a facade of empathy, testing the acting skills of everyone involved. Your Majesty, Bruce, there is no need for concern. Consider this. Master Constance is an absolute powerhouse among legends. You must trust that he will emerge unscathed. Spoke the figure in the black robe. Bruce turned to look, but the shadows obscured any expression concealed beneath the hood. Yes, indeed. You are right. Master Constance is far beyond this imbecile's capabilities. He will surely bring me good news, Bruce reassured himself. Little did he know that Constance, whom he held in such high regard, was currently trapped in a dire predicament. You truly overestimate me, employing such numbers against me. Above the clouds, overlapping realms intertwined, presenting an array of bizarre and wondrous scenes in an astonishing manner. Constance wore a bitter smile as he faced not one, but 4 adversaries, including Gavin, a legendary priest of the Healing Church, and ultimately, the formidable Lady Serene. The divine energy radiating from her was far beyond mere legend. She was a demigod, on the verge of transcending to divine status. Constance's eyes flickered with envy, uncertainty, and a hint of bittersweetness. He had thought it impossible for such a powerhouse to exist in the Duchy Kingdom. Even those who invited him had claimed the same. Yet here he was, facing a demigod on the brink of ascension, and he could hardly comprehend why such a being would serve a princess, as it seemed beneath their stature. Lady Serene smiled alluringly, a delicate pink aura emanating from her, exuding an air of coyness. I am a devoted follower of Lord Bane, and Princess Elena is my bishop. Naturally, I must heed her commands. It is indeed you. I find you quite admirable. Would you care to join our congregation? I believe Lord Bane would offer you a gratifying position, and even if it meant serving as a companion, it would not be out of the question. Lady Serene's bashful demeanor is truly hard to reconcile with the fact that only moments prior, she had sent Cora flying with a kick. As Constance and her 2 companions emerged from the heavens, news swiftly reached Bruce. He took a deep breath, patting his chest as waves of discomfort surged within him, causing a sense of nausea. Oblivious to his own state, Bruce scoffed and remarked to those around him, "Look, our esteemed masters have returned safely," which clearly indicates that the recent incident was merely a fluke. Master Cora was evidently targeted. They knew they could not defeat us and resorted to such despicable tactics to disrupt our formation. Barely had he finished speaking when a multitude below echoed his sentiments, praising the sagacity and valor of Count Bruce. His Majesty is right. How could those ruffians triumph over Master Constance? It must have been a mere accident. There is no way a demigod could have appeared. It was surely a misinterpretation. Indeed, there cannot be so many demigods. It must have been a mistake. I suspect that Master Constance has already sent that imposter demigod back home to suckle. Laughter erupted, and even Bruce stroked his ample chin, squinting his eyes as he chuckled heartily. Ah, indeed, my niece is truly a tyrant, and I, Bruce, stand as the representative of all the nobility of the Dodge Kingdom, intent on overthrowing her brutal reign and restoring the kingdom to its rightful path. Bruce rose, preparing to rally the spirits of those present. Thus, we stand for justice. All our endeavors are under the watchful eyes of the deities. Victory shall be ours. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. A throng of voices began to echo Bruce's declarations, each envisioning the benefits they might reap as his confidants, with even a few faint-hearted individuals beginning to drool in anticipation. The only one remaining composed amidst the fervor was the figure in the black robe from Royan City, whose obscured face betrayed a hint of peculiarity. Unlike Bruce, he was not so naive. The nobles of Royan City supported Bruce not merely because of his status, but also due to their aversion to Queen Elena, who so brazenly sought to consolidate power. As nobles, they believed they were entitled to rights. However, this queen had revealed her ambitions. She sought to grasp the entirety of the kingdom's power within her grasp, relegating them to mere ornamental figures, left to murmur in agreement during council meetings. Devoid of any autonomy, how could they endure such indignity? Thus, they resolutely nominated a coward to rise. Yet, The appointed time had long since arrived. The figure cloaked in black gazed at the sun hanging in the sky, its heat increasingly oppressive, to the point where even the armor of the soldiers began to radiate discomforting warmth. They had agreed to meet afternoon, at the very peak of the sun's intensity. However, there was not a whisper of movement from within the city gates, which inevitably prompted a sense of unease in this black-clad individual regarding whether something had gone awry within Luoyang City. Just as this thought flickered to life, he extinguished it, shaking his head and hastily dismissing it from his mind. It was implausible. Their operations had been conducted with utmost secrecy, and Elena could not possibly be aware. Thus, there could be no unforeseen complications. There must simply be some delay for reasons unknown. Yes, that was undoubtedly the case. Though he entertained these musings to the outside world, only a fleeting moment had passed. Bruce, having finished his laughter, gazed merrily at the man in black, his cheeks nearly bursting with mirth. He opened his plump mouth and gently sucked on the fingers of a handmaiden holding fruit, a look of indulgent pleasure adorning his face. "What is taking your people so long? We have already triumphed in a legendary battle, and now we await the opening of the city gates to let my army in. That woman, Elena, must surely realize her throne is precarious and is likely plotting her escape." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the fierce clashes against the city walls, observing the corpses tumbling down, his demeanor remaining unperturbed, even verging on drowsiness. "We must hasten. We cannot allow that woman to flee. You must understand, I intend for my dear niece to offer my good brother an apology." With a morbid sense of vengeful delight, Bruce emitted a scoff, slowly expelling the tender green finger he had been nibbling on, discarding the fruit pit onto the ground beside him. "I need to take a nap. I hope to awaken to find my beloved niece kneeling before my chair. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood," a chorus of sycophants quickly nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying an ambiguous glint. However, before Bruce could close his eyes, he heard a sharp intake of breath, as though something shocking had transpired before them. His initial inclination to scold transformed into curiosity as he opened his recently shut eyes, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Yet, after merely a glance, his interest waned. It was simply a few severed heads dangling from the city wall. With a contemptuous huff, Bruce felt a surge of anger. For such trivial matters had disturbed his afternoon slumber, an unforgivable transgression. It seemed he would need to replace his current entourage. These individuals were evidently rustic and lacking in discernment. Frightened by mere heads, despite his dissatisfaction, he recognized these were still his loyal subordinates, so he refrained from excessive reproach, merely letting out a soft huff. "It is merely a handful of heads that has caused such an uproar, a disgrace to our esteemed Count's estate. How can you aspire to be ministers of the kingdom with such a lack of composure?" Bruce, in the midst of his fervent speech, was suddenly interrupted by a shriek, followed by an enraged roar. "Elena, you vile creature, I shall not rest until I confront you." The figure cloaked in black, filled with fury and despair, knelt before the heads displayed on the city wall, emitting a low growl akin to a wounded beast. "You audacious woman, how dare you slay my son? And even the innocent babe in swaddling? You are nothing short of a tyrant. I, the Count of the Golden Crown, vow that you shall experience the torment I have endured." A trace of blood dripped from the collar of his dark garment onto the ground. Silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared to utter a word as they beheld the Count, now revealed in his full form, prostrated and cursing Elena incessantly. Yet, the heads upon the wall belonged to more than a single family. The grim tableau represented the annihilation of at least 6 or 7 clans. A sense of foreboding washed over everyone, including Bruce, who furrowed his brow. He cast a disdainful glance at the Count, snorting in contempt, reflecting, "Truly a pitiful lot. The nobles of Luoyang City have grown too complacent, incapable of handling even such trivial matters. Fortunately, I did not place my full reliance upon them." Bruce adjusted his expression, greeting the returning Constans with open arms. "Ah, my esteemed Master Constans, you have truly outdone yourselves. Those bothersome fellows in Luoyang City have been swiftly dealt with. It won't be long before we can indulge in the sumptuous feasts of the royal court." Meanwhile, Constans, observing Bruce's outstretched arms, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, acknowledging that he had no complaints about his loss this time. He exchanged knowing glances with Zoe and Yolanda, and the trio silently agreed against revealing their intentions just yet, as pressing matters awaited their attention. Count Bruce, I believe our mission has reached its conclusion, and it is time for you to fulfill your promise and deliver what we require." Constance deftly sidestepped Bruce's welcoming embrace, harboring no desire for such a display, and in doing so, cast a scornful glance at the corpulent man. This scene rendered Bruce quite uncomfortable, standing there with arms open like a fool, prompting those around him to stifle their laughter, wary of revealing their amusement. Internally, Bruce seethed. Had he not needed these individuals, his temper would have flared long ago. Yet, refraining from outbursts did not mean he would not harbor resentment. Indeed, they are a group of uncouth individuals, remaining so even in the realm of legends, utterly oblivious to the most basic courtesies. Their eyes fixated solely on meager gains, they foolishly cast aside the esteemed friendship of His Majesty King Bruce. A sheer folly of unparalleled proportions. Nevertheless, considering the utility you still possess, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Gradually lowering his hand, Bruce turned away, offering an awkward smile, his tone devoid of any discernible resentment, though a flicker of dissatisfaction betrayed him, perceptibly noted by Constance and her companions. Masters Constance, Yolanda, and the esteemed Master Zoe, rest assured, I shall provide the magical crystals you require. However, those items currently reside within my count's estate, and I was unable to retrieve them in the haste of my departure. The trio maintained their composure, yet internally etched Bruce's words into their memory. Meanwhile, one oblivious individual continued to curry favor with the three. There is no need for concern, esteemed masters. Those items are mere trifles. Once I ascend to the throne in Luoyun City, the royal treasury shall be under my dominion, and you may select at your leisure, 10 items at most. I shall grant you freely. Of course, the previously agreed-upon contributions will remain intact, and I can produce some ordinary materials and resources immediately. Galala, do hurry and fetch the contents of my treasure chest. Bruce snorted lightly, and a sycophant promptly acquiesced, hastening away with alacrity. As Bruce observed Galala's departing figure, a satisfied smile graced his features before he turned back to the trio. Just a moment, he will return shortly, Bruce cheerfully declared, when suddenly, the elusive Gold Crown Earl approached, seizing Constance's hand with an expression of fury tinged with madness. Master Constance, I am well aware of your formidable prowess. Your assistance in securing the throne for Count Bruce is a testament to your strength. Taking a deep breath, the Gold Crown Earl gazed into the distance, his eyes betraying profound sorrow and resentment. I wish to implore you to assist me in eliminating that woman, Elena, along with those wretched beings who took my kin. I desire to see them repent for their transgressions in the river of Hades. Constance remained silent for a moment, causing the Gold Crown Earl to grow anxious. You must understand, we never act without cause. Constance replied coolly, internally bemused. Yet, recognizing the opportunity presented before him, Constance thought it prudent to play along, ideally securing his reward before disposing of the employer, an arrangement that appeared flawless. For one such as him, a legendary figure navigating the abyss, this task was but a trivial matter, executed with effortless ease, devoid of any lingering guilt. Indeed, upon hearing Constance's terms, the Gold Crown Earl exhaled in relief, simultaneously beginning to look down upon these mercenary legends, blinded by greed. Master Constance, rest assured, although in Luoyun City, it is the primary domain of our Golden Crown family. We are still an Earl family, and it is inconceivable that we would amass all our wealth in a single location. At this point, a hint of pride illuminated the visage of Earl Golden Crown as he continued. In a nearby town named Kaki, the entire settlement constitutes a clandestine enterprise of our family. Apart from myself, the head of the family, no one is privy to their affiliation with the Golden Crown lineage. If you assist me in vanquishing my adversary, I can grant you the entirety of that town. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall present this to you first. Observing that Constance remained impassive, Earl Golden Crown gritted his teeth and produced a medallion adorned with intricate engravings from his bosom, emblazoned with the noble crest of the Golden Crown family. The steadfast Golden Crown bird, a legacy of formidable creatures from ancient times. This is the honor of the Golden Crown family. Yet, to relinquish it now is a source of disgrace. Nevertheless, it is worth it. Once vengeance is achieved, everything will have been worth it. Earl Golden Crown watched as Constance toyed with the medallion, his heart bleeding, for this was an heirloom passed down through millennia. The thought of it being given away today was agonizing. However, upon witnessing the satisfied smile grace Constance's countenance, the Earl also smiled, his gaze drifting towards the distant city walls of Luoyan City, where the fighting had ceased and both sides were easing tensions. Various magical illuminations began to shimmer, tirelessly mending the ravaged walls, while on Bruce's side, hired priests were unceasingly healing the dying soldiers. Both factions raced against time. Earl Golden Crown clenched his fists, his lips pressed tightly together, as he beheld a particular moment on the city wall, his complexion paling. "Master Constance, I implore you." Constance smiled faintly and replied with calm assurance. "Not to worry. It is a trivial matter. Leave it to me." Constance welcomed such opportunities that required no effort, yet yielded great benefits. At that moment, Glara, summoned by Bruce, returned with a chest in her arms. Constance, Yolanda, and Zoe exchanged satisfied smiles. "Here, Master Constance. This is as agreed. You may take it now, and I shall send the magical crystals to you in a few days." Bruce began, but faltered mid-sentence, unable to continue as he witnessed something alarming. What had Bruce seen? He beheld Constance in the act of a heinous deed. A count lay lifeless upon the ground, his body not even retaining its integrity. The once smiling face of Earl Golden Crown was now twisted with disbelief, as the severed head that had fallen to the ground seemed to question Constance, demanding to know why this had come to pass. With a collective gulp, everyone instinctively took a few steps back, maintaining a respectful distance from the trio at the center. Meanwhile, the seasoned professionals in the distance hastily approached, encircling Constance and his companions. The sheer number of onlookers seemed to provide Bruce with a modicum of security. He inhaled deeply, his face still reflecting a tinge of unease, causing his words to emerge in disjointed fragments. "Master Constance, what are you doing? Has this fellow offended you in some way?" Bruce's inquiry was tinged with subtlety. After all, he reasoned that if Constance intended to take a life, there must be a justifiable cause. It was inconceivable to him that one would slay a fellow noble without provocation, particularly in such an abrupt manner that left no time for others to react. On the other hand, Constance, upon hearing Bruce's words, offered a gentle smile before responding, "Indeed, there's a reason." Bruce let out a hearty laugh, visibly relieved, his eyes glinting with a predatory glimmer, yet he maintained a fa of geniality as he jested. "I knew Master Constance would not act without cause. There must surely be an explanation. Perhaps this wretched fellow has wronged you and deserve his fate." Bruce cast a disdainful glance at the corpse of the Golden Crown Count, nearly spitting in contempt, as if he longed to deliver a swift kick to the severed head. Those surrounding Bruce also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to understand the reasoning, for they feared the legendary warrior might suddenly descend into madness and wreak havoc upon them. I knew the master would never engage in such senseless acts," Bruce exclaimed. "Indeed, how could the master kill without reason? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Look at this, truly. The master has done well. I've always found that despicable fellow intolerable, cloaked in that dark robe, as if no one knew his identity. Humph. When the walls fall, the crowd pushes." Constance, Yolanda, and Zoe observed the crowd behavior with barely concealed disdain, particularly towards Bruce, their leader. Rather than seeking vengeance for the loss of his own, he was instead justifying the actions of the killer. Such a person, if seated upon the throne, could very well lead a kingdom to ruin. Let's not linger in idle chatter. We should proceed inside. I have arranged a feast for the 3 esteemed masters. Additionally, I have dispatched a priest to assist Master Cora," Bruce declared with a hearty laugh, pulling Constance along as they moved toward the back, determined to indulge himself, regardless of the wilderness. "I believe the feast is unnecessary," Constance replied lightly. "However, you are correct. We truly should not remain standing here." Constance's gaze drifted into the distance, leaving Bruce momentarily puzzled. What did he mean? Following Constance's gaze, his pupils dilated in surprise, quickly followed by a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha. I knew that Elena, that little wretch, would crumble under pressure. She is here at the gates, ready to surrender to her king." Bruce deliberately refrained from mentioning the matter of the Earl of Gold Crown, fearing it would displease Constance, instead attributing all the credit to him. "Considering my niece's understanding, I might contemplate a lighter punishment for her. Even the possibility of pardoning her death sentence is not out of the question. However, she must remain a maid in the palace for life." Watching Bruce's triumphant laughter, Constance and his companions could scarcely bear to witness the fate of this foolish earl, predicting he would likely perish from fright before even reaching the gallows. Such a person, devoid of any psychological depth, blatantly displayed every emotion on his face. "Prepare, my beloved Elon. I wish to sit upon it and watch my niece kneel at my feet," he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Bruce seemed to be teetering on the brink of insanity. When the gates swung open, he could think only of his singular notion of victory, failing to realize that the others were approaching with confidence. Before long, under the foolish guidance of Bruce, a group emerged unscathed from the most perilous military encampment. Standing before him, upon seeing the newcomers, Bruce's expression fell as he did not spot a single woman among them, indicating that his so-called flower of the kingdom, his niece, had not come forth. How could he possibly feel joy in such a moment? His enthusiasm vanished entirely. After a moment of boredom, he swatted away his elan and lounged in a chair draped in soft furs, lazily observing the arrivals. "Since you have met your king, why do you not kneel?" Bruce's words caught Julian off guard, leaving him momentarily perplexed. The crowds Gavin and William shared a similar surprise, casting uncertain glances at Constance. "How audacious, you rebellious scoundrels! In the presence of the great King Bruce, you dare not kneel? What are you waiting for? Do you wish for the great King Bruce to execute you?" As Bruce's displeasure became evident, his sycophants leapt forward, chastising the crowd and then basking in the pride of their display before their peers. Those who had not yet arrived felt a pang of regret, casting envious glances at the one who had bravely stepped forward. Especially, the admiration in Bruce's gaze made them feel a twinge of jealousy, their eyes glinting with ill intent as they regarded Julian and the others. In their eyes, Julian had merely become a tool for garnering favor, and they eagerly awaited his downfall to enhance Bruce's favorability. Julian exchanged a glance with those nearby, and from Constance's helpless expression, it finally dawned on him that this oblivious earl had yet to grasp the truth of the situation. Or perhaps Constance had simply not informed him. He remained blissfully unaware, deluded into believing himself a victor, lost in his grandiose dreams. For such a fool, Julian could only applaud, for it was precisely this mindset that allowed them to disregard the throngs of soldiers outside, enabling their entry with such ease. At that moment, the antics of the foolish jesters who leapt forth elicited only a derisive smile from Julian. What merit was there in concerning oneself with a group of doomed souls? Bruce, the indomitable king of our land. Julian's voice, laced with an enigmatic quality, rang out. Yet, it was not merely the tone that mattered. The very utterance of Bruce's name sent ripples of excitement through those around him. Each one perceived this audacious boy as courting death. Daring to provoke Bruce at such a precarious moment was akin to inviting disaster upon themselves. It was time to showcase the art of flattery. "You there, who do you think you are, daring to address His Majesty, the great King Bruce by name? You are courting your own demise. I, Peter, shall ensure you pay dearly for your insolence." With a clang, the mustached Peter brandished his decorative sword, using its scabbard to ward off the restless crowd behind him, a smug look flickering in his eyes as he regarded Julian with disdain. "Do not say, I do not offer you a chance. Draw your sword." A splendid flourish emerged from Peter's hand, and as he heard the gasps of admiration from the crowd, his arrogance intensified. He had once won Bruce's favor with such swordplay, becoming a favored warrior. Yet he understood that such flamboyant techniques bore little relevance for the future, making this his prime opportunity to shine. After all, viewed through a warrior's lens, the boy before him was merely a newly minted adult, at best a 6th-level fighter, while he, the noble Lord Peter, stood as an 8th-level warrior. This frail youth likely could not withstand even a single slap from him. Nevertheless, he resolved to make the fight seem challenging, to demonstrate his loyalty to Lord Bruce, willing to sacrifice his life if need be. Yet before Peter could conclude his musings, lost in his daydream of ascendance, he suddenly perceived a flash. A burst of fireworks exploding before his eyes. Ah, quite beautiful. But why am I seeing stars? This was the last thought that crossed Peter's mind before he fell, his sword clattering to the ground, his form collapsing into a mere heap of ash. Before him, Julian gently exhaled, stowing away his staff. Alas, too weak. It seems I can no longer find worthy adversaries among my peers. He wore an expression of solitary mastery, though in truth he understood that his combat awareness and skills were rather ordinary. However, Julian never dwelled on such matters. To him, The lack of such awareness rendered the toil of training unnecessary. Was it that the maid was unappealing? Were the dishes unpalatable? Or was it simply that his wife denied him intimacy? After enduring a long journey from a mere commoner to a princely figure, one must certainly relish the fruits of their labor. After all, you possess the ability to engage in battles beyond your level. But just how many levels can you surpass? 1 level? 2? Or perhaps 3 or 4? It matters little. Even should you leap 10 levels, what significance does it hold? I am endowed with a system that facilitates rapid ascension, allowing me to dominate with ease. Julian remains skeptical that a prodigy of your caliber, at levels 7 or 8, could possibly vanquish a legend without any advantage. This line of reasoning is the path Julian has chosen after resigning himself to his fate to diligently amass wealth, elevate his system, and consequently overpower all who dare oppose him. At this moment, the adversary before him, Peter, is but a trivial challenge, a mere novice. Julian feels no psychological burden in dispatching such a weakling. However, the situation is different with Bruce, who watches in disbelief as his subordinate is eliminated right before his eyes. His temper simmering. Thus, he erupts in fury. With a sweeping gesture, Bruce's rotund visage contorts with rage. Bring him down. He shall pay dearly for his barbarism, and he will make amends for Peter's demise. Upon his command, a throng of individuals surged forward, akin to ravenous hounds drawn to a feast. Yet, just as the delectable prize lay within reach, an unexpected shockwave emanated from Gavin, sending the unseasoned guards, still lacking the prowess of advanced warriors, sprawling to the ground in anguished cries, while only a few stronger individuals managed to maintain their footing. Oh, Bruce squinted, taken aback, pondering Gavin's presence. I had presumed that Elena's legions of legends had been rendered ineffective, yet I am surprised to see you here. Pausing for effect, Bruce's tone escalated. But does that woman not realize that I have Master Constantine presiding here, along with 3 legendary masters? If she dares to send you to your demise, then I shall graciously accept this gift. As for her intentions of surrender, I shall not entertain that notion. Bruce erupted in laughter, his face alight with satisfaction. While his words lingered in the air, Constantine and the others remained unmoved, yet Bruce felt no embarrassment, for at that moment, Cora awakened just in time. Lady Serene had refrained from inflicting serious harm, understanding Elena's intentions. Thus, she merely employed a potent hallucinogenic ability, coinciding perfectly with Cora's awakening. As the earliest victim of unconsciousness, Cora was oblivious to the discourse between Constantine and Lady Serene. However, connecting the dots upon hearing Bruce's words, he quickly deduced the truth. Indeed, the demigod was a mere fade, having been vanquished by Constantine. With this revelation, Cora grinned wickedly. He was no virtuous soul, and with an opportunity to exact vengeance upon his foe presented before him, he was eager to seize the moment. With a single step, he traversed hundreds of meters in an instant. Aha, I am coming. With a thunderous roar, Kola unleashed his power, leaving no room for mercy. A swirling mass of dark, malevolent energy enveloped the surroundings, creating a shadowy realm where countless tormented souls drifted. Eerie green flames scorched the heads of these spirits, driven by an intense hatred for the living, as they surged towards their target. Kola's sudden assault took everyone by surprise, including Constance and his companions, who had not anticipated his timely awakening. They had intended to discuss certain matters with him, but were caught off guard by this reckless display of force. Though others were oblivious to the nature of Kola's attack, Constance and his longtime allies were acutely aware. This was a manifestation of a domain forged from a fragment of a fallen goddess realm, allowing him to ensnare souls devoid of faith. Indeed, Master Kola is formidable. With this move, there may not be a single corpse left behind, Bruce exclaimed, oblivious to the fact that the 3 powerful allies at his side had turned against him, enthusiastically cheering Kola's name. In Bruce's mind, negotiation was unnecessary. With such strength, how could peace not prevail? How could his niece, Elena, not submit to her uncle's throne? It seemed a certainty. I always knew that this kingdom's ruler was destined to reign, though his arrival was somewhat delayed. What is meant to be will always come to pass. Bruce began to envision the triumphs that awaited him. However, Constance was far from pleased. Kola's reckless actions had placed him on a figurative hot seat, compelling him to intervene. Otherwise, the individuals below could face dire consequences. and the female demigod would undoubtedly make an appearance, sealing their fates. Reluctantly, he resolved to bring an end to Bruce's farcical game. With a disdainful huff, Constance exerted near-perfect control over his energy, enveloping Kola within his domain's confines. An invisible pressure bore down on Kola, steadily diminishing the potency of his unleashed realm. Yet, despite this weakening, it did not signify the complete loss of Kola's power. Constance believed that as long as Kola retained his wits, he would recognize the rationale behind this intervention and would cease his foolish actions. Indeed, Constance, you insufferable fool, why do you obstruct me? Are you unaware of the suffering I endured? Kola's coarse demeanor sought to temper his fury, but his voice erupted in a near shout directed at Constance. Fueled by rage, his brows twitched, and his clenched fist seemed to blaze with an inferno, as if the fury of Korra spilled forth. At that moment, Constance found himself at the center of the crowd, utterly mortified. How infuriating! What could have been a private conversation was brazenly shouted aloud by this fool. Did he not realize that I operate in secrecy when it comes to confrontation? This imbecile had thrust me from the fire pit into the flames. Constance inwardly cursed Korra, feeling helpless as previously stated. Korra, cease your actions. There are matters I need to discuss with you. He beckoned, casting a subtle glance. This gesture immediately irked Bruce, who believed himself to be of noble standing, the center of attention, and the main protagonist in this scene, observing his subordinates strike down their adversaries. How dare Constance interrupt? Not only did he halt the proceedings, but he also flaunted his little secret before Bruce. Such insolence was intolerable. Master Constance, is it not something that can wait until later? Master Korra is on the verge of defeating his opponent. Bruce huffed, his mood decidedly sour. Moreover, whatever you wish to say can be shared with all of us. The others, though hesitant to show disrespect towards Constance, readily echoed Bruce's sentiments, resulting in a chorus of agreement that darkened Constance's countenance. Silence. Constance had resolved to sever ties with Bruce, this man of no future. The prior agreements had been fulfilled, and with the location already known, Bruce had lost all value in their eyes. Thus, he received no cordiality. Were it not for the potential utility of this wretch to the Queen Elena, Constance would have dealt with him harshly. Yet, Constance understood that Bruce was oblivious to his plight. Bruce, bewildered, struggled to comprehend Constance's words. Had he truly heard Constance tell him to be silent? Doubting his own ears, he turned to see his subordinates, equally confused, their expressions blank. In that moment, Bruce realized he had not misheard. Enraged, he slammed his hands down on the table before him, only to withdraw them discreetly in pain. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, Constance? I am your employer and the king of the Dodge Kingdom, of esteemed status. As Bruce spoke, an unsettling sense of vulnerability washed over him. He realized that he had yet to assume control of the Dodger Kingdom, and his subordinates lacked the prowess to contend with Constance. Continuing down this path might provoke this irate individual to eliminate him, prompting Bruce to awkwardly retract his words. Your behavior is quite impolite. However, in light of your past services to me, I shall grant you forgiveness. Yet, do not expect to lay claim to those magical crystals. Although Bruce did not particularly value the magical crystals, as he was a cultivation failure, he withheld them from Constance merely to assert his authority. Regrettably, he misjudged his audience, unaware of his own limitations. Attempting to flaunt his strength before a formidable legend was undoubtedly a foolhardy endeavor, just as he might have enjoyed a moment of nonchalance. Constance swiftly seized him. I apologize, you worthless wretch, Constance declared, a flicker of disdain crossing his face as he addressed Kola and a throng of bewildered onlookers. Let me make this clear. I resign. You are no longer the Dodger King of your imagination. You are merely a treacherous count, a count destined for demise. Though you linger in existence for now, it is only because the Queen has yet to issue her decree. Do not fret. Soon, as you say, you will be reunited with your brother. When that time comes, remember to mention me, as I shall be the one to have dispatched you. Constance articulated this with remarkable fervor, his previously sinister visage now radiating an air of righteousness, as if imbued by a sense of justice. Applause erupted, demonstrating a rare moment of enlightenment from Master Constance, a testament to his legendary status. Julian clapped his hands, emerging with a smile, cleverly refraining from exposing the truth of Constance's humiliation, instead portraying him as a noble hero. However, Constance, aware of his own shortcomings. Felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Have you all betrayed me? Bruce, still in the dark, sensed a shift in loyalty among Constance and his associates. You shameless scoundrels, having accepted my money, how dare you betray me? Before Bruce could finish his tirade, Constance delivered a resounding slap, rendering him momentarily dazed. The opportunists around him were dismissed from his thoughts entirely. The atmosphere among Bruce's subordinates was one of palpable trepidation, shaking and quaking. This was a true reflection of the state of those under Bruce as command, who had spent years merely coasting along. Had it not been for the emergence of Elena, they likely would have remained tethered to Bruce's domain until their final breaths, devoid of any courage to act. This illustrates the caliber of individuals in Bruce's employ, with only a handful of seasoned professionals among them, most of whom were merely biding their time in retirement. This time, Bruce's betrayal was entirely reliant on the support of his peers. Without the substantial military backing from other nobles and the four legendary figures of Constance, he would have lacked the courage to act. However, despite his deficiencies, he reveled in indulgence. He paraded individuals from his earldom, those who merely existed without purpose, as generals, yet wisely refrained from sending them into battle, instead keeping them close to flatter him. This culminated in the current scene. Bruce, a dignified earl and commander of the three armies, stood there before the public, having been struck across the face, with not a single soul daring to come forward. Should Bruce have witnessed this spectacle, he would likely have fainted from rage. Fortunately, Constance facilitated this step for him, leaving him sprawled on the ground, entirely oblivious to the tranquil atmosphere surrounding him. As the crowd regained their composure, a few astute individuals contemplated escape, but Zoe's magical brilliance enveloped a radius of several dozen meters, subtly smiling as she isolated everyone within from the outside world. Now, regardless of what transpired inside, those outside could neither see nor hear, let alone allow anyone inside to escape. Constance, what on earth is happening? Kola, unable to contain his impatience, rushed forward, exchanging bewildered glances with Constance while gesturing towards Julian and the others behind him. He was still unable to comprehend how they had so abruptly switched allegiances. Caught entirely unprepared, this was a complete surprise. Had I been unconscious for several days? Kola fell into self-doubt. Constance, irritated, cast a glance at Kola and said, "Since you wish to know, let me enlighten you." He recounted the events that transpired after Kola's fainting, and only by the end did Kola grasp that his life had been salvaged effortlessly, had they not intended to recruit him and his companions. The kick he had received would likely have been fatal rather than merely rendering him unconscious. Kola gasped for breath, his eyes reflecting a mix of fear and profound relief. As a legendary figure accustomed to the abyss, he understood that the fall of legends was a common occurrence. Although the primary material world imposes certain constraints on demigods, preventing them from fully exhibiting their divine aspects, eliminating a level 24 legend could still be accomplished with relative ease. The distinction lay merely in the passage of time and whether the pursuer was willing to traverse an entire continent in pursuit. What a close call. After his moment of relief, Kola's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, realizing he had inadvertently offended his new master. A peculiar flush crossed his dark features as he scratched his head. "I apologize. That was my mistake. I failed to grasp the situation. Nevertheless, a wrong is a wrong, and I am willing to offer compensation." With some reluctance, Kola retrieved a brown, horn-like object from his spatial ring. This is the horn of a demon lord, a divine artifact imbued with a touch of divine power, and it is quite precious in the abyss. Constance elucidated that although its impact in the material realm is minimal, it can be traded with demons or devils, potentially yielding considerable wealth. Such trivialities. Is this not a mere trifle? Julian merely cast a glance at the object presented by Cora, yet he felt no intrigue and was unwilling to have the legendary warrior remember him for such a paltry gain. Thus, he remarked, "You may keep this for yourself. We accept your apology, but as for the item, let it be. It was merely a misunderstanding and should not weigh heavily on your mind." Julian slowly advanced, casting a disdainful glance at several loyal servants of Bruce, and casually kicked at a piece of flabby flesh beneath his foot, causing it to emit a pained sound. "Allow me to introduce myself," Julian declared. "I am the fiancé of Elena. In her words, I am her prince, and I shall officially assume my role next week." "It is His Highness the Prince. My apologies," Constance responded, bowing symbolically, while Zoe, Yolanda, and Cora merely inclined their heads slightly. After all, a prince is merely a title of honor, akin to that of a royal, devoid of any real power, merely elevated in status. There is no need for such formality. Julian laughed heartily. "I am well aware of my own worth. My primary reason for venturing out today is the tedium of the castle. Lately, Elena has been embroiled in bloodshed. The atmosphere is rather grim, so I sought a respite." Julian was correct. During this time, the royal guard, under Elena's command, had eliminated numerous count-level families, and even 2 marquises among them, with many more of lesser rank following suit. However, the situation remained manageable, as the targets were predominantly those in power, and thereafter, Elena promptly appointed a clever individual to take the reins. While there was indeed bloodshed, it was not to a degree that Julian found intolerable. He primarily sought to immerse himself in the ambience of war, having been shielded in the rear at the onset of the conflict to avoid the indiscriminate onslaught of sudden spells or combat techniques. Yet, upon emerging, he immediately regretted it. Witnessing the scattered remains, his complexion paled as his self-assured fortitude faltered, and it was only through a self-imposed calming spell that he regained his composure. However, Julian resolved firmly that unless absolutely necessary, he would never return to the battlefield. It was far too harrowing. "By the way, Your Highness, how shall we deal with this one?" Constance inquired, nudging the fallen Bruce with his foot. Is it not rather simple?" Julian glanced sideways, noticing the figure beneath his foot stirring slightly, a sense of morbid amusement rising within him. "I may not be well versed in the laws and customs of the Kingdom of Dodger, but I surmise that such a traitor ought to be delivered directly to the gallows." Julian caressed his smooth chin and remarked, "It seems no one has yet been sent to the gallows. Let this fellow be the first." No sooner had Julian's words left his lips than he witnessed the man's head jerk upwards, followed by a grotesque sound, and then he lay there, eyes wide open, lifeless. Thus, the legendary Count Bruce met his demise through sheer fright. However, death aside, Julian felt compelled to uphold his word. Thus, the necessary proceedings must still be observed. As the winds of change swept through, the farce approached its conclusion following the betrayal of Constance and the untimely death of Bruce. The rebellion in the Duchy of Dodge, heralded as the most significant military endeavor in the southern territories for millennia, had ultimately failed to achieve its intended impact, leaving little more than a few hundred casualties and a fleeting amusement for the citizens of Luoyun City, while serving to bolster the reputations of the nobles who had remained within the city. At this moment, Julian rode upon Bruce's dragon, entering the grand gates of Luoyun City. Behind him, a lifeless Bruce ensnared within a cage of flames. As Julian had proclaimed, even in death, Bruce, being a pivotal figure in this performance, was to be paraded to the gallows, instilling fear within those with nefarious intentions. For while Elena had wreaked havoc within the city, she was not omniscient, and surely there were those who had escaped her wrath. This occasion presented an opportune moment. Yet, before the gallows could claim Bruce, a public procession was to unfold. Bruce was indeed liberated in death. After all, as a corpse, he harbored no shame. However, his subordinates were another matter, each one shielding their faces, too ashamed to meet the gaze of those around them, primarily to guard against the projectiles, rotten eggs, and vegetable scraps hailing from the crowd. It was not merely a matter of cleanliness. The common folk of Luoyun City possessed remarkable strength, and a blow from them could be quite painful. "Oh, I hear this is the infamous second prince of Luoyun City, Prince Bruce, who later ascended to the title of Count. I've heard he was quite well off, living a life of abundance. Yet, I wonder what possessed him to ignite a rebellion this time. What else could it be but the throne? I once served under Prince Bruce, albeit as a mere attendant, yet I witnessed firsthand his extravagance. Even drinking water required the attendance of 3 maidens, each as beautiful as goddesses, serving him mouth to mouth. How envious I was of his indulgent lifestyle. Ah, such enjoyment! It is no wonder that so many aspire to nobility. Their existence resembles that of deities free from toil, reveling in the tender ministrations of maidens and possessing a wealth of gold to spend. How splendid it would be to experience such a life. Indeed, were I to ascend to nobility, I would assuredly not succumb to such degradation. I would steadfastly uphold my diligent and unpretentious demeanor, commissioning the neighboring blacksmith, John, to forge for me a spade of pure gold, adorned with the most exquisite gems. Such labor would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Yet to toil as a noble? How absurd. No sympathy could be found for Bruce. Rather, the recent days of lockdown have only served to inconvenience the residents within and under deliberate provocation. The late Earl Bruce has become the ideal scapegoat, burdened with the weight of blame. Merely traversing a single street, he found himself besmirched with rotten eggs, and the remnants of pickled vegetables rendered his previous grandeur as a dapper earl unrecognizable, as he once dreamt of the exalted position within the city of Luoyun. Alas, failure begets no compassion. Even the nobility of Luoyun, who once sponsored him, hurriedly began to erase any evidence of their association with Bruce. They owe a debt of gratitude to Constance. Had he not eliminated the Earl of Golden Crown, who was responsible for their liaison, the nobility of Luoyun might have faced utter annihilation in this debacle. Moreover, it was not solely the Luoyun nobility who scorned Bruce as a worthless fool. Individuals from other kingdoms joined in the cursing. While they had not anticipated Bruce to triumph over Elena, favored by Bane, they had hoped he might at least deplete some of her divine favor, causing Bane to harbor a modicum of disappointment. Yet, Bruce accomplished nothing but squander resources, bestowing upon Elena all the weapons and armor they had sponsored, even gifting her a considerable bounty of merit. Typically, the ascension of a new king is a precarious moment, ripe for conspiracy, especially as Elena had yet to complete her coronation, presenting an opportune moment for ambition and intrigue to flourish. As a pivotal player in this scenario, Bruce not only failed to fulfill his role, but inadvertently facilitated Elena's rise to the throne. The ensuing military accolades led the entirety of Luoyun to embrace the new queen, and the nobility, now cowed, dared not mount a second challenge. Such incompetence is akin to a hindrance to one's own team, or rather, a boon to another. Upon completing a circuit of the city, before the royal palace, a large gallows had been erected in a grand square. It bore intricate carvings of executioners from the abyss, a self-operating gallows, a true instrument of infernal justice, which inflicted not only physical punishment, but also waves of psychological torment, instilling the deepest fears within the condemned. Yet this time, Bruce found himself fortunate. Having already met his demise, such mechanisms held no further utility, serving only to display his grisly fate to onlookers. However, that was sufficient. Witnessing Bruce reduced to mere pulp without uttering a sound left his subordinates utterly petrified. Bruce may have perished, but they had no desire to suffer such a fate themselves. "Your Highness, have mercy upon us. We are willing to serve you tirelessly, if only you would spare us. From now on, should you command us to go east, we shall not venture west. If you bid us to head south, we shall resolutely refrain from heading north. Indeed, my lord, we seek not death. We have committed no wrong. It was all Bruce who orchestrated this. We merely stood by, truly doing nothing. Please let us be. We promise we shall never dare again, never again." The cries of despair began to echo in Julian's ears, yet they bore no weight, for he was currently too stunned by the gruesome sight before him to respond. Resisting the bile rising within him was a challenge enough. He had no capacity to attend to the lamentations of these insignificant characters. Realizing their pleas were in vain, they surprisingly found a rare semblance of courage. "Bah, you worthless fools, mere refuse. And you up there, you little brat, even if corroded by the river Styx, I curse you to a wretched fate." Hearing the curses directed at him, Julian snapped back to reality, filled with ire. Pointing a finger, he declared, "You dare to insult me? Very well, you shall be next. The rest may return. Let the professionals handle this." The speaker, utterly bewildered, could hardly fathom that his intention to appear formidable would lead to his own demise. While the script seemed flawed, why must he be the one to perish? As this minor character, paralyzed by fear and overwhelmed, met his end upon the gallows, the tempest over Luoyun City was only beginning. The death of Bruce was akin to a solitary droplet falling into the vast ocean. It might stir ripples, but tranquility swiftly reclaimed its domain. However, this tranquility belied the brewing storm that Bruce's demise had instigated. At the center of this turmoil stood the woman before Julian. Her golden queen's attire cloaking skin as white as snow, each inch glistening with an ethereal sheen, as if the burdens of her duties could not tarnish her grace. "I ask you, Elena, do you not feel weary?" Julian lamented, seated forlornly, cradling a glass of chilled juice, freshly squeezed from unknown wild fruits of the Elven Kingdom. The flavor was quite delightful, with fatigue-relieving properties that had sustained Julian over the past few days, or else he might have succumbed to exhaustion. Yet, this weariness was not of the body, but of the spirit. After all, being confined to one spot, idle and merely observing his woman toil beside him, would unnerve anyone. Meanwhile, Elena had long since grown accustomed to Julian's complaints, her expression betraying no signs of impatience. Whether you wish it or not, you must await my conclusion here. Elena's voice, calm yet resolute, brooked no dissent. So best to suppress your thoughts. Besides, even if I permitted your departure, would you dare return today? At this moment, Elena suddenly lifted her head, her finely arched brows revealing a hint of derision beneath. She gazed outside, where preparations for tomorrow's coronation were underway. What does that mean? A sense of unease welled up within Julian, an unsettling feeling rising from the depths of his heart. I haven't done anything recently. Your words leave me quite anxious. Elena cast a scornful smile at Julian, her eyes brimming with disdain. She had never harbored any affection for him. Her association with him was purely utilitarian. Observing Julian's current demeanor only served to chill her slightly. Sometimes, trouble does not arise from one's actions, but rather from the inherent nature of one's status, which inevitably brings forth such complications. Elena seemed to recall something, savoring the thought. Just like my current situation, you perceive me as a queen. You regard me as a bishop. Yet while I indulge in my privileges, there are always those who devise ways to unsettle you. And the root of it all lies in my present identity. Thus, you two are bound by the same fate. Elena uttered a soft huff. Those individuals are powerless against me, yet they will find ways to target you. Julian could only grimace, though inwardly he felt a pang of resentment towards Elena, for he had noticed the contempt in her gaze directed at him, a sight unbearable for any man. Yet, considering Elena's 12th-tier pre-status, one of the most formidable among her kind, Julian recognized that he possessed no chance of contending with her. He even doubted he could outmatch this woman in any intimate encounter. However, the rituals accompanying Elena's ascension to the throne would undoubtedly reveal the truth in due time. At this moment, Julian chose to ignore Elena, instead focusing on his own thoughts. System, please assess my current wealth. Indeed, Julian had turned his attention to the system. Lacking sufficient levels and qualifications, he decided to compensate with talent. This time, the system required 1 million gold coins for an upgrade, and nearly a month had passed since he last checked his wealth. Julian estimated he should have accumulated around 1 million gold coins by now. Beep. The system is scanning. Current system level 4. Next upgrade requires 1 million energy points. Current host possesses a 6-fold talent for cultivation. Available energy points for purchase, 132,760. Over 1 million, splendid. It appears they have performed admirably. Julian nodded and addressed his system. Exchange 1 million energy points for me now. I wish to upgrade the system. This upgrade proceeded as usual. Yet Julian sensed a significant enhancement in his comprehension, although his intelligence appeared unchanged, remaining at a fixed level, likely indicating an inability to upgrade that attribute. Excellent. At this pace, transitioning from an 8th-tier novice mage to an 11th-tier intermediate mage should take approximately 3 months, at which point he would finally possess a modicum of combat capability. As Julian joyfully contemplated the transformation unfolding in his mind, the ambitious souls outside had already begun to gather. They congregated in the grandest tavern of Luoyun City, unencumbered by any fear of retribution from Elena, for they were neither citizens of Luoyun City nor subjects of the Dodge Kingdom. Even if Elena's reach were extensive, she would not dare to offend such a multitude, let alone eliminate them all. Among them, the orchestrator of this assembly was none other than the most prominent kingdom of the South, the Tulip Kingdom, represented by their legitimate crown prince, an heir to the throne. His intentions were not to overthrow Elena. Rather, he desired her ascension, as his ambitions hinged upon her becoming queen. Gazing at Elena's portrait from a distance, Calvin's face revealed a faint smile tinged with greed and longing. However, when he turned to see the approaching guest, his expression soured instantly, though he masked it well. With golden hair and deep brown eyes, he raised a glass with the most genuine of smiles towards the newcomer. Crown Prince Andrew, it has been far too long. I truly have missed you. Calvin's words dripped with sincerity, as if he genuinely meant them. Yet, this was merely a fa ade for the onlookers, for both men were acutely aware of each other's ulterior motives. Their ambitions aligned, ensuring that they could never be allies, but rather adversaries. On the other side, Andrew responded with a modest smile, showing no inclination to engage with Calvin. Although they had once been acquaintances, the camaraderie was insufficient to warrant Calvin's amiable demeanor. Andrew was keenly aware of their standing. His Blue Mountain Kingdom was inferior even to the Dodge Kingdom, let alone when compared to the Tulip Kingdom. Thus, he merely acknowledged Calvin with a slight gesture before departing without delay. As he watched Andrew's retreating figure, a shadow of bitterness flickered in Calvin's eyes. At that moment, a figure clad as a servant approached him, but Calvin merely cast a cursory glance and inquired, "Any opportunities?" "Apologies, Your Highness. He remains firmly ensconced there. We have no chance, and within his quarters, there is a legendary figure alongside several high-ranking professionals. We lack even the opportunity to infiltrate." "Then let it be," Calvin replied confidently. "I believe my attributes are sufficient to captivate that discerning woman, and as for that waste." His gaze betrayed disdain and jealousy, resigning to retreat in disappointment. As for Julian, he was steadfast in his resolve. Despite not harboring any particular affection for Elena at present, he could not tolerate the thought of anyone coveting his fiancée, Ine. From this day forth, she should be deemed his wife, for with Elena's ascent to the throne, Julian, as a prince, would also take his rightful position. Henceforth, he would be the Prince of the Frost Kingdom and the Prince of the Dodge Kingdom, a title of great distinction. Certainly, everything will only be established after the announcement this evening. This banquet resembles a wedding for two, and given Elena's character, it is unlikely that a second wedding celebration will occur. "Your Highness, the banquet is ready. Her Majesty the Queen requests your presence immediately." A sweet voice of a maid from the kingdom echoed outside the door, momentarily interrupting Julian's thoughts. He nodded towards the door. "All right, I understand. I shall go at once." "Greetings, Prince Julian," the nobleman introduced himself. "I am Prince Calvin." As soon as Julian began to attract attention, a throng of individuals rushed forward to ingratiate themselves with him, clearly drawn to his title rather than his personal merit. In truth, Julian did not possess remarkable qualities. However, as the central figure in this narrative, he paid little heed to such judgments, for his identity was immutable. With a cheerful demeanor, Julian greeted the crowd and proceeded towards the main seat of the banquet, where his place awaited him. Yet, as anticipated, his path was not to be untroubled. Within the script of social interactions, there are always those who foolishly attempt to provoke. As expected, he was soon intercepted by a golden-haired nobleman, Calvin. A faint smile adorned his face, and his golden curls exuded a certain wisdom, while his deep brown eyes sparkled with mirth. He embodied the quintessence of nobility, radiating warmth akin to the sun. Calvin raised his wine glass and scrutinized Julian with satisfaction, for he perceived that Julian indeed matched the descriptions he had encountered. His demeanor exuded the air of a newly affluent individual, lacking any semblance of aristocratic refinement. This was evident from his attire, composed entirely of ostentatious, luxurious materials, devoid of any understated elegance. Yet, Calvin found Julian's lack of sophistication exceedingly gratifying. The more Julian faltered, the more Calvin's own superiority shone through. Calvin was firm in his belief that women, being visual creatures, would inevitably be captivated by him. He could not fathom that a girl as young as Elena, at merely 16, could remain unaffected by his charm. It was well known that Calvin had enchanted countless noble maidens in his homeland, with several of his cousins determined to marry no one but him. "Hello, Prince Julian." Calvin's voice resonated with a uniquely inviting magnetism, soothing to the ear and compelling one to draw near. However, such allure was lost on Julian, who currently found himself irked by everyone, particularly by someone whose appearance was only slightly inferior to his own. Nevertheless, he understood the wisdom in not rebuffing a friendly face. Thus, he offered an awkward smile and extended his hand for a brief shake with Calvin, only to retract it almost immediately. Calvin, far from feeling anger at Julian's petty actions, found himself increasingly delighted. He relished the sight of his adversary wavering before him, especially when Julian seemed reluctant to meet his gaze. Such behavior often signified that his opponent had succumbed to the allure of his flawless exterior and impeccable character. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Calvin, the crown prince of the Kingdom of Tulips. Mentioning his royal status inevitably brought a hint of pride to Calvin's otherwise composed visage. Indeed, his identity was his greatest source of pride. The tulip symbolized glory and prestige. Meanwhile, Julian finally recalled who this individual was, one of the principal instigators of tonight's mischief. The thought only deepened the impatience etched upon Julian's features. Faced with Calvin's congenial smile, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, but the presence of others held him back. "Ah, I know you," Julian remarked coolly. Calvin's spirits soared further at Julian's acknowledgement, his countenance transforming into one of unmistakable pride and disdain. "Humph, country bumpkin. It would be wise for you to return to your northern lands. This is the South, the realm cloaked in tulips, fragrant and enchanting. How could one soiled by the dirt of the North ever hope to tarnish it?" Though Calvin harbored contempt for Julian, he did not truly underestimate the Frost Kingdom. In terms of status, he was on par with Zhu Yuan in that realm and lacked the authority to dismiss all. However, Calvin's triumph was short-lived, for Julian's next utterance nearly sent him into a fit. "Tulips, of course. I am familiar with them. They're the flowers sold in abundance. My family purchases them often." The moment those words escaped Julian's lips, Calvin's expression froze, becoming profoundly unnatural. Nearby nobles stifled laughter, their eyes glinting with mockery, as if to say, "Look at you, attempting to flaunt your superiority only to be dealt a swift rebuttal." Suppressing his burgeoning fury, Calvin struggled to maintain a smile that was on the verge of slipping away. "I believe you may have misunderstood. Tulips represent a spirit, a symbol of elegance and nobility, not something as crude as monetary valuation," he explained. "Oh," Julian nodded thoughtfully. Calvin, believing the young man before him had finally gained some insight, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Yet Julian tilted his head in feigned distress, retorting, "But if I can purchase tulips with gold coins, does that mean the flowers I acquired were counterfeit? This cannot stand. I must apprehend those who deceived me and destroy all the tulips I bought." "Humph, how dare they deceive me?" When Calvin heard Julian's intent to obliterate the tulips, he felt as though his fragile heart were being crushed. A wave of anger surged from the depths of his being, clouding his mind and diminishing his intellect. However, Calvin remained oblivious to the fact that his intelligence had plummeted beneath the waves of anger. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Julian, declaring, "I cannot discern whether you are feigning ignorance or genuinely foolish, but let me enlighten you. You have truly enraged me." The mask of composure he had worn was long discarded, revealing his fury toward Julian. "Oh, Julian, you utter that phrase once more." 164. The self-awareness of a supporting character, Calvin momentarily froze, only to feel like a fool, toyed with by an even greater fool. Though this phrase was simple and devoid of deeper meaning, the expression on the speaker's face and the tone of his voice conveyed a sense of mockery directed at Calvin. No, this was not mere derision. It was sheer disdain, laced with impatience, as though he were dismissing a fly. How dare he regard me, the esteemed prince of the Tulip Kingdom, as nothing more than a pest? I cannot abide this. Today, he shall pay the price. I shall make him understand the true splendor of tulip glory. Calvin's clenched fists bulged with tension. Yet, in the next instant, a radiant light enveloped him, a wave of tranquility emanating from within, causing his previously contorted visage to gradually regain its composure and clarity. With a sigh of relief, Calvin acknowledged how perilous the situation had become. His gaze towards Julian shifted to one of seriousness. This man had nearly led him to a moment of disgrace in front of the public. Fortuitously, he was a knight of honor, a paladin devoted to the sun god. Roshanda. In that critical moment, the inner light symbolizing knightly honor restored his calm. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen victim to Julian's schemes. After a brief pause, Julian regarded Calvin, whose face had transformed as if by magic, feeling utterly perplexed. He had no desire to engage in prolonged banter. He merely wished to dismiss Calvin and seek his queen. Yet, this man seemed utterly oblivious, repeatedly flaunting his trivialities before Julian and now blocking his path in silence. Was he preparing to unleash a brawl? Julian's expression grew serious, bracing himself for a potential assault. However, Calvin perceived the source of Julian's insidious intentions. He finally grasped that Julian's aim from the outset was to provoke him, to incite him into losing his composure, exploding in front of everyone, thus becoming a laughingstock across the continent. Moreover, Throughout this process, Julian had employed some bewildering sorcery to further his aims. At this moment, Calvin glanced backwards, and indeed, a strikingly elegant figure, imbued with nobility, emerged from afar, her icy gaze gradually honing in on this confrontation. Thus, Calvin comprehended the gravity of his situation, feeling a cold sweat trickle from the depths of his being. Had it not been for the emergence of knightly honor, he would have faced utter ruin. Calvin snorted softly, restoring his originally affable smile, and bestowed a charming grin upon Elena, revealing what he believed to be his most dashing demeanor. He then addressed Julian in a tone devoid of enthusiasm, stating, "Though I am unaware of your recent actions, I must inform you that all you have done is utterly futile. Furthermore, a woman as flawless as Elena is not one you could ever possess. Were she still a princess, you might have seemed a fitting match. However, now she is a queen, while you remain merely a leisurely prince, rendering any potential between you non-existent. Thus, I advise you to distance yourself from her and not to forget your own station. This is your final opportunity. I hope you seize it." With that, Calvin departed, wearing a facade of insincerity, and began to mingle with the nobility of Luyun City. "Is he out of his mind?" Julian scoffed, acknowledging that he might lack certain qualities compared to Calvin, but he found it absurd that this man thought he could compel him to retreat in disgrace. Cursing inwardly, Julian approached with a smile, extending his hand for Elena to gently take hold of. "What did that fellow Calvin say to you?" Upon entering the banquet, Elena naturally became the center of attention, her demeanor softening into a gentle smile. "How would I know what that fool said? He rambled on about tulips, and then claimed I was unworthy of you, suggesting I should recognize my place and leave." Julian seethed with anger. "Do you think that man has lost his mind? I was nearly compelled to strike him." "Huh," Elena replied slowly. "I cannot say whether you could best him in a confrontation, but he did utter one truth. You indeed do not deserve me." A delicate smile graced her lips as she released Julian's hand and began to engage with a group of nobles. Although she did not rely on their favor, she understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. It was not yet mealtime, and the rules of decorum were somewhat relaxed, allowing for a casual atmosphere. Of course, casual did not equate to careless. Around Elena, an almost imperceptible aura of mental energy enveloped her, ensuring that anyone harboring ill intentions would be readily exposed in such circumstances. In a corner of the crowd, Calvin sulked after his return, nursing a drink alone. "What troubles my dear Prince Calvin?" Calvin looked up, then lowered his gaze. "Ah, Andrew, are you here to mock me? I wonder on what grounds you presume to do so." "Certainly not. It is merely that, as you have witnessed, Elena seems quite pleased with her prospective prince, making our interference somewhat challenging." "And what do you imply?" Calvin retorted with a derisive snort. "Simply to expose this prince before the public eye, allowing everyone to see his true character, thereby swiftly diminishing his reputation and leaving him utterly humiliated." Andrew wore a confident expression. He possessed detailed information about the individual in question, encompassing everything from his birth to the number of women he had encountered. Naturally, there were scandals aplenty. Should we choose to disclose this information, even if this esteemed queen were to express dissatisfaction, the encouragement of the nobility could very well sway her, potentially resulting in his immediate dismissal. Andrew was self-assured, unlike Calvin, who harbored a certain arrogance. Thus, upon their arrival in the Kingdom of Dodge, he commenced mobilizing his subordinates to gather incriminating evidence against this individual. His objective was straightforward: to transform Julian from a seemingly flawless and mediocre prince into someone whom everyone would scorn. "You speak wisely," Calvin remarked, taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter and patting Andrew on the shoulder. "Indeed, what we must do now is to cast him aside. Ultimately, when Elena is left with no choice, he will understand that no one else is worthy of her but me." At this point, Andrew found himself momentarily stunned. He had intended for both himself and Calvin to drive Julian away, each relying on their own merits. Yet, Julian appeared remarkably self-assured, as if he regarded Andrew merely as a supporting character. Though he would not exhibit disdain in Calvin's presence, Andrew, despite his shortcomings, was still the heir to a kingdom, and he could not afford to be entirely passive. Casting a dismissive glance at Calvin's departing figure, a cold glimmer flickered in Andrew's eyes. Ultimately, he still needed to rely on Calvin. Otherwise, he lacked the audacity to provoke Julian, for the kingdom of Blue Mountain was undeniably weak. Although rumors spoke of a demigod, that entity had long since vanished, leaving the only demigod in Blue Mountain a free mage who belonged to neither side. Thus, Andrew urged Calvin to lend his identity as support. However, at the core of it all, Andrew was driven by self-interest. Only if Julian were to vacate Elena's side would these aspiring kings have a chance to ascend to the queen's favor. Just wait, he thought. Enjoy your moment of triumph now. When the time comes, do not blame me. With the decision from the clandestine assembly of the Blue Mountain Kingdom weighing on his heart, Andrew felt a surge of excitement. This very message instilled in him the confidence to vanquish all competitors. He reached into his pocket and caressed the soft parchment, a smile illuminating his face. Just wait. Soon, I shall astonish you all. At that moment, the banquet had commenced, with everyone taking their designated seats in an orderly manner. This time, no one dared to speak loudly. As it was the inaugural banquet following the ascension of the Bloody Queen, many of the nobles remained unaware of her strategies and temperament. Thus, they behaved with utmost decorum, their previously appreciative gazes now focused solely on the event, no longer scrutinizing the flaws of the passing maidens. Meanwhile, Julian sat beside Elena, occupying the highest vantage point of the entire banquet. From their elevated position, they could observe the attendees below with clarity, even catching sight of the fine beads of sweat adorning the brows of certain nobles. Julian gazed intently at a young nobleman of the Viscountcy, his eyes fixated with a peculiar interest. He continued to observe until, finally, he buried his face in his plate, chuckling softly as he redirected his attention. Unbeknownst to him, the Viscount had already berated Julian most vehemently. Heaven knows why this fool was so intent on staring at him, causing quite a bit of anxiety. Is it amusing? Elena interjected with a light scoff, prompting Julian to sheepishly withdraw his gaze. He scratched his head in embarrassment, astonished that his fiancée had noticed his indiscretion, which was rather awkward. Well, it's somewhat interesting, Julian replied with a nervous laugh. By the way, I noticed the two princes from those kingdoms are quite aggressive. It seems they pose a threat to you. A threat to me? Elena regarded him with a half-smile. And it was only when Julian began to feel a prickling unease that she continued. Though their attention is on me, they are actually targeting you. Targeting me? Indeed. Otherwise, what do you think? They aim to intervene in the Duchy of Dodges, and naturally, they must displace you from my bed in order to ascend themselves. So, you had best be cautious. But I haven't even been to your bed. Julian protested, feeling quite wronged. He had come merely to become engaged, yet somehow, amidst all the chaos, he found himself entangled in a marriage he hadn't anticipated. It was no mere jest. It felt like a descent into a grave of matrimony. Julian, in the depths of Elena's gaze, saw no compassion. It was as if she regarded him merely as a pawn. And this hasty elevation to prince was simply a means to serve as a shield. Quite pathetic, isn't it? He mused. Indeed, I feel like the most pitiful of transmigrators, unable to challenge the deities of the southern mountains, nor to confront the Leviathan of the northern seas, let alone become a cherished companion to a multitude of goddesses. It's utterly humiliating. Yet, he had no choice. His power and influence paled in comparison to others. Thus, he could only endure in silence. Nevertheless, Julian harbored a stubborn spirit, believing that through his own efforts, he would someday rise and sing triumphantly from the depths of servitude. What occupies your thoughts? Your expressions are quite vivid. Elena's indifferent voice startled Julian, who had been lost in ambition, causing him to stutter. Nothing of consequence. Good. That is a relief, for I dread the thought of you contemplating unrealistic notions. It would greatly displease me. Elena maintained her usual tone. After today, you will need to remain in the Duchy of Dodges for about 6 months. During this time, you will assist me with certain tasks you have long desired to undertake, but never dared to mention. And afterward, you shall pursue whatever endeavors you desire. I cannot tether you here for all eternity. Moreover, you must venture forth. I have calculated that, with your exceptional talent, you could potentially achieve legendary status within 20 years. Perhaps sooner with a stroke of fortune, but even in the least favorable scenario, no later than 30 years. By that time, you will undoubtedly be able to realize your every aspiration. As Elena spoke, a hint of springtime glimmered in her eyes, stirring Julian's heart, though fortunately, he did not fall into her trap, for beneath that warmth lay a subtle chill. No, not at all. I am quite content as it is, well-fed, warmly clothed, with 3 meals a day provided for me, and even my travels are facilitated by others. Besides, I am accompanied by a woman of such noble bearing and striking beauty as yourself. Truly, I am very satisfied." A laugh tinged with an inexplicable chill accompanied his words. Though Julian and Elena were not openly expressing affection, to onlookers, the sight of Elena's radiant smile and Julian's compliant demeanor presented them as a loving couple. However, this scene provoked discomfort in certain individuals. Indeed, the majority present felt a sense of unease at the sight of Julian and Elena's camaraderie. Before Elena ascended to the throne, such sentiments were less pronounced. The nobles lamented the fate of a princess as beautiful as her being taken by a northern man. It was merely a topic of mild regret over tea. Now, however, as she transformed into a queen, envy took root. Each person desired to be the one by Elena's side, for it represented a union of power and allure, potentially even usurping the nearly 2 millennia legacy of the duchy. Thus, their hearts burned with fervor. They gazed with disdain at Julian's slender arms and legs. And some warrior nobles began to flaunt their muscles, hoping to captivate the attention of the only human queen on the continent. Yet, their efforts were destined to be in vain, for no one cast him a glance. At that moment, Calvin in the crowd fixated his intense gaze upon Elena, his eyes seeming to strip her of all modesty, radiating a fervor that was almost alarming. However, when his gaze shifted to Julian, a profound loathing surged within him, particularly at the sight of Elena playfully bantering with Julian, leaving Calvin feeling as though he had swallowed something indescribably bitter. He would have relished the chance to take Julian's place, but now was not the time. Humph. Revel in your triumph, while you can. It will not last long. In the south, this is the domain of tulips. No one can intrude upon it. Calvin's narrowed eyes glinted with a faint cold light. Here, no one can oppose me, even if she is the only human queen on the continent. What I desire shall ultimately be mine. A flurry of thoughts coursed through Calvin's mind as he lifted his goblet and drank deeply. Your Majesty, the time has come. At a certain juncture in the banquet, someone finally reminded Elena that it was time to attend to official matters. Yes, I understand. With a rather indifferent response, Elena cast a curious glance at Julian before gradually rising to her feet. It brings me great joy to see all of you today. This marks my inaugural banquet since ascending to the throne. Particularly surprising is the presence of Prince Calvin of the Tulip Kingdom and Prince Andrew of the Blue Mountain Kingdom, for which I express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the Dodge Kingdom. Elena's voice remained as unembellished as ever, and when she mentioned the two gentlemen, it felt as though she was merely referring to commoners, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Although both men were incensed, they suppressed their feelings. Now, I believe you all are aware of what I intend to do next. With a light chuckle, Elena took Julian's hand. Surely, you are all familiar with him. The third prince of the Frost Kingdom, who was my betrothed prior to my ascension, and naturally, he is to be recognized as a prince now. Just as Elena was about to continue, her words were abruptly interrupted by a voice. However, she displayed no surprise. Rather, she appeared to find the interruption amusing, smiling at Andrew as if she had anticipated his action all along. This stirred a lingering unease within Andrew, an inexplicable feeling that he could not quite identify, perhaps merely an illusion. With a hint of self-mockery, Andrew stepped forward, pausing near Calvin, where they exchanged a secretive glance. Is there some dissatisfaction with my words, Prince Andrew? Elena inquired slowly, her tone laced with an air of leisure and commanding confidence. The immense pressure emanating from her intensified Andrew's internal turmoil, inciting a sense of fear towards this girl, 3 years his junior, while simultaneously casting doubt upon his own plans. He contemplated retreating, yet at this juncture, there was no turning back. He could only forge ahead. Thus, Andrew remained standing, though it was evident to all that the heir of the Blue Mountain Kingdom was losing his composure. Some onlookers had already begun to subtly mock the prince for his apparent apprehension in such a setting. Yet, these spectators could not fathom Andrew's current predicament. He felt an unwavering gaze fixated upon him, a pressure that escalated with every passing moment. Andrew could assure himself that those who derided him at that instant would surely kneel and sing in submission under such scrutiny. My apologies, Andrew stammered, his dry lips parting as he took a deep breath, clearing his mind of errant thoughts, and met Elena's gaze. Your Majesty, Queen Elena, first and foremost, I must congratulate you on your ascension as the sovereign of the Dodge Kingdom. Thank you. And what comes next? Elena replied, a glimmer of intrigue sparkling in her golden eyes, akin to a child discovering a fascinating new toy, radiating genuine delight. This moment left Julian momentarily stunned, realizing he had become captivated by this whimsically unpredictable woman. No, what this prince desires is conquest. How could I possibly become infatuated with her? Absolutely not. Realizing his folly, Julian quickly engaged in introspection, mentally chastising the traitorous thoughts of surrender. Meanwhile, Andrew resumed speaking. Your Majesty Elena, I dare not speak lightly of you, but I must address the matter of Prince Julian at your side. Oh, Elena feigned interest, urging him on. Pray, do elaborate. Prompted by her inquiry, Andrew appeared to regain his confidence. Your Majesty, I do not believe this prince is fit to be your consort, although there was once a betrothal. That was in the past. Furthermore, I have heard that the agreement between the former king and the duchy was merely a tentative arrangement, lacking any formal engagement. As he spoke, Andrew felt a twinge of trepidation. He was acutely aware of the events of that fateful night, unlike those commoners who were bewildered by the myriad of rumors. Yet, the more he learned, the more he perceived the formidable nature of this individual, one capable of dispatching her own father and brothers without a flicker of remorse. Andrew doubted she would show him any compassion. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of voicing his concerns, as this opportunity was one he must seize. It was perhaps the closest the kingdom of Blue Mountain would come to attaining a position among the elite realms. Taking a deep breath, Andrew felt a surge of determination akin to a point of no return. Since there was no formal betrothal, it follows that he is not your official fiancé, thereby nullifying any notion of a natural ascension to the position of prince. Elena retorted, her tone dripping with irony. Yet he is the candidate chosen by my father, who was tragically slain by my two brothers. As his sole daughter and rightful heir, I must honor his wishes. Elena spoke with an audacity that bordered on the absurd, twisting the events witnessed by many that night into a narrative of innocence, transforming from a ruthless schemer into a compliant lamb, seemingly harmless. This audacious display left the nobles seething inwardly, cursing Elena's audacity and shamelessness. If only there had been a mind reader present, they would have been inundated with the collective discontent echoing in their hearts. Yet there was none. At that moment, Andrew felt as if he might choke on his own frustration. He had not anticipated that the 16-year-old Elena would exhibit such shamelessness, spinning lies with the ease of a seasoned politician. Yet he steeled himself, resolved to continue his discourse, regardless of whether it led to triumph or failure. He must adhere to the established cadence. Elena was acutely aware that many were mentally cursing her, but it mattered little, as long as no one dared voice their thoughts aloud. Thick-skinned and articulate, these were fundamental skills for a politician, and Elena had mastered them over the years, wielding them with finesse. She does not require the nobility to genuinely support or adore her. It suffices that they refrain from uttering words that might be detrimental to her. Of course, should anyone speak out of turn, Elena would not hesitate to send them to inquire of the late king about the true circumstances. Your Majesty, Andrew nearly choked out, transitioning from King Elena to Her Majesty Elena, and finally to Your Majesty, each title revealing his barely contained fury. However, despite his admiration for your feelings towards your father, I must candidly inform you that the Prince Julian beside you is utterly unworthy. Unworthy. A look of bewilderment, almost comical, adorned Julian's face. He was utterly clueless as to why he was being maligned by the very person before him. What had he done? Had he stolen your wife, or perhaps taken your child? Had he slain your parents, or usurped your throne? What grievance could possibly exist? Julian's mournful gaze bore into Andrew, making him feel as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Yet, at this juncture, Andrew could only press on. Meanwhile, the attending nobility, who had merely been spectators, watched with great interest as the two princes clashed. Such a spectacle was a rare delight, one that would provide ample material for their conversations for years to come. Your Majesty Elena, I trust you have not yet encountered His Highness before? Andrew inquired. Indeed, I have never met him, Elena replied leisurely, as if unconcerned. Since you have not met, you are naturally unaware of the deeds this prince has committed, Andrew declared, his resolve firm as he began to divulge secrets. Oh, Elena exclaimed, her surprise evident. Do you know of his past? Indeed, Andrew replied solemnly, casting a cold glare towards Julian, tinged with a hint of resentment, which left Julian looking entirely innocent. He had never committed any wrongdoing, always embodying the harmless, gentle prince, perplexed as to why Andrew harbored such animosity towards him. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not neglect to repay a grievance. Julian was eager for Andrew's goodwill. Though he would not retaliate now, he vowed to reclaim his honor when the opportunity arose. There is wisdom in the adage that noble families take their revenge, whether it be in 100 years or 1,000. So long as their lineage persists, vengeance is never extinguished. This is no jest. Many noble families across the continent have been embroiled in vendettas that span generations, often ignited by trivial matters such as the ownership of a lollipop. At this moment, Andrew remained oblivious to the fact that Julian had already categorized him as an adversary, continuing to speak with fervor as the third prince of the Frost Kingdom. I do not question the decorum and character instilled by their education. However, there are matters that must be addressed. For I am concerned that your Majesty Elena may be misled. Excitement. Such excitement indeed. The sight of such a dramatic spectacle brought great satisfaction to the onlookers, who reveled in the misfortune of Julian, despite being unaware of any benefits they might derive from it. This prince, after reaching adulthood, has shown little interest in noble pursuits, instead indulging in matters pertaining to feminine attire, a fact well known to all. A resounding laughter echoed as the story of the lingerie prince spread across the southern regions. While enjoying the benefits of this situation, many could not help but ridicule the prince's actions, harboring a sense of disdain within. However, there were some who regarded Julian as a skilled driver, for he possessed a certain charm and flair, engaging in subtle exchanges of signals among the nobility, which sparked a wave of playful banter. Elena cast a glance at Julian, who felt a pang of discomfort and offered an awkward smile, saying, "Please don't mind me. I am compelled to fend for myself, as my father and mother provide me no funds." "Oh, so you're quite adept at self-sufficiency, I see," Elena replied with a nonchalant tone, though her words carried an underlying menace. Julian remained silent, internally distressed, yet choosing not to voice his feelings. At that moment, Andrew resumed speaking. "Of course, this is merely common knowledge, so I shall not dwell on it. What I wish to address is something else entirely." He touched the letter from the kingdom of Blue Mountain tucked within his garments, which he had long memorized. "What I intend to discuss is the prince's scandalous private life. Following the coming-of-age ceremony in the Frost Kingdom, he has engaged intimately with several women, including some of the most illustrious socialites from the capital. You may have even glimpsed the alluring images of these encounters." Andrew wisely refrained from elaborating further, knowing that mere words could not compete with the vivid imaginations of the listeners. His gaze swept across the assembly, catching sight of a few portly nobles with glistening droplets at the corners of their mouths. He could not help but envy Julian's fortune. After all, succubi were rare treasures of the abyss. While incubi were somewhat more common in the human realm, he had personally managed several establishments catering to their whims. Yet succubi were indeed scarce, known for their artistry rather than their bodies, and were among the few exportable products from the depths. The thought of this fortunate young man sharing an intimate night with a succubus filled Andrew with jealousy. He could hardly believe that Julian had captured so many private moments without taking further liberties, unless the individual in question was utterly incapable. Yet, he had miscalculated. Julian had indeed refrained from such actions. Elena chuckled softly, her amusement evident. Julian chuckled softly, yet he couldn't shake the peculiar chill that enveloped him today. A strange sensation of coldness that seemed to emanate from his very being. Observing this, Andrew was filled with delight. He believed that Elena had undoubtedly been deceived. And this time, his intentions were likely to come to fruition. Success was within his grasp. A fervent excitement began to blossom within his heart. However, that was not all. This prince had engaged in numerous escapades. Surely, many were unaware of these tales. Next, it was Andrew's moment to shine, as he recounted nearly every embarrassing incident from Julian's childhood, leaving Julian himself utterly engrossed, entirely unaware that he had such a colorful past. This was largely due to Julian's own lack of concern for such memories. Nevertheless, he was curious as to how Andrew had acquired such intricate details. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that these trivial matters were seldom concealed, especially since he was not the primary heir to the throne, but merely a prince, which rendered the need for a flawless image unnecessary, perhaps even advantageous. At that moment, Andrew continued to prattle on, now recounting his exploits with the merchant girls during his visit to the northern giants, even detailing the style of undergarments he had bestowed upon them. In summary, once Andrew finished, the gazes of many directed at Julian had transformed. There was a blend of schadenfreude, admiration, and even disdain. "What say you, Prince Julian? Am I mistaken?" At that instant, Andrew resembled a triumphant rooster, while Julian appeared as the defeated one. Andrew fancied he had secured the upper hand. Yet, as he glanced at Julian, who merely smiled innocently, he was met with an unexpected response. "Indeed, what of it?" Julian replied, leaving Andrew momentarily speechless. Andrew's expression shifted to one of frustration as he regarded Julian, anticipating a quarrel that would lead to a dramatic confrontation. Was Julian truly conceding so easily? This was entirely contrary to the script. Did he not feel the urge to struggle? Was it truly acceptable to acknowledge such things so readily? 3 question marks floated in Andrew's mind, and he felt an impulse to seize Julian by the collar and inquire if he had lost his senses. However, with Julian's admission, all of Andrew's carefully laid plans suddenly became moot. His performance had come to an end. Thus, he cast a knowing glance at Calvin, signaling that it was his turn to take the stage. Calvin, recognizing this opportunity to seize a victory handed to him, was not one to let it slip away. After exchanging a glance with Andrew, he adjusted his collar, rose gracefully, and directed a self-assured smile toward Elena. Though Elena remained largely indifferent, it was undeniable that Calvin possessed a certain charm, as evidenced by the chorus of excited squeals that erupted from the crowd, which pleased him immensely. "Well then, Prince Calvin, do you have something to say?" Elena spoke softly, as if Calvin were merely an inconsequential wisp of air, not worthy of a second glance. "Your Majesty, Elena, I must concur with Prince Andrew. Although this Prince Julian is your betrothed, and I admire your heartfelt commitment to your father." Calvin cast a contemptuous glance at Julian and continued, "You should not sacrifice your marriage for the future of the duchy. The character of this prince is indisputable. A mere hedonist, devoid of any noble responsibility, he frivolously flirts with unsuspecting young maidens and is utterly irresponsible. Such a man should not tether your life." Upon hearing Calvin's remarks, Elena displayed an air of keen interest, leading many to mistakenly believe she harbored dissatisfaction with her paramour. Excitement surged through the crowd. Many had long wished for Julian's departure, but had refrained from expressing their sentiments out of uncertainty regarding Elena's stance. Now, however, it appeared she shared their views. "How splendid!" Calvin smiled faintly, observing the fervent crowd below, silently cursing their foolishness. These individuals seemed to believe that should Julian be ousted, they would have a chance, oblivious to the fact that they were merely pawns in Calvin's game, echoing his sentiments. As events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, Calvin reveled in a sense of superiority while casting a sidelong glance at Andrew's earnest demeanor, experiencing a perverse thrill in conquering his rival and seizing the opportunity. "Do you share this perspective?" Elena appeared to seek the noble's opinions. "Indeed, your Majesty," one noble responded, "as one of the oldest families in the duchy, I have always looked down upon these northern interlopers. They are crude, base, and reek of avarice, lacking even a semblance of artistic sensibility. I cannot fathom the notion of our esteemed queen residing with a prince from the north. It would cause me great distress." "What nonsense is this?" Calvin thought, exasperated. Yet, the discourse had only just begun. It seemed to have unleashed a veritable Pandora's box as the assembly began to enumerate Julian's shortcomings, transforming the innocent 16-year-old into a figure of legendary malevolence. Had they not retained some semblance of noble decorum, the air would have been rife with vulgarity. Nevertheless, the effect was palpable, as even those nobles who had previously remained indifferent began to waver, contemplating whether to step forth in support. This is the very objective of Calvin. He seeks to render Julian's path in the duchy virtually impassable. It appears he has nearly accomplished his aim, as now, surveying the realm, it is evident that over half of the nobility harbors animosity towards Julian, resolutely opposing his ascension to the princely title within the duchy. Calvin remains unyielding in his belief that Elena, as a newly crowned queen, would dare to defy the wishes of so many nobles, all to safeguard a prince who is little more than a mere mascot. His fervent gaze rests almost unabashedly upon Elena, and within him, desire quietly accumulates as he clenches his fists. "Just wait, noble Queen Elena, you are mine, you shall be mine." The very thought of this exquisite, noble, elegant, An intelligent woman becoming his own intensifies Calvin's restless impulses. He yearns to embrace the currently bewildered Elena, to hold her close and shower her with affection. Queen Elena, given the opposition from so many nobles, I believe it is entirely unnecessary for you to adhere to your father's wishes, Calvin asserts, seeking to stoke the flames of dissent, confident that Julian's ambitions pose no threat to him. Everyone, indeed, seems to be quite concerned about this prince being your consort. Yet I do not mind. The room falls silent, a collective astonishment enveloping Andrew, Calvin, Julian, and even the onlooking nobles. Their surprise stems from the exorbitant price Andrew has proposed. Such a gesture, offering an entire kingdom as a bride price, is almost unprecedented in the annals of civilized history. This price is staggering. Andrew proposes to merge the entire kingdom of Blue Mountain with the duchy, a condition that implies he can only ever be a prince while Elena lives, extinguishing any possibility of his becoming king. Yet beneath this exorbitant cost lies their aspiration, that when Elena abdicates, her and Andrew's progeny would ascend as heirs to the Blue Mountain Duchy, thereby entwining their bloodline with that of the duchy and effectively usurping it. While nominally the bloodlines of both royal families would be halved, the prevailing culture favors male lineage, leading many to regard Andrew's descendants as the rightful heirs to the kingdom. Of course, this scenario does not lack benefits for the duchy. Should Elena prove merciless and the will of the upper echelon of the duchy unify, they could very well sacrifice Elena and engulf the entire kingdom of Blue Mountain. Thus, Andrew is gambling on the notion that Elena will not, like her grandmother, bequeath the throne to her nephew or other descendants. Prior to this, Andrew had indeed assessed Elena's character. He does not believe such a dictator would yield to the ancestral traditions of the royal lineage. Thus, he remains optimistic that this endeavor will bear fruit. However, Elena unequivocally rejected Andrew, which left him feeling despondent, while Julian and Calvin breathed a sigh of relief. The former remained indifferent, as he was currently biding his time. In the absence of strength, he prioritized stability, planning to enact his vengeance when he was finally powerful enough to do so. The latter, however, was astounded by the grand maneuvers of the Blue Mountain Kingdom, which had even managed to evade the surveillance of the Tulip Kingdom in the south. This left Calvin ensnared in a palpable panic regarding the crumbling dominance of the Tulip Kingdom over the southern territories. Yet, Elena's ultimate refusal granted Calvin a moment of respite, plunging him into deep contemplation. He could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of the woman before him. Why did she cling so tenaciously to Julian, whom he deemed utterly ineffectual? Indeed, in Calvin's eyes, Julian was a weakling, for despite the numerous suitors vying for his woman, he had not uttered a single protest. Of course, Julian remained blissfully unaware of Calvin's sentiments. Had he known, he would undoubtedly scoff, for Elena was not merely his woman. He was, in fact, her man. Though the phrasing may sound identical, the implications of ownership starkly differ. After a prolonged period, Andrew finally roused himself from this emotional blow, yet he felt disoriented. On one hand, he felt gratitude that the Blue Mountain Kingdom still existed, but on the other, he experienced humiliation, realizing that women were dismissing the entire kingdom. It was indeed a tragic and contradictory situation. Despite being aware of the outcome, Andrew still felt compelled to inquire, "Why, Queen Elena? We of the Blue Mountain Kingdom have sacrificed enough." With a hint of confusion, he posed the question, only to be met with Elena's scornful retort. "Why? That is merely your sacrifice. It bears no relevance to me. What I desire, I shall pursue. What I do not want, even if offered, I shall not accept, let alone your paltry conditions." Elena, of course, would not divulge her true thoughts to Andrew, revealing only half of her intentions. The other half stemmed from her desire to avoid conflict with her family's antiquated patriarchs. While her ancestors might relish in undermining the Blue Mountain Kingdom, the true beneficiaries would be the Dodge Kingdom, not Elena herself. Thus, it was more prudent for her to retain Julian, a prince devoid of real power, as a mere mascot. Even if their offspring were to inherit the throne, no one would dare challenge their legitimacy. "I am fully aware that I possess little hope," Andrew remarked with a bitter smile. "Yet I still wish to understand why this man is deemed worthy of becoming your prince." Andrew, much like Calvin, harbored ulterior motives, holding Julian in disdain. They could not bear the thought of something they coveted being claimed by someone they regarded as beneath them, for it would inevitably bruise their pride. Since you wish to know, I shall certainly enlighten you. Elena chuckled softly, grasping Julian's hand as she gradually entwined her delicate arm around his wrist. The two of them linked together. My prince is exceedingly exceptional. I believe he is quite deserving of me. More importantly, he is not entangled with any unscrupulous individuals pulling the strings behind the scenes. Well, I concede the latter, but I cannot agree with your assessment of his excellence. Andrew sneered, pointing at Julian. He is merely an inept prince, having achieved level 8 solely through the royal support of his lineage, and possesses nothing of merit. Moreover, he is a shameless libertine. Your notion of excellence is, I fear, misguided. Andrew's disdain was palpable, for he regarded Julian with contempt, deeming him unworthy, a mere knave. Indeed, his words were blunt. Despite the Frost Kingdom's might, Julian was not the crown prince, rendering Andrew's scorn unchallenged. Oh, Elena laughed, unperturbed, then turned to the wide-eyed nobles below. Do you share this sentiment? Huh, as if anyone would dare speak it aloud. The nobles were not foolish. They had resolved not to take sides until the situation clarified. I do not concur with every word you utter, Prince Andrew. Elena was not surprised by the silence, for she would have been astonished had anyone dared to respond. I do not believe a mage, worthy enough to be a chosen one of the Lady of Magic, Mystra, would shy away from such a title. As Elena's words fell, they resonated like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a tempest of astonishment. All eyes turned to Julian, disbelief etched on their faces. Unable to fathom that this seemingly toyed-with figure was indeed a chosen one of the Lady of Magic. Alas, it was time for me to unveil my true strength. How tiresome. Julian, of course, would not remain idle. He touched his bald forehead, and a divine aura enveloped him, a hallmark of the divine. It was, moreover, the emblem of the chosen. In that moment, no one doubted Elena's words, for their eyes bore witness to the undeniable truth. Impossible, though Julian had done little. The divine essence emanating from within him made it evident that Elena had spoken no falsehood, for it was the genuine divine aura imbued with the essence of the magical web. At that instant, the gazes directed at Julian shifted, infused with a hint of reverence. For his identity signified a tremendous opportunity to become a legendary mage, a level of power worthy of worship from the majority present. I knew it. How could Queen Elena, with her discerning eye, truly choose a feckless fool? Look, here lies the reason. TSK, a chosen one of the Lady of Magic. Over the years, it has been a rarity. I have not heard of this goddess bestowing her favor upon anyone for centuries. Yet, to my astonishment, I have the privilege of witnessing such an event today. However, what truly matters is this. Every chosen one of the Lady of Magic ultimately ascends to legendary status. That is the most terrifying aspect. At this moment, all gazes were uplifted towards Julian with awe. The distinctions between the North and South, the hierarchies of disdain, were rendered insignificant. Only strength commands respect. Julian reveled in this sensation. After serving as a mascot for so long, he too harbored a temper. In this moment, exhibiting a touch of arrogance alleviated his inner frustrations, and he felt an exhilarating rush. Yet, while some basked in joy, others were consumed by discomfort. Calvin, below, wore a face twisted by jealousy, bitterly observing Julian's triumphant demeanor. He was envious of Julian's fortuitous election as mistress chosen, endowed with such a significant measure of divinity. It is worth noting that Calvin had devoted himself to the Church of the Sun God, Lothander becoming a paladin. However, he remained merely an ordinary paladin, devoid of any special privileges. Just a chosen one, and still not a legend. Darkness gradually clouded Calvin's eyes, and within his gaze lay a brewing malevolence directed at Julian. Hall, I must eliminate him, Calvin murmured to the middle-aged mage beside him, his once charismatic eyes now twisted with malice, as he regarded Julian as a relentless adversary. Hall, the mage, shook his head in response. Your Highness, you are losing composure. Although our plan has not unfolded smoothly this time, it is far from over. Moreover, even in the end, attacking a prince of a powerful kingdom would not be a wise course of action for our Tulip Kingdom. Is there truly no way? Am I to allow him to flaunt his superiority before my eyes? He is but a chosen one, not yet a legend. Calvin roared. I apologize, came Hall's calm response, which was not the answer Calvin desired. Very well, I shall let him be for now. He will come to understand that crossing me will carry consequences. Calvin appeared to regain his composure, once again exuding a sense of calm and poise. This pleased Hall, for as Calvin's protector, he was well aware of the future king's temperament. Most of the time, he was the epitome of a perfect heir, though occasionally he could be rather reckless. Your Highness, as long as you understand, Lord Ian will arrive shortly, and then they shall learn of the glory of the tulip. Hall's expression brightened at the mention of Ian, for he was a level 30 demigod, a being standing at the pinnacle of mortal realms and one of the demigods of the tulip kingdom. Indeed, he was but one among many. As the oldest and most powerful kingdom of humanity, the exact number of demigods at his birth remains unknown, as does the total number of demigods currently in existence. Yet, 3 are frequently seen, and Ian is one of them. Very well, since that esteemed individual is willing to come, Elena's reluctance to agree is no longer an option. Calvin gazed at the elegant and noble Elena on the stage, particularly captivated by her subtle smile, which stirred an uncontrollable impulse within him. The tulips behind Calvin could not simply integrate themselves into the Blue Mountain Kingdom to seize an opportunity, but they did possess a contingency plan: direct intimidation. Although Calvin and his associates could not eliminate Elena outright or mobilize an army against the Duchy Kingdom, they could assert their superiority in terms of advanced military power, weakening her position by eliminating a few of the Duchy Kingdom's legends to create pressure and compel this woman. For while warfare was prohibited on the continent, vendettas were not. At this moment, as Calvin had anticipated, Ian and another demigod had indeed arrived at the palace of the Duchy Kingdom. However, the situation had shifted from their initial expectations upon encountering the 2 individuals before them. "Morgan, I never expected you to return," Ian remarked, a trace of resignation evident in his expression. He recognized the figure before him, a formidable demigod belonging to the Duchy Kingdom and a member of the royal family, though the specifics of which dynasty were unclear, given that he had lived for at least 10 millennia. "Of course I returned, Ian. Did you expect otherwise?" Morgan replied, his gaze drifting to the individual beside Ian, a gaunt figure radiating an aura of malevolence. This must be the legendary figure they spoke of. It was surprising that they had even summoned him. Pausing briefly, Morgan continued, "But I'm quite curious as to why you feel the need to bully one of my juniors. Do you look down upon me?" Ian offered a hollow laugh, for he had not intended to return for such trivial matters, merely encountering them by chance. Yet, who could have foreseen that this old adversary would also make a return? Moreover, the palpable divine energy emanating from the woman beside Morgan indicated that she too was a demigod. Their plan of intimidation might very well be thwarted today. "It has been a while. I wonder how you've been," Ian said optimistically. Since there was no opportunity to proceed, he would let it go, as he held little interest in exploiting the Duchy Kingdom's legends. However, he was quite eager to engage with Morgan. In the midst of their banter, Ian had already taken action. "Ha, I see you remain unchanged." Morgan yawned lazily, effortlessly extinguishing the colossal elemental storm before him. "You started with a 7th level spell. It appears you still have ambitions, don't you?" Morgan was not one to stand idly by and be struck. Moments later, the area had transformed into a wasteland. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of others, and soon legends from the palace had arrived to assess the situation. Elena, fully aware of the unfolding events, regarded Calvin with nothing but disdain. Moments later, a figure emerged, and Calvin's pupils dilated with sudden excitement. However, before he could revel in his joy, he felt the ground beneath him become eerily vacant. "We must leave. This is not the place for conversation." In the floating city of Giask, the upheaval in the skies and Calvin's departure incited a considerable stir, but under Elena's formidable presence, it swiftly subsided. There was no longer any need to prolong this tedious banquet. Half an hour later, Julian and Elena entered a concealed space, an independent realm detached from the primary material plane, conceived for exploration. "You have arrived," Morgan calmly stated, seated with his back to them. "Ah, ancestor, what brings you back? Is something amiss?" Elena, evidently acquainted with him, wore a mask of respect. "Indeed, recent occurrences on the continent prompted my return. However, I did not expect to encounter such events upon my arrival." Morgan's gaze bore into Elena with a scrutinizing intensity, yet she met his stare unflinchingly. After a prolonged silence, Morgan exhaled deeply. "Very well, though I'm displeased with your actions. I must concede that Nicolo has indeed sired a commendable daughter. You are a worthy heir, cold, relentless, audacious. You possess all the attributes befitting a ruler. Morgan's words, devoid of overt sarcasm or praise, flowed with the neutrality of plain water, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Nevertheless, his lack of opposition to Elena signified her acceptance by the upper echelon of the Dodger Kingdom's Mage Council. Upon his unexpected return, Morgan noted the antics of the Tulip Kingdom's denizens with a hint of irony. It seems those individuals harbor some rather impractical notions. How foolish they are to presume that we, the seasoned veterans, are mere relics of the past. Morgan held a disdainful view of the Tulip Kingdom's actions, believing that resorting to forceful measures, such as eliminating a few legendary figures from the Dodger Kingdom to incite chaos, was naively simplistic. They not only overlooked Morgan's concealed might within the Dodger Kingdom, but also failed to comprehend Elena's indomitable spirit. Morgan, upon merely glancing at her, recognized her as a woman of unwavering strength who would never submit to anyone. In response to Morgan's remarks, Elena asserted, "Calvin is excessively naive, though he is a prince. His abilities fall significantly short of his title." Enough of this. Morgan's expression grew increasingly stern. "Now that you have ascended as the sovereign of the Dodger Kingdom, your past holds no significance. Even your position as a Bishop of Bane is but a trivial matter. What you must focus on now is stabilizing the current state of the Dodger Kingdom. I am capable of that." Elena let out a rare sigh of relief. To be honest, even with her resolute demeanor, she harbored some concerns for the individual before her. However, upon learning of his support, a sense of joy blossomed within her heart. "What I wish to convey now is the reason for my return from the astral realm." Morgan wore a serious expression, and notably, he glanced at Julian with emphasis. This time, the emergence of the Ice Snow Goddess has heralded the establishment of the Giant Kingdom, which has incited considerable upheaval among the races and deities. While such turmoil may seem minimal on the material continent, it has begun to foster chaos within the astral realm. Morgan sighed, clearly dissatisfied with the current state of affairs, as upheaval in the astral realm often poses the greatest peril to demigods like himself. Possessing significant strength, they far surpass legendary figures and represent a formidable force. However, they're also prone to being targeted. Lacking the divine kingdoms that serve as a protective shell for true deities, they're at risk of falling victim to these assaults. Consequently, many individuals have returned to the continent during this period, often for such reasons. This occasion marks the opening of Jask's floating city, where the deities have resolved to commence the legacy of this esteemed archmage. Morgan spoke in a measured tone, though a flicker of excitement stirred within him. Jask was an extraordinarily powerful archmage, a human who, in his prime, had slain a god through sheer strength, albeit one of minor divinity. This feat, accomplished in single combat, attests to his remarkable prowess. Yet, with rapid ascendance came an equally swift downfall. Jask had drawn the attention of a great demon in the abyss, after which he vanished. Nevertheless, his floating city remains, a masterpiece of arcane architecture that has long served as a venue for resolving conflicts between races and kingdoms. Jask's floating city has been opened numerous times, each occasion overseen by legendary champions who maintained order, with the primary targets of contention being youthful figures like Julian. After all, the kingdoms are not foolish enough to engage in frenzied attacks at the mere provocation of outsiders. Such behavior would only serve the interests of ambitious schemers. Moreover, the nobility despises the notion of empowering those who claw their way up the social ladder. Thus, it is of utmost importance to contain conflicts within manageable bounds. And Jask's floating city serves precisely that purpose. Of course, this alone would not suffice to stir Morgan's excitement. What truly exhilarated him was the presence of portals to various planes within Jask's floating city. This represented a shortcut, allowing access to any plane without the need to drift through the astral realm. However, control of these portals has long been held by a select few deities. Otherwise, the major kingdoms would have already engaged in fierce contention over them. The prospect of low-cost planar transportation is undeniably enticing. Although the continent currently teems with creatures from the abyss, hell, and other planes, the costs incurred by such travel are substantial, and it only allows for individual transport. In contrast, Jask's planar pathways are vastly superior. This time, I shall journey to this floating city, and the Kingdom of Dodge will also dispatch several dozen young individuals to participate. Morgan spoke lightly. I shall leave this matter in your hands. Very well, Elena. understanding the importance of maintaining harmony, readily acquiesced. As she departed, Julian prepared to follow suit, but was halted by Morgan's voice. "You remain." A visage of exasperation adorned Julian's face. He felt immense pressure in the presence of this unfamiliar demigod, especially one whose demeanor appeared rather intimidating. "Is there something you require?" he inquired. "Indeed, upon encountering a voter of the sorceress, it is only fitting to rigorously assess your current abilities," Morgan replied with a hint of mockery. "Young man, this is a rare opportunity. Apart from myself, no other demigod would be so benevolent as to instruct you." "What a farce," Julian muttered upon exiting. Having endured what he deemed inhumane treatment, practically subjected to relentless torment, he was convinced that this demigod harbored animosity towards their frost kingdom. As a demigod, Morgan was not one to frequently concern himself with someone as insignificant as Julian. In truth, aside from that day, Julian had not encountered him again. However, Julian found no inclination to ponder over this peculiar elder. His absence was rather a source of relief. Time flew, and it had been half a year since Julian arrived in the city of Doroyan, during which he had adopted a rather languid lifestyle. Elena was typically engrossed in her governmental duties, while his subordinates enjoyed an extended holiday, indulging in leisure as they pleased. Among them, Cole reveled particularly in this extravagant escapade. Julian, however, was relegated to the palace, permitted only to stroll about the city. Yet, this period was not entirely devoid of progress. He had ascended from an 8th-level mage to a 12th-level intermediate mage within just 6 months. Such a leap, from level 8 to level 12, would astound any observer. It is well known that the average individual may never achieve such rapid advancement in their lifetime. Even those with remarkable talent would require at least 3 years to traverse from an 8th-level novice to a 12th-level intermediate mage, arcane scholar. Julian's ascent was akin to a rocket, a truly extraordinary feat. Julian was candid about his rank, for there was little merit in concealing it. Sharing his accomplishments felt inconsequential, especially since none of his peers matched his prowess, and those who surpassed him were opponents he could not best. Thus, he chose to flaunt his achievements. Regrettably, many remained oblivious to his formidable training aptitude, viewing his rank through a distorted lens, assuming it was merely a product of his status as a voter. As he navigated the circles of nobility, he often overheard remarks such as, "If I were in his position, I could achieve that too." Nonetheless, a portion of individuals retained their composure and understanding. However, they had since departed, lured away by the allure of Jask's floating city. Julian indeed yearned to go, not solely for the dimensional teleportation, but also because of its proximity to the astral realm, where the concentration and vitality of elements were remarkably high, greatly benefiting an arcanist-esque cultivation. Furthermore, a plethora of peers awaited him, providing ample opportunity for advancement. Julian had grown weary of the feeling of being dominated by a gaggle of elderly men. He longed for a breakthrough, a chance to showcase his prowess. After enduring 6 long months, he was finally on the brink of his long-awaited rendezvous with Elena. At that moment, Julian stood in the palace garden, observing the delicate blossoms shyly poised to bloom, their sweet fragrances wafting gently in the breeze, lifting layers of skirts and revealing a multitude of alluring legs. Such temptation! Alas! He was compelled to suppress his inner turmoil and agitation, recalling the proud figure that lingered in his mind, opting instead for composure. "Hush!" Julian raised a finger to the uninvited messenger, signaling silence, as he quietly observed the woman he both knew intimately and yet found utterly enigmatic. Though publicly regarded as a married couple, and everyone believed Julian to be blissful in the company of one of the continent's most esteemed women, a queen no less, the reality was starkly different. In the half-year since they had become nominally united, apart from the pretense of sharing a bed on their first night, Julian had scarcely embraced Elena's slender waist, let alone ventured further. It could be said that this half-year had been a season of abstinence for him. He recalled with bitterness that during his previous life on Earth, he had never endured such misery. Even then, despite the less-than-stellar quality of his encounters, he could at least enjoy a day's companionship with a woman every week. But now, the palace was awash with enticing figures, yet he dared not approach, fearing for his very safety. Indeed, he felt quite cowardly. "What is this? Since you're here, why not come in?" Elena gently set down her pen, lifting her gaze to meet Julian's. She had sensed his presence the moment he arrived, but chose to ignore him initially. "Oh, I came to see you." Julian had intended to engage Elena in meaningful conversation, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his words took an unexpected turn. He had planned to reflect earnestly, but finding her so enchanting, he decided against uttering anything that might wound her feelings. Ah, such a splendid reason. Who could blame her for her beauty? Julian nodded inwardly, affirming his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Elena remained oblivious to Julian's musings and had little interest in them. Over time, being a shrewd woman, she had already extracted his secrets. And now, apart from Julian himself, no one understood him better than she did. "Oh, since you've come to see me, you've seen enough now. You may leave. I have matters to attend to. I'll return for dinner later, so don't wait up for me this evening." Elena let out a light huff, immersing herself joyfully in her work, leaving Julian with a twitching mouth, inwardly lamenting this woman. For heaven's sake, if you're going to deceive, at least find a decent excuse. When have we ever shared a bed? I've been sleeping on the floor for 6 months. It's quite uncomfortable, you know? However, despite his grievances, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Haha, actually, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Julian forced a laugh, eager to extricate himself from the current situation, and decisively declared, "Elena, the thing is, you mentioned I should stay for 6 months, and well, that time is nearly up. I believe it's time for me to leave. After all, as a man, how can I live my life relying on someone else? Even if you are indifferent to it, I cannot abide this. I must strive, I must toil, and I aspire to become a great man. One whom our future children can proudly declare, 'My father is Julian. This is my dream.'" Julian spoke with fervor, nearly exhausting all his previous deceptive skills. After finishing, he cautiously glanced at Elena, who was smiling at him. Their eyes met, leading to an awkward silence. Oh no, she caught me. What if she insists on supporting me? I am an idealistic traveler, determined to work hard. I refuse to languish in idleness, unless she lets me sleep. With this thought, Julian began to scrutinize Elena anew. Truth be told, she had not changed much compared to the past. Her delicate skin glimmered with a radiant sheen, her long, dark eyelashes were utterly captivating, and her golden eyes radiated tranquility and composure. Yet there was indeed a transformation. Her aura had evolved. Elena now exuded an air of nobility that felt almost unattainable, her maturity and confidence enhancing her allure day by day. At this moment, as Elena tilted her head in contemplation, she emanated an irresistible charm that made Julian yearn to submit to her every whim. He gazed at her, unblinking, entranced. The silence was peculiar. Julian dared not speak, while Elena deliberately remained quiet. This strange atmosphere caused even the maids outside to sense something amiss. The astute among them began to discreetly retreat, leaving only 2 who remained dazed, staring blankly inside, puzzled by the unfolding drama. Ultimately, it was Julian who could no longer endure the discomfort of the situation, feeling on the verge of collapse. Is it really going to happen? Julian was nearly in tears, genuinely feeling overwhelmed. Of course. Elena's crisp voice responded succinctly, leaving Julian in disbelief, questioning whether he was awake or lost in a dream. "The time we agreed upon has arrived, so you are free to go wherever you wish. I shall not interfere." Elena chuckled softly as she approached Julian and subtly entwined her arm with his, resting her forehead gently against his shoulder. This delicate demeanor caught Julian off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless, as he dared not move a muscle for fear of disrupting the enchanting tableau. Silence enveloped them once more, yet this time, Julian's heart was far from the torment it had previously endured. Instead, he felt a profound sense of tranquility, a warm embrace of trust enveloping him. Stealing a glance at Elena's softly curled hair, a delightful fragrance wafted over, bringing with it a subtle comfort. However, as if by some unspoken connection, Julian's furtive gaze met Elena's as she lifted her eyes. Ah, those golden orbs, truly captivating, he mused, tilting his head and whistling softly. Suddenly, Elena burst into laughter, not the restrained kind, but a lively, effervescent sound that left Julian utterly astonished. In his mind, this woman, his nominal wife, was a figure far more cunning than his elder brother and more calculating than his second brother. Yet, here she was, laughing with such ease and delight, reminiscent of an innocent, ethereal maiden. "Why the secrecy in your gaze? If you wish to look, then look," Elena teased, her crescent-shaped eyes observing Julian's profile with quiet amusement. Julian, unable to suppress his furtive glances, felt a pang of awkwardness, akin to an AVE boy secretly admiring a girl he fancied. How peculiar. They were, after all, a married couple, albeit one without the intimacy typically associated with such a union. Thankfully, there were no prying eyes around. Otherwise, one might assume they were indulging in some embarrassing role-playing game. By the way, you are truly beautiful, and I admire you greatly. Julian finally managed to articulate after a prolonged moment of contemplation. The words seemed to have been brewing in his heart for an eternity, and voicing them brought an immense sense of relief, as if he had unveiled a profound secret. Of course, I am beautiful, Elena replied, her soft pink lips curling into a playful smile, a subtle arc of about 45 degrees. I hardly need you to affirm that. However, I find it curious that you claim to admire me now. Did you not hold such feelings prior? Her tone shifted, a hint of foreboding creeping into Julian's mind. Since you choose not to respond, I shall take that as a given. But I am left wondering what it is about me that you find distasteful, my bloodthirst, my domineering nature, or perhaps my rejection of you. Faced with such pointed inquiries, Julian found himself at a loss for words. Good heavens! Women truly are enigmatic creatures. I merely express my fondness, yet you've spun a web of assumptions. How am I supposed to respond? Moreover, I did not neglect to answer. You simply never afforded me the opportunity to speak. What more can I do? I am equally at my wit's end. Julian's palms were nearly drenched with sweat. However, in moments of peril, particularly those fraught with life-threatening danger, his intellect began to surge remarkably. What splendid weather we have today. A rather clumsy attempt at diverting the conversation, yet it truly represented the pinnacle of Julian's cognitive limits. There was simply no room for further elevation. Upon uttering this line, not only did Elena's lips twitch, but even Julian's own mouth involuntarily quirked, for immediately after he spoke, a gentle rain began to fall outside. The court magician, evidently oblivious to Julian's words, commenced casting a spell for fine rain. He chuckled softly. Elena responded with a cold laugh. Very well, I concede that while I do not harbor dislike for you, I have never been particularly fond of you either. You are far too assertive. It feels as though within you resides not a 16-year-old spirit, but rather a soul burdened with profound wisdom and experience. You elude my understanding, prompting my rational mind to advise distance. Yet, I've just realized that you possess a certain charm. Julian stated earnestly. Leave now, Elena said, still smiling but shaking her head. You are free now, but remember the words I spoke to you. I do not wish for my prince to renege on his promises. Julian understood, well, what Elena referred to. It was the matter of procreation. Such a notion represented a profound humiliation for him. The very idea of being used in such a manner was unbearable. You shall come to regret this, woman. I retract my previous statement. In truth, you are not charming at all. Furthermore, I must inform you that your illustrious man shall, in 2 years' time, find himself atop you, revealing to you the essence of masculinity. With that, Julian rose, stepping forward with resolute determination, fueled by a mind teeming with shameful thoughts. He departed from that place. Behind him, Elena's gaze remained amused. Yet it bore traces of indifference, unease, and a subtle curiosity. An unknown prince, transitioning from a mere 16-year-old into a chosen one of the goddess of magic. Ascending from a novice level 6 mage to a level 12 intermediate mage in just over half a year. What secrets lie within you? It truly piques my curiosity. I simply hope you remain within the bounds of my control, especially when it comes to men. Elena huffed lightly, her nose crinkling slightly. Achoo! Meanwhile, far from the palace, Julian shivered, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he turned back to glance at the palace gates. Surely, that woman wouldn't have a change of heart? No. I must hasten away and inform Gavin to escort me to the floating city. I cannot remain here. A day later, Julian gazed upon the majestic castle before him, a surge of joy swelling within his heart. At last, he had escaped the depths of despair. A sigh escaped him, laden with unspoken sorrow. Indeed, Julian has now arrived at the floating city of Jask, and, as the illustrious prince of the Frost Kingdom and the noble of the Dodge Kingdom, his eminent status affords him unimpeded access. However, upon reaching this place, Julian must rely solely on himself, for it is a realm that denies entry to high-ranking professionals. This implies that his entourage, reminiscent of Kor and Felix, cannot accompany him. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. For not only he, but all the great nobility must fend for themselves here. Julian possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to thrive independently. He is assured of his superiority in levels, being a 12th level intermediate mage at merely 16 years of age, while most others likely hover around the 8th or 9th level of novice practitioners. At last, the time has come for him to showcase his prowess. Before him lies a magnificent city, with independent castles rising majestically and towering mage towers emanating a spectral luminescence of wisdom. Endless wisps of cloud ascend, while the sky presents an uncanny spectacle, divided between black and blue. This is the floating city of Jask, a truly autonomous settlement that possesses all the attributes of an ordinary city, alongside those that are unique to it. Its most distinctive feature is its near ascendance to the celestial boundaries of the material realm, hovering at a height where one could almost touch the astral plane. It is here that such bizarre and fantastical sights are possible. Amidst the wonder, Julian notices a figure nearby, seemingly taken aback by the spectacle. Before he can fully regain his composure, a voice tinged with schadenfreude interrupts his thoughts, clearly indicating that someone stands beside him. Turning his gaze, he encounters an unremarkable individual whose eyes, however, possess a peculiar glint, one of unsettling lewdness. "Who are you?" Julian instinctively inquires, his wariness evident, albeit somewhat tempered. "Hey, buddy, you must be new here. Allow me to warn you, this place is perilous. The denizens of the great kingdoms are like madmen, rampaging and bullying others," the stranger replies. "You still haven't introduced yourself," Julian remarks with a frown. "Oh, I'm Monroe, hailing from the Duchy of Searle. My father is a viscount," he responds modestly, aware that duchies are the least esteemed entities on the continent, often comprising only a handful of cities. Clearly, Monroe's homeland is of little repute, as Julian has never heard of it. Noticing Julian's contemplative silence, Monroe feels a pang of embarrassment, recognizing that his origins are rather meager. After all, he wouldn't be lurking at the city's fringes if his nation were more formidable. The conflicts of these nations are merely displaced here, easing their burdens while leaving the chosen youth to grapple with the aftermath. "Could you enlighten me on how things operate here?" Julian displayed little interest in the origins of this individual. Instead, he was far more curious about the rules governing this realm. In retrospect, he regretted his hasty arrival, having failed to gather sufficient information beforehand. Fortunately, a novice guide like Monroe had appeared just in time. Monroe felt a pang of discomfort, as if burdened by some unseen weight. Here he was, struggling to navigate this place, while the newcomer boldly proclaimed his intent to simply have fun. Monroe's irritation simmered, and with a sly grin, he resolved to enlighten this rookie, eager to witness the ensuing chaos. Clearing his throat, Monroe adopted a serious demeanor. "Listen here, young one. Do not blame me for failing to forewarn you. This place harbors great peril. Although the nominal regulations prohibit the deaths of nobility, unforeseen incidents do occur. For instance, powerful creatures from the astral realm occasionally pass through, curiously probing the floating city. While they may not breach our defenses, the tremors they cause can be significant, and unfortunate souls have met their demise as a result. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The primary concern lies in the conflicts between kingdoms and the strife among various races. In the past, it was primarily humans and beasts at odds, but now, the clash is between humans and giants. At this point, Monroe hesitated, his tone tinged with trepidation. These giants are truly formidable. One can easily overpower 5 or 6 of our kind. Their physical advantage is undeniable, and having been oppressed for so long, they exhibit a rather twisted mentality, fixating on their prey. Just the other day, the heir of a duke from the Violet Kingdom was ruthlessly defeated by them. The final giant to emerge was merely 16 years old, yet had already achieved the rank of a level 10 warrior. Utterly terrifying. Is this all there is to the incessant fighting? Monroe sighed, disheartened. He regarded Julian as one might view a fool, bewildered by the complexities of this world. The conflicts here would inevitably evolve, ultimately leading to a tally of circumstances calculated in a manner beyond our comprehension. Establishing the hierarchy of nations and the subsequent allocation of resources, matters that would no longer concern us. Julian, initially oblivious to this reality, recognized the familiar fantasy tropes at play. He patted Monroe on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you, novice guide. I shall venture forth now. What? Did you say you're going in? Young man, it is perilous inside, Monroe exclaimed, his face contorted in fear as he reached out toward Julian's retreating figure, only to lower his hand in resignation. If you get into trouble, don't involve me. Our fates are not intertwined. The misfortune will be yours alone. With a huff, Monroe resumed his position in the safety of his corner. Meanwhile, Julian proceeded along the path leading into the floating city. The roads were straight, interweaving in a labyrinthine fashion. Unsure of his destination, he pressed onward, hoping to encounter another kind-hearted soul along the way. Ha ha ha, you truly are a bunch of incompetent fools, boasting about your might and claiming to be invincible among your peers. Yet, here you are, a mere warrior, daring to act so arrogantly. I am a paladin. How could you possibly breach my defenses? Surrender, you weaklings. At that moment of bewilderment, an audacious voice pierced the air, one that sounded oddly familiar. Where had I heard it before? Ah, yes. It was that voice from the banquet, belonging to someone named Calvin. The very voice that exuded arrogance and provocation. The source of the voice was just around the corner, and as Julian turned, he beheld a young nobleman, approximately 18 years of age, tormenting a hapless victim before him. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Calvin, with flaxen hair cascading in gentle waves and eyes shimmering with a haughty demeanor, reminiscent of a proud rooster. Lord Harris, we were merely jesting, just jesting, pleaded the young nobleman, his face contorted in agony, nearly turning green with distress. His expression radiated helplessness, while he feigned submission. Internally, he must have been cursing Harris with every epithet imaginable. After all, he had merely been boasting, and now this fool had taken him seriously, using that pretext to strike him. What an exasperating predicament. I knew you wouldn't dare to admit it. I, the prince of the noble tulip royal family, do not even claim invincibility among my peers, yet you dare to assert such nonsense. Harris retorted, his words dripping with disdain. What? Are you disputing my words? You have an issue with what I said? Harris, unbothered by the need for justification, completely overpowered the young nobleman, leaving him without a retort. A mocking voice interjected. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who goes there? Who dares to intrude? Harris exclaimed, startled, before fixing a cold glare in Julian's direction, his eyes ignited with fury. How dare someone eavesdrop on Lord Harris's discourse? Such an offense warranted dire consequences. However, upon seeing Julian, Harris's demeanor shifted. It was merely an unfamiliar face, which was rather fortuitous. After all, in his 6 months here, he had encountered most of those he could neither provoke nor defeat. This young man before him was but a minor character, a stranger. This realization brought him relief. He could toy with him without reservation. Furthermore, Julian lacked the distinctive aura that characterized seasoned residents of the floating city, evidently a newcomer. How delightful. Harris relished the prospect of introducing this young man to the exquisite experiences of the floating city. With a sinister grin, he regarded Julian. Tell me, do you look down upon me, Prince of the Tulip Kingdom? I assure you, the glory of the tulip cannot be desecrated. Whoever dares to do so shall incur my wrath. With a disdainful snort, Harris fixed his gaze on Julian. Now, I, Prince Harris of the Tulip Kingdom, formally challenge you to a duel. A duel? Julian was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that this might be a local custom. With a palpable enthusiasm, he gazed at Harris, his eyes radiating excitement rather than fear. He found himself increasingly drawn to Harris. Having just arrived, and still unfamiliar with the surroundings, he was presented with an opportunity from a rival faction, a chance to enhance his reputation and experience while allowing him to play a supporting role in a grand display of prowess. Such a fortuitous encounter was indeed rare. Is it truly so? He mused. Someone has sought me out for a duel? How exceptional. Julian let out a hearty laugh before continuing. However, rest assured, given your willingness to cooperate, I shall go easy on you. At this, not only was Harris taken aback, but the two young nobles who had submitted to Harris's intimidation were equally astonished, staring at Julian as if he were a spectacle. It should be noted that while Harris was not among the strongest in this realm, a level 9 paladin was certainly formidable and not to be trifled with, especially in this floating domain where the pervasive power of the realm conferred an advantage to those striving to ascend. It allowed them to exhibit a semblance of domain mastery, even before achieving legendary status. Currently, Harris possessed the ability to subtly alter the rules surrounding him, albeit with considerable effort. Even so, this ability was extraordinary. For instance, when in close quarters, Harris could utilize this skill to evade a lethal strike and mount a counterattack. When facing ranged adversaries, he could manifest a protective barrier. This was the source of Harris's confidence. Narrowing his eyes, with a glint of danger in his gaze, Harris regarded Julian. "Perhaps I misheard you. I believe you should repeat yourself." As he spoke, Harris scrutinized Julian, adorned in standard noble attire that concealed his professional affiliation. However, an analysis of his physical attributes suggested he likely belonged to a magic-based profession, although his level was indiscernible. His youthful appearance indicated he was merely 16 or 17 years of age. A sense of ease washed over Harris. Arrival of such a tender age posed no challenge to him, likely being no more than an 8th-level opponent. At 16, he had easily bested foes of that caliber. It was well known that Harris was a prodigy capable of challenging those above his level. "Hey, are you hard of hearing?" I articulated my words quite clearly. "Yet you seem oblivious," Julian remarked, his face displaying the pity one might reserve for the young deaf. This exasperated Harris to the point of wanting to leap at Julian, but he restrained himself from acting rashly. "Humph, you may revel in your arrogance now." Harris sneered, then addressed the air, tailing, "He has accepted my challenge, has he not? I request that it commence immediately." A mechanical voice resonated from above. "Duel confirmed, preparing to open venue number 32. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Harris's face. "Regretting now is futile, my boy. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Though I cannot have you suspended in the arena, I can certainly ensure you lie defeated upon your bed." Harris let out a hearty laugh as he stepped into a swirling vortex nearby, leading to the infamous Arena 32. This peculiar feature of the floating city is a legacy known to Jask, where artificial realms and the will of the tower spirits seamlessly transport conflicting parties to a preordained battleground. To be candid, when the floating city was first discovered, it left the gods utterly astonished, to the extent that they dared not unveil its existence, for its power was overwhelming. Both the artificially solidified domains and the sentient tower spirits posed a profound challenge to the realms of the gods. Hence, upon its discovery, it was sealed away, only to be unlocked by the 5 formidable deities when necessity arose. Indeed, it becomes increasingly fascinating. The Archmage truly is the most formidable vocation. Julian gazed at the vortex before him, a fleeting sense of pride crossing his mind as he stepped forward. "Calvin, I may not be able to strike you now, but I can certainly torment your brother." "Ha ha!" Unbeknownst to Harris, who was preoccupied with devising ways to instill despair in Julian, the latter entered to find Harris standing there, grinning foolishly. Naturally, upon Julian's entrance, Harris recognized his prey, opening his mouth in a hearty laugh. "Kid, don't say Lord Harris didn't give you a chance. If you kneel before me now and shout thrice that you are a fool, I might consider sparing you." Harris stood there, exuding an air of overwhelming confidence, his eyes glinting with mockery as they fixated on Julian, eagerly awaiting the moment he would kneel. However, Julian would never stoop to such a level. He merely cast a dismissive glance at Harris and retorted, "Do you think I am unaware that you are Calvin's brother?" Harris furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind as he inquired curiously, "You know my brother?" Harris had a good relationship with Calvin, and since Calvin was unable to come to the floating city this time, Harris was acting as his representative. Thus, upon hearing Julian mention Calvin, he hesitated slightly. "Indeed, I have known that insufferable fellow for quite some time. I would relish the opportunity to thrash him, yet the chance has never presented itself." As Julian spoke, a twinge of regret surfaced within him, and he then turned to Harris, adding, "However, it appears today I have found you instead." "What?" A sense of foreboding enveloped Harris, as he felt the innocent lamb before him transform into a ravenous tiger. His mind began to race with worry. After all, as Calvin's brother, he was well aware of his elder sibling's formidable prowess, now a level 11 paladin, an undeniably powerful figure. Were it not for his age exceeding 20, he would be an invincible presence here. Someone of Harris's ilk could easily contend with 10 adversaries. Wait, something feels amiss. Harris seemed to suddenly have a realization, casting a hostile glance at Julian. Goodness, I was almost deceived by this lad. He appears to be merely 16 or 17 years old, with a strength that barely reaches level 7 or 8. Yet he dares to boast about challenging my brother. Clearly, he seeks to mislead me and disturb my composure. Oomph. I know not what you speak of, but I am aware of your impending doom. I shall show you the true might of Harris. A cold glimmer flickered in Harris's eyes. Although the paladin's strength waned slightly without a mount, he remained confident that even without its aid, he was a top-tier warrior. How unfriendly indeed, he remarked, though it mattered little to him. Julian, in high spirits, relished the thrill of bullying an ignorant child. With a flourish, he produced a staff from his spatial ring. A mage, you say? Harris smirked cruelly. Then your fate is sealed. I shall ensure you are unable to cast even a single spell. Prepare to experience the glory of a paladin. As Harris finished speaking, a colossal cross of radiant white light surged towards Julian. Enjoy this, Harris declared, his hands descending, wielding a quivering greatsword. Though this was not his most powerful move, it was more than capable of vanquishing foes of equal standing, and he was certain that the diminutive figure before him would be felled by it. This was the Holy Light Cross slash. After a dazzling burst of white light, Harris confidently focused on the target area where Julian had stood, convinced he would behold a crumpled form. However, to his astonishment, nothing of the sort met his gaze. What in the world? Harris pondered, bewildered. Could it be that not even ashes remained? Yet this thought barely crossed his mind before he felt a wave of searing heat nearby. Turning swiftly, he was met with a barrage of small fireballs hurtling toward him. It was not just one or two, it was a veritable swarm, akin to a machine gun spitting forth fiery projectiles. No matter how confident Harris was, he dared not gamble his life against his magical resistance. Thus, he made a hasty retreat. In a frantic scramble, he barely evaded the onslaught, only to glance back and see a charred area where he had just stood, smoke curling upwards in tendrils. Just as Harris breathed a sigh of relief, a soft voice reached his ears. Turning to look, he found Julian staring at him in surprise, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment flooding Harris's face. After all, he had just been boasting, only to be reduced to a pitiful state. I was merely careless, he stammered. You wait and see. Next time, I shall show no mercy. Harris sprang up from the ground in an instant, casting a glance at Julian, snorting derisively without any initial banter. It was evident that he had begun to take the situation seriously. Closing his eyes, radiant beams of holy light surged forth from within him, coalescing into a resilient armor of pure, pearlescent luminosity that enveloped his form. The colossal sword in his grasp appeared as if it sprouted wings under the aegis of this divine light, exuding an ethereal lightness. This is my complete form, Harris declared coldly, his gaze fixated on Julian. This time, luck will not be on your side. Though still arrogant, Harris was now wholly concentrated on Julian, his eyes locked intently on his target. Knight's charge. Although he lacked a steed, Harris could still run. However, this meant a considerable reduction in speed and impact. Yet, the advantage was apparent. He could maneuver with greater precision, particularly in the confines of this narrow dueling arena. As Harris charged forward with his great sword, Julian remained unperturbed, confident that Harris would soon face the consequences of his actions. With barely a flick of his wrist, a robust wall of ice materialized, encasing Julian and providing him with steadfast protection. This was Julian's innate talent, his remarkable efficiency in casting spells related to frost. Harris observed Julian's actions with a dismissive smirk, fully aware of the formidable power behind his charge, which had previously pierced the defenses of a level 10 mage. To him, the protective barrier Julian had conjured seemed trivial. Since you choose to confront me head-on, brace yourself, Harris thought, as he accelerated dramatically, approaching nearly the speed of sound. Feel the despair. This was the last coherent thought in Harris's mind before he suddenly felt nauseous. Unbeknownst to Harris, Julian was contemplating how to make him experience true despair. As Julian entered the arena, he found Harris standing there, grinning foolishly. Naturally, upon Julian's arrival, Harris recognized his prey and erupted into laughter. Boy, don't say that Lord Harris didn't give you a chance. If you kneel and proclaim thrice that you are a fool, I might consider sparing you. Harris stood confidently, radiating an overwhelming aura, his eyes glinting with mockery as he awaited Julian's submission. However, Julian had no intention of kneeling. He merely cast a disdainful glance at Harris and retorted, Do you think I am unaware that you are Calvin's brother? Harris furrowed his brow. A flicker of curiosity crossing his mind as he regarded Julian. Do you know my brother? The relationship between Harris and Calvin was quite amicable. This time, Calvin was unable to arrive at the floating city. Thus, Harris assumed the role of Calvin's representative. Upon hearing Julian mention Calvin, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Of course, I have known that irritating fellow for quite some time, and I've always yearned for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yet the chance never presented itself. Julian expressed this sentiment, feeling a twinge of regret, before turning to Harris and adding, "But seeing you today is just as intriguing." What? Harris felt an ominous premonition. He sensed that the innocent lamb before him had suddenly transformed into a ravenous tiger. His thoughts began to race. As Calvin's younger brother, he was well aware of his elder brother's formidable prowess. Now, a level 11 paladin, his strength was truly formidable. Had he not exceeded the age of 20, he would be invincible here, capable of defeating 10 opponents like Harris. Wait, hold on. Harris suddenly had a realization, casting Julian a wary glance. Damn. I almost fell for this kid's trick. He looks no older than 16 or 17, and his strength is at most level 7 or 8. How dare he claim he can battle my brother? This is clearly an attempt to unsettle me. I don't know what you're talking about, but I do know you're in for a tough time. I want to show you mercy. You will witness the true strength of Harris. A cold glimmer shone in Harris's eyes. Although a paladin's power might be slightly diminished without a mount, he was confident that even without that aid, he remained a top-tier warrior. Ah, how unfriendly. But it matters not, Julian felt elated. There was a certain thrill in bullying an unsuspecting child, so with a flourish, he produced a staff from his spatial ring. How, mage? Harris smirked cruelly. Since you're a mage, you're in for a rough time. I will ensure you're unable to cast even a single spell. Savor the glory of the paladin. As Harris's words fell, a massive, pearly white holy light cross surged toward Julian. Enjoy this. With a downward sweep of his hands, the massive sword trembled slightly in his grip. Though this technique was not his ultimate move, it was still capable of annihilating an opponent of equal standing. He was confident that this attack would leave the diminutive figure before him utterly incapacitated. This was the holy light cross. After a dazzling flash of white light, Harris confidently gazed at the point of impact, certain he would witness a crumpled form. However, to his astonishment, there was no trace of the outcome he had anticipated. What on earth? Confusion washed over Harris. Could it be that not even ashes remained? But that thought barely lingered before he felt an intense heat beside him. Turning around, he was suddenly met with a barrage of small fireballs hurtling toward him. This is not merely one or two. Rather, it is an entire horde, akin to the relentless barrage of a machine gun, emitting a vivid crimson glow. Even someone as confident as Harris would not dare to gamble his life on his magical resistance. Thus, he made a hasty retreat. Like a disheveled dog, he narrowly evaded this wave of assault, but upon glancing back, a true sense of dread washed over him. For all he saw was a charred mass where he had once stood, wisps of smoke rising delicately into the air. Just as Harris felt a surge of relief, a soft voice reached his ears. Turning to look, he found Julian gazing at him with a look of astonishment, instantly flooding Harris's face with embarrassment. After all, mere moments ago he had been boasting, only to be reduced to a pitiful state. I was merely careless. Wait until next time, I shall show no mercy. In an instant, Harris sprang back to his feet, casting a cold glance at Julian, devoid of the earlier bravado, clearly now taking the encounter seriously. Closing his eyes, radiant beams of holy light surged forth from within him, coalescing into a resilient armor of pure, milky white luminescence that enveloped his form. The colossal sword in his hand, under the embrace of this divine light, seemed to sprout wings, exuding an extraordinary lightness. This is my complete form, Harris declared icily, fixing his gaze on Julian. This time, your luck will surely run out. Though still brimming with arrogance, Harris was now wholly focused on Julian, his eyes locked firmly on his target. Charge, he commanded. Despite lacking a steed, Harris could still run. However, this would render his speed considerably diminished, and his impact would be less formidable. Yet, the advantage was evident. His control over direction would be far superior, especially in this confined arena. Observing Harris charge forth with his great sword, Julian remained unperturbed, confident that Harris would soon face the consequences of his actions. Without the need for incantations, he merely waved his hand, summoning a formidable ice wall that encased him securely within its protective embrace. This was Julian's innate talent, his remarkable efficiency in casting frost-related spells. Harris, of course, noticed Julian's maneuver, but merely scoffed in disdain. He was acutely aware of the power behind his charge, which had previously pierced through the defenses of a level 10 mage. Julian's level of protection was child's play in comparison. Since you choose not to evade, but rather to stand firm, prepare yourself, Harris thought, as he propelled himself forward with a sudden surge of speed, nearly reaching the velocity of sound. Feel despair. This was the last coherent thought in Harris's mind. For the next moment, he was overtaken by nausea and dizziness. Harris, in his overconfidence, spectacularly crashed into the ice wall he believed he could effortlessly breach. And this collision was utterly unforgiving, leaving no room for mitigation. To further exacerbate his folly, he inexplicably decided to initiate a sprint at the last moment. Truly, he was a master of self-sabotage. As the saying goes, while one may survive the consequences of divine mischief, self-inflicted calamity is inescapable. This aptly describes Harris, who, despite having been granted the initiative, could have chosen to maintain his original speed for a mere light injury. Instead, he foolishly presumed his opponent to be a fool. And what was the result? He was the greatest fool of all. Harris felt a wave of despair wash over him. Julian, too, was taken aback. He had done nothing, yet the provocatively juvenile figure across from him had already lost all combat efficacy. Could this be deemed a display of prowess akin to a tiger's ferocity, only to reveal a score of 0-5? It was likely not far from the truth. Observing Harris, who was now gasping and retching, Julian gently shook his head. Do not blame me. This is of your own making. I have done nothing but contemplate enlightening you. Yet who would have thought you would so thoroughly undermine yourself? Very well. I shall not take advantage of your plight. Julian reflected, realizing that bullying someone devoid of achievement brought him no satisfaction, and thus he resolved to let it go. However, life does not always adhere to our desires. Just as Julian was preparing to declare the conclusion of their encounter, Harris astonishingly began to struggle back to his feet. Do not leave. I have not yet lost. His unsteady body seemed on the brink of collapse. Yet somehow he managed to hold himself up, wiping the corner of his mouth. He glared at Julian, leaving Julian perplexed. You scoundrel! How despicable to have reinforced your magical shield with steel plates. Julian, taken aback, could hardly believe this absurd accusation. If you must fabricate reasons, at least choose a more plausible one. The ice shield is transparent. Yet, Julian understood that Harris was oblivious to this fact. All he perceived was that the magical shield, crafted at Julian's level, could not withstand his charge, leading him to conclude that it must have been tainted with some other material. Recalling the moment of darkness that had overtaken him, Harris firmly believed this was evidence of Julian's cheating, adding a steel plate to the shield. Do not assume I am unaware of your underhanded tactics. I have not utilized such means. How could you know? Julian was left speechless. Come, I shall engage you in another 300 rounds. Harris, embodying the legendary resilience of a paladin, remarkably regained a significant portion of his vitality in mere moments, as the radiant light of divinity enveloped him, steadily mending his mind. Are you certain? Julian offered a kind reminder, I assure you. I shall not hold back in the forthcoming contest. Indeed, Julian initially approached the situation with a sense of levity. Whether it was the initial barrage of fireballs or the subsequent defensive ice shield, it was merely a playful exercise. As a mid-level mage, he constituted a crucial force within the kingdom, serving as a tactical deterrent on smaller battlefields. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that by the time Julian reached level 12, he had already familiarized himself with 6 layers of the magical net, positioning him nearly at the pinnacle of mid-level mages. His repertoire of spells extended to several hundred, albeit still in the phase of basic application, which was quite remarkable, considering that an average mid-level mage typically commands only around 30 to 40 spells. Not to mention, Julian was also an arcanist. Although he did not invest much effort into this pursuit, executing a couple of independent spell models occasionally came easily to him. Thus, facing a clumsy paladin like Harris became a matter of artfully toying with a kite. As long as Julian chose not to engage, Harris could hardly grasp the hem of Julian's garments. With a swift incantation of the spell haste, Julian prioritized enhancing his own agility. The version he conjured now was significantly more potent than before, a modified iteration of haste. A vibrant azure light emanated from beneath his feet, granting him an exhilarating sensation of lightness. Meanwhile, Harris, unaware of Julian's intentions, was cautiously preparing his ultimate move, believing he was on the verge of success. In stark contrast, Julian stood still, akin to a statue, which filled Harris with a sense of misplaced elation. Skyward Slash. The name resonated with an air of grandeur, although it was merely a leaping strike. However, enhanced by divine light, Harris's leap was indeed elevated, and his speed surged correspondingly. This time, Harris strained his eyes, perceiving even the finest details upon Julian's face. This time, I shall make you regret it. At that moment, Harris had completely forgotten his initial purpose. All he desired was to reclaim his lost honor. His twisted visage, fueled by rage, radiated a morbid thrill, as if he had already subdued Julian to the ground. Closer and closer. Yes, just like that, await the caress of my great sword. Harris licked his lips mid-air, his smile growing ever more vivid. A thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the entirety of Arena 32, a testament to the sheer might of Harris's strike. Had Julian not been swift, he might have found himself in dire straits. With a single bound, Julian evaded several meters away, almost vanishing in an instant from Harris's targeting range. Yet, he did not merely flee. As he departed, he left behind a spell for Harris. As the smoke dissipated, the area where Julian had stood gradually came into view, revealing a figure imprisoned within an icy cell. That figure was none other than Harris, who now stared blankly outside, utterly bewildered as to how he had plummeted from the sky, only to find himself ensnared within this frosty prison. Release me. Although uncertain of the cause, Harris felt a sense of foreboding as he gazed outside. So have you conceded? Of course not. That was merely my oversight. Harris barely completed his sentence when he suddenly realized his world began to transform, shifting from clarity to a blurred metamorphosis, and even the figure before him began to distort. Simultaneously, his head grew increasingly dizzy. This was, of course, the handiwork of Julian, who was merely toying with a vortex, swirling the prison around for amusement. Harris now felt as though he were trapped within a washing machine, spinning incessantly and with ever-increasing velocity. However, as the speed escalated, so too did the energy consumed by Julian. Please, spare me. I shall never dare again. Harris nearly wept as he uttered these words, desperate to cease the chaos. If he still failed to comprehend that the young mage before him was of a higher caliber, he would truly be a fool. At this juncture, concerns for pride were irrelevant. He must plead for mercy. Indeed, overly confident Harris spectacularly collided with the ice wall he thought he could effortlessly bypass. And it was a solid impact, devoid of any cushioning. Even more foolishly, he had decided to add a burst of speed at the last moment. This was nothing short of self-sabotage. As the saying goes, heaven's misdeeds may still allow for survival, but self-inflicted calamity leads to demise. This aptly described Harris, who had been granted the initiative and could have easily chosen to dash at his original speed, which would have resulted in only minor injuries. Yet, he presumed Julian to be a fool. And what was the result? He was the most foolish of all. Harris felt like crying. In truth, Julian was also quite surprised. He never anticipated that without lifting a finger, the perpetually provocative, melodramatic youth before him would already be devoid of combat capability. Could this be described as a performance akin to a tiger's might, with a battle record of 0-5? Perhaps not precisely, but it was close enough. With a look of pity at the retching Harris before him, Julian gently shook his head. Do not blame me. This is your own folly. I did nothing. I had intended to educate you, yet you managed to undermine yourself. So be it. I shall not take advantage of you. Julian contemplated this and realized that bullying the younger sibling brought him no satisfaction, so he resolved to let it go. However, sometimes events do not unfold as one desires. Just as Julian prepared to conclude the encounter, Harris astonishingly struggled to rise. Do not leave. I have not lost. I have not lost. His unsteady body seemed poised to collapse at any moment. Yet Harris somehow persisted, extending his arm to wipe the corners of his mouth. He glared at Julian with animosity, which bewildered Julian. You scoundrel! How despicable! You have mixed steel plates into your magical shield. Julian was taken aback. He had not expected such a rationale from Harris. For heaven's sake, if you must find fault, at least choose a better one. The ice shield is transparent. However, Julian understood that Harris was blissfully unaware of this fact. He was acutely aware that Julian's spell shield, crafted with his rank, could not withstand his charge. The only plausible explanation was that the shield was tainted with some foreign substance. Recalling the moment when darkness enveloped him, Harris resolutely concluded that his opponent had resorted to cheating by incorporating a steel plate within the shield. Do not presume I am oblivious to your underhanded tactics. I have not faltered. How could you possibly know? Julian found himself at a loss for words. Cool me. I shall engage you in 300 more rounds. Harris, living up to his legendary reputation as a paladin, known for his resilience, astonishingly regained a significant portion of his vitality in mere moments. As the radiant light of the divine nourished his body and continually mended his mind. Are you certain? Julian kindly warned him, I shall not hold back this time. Indeed, Julian had initially treated their encounter as mere sport. Whether it was his initial barrage of fireballs or the subsequent defensive ice shield, it was all in jest. As a mid-tier mage, he was a formidable force within the kingdom, particularly in smaller skirmishes where he served as a tactical deterrent. Especially since, by the time Julian reached level 12, he had already traversed the intricacies of 6 layers of the magic web, effectively positioning himself as a near-elite mid-tier mage. He commanded a repertoire of spells numbering in the hundreds, while he had only mastered them to a basic level. This was still remarkable, considering that an average mid-tier mage would possess only 30 to 40 spells. Not to mention, Julian was an arcanist, although he had not dedicated extensive effort to this aspect. Occasionally conjuring 2 independent spell models proved to be effortless. Thus, facing a clumsy paladin like Harris was akin to artfully manipulating a kite. As long as Julian desired it, Harris could not even brush the hem of his garment. Haste. Setting aside other matters, Julian first cast a spell of swiftness upon himself. His current version of haste was far superior to the previous one, as it had undergone significant enhancement. A shimmering azure light emanated from beneath his feet, instantly bestowing upon Julian an exhilarating sense of lightness. However, Harris remained oblivious, meticulously preparing his ultimate strike, and seeing Julian standing still like a statue only filled him with glee. Skyward Slash. The name exuded a formidable presence, yet it was merely a jumping slash. The difference lay in the divine light augmenting Harris's leap. Naturally, his speed was also greatly amplified. This time, Harris's eyes widened in anticipation. He could even discern the individual pores on Julian's face with clarity. This time, I shall make you regret it. At this moment, Harris had long forgotten his original intent. All he desired was to reclaim his dignity. His face, twisted by rage, radiated a perverse thrill, as if Julian had already been subdued beneath his heel. Closer and closer he drew. Yes, just like that. Await the affection of my great sword. Harris licked his lips in the air, his smile growing ever more vibrant. A tremendous roar reverberated, nearly shaking the entire arena number 32, a testament to the formidable power wielded by Harris. Had Julian not fled with remarkable speed, he might have found himself in dire straits. In a mere instant, Julian had traversed several dozen meters, as if he had teleported beyond Harris's attack range. Yet, he did not merely retreat. As he departed, he left behind a spell for Harris. When the smoke cleared, the spot where Julian had stood gradually revealed a figure imprisoned within an icy cell. This figure was none other than Harris, who now stared blankly at the outside world, utterly bewildered as to how he had plummeted from the sky, only to find himself confined within this frozen prison. Release me. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind his predicament, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at Harris as he gazed outward. So you concede? Of course not. That was merely a moment of carelessness. Harris's words trailed off, and in the next instant, he realized his surroundings were shifting, transforming from clarity to a blurred haze. The very visage of the person before him beginning to distort, while his own head grew increasingly lightheaded. This was, of course, Julian's handiwork. He had simply conjured a whirlwind to envelop the prison in a playful display. At that moment, Harris felt as though he were trapped within a washing machine, spinning uncontrollably, and the speed of this turmoil only increased. Yet, with every surge in velocity, Julian's energy waned further. Please spare me. I swear I shall never defy you again. Harris cried out, nearly in tears, desperate to cease this torment. At this juncture, If he still failed to comprehend that the youthful mage before him possessed a higher rank than his own, he would truly be a fool. Thus, disregarding his pride, he hastened to plead for mercy. As one side conceded, the duel naturally came to an end. Who are you truly? I refuse to believe you are an ordinary person. Upon emerging, Harris cradled his head, groaning softly before regaining his confidence, knowing that no further aggression was permitted outside. Sigh, I initially wished to remain silent. But since you have inquired, allow me to enlighten you. Julian, having decisively bested Harris, felt a wave of relief and satisfaction wash over him. I'm the very individual who sent that scoundrel Calvin back to the Dodge Kingdom in disgrace half a year ago. I trust this revelation clarifies my identity for you. Half a year ago, Harris pondered, suddenly widening his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Julian, slapping his hand to his forehead in realization. Wait a moment. My brother said you were merely an 8th level mage. How have you become so formidable now? Suspicion filled Harris's eyes. For half a year was a brief span indeed. He could hardly believe that an 8th level mage could ascend to above 11th level in such a short time. However, disbelief in Julian's status as a mid-level mage raises another pertinent question. How could he possibly contend with a level 9 paladin? This is nothing short of astonishing, considering that paladins are inherently robust, possessing extraordinary resilience against adversaries of their own level. Generally, mages of levels 8 or 9 cannot breach such formidable defenses. Are you deceiving me? Harris regarded Julian with a look of skepticism. You've already bested me. There's no need to maintain this facade. Do you truly believe a dignified 12th level mid-level mage would need to put on airs? Julian arched an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance at Harris before turning to leave. He had yet to find a place to rest and needed to hasten toward his organization. Meanwhile, Harris was left in a state of utter bewilderment. 12th level, mid-level mage? Goodness, the floating city is predominantly inhabited by those under 20 years of age. It is rare to find even the most basic professionals at level 10. Harris could only name 2, a prodigious swordsman from the Violet Kingdom and a newly emerged talent from the Giant Kingdom, said to be the leader of the young generation of frost giants. Aside from these, Harris had heard of no other level 10s. Yet now, out of the blue, a 12th level mage appears. What is one to make of that? While Harris considered himself equal to an average level 10, this 12th level was exceedingly high. He wasn't a wallflower. How could anyone possibly leap 3 levels while simultaneously ascending a significant tier? Could this be true? Harris found himself ensnared in profound self-doubt. No, I refuse to believe it. If he truly is Julian, then merely half a year ago, he was at level 8. How could he possibly ascend 4 levels in such a short span? After all, I am 18 and have only managed to progress from level 6 to 9 this year. Absolutely impossible. He must be deceiving me. Had Harris not spent the past 6 months in the floating city, he would have known Julian's true level, for news of his legendary ascensions had spread across the continent. With his impressive level and the identity of a voter, he felt unthreatened by anyone, even those on the cusp of legendary status. Indeed, if fortune favored him, he might even best a near-legendary opponent. Whether or not you are who you claim to be, I shall regard you as such. As Harris gazed at Julian's retreating figure, a smirk of pride emerged in his eyes. As a defeated individual, he understood he could not best Julian. Yet he could certainly spread the word. Harris resolved to disseminate news of Julian's existence, ensuring that all were aware, particularly the Frost Giants. The 2 dominant forces in the north were the Frost Kingdom and the Giant Kingdom, and Harris was confident that the level 10 giant would find this news particularly intriguing. Indeed, leveraging his influence in the floating city, Harris managed to circulate this information within half a day. By the following day, the streets were abuzz with tales of the new powerhouse that had arrived in the floating city. At this moment, within a solitary castle, fragmented starlight cascaded from the heavens. Several towering figures sat in the chamber, surrounded by an abundance of food. Leon, what brings you to summon us at this hour? I was hoping to retire for the night. One of the smaller giants expressed with impatience, casting a glance at the individual before him. The newly appointed leader of the Giant Kingdom and a 10th level warrior, Leon. Astana, I recently caught wind of some news regarding the Frost Kingdom, Leon replied, dismissing Astana's provocation with a nonchalant air. What news? Astana, unfazed by Leon's words and with his mouth full, spoke through a mouthful of food. In truth, Astana's indifference was intentional. He harbored resentment towards Leon's ascendancy, believing that the disparity between them stemmed merely from a difference in resources. Behind closed doors, Astana disparaged Leon as a sycophant who had garnered the favor of the upper echelons, fostering a deep-seated contempt for him. Thus, their interactions were typically fraught with tension. However, the relationship was reciprocal. When Astana refrained from engaging with Leon, the latter also chose to ignore him. The latest news indicated that the third prince of the Frost Kingdom, now a prince of the Dodger Kingdom, had arrived in the floating city and had clashed with Harris of the Tulip Kingdom, resulting in a devastating defeat for Harris. It was rumored that this third prince boasted a formidable level of 12. As Leon recounted this, he sighed, acknowledging the insurmountable gap in strength that left him feeling powerless. Yet, there were always those oblivious to their own limitations. What? Is he the same one who once visited our royal capital? Astana laughed heartily. I heard he once defeated the so-called strongest, Toby, and even made that so-called champion his servant. Toby is nothing but a disgrace, tarnishing the reputation of our giant race. This time, I shall vanquish this so-called prince and make him my slave. Then I will rightfully claim the title of the strongest in the giant kingdom. Astana mused, delighting in the thought that if Julian had indeed bested the acknowledged strongest, then by defeating Julian, he would ascend to power. The prospect of trampling Leon underfoot filled him with exhilaration. Stock, would you care to join me? Together, we shall dominate the giant kingdom, with me as the leader and you as my second in command. Stock, the third individual who had remained silent thus far, rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, "Humph, when first before you boast. Victory is assured. You see, I have received the tutelage of legendary warriors from our giant lineage. I possess a trump card. Rest assured, this time I shall restore the glory of our race," Astana proclaimed with reckless bravado, oblivious to the mocking glimmer in Leon's eyes. As he observed the arrogant departure of Astana, Leon felt a swell of pride. He had long harbored disdain for Astana, who had constantly provoked him. Anyone would feel a surge of anger. Had it not been for the consideration of their shared allegiance, a confrontation would have ensued long ago. However, now, he found himself amused. Although Leon was unaware of Julian's true prowess, he believed Astana was no stronger than Harris and would surely be left in a state of utter defeat. That would mark the moment of Leon's ascendance, a time when he would bask in the attention of the masses and rise to the pinnacle of glory. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. Naturally, Leon was determined to make his entrance last. After Astana's downfall, it would be Stock's turn to engage. Though slightly more formidable, his strength lay primarily in intellect. Nonetheless, Leon was confident that he could orchestrate a spectacle where both would line up to offer prestige to Julian. How naive they were to believe they could occupy the position he currently held. A cold, ruthless glint flickered in Leon's eyes. They only see my present splendor, oblivious to the relentless efforts I invested. I trained in sub-zero waters, endured the scorching sun until my skin cracked, and stayed awake for 78 consecutive hours to achieve a singular goal. Yet this foolish crowd fails to comprehend. Thus, they are destined to become mere stepping stones for my ascent. I shall become a legend, the new king of the giant kingdom, winning the favor of the goddess. Leon licked his lips, a glimmer of longing igniting in his gaze as he recalled that noble figure, forever etched in his heart. Meanwhile, both Astana and Stock, upon departing, regarded Leon with disdain. Stock resolved to take the initiative this time, declaring that if he faltered, he would allow Stock to intervene. But Leon must not be permitted to act. He understood that Leon had grown too powerful, and they could not afford to grant him any further opportunities. They needed to seize this moment, for upon leaving the floating city, immense rewards awaited them in the giant kingdom. Indeed, Leon would be left to trail behind, eating dust while he foolishly presumed to lead and dictate. Astana, a true-born giant of the north, scoffed at the thought of an outsider surpassing him. Filled with discontent, Astana held a deep-seated contempt for those who sought to ally with the giants of the north. Let us issue a challenge to that Julian, the kind for national warfare, he declared, his displeasure evident on his face. By the way, do you know his address? A frown appeared. I don't know, but we can directly approach the Frost Kingdom's people. They will surely be aware. Such news was nearly impossible to conceal. As soon as Astana departed from Leon's castle, word spread swiftly, capturing the attention of many. The Kingdom of Giants is not only one of the most formidable realms of the present, but also boasts two powerful entities of level 10 within its floating city. More significantly, the Kingdom of Giants is the protagonist in this narrative. Meanwhile, a prodigy from a violet kingdom is keenly observing the situation. As the foremost kingdom of the East, although they do not share a border with the Kingdom of Giants, no one within the floating city wishes to be subjugated by these foreign beings. Orders were swiftly disseminated, and soon the entire floating city began to stir with unrest. Had it not been for a few legendary figures maintaining order, a full-scale conflict might have erupted at that moment. At this juncture, Julian, one of the key figures, had just risen from his slumber. He was utterly fatigued, having spent the previous day searching diligently for the domain of the Frost Kingdom. To his dismay, he discovered that there was no independent castle available for his accommodation. Although numerous kind-hearted nobles offered their quarters for Julian's respite as the third prince of the Frost Kingdom, he could not impose upon his subordinates. Thus, he found himself squeezed beside a rather lovely young lady, a rather uncomfortable arrangement. Moreover, sleeping in such a manner left him with aches in his back. "Your Highness, you are awake," a sweet voice, imbued with surprise, chimed in his ear as Julian lifted his gaze. Before him stood a young girl clad in silk pajamas, her damp hair adding an alluring charm to her presence. This time, he genuinely raised his head. After all, youthful exuberance was in full bloom, and it had been quite a while since he had quenched his thirst. "Ah, Blanche. Good morning." Julian greeted the girl from his bed, unable to rise due to certain indescribable reasons. "Your Highness, I have prepared breakfast for you and brought it here. Would you like me to feed you?" Her enchanting demeanor, laced with a hint of seduction and expectation, made it difficult for him to refuse. "No, thank you. I'm not hungry," Julian silently lamented. Indeed, he was not hungry, for the dryness in his throat left him devoid of appetite. Yet, there were other areas in dire need of consolation. If Blanche lingered any longer, Julian was certain that she would be unable to leave his side. To Julian's disappointment, Blanche exhibited little resolve and promptly departed. "Oh, Your Highness, I have heard that Astana from the Giant Clan wishes to challenge you. His declaration is waiting downstairs." Blanche recalled as she reached the door, her tone suddenly tense. "Your Highness, Astana is quite formidable. If you are reluctant to accept, it is no disgrace. Your safety is far more important than victory or defeat." "Ah, it is of no concern. Rest assured, no matter who comes, I shall ensure he is thoroughly defeated." Julian waved his hand dismissively, eager to dismiss Blanche and devise a solution on his own, lest he suffer embarrassment. Indeed, upon hearing such impatient words, even the most sentimental of maidens could not withstand it. With tear-filled eyes, she cast a glance at Julian, as if he had committed an unforgivable transgression. 5 minutes later, feeling refreshed yet utterly indifferent, even the delightful breakfast seemed devoid of flavor. "Blanche, let us depart. We must not keep that Astana waiting," she huffed. "Why hasn't that fool shown up yet? Could it be that he lacks the courage?" Astana's arrogant voice could not conceal the disdain. "You humans are utterly useless. Even your challenges are sluggish and lacking in finesse. With beings like you, I could easily take on 10. Spitting words with bravado, he boasted without concern for the consequences. "Who dares to speak of me in such a manner?" Julian approached with a smile, but upon overhearing the braggart, his mood soured, especially upon observing the unsightly figure with an overly large mouth, which further unsettled him. "Are you Astana? I've heard you're dissatisfied with me?" Julian cast a sidelong glance at the fellow, igniting Astana's ire, reminiscent of the disdain he had endured from Leon. "Indeed, I am Astana, the foremost warrior of the Giant Clan. I shall bring you to your knees." A cold smirk adorned Astana's lips, particularly irked by Julian's companion, as such company clearly indicated a lack of respect towards him. "Who brings a woman to a duel? This is a blatant dismissal of my worth. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance." After a penetrating gaze at Julian, Astana snapped his fingers and declared, tailing to arena number 1, "I intend to have some fun with this Prince Julian." The atmosphere remained unchanged, the same essence as before, identical to yesterday. Yet arena number 1 was surrounded by countless seats, evidently a viewing stand. Unlike the 30-second arena Julian had experienced, this resembled an authentic ancient battleground. The vast expanse bore scars of past conflicts, with towering stone pillars marred by the ravages of time, and the very air was thick with the scent of blood. Astana inhaled deeply, a semblance of satisfaction crossing his face. "Back to this familiar place. I relish the scent of blood. It grounds me in reality. His gaze turned predatory as he focused on Julian. This time, I shall show no mercy. You will learn the true meaning of invincibility. Do not mistake me for that Harris fool. I'm not like him. Though he's a paladin, what does that signify? I could flatten him in a mere quarter of an hour, and you. Astana scoffed dismissively. In the eyes of the giants, who were solely fixated on appearances, one can only surmise that someone as petite as Julian would scarcely withstand a mere slap from them. At this moment, Leon and Stock are present at the venue to witness the match unfold. However, their intentions diverge. Leon hopes for Julian's victory, while Stock is fervently rooting for Astana. Both individuals arrive with ulterior motives, contrasting sharply with the indifferent crowd that revels in the misfortune of the Frost Kingdom. Astana, I have heard, was a formidable force upon his arrival, easily dispatching opponents from the Frost Kingdom, leaving no one capable of standing against him. Now, 6 months have elapsed, and one might speculate that his prowess has only intensified, perhaps rivaling that of Leon himself. Indeed, I can attest to my own defeat at his hands. With a single strike, he rendered me powerless before I could even comprehend my loss. Truly an impressive feat, the giants possess an overwhelming advantage. Their physical strength is astounding, and aside from a few formidable orc warriors, no one else can compare. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, 2 individuals are also observing the scene. What do you think, Fane? I do not know. Fane, the prodigious swordsman from the Violet Kingdom, is one of the rare few to achieve a level 10 rank. You do not know? Surely you jest. The surrounding onlookers regard Fane with incredulity, well aware of his keen insight. Indeed, I cannot ascertain the strength of the Frost Kingdom's 3rd prince. I see only a shroud of mystery enveloping him. Fane muses, furrowing his brow as he gazes towards Julian. Nonetheless, I have a premonition that Astana may not prove to be Julian's equal. Yet, this is merely Fane's intuition. Even he cannot predict how events will unfold. As those above commence their data analysis, Astana grows increasingly impatient. Hurry up. I can hardly wait. I need to finish this before lunch. The corner of Astana's eye betrays his disdain and overwhelming confidence, his words dripping with derision. Julian, undeterred, casts a sidelong glance at Astana. You want me to strike first? How exceedingly confident of you. I fear that once I unleash my attack, you may not even have the chance to make your presence known. The sardonic tone of Julian's voice provokes Astana, whose temper flares at the taunt. Do not claim I did not grant you an opportunity. It is you who failed to seize it. Astana's eyes narrow with determination. Since Julian has invited his wrath, he shall oblige this little fellow. After all, he has stated his intentions, and if Julian chooses to dismiss them, he cannot fault Astana for what ensues. Moreover, Astana is hardly foolish if given the chance to strike first. Why would he refrain? Ultimately, he seeks a straightforward contest, devoid of pretense. What a fool. Lion inwardly cursed, initially harboring hopes that Julian would accomplish something, only to ultimately realize that this individual he had placed such expectations upon was utterly ineffectual. Was it truly acceptable to allow Astana to seize this opportunity? A sense of regret burgeoned within Lion. Had he foreseen Julian's incompetence and arrogance, he would have been the first to charge forth, rendering Astana's presence almost irrelevant. Useless. He muttered another curse in his mind, though he refrained from expressing it outwardly due to Stork's proximity. At that moment, Lion could only observe the unfolding events. Powerless to intervene, Astana, true to form, unleashed a formidable display of might. His initial strike was nothing short of breathtaking, as his garments tore away to reveal his bronze skin, glistening like steel. This dramatic unveiling was a long-standing tradition among the giant race. A tremendous force bore down upon Julian. Astana showed no mercy, executing a powerful move with calculated precision, fully aware of Julian's position. However, he was unprepared for Julian's lack of intent to evade, standing there resolutely. Hey kid, you're overly confident. Prepare to face judgment. A sinister grin widened in Julian's eyes. Fireball machine gun. The sound echoed, rat-a-tat-tat. Astana barely registered the commotion before he was engulfed in a sea of crimson. Yet, while Astana was caught in a haze of disbelief, those around witnessed the spectacle with crystal clarity. The onslaught of hundreds of fireballs was utterly overwhelming. Before Astana could even unleash his ultimate attack, it was declared that Julian had triumphed decisively. 182 and more. The crowd, bewildered by the sudden conclusion of the chaotic scene, expressed their confusion. When the world was happening, a single strike to obliterate? Was this truly acceptable? Naturally, as the primary participant and victim, Astana was left utterly dazed. He had felt nothing in that moment. Just seconds prior, he had been contemplating how to torment Julian, and in the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness. When he finally regained awareness, he found himself sprawled on the ground, a searing pain emanating from his navel, as if he had been burned by fire. Astana's mind remained clouded for a full quarter of an hour before he finally grasped the reality. He had been overwhelmed by a fiery explosion, yet he refused to concede defeat. Confident in his own magical resistance, he knew that even a first-level fireball spell, let alone a third-level colossal fireball, could not breach his defenses. Thus, Astana concluded with conviction. Lion must have betrayed him. Indeed, it all pointed back to Lion, as Astana harbored doubts about Julian's ability to withstand pressure. The only plausible explanation for the incident was that someone had poisoned him. However, having abstained from any indulgence the previous day, it was evident that the poison did not originate from his drink, but rather from his meal. One must ponder the motives behind such an act of treachery. The intent was simply to thwart Astana's victory. Thus, the most likely beneficiary of this foul play was indeed the perpetrator. The truth is singular and irrefutable. Astana, with his eyes wide open, fixated intently on a corner of the stands, extending a robust finger to point accusatorily. At this juncture, let one's imagination fill in the details. Lion, I knew it was you, you scoundrel. Resorting to underhanded tactics. Without a moment's hesitation, Astana's booming voice resonated throughout the venue, causing an immediate stir among the audience. All eyes instinctively turned to Lion, whose previously subtle smile, born of Astana's misfortune, abruptly froze in shock. Coincidentally, this spectacle did not go unnoticed. The truth has been unveiled. Alas, Lion quickly regained his composure, suppressing his smile and feigning indignation, while internally cursing Astana. He felt utterly wronged, having done nothing to deserve such public scorn, especially under the gaze of so many witnesses. Most crucially, he had relished the attention. But not in this context. He yearned for the glory of defeating an opponent, not for being the subject of ridicule. The disdainful glances directed at him were particularly painful, especially from his fellow giants, who regarded him with contempt. Even the orc, seemingly devoid of intellect, began to look down upon him. What could he do? He felt utterly despondent. At that moment, he could neither express anger nor offer explanations, for any attempt to clarify would only reinforce the belief in his guilt, particularly after he had foolishly allowed a smile to escape. A single smile can ruin everything. Should anyone dare to remind him that a smile adds years to your life, he would be compelled to retaliate. His hair was turning gray with worry. At this moment, Lion's ire was directed not only at Astana, but also at Julian, along with all those who looked down upon him. Lion, I never imagined you would resort to such underhanded tactics. Beside him, Stock managed a smile that was laced with unmistakable disdain, as if he were gazing upon a notorious rogue. Indeed, in Stock's eyes, Lion, who would betray his own kin, was nothing short of despicable, nay, more contemptible than the most heinous of villains. Yet, Stock chose silence, merely snorting derisively and saying, I am aware of your schemes, but I will not allow you to succeed. Prepare yourself. With that, Stock departed. However, Lion remained utterly bewildered, having done nothing throughout the entire ordeal. His sole intention was to take advantage of a loss in Astana, yet he found himself entangled in a conspiracy. Throughout this affair, he truly had no ulterior motives. It was merely Astana's own misguided confidence. A deep sense of helplessness and sorrow enveloped him, yet there was no remedy. He was akin to a child who had soiled his trousers, surrounded by an unbearable stench, with no one within a 10-meter radius. The mocking whispers that he didn't even need to hear spoke volumes, filled with accusations of being ruthless and merciless. Naturally, Lion felt discontent, while Astana reveled in satisfaction, having avenged the treachery against him. At that moment, he finally recalled the presence of a victor, Julian. Casting a disdainful glance, he remarked coolly, "Humph. Do not presume you have triumphed over me. Had it not been for Lion's treachery, I would never have succumbed to you. I'm not boasting. Your feeble fireball could not even breach my magical defenses, let alone singe a hair on my body." Indeed, to Astana and all observers, Julian's fireball appeared magnificent. Yet it was diminutive, akin to a mere grain of bean. What power could it possibly wield? Yet, this was Julian's signature technique. He had painstakingly crafted these Gatling-like fireball projectiles, each one a concentrated essence of the first-level fireball spell. The potency of each projectile was such that even a lower-tier warrior like Astana could be felled in an instant. The recent display had nearly exhausted half of Julian's energy reserves. Such was the cost of unleashing a formidable spell. After all, as a level 12 mage, he was not endowed with extraordinary physical attributes, nor limitless magical or mental prowess. To his astonishment, this grand display failed to instill any fear. The fool before him remained inexplicably confident. Did he not grasp that had Julian not shown restraint, his massive frame would now be reduced to mere ashes? In any case, following the battle, Julian found himself in a state of confusion, realizing that his intellect seemed to lag behind the current era. Alas, why, when I'm so formidable? Do you all perceive me as an easy target, a mere pig to be bullied? This truly compels me to play the role of a pig to ensnare the tiger. A subtle melancholy settled within him. Nevertheless, there was no time for Julian to wallow in despair, for in the next moment, a challenge emerged from another. This individual was, of course, Stock, who, being well acquainted with Lion's schemes, was determined to thwart his plans by swiftly eliminating Julian, rendering Lion's meticulous strategies null and void. Oomph. A cold smile crept across his lips. Although Lion felt a twinge of unease, he ultimately resolved to proceed as he had envisioned. Especially in light of the swift defeat of both Astana and Stoke today, he could not let such a splendid opportunity slip through his fingers. Although this chance might be founded upon risk, he ultimately resolved to seize it, driven by the desire to rightfully claim the title of the strongest here, leaving Astana and Stoke without a word to say. Despite the peculiar nature of that prince, I firmly believe that I shall not falter. Even if he has previously triumphed over Toby, what does that matter? That was merely a remnant of the giant's dark era, during which he relied upon borrowed divine power, thus rendering his prowess rather inconsequential. Leon began to calmly analyze the situation, concluding that Julian might indeed be formidable, yet his strength had its limits. In terms of genuine power, he was merely comparable to Leon himself. The giants had already resolved to reclaim their honor, yet Julian remained oblivious, indulging in his leisurely afternoon nap and the subsequent tea that accompanied his awakening. With a delectable pastry in hand, glistening with an alluring sheen, Leon observed the diligent efforts of Blanky, feeling a sense of gratitude. This lifestyle, which he could scarcely have imagined in his past life, now bestowed upon him not only the company of a beautiful goddess who catered to his every need, but also a multitude of young maids awaiting his affection. Such a life was one he would not trade for even the most divine existence. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by a striking young girl clad in a black and white maid's outfit, who hurriedly entered. "Your Highness, a person claiming to be your friend has arrived outside." "Friend?" A frown creased Julian's brow as he sensed the complexity of the situation. Having only recently arrived at the floating city, he knew no one here. Aside from a novice instructor he had encountered, whose name was Blanky, he had no acquaintances. What did he say his name was? Julian inquired. The maid released a sigh of relief upon hearing this question, having feared that Julian might not recognize the individual outside, which would have resulted in a reprimand. He said his name is Ming Kai. The charming maid hesitated for a moment before firmly continuing. And he is accompanied by a particularly enchanting woman. The mention of enchanting woman caused Blanky's heart to tighten, her gaze shifting nervously to Julian. As a young lady from a wealthy family, Blanky was well aware of the tendencies of the nobility. Presenting a woman was as effortless as serving tea. If this Ming Kai truly was one of Julian's companions, she would find herself in a precarious position, for she believed herself to be the most distinguished of the noble women from the Frost Kingdom within the floating city. She had aspirations of winning Julian's affection outright. While she may not achieve the status of his wife, becoming his lover would significantly elevate her standing among the social elite. Thus, by the instinct of a woman, Blanky began to regard this sudden appearance of Ming Kai and the mysterious woman with caution. Were it not for her consideration of Julian's presence, her temper would have already flared, demanding that they be sent away. In order to maintain her demure demeanor and submissive nature before Julian, Blanche merely let out a soft huff, casting a lingering, melancholic glance at Julian to express her inner unrest. Julian, being the subject of her discontent, could only feign oblivion, offering an awkward chuckle before stating, "Let them in. It turns out this Ming Kai is indeed a friend of mine, a rather formidable one at that. As for the so-called enchanting woman you mentioned, she is likely Ming Kai's own succubus maid. Do refrain from making unfounded remarks once you step outside," Julian playfully warned. Yet, this admonition was only partially directed at the charming maid before him. The other half was intended for Blanche, who had been attentively eavesdropping. After all, as a refined gentleman, Julian felt the need to clarify, though an overt explanation would undermine his stature, necessitating such a discreet approach. Upon concluding his explanation, Julian subtly gauged Blanche's reaction and noted her eyes narrowing almost imperceptibly, confirming that his words had struck a chord. He reached out to caress Blanche's soft hair, the silken sensation entrancing him, igniting a fervent longing within. Though devoid of any romantic attachment, after enduring months of restraint, the notion of emotion seemed trivial at this juncture. While Julian's thoughts spiraled with rich imaginings, Ming Kai entered with Lilith. As a succubus, Lilith's presence instantly captivated Julian, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Though Ming Kai had not changed significantly over the past 6 months, Lilith had undeniably matured, her voluptuous form almost causing Julian's eyes to pop out in astonishment. His gaze towards Ming Kai was now laced with envy and resentment. A barely audible huff escaped him as he realized his lapse in composure, too late to conceal it, for he had already been observed. Lilith, unperturbed, flashed a teasing smile, her luscious lips curling enticingly. It's been half a year, and yet Prince Julian remains so insufferable. Your gaze is rather intimidating, Julian replied. Fortunately, Ming Kai has come to my rescue. Your Highness, I apologize for interrupting your respite with Miss Blanche, but I require your assistance with a matter that necessitated my visit. Ming Kai's voice remained as composed as ever, yet conveyed respect towards Julian. Julian chuckled heartily. "Oh, you misstate things. What do you mean by needing to seek me out? As friends, is it not entirely natural for us to spend time together?" He continued with enthusiasm. "By the way, Ming Kai, when did you arrive? I've heard nary a whisper of your presence." Despite having arrived late, Julian had encountered everyone from the Frost Kingdom. Yet Ming Kai had eluded him. Even the notorious Luther was absent. Thus, he had assumed they were away, only to be surprised by Ming Kai's arrival just a day later. "Your Highness, I arrived today, having spent my time wandering through the western realm of the Beastmen." Ming Kai spoke casually, yet left Julian and Blanche exchanging glances. They were not foolish. They understood the immense difficulty a human would face in navigating the realm of the orcs, particularly someone like Ming Kai. Despite his youth, possessed remarkable talent. He was akin to a beacon in the night, drawing the attention of a multitude of orcs. His survival and return could easily be woven into a legendary tale. Setting aside everything else, the mere fact that he managed to return from the Orc Kingdom was sufficient for Julian to pledge his assistance in any endeavor. He regarded Ming Kai with a serious expression, his mind brimming with thoughts, for the individual before him was indeed the protagonist. By aligning himself closely with such a figure, he could effortlessly ascend in rank without the need for arduous training. All it would take was a brief absence of a few chapters. Ming Kai, however, remained oblivious to Julian's musings. His purpose in seeking Julian was simply to leverage his identity. If he could accomplish this on his own, he would not have approached Julian, for such matters thrived in secrecy. Yet, the legendary figures responsible for the floating city's dimensional portals paid no heed to someone of Ming Kai's stature. The notion that they would assist him in opening a portal was utterly fanciful. Legends were not as readily available as cabbages, and they had their own affairs to attend to. It was only natural that they would overlook him. Not everyone was aware of Ming Kai's innate fortune. Upon hearing Julian's words, Ming Kai felt a warmth within, his gaze towards Julian softening gradually, imbued with gratitude. "Your Highness," he began, "the reason I have come to the floating city is to journey to the Shadow Realm." As he spoke of the Shadow Realm, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes, for it held the very essence of what he had long desired, and he was determined to obtain it. "Umph," came Blanche's disdainful interjection. Unaware of the complexities between Ming Kai and Julian, she harbored a sense of unease, perhaps due to their disruption of her own pursuits. With a tone laced with mockery, she retorted, "You speak so lightly of it, yet look at yourself. You are merely a novice warrior at level 10. Do you truly think you can traverse dimensions? The creatures within the Shadow Realm could easily overpower you. The mere act of preserving your life would be a challenge. In response to Blanche's remarks, Ming Kai merely smiled, refraining from rebuttal. Her words held a kernel of truth, applicable to most. However, such realities bore no relevance to someone of his caliber, a divine inheritor. Especially since he had inherited the legacy of the ancient Shadow Lord. His body had been transformed into an entity akin to shadow creatures. In the Shadow Realm, he would not face rejection. Rather, he would experience a unique enhancement. Moreover, his memories were filled with countless hidden techniques from the Shadow Realm, and as his strength grew, so too would the abundance of these memories, until he fully unlocked the ancient Shadow Lord's recollections. However, at this moment, Ming Kai could assert, without a hint of modesty, that when it comes to understanding the Shadow Plane, he ranks second, and no one dares to claim the first position. Not even the ancient shadow beings who have endured numerous tumultuous histories. Yet confidence is one thing. Ming Kai had no intention of explaining himself to Blanche, for he found little motivation to do so, especially considering that she was merely Julian's insignificant mistress, not even a legitimate partner worthy of his attention. Blanche, indignant at Ming Kai's demeanor, was left with no choice but to depart in silent resentment. "Your Highness, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," she announced, her displeasure evident to anyone who glanced her way. Julian, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged in Ming Kai's direction. Once Blanche's figure had vanished from sight, Julian remarked, "Do not take it to heart. Women can be rather unpredictable. I shall take the time to properly educate her tonight." "Oh, your Highness is truly remarkable," came a voice sweet enough to be cloying, imbued with an alluring charm. Julian needed no guesswork to identify it as Lilith, Ming Kai's unreliable succubus maid. At that moment, her tone took on a wistful quality. "Your Highness, you are indeed heartless. It has only been half a year since you disregarded me. Yet back then, I was at your beck and call in your bed." A shiver coursed through Julian. As he sensed a loss of control, he dared not turn around, for he could imagine Lilith's eyes brimming with tears, her expression one of sorrowful longing. He feared that if he turned, he would surely embarrass himself, though the tense structure was undeniably secure. "Enough, Lilith! Cease your antics," Ming Kai's calm voice rang out, instantly dispelling Lilith's captivating demeanor. She straightened herself, her thighs pressed together, her face adopting an air of indifference, as if she were a refined and graceful young lady. Yet, she was, after all, a succubus. At this juncture, Julian could not help but admire Ming Kai's prowess, gazing at him with a look of deep respect. "Your Highness, is this matter within your capabilities?" Ming Kai's concern remained centered on whether he could access the Shadow Plane, as this was of paramount importance to him. Should he succeed, he could ascend from a novice to a legendary practitioner within a year. The sooner he attained legendary status, the safer he would be. For as long as he remained weak, the number of those coveting his divine essence would only increase, and even in the material plane, he could not escape the avaricious gazes from lower realms. This moment could be deemed a gamble. Meeting Ming Kai's resolute gaze, Julian felt he ought not to falter. Just as he was about to speak, an unwelcome voice interrupted from outside. "You cannot enter, you brutish giant." Blanche's voice, infused with indignation, echoed with urgency. "This is a matter for men. You need not interfere. I seek Julian." Lion spoke softly, expressing his reluctance to come so urgently. However, he found himself with no alternative. The longer he delayed, the more the situation would escalate, ultimately tarnishing the reputation of the giant clan. Thus, he resolutely approached Julian to provoke him. "Is it you?" As Julian emerged, he was confronted by a figure resembling a small mountain blocking his path, causing him to sneer. "Indeed, one audacious lot you giants are. 2 were not enough, and now you send a third? Do you truly believe this is a game of mahjong?" "What mahjong?" Yofhoned. Realizing the remark was far from complimentary. "No matter. Since you are here, let us commence without further ado, saving us both time and breath." Julian yawned, his demeanor radiating disdain for Lion, which even the typically composed two found slightly infuriating. "Very well, if you are eager to savor the taste of defeat, I shall oblige." Arena 7, Julian remarked with a scoff before stepping into a vortex, with Lion following closely behind, a sinister smile on his lips. Perhaps Lion believed victory was assured. However, contrary to the expectations of Blanche and Ming Kai, within less than a minute, the vortex of Arena 7 reopened. Julian maintained his usual demeanor, adorned with a condescending smile, dismissively stating, "How pitiful. You lack even the qualification to have the boss open a chapter for you." Atop the highest spire of the floating city lies the dimensional passage, adorned with mysterious runes that connect to the omnipresent arcane forces of the astral realm. At the pinnacle of this spire rests a dazzling crystal, the core of the entire floating city. No one, not even the gods, knows its origins. Yet, it is speculated across the continent that this gem was forged by Jask in an extraordinary manner, utilizing numerous shattered divine fragments, as evidenced by the faint trace of divine might it emanates. Since its creation, this crystal has served as the energy core of the floating city. Without it, the entire city would likely plummet, unless a being of immense power could act as a human generator. As they approached, the dimensional passage awaited at the top of the spire. In the distance, three unassuming figures hurried forth: Julian, Ming-Kai, and the succubus Lilith. "This is the most wondrous architecture I have ever encountered," Ming-Kai remarked, awestruck by the towering spire, feeling its grandeur and mystery even from afar. Even through the discerning eyes of the Shadow Lord, such an imposing structure was magnificent, a feat that even the gods might struggle to replicate. It is only natural that with each emergence of the floating city, beyond the resolution of conflicts between kingdoms and races, it becomes a grand revelry for the archmages and legendary heroes. I dare assert that if the original continent boasted 100 legends, now only 20 remain. The rest are either within the floating city or have departed to other realms. Julian's eyes flickered with knowledge, for as a prince of the Duchy Kingdom, he was privy to much information. During his 6 months in the Duchy, he had witnessed legendary figures journeying to the floating city almost daily. This included the enigmatic demigod, Lady Selene, whom Julian feared. She too had ventured to an unknown dimension, and it was rumored that this formidable woman was even scheming to ascend to divinity. Taking a deep breath, Julian dared not entertain further thoughts. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Jask's floating city was indeed a legendary carnival, a low-cost interdimensional tourism opportunity that no legend would willingly forego. In essence, the plunder of resources and the gathering of intelligence across dimensions had long surpassed the trivialities of material realm rivalries. Most kingdoms now directed their gaze beyond the material plane, yearning to acquire precious legendary artifacts to enhance their realm's depth. This included the Giant Kingdom, which for the first time qualified to participate. Julian had heard tales of Nicholas rushing into a lost dimension in search of the fabled wealth of the giant deities. As for Ming-Kai, it remained uncertain whether success would be achieved this time. However, even if immediate access was unattainable, there was hope for a venture by the end of this year. Julian remarked, "Well, that's fine. Although it feels a bit pressing, I can still afford to wait a little longer." Ming-Kai nodded in agreement. "That is reassuring." Julian exhaled in relief, and as if struck by inspiration, he added, "In fact, even if we cannot reach the Shadow Realm, we could explore Lilith's homeland. It is a place where one can access any layer of the Abyss, and it is specifically designated. More importantly, the Abyss imposes no restrictions." As he spoke, Julian's excitement began to bubble forth. He recalled the words Lilith once uttered. There are countless beings like her. The thought of thousands of succubi posing in unison sent a rush of blood to his head, conjuring images that made one's heart race. But perhaps the Abyss is best avoided. Without a high-level profession, it is far too perilous, and even for high-level practitioners, the dangers abound. Generally, only legends can navigate its depths. Ming-Kai chuckled, shaking his head in dismissal of Julian's fanciful suggestion. As for Lilith, she had spent the entire day in low spirits. Seemingly, even her once proud demeanor had begun to droop. Before long, the trio found themselves enveloped by the shadows of the spire, and upon entering, they were immediately greeted by an awaiting presence. The visitors were not the legendary powerhouses one might expect, but rather a cadre of distinguished gatekeepers. "Your Highness, you have arrived." Julian merely nodded, unsurprised by the recognition. After all, his dual titles of Prince and Royal Duke afforded him a modicum of renown. "By the way, do you know which master is stationed in the Frost Kingdom?" Julian inquired. "It is Master Swift," the man replied, recalling the name with ease. "Master Swift is located on the 8th floor, room number 7. "I see, thank you." "You're welcome. It is my duty, Your Highness." The man bowed respectfully, a gesture of deference to Julian's status. Accustomed to the privileges of nobility, Julian was unfazed, simply nodding before gesturing for the two companions behind him to enter. As they walked, he remarked, "I never expected that old fellow Swift would be here. It seems we have come to the right place." "Your Highness, do you know Master Swift?" Ming Kai asked curiously. "Indeed, he was the one who initially sent me to the giant clan. Though he left me there without a second thought," Julian replied, a hint of resentment in his tone as he recalled the fear he felt at that time. As they conversed, they quickly ascended to the 8th floor and easily found Swift's room by following the number plates. "This is it," Julian said, standing at the door of room 7 with a sardonic smile. Before he could retract it, the door creaked open, revealing Master Swift, who wore a peculiar grin upon seeing Julian smirk. The atmosphere became decidedly awkward. Ultimately, Swift, possessing the upper hand in this encounter, spoke first. "What brings our esteemed prince to seek the company of this old man? Shouldn't you be with your new girlfriend?" A suggestive glint appeared in Swift's eyes as he mentioned the new girlfriend. "Not at all," Julian replied, steeling himself. He cut straight to the chase. "Master Swift, we have come to request your assistance in opening a portal to the shadow plane. Ming Kai and I have matters to attend to." Leaning against the door, the old man began tapping rhythmically, producing a series of hollow sounds, while murmuring to himself. Ming Kai's heart raced in sync with the tapping, his gaze fixated on Swift. 190, settled, Swift finally declared, though he appeared aged and forgetful, taking an inordinate amount of time to recollect his thoughts. He dawdled for what felt like half an hour, which only fueled Julian's frustration. He was convinced that Swift was deliberately prolonging the process. Nevertheless, Ming Kai remained hopeful, believing that Swift was earnestly contemplating their request. And though anxious, he patiently awaited the outcome. The shadow plane indeed. Swift's brow unfurled, transforming his aged visage into a wrinkled chrysanthemum. "The shadow plane is indeed desolate," he remarked, "a place where even birds would refrain from leaving their droppings. Aside from those legendary figures hailing from the ranks of rangers or rogues, few would dare to provoke the shadowy beings that dwell there. Most choose instead to scour other submaterial planes for resources or confront the formidable entities from other dimensions. Thus, the passage to the shadow plane remains perpetually unopened." "That's reassuring." Julian sighed in relief, a flicker of joy illuminating his face as he exchanged a glance with Ming Kai, both sharing a quiet chuckle, their enthusiasm tempered. However, Swift keenly observed their expressions and doused their spirits with a splash of cold reality. "Do not be so naive. The unwritten rules of the Spire dictate that those without legendary strength cannot hope to open a dimensional passage. As for the likes of you two, such aspirations are utterly futile. Not only are those individuals parsimonious, but they would never permit you to venture forth to your demise with such meager capabilities. Master Swift, is there truly no room for negotiation?" Julian implored, a hint of desperation in his tone. "After all, I am a prince." "Huh," Swift scoffed, dismissing Julian's concerns with a derisive laugh. "You are aware of your status? Yet it is precisely because of that status that I cannot allow you to tread into such perilous territory." Julian felt a pang of frustration, while Ming Kai stood outside the door, caught in a whirlwind of elation and despair, utterly at a loss for how to express his emotions. Fortunately, when Julian raised his gaze, he caught a glimmer of mischief in Swift's eyes, realizing that the old trickster was merely toying with them. A surge of unexpressed ire ignited within him. Is there truly no alternative? Julian stifled the urge to confront the elderly figure before him and continued to plead earnestly. "Oh dear." Swift's tone was exaggerated. "I have already stated there is none. It is simply impossible. Why must you persist in this manner?" Truly vexing. His performance lacked nuance, reminiscent of a standard background actor. Julian silently rated Swift's theatrics in his mind. However, Swift continued, "Given your earnestness, if you could divulge what you seek in the shadow plane, I might consider granting you a backdoor opportunity." A cunning smile spread across Swift's face as he regarded the two with intrigue. As Ming Kai exchanged a glance with Julian, he fell silent for a moment before stating, "Master, it is my insistence to embark on this journey, for I possess something of great significance in the shadow realm that I must retrieve. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge the specifics." Although Ming Kai was aware that Swift was a legend of the Frost Kingdom, he could not reveal everything. Sharing such details was the utmost limit of his willingness. He would not unburden all his secrets merely to secure this opportunity. It is well known that wealth can stir the hearts of men, and even legends may be tempted by such grand benefits. Ming Kai dared not take that gamble. Therefore, should Swift continue to obstruct them, he would undoubtedly depart from Floating City, awaiting another chance. Fortunately, Swift seemed to recognize the limits of his amusement and ceased to toy with the two. Very well. Considering your kind intentions, I shall grant you permission, Swift replied with a peculiar smile. Ming Kai's heart lifted momentarily. However, Swift continued, I have been rather uncomfortable lately, unable to eat or sleep well, and poorly dressed, with no one to attend to my needs. Life here is quite unbearable. While Swift appeared to be lamenting, his gaze was fixed on Lilith, the displeased demon made standing behind Ming Kai. If only I had a delightful demoness by my side, I would fare much better. Julian regarded Swift with a peculiar look, filled with disdain, reminiscent of a judgmental elder driver. Swift, aware of the tone in his voice, cleared his throat and quickly added, Do not misunderstand. I merely seek a maid to clean and cook, nothing more. It's a simple request. He then warned, And what do you mean by that look, young man? Be careful, or I may turn hostile. Ming Kai's previously pale face returned to its normal hue. Although he yearned to venture into the shadow realm, he had not stooped to the level of trading a woman, especially one he considered his own, for an opportunity. Of course, Lilith was not quite his woman, merely a contractual partner. Nonetheless, even as a mere contracted being, Ming Kai would not jest with the well-being of his companion. Since you have said so, Master, let Lilith remain here, he decided, for Swift had assured him that he meant no inappropriate intentions. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ming Kai nodded in agreement. Furthermore, he did not wish to bring a demoness like Lilith into the shadow realm. While she was not a burden, neither was she an asset. She was rather expendable. Perhaps fewer individuals would facilitate a swifter endeavor. Lilith, what is your opinion? Although he had agreed, he sought the maid's perspective. I have no objections. Lilith responded surprisingly readily, casting a flirtatious glance at Julian and adding with a playful huff, But Prince, you must take good care of my master, and you must not steal him away. A chill coursed through the air. There was certainly a deeper meaning in her words. Lilith chuckled softly, covering her mouth as she observed Julian's elongated face. Fully aware that he knew he had been played, he cast a fierce glare at the delicate skin revealed by her elegant maid outfit. However, she remained unperturbed, gently arching her back. Indeed, quite ample, quite fair, and exceedingly dazzling. In that case, prepare yourselves. I shall ascend and open the passage for you. Ah, very well. Thank you, Master, thanked Ming Kai, casting a grateful glance at Swift, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. The unfortunate legend, the Shadow of Darkness, had recently found himself plagued by a series of misfortunes, compelling him to flee in utter disarray. As a formidable legendary shadow creature, particularly one so close to grasping a fragment of the will of the shadow plane, he should not have encountered such a predicament. Yet, fate had conspired against him, binding him to a contract with a certain human, leading to this dismal outcome. His luck had soured to the extent that even drinking water felt like a trial. Upon regaining consciousness from the material plane, the Shadow of Darkness, having suffered excessive damage to his essence, plummeted from the ranks of legendary beings to merely a high-tier shadow creature. Although still a creature of distinction, the difference in level was stark. He had once roamed the shadow plane with impunity, unbothered by any adversaries, freely indulging in playful mischief with the female shadow entities. Now, however, he found himself stripped of his former dominion, unable even to remain in his original territory, forced to retreat in disgrace. Cursed be Lucas, cursed be Elena, cursed be Bane. I shall remember you all. Once I regain my strength, you shall rue the day, he vowed, cautiously navigating the territories of the powerful shadow creatures around him, tiptoeing as if in theft, for the times had changed. Yet, the more he concealed himself, the more his resentment festered, deeply loathing those enemies responsible for his current plight. Tragically, he understood that no matter how fervently he struggled, he could never vanquish his most formidable foe, for Bane's reputation had long since echoed throughout the multiverse. After more than half a month of evasion, at last, the Shadow of Darkness beheld a glimmer of hope. A solitary figure stood at the desolate edge, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. The past 6 months had been a torment beyond human endurance. Every day, he could scarcely gnaw on a bone, forced to consume the remnants left by others, for he dared not take action. Any display of aggression would alert his former acquaintances, who would then extend their hospitality, leaving him ensnared. In blunt terms, the shadow of darkness had spent the last 6 months mingling with the beasts of the shadow plane, subsisting on what they deemed unworthy. But now, that ordeal was finally at an end. It has ended. I shall no longer endure such a life. The moist shadows of my eyes gaze upon the desolate scenery outside, a wave of familiarity and warmth surging within my heart. It was in this very place that I grew and developed, ultimately ascending to the zenith of darkness, departing the periphery to venture into the core, thereby crafting the magnificent legend of shadow. Yet now I have returned, though not by choice, but rather by necessity. The process bears little significance. What truly matters is the outcome. I shall pay a visit to my former tribe, for it has been over 10 millennia since I last returned, and I find myself yearning for it. A trace of nostalgia graces the countenance of the shadow, for as a legend, I have lived long enough, nearly 15,000 years, causing me to forget much. However, I have never forgotten that first tribe which sheltered my growth, nor the maiden who once dwelled there. Nevertheless, there is no need to rush. That place has been absent for over 10,000 years, and I have little knowledge of its current whereabouts. First, I must seek sustenance to satiate my hunger. The mere thought of the meager fare I have consumed recently casts a shadow over my face, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in my eyes, as I swiftly fixate on a direction and take flight. Now, I need not be overly cautious, thus unleashing my full potential. In the blink of an eye, I cover several dozen kilometers, encountering wild tribes without a moment's hesitation, for I am a paragon among elite practitioners. In an instant, I find myself near a den. The lair of the shadow wolves. A chill of coldness envelopes my gaze as I surge inside, my eyes meeting a group of nursing she-wolves. Clearly, upon my arrival, these shadow wolves sensed danger, especially as the alpha and male wolves had departed for the hunt. The she-wolves quickly rallied together, shielding their young behind them. How admirable! Yet regrettably so. A sinister smile creeps upon my lips as a dark energy surges from within me, enveloping the pack in an eerie shadow. The she-wolves, sensing peril, howl in despair, pleading for mercy. Alas, mere moments later, the den is devoid of any life, save for the fallen she-wolves and their helpless offspring. Truly feeble. A chorus of wolf howls resounds outside, yet this does not incite panic within me. I am in dire need of release. And these shadow wolves are but convenient punching bags. I could never forsake such an opportunity. A cruel smile dances upon my face as I lift the corpse of a youngling, igniting fury within the entire pack. They surge into the den with bloodthirsty abandon, each one fearless in their charge. Yet, at times, courage yields little. It often leads only to foolish demise. In my eyes, these shadow wolves are nothing but foolish, oblivious creatures. Wails echoed incessantly. Yet this tumultuous ordeal did not linger for long. The shadow of darkness, once a legend, had diminished, but the remnants of its former grandeur remained palpable. It could sweep through the ranks of elite practitioners with ease, and even contend with the likes of level 21 or 22 legends. Although defeat was inevitable, retreat, however, was assured. Minutes later, as the final shadow wolf fell silent, the massacre drew to a close. At last, tranquility returned, allowing for a well-deserved feast. For the cubs of the shadow wolves were the most delectable delicacies. A smile graced the shadow of darkness's visage as it licked its lips. Meanwhile, a few dozen miles away, Julian and Minkai proceeded with utmost caution. Lacking the formidable prowess of the shadow of darkness, they navigated the treacherous terrain with vigilance, evading all foes. When confronted by formidable creatures, they suppressed all sound and humbly concealed themselves. Not far ahead, approximately 50 kilometers away, their current pace suggested they could arrive today, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, should they encounter a lair of powerful beings, a detour would be necessary, rendering the timeline uncertain. Minkai cautiously peered ahead, observing the interplay of shadows and the bizarre dance of light. In their silent observation, the two remained unaware of the enigmatic figure following closely behind. Nor did they realize that the fallen legend, the shadow of darkness, was murmuring to itself in the distance. How nostalgic this existence felt. The shadow of darkness savored the tender, succulent roasted meat while gazing into the horizon. According to its memories, it should not be far from its original tribe. It wondered if it still existed. Although the shadow of darkness yearned for the survival of its tribe, it understood this was merely a wistful thought. For in the tumultuous realm of shadows, a tribe lacking a powerful guardian could easily fade into oblivion. The shadow of darkness recalled that when it ascended to the rank of quasi-legend, its tribe consisted of but a handful of felines, with no particularly formidable beings among them. In recent years, it had heard no news of familiar legends entering the core region from the periphery. Regardless of their fate, the shadow of darkness resolved to find a new tribe, to become their leader, and to completely disguise its identity until it regained its legendary status, at which point it could reclaim its name. Its gray eyes glimmered with determination as it softly touched the ground and soared into the air, employing its formidable intellect to search for nearby tribal targets. To the east, a sinister smile curled upon its lips. As an outsider, it would not receive a warm welcome, but that mattered little. Much like the hierarchy of beasts, the new Beast King was destined to overthrow the reigning one. This heralded the dawn of a new chapter, one that would undoubtedly be marked by conflict rather than a peaceful transition. The shadow of darkness did not conceal its presence at all. A formidable and enigmatic aura surged towards the tribe before him. As it drew nearer, the tribe became increasingly distinct, and to his astonishment, he sensed a captivating energy that stirred his very being. There are secrets here. Almost instantaneously, this thought blossomed in the shadow of darkness's mind, while an overwhelming joy began to swell within his eyes. He must possess this place. The shadow of darkness gazed upon the rudimentary wooden structures before him with unrestrained elation. Merely being in proximity to this mysterious energy made him feel his essence gradually rejuvenating, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. Yet, even this gradual recovery was a significant feat for him, as he had spent the past 6 months attempting countless methods to restore himself, only to find himself forced into a desperate retreat to the outer layers of the Shadow Realm. Now, serendipitously encountering an energy that could facilitate his gradual revival felt like a stroke of luck from the heavens. Naturally, he was ecstatic, and the intensity of his ruthless ambition surged. Initially, he had intended to become the new leader of this place, to live a life of relative ease, regain his levels, and ascend to legendary status. However, with the emergence of this mysterious energy, the prospect of leveling up seemed trivial. He ought to root himself here and reclaim his essence. Simultaneously, he would not allow these lowly, despicable creatures to linger, for in his eyes, this energy was as alone to wield, and their presence merely squandered its potential. Every being in this place must perish. With his eyelids lowered, the shadow of darkness began to amass energy in his hands. This was not his fault. It was theirs for coveting what was not meant for them. A thunderous explosion reverberated, startling the tribe, yet the devastating attack he unleashed, as a former legend, was no simple feat. In an instant, he obliterated 1/8 of the tribe. An ambush. Who dares to attack the great Wugu tribe? We shall make you pay. Several figures ascended into the sky, surveying their surroundings, as an indignant voice emanated from the foremost figure, resonating outward in waves. Simultaneously, a shroud of dark matter began to intermingle with the sound, spreading outward. Any structure touched by this substance collapsed instantaneously. The previously cautious figure of the shadow of darkness swiftly dashed from a distance. Initially, he had speculated that there might still be a potential legend among them, as the nature of this mysterious energy was unknown, possibly capable of birthing legends. However, upon witnessing the formidable presence in the sky, he realized that the strongest among this tribe were merely those few standing on the platform, and beings of such caliber, even in his current state, he could easily sweep away in droves. How audacious to be so boastful without possessing true strength. It seems that fate has favored me, the shadow of darkness, for I have just narrowly escaped the core zone and am now presented with such a boon. The figure of the shadow of darkness drew near, suddenly materializing before the eyes of several individuals suspended in the air. It's you. You are the one responsible, roared Wugu, the sovereign of a 100-mile radius. A level 19 high creature who had not felt rage in a long while. This time, he resolved to unleash his full might, ensuring that the feeble being before him comprehended the myriad ways in which Lord Wugu could bring about his demise. With a fierce shout, Wugu activated his innate ability as a shadow creature, transforming into a swirling mass of gray mist that swiftly melded into the surrounding environment. Yet in the next instant, he reappeared behind the shadow of darkness, his crimson eyes glinting ominously. Foolish adversary, await your demise. Unfortunately, his arrogance lasted but a fleeting second. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he succumbed to a silent death, unaware of the means by which he had perished. Weakling, a voice whispered in his ear. The remaining individuals brimmed with confidence, utterly convinced of Wugu's inevitable victory, laughing and pointing at the shadow of darkness. Little did they know, the true shadow of darkness had long since vacated the premises, leaving behind merely an illusion crafted from the properties of the shadow plane. Behind them, a familiar yet foreign form of Wugu began to coalesce. The sound of a body being assembled soon caught the attention of the frontmost figures, yet they remained unresponsive, instead bowing respectfully to the Wugu before them. However, the shadow of darkness, donning the guise of Wugu's corpse, had no intention of usurping power. A sinister smile crept across his face as the others sensed something amiss. Too late, an astute one attempted to flee, but before he could react, his eyes widened in horror as he was swiftly grasped by the shadow of darkness, whose accumulated strength over millennia extinguished his life. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. "No, my lord, I am willing to surrender." Yet, the shadow of darkness retorted, "I have no need for subordinates." The slaughter continued unabated. Upon reaching his destination, the shadow of darkness reveled in the carnage. It had been far too long since he had indulged in such a liberating spree, and though his foes were weak, they were still lives taken with pleasure. As the last breath left the final creature, the darkness enveloping the shadow of darkness deepened, becoming as thick as ink. Retracting his hand from the lifeless throat, he wiped it clean and surveyed the ravaged tribe with a satisfied smile. With these insignificant beings dealt with, it was time to seek the source of that mysterious aura. Such a force that could restore what could shatter must be a treasure of legendary status. This time, I, the shadow of darkness, shall not only return to the core zone, but will also become the sole entity within it. In the shadowy depths of his eyes, an exhilarating and chilling glimmer danced, as a force known as ambition began to stir within his heart. It was the coveted realm sought by every creature of the shadows, the aspiration to become the master of this dimension, to reign over all shadows. Only the grand identity of Shadow Lord could be worthy of me. Casting a cold gaze into the distance, he followed the emanating aura, letting out a disdainful snort as he drifted toward the horizon. At that moment, Julian and Ming Kai were nearing their destination, a modestly rising hillock. Such hills were ubiquitous in the Shadow Realm, numbering in the thousands, so common that one might easily overlook them. Were it not for Ming Kai's unwavering certainty, Julian would have never believed that this seemingly ordinary hill concealed treasures once hoarded by the Shadow Lord. Are you certain? Though Julian's heart leaned toward belief, a flicker of doubt lingered. They had scouted the opposite side, where a sizable wild tribe was stationed. If this hill did not hold what they sought, all their efforts would be in vain. I am certain, Ming Kai replied, excitement illuminating his features as he leaned down, his trembling hands brushing against the earth. This is the place, no doubt about it. I can feel a familiar sensation from my memories, and I assure you, that object is undoubtedly inside. However, after the initial thrill, Ming Kai regained his composure, a sense of unease creeping in as he recalled the nearby wild tribe. An instinctual worry nagged at him, hinting at unforeseen dangers. Perhaps it is merely a figment of my imagination. He rubbed the corners of his eyes. After an intensely tense day, such sensations were not unexpected. My lord, before we proceed, we must observe the tribe across the way to assess their situation and discern their patrol patterns, Ming Kai advised, to which Julian nodded, recognizing the importance of vigilance for their safety. Let us first investigate, Julian said cautiously, advancing forward with the stealth of a thief. Exhilaration coursing through him, a sensation unattainable on Earth or in the mainland. Instead of traversing directly over the hill, they took a circuitous route, carefully surveying from a distance. To their astonishment, no signs of life emerged from the village below. As they drew closer, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. The rudimentary settlement appeared devoid of any living creatures. Instead, it bore the grim visage of a tragic scene, littered with the lifeless forms of shadow beings. Grotesque corpses piled together, their expressions frozen in torment, as if haunted by unspeakable horrors. With a forceful kick, Julian dislodged a wooden stake that impeded their path. rising to his feet and dusting off his hands, shaking off the remnants of the encounter. Ming Kai, we are exceedingly anxious. Observe how these shadow creatures have been entirely vanquished. Perhaps someone anticipated our arrival and kindly assisted in clearing them out, Julian remarked with a chuckle, presenting a rationale that even he found hard to believe. It is quite probable that others had ventured here before us, possibly due to disputes among tribes. However, I suspect it is more likely that this tribe has offended some formidable entity. After all, mere tribal skirmishes would not lead to the annihilation of even these feeble shadow beings. Ming Kai, having experienced far more than Julian, assessed the general condition of the area with a mere glance. Yet, like Julian, he remained puzzled as to the underlying cause of such a situation. In this moment, Ming Kai was reflecting on his fortune. He had initially thought it necessary to tread cautiously to evade the patrols of the indigenous shadow creatures. But it now appeared they could excavate openly. Since assistance has been rendered, we might as well relish the ease, Julian declared, promptly leading Ming Kai toward their intended destination. You haven't yet divulged what lies there that warrants such fervent interest, Julian inquired, genuinely curious. Ming Kai's rapid advancement in strength, while not surpassing Julian, positioned him among the elite of the continent. It is a cluster of shadow essence, Ming Kai exclaimed, his tone tinged with excitement, barely able to contain himself at the mere thought. This shadow essence was extraordinarily valuable, representing one of the most prized possessions of the shadow plane. To possess, it equated to holding a degree of authority over the shadow realm, and even to some extent, the ability to harness its dimensional power. Of course, for Ming Kai, this was not the most significant aspect, as he already held a divine status as the Shadow Lord, granting him certain privileges. This cluster of shadow essence symbolized a trove of experience points for him, if fortune favored him. Leaping from his current level 10 directly to a legendary level 21 was not outside the realm of possibility. For Ming Kai, the power of legendary domains was hardly a concern, especially given his divine connection to the shadows. He was akin to a being with extraordinary capabilities. Julian began to feel a tinge of jealousy toward Ming Kai. Though he could not utilize such a treasure, he understood the immense value of a plane's essence. To possess it was to wield authority, easily relegating those without such privileges. After all, those deities merely controlled fragments of the multiverse's essence. And while Ming Kai's was somewhat diminished upon achieving legendary status within the shadow plane, he could very well contend with the gods themselves. Let's proceed, Ming Kai declared, his gaze alight with anticipation as if he could already envision the coveted shadow essence in his grasp. Following his lead, Julian trailed closely behind. Before them lay a modest hill, deceptively simple, yet concealing a miniature plane within. Indeed, it was a plane so diminutive it could scarcely be more so. This is the miniature plane discovered by the Shadow Lord on the outer layers of the Shadow Realm, a realm independent of the Shadow Plane. Clearly, Ming Kai is well acquainted with this place, guiding with effortless ease. Julian, who has navigated through various schemes, is filled with thoughts of perilous traps and daunting challenges. However, it is evident that his mindset does not align with the nature of this world. There is no need for concern. With a slight smile, Ming Kai gazes at the dark mass in the center and slowly states, "This place is indeed dangerous, but only for others. As a retreat established by the Shadow Lord, the means left within are so formidable that at that time, even demigods would find themselves entombed here. Even now, after all this time, typical legends would flee in terror, unable to even approach that shadowy essence. Yet for me, none of this poses a problem. I am the heir of the Shadow Lord, carrying his divine essence, which grants me the status of the master here. How could the dangers here possibly affect their master?" Ming Kai smiles serenely, yet his steps remain unceasing as he moves towards the center. His eyes gleam with fervor, resembling a ravenous man beholding a captivating woman. Fortunately, he manages to suppress his inner desires. He turns to Julian and says, "Your Highness, I kindly ask you to wait for me here for a moment. I shall ascend first. Once I absorb this essence, we shall depart. After all, this is still an alternate plane, and powerful beings abound. Chaos and turmoil are commonplace." "Very well," Julian replies, begrudgingly, as he reflects on the lack of anticipated rewards, particularly regarding the impoverished Shadow Lord. Internally, he curses the Lord repeatedly. for he left behind only a shadow essence, with nothing else. A legendary weapon or artifact was absent, rendering this miniature plane as barren as if it had been licked clean by a dog. Oh well, I shall consider this a mere excursion. Julian leans back against the stone, boredom enveloping him. Meanwhile, Minkai has reached the very center, extending his trembling hand to caress the warm shadow essence. There are no barriers. It is as if a fish has encountered water. The essence begins to envelop him at an astonishing pace. A sound of indescribable comfort escapes Minkai's lips as the shadow essence swiftly penetrates his being, compressing the remnants within him. This process feels akin to being reborn, as his exterior begins to shimmer with a radiant white light. This marks the transformation of a mortal body into that of a divine entity. If all proceeds smoothly, Minkai will face little to no obstruction in his ascension to demigod status, essentially receiving a smooth pass. Such a privilege would undoubtedly evoke envy from those legendary individuals stagnating at level 29. However, fate is a capricious entity, unique to each individual, with everyone encountering their own distinct fortunes. The transformation process induced by the shadow essence for Ming Kai was fleeting, a mere moment in time. Yet thereafter, this essence became beyond his reach, for he remains a mortal, a novice practitioner at level 10, while such primal forces are accessible only to legends. Nonetheless, this is inconsequential, as Ming Kai's purpose in approaching it lies in the fact that, although he cannot directly absorb it, the divine essence within him is capable of assimilating this shadow essence. This essence has now fully merged with him, rendering the distinction between direct absorption and his current state negligible. Of course, the greater advantage lies in the energy that will be released from the divine essence post-absorption, acting as a catalyst that not only accelerates Ming Kai's growth, but also allows him to replenish this energy wherever shadows linger. This serves as a vital aid, almost as if he possesses a cheat code. Furthermore, throughout this prolonged catalytic process, Ming Kai will naturally evolve towards legendary, or even demigod life, with the divine essence's presence. He will encounter no hurdles along the way and may ignite the divine flame, re-emerging in the multiverse as the Lord of Shadows. Ming Kai smiled, a smile brimming with joy. Yet, this is a matter for the future. At present, with the absorption of the shadow essence, he finds himself unable to connect with the divine essence within him. This implies that until the essence is wholly absorbed by the divine presence, Ming Kai is merely an ordinary man, unable to utilize any of his previous trump cards, relying solely on his innate strength. Nevertheless, he dismisses such trivial concerns, confident that he will not encounter insurmountable foes. Moreover, he is not alone. Julian, the chosen of the goddess of magic, stands by his side. As Ming Kai pondered, Julian clearly noted his acquisition of the shadow essence and sprang up with excitement. What? Have you succeeded already? Indeed, Ming Kai nodded. The shadow essence has been integrated within me. This objective in the shadow plane has been accomplished. He cast a fleeting glance at Julian, concealing his true circumstances. For while they share a friendship, it does not extend to the depths of life and death. Ming Kai dares not expose his entire situation before Julian. As the adage goes, one must always exercise caution against betrayal. Thus, he refrains from revealing the whole truth, yet he will not foolishly venture out just yet. Although he has succeeded, he still requires some time, so we may need to remain here for a while longer. My apologies, Your Highness. Ming Kai gazed at Julian with regret, to which she naturally offered no objections regarding such a minor inconvenience. However, Julian did not suspect that Ming Kai harbored any nefarious intentions, for he bore only a meager amount of flesh upon his frame, nothing of such significance that would warrant Ming Kai's protagonist-like attention. Well then, since we are safe here, there's no harm in lingering for a while, Julian nodded. Yet, just as his words fell into the air, the two exchanged a knowing smile, brimming with camaraderie, when suddenly a tremendous sound erupted from outside. At last I have entered a microdimension. There's even a miniature independent realm here. It must hold treasures. Upon the unexpected arrival of this voice, both Julian and Ming Kai simultaneously gasped, albeit for different reasons. Julian, with delight, for this was exhilarating and, indeed, quite normal. After all, the monotonous exploration had nearly rendered him indifferent. He thrived on such unexpected occurrences, relishing the twists and turns of adventure. he felt a thrill of satisfaction, while Ming Kai's heart sank. Ordinarily, he would remain unperturbed, but at this moment he found himself in a state of vulnerability, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of another presence. Clearly, the earlier removal of the shadow's essence had rendered the microdimension's core powerless, nullifying all previously set traps. And it was quite the coincidence that a formidable shadow entity happened to pass by. A bitter taste filled Ming Kai's heart as he turned to glance at Julian, who was tucked away in a corner, secretly laughing, and a wave of relief washed over him. Simultaneously, he felt a flicker of gratitude for having brought Julian along. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do in this predicament. Even if he attempted an immediate escape, hope seemed rather bleak. Silently approaching Julian, Ming Kai steadied himself as he observed a figure pushing its way inside, a cold, chilling gaze locking onto the two of them. What should we do? Ming Kai invincible. Well, what else can we do? Naturally, we must confront it, Julian replied with a grin. Though this shadow creature appears formidable together, we should be more than capable of handling such an adversary. Ming Kai nodded, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, the dark shadow had already squeezed its way in, intoxicated by the alluring scent that overwhelmed it, a surge of excitement coursing through its being, filled with insatiable desire. However, suddenly, it caught sight of the two feeble figures before it, and an impatient wave of its hand summoned shadowy shackles to ensnare them, intending to slowly trace the source of that enticing essence. Yet, to its surprise, the shadowy shackles seemed ineffective, thwarted before they could fully close. "Oh, it appears you possess some skill," it sneered, its voice abruptly halting as its gaze fixated on Julian, gradually turning a deep crimson. With a final howl, he laughed heartily at Julian. "It is you indeed, it is you." The eerie gaze of the dark shadow made Julian feel quite uncomfortable. However, he was also perplexed as to why this advanced shadow creature appeared so agitated upon seeing him, akin to a nemesis. In truth, it was entirely normal for Julian not to recognize the dark shadow, as the entity that had once been summoned and possessed was not the same as its current form. Thus, Julian remained oblivious to the fact that this superior shadow being was the very same arrogant dark shadow from before. While Julian did not know him, the dark shadow was well aware of Julian. Although Julian had merely been a peripheral figure at that time, anyone or anything associated with Elena and Bane was loathed by him. And upon seeing Julian for the first time, he could not contain his murderous intent. "Do you know me?" Julian inquired. At this question, the dark shadow, poised to strike, momentarily froze. "Huh, you do not recognize me. How amusing," it hissed through gritted teeth, its eyes filled with a sense of humiliation. It was utterly disgraceful that its lifelong enemy did not recognize it. "Who on earth are you?" Julian stepped back cautiously. "I am the dark shadow from that banquet." The vengeful gaze fixated on Julian. "It was because of that night that Bane destroyed everything I held dear." "Oh, now I understand. It seems you have fallen from grace." Julian sighed in relief, thinking that as long as the being was no longer legendary, he could handle the situation. Shadow impact. A chilling voice emanated from the dark shadow as a bizarre shockwave radiated from its being, beginning to corrode everything in its vicinity. "Kid, though I am unsure why you are here, you must die today." The dark shadow's voice echoed towards Julian, yet he remained unperturbed, producing a barrier scroll from his hand and shattering it effortlessly. A violet magical barrier rose to intercept the shadowy assault. Julian felt no regret in expending such a precious scroll, for their family possessed an abundance of them, several large warehouses full. Though it was merely a subsequent strike, the ease with which it was thwarted displeased the dark shadow. However, it would not dwell on Julian any longer. Its foremost priority was to locate the source of the tantalizing aura and restore its essence, thus regaining its legendary power. Casting a cold glance at Julian, it remarked, "For now, I shall spare you, kid." With that, the dark shadow's gaze began to search the surroundings, and it quickly spotted the vacant central platform. Feeling a flicker of joy, only to realize that whatever had been there was undoubtedly taken. As for who had taken it, that was easily discernible. Only two individuals had entered before it, and Julian had been clearly further back. In the earlier probing, the dark shadow had not detected any trace of that particular aura on him. Therefore, its frigid gaze turned towards Ming Kai. "Did you send it out yourself? Or shall I retrieve it myself?" The tone of the shadow of darkness was laced with an icy chill and an undeniable authority. its hawk-like gaze firmly fixed upon Ming Kai, imprinting every motion in its memory. I believe there is a misunderstanding between us, Ming Kai said, taking a deep breath, attempting to employ his verbal prowess to persuade the shadow of darkness. I have not taken anything. When we arrived, it was already like this, and we are trapped here. His eyes were earnest, radiating a conviction that could sway many. However, such a degree of charisma was evidently ineffective against the shadow of darkness, which merely responded with a cold smirk. Naive, do you think I would believe you? I trust only my instincts. The item is on you. Yes, it must be on you. There is no doubt. With each step forward, the shadow of darkness felt its inner excitement intensifying, convinced that the sought-after object resided within Ming Kai. Wait, I can explain. Ming Kai's eyes reflected urgency. Heh, I'm not foolish. I understand that villains perish from excessive chatter, came the chilling response. With that, an ominous aura descended, enveloping Ming Kai in an instant. A gasp escaped his lips, caught in a choked silence. The shadow of darkness seized him by the throat, panic reflected in Ming Kai's wide eyes as they bulged, black and white becoming increasingly conspicuous, threatening to burst. However, as a normal human, he could not withstand the pressure for long. Mere seconds later, Ming Kai succumbed before Julian's incredulous gaze. He truly could not believe it. Ming Kai had just perished like that. Julian rubbed his eyes in disbelief, yet reality forced him to accept the truth. For Ming Kai's lifeless body lay crumpled on the ground, his eyes still wide open, a clear indication of unresolved departure. Even in the void of life, Julian discerned a flicker of disbelief lingering in his gaze. As a survivor, Julian felt his mouth go dry, instinctively licking his lips. He had initially thought Ming Kai was merely toying with the shadow of darkness, deliberately leading it on, only to launch a counterattack at the peak of its arrogance, a narrative favored by protagonists who thrive on the edge of thrill. Particularly, when the grand finale culminates in triumph over the villain, and the onlookers cheer in euphoria, it is nothing short of exhilarating. However, should the showboating fail, it would indeed be a monumental folly. Yet, it was evident that Ming Kai, in Julian's impression, was not the type to engage in such foolishness. He had always been the epitome of calmness, leaning towards an absolute rationality. Even if Ming Kai wishes to maintain a low profile, masquerading as a mere pig to devour a tiger, he would undoubtedly avoid placing himself in peril. Thus, the Ming Kai from earlier may have genuinely lacked any resistance. However, a conundrum arises. Has Ming Kai not incessantly boasted of his prowess, claiming it nearly rivals that of legends? Why then was he so easily vanquished? Julian could not fathom this. Yet, another being present, the shadow of darkness, remained unconcerned with such musings. As a former legendary powerhouse, he held an unwavering confidence. Dispatching a novice weakling was hardly a challenge. Indeed, just a waste of existence. No wonder he's been stalling for time. The shadow of darkness turned his gaze toward Julian, sensing a plea for aid. Alas, how could he possibly rescue you from my grasp? Though stirred by his thoughts, the shadow of darkness was aware that his primary objective was not to eliminate Julian, for at this moment, the microdimension contained only the two of them. He feared not Julian's escape. In his mind, Julian was merely a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. He needed to swiftly locate that object. The shadow of darkness fixed his gaze upon Ming Kai's lifeless form, his eyes narrowing slightly, intent on penetrating the very essence of Ming Kai's body. However, given that Ming Kai's corpse had been transformed by divine essence and the origin of shadows, it was beyond the capacity of the current shadow of darkness to see through. Yet, the more elusive it became, the more jubilant the shadow of darkness felt, as it signified that Ming Kai's remains concealed greater secrets. Hith. This is indeed my fortune. I shall ascend to my former glory. Await the inevitable, for all shall perish. The shadow of darkness clenched his teeth, the humiliation flickering across his face, and thoughts of his days spent in ignominy ignited a tempest within him. With a cold snort, he swiftly raised his hand, gathering a dense energy of shadows between his fingers. With a gentle tap, he directed it toward Ming Kai's corpse. In the next moment, layers of dark flames began to envelop Ming Kai's remains, incessantly refining them, as if extracting some essence. Clearly, these dark flames were extraordinary. Even Ming Kai's divinely altered body could withstand them only briefly, before beginning to dissolve. Within the flames, Ming Kai's silhouette twisted incessantly, devoid of any sound. Not even the scent of charred flesh. It was as if his very being had vanished into thin air. As the corpse continued to condense, the remnants became increasingly distinct. The divine essence, radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, began to emerge from within Ming Kai, shimmering enticingly. Inside the essence, a dark origin was continually nourishing it. Gulp! The shadow of darkness could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them in disbelief. By heavens, he had witnessed the divine essence. He had indeed encountered a perfectly preserved divine essence. Moreover, this essence belonged to the former sovereign of the shadow dimension, the apex assassin whose name echoed throughout the multiverse, the Lord of Shadows. This was nothing short of a blessing from the heavens. As for the substance enveloped in divinity, the shadow of darkness is unmistakable, with merely a familiar perception. It is evident that this is the essence of the shadow plane. No wonder, only the essence of shadows, with its mere emanation, can induce the automatic restoration of my own essence. I have struck an extraordinary fortune this time. The pupil of darkness is filled with divinity and the essence of shadows. And he is utterly elated, lost in the euphoria of the moment, for he never anticipated that a seemingly insignificant creature could possess such a treasure. He chuckles to himself, believing this to be fate. It is destiny that led me to the kingdom of Dodge. It is destiny that thrust me into legend. It is destiny that forced me to escape from the core area in disarray, and it is precisely due to this that I can reap such rewards. Those scoundrels who have lingered in the core area will likely never fathom that such benefits exist in the periphery of the shadow plane. Yet now, all of this belongs to the illustrious shadow of darkness. A smile begins to curl at the corners of his mouth with the daydream of becoming the great sovereign of shadows, the new ruler of the shadow plane. My name shall resonate throughout the multiverse. Oh, indeed, Your Excellency, the shadow of darkness. Julian's mocking voice suddenly pierced the air, causing a jolt of anxiety to surge within the heart of the shadow. A foreboding sense of dread engulfing him as he hastily turned to confront the entity he had previously overlooked. However, upon turning, he was met with a brilliant halo enveloping Julian, rendering him momentarily blinded. Though he could not see, he understood that he was on the verge of losing the most crucial aspect of his existence. His throat constricted. "No, you thief, do not touch what belongs to me. That is mine. You shall not take it." Yet, what good is shouting if it does not compel action? Julian paid no heed to the shadow's desperate cries. Instead, he produced a spatial teleportation scroll, pinpointing the coordinates recently manifested within the shadow plane, and effortlessly carried away the remnants of Ming Kai's corpse. "Farewell. I shall take my leave." Julian's voice echoed within the confines of this miniature plane, and as he departed, the realm descended into chaos, for the plane, now bereft of its essence of shadows, could no longer sustain its independent existence, and began to be consumed by the void. In an infinite gray wasteland, a figure abruptly materialized, while behind him, the deep gray currents slowly dissipated, the wounds of fractured space mended within less than a second. Huffing and puffing, Julian took a deep breath, patting his chest, for the recent events had been exceedingly exhilarating. After all, escaping was truly delightful. Casting a glance back, he noted that his escape point lay a couple of 100 kilometers away, free from the worry of being pursued by the shadow of darkness. Julian retrieved Ming Kai's corpse from his spatial ring. Now, it bore little resemblance to a human form, merely a vague silhouette. Yet what drew the eye was the divinity gradually manifesting within, a complete divine essence. It even comes with a buy one get one free offer, including a fragment of the shadow dimension's origin. I apologize, dear Ming Kai, though I feel a twinge of guilt, I cannot help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Regarding Ming Kai's demise, Julian felt no profound sorrow. Firstly, Ming Kai was not an enchanting maiden, and thus, he would not evoke any sympathy. Secondly, their bond was not particularly deep. They were merely casual acquaintances, perhaps even leveraging their relationship for mutual benefit. This time, Julian had merely tagged along with Ming Kai for a bit of mischief, never anticipating such a dramatic turn of events where the protagonist would fall and treasures would be strewn about. It was an absolute treasure trove. To say nothing of other matters, possessing this divine essence would nearly guarantee an elevation to the divine realm. How could Julian not be tempted? Naturally, he was. As he reached out to touch Ming Kai's grotesque corpse, he quietly lamented, yet his face bore a joyful grin. "Fear not, my friend. I shall inherit all that you possessed, including your adversaries. I vow they will receive their just retribution," Julian proclaimed, all while his hands busily extracted the divine essence from Ming Kai's lifeless form. Such an artifact could only manifest following Ming Kai's death and the shattering of his consciousness. Under normal circumstances, it would be imperceptible to the average individual. The shadow dimension, devoid of sunlight and color, vibrated with the essence of the divine artifact as it permeated the air. Julian could even sense the atmosphere around him quivering. Particularly, as the shadow energy began to coalesce, a vortex started to form above him. At that moment, even someone of Julian's modest intellect could discern that something was amiss. Or rather, with his limited understanding, he could scarcely fathom that this divine essence would incite such a commotion. But it was to be expected. As the divine essence of the Shadow Lord, it encapsulated nearly the entirety of the dimension's essence. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Shadow Realm was the Shadow Lord's private garden. Now that the Master had fallen, the symbol of his presence had not vanished. At this moment, a surge of shadowy power descended, seemingly celebrating the return of its former master. Yet, this predicament was unfortunate for Julian, who now wore a bewildered expression, gazing at the iridescent divine essence in his hand, and promptly sank to the ground. What in the world is happening? I barely managed to escape this far, believing myself to be sufficiently concealed, yet here I am, clutching such an object in my grasp. It's akin to pulling out a several thousand-watt lamp in the dead of night. How can I hide it? Surely, I cannot just shove it down my trousers. Initially, he merely needed to wait a moment for the dimensional portal to open, allowing him to return to Floating City in triumph and dominance. But now, did he dare linger in this place? Of course not. Even a mere second's delay could lead to being tracked down by formidable shadow beings. It is imperative to understand that this predicament transcends the solitary issue of the Dark Shadow. The entire Shadow Realm has begun to tremble. The legendary shadows hidden along the borders and the ancient beings that dominate the core regions have all turned their gaze toward Julian's location. The manifestation of the Shadow Lord's divine essence has stirred them into a fervor. Their excitement is palpable, their desires insatiable. For them, acquiring this divine essence would almost instantaneously elevate them to godhood, with no room for doubt, as they are intrinsically linked to the shadows and represent the most legitimate heirs. Boom! The entire Shadow Realm quaked, resonating with the cacophony of countless shattered spaces and dazzling streams of light flashing incessantly. Their singular objective is now focused on a desolate expanse at the boundary. The primal forces of the Shadow Realm continue to surge restlessly. A chilling dread of death looms over Julian, for if things go awry this time, there would truly be no salvation for him. His identity here holds no value, and his so-called strength cannot withstand the predatory gaze of the indigenous beings of the Shadow Realm. Not only, but even the demigods of the human kingdoms would find themselves fleeing in a disheveled manner, facing an inexorable doom. Is it possible that the divine essence I have just acquired is to be so easily relinquished? Julian feels a surge of unwillingness. Although it was initially a stroke of fortune, he now regards it as his own. After nearly a year of entanglement in this realm, how could he not comprehend the reverence of divinity? He naturally yearns to become a deity, one who is worshipped and revered, immortal and indestructible. And now, the shortcut to such a fate lies before him. He is reluctant to yield, thus he resolves to fight for his chance. He believes there is still hope for redemption. With determination, Julian tilts his head back like one savoring a jelly bean, grasping the divine essence radiating with iridescent light, and swallows it whole. As for the nausea, he has no time to dwell on it. Such considerations can wait until his life is assured. If the divine essence integrates with my body, it should merge harmoniously. Once the fusion is complete and he loses consciousness, perhaps he will still have a chance. Julian, having brought more than one space transfer scroll, now holds another tightly, poised for escape. However, as the divine essence descends into his being, Julian suddenly senses something amiss. Why is his body swelling like an inflated balloon? Ordinarily, It should integrate into his form and enter his consciousness, initiating transformation. But what on earth is happening now? In sheer terror, Julian observes his transformation, only to catch sight of Ming Kai's lifeless body, its eerie gaze fixed upon him, seemingly in disbelief. After all, if Ming Kai were to learn that someone ingested divine essence in such a manner, it would indeed be shocking. Who would have thought that such a substantial piece would be swallowed without fear of choking? Damn it, I must have made a mistake. This item is certainly not meant for consumption, but rather serves another purpose. I have truly indulged to the point of excess, and it appears to be mere superficial weight. Julian gazed at his ever-expanding form, contemplating that a simple release of gas might propel him away at light speed. In the boundless gray wasteland, a silhouette abruptly materialized, with a swirling, dark gray mist gradually dissipating behind him, the fragmented space mending itself in less than a second. Julian gasped for breath, patting his chest. The recent events had been overwhelmingly exhilarating. After all, the thrill of a narrow escape is undeniably satisfying. Casting a glance back, he estimated he had distanced himself by a couple of 100 kilometers, far enough to evade that shadowy pursuer. Julian retrieved the corpse of Ming Kai from his spatial ring. The body was now beyond recognition, its form a mere indistinct shape, yet what drew the eye was the divine essence gradually manifesting within. A complete divine essence, no less. And as a bonus, it came with a bundle of shadow planes origin. My apologies, dear brother Ming Kai. Though I feel quite remorseful, I simply cannot contain my laughter. Ha ha ha. Regarding Ming Kai's demise, Julian felt no profound sorrow. After all, Ming Kai was neither a charming maiden nor someone he held a deep bond with. Their relationship was merely one of convenience. This time, Julian had only intended to accompany Ming Kai for a little escapade, never expecting to stumble upon such a dramatic scene of a protagonist's demise and a great explosion. It was akin to a treasure trove scattered around, leaving aside everything else. Possessing this divine essence would almost guarantee an ascendance to the ranks of the divine. How could Julian not be tempted? Naturally, he was. Touching Ming Kai's grotesque remains, he silently marveled while wearing a cheerful smile. Fear not, brother. I shall take on all that you bequeath, including your adversaries. I vow to ensure they receive their just deserts. While Julian spoke, his hands were diligently extracting the divine essence from Ming Kai's lifeless body. Such treasures could only fall into the hands of someone after Ming Kai's demise and the shattering of his consciousness. Under normal circumstances, they would elude the grasp of ordinary individuals. The shadow plane lacked sunlight and color, yet upon the exposure of the divine essence to the air, Julian could feel the atmosphere around him quivering, particularly as the energy of the shadows began to coalesce. A vortex started to form above him. At that moment, even with his limited intellect, Julian sensed that something was amiss. Or rather, with his rudimentary understanding, he could not fathom that this divine essence would evoke such a significant commotion. Yet, this reaction was only to be expected, as the embodiment of the Shadow Lord's divinity. This essence encapsulates the quintessence of nearly the entire dimension. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the Shadow Plane is akin to the Shadow Lord's private garden. Yet, with the fall of its master, the symbol of this dominion has not vanished. At this moment, a tremendous surge of shadowy power descends, as if heralding the return of its once mighty master. However, this spells trouble for Julian, who now finds himself with a woeful expression, staring in bewilderment at the resplendent divinity in his hand, and he collapses to the ground. What in the world is this? After striving to distance himself so far, he believed he had concealed himself sufficiently. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would be clutching such an object? It is akin to brandishing a several thousand-watt lamp in the darkness. There is no way to hide it. He cannot possibly tuck it away. He had merely to wait a moment for the dimensional portal to open, allowing him to return to the floating city with great flourish, ready to reign supreme. But now, does he dare linger in this place? Certainly not. Even a second's delay could result in being pursued by formidable shadow creatures. It is essential to recognize that this predicament extends beyond the dark shadow. The entire shadow plane is now in turmoil. Legendary shadows concealed at the borders, as well as ancient beings ruling the core regions, have already set their sights on Julian's location. For the appearance of the Shadow Lord's divinity has incited their excitement and fervor. To them, Acquiring this divine essence would almost instantaneously elevate them to godhood, with no room for doubt, for they inherently belong to the shadows and are the most legitimate heirs. Boom! The entire shadow plane trembles. The sound of countless spaces fracturing resonates, and dazzling streaks of light constantly flash. Their singular objective is a desolate expanse at the boundary. The primal energy of the entire shadow plane continues to oscillate. The dread of death begins to loom over Julian, for should circumstances take a turn for the worse, there would truly be no one capable of rescuing him. His identity holds no value here, and his purported strength cannot withstand the predatory gaze of the indigenous denizens of the shadow plane. It is not only he who would struggle. Even demigods from human kingdoms would find themselves fleeing in disarray, meeting a grim fate. Is it possible that the divinity he has just acquired is destined to be relinquished so easily? Julian is unwilling to accept this fate. Although it was initially a stroke of fortune, it has now become his. After nearly a year of navigating these treacherous waters, how could he not understand the honor of divinity? He yearns to become a deity revered and worshipped, immortal and eternal. And now, the shortcut to his aspirations lies before him. He is determined not to relinquish this chance. Hence, he seeks to resist, convinced that there remains an opportunity for salvation. Without hesitation, Julian tilts his head back, seizing the shimmering, multicolored divinity, and swallows it whole, disregarding any sense of revulsion, for he has no time to ponder such trivialities. One must contemplate only when the preservation of life is at stake. If the divine essence were to enter my body, it would presumably integrate with my being. Once this fusion is complete and I lose consciousness, I might still have a chance. Julian, of course, had more than one spatial teleportation scroll at his disposal. At this moment, he clutched another in his hand, poised for escape. Yet, as the divine essence coursed through him, Julian suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was his body swelling like an inflated balloon? Normally, it should assimilate into his form and delve into his sea of consciousness, initiating a transformation. But what in the world was happening? In sheer terror, Julian gazed at his own grotesque metamorphosis, only to catch sight of Ming Kai's lifeless body. Its eerie eyes fixed upon him as if in shock. If Ming Kai were to witness this, it would indeed be a revelation. After all, it was the first time he had heard of someone consuming divine essence. To think it was akin to swallowing candy, directly washed down with water. Such a large portion. Wasn't he worried about choking? This was undoubtedly a grave mistake. This substance was not meant for consumption, but rather for other means. He had truly bitten off more than he could chew, and now he felt like a bloated imposter. As Julian observed his ever-expanding form, he mused that a mere flatulence might launch him at light speed. A staggering 199. He had ballooned in an instant. Could he be on the verge of ascension? Julian was on the brink of tears. He had initially believed he had struck gold, only to find himself in this predicament. He could feel his body beginning to rupture, the pain incessantly stimulating his fragile nerves. This could not continue. At this rate, he might not even see the attackers before he perished. Julian was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Beep. A significant energy point detected within the host's body. Analysis underway. Analysis complete. The energy source belongs to a medium divine essence. Beep. Host, do you wish to purchase energy points using the divine essence? At this moment, Julian was nearing his breaking point. He could hardly consider anything further, so he bellowed within his mind. Hurry, hurry. Purchase all energy points and upgrade the system immediately. As his thoughts echoed in his mind, the vast energy of the divine essence began to recede like a tidal wave. Beep. Purchase in progress. Purchase complete. Upgrading. Upgrading. Julian lost track of time, yet it felt as if it passed swiftly. As the system upgraded, the injuries inflicted by the divine essence's stimulation on both his mind and body were nearly healed in the first wave of upgrades. Each subsequent upgrade was akin to a poppy-like ecstasy, until at last, a brilliant white light faded from Julian's sea of consciousness, and a refreshing sensation enveloped him. He felt an unprecedented clarity of thought, and his body appeared to undergo a peculiar transformation. With each breath, he sensed energy surging into him like a torrent. What was this sensation? As the confusion in Julian's mind began to dissipate, he gradually regained his senses and felt something was amiss. Where's my divine essence? Where has it gone? Suddenly, Julian found himself unable to locate the divine essence that had transformed him. System, come forth. What is happening? He recalled the system. Only such an external mechanism could have caused the disappearance of his divine essence. Beep. System upgrade complete. System upgrade? Julian was perplexed. Wasn't it I who was supposed to upgrade? Beep. Ordinary system, level 10, upgrade complete. The system has automatically upgraded, activating divine mode. With each level gained, the speed of divine power refinement, divinity condensation, and divine essence shaping will increase. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Julian's mind, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, he eventually grasped the essence of the situation. The ordinary phase of the system could only elevate to level 10, after which it transitioned to divine mode, enhancing the aptitude for cultivating divinity. It was fundamentally unchanged. It remained a cultivation system focused solely on enhancing cultivation talent, with no other practical application. But damn this system. I am not yet a deity. What use do I have for refining divine power, condensing divinity, or shaping divine essence? Julian lamented in his mind, though this frustration was fleeting, as the system's notifications continued unabated. Energy exchange within the host is ongoing. Divine power infusion in progress. Replacement complete. As the final notification concluded, the system fell silent, as if it had never existed, leaving Julian alone in his thoughts. When he regained his composure, he was astonished to realize that although a significant amount of time had passed in his mind, only a fleeting moment had elapsed in reality. Wait, divine mode? Energy replacement? Divine power infusion? Julian was engulfed in confusion, but as he focused his mental energy inward, he was struck by the revelation that the azure energy within him had transformed entirely into a golden essence, radiating an aura of majesty. Is this divine power? After a brief moment of stupor, elation washed over him, for Julian now comprehended the workings of this confounding system. It was merely an upgrade, activating divine mode, and since he remained in the mortal phase, divine power was forcibly infused into him to facilitate his adaptation to the system's elevation. Without this divine power infusion, he would be unable to utilize the system at all. In other words, his cultivation aptitude still existed, but it was exclusively applicable to divine power. How extraordinary! To put it simply, while others cultivated ordinary energy, he cultivated divine power, thus fundamentally surpassing them in quality. Am I now akin to a 12th level deity? Julian could scarcely contain his joy, to the point of nearly losing his sanity in laughter. This is indeed the proverbial pie falling from the sky. Initially, one might assume that divinity would bring benefits. However, the true advantage lies not in the divinity itself, but in the benefits it bestows upon the system, which in turn grants advantages to him. At this juncture, what differentiates him from an intermediate mage capable of refining divine power? The advantages Julian has obtained are evidently substantial. In the future, the spells he casts will be enhanced by divine energy, potentially amplifying their potency twofold, if not more, with an array of accompanying effects that are truly remarkable. Henceforth, surpassing levels will be an effortless feat. Of course, drawbacks do exist. Genuine deities possess an overwhelming abundance of divine power, and more crucially, they wield control over specific rules. The divine energy they harness is infused with their will, rendering its might incomparable to that of mere mortals. Conversely, the divine power coursing through Julian's veins resembles plain water, lacking any additional attributes. It is essentially a blank slate of divine energy. Moreover, the quantity of divine energy he possesses is akin to that of a typical 12th level mage, making it imperative for him to focus on leveling up. As Julian reveled in his newfound joy, a furious roar echoed from a distance. I found you, brat. Return what you have to me at once, or prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Julian's expression turned ashen, and the elation brought by his upgrade vanished without a trace. Bowing his head, a flicker of exasperation and rage crossed his eyes. Damn it, this wretch is relentless. I didn't expect him to catch up so quickly. Shaking his head, Julian resolved to make a hasty retreat. He had no intention of confronting this former legend head-on. After all, while he was formidable, he was not yet potent enough to challenge a legendary figure several levels above him. Meanwhile, the shadow of darkness was in a state of agitation, infused with a mix of anger and despair, due to Julian's hasty revelation of his divine essence. The entire Shadow Realm had sensed this energy surge. Without a second thought, the Shadow of Darkness understood that the powerful shadow beings lurking in the core region were undoubtedly beginning to tear through the fabric of space to pursue him. Had he been his former self, he would not have needed to worry excessively. However, he was no longer that being. Now, he was merely a significantly stronger high-level shadow entity, utterly incapable of competing for resources against those legendary titans. Thus, Julian represented his final opportunity. If he could intercept Julian and seize the divine essence, a glimmer of hope would remain, fueled by a desperate resolve. The Shadow of Darkness fixed its crimson gaze upon Julian, enveloped in an aura of formidable terror. As the shadow lunged forward, Julian would not remain passive. He had been prepared for this moment. The instant the Shadow of Darkness made its move, Julian swiftly shattered the space scroll in his possession, and in the blink of an eye, an energy of spatial essence enveloped him, causing him to vanish from his original location. The Shadow of Darkness, of course, struck nothing but air, reducing the spot where Julian had stood to mere dust. At this moment, Julian had long since vanished into the unknown. Damn it! The Shadow of Darkness howled at the heavens, his eyes blazing with fury as he gazed upward. Yet, following that anguished cry, a wave of sorrow washed over him, and his hands fell weakly to his sides. Initially, he was fortunate enough to be the first to sense the aura of divinity, for his proximity allowed him to arrive swiftly. However, by the time he reached the location, he could no longer perceive the divine fluctuations emanating from Julian. It was evident that the divine essence had been devoured and assimilated. The fortunate lad. A terrifying grin spread across the ghastly visage of the Shadow of Darkness as he surveyed the distance. But do you think this means you can escape unscathed? How naive! This is the realm of shadows, the dominion of shadow creatures. It is hardly a place where a mere human can act with impunity. Although the Shadow of Darkness had missed his final opportunity, his resentment towards Julian had reached a fever pitch, bordering on an unending vendetta. While he may have lost the chance to singularly claim the divine essence and ascend to greatness, other methods remained at his disposal. As he gazed into the distance, a colossal shadow that nearly obscured the entire sky abruptly materialized. Is it him? The Shadow of Darkness murmured softly, hardly expecting that even this figure had been stirred. Yet, it was only natural. This being had long coveted that position and would not relinquish this opportunity. Julian had nearly broadcast the essence of divinity throughout the entire Shadow Realm. As the ostensible strongest entity of this domain, the fearsome cloud, Sinbad, was naturally compelled to investigate. To my surprise, I see you, Gurister. The ominous cloud coalesced into a face that wore a mocking expression as it regarded the Shadow of Darkness. Gurister was indeed the name of the Shadow of Darkness, a name that only an entity like Sinbad could utter freely without fear of repercussions. Sinbad's piercing gaze swept over the Shadow of Darkness, and he remarked in astonishment, "Oh, how peculiar! Your essence shattered, causing you to fall from the legendary tier. Could it be that the owner of that divine essence is formidable?" Sinbad was also taken aback. Although the Shadow of Darkness was not the absolute strongest in the Shadow Realm, he was certainly among the top contenders. To witness such a being's essence shattered and fall from grace was indeed a shocking event. Could it be a certain deity? Sinbad pondered, a tide of unwillingness rising within him. For if another deity were to claim that essence, it would signify that these shadow beings had lost their chance. They would be subjugated by another. What on earth is happening? Sinbad's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the Shadow of Darkness. He refrained from striking, for the Shadow of Darkness was far too weak at present, and furthermore, he bore no possibility of possessing the divine essence. As Sinbad could clearly sense everything within such close proximity, the Shadow of Darkness took a deep breath. He chose not to conceal the truth, for his weakened state rendered him unworthy of contesting against these powerful figures. Thus, he could only seek refuge. Who in the entire Shadow Realm could rival the formidable cloud? Sinbad before him? Without hesitation, the dark shadow divulged everything it knew to the figure before it. After a prolonged silence, the visage of the terrifying cloud, upon absorbing the revelations, broke into a faint smile. So, the one wielding the divine essence is merely an ordinary individual, at best a mid-tier caliber? Indeed. But what of his identity? Sinbad scoffed, contemplating the absurdity of discussing identity in the Shadow Realm. Who was he? The most formidable being of the Shadow Realm. The current sovereign of this domain. His status surpassed that of any king from a mortal kingdom. This is the Shadow Realm, Gurist. Here, I am the true ruler. Though Sinbad's words appeared directed at the Dark Shadow, they were, in truth, a proclamation to the watchful adversaries surrounding him. One should not presume that only a single individual from the Shadow Realm approached. Simultaneously, Sinbad sensed the presence of no fewer than several demigod-level entities, his longtime allies. His declarations were intended for them, as he never concealed his ambition to dominate the Shadow Realm. Oomph! Cold snorts echoed from the surroundings. Yet no one dared to challenge Sinbad. Gurist, I shall not forget your deeds. From this moment forth, you shall exist under my protection. Any act of disrespect towards you will be seen as a provocation against me. Thank you, Lord Terrifying Cloud. The Dark Shadow felt a twinge of humiliation, but more so, a sense of relief, for his life was spared. Otherwise, had his enemies accurately gauged his current strength, he was certain he would not survive a week. My lord, this is a fragment of fabric belonging to Julian. The Dark Shadow produced a piece of cloth, a fortunate find left behind by Julian. Indeed, Gurist, you have achieved yet another feat. Once I successfully acquire the divine essence, I shall grant you the rewards you desire, including the restoration of your essence. Sinbad's smile deepened, as a dark cloud swept by, carrying away the remnants of Julian's garment. A mere whiff brought forth an even broader smile. Surely, he still resides within the Shadow Realm. In an unknown valley of the Shadow Realm, shrouded in mist, visibility was utterly compromised, devoid of any signs of life. Suddenly, a layer of gray light flickered through the space, and a figure plummeted from the sky, landing with a thud before staggering to its feet. Julian, clutching his throbbing head, surveyed the monotonous scenery around him. A hint of distress crossed his face, for he was unaware of his whereabouts. Moreover, returning to the material realm was not an option. Remaining here signified peril, a constant, looming danger. Although Julian could not ascertain whether the Dark Shadow had followed him, the incessant twitching of his eyelids foretold impending danger. Thus, he was undoubtedly in peril. Although the benefits gained this time are substantial, the risks are equally formidable. Julian raised his hand, summoning a fireball, which emanated an aura of authority. With a soft hiss, it instantaneously rendered a stretch of land barren. Hiss! Julian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The potency of his fireball had surged several-fold. Danger approached. Indeed, it was powerful. Julian wore an expression of delight, akin to one who had tasted honey. No wonder those who hunted gods found it so arduous. Merely considering the divine, power-infused spells, they could annihilate foes of the same rank, rendering any hope of surpassing them futile. Moreover, those who had previously hunted gods often did so, through ambush or sheer luck, encountering only weakened deities. Waves of light flickered in Julian's gaze as myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Undoubtedly, even if his combat instincts were as foolish as a pig's, he would still be invincible among equals, capable of even surpassing his rank in battle. Furthermore, the benefits of divine power extended far beyond this. Julian reveled in the surging strength within him, each subtle eruption continually invigorating his physique. At this pace, within a day, he could possibly ascend to the 13th level. This speed was nothing short of astonishing. Ordinarily, he had just recently advanced to the 12th level, and by all logic, he should not anticipate another upgrade within a year. Yet, with divine power propelling him, his ascension process had ignited, turning into a vigorous engine of progress. The sensation of perpetual enhancement was utterly exhilarating. However, after his initial joy, Julian felt a pang of unease, as he could hardly believe that no one was lurking behind him. Yet, given his current strength, defeating that shadow of darkness should pose no significant challenge, should it? Comparing himself, he found that the shadow seemed rather unremarkable, and he began to swell with confidence. But before Julian could inflate his bravado to its fullest, a distant cloud, adorned with an eerie smile, surged toward him. My goodness, what is this? Why does this cloud bear a smile? And why is that smile so unsettling? As his mind twisted in confusion, he realized that the cloud was now alarmingly close. It was then that Julian discerned this cloud was, in fact, a living entity possessing its own thought waves. Terrifying. What manner of creature is this? A thought flashed through Julian's mind. Zzz. A cacophony of thunderous friction erupted. The entire Shadow Realm was suddenly awash with tempestuous winds, as countless bolts of lightning rained from the heavens, creating massive craters. Roll! The ground thundered. A furious roar intertwined with flames seemed poised to obliterate everything. Is this the might of a demigod? Julian swallowed hard, realizing his mouth had grown dry, as his legs began to tremble beneath him. At that moment, above the clouds, a calm voice resonated. Sinbad, this is not solely yours. It rightfully belongs to all creatures of the shadow plane. If you wish to claim it entirely for yourself, you must first seek our consent. After a brief silence, Sinbad, seething with boundless rage, glared into the void where an unseen presence lingered. Very well. Very well. You think you can thwart me with your meager numbers? Such arrogance underestimates the terror cloud. With a thunderous roar, the massive clouds trembled. In Julian's astonished gaze, the entire shadow plane began to transform, as endless streams of gray mist seemed to vanish, and even distant sunlight began to illuminate this land. Above, a colossal figure gradually coalesced. You have provoked my wrath. Sinbad's dark gaze pierced the air, as if he were speaking to himself. But are you truly prepared to face my fury? Sinbad was not jesting. As the most powerful and ancient entity of the shadow plane, none knew the extent of his might, for those who had once experienced it were long since dead. Yet, it was clear they would soon witness the full force of Sinbad unleashed. In a single breath, the entire space was enveloped in dense clouds. Visibility reduced to less than a meter. More perilous were the creatures formed from the ominous clouds, relentlessly attacking the living within. However, the true danger stemmed not from these beings, but from the omnipresent, mysterious elements lurking within the dark clouds. Julian felt himself gradually losing his sanity, transforming into a creature driven by rage. Fortunately, the divine power within him, albeit diluted, shielded him from these negative influences. This cannot continue. It seems that the aura of that divine essence has attracted many formidable entities. Julian's heart raced. Under the influence of his divine power, he pierced through the layers of mist, observing the terrifying beings engaged in fierce combat above. Thankfully, these individuals were not a harmonious family. Otherwise, he suspected he would have been incinerated like Ming Kai. As Julian's mind raced, he resolved to seize the moment and escape while he could. If he lingered until their battle concluded, he feared he would find himself unable to flee. He prepared to slip away, especially under the gaze of so many powerful beings. Such an act was indeed exhilarating. Although Julian's storage space still contained several spatial scrolls, he dare not use them, uncertain whether the fierce clashes above might obliterate the space itself. If that were the case, he would surely lament his fate. Though Julian's subtle movements may have been noticed, no one was concerned about his potential escape, for this was the shadow plane, their domain. Yet, amidst them, one individual remained fixated on Julian. In a shadowy corner, the dark shadow lay in a state of disarray, its gloomy eyes glinting with a peculiar light as they fixated intently on Julian's every subtle movement. Grest, seize him. A faint, urgent voice echoed in the dark shadow's ears, unmistakably that of its new master, the terrifying cloud, Sinbad. Although this formidable being could take on many foes at once, a decisive victory was not imminent. He had no desire to be outmaneuvered in the end, especially with those lesser legends lurking in the periphery, ready to pounce. Upon hearing the voice, the dark shadow's heart leapt with anticipation. This was the moment it had been waiting for. Julian was originally Sinbad's prized possession, and any who dared to act against him would surely face dire consequences. Thus, the dark shadow had refrained from moving, merely watching from a distance with an insatiable appetite. However, now, the dark shadow was no mere watchdog. It harbored ambitions of its own. With a sudden leap from the ground, the dark shadow recognized that the entire realm of dark clouds belonged to Sinbad, and thus it would not be targeted. Its speed far surpassed that of Julian's. "It's you again," Julian exclaimed upon hearing the voice and turning to see a familiar figure. His heart tightening, resolutely, he prepared to take a daring risk, but before he could act, he observed the dark shadow casting a sly glance at the sky. Cackling, the entire space underwent a rapid transformation. 202, the dark shadow hung. Julian was oblivious to the changes around him, feeling as though he had traversed time and space once more. Yet this time, it was extraordinary. Not only had he crossed over, but even the very ground beneath him had shifted. Wait, no way. The very earth he stood upon had transitioned. A barrage of questions flooded Julian's mind. Suddenly, a possibility struck him, and he became acutely alert, anxiously gazing into the distance. As he had suspected, a figure with a sinister smile stood not far away. Gulp. Julian swallowed hard. Who else could it be but the dark shadow? Was that you? He asked, incredulity washing over him. This was unfathomable, a forceful severance of space, truly remarkable. Indeed, the dark shadow, Grest, revealed a confident smile, assured of victory. The current location was a stark contrast to their original setting, and those demigods and legendary shadow beings would not be able to arrive in time. Hence, only the magnificent dark shadow remained in this place. The thought alone sent waves of excitement through him. He was on the brink of savoring the fruits of his success. Yes, Julian's eyes were beginning to glimmer with an insatiable hunger, much like a hunting dog fixating on its prey. This time, you shall not escape. A cold smile crept across the dark shadow's face as it waved its hand, causing immense chains to rise ominously from the surroundings, seemingly binding the very essence of this space. He gazed at Julian, whose eyes were flickering incessantly, and scoffed, "No need to think any further. This place has already been sealed off by me. Your spatial scrolls are temporarily rendered useless. After all, having suffered twice, do you really think I would be unprepared?" The shadow of darkness wore a smug expression as he looked at Julian and continued, "Although this seal lasts only 10 minutes. It is ample time for me to eliminate you 100 times over." With a voice steeped in malice, he declared, "This time, I shall ensure that not even ash remains of you." With a grim countenance, the shadow of darkness let out a low growl and swiftly lunged at Julian. His sharp claws poised to pierce Julian's neck in an instant. "Have you already given up resisting?" He cackled. "Of course not. How could I be so foolish?" Julian chuckled slyly. Though his speed did not match the shadow's with sheer determination, he ran with vigor, matching the shadow's pace effortlessly. This was all thanks to his divine wind walk technique, which was an advanced version of a sprinting spell categorized as a level 5 magic. With its enhancement, it felt as if he were soaring. "Don't run. You can't escape." The shadow's face contorted with frustration as he observed Julian darting back and forth, a faint sorrow welling up from within him. "You tell me not to run, yet you pursue me." Julian's mocking voice rang out nearby. Despite the confined space, there remained room for him to maneuver. "Ah, I just remembered something," Julian exclaimed. "Speak." The shadow responded, unexpectedly engaging with Julian. However, he had no benevolent intentions. He was merely recuperating his energy. After all, he was no deity. Such large-scale spatial manipulations and the use of spatial chains to bind space must come with a cost. "I wish to inquire about that lengthy teleportation earlier. Surely, you must have paid some price for it." Julian had come to a halt, gazing at the shadow with a grin. This thought had just crossed his mind, for the principle of gain and loss is equal. Despite the multitude of spatial scrolls he possessed, they were the result of over 10,000 years of accumulation in the Frost Kingdom. Yet this creature before him had no such scrolls to aid him, relying solely on his innate abilities for such a vast teleportation. It was inconceivable that he had not paid a significant price. Moreover, spatial sealing is a technique reserved for the legendary. Yet this creature had long since fallen from that status. How could he still wield such a power? The more Julian pondered, the brighter his eyes shone, until finally, the shadow felt as though 2 flashlights were being thrust into his eyes. This creature was undoubtedly a Fade of strength, and Julian was resolute in his conclusion. Otherwise, how could he have been unable to catch up just moments ago? Surely, he had exhausted himself. As Julian's words resonated, the expression on the face of the shadow of darkness momentarily stiffened, only to quickly revert to its previous demeanor. However, this fleeting moment did not escape Julian's keen perception. Indeed, Julian mused inwardly. The reality unfolded just as Julian had surmised, although the shadow of darkness had once been a favored entity of the shadow plane. Endowed with certain privileges, the recent long-distance teleportation had utterly depleted the remnants of its essence. This signified that its illustrious history as a legend had irrevocably faded into the past, and the once legendary prowess it possessed had vanished without a trace, leaving it merely a typical high-level shadow creature. The spatial confinement executed moments ago had significantly weakened it, and to speak frankly, the shadow of darkness now resembled a creature that had just barely ascended to a higher tier. "Is that so?" The shadow of darkness sneered. "Why don't you come and test that theory then? Remember, boy, even in my diminished state, I am still a legend of yore. Julian cautioned kindly. Fool, even if I have fallen from my legendary status, what of it? The shadow of darkness was consumed by a frenzy, desperately longing to obliterate the puny human before it. No matter how feeble I am now, you're no match for me. Yet, in uttering these words, the shadow of darkness suddenly caught sight of the disdain curling at the corner of Julian's mouth. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Naive. Allow me to impart one final life lesson. A strong individual remains strong, regardless of their frailty. They are not mere ants to be trifled with. Almost in a fit of rage, the shadow of darkness lunged forward, exuding an imposing presence that unmistakably marked it as a formidable foe. Julian stood mere feet away, feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, a true display of dominance. However, in the next instant, Julian took a step back, causing the shadow of darkness to tumble unceremoniously. The shadow of darkness barely had time to recover when it felt its body grow weak, collapsing to the ground and ultimately dissipating into a mere wisp of air. Thus fell the once legendary being, unable to comprehend the manner of its demise, even in death. In the midst of the chilling and ruthless gaze of the ominous cloud, Julian found himself grappling with the gravest calamity of his life. The surrounding space resembled a shattered barrel, energy spilling forth intermittently. As this energy continued to leak, the distance the spatial passage could sustain began to dwindle, threatening the very possibility of reaching the predetermined random destination. What to do? Julian felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, dejectedly sinking to the ground. Wondering aloud, am I destined to perish here? The moment this thought surfaced, he swiftly banished it from his mind. No, I cannot entertain such dangerous notions. I must not succumb to despair. I must strive for my own salvation. Julian gazed outwards, where the entire corridor was swaying tumultuously on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, he stamped his foot, nearly crushing the safety zone beneath him, causing him to shudder in fright. He dared not vent his frustrations in such a manner again. Instead, he quietly observed the outside world, searching for a safe haven within the boundless astral realm. It is essential to understand that the astral expanse is infinite, inhabited not only by wandering legends, demigods, or indigenous astral beings, but also by a multitude of secondary material planes. Although these planes are not as vast as the primary material plane, they serve as resting places for many drifters in the astral domain. Generally speaking, danger is not encountered here, for these realms are deemed secondary material planes, naturally imposing particular constraints on the powerful. The primary material plane, however, has a maximum capacity that accommodates demigods, while secondary material planes range from the rudimentary to the advanced, with the strongest merely capable of sustaining legends. Typically, those that can bear legends are renowned major planes within the astral sphere, of which there are many, though they are generally occupied by formidable beings. Now, Julian peered through the fissures, scrutinizing the passage of time outside, in search of any signs of material planes. Though only a few seconds elapsed, it felt to Julian as if countless years had passed. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit, and he finally caught a glimmer of hope. There was Julian's gaze sharpened, his serious expression locking onto a distant speck. Encasing himself in a layer of magical energy shield, a faint divine aura suffused around him, significantly augmenting his defenses. At least until his divine energy was depleted, Julian could traverse the astral realm without fear of being mutated by its radiant energies. Through the spatial crevice, Julian painstakingly navigated towards his target. Clad in white garments, amidst the surrounding glimmers, Julian appeared quite reminiscent of a drifting entity. One must admit that Julian was exceptionally fortunate. It seemed as though he had saved the world in a previous life. As his journey through the void unfolded with remarkable ease, he encountered neither mischievous astral creatures nor malevolent demigod legends. Enveloped in layers of robust defenses, Julian pierced through the thick clouds of this stimulating plane like a bolt of lightning, the intense friction igniting sparks around him, resembling a shooting star, crackling with energy. Nearly on the verge of explosion, despite the elaborate descriptions, Julian's descent lasted merely a few seconds, as the dimensions of the secondary plane dictated a relatively low altitude, especially considering that Julian had begun accelerating from within the astral realm. With a resounding crash, Julian struck the ground, the immense impact causing the surrounding mountains to tremble and crumble, resulting in a series of loud collapses. This cacophony evidently startled the nearby beasts, sending them into a frenzy as they fled towards the periphery, as if something terrifying lurked in the vicinity. Not far from where Julian had fallen, a group trembled in fear, their breaths held tightly as they watched the beasts flee in disarray. "Young miss, perhaps we should take a detour," a timid voice suggested. Belonging to a young girl in a black and white maid outfit, her soft pink apron complementing her flowing pink hair. The one she referred to as Miss exuded an extraordinary composure, perhaps the most serene presence among the crowd. Her golden locks cascaded gracefully behind her, shimmering with an enchanting luster, while her dark eyes sparkled with a subtle vivacity. Her luscious lips bore a healthy hue, and though she wore a pristine white dress, the contours of her figure were still faintly discernible. "We need not," the woman addressed, as Miss gently shook her head. Her tone, though soft, carried an undeniable authority, and even a mere glance from her radiated an air of nobility. Upon closer inspection, one could perceive the slight disarray among the group. The armored guards behind them leaned precariously against the ground, their broken swords stained with mottled blood, evidence of a fierce battle they had just endured. Even the girl encircled by admirers bore signs of distress. Her once immaculate dress was now speckled with dust and mingled with blood, and though her hair retained its sheen, it was tinged with a hint of dullness. The fabric of her garment bore a gash, a piece hanging down, revealing a glimpse of her delicate pink undergarment. "We cannot return. Those individuals are waiting for us, just behind. If we turn back, we will surely be trapped," she insisted. "But, miss, there are unknown dangers ahead. If we proceed, it is likely we may not survive," another voice interjected. "Indeed, miss, we are but expendable lives. Even if we turn to dust, it matters not. But you must not be harmed." The girl's gaze swept across the group, and each individual met her eyes with unwavering bravery, none faltering. "Enough of this. Though the path ahead is uncertain, I firmly believe that facing the unknown is far preferable to falling into the hands of those wretches. Even if I am torn to shreds by beasts, I shall not yield to them." Her resolute voice resonated with an unyielding spirit, her steadfast gaze fixed upon the distance. Silence enveloped the group. Nearly all the guards chose to remain silent, while the initially timid maid gazed at her mistress with misty eyes filled with admiration. "Very well, then. I, old John, shall risk my life to ensure the safety of the miss as we return to the city," he proclaimed. "Count me in. I am her protector, and it is my duty. Wherever the miss leads, I shall follow." As voices of agreement rose, the entire assembly resolved to accompany the young girl forward, ready to face the terror of the unknown. At this moment, Julian stood in bewilderment, gazing at the chaotic scene before him as a massive tide of beasts surged forth. What on earth is happening? His mind struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. After a few moments, he rose, brushing off his clothes, feeling remarkably well despite having landed on his backside with a thunderous impact that had caused several mountains to tremble. Yet he emerged unscathed, invigorated in a way he had never experienced before. This was not merely a testament to Julian's resilience. Rather, it was the sturdy shell he bore that absorbed all the shock, making his fall from several meters high inconsequential. As he stretched his limbs, Julian felt a pang of hunger, particularly drawn to the shimmering creatures before him, as if they were tempting him. Why not indulge? Without hesitation, he seized a nearby rabbit-like creature, casting a fireball spell that roasted it thoroughly from head to tail. Such confidence stemmed from his ample divine power. Once satiated, it was time to explore. He smacked his lips, feeling a thirst that could not be quenched by a water spell, as that water was rather unpalatable. Perhaps it would be best to seek out the indigenous inhabitants of this realm first. Julian contemplated the landscape. Prior to his entrance into this secondary material plane, he had observed that it was not particularly vast, roughly the size of half a kingdom in the primary material plane. Thus, at his pace, reaching a city within a day was a certainty. With a decided direction to the east, he prepared to advance when suddenly a cacophony of chaos erupted behind him. "Quickly, we must flee. The beasts have gone mad, rushing towards us without regard for their lives." Just a few hundred meters away, a group of individuals fought valiantly, several guards wielding swords to protect two women at their center. "Little Brian, take the lady and go. We can hold them off." "No, I cannot leave alone." Little Brian's voice quivered with desperation. Fool! Hurry! You must take her and run. Do you wish for her to perish alongside you? The urgency in their voices was palpable. We will fight fiercely to draw the beast's attention, allowing you to escape. Do not hesitate. With a few more roars, the beasts, though lacking in intelligence, sensed the danger. Their hooves retreating slightly. Yet, those driven purely by instinct charged forward recklessly under the command of their instincts. Amidst the fray, old John cleaved a charging boar in two, blood streaming from the hilt of his weapon, his aged visage illuminated by a feral gleam, eyes filled with grim determination. Now move swiftly, with a thunderous roar. A swift strike brought yet another formidable beast to its demise. At that moment, young Brian hastily led two women towards the exit. However, circumstances were far from favorable. Just as Brian charged forward with unwavering determination, a cunning beast emerged from the ground, lunging directly for his throat, its bared fangs seemingly poised to pierce his flesh. In that perilous instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and with a resounding crash, the beast collapsed, its fur singed. "We must go." A cool, panicked voice rang out, revealing the woman as a mage who had cast the spell. Yet, the magical disturbance had drawn the attention of the lurking predators, and an ominous aura permeated the air. In the next moment, several figures materialized before them, spectral wolves. Though these creatures were lowly in rank, their reputation was formidable. Even legendary warriors had once felt the dread that these wolves instilled. Among the lesser beasts, they were among the most intelligent, typically hunting in packs of around 10, employing their agility to disrupt foes before sinking their razor-sharp teeth into their prey's defenses. What made them particularly terrifying was that, as these spectral wolves matured, their coordination became increasingly seamless, amplifying the threat they posed. The wolves before Brian, despite their visible wounds, were a harbinger of despair, signifying seasoned comrades who had fought together for a long time. Even now, their mere positioning rendered escape nearly impossible, as spectral wolves guarded every conceivable route. The lead wolf, its eyes glowing with a haunting blue light, bared its teeth, exuding an air of danger. While these beasts lacked any specialized skills, their physical prowess alone could instill despair in most novice adventurers. In this scenario, no one among them was of intermediate rank. They were predominantly between levels 6 and 8, with the strongest, old John, separated behind them. Young Brian was merely a level 6 novice warrior, embarking on his very first escort mission. "What should we do, miss?" Brian's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. After all, he had only recently come of age, and he had never encountered such peril. In contrast, the girl shielding him remained remarkably composed. "What else can we do? We must take each step as it comes. If the goddess of fortune favors me, then I shall escape unscathed." Though the girl appeared disheveled, her clothing tattered and her alabaster skin occasionally exposed, she endeavored to maintain her calm demeanor. A deep, guttural roar echoed through the air, unmistakably revealing the urgency with which the spectral wolves yearned for their dinner. Their patience had all but evaporated. In the blink of an eye, several robust, ethereal wolves launched their assault from multiple directions, while the lead wolf's piercing gaze fixated intently on young Brian. Any movement from him would undoubtedly provoke an immediate charge from the alpha. With a crackle, a fireball spell was unleashed, followed by a howl of anguish as one wolf fled in disarray. Minutes passed, and the pack remained relentless, yet young Brian struggled to maintain his footing. The girl and her maid were utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the maid being deemed a mere weakling by the wolves, devoid of any offensive capability, they would likely have perished in the initial onslaught. Was death imminent? The energy and mental fortitude within him were insufficient to conjure another spell, and the circumstances remained dire. A menacing wolf's visage loomed in the sky, hurtling towards them. The ferocious howl reverberated with a cruel resonance, and everyone seemed to foretell the impending doom. The girl closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, her lashes fluttering tremulously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, an entire minute elapsed, yet the anticipated pain never came. Just as she prepared to open her eyes, a soothing voice, rich with magnetism, reached her ears. All is well, those spectral wolves have been dealt with. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Julian, clad in travel-worn attire that bore little semblance to grandeur, even appearing somewhat tattered. A sigh of disappointment escaped her. The reality of her hero fell short of her expectations. "Thank you, I am Anna," she said, offering a smile that, despite the lingering tremor of fear on her face, illuminated Julian's gaze. "It is of no consequence. I happened upon these beasts attacking you and merely lent a hand. A trivial matter, really." Julian maintained a polite demeanor, his gaze fixed earnestly upon Anna, refraining from indulging in any indiscreet glances at her attire. Yet, the casualness of his words stirred a tempest within Anna's heart. For in that seemingly innocuous line, Julian had inadvertently revealed his prowess. His assertion of effortlessly dispatching those beasts indicated his status as a practitioner of intermediate skill, indeed, a formidable one. However, Anna knew most intermediate practitioners in this realm, and even those she did not know were far from youthful. Despite Julian's efforts to project an air of maturity, his youthful visage gave away his true age, barely more than a teenager. In this realm, it is utterly fantastical for a mere teenager to be regarded as a competent professional. It is essential to recognize that Anna, a paragon of brilliance, has barely attained the status of a level 7 novice mage as she approaches her 18th year. Having only recently ventured into the second tier of the magical web, and possessing a lamentably scant repertoire of spells, with just a single level 2 incantation under her belt. Thus, considering Julian's assertion of being a newcomer, it becomes almost unequivocal that he does not belong to this realm, but rather hails from an alternate dimension. According to the common knowledge of the continent, those capable of interdimensional exploration are almost invariably individuals of legendary prowess. Contemplating this, Anna gazed at Julian with an expression imbued with curiosity and admiration, with her lips pressed tightly together and a hint of shyness gracing her eyes. She seemed unperturbed by the winds that tousled her appearance. "Are you a legendary being?" she inquired, her voice tinged with nervous anticipation. It is worth noting that the pinnacle of power this continent can sustain is that of high-level mages. Although legendary figures may find their abilities somewhat constrained here, certain traits remain unfettered. The arrival of a legendary entity would undoubtedly alter the balance of power throughout the entire dimension, potentially rendering it a private domain. Unbeknownst to Julian, the striking woman before him was lost in her thoughts, entirely devoid of any caution. "Of course not," he replied. "I have yet to reach legendary status. I am merely a level 10 mage." Julian intended to clarify that he was actually a level 12 intermediate mage, but as he spoke, he suddenly realized, to his astonishment, that he had inadvertently ascended another level, as effortless as quenching one's thirst. "Ah, I am now a level 13 intermediate mage." Inevitably, following Julian's revelation, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Anna's visage, barely perceptible yet noted by Julian. However, he refrained from inquiring further. After all, it was their first encounter, and they had yet to delve into profound confidences. Even though the allure of the beautiful woman was enhanced by a sense of familiarity, it was still a fresh meeting. "But isn't it only legendary beings who engage in dimensional exploration?" Anna began, but Julian interjected. "You were wondering how I am capable of traversing the astral plane at level 13, correct?" Without a trace of embarrassment, Julian proceeded to share some less significant details with her, deliberately omitting the humiliating circumstances surrounding his pursuit by the Shadow Realm. Instead, he recounted how he had vanquished a high-level shadow creature and, during his escape via a dimensional scroll, had encountered unforeseen events that led him to this location. Initially feeling a tinge of disappointment towards Julian, Anna's eyes grew brighter as she absorbed his narrative. "So, you have indeed defeated a level 16 high-level shadow creature?" Her voice quivered with excitement and fervor. "Indeed, at that moment, I engaged him in a fierce battle, exchanging 300 rounds, each move echoing with thunderous intensity. However, at the critical juncture, I gritted my teeth and unleashed my ultimate technique, narrowly achieving victory. Yet, I found myself completely depleted, surrounded by unknown formidable beings lurking with intent. In haste, I resorted to the dimensional teleportation scroll, only to unexpectedly arrive here." Julian sighed contemplatively for a moment before inquiring, "Anna, you have yet to inform me of our current location. Is there a dimensional teleportation array established by legendary beings?" A dimensional teleportation array?" Anna paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. "My lord, we are in the most desolate realm, where no legendary being would deign to tread. The highest power threshold here is merely level 20. Unless absolutely necessary, those legendary figures simply provide supplies and depart without lingering. Anna spoke the truth, for indeed, this realm lacked any significance for legendary beings. It could not support their secondary material existence. Aside from kingdoms that might develop this place as a private sanctuary, no other powerful beings would consider it worth their while. The imbalance between effort and reward simply does not justify the endeavor. Thus, one should not expect a dimensional teleportation array here. Even interdimensional portals are exceedingly rare. Upon hearing Anna's explanation, Julian was left bewildered. According to her, returning would be exceedingly difficult, as he was incapable of astral travel prior to achieving legendary status. Furthermore, the elemental activity and concentration here were significantly lower than those in the primary material plane and major alternate realms, resulting in a deceleration of his advancement. If he were to linger for 3 to 5 years, upon his return, he would likely find himself paying homage at his own gravestone. The very thought was indeed disconcerting. How unfortunate! Julian felt a headache brewing. He possessed but one interdimensional scroll, and other teleportation scrolls could not traverse the chaotic astral plane. Now, only one option remained. A slight flush crept across Julian's face as he finally recalled that he was a chosen of the goddess of magic, which afforded him the opportunity to contact this divine entity, although it was improbable that this great being would personally rescue him. Notifying the Frost Kingdom or the Dodge Kingdom to retrieve him was still a possibility. Fortuitously, his father held various esteemed identities. Otherwise, he might truly find himself ensnared here. As the saying goes, with money in hand, one remains unperturbed. Julian now felt similarly, having discovered a potential escape route. His worries about being trapped in this diminutive realm dissipated. His mood brightened considerably, even finding amusement in the sight of the maid beside him, whose face was marred with grime, not to mention the already captivating Anna. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your circumstances. What led you to be besieged by the beast horde? We do not know, Anna replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. Although she had resolutely ventured here, it was not with the intention of courting death. She had presumed that some powerful creature might instill fear in these beasts, causing them to flee. Yet, upon arrival, she found them inexplicably unafraid. Thus, their group found themselves in dire straits. The beasts, having fled for a while, were now famished and, upon spotting Anna and her companions, could not resist the opportunity presented by nature's bounty. In a rather inexplicable manner, they were besieged. Anna flashed a sweet smile at Julian, her crescent-shaped eyes radiating warmth and innocence. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal a glimmer of shrewdness lurking beneath that amiable facade. With a series of sharp clangs from blades, Old John and his companions had successfully subdued several injured and incapacitated ferocious beasts, eagerly bringing their carcasses over. Benefactor, it is thanks to your prowess that we managed to slay these beasts. We barely contributed, Old John said, extending his hand to present a few corpses of beasts of approximately level 6 or 7. While he appeared quite adept, his heart was reluctant. For to those of their humble profession, such fortuitous events were rare and coveted. Typically, they could scarcely hope to vanquish such formidable creatures, settling instead for second-rate, crippled, or weak beasts to satisfy their appetites. The energy contained within such powerful beasts was abundant, and their meat delectable. A feast of this caliber was a rarity for individuals like them, occurring perhaps only once a year. However, Julian found the ordinary beasts in hand to be somewhat cumbersome, and he decisively declined. You may take these. I have just eaten and am not hungry at the moment. Old John's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that this was a formidable individual who had driven away a horde of beasts. Such meat from this tier of creatures would hardly weigh on his conscience. Contemplating Julian's strength at such a young age, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy, his gaze shifting to Anna. His wrinkled eyes suddenly filled with a hint of ambiguity. Since that is the case, I shall not be courteous. Today, I will roast these beasts and prepare a sumptuous feast for my benefactor, Old John declared, his face alight with joy. My roasted meat is unparalleled. Everyone who has tasted it has sung its praises. Yay, we get to enjoy Uncle John's roast once more. The last time was 5 years ago. Indeed, but the meat from 5 years ago was of far lesser quality, merely an ordinary level 3 beast, devoid of any chewiness. This time, however, it is level 7. I doubt I could ever best such a creature, yet here I am, fortunate enough to partake in its flesh. A group of guards lounged lazily against the trees, savoring the feeling of having escaped disaster, occasionally engaging in idle chatter, their faces brimming with satisfaction. Such scenes were rare for Julian, who, as a prince of high standing, seldom interacted with the common folk and remained largely oblivious to their way of life. The notion that these individuals could derive such joy from a meal of beast meat, which he himself deemed unremarkable, was indeed unfathomable in the upper echelons of society. It was worth noting that even the legendary dragon meat was not beyond his clandestine sampling. To him, these were merely a form of sustenance, akin to how an ordinary person might feel about a simple bowl of white rice. What is there to be excited about? By the way, since you have just arrived here, allow me to take you to my home, a beautiful city that I am certain you will adore. Anna gazed at Julian with eager anticipation, her eyes glistening with a hint of misty allure. This innocent shyness served as the most potent aphrodisiac, nearly overwhelming Julian's composure. Yet, in his quest to maintain the impeccable image of a gentleman, Julian exerted considerable self-restraint, silently reciting the 5 basic principles of the party. Well, since you, Anna, have made the invitation, I shall naturally accompany you back. I merely hope you do not find my presence as a stranger to be an unwelcome intrusion. Of course not. You are my savior, so capable and impressive. I could not be happier. How could I ever resent you? Anna's gaze toward Julian was filled with tenderness, as if she wished to melt him with her affection. However, this reaction set off alarm bells within Julian, as a man of great intellect. He found it hard to believe that his disheveled appearance could captivate the woman before him. Yet her response suggested an underlying scheme. Indeed, there must be some ulterior motive at play. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, great skill breeds boldness, and Julian was unconcerned by such plots. Even the most daunting of conspiracies, such as seduction, did not intimidate him. What was there to fear? Yet, Julian was mistaken about Anna's intentions. While she harbored some small ulterior motives, her primary desire was simply to have Julian accompany her, not solely because of his striking looks and undeniable charm, though that was indeed a factor. At present, Julian appeared quite disheveled. He had not taken the time to groom himself and merely met a middling standard. This was a visage Anna had encountered many times before. Yet, her willingness to sacrifice her allure to draw Julian close was driven by the desire to have him, as her protector, to escort her back to the Crystal City, her true home. However, this journey was bound to be fraught with unforeseen challenges. Originally, this would not have been a concern, as long as old John and the others were present. However, their group's movements have been discovered, indicating that their path was now laden with peril. Relying solely on old John and his companions would no longer suffice to ensure her safe return. Thus, Julian found himself unwittingly cast in the role of the naive benefactor. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of superficial beauty. For Anna, these were her assets to be wielded judiciously. Moreover, the critical point was that aside from her beauty, she possessed little else of value to offer. As for wealth, such as gold coins, those were trivial when compared to the affluent individuals who could traverse the Shadow Realm and wield interdimensional teleportation scrolls. It was evident that they would not be swayed by such meager riches. As for precious resources, those were even more elusive. Though her family could be classified as minor nobility, they were still just that, minor. The scant resources they possessed would not only fail to impress Julian, but would also be staunchly guarded by those in power within her family. Only beauty seems to be the weapon that Anna possesses. However, Anna's gaze subtly flickered towards the bewildered maid, who wore a silly smile. Just at the critical moment, someone stepped up to the plate. As for Anna's intentions, Julian remained indifferent. He found himself in a position of advantage, elevated above the shadows he once inhabited. Back then, one could hardly find anyone below level 15. The weakest among them had merely fallen from legendary status. Yet this realm was different. From Anna's words, Julian had gleaned the information he sought. The carrying capacity of this dimension was capped at level 20, one of many feeble realms, particularly lacking in any special resources, which rendered it even less significant. It was rumored that no outsiders had traversed this place in over a century. Thus, with Julian's current strength, he could walk with unrestrained confidence. While dominating an entire dimension was impossible, masquerading as a feeble entity was a task he could effortlessly manage. The thought brought him joy. To be the one inflicting torment was far preferable to being the one tormented. This is what it means to be a head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. It's a straightforward concept. In the wilderness, the campfire flickered in the wind, resembling a fiery maiden dancing gracefully. The soft yellow flames cast a warm glow on the faces of those gathered, each person wearing expressions of delight. Though fatigue lingered, it was merely physical. With Julian's presence, the journey had become considerably more secure. The younger guards, exhilarated by their narrow escape from danger, indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, occasionally succumbing to bouts of drunken revelry until they collapsed onto the ground. Their heavy breathing the only sound left. Old John eventually lifted them and tossed them into a quieter spot, sprinkling some insect repellent to ensure they could enjoy a peaceful slumber. As night deepened, only Julian and Anna remained by the fire. By day, Anna appeared somewhat disheveled, her delicate features marred by dust, her overall demeanor significantly diminished. Yet, as night fell and Julian engaged in light-hearted banter with the guards, Anna discreetly ventured with her maid to a nearby riverbank for a bath. When she emerged, Julian found himself entranced. Her fair skin glowed softly in the firelight, hinting at a rosy hue, and her flowing hair was enticingly alluring. The widened neckline of her garment, every time she bent, stirred a fervor within him, while her slender legs, exposed to the elements, were smooth and exquisite. Merely gazing upon her was a delight. Now, Anna leaned against a nearby tree, her reclining form accentuating her alluring curves, her silhouette becoming increasingly captivating, especially the way her attire framed her figure. In such a moment, Julian could hardly restrain his gaze. At this point, with the mistress herself unbothered, to shy away would be a sign of cowardice. Once one succumbs to timidity, the rhythm of life becomes dictated by others, which is simply unacceptable. Julian is the epitome of a male chauvinist, an ardent advocate of traditional gender roles. How can one endure such a situation? Thus, he remains fixated, unyieldingly so. This is not merely my desire to observe. It is a matter of defending the dignity of manhood. In the nearly unabashed gaze of Julian, Anna, as a woman, inadvertently invites his scrutiny. Yet, this is merely a fleeting glance, unlike Julian's unabashed gaze, which seems to almost press against her very chest. It is utterly shameless. Turning her head away, Anna's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and her heart silently scolds him. Surprisingly, however, Anna does not feel anger. Instead, a sense of delight begins to blossom within her. The attention of a man evokes a sense of vanity, especially when this man stands apart from the other young talents of their realm, brilliant and gifted. This particular individual hails from a superior material plane, having even ventured into the legendary shadow plane. Such experiences and prowess render the other promising men in Julian's presence utterly insignificant. Though what is merely their first encounter, the stirrings of youthful affection cannot be dismissed. Humans are, after all, creatures governed by their physical selves. Men, in their earnestness, exhibit a more overt desire for exceptional women, while women tend to express their feelings more subtly. Yet, though they may not voice it, their bodies remain honest. Anna embodies this dynamic, reveling in the thought of captivating Julian. It seems that even in the primary material plane, she is a rare beauty. Otherwise, how could he gaze upon her so? Stealing a glance at Julian, Anna notices he continues to ogle her, prompting her to roll her eyes in silent exasperation, though her body instinctively draws closer, bridging the distance between them. Eventually, their legs are almost touching, and Anna, in a playful manner, begins to swing her delicate calf, paired with an innocent smile that stirs an undeniable yearning within Julian. He laments his choice of long pants on such a warm evening. A pair of shorts would have been far more comfortable and convenient. Nevertheless, as a gentleman, Julian seeks love, not mere mating. Anna, it is getting late. Perhaps we should, You cad, you lecher. Before Julian can finish his thought, Anna interrupts him, covering her face in mock indignation as she hurls a few choice words his way. With a light-hearted step, she sways her perfect form and disappears from Julian's view, leaving him utterly bewildered. All I wished to convey was that the night has grown deep, and we ought to return to our respective homes. Why the insults? How could you dare to scold me? And as for the terms cad and lecher, I have done nothing to warrant such accusations. Julian shook his head, and with a casual gesture, retrieved a tent from his spatial ring. In an instant, a grand house materialized before him, fully equipped with all necessities. This remarkable item was a product of Julian's research in the Dodge Kingdom, incorporating a touch of spatial magic. It remained relatively simple to create, manageable even for a mid-level mage. Now, it had become an essential item for both leisure outings and more nefarious activities. Naturally, in this backward rural dimension, such advanced magical products were non-existent. As Julian entered the tent, Anna turned back from the edge of the nearby woods, glancing at him. Seeing Julian dutifully return to sleep caused her lips to involuntarily frown. How dull. Oh, what a lack of excitement. My dear beauty, are you referring to me? A frivolous voice emerged from within the thicket, followed by a group of guards clad in matching attire. At the forefront was a somewhat effeminate man, his steps unsteady, wearing a lewd grin that sent a chill down Anna's spine. 209, what are you staring at? The figure before her was none other than the face Anna had dreaded to encounter. This was the very individual who had relentlessly pursued her and her companions just days prior, reducing their once sizable group to a mere handful. Naturally, Anna held a deep-seated grudge against the mastermind behind it all. However, her resentment was not for the fallen guards. Rather, it stemmed from her own plight. To Anna, those brave souls had merely sacrificed themselves in their duty to protect her, and thus, she felt no sorrow for their loss. What Anna could not endure was the reality that this man sought to capture her, to imprison her, relegating her to the status of the most wretched of slaves. This was the root of her animosity. No woman could withstand such humiliation. With her gaze fixed and unyielding, Anna instinctively took 2 steps back. Finally, after a deep breath, she turned and fled. After her, the guards, of course, would not allow Anna to escape unchallenged. Drawing their swords, they prepared to intercept her. But the leading man raised a hand to halt them. Wait, such an intriguing woman deserves to be played with. If we allow her to despair too soon, wouldn't that be rather dull? His voice dripped with disdain and confidence as he extended his other hand to grasp at the spot where Anna had just stood, as if seizing something intangible. He then brought his hand to his nose, inhaling deeply, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. Delightful, truly a worthy treasure. I firmly believe that this woman shall be the most exquisite piece in my collection. When you proceed, please handle her with utmost care, for I cannot bear to see even the slightest imperfection mar her appearance. Although the delicate gentleman appears frail and lacks intimidation, he possesses considerable influence. Moreover, the thugs and guards, having been reprimanded into submission, immediately acquiesce, daring not to utter a word. Such a scenario would be utterly inconceivable in the primary material realm, where guards subjected to such treatment would likely protest with cries of "Do not underestimate the youth's poverty," and depart in indignation. However, this is not the case here. In this diminutive secondary material plane, where the scale is too small, the variables too few, and, consequently, opportunities are scarce, leading to a more rigid class structure. Having nearly run far enough, it is time to ascend. I am keen to observe how this woman will struggle. The delicate gentleman gazes with satisfaction at the charming silhouette that is about to vanish from sight. With a grand gesture, he signals to a group trailing behind, who cautiously control their pace, none daring to position themselves ahead of him. Though Anna remains uncertain why those behind her do not pursue, she does not cease her flight. She has already covered a distance of 500 meters from the camp, and, seizing this opportunity, she races back. It is not until she catches sight of the remaining campfire and the familiar faces strewn about that she feels a modicum of relief. She bends down, gasping for breath. For a mage, running such distances is indeed a torment. Glancing back, she observes the campfires flickering behind her, gradually drawing near. At this juncture, leaving is no longer feasible, for the flames signify the presence of others who, being far from blind, will undoubtedly follow. To depart, she must at least rouse her inebriated subordinates. However, she finds solace in the presence of Julian. Anna raises her gaze to the tent erected by Julian, her heart lightening. For reasons unknown, she suddenly feels a profound sense of security, as if no hardship could trouble her. He is so formidable, and I am so beautiful. He will surely protect me. While this logic may seem peculiar, it becomes entirely reasonable when one considers that Anna is a woman. With hurried steps, she brushes past the groggy maid, who is rubbing her eyes, and strides directly into Julian's tent. The door is unlatched, and no magical barrier stands in her way. She simply lifts the flap and enters. What is the young lady doing? Why does she venture into Master Julian's tent at this hour? Is she uncomfortable in her own bed? The maid, clearly bewildered by the situation, naively assumes that nothing untoward will occur. Indeed, that is correct. At this moment, Julian in the room instinctively sensed the disturbance. Although he had not set up a magical barrier, it did not imply a lack of vigilance. Indeed, there were alert zones around the entrance and the tent. Any creature exhibiting significant life energy nearby would awaken him. Was Anna approaching at such a late hour? A meaningful smile crept across Julian's face as he extended his crimson tongue, grotesquely licking the corner of his lips to reveal a set of white teeth, accompanied by a lewd grin. Such thoughts were inevitable for Julian. It was late at night, and he had barely settled down when a young woman stealthily entered. What else could this signify, if not an invitation? Could she possibly be here merely for conversation? In this complex world, where everyone harbored ulterior motives, it was naive to expect innocent flirtation. Suddenly, in her haste, Anna stumbled as she entered the room, unaware that this seemingly ordinary tent concealed such a world within. In her astonishment, she failed to notice her footing and fell to the ground. Her knee scraped against the floor, leaving a raw, red mark that seemed to bleed, the slight sting causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Julian would not be foolish enough to wait for his prey to approach him willingly, especially at such a moment. He quickly adopted a gentlemanly demeanor, stepping out with urgency to assist Anna, his face adorned with a sympathetic expression, his tone imbued with the warmth of concern. "How clumsy of you! You mustn't hurt yourself. It pains me to see you like this." Julian thought himself quite the actor, his blend of care and reproach, laced with genuine worry, utterly convincing. Surely, this would breach her defenses, striking straight to her heart. Yet, Anna was hardly focused on such matters. The enemies were already upon them. She leaned gently against Julian, her eyes reflecting a hint of urgency. "They're coming for us." "What do you mean?" Julian inquired, momentarily bewildered, but he quickly recalled Anna's earlier words about being chased to this very spot by a group of people. Had it not been for him, they would indeed be doomed. "Are you referring to those who are pursuing you?" "Yes," Anna replied, taking a deep breath and nodding, her delicate face etched with coldness and hatred. Just then, a cacophony erupted at the entrance, punctuated by shouts. "Get lost, you wretched girl. Bring her back. After playing with her owner, we shall train this little one." "Understood." Panic flickered across Anna's face as she glanced anxiously toward the outside. But as the saying goes, fear begets that which one dreads. A lewd visage wormed its way through the tent's opening, and the smirk froze, eyes widening in horror as they fixed intently on Julian. The latter, of course, cannot be overlooked so easily. With a swift motion, he drew in a deep breath, his anger surging forth as he bellowed. "What are you staring at? A superior reading experience awaits. Stay put, allow me." The genius instantly remembered love to read novels, which offers captivating literary experiences. Shaking his head, Julian promptly dismissed such perilous thoughts from his mind. "It seems you have failed to grasp my intention," Julian said with a gentle smile, fixing his gaze on Rock and articulating each word. "I did not grant you permission to act." "What?" Rock's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed his ears, questioning his own senses. The impoverished youth before him, emerging from some obscure village, dared to command him. Who was he? A dominant figure in the city of Seattle, the dream lover of countless women, a powerful genius, an exceptionally talented individual adorned with beauty that many coveted, and a fighting prowess that could last a minute. Countless accolades and glories enveloped him. Yet now he stood before this destitute wretch who audaciously directed him, the formidable Rock. "You pointed at someone. Now tell me what he just said." Rock glared menacingly at the designated underling, who, startled, stuttered, and struggled to find the right words. Rock's notorious cruelty was well known throughout Seattle. A mere moment of displeasure could lead to death. "Speak," Rock thundered again, causing the underling to tremble in fear, his courage evaporating as he stood there, drenched in sweat. "I will tell you," the underling quivered, pointing shakily at Julian. "It was him. You just said you were not allowed to act." "What? It was not me saying it. It was him. Please don't kill me." Though still pleading for mercy, silence fell upon him in the next moment. After dispatching the underling, Rock turned to Julian, a sinister expression on his pale face, a grotesque smile that seemed to amalgamate myriad emotions. "You are courting death." Rock's voice resonated with a deep growl, fixating his gaze on Julian. No one dares to speak to me in such a manner, not even the high-ranking warriors. And you, a mere country bumpkin, have the audacity to address me thus. You are utterly oblivious to your impending doom. Therefore, I have changed my mind. I shall not grant you a swift death. Instead, I will make you my specimen, sealing your soul within your lifeless body, forcing you to witness how I systematically annihilate your family before your very eyes. Ha ha! To toy with souls? Do you not fear the wrath of the gods? Julian shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing Rock's threats entirely. This individual, aspiring to eliminate his family, was merely indulging in grandiose fantasies. Not only he, but even the legendary demigods who roamed the material realm would treat the royal family of the Frost Kingdom with utmost respect. In truth, the rural countryside is rife with oblivious young lords, Julian mused. At that moment, Rock's arrogance surged even further. Soul? What of it? I have toyed with them abundantly. You must understand, my father is a devotee of the Lich God. Souls are merely our playthings. Rock brazenly revealed his background to Julian without a hint of caution. Perhaps in Rock's eyes, Julian, coming from the countryside, was blissfully unaware of what a lich truly was. Little did he know that Julian not only understood the concept of a lich, but had also once incurred the wrath of the Lich God himself. Nevertheless, Julian felt a jolt of surprise when Rock openly spoke of a Lich God, for it signified that the malevolent deity, reviled by all gods, had extended its tendrils into the lower planes, beginning to take root in secluded corners. No wonder Rock's complexion was so pale, nearly devoid of color. It was likely due to undergoing a lich ritual, or perhaps he was merely a half-lich, possessing the physique of one, but yet to undergo the transformation of his soul. Otherwise, he would exude the distinctive aura of death characteristic of liches. Julian's gaze flickered as he discerned Rock's true nature and understood why he could dominate in the city of Siaya with barely a minute of combat. The reason was likely that Siaya served as the Lich God's stronghold in this subplane, where exceptional individuals have been transformed into half-liches, existing as mere puppets. And for the Lich, such an existence was indeed a privilege. Simultaneously, Julian began to comprehend Rock's obsessive fixation on Anna. Liches often possess a morbid inclination to collect exquisite artifacts, particularly enjoying the transformation of remarkable women into corpse brides for their amusement. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. If Anna were to realize that these individuals valued not her living essence, but rather her lifeless form, and that they reveled in her corpse, she would undoubtedly spiral into madness. With a sinister grin, Rock's eyes flickered with dark energy, and a wisp of ethereal light erupted from his hand. This is my latest technique, known as Soul Flame. It will sear your soul in the fire, causing it to gradually vanish. But fear not, I shan't permit your demise so swiftly, for the most thrilling part has yet to unfold. Suddenly, Rock's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Julian, his pale fingers trembling in astonishment. How could you possibly evade this technique? My father has told me that no one can escape it, unless... A greedy expression began to creep onto Rock's face. Unless you possess a treasure that offers soul defense. Upon this thought, Rock threw back his head and laughed heartily. Once his laughter subsided, he turned to Julian with a look of astonishment. I never expected a country bumpkin like you to possess such a treasure. How delightful. However, this will soon belong to me. As Rock's words echoed, a throng of henchmen and guards began to stir restlessly. What are you waiting for? Hurry and assist young Master Rock in seizing the prize. The boisterous crowd seemed poised to rush forward, but suddenly a single arm barred their path, causing an immediate hush to fall over them. This arm belonged to Rock. You useless lot, did I instruct you to act? He reprimanded coldly, unwilling to allow their recklessness to jeopardize his imminent acquisition. He gazed down at Julian with a lofty demeanor, declaring, "This time, I shall take matters into my own hands." With a frigid expression paired with an air of arrogant superiority, Rock embodied an insufferable arrogance. Thus, the patience of the onlookers reached its limit. Julian, too, was not to be trifled with. Moreover, he had suddenly found himself intrigued by this realm.